Others, when traveling through time, all have vast fortunes, are embraced by beautiful women. Even if they don't have any, they can also copy the classic of try to show off. From there, stepping to the peak of a new life. But my time travel has become a prisoner. What the hell is this? Give me back my script. Of the cool male lead. The world that he time traveled to not only has goblins, Buddha's very dangerous creatures, but also the imperial city where he is currently. One oversight could also lose his life. But who said I'm the main character? Extremely lucky, turning bad into good, earning money, going to the brothel every day. A carefree life, but that's just the surface. In the darkness, even he himself doesn't know he's just a puppet, no more no less. The story begins. That is still dreaming, but suddenly a foul odor rushed straight to his brain. He thought for sure it was the big smart dog at home who had again run up on the bed to defecate. When he opened his eyes to look, a big butt was facing his face. And subconsciously raised his hand to push it away. But right the next moment, the dog disappeared. Instead, there was something in his hand. Now he's in the prison of the Kim True government office. But he clearly remembers that yesterday he was at the bar, celebrating with the crowd his promotion and raise. But suddenly a sharp pain spread. En's brain was about to explode. A bunch of memories that didn't belong to him continuously flooded into his mind. An originally named Nin Yen, his father died in the Sun High battle 19 years ago. His mother later also passed away due to illness. Since childhood he was raised by his second uncle. Often practicing martial arts, at 18 he trained to the peak of the Luyen Tin Gun. After that made no progress thanks to his second uncle's connections. Became a subordinate of the Trong Lak district of the Kim True government office. And just realized he had transmigrated. And as a subordinate transmigrated and still have to be a police officer just like his old job. The reason why he's now in prison is because 3 days ago, second uncle Hua Bin Kai, as a 7th rank official, encountered an incident where 150,000 taels of tax silver was lost on its way to be escorted to the Ministry of Revenue. The saint was furious, directly ordering that in 5 days Uncle Hua Bin Kai will be beheaded. All the men in the family will be exiled to the border. The women will be sent to prison. As Hua Bin Chi's biological nephew, An was dismissed from his post and imprisoned in the Kim True government office's prison. And the time left before he is exiled to the border is only 2 days. Isn't this the beginning of hell? This world is still in a state of being ruled by a feudal monarchy, completely without human rights. The border is a desolate place like hell. The climate is harsh. Most criminals exiled to the border don't live past 10 years. Many people die from various accidents or illnesses on the way before even reaching the border. An swallowed his saliva, imagining there must still be a chance. So he secretly called out softly, "System, oh, come out quickly." But after a long while, there was still only An standing like an idiot calling for help. Completely no system. I have to save myself, I can't die like a dog. So he thought of the first method: escape from prison. He himself is a 9th rank martial artist. That is the peak of the Luyen Tin Gun. His physique is terrifyingly strong, but in this world he's only stronger than ordinary people. The plan to escape from prison immediately died in its infancy. The second method is to rely on family and friends. But the Hua family is not a large family, and relatives are scattered everywhere. Plus the 150,000 taels of tax silver was robbed. Who would dare to beg for mercy in this situation? This is definitely not possible. So there is only one way, according to the Great Phoenix Law. Performing meritorious deeds to redeem sins can escape the death penalty. But to accomplish that, he has to find the silver, and now he himself is imprisoned deep in prison. Doesn't have any details of the case. The current situation is really hopeless. It's useless even if he screams his head off. But at this time a person from the Hua family came to visit. That person stopped right in front of An. It's Hua Tan 9, nicknamed Tuku, the biological son of second uncle Hua Bin Kai. His cousin, a newly appointed scholar, studied at the Van Lok Academy as an absolutely top-notch reasoner. He remembers that the main character originally did not have a good relationship with this cousin, and the purpose of coming this time is to let An know that the family has received 300 taels of silver from Hua Tan 9, which is all the remaining silver of their family, to ensure that An can set off with peace of mind. Nothing will happen on the way. This person, Hua Tan 9, has been expelled from the household register. But thanks to a teacher at the academy protecting him, he wasn't exiled. An stared at Hua Tan 9 with an easygoing expression. He knows that Hua Tan 9 probably wasn't just simply dismissed from office, but also had to be put on the blacklist. Descendants not allowed to take the imperial examinations. Never to turn the situation around. Moreover, tomorrow the women of the Hua family will be sent to the prison. Enduring countless tortures, Hua Tan 9 is a learned man. How could he still have the face to survive in this capital city? An directly stated his purpose. Hua Tan 9 looked at his cousin in shock. With just a few words, a few gestures, his expression had guessed his intentions, but he still turned away stubbornly, coldly saying one sentence, "What does it have to do with you?" Then hesitated, still feeling a little reluctant. After all, their family. Then said with determination, "Try to survive." After speaking, he turned to go Hua that and hurriedly grabbed him. "Are you kidding? Is now the time to give up?" He stared at Hua Tan 9, solemnly saying, "The case file. Help me get the complete case file of the missing tax silver. Modern criminal investigation methods, crime scene investigation, surveillance and medical examination are three important factors. Missing one is not possible, but in ancient times there were no surveillance cameras. The missing tax silver case had no deaths, and he himself is imprisoned deep in prison. Now the only way to solve the case is the case file. Fortunately, the case file can reconstruct the crime scene to a certain extent, but Hua Tan 9 completely doesn't understand what Hua That needs the case file for. If Hua That said, "I want to solve the case," Hua Tan 9 will definitely think there's something wrong with his brain. Hua That could only find a far-fetched reason. "I want to know the course of the case. Even if I die, I have to die a clear death." Hua Tan 9 didn't think any further. Said, "I've read the case file, I can tell you about it." But Hua That refused. He said, "Write it down. Recalling it orally is meaningless. I need to know all the details of the case." Recalling it orally is very easy to unconsciously omit some parts that you think are unimportant. Hua Tan 9 didn't say anything, turned and left. Looking at Hua Tan 9's back getting further and further away. Life and death will depend on what happens next. A moment later, the sound of footsteps came closer and closer. Hua Tan 9 came back. He rewrote the case file in detail. Hua That sat down excitedly to read. Completely didn't hear what Hua Tan 9 was saying behind him. Hua Tan 9 had no choice but to accept. Maybe this is the last time they'll meet in their lives. He said, "You have to take care." Then turned and left. Hua That was still absorbed in the case file. A moment later, Hua That sighed. Facts prove that education is still very useful. The original protagonist was an illiterate. Damn, he couldn't read these ghost characters at all. 3 days ago at the second hour of Mao, that is 6:30 in the morning, the Imperial Saber escort escorted a batch of tax silver into the capital. At the hour of Chen, the group arrived at Guangnan Street. Just after crossing the bridge, they were blown up by a strong wind. The horses got startled and rushed into the river by the road. Then a deafening explosion sounded. The river water shot up 6 jong high. The waves surged to the sky. The horses jumped into the river to look for the silver, but only found 1,250 taels. The remaining silver vanished without a trace. Hua That read with a frown. What the hell is this? What the hell is this? On the other hand, in the back hall of the Jin Dynasty Palace, a group of high-ranking officials were discussing animatedly. The Jin Dynasty Palace's prefect asked before the emperor orders Hua Bin-ji to be beheaded. We have to find the lost silver. But now there are only 2 days left. The two adults must act quickly. Li Yuxuan asked upon hearing this, "Does Hua Bin-ji have any new clues?" The prefect replied, "A martial artist who only knows how to shout that he's wronged. He doesn't even know how the tax money was lost." On one side, Chu Taiwei said, "I've looked into his past. Hua Bin-ji is not lying. Chu Taiwei is the youngest disciple of the Heavenly Secrets Bureau." Everyone also started to worry. The prefect continued, "We have investigated and tortured Hua Bin-ji, examined his relationships and financial situation, combined with the Heavenly Secrets Bureau's memory clearing method. We have now ruled out suspicion. But for the loss of the silver, Hua Bin-ji still has to be sentenced to death." Meanwhile, on the side, Chu Taiwei was not affected by the hunger at all. Still sitting there munching on sugarcane. Li Yuxuan was so angry that he was about to go crazy. His forehead was pitch black at this moment. A piece of sugarcane peel didn't fall into its proper place. Li Yuxuan was startled and hurriedly used magic to lift the piece of sugarcane peel. Putting it back in its proper place, Li Yuxuan felt relieved at this moment. It seems he is a patient with obsessive-compulsive disorder. At this moment, the sound of footsteps came. A servant brought in a bag of buns, along with a letter from the Heavenly Secrets Bureau. Chu Tai Vi received and read the letter. Tai Thien Giam stated that within a 20-mile stretch along the river, no evil qi was detected, nor were there any traces of evil qi on the riverbanks. This news worried both of them. Fu Dong questioned where 150,000 taels of silver could have gone. He must have gone ashore. It's been 3 days and we still haven't found any traces. Meanwhile, Li Nok Zan remained calm. Could it be that we are investigating in the wrong direction? It might not have been caused by a demon. But if it wasn't a demon, then where did that evil wind come from? The silver fell into the river. How could it disappear without a trace? At this moment, Hua That was engrossed in reading the file. Suddenly he discovered an important clue. How could a monster explode the water several meters high, sweeping clean both riverbanks? In this world, monsters have coexisted with humans since ancient times, hunting and eating each other. In the southern Ku region, there is the largest concentration of the demon clan, Van Yu Nation from 100 years ago. The Western countries under the leadership of the Buddhist sect declared war on Van Yu Nation in southern Ku. The war lasted for a century, finally destroying the 10,000 demon kingdom. History calls this the demon reversal campaign for about a century. Since then the demon race has gradually declined, while Buddhism has flourished. But the prefect didn't understand. What good would it do for demons to rob silver? Even if demons do things for no reason, doing whatever they want. Li Yuxuan also sighed. He didn't understand either at this moment. Chu Taiwei spoke up. Of course it's because of the demons. Why not eat something more delicious? What do they need silver for? But after saying that, looking down at the buns in his hand, suddenly thought that human flesh was disgusting. However, to a gourmet, it's a shame to waste it. He immediately ate them one by one. After eating he spoke. In the eyes of demons, silver is not necessarily more attractive than living people. Even if they want silver, stealing is better than robbing in the Great Phoenix City. The prefect pondered. That makes sense, but it does not rule out the possibility of being instigated by someone. Li Yuxuan wondered then who would instigate the demons to rob the tax silver. Why must it be this tax shipment? 150,000 taels of silver. Perhaps the mastermind needs a large sum of money, but cannot openly engage in corruption. That's why he targeted the tax silver and Li Yuxuan, then pointed out a suspicious point. The tax silver transportation route is random, decided on the spot by Hua Bin Ji, but the explosives had already been buried under the river. It is very possible that there was a spy in the group. Then suggested to go find the Confucian sage at the Yunlu Academy to ask for his heart. But Chu Taiwei was not happy. He said, "Do you guys look down on the 4 heavenly swords of the forgetful tree? I have already said that the people escorting the tax silver were all unaware." Li Yuxuan did not dare to argue. He did not dare to anger the 4 heavenly swords. But soon after Chu Taiwei turned to push his own idea. Before the sun sets we must get out of this. Leave the Jin dynasty government office to find Princess Chong to attack. Thinking of the delicious food in the palace, he couldn't stop his saliva from flowing out. The prefect had no choice but to give in. The case was progressing slowly while time was pressing. He said Master Li might as well go and ask Lord Wei for his opinion. Li Nok Zan said coldly, "You scholars have your methods of investigation, and we warriors have ours. This is the challenge that Lord Wei has set for me." Fu Dong could only throw up his hands in defeat. Nothing works this way or that. Now everyone in the court and abroad is watching us. In the prison, Hua Then was blankly staring at the files. "I once thought I could travel back in time, boast about the classic of poetry, take advantage of the situation to woo girls. Who would have thought that after time traveling, I would be oppressed by society? If it really was a demon that caused this, surely I myself could do nothing about it. But that's just the conjecture of the Jin dynasty's government. I can't let their speculations affect me. I must analyze for myself. Perhaps there is still a chance to make things right. Why would a demon go and rob the silver tax? To them, isn't human flesh tastier? Even lacking silver, they wouldn't need to target the tax silver. The art of war says that female demons and the demon race are stunningly beautiful. Wonder if there are cat demons or dog demons. Thinking too far ahead now, Hua Then slaps himself. After all, I am a man of virtue well known to everyone. After slapping himself, Shu Qian analyzed seriously. There are 2 suspicious points in this tax silver case. One is the demon wind. Other than martial artists, other cultivation systems can summon the demon wind. Therefore the demon wind only proves that a cultivator is involved. The suspicion of second uncle who comes from martial arts has been reduced, although it does not rule out the possibility that he colluded with others. Second, the explosion in the battle. It is common for high-level cultivators to cause explosions, but in this case there was no armed conflict, so the appearance of an explosion is unreasonable. Unless the explosion had to be caused in the cultivation systems of this world, which profession needs to use explosions to achieve its purpose? Thinking of this, he suddenly realized that he had been led astray. He and the Jin dynasty government made the same mistake of drawing conclusions based solely on the most obvious clues in the case. It was really too hasty. He needed to think in a different direction. Suppose this was an incident carefully calculated by humans. Perhaps the loopholes lie not in the 2 most obvious clues, but in these scattered traces. Shu Qian's mind suddenly exploded. The idea of connection. He hurriedly knocked on the iron door and shouted. Sure enough, it was soon discovered by the imperial guards. The guard with a sullen face said, "What are you yelling about?" But Shu Qian said calmly, "I have important clues about the tax silver case. You can't ignore it." On the other hand, the prefect and Li Yuxuan were at their wits' end, and decided to take the case files to the Jin dynasty government office to ask Lord Wei for help. Chu Taiwei politely reminded, with our great-uncle Da Feng taking action, the two of you will not be blamed by His Majesty. But in Lord Wei's heart, being deducted points was even more serious than being blamed by His Majesty. Li Yuxuan was silent, but what could he do? At this time a servant ran over to report prefectural lord. The prison officer reported that Shu Qian, the nephew of Shu Pingzi, has important clues about the case. The prefect quickly ordered someone to escort Shu Qian up. Shu Qian glanced around and bowed his head to the prefect. The prefect pointed at him and said, Shu Qian, 3 days ago when you entered the prison, you didn't say that you had important clues. Do you know the consequences of concealment? Shu Qian clasped his hands and replied, My lord, just now second young master came to see me. I asked him why he wanted to take the case files and I deduced the truth of the case from the case files. Everyone was surprised when they heard it. What? From the case files, Shu Qian continued, the tax silver case was originally unrelated to monsters. Hearing this, the prefect immediately shouted, Someone drag him down for me. Punish him with 200 strokes. When someone came to take Shu Qian down to be beaten, Li Yuxuan stepped forward and took the soldier's hand to stop him. Let him speak. Shu Qian breathed a sigh of relief, and said, according to the testimony of the city gate guards, at the 12th hour of Chen my second uncle entered the city to escort the tax silver. When the group arrived at Guangnan Street, a demon wind rose, and the horses panicked and jumped into the river. The Dharma protector impatiently interrupted, We all know that. The demon hid in the river and instigated the robbery of the tax silver. But Shu Qian also interrupted, No. The demon wind and the explosion were just camouflage. In fact, they were used to make you overlook a fatal flaw. The 3 of them were startled. What flaw did they not see? Shu Qian continued, My second uncle escorted 150,000 taels of silver. I ask you, how many caddies is 150,000 taels of silver? The 3 of them were silent. Who knows how many caddies? Shu Qian was also surprised by himself, wondering why he asked and answered like that. It was really not good. Then he answered himself, It's 9,375 caddies. Except for Chu Taiwei, the other 2 still didn't understand. What does this prove? Shu Qian was very disappointed. Prove what? It proves that the little sister is not very smart. Then Shu Qian continued to ask, How far is it from the city gate to Guangnan Street? 30 miles. The 2 of them asked and answered one after another. How many markets did they pass along the way? And how fast were the 4 horses pulling the cart? Li Yuxuan was about to answer when she suddenly realized a serious problem. The time doesn't match. Guangnan Street is 30 miles away from the south gate. At the speed of a horse and passing 4 markets along the way, it is impossible to enter the city at the 2nd hour of Mao and arrive at Guangnan Street at the hour of Chen. Li Yuxuan was shocked, but the little sister still didn't understand. Chu Taiwei stated that it's true. The delegation arrived in Guangnam at the hour of the dragon, and at that time, many people witnessed the horses jumping into the river. It couldn't have been faked. So how should this be explained? Li Nok-zan was unable to answer, because all he knew was that the timing did not match. Hua Thatan explained that what they were escorting was not silver. Fu Don became restless. Isn't this an absurd matter? Moreover, didn't your uncle and the escort team have eyes? The records contained testimonies from the people who witnessed the horses plunging into the river, with the silver scattering into the water. Was that also fake? Hua Thatan knew that just talking wouldn't convince anyone, so he borrowed paper and pen, scribbled something hastily, and handed it to Lord Fu Don. Please prepare the items on this paper as requested by this commoner. Fu Don took it and glanced over, although he did not know what Hua Thatan intended to do. His first reaction was, what nonsense, such poor drawing. Chu Taiwei also looked over, thought it was something special. Just trivial things after all. Everyone had a look, and naturally, Li Nok-zan had to see it as well. But when he took the paper, he saw that the corner of the paper was crumpled, and it made him feel uncomfortable to look at. He immediately waved his hand to flatten the paper, and immediately felt that the world was beautiful again. After a while, everything Shu Qian had asked for was ready. The prefect said coldly, The things are all here. You must give me a satisfactory explanation. But Shu Qian was in no hurry to act, but said, If I solve this case, can the Shu family be pardoned? The prefect nodded. According to the laws of the Great Phoenix, those who make meritorious contributions to atone for their crimes will of course be pardoned. Now Shu Qian was relieved, turned around and prepared. What would it be like for a modern man to travel back in time to do a chemistry experiment? Shu Qian prepared water salt, iron wire, white paper, bamboo sticks, candles. Everything was ready, although he was not sure whether the explosion of the tax silver was caused by him. But that didn't matter. The important thing was to open up a way of thinking, to explain the phenomenon of the exploding silver. What he needed to do was very simple. To use the chemistry knowledge he had learned in high school. Step 1. Dissolve the crude salt with water. Step 2. Cover the mouth of the cup with white paper. Slowly pour the salt solution into. Step 3. Boil the salt solution and filter it through paper until it is dry. Step 4. Stir constantly with a bamboo stick until the sodium chloride crystallizes. The next step is the most difficult. Melting points of Na and sodium chloride are too high and cannot be achieved in ancient times. But in this world there is a profession that can do it. Then he looked at Chu Taiwei. You are a disciple of the Heavenly Supervisor's office, aren't you? Shu Qian asked this because Chu Taiwei was wearing a bagua pearl, and only disciples of the Heavenly Supervisor's office would use this. Sure enough, Chu Taiwei said proudly, I am a direct disciple of the Heavenly Supervisor's office. Chu Qian ignored the pride and said, can you help me melt these crystals? But Chu Taiwei was a little embarrassed. Controlling fire is the ability of a refining realm sorcerer. I am only a 7th rank Feng Shui disciple. However, my master gave me a magic weapon. She waved her hand gently and a flame burst out. Chu Qian quickly stepped back and the flame fell right on the crystal. He gave the order to stop at the right time, then put the iron wire in and called Chu Taiwei to discharge electricity. Shu Qian exclaimed that this step was very difficult, and could fail many times, but Chu Taiwei just turned her hand and summoned a thunderbolt from the bagua, and then the thunderbolt exploded on the crystal. Shu Qian quickly ordered to stop. Next is just waiting. Luckily it succeeded in one go. Na was successfully extracted. He poured out the liquid. Look. This is much clearer than silver, but it looks very similar. Could anyone have used it to counterfeit silver? Then he picked it up and weighed it. It was indeed much lighter. So if they were transporting this substance that day it would make sense. But Chu Taiwei was suspicious. You are also a refining realm sorcerer. Chu Qian rubbed his head and said embarrassedly, I am just a chemical transporter. At this time the prefect urged to the main point. What about the explosion? Shu Qian did not rush to explain. He took Na and put it into water. Immediately the water boiled, and soon after the whole cup exploded. This scene shocked everyone. How could that be? When Shu Qian put sodium metal into water, it caused an explosion. This could explain why the silver fell into the water, and that happened. Li Yuchen pondered, so to speak. We have been misled from the beginning. The culprit used the explosion and the evil wind as a decoy to distract the investigation. No wonder even the Heavenly Supervisor's memory erasure spell could not detect the evil energy. Chu Taiwei also nodded. It is true that we said we could not detect any signs of demons from the beginning, but you insisted. Shu Qian quickly interrupted, afraid that they would really quarrel here. He said after the silver fell into the water, the family only recovered more than 1,000 taels. If I guess correctly, that amount of silver was on top to deceive. Li Yuchen then turned to Shu Qian again. This young man had really put together all the doubts in a reasonable way. He was truly a genius. He was about to praise Shu Qian when he suddenly saw his crumpled paper, and the obsessive-compulsive disorder rushed straight to his brain. But he tried to calm down, patted Shu Qian on the shoulder, and flattened the paper, and immediately the whole world became beautiful. However, Shu Qian misunderstood, thinking that he had just been patted on the shoulder and praised. At this time the prefect asked, since the silver is fake, and where did the real silver go? Chu Taiwei guessed it may have been swapped from the time it left the warehouse to the time it entered the city. Li Yuchen sighed. The tax silver has passed through many hands. If we pursue the crime, then many officials will have to go to prison. Finding the silver again is as difficult as finding a needle in a haystack. This is beyond our scope of responsibility. We must report it to the emperor. The prefect was alarmed by this statement. The tax silver has passed through many hands. If it was fake, it would have been discovered long ago. The only possibility is that it was changed recently. Then he hurriedly ran out to summon someone. Shu Qian saw this and hurriedly followed. Your Honor, please don't forget your promise to me. But the prefect did not respond. Shu Qian sighed, hoping that the tax silver could be found before he was exiled. If after he was exiled, even if it was found, it would not change the fate of the Shu family. Moreover, if this prefect is a villain who wants to take all the credit, then there is nothing he can do. At this time a sweet voice rang out, why can salt be turned into silver? Then Chu Taiwei rummaged through her bag and took out a sugar cane. Shu Qian was surprised. Chu Taiwei handed the sugar cane to Shu Qian. Eat it. Think of it as me using this to bribe you. use it to test the cadres. But he immediately said, I once read in an ancient book that there is a refining realm method to turn salt into silver. Chu Taiwei asked urgently what ancient book. Shu Qian thought to himself, can she understand the third-grade chemistry? The ancient book has been lost, but I still remember the content. But I am in a dangerous situation. I am not in the mood to think about ancient books. Chu Taiwei was annoyed. You are really a rascal. We heavenly supervisors do not interfere in the government. Your case still has to wait for the emperor's decision. Shu Qian smiled flatteringly. Can you accept me as your disciple? With your status in the court, there must be no problem in accepting me as your disciple, right? But Chu Taiwei doubted. You are clearly a military general. Why do you want to be a Taoist? Shu Qian told the truth, because I admire you. Chu Taiwei could see that he was lying, but still said, first tell me the content of the ancient book Refining Realm. Shu Qian thought for a moment. The content is quite deep. I'm afraid you won't understand it. You need to explain it carefully to understand it. Chu Taiwei snorted disdainfully. I am the #1 Refining Realm expert in the world. No one surpasses the heavenly supervisor's disciples in the way. Shu Qian took a deep breath, and then read out a list of third-grade chemical terms. Chu Taiwei had a headache listening to this. What is this? Is he playing a joke on me? She snatched the sugarcane and left. But at the door, Chu Taiwei turned back and glanced at Shu Qian and said, the heavenly supervisor only accepts children as disciples. Shu Qian raised his hand and was about to say something, but waited until Chu Taiwei left. And then he muttered, I am also a child. The prison guard next to him comforted Shu Qian after saying that. Don't you feel ashamed? You are already old. You should know your limits. Let's go back to the prison. Shu Pingzi was a 7th-rank official. Because of the lost tax silver, he was sentenced to beheading. All the men in the family were exiled and the women were imprisoned. The 5-day deadline had passed. He knew that his life was coming to an end, only worried that he had implicated his family. He had been loyal to the emperor and patriotic all his life and worked diligently. In the end it ended like this. But the prison guard next to him couldn't stand it. Said, hey, when the 1000-character painting is finished, you can go. Shu Pingzi thought he had misheard. But the prison guard returned his official uniform to him. Shu Pingzi looked at the official uniform. As if in a dream, what happened in the end? His wife immediately said, it must be our son Tan Yen. These days Nei has been running around outside. The court has pardoned, but Shu Pingzi doubted. Logically speaking, even if he was spared the death penalty, he would not be reinstated. He asked the prison guard, but he just said coldly, the case has been solved, and the tax silver has been recovered. According to the Great Phoenix Law, if someone in the family commits a crime, the descendants can make meritorious deeds to redeem the crime. His wife praised her son with tears in her eyes. He is a dragon and phoenix among men. But then she glanced at her husband with a sharp look, blaming back. Then I told you to let him learn martial arts. You refused and insisted on letting Shu Qian, that useless nephew, learn martial arts. The blame was very clear, but Shu Pingzi didn't want his son to learn martial arts, only because he had no talent for martial arts. The prison guard coughed a few times. It's your nephew. Shu Qian solved the tax silver case with Lord Prefect. Lord Prefect must be waiting for you at the back gate. The Shu couple was stunned. It turned out that it was not their beloved son but that unlucky nephew. Isn't he in prison? His wife was stunned. She thought she had escaped thanks to her son, but it turned out to be thanks to that estranged nephew. Through the back gate of the Jin Dynasty Palace, Shu Qian waited for a long time but saw no one. Was getting a little annoyed when the Shu Pingzi couple came out. Shu Qian hurriedly greeted them when he saw his nephew. Shu Pingzi was moved. He stepped forward and patted Shu Qian on the shoulder. Well done. Almost killed Shu Qian. Shu Qian said naturally, second uncle. We are only one level apart in qi refining. The words were very intimate, not at all distant. But then he was attracted by a figure. Oh my, I have such a beautiful sister. Shu Qian was shocked. Shu Lingyue was the daughter of Shu Pingzi and Li Ru, Shu Qian's younger sister in the protagonist's memory. The memory of his younger sister was very vague, and due to the influence of his aunt Li Ru, he somewhat resented and was not very close to his cousins. But there was one exception, his youngest sister Shu Lingyan. The protagonist didn't like his cousins but still treated his youngest sister well. Because the youngest sister's appearance was not like his mother's, Shu Lingyan jumped over and asked Shu Qian to buy her candy. But he had just come out of prison and had no money. Shu Lingyan was disappointed. Shu Qian looked at his younger sister. found her not very intelligent. It must be inherited from her mother. For example, the way she turned her head and left without thanking him. A vague memory came to Shu Qian's mind. When he was driven out by his aunt to live alone in the house next door, Shu Qian angrily shouted, "I will definitely succeed. Don't regret it later." Thinking back now, I feel so ashamed. Like the stepmother version of the poem Don't Despise the Poor Young. Shu Qian now looked at the relationship between the protagonist and his aunt from an objective perspective. In fact, it's not entirely his aunt's fault. Shu Qian spent more than 100 taels of silver on martial arts each year, equivalent to the lifetime savings of an ordinary family. It's understandable that his aunt was resentful, so Shu Qian said sincerely, "Don't apologize. Let's talk about it after we go home and eat." Li Ru gritted her teeth in anger. Shu Pingji's scalp went numb and he hurriedly stopped her. At this moment, Shu Tanian kicked the door open and entered. What a tragedy! Stepping over the threshold, staggered a few steps and then turned back to close the door. Cannot let the government urge. A student must save face. From the outer courtyard into the inner courtyard, like stepping through a long life. At 3 years old he knew how to read. At 5 years old he knew the Book of Tri. At 10 years old he already understood the books of the sages. At 14 he entered the Yunlu Academy. At 18 he passed the Jurin examination. It's not an exaggeration to say that he is a gifted talent. His intelligence and extensive knowledge shaped his arrogant personality. He always showed arrogance in front of his family. Always the glorious future. A pillar of the Shu family. As a man, he would rather die a heroic death than live in humiliation. Thinking of this, Shu Tanian drank the wine and threw the cup to the ground. He took a pen and wrote the masterpiece of his life, "Live freely and unrestrainedly. Die heroically and gloriously." Shu Tanian shouted 3 times and then took a rope and hung it on the phoenix tree in the inner courtyard. But the heavens were not fair, and did not create the talented Shu Tanian. Under the tree the scholar stood on a chair, took off his hat and threw it away, shook his head and his hair was in a mess. He wandered freely. He put his neck into the rope. Seeing the family standing there with dull eyes, stunned, "I, Shu Tanian, have been unrestrained and loved freedom all my life. I, Shu Tanian, am very talented, but the heavens are not fair. They will not let me live." Shu Tanian. Suddenly Shu Tanian saw his family return unexpectedly, but he still walked forward resolutely. At this moment Shu Tanian's soul was dead. In this world there are many different cultivation systems. In addition to the martial artist system known as the physical system, there are also Taoists, Confucianists, Buddhists. Taoist sorcerers, ancient masters 600 years ago. The first governor of the Great Phoenix Kingdom and the Tai Heavenly Supervisor divided the systems into levels. Shu Qian belongs to the 9th rank Refining Essence martial artist system. Second uncle is the 8th rank Peak Refining Qi. The 7th rank is the Refining Essence realm. After that Shu Qian didn't know, but he knew quite a lot about the Tai Heavenly Supervisor's cultivation system. Because the Tai Heavenly Supervisor is the exclusive system of the Great Phoenix Dynasty. Very famous among them, the 6th rank Refining Essence realm Taoist has many innovative inventions, widely used, but Shu Qian didn't know about the subsequent levels. As for the other systems, he only knows their names, but when he travels through them he only understands them superficially. But the protagonist can't be blamed. He has lived in the capital since he was a child, so his knowledge is limited. What Shu Qian wondered was why there was no memory of the protagonist's previous death or coma. As for himself, after resigning from the police he chose to become a businessman, a diligent, honest person. The future should have been stable, paying off the mortgage, marrying a wife and having children as long as the neighbors are not surnamed Wang. But unexpectedly, when he went to celebrate with friends, he drank too much and died of alcohol poisoning. It's a pity. Fortunately I got a ticket to the middle class and then I was exiled to a feudal society. There are still 600,000 in the bank card to pay for the house down payment. This world is so cruel. Lost money and suffered. Well, let's leave it as an inheritance for my parents. Suddenly he remembered that there were more than 100 photos of JAV idols in his laptop that he hadn't had time to delete. How would it feel like to be called Da Lang? A girl in a green dress came in. She was her aunt's maid. Reported, "Miss asked you to come and eat." Lu Na's eyes were full of joy. She has been serving her aunt in the Shu family since she was 10 years old. After the Shu family was in trouble, the maid was fired. She worried about the future. Unexpectedly, 5 days later, the Shu family came back to life. Shu Qian hurriedly said, "Don't call me Da Lang." But Lu Na shook her head. Da Lang is still Da Lang. Shu Qian had to give in. The two left the alley and entered the shoe house. Lu Na hesitated for a moment and said, "Just now your aunt and uncle quarreled." Shu Qian asked what happened. Lu Na replied, "It seems that your aunt really wants to know how the tax silver was swapped." And your uncle replied that he didn't know. Finally the two quarreled. Lu Na whispered, "Da Lang knows." Shu Qian thought on the way back from the Jin dynasty palace. He told second uncle that the tax silver was not robbed but swapped. At that time aunt didn't say anything, but she must have remembered it. As soon as he stepped through the door, Shu Qian heard a loud cry. Little Shu Lingyan waved his arms back, leaned forward, raised his head and cried loudly at his mother. Shu Bingshi sipped his wine calmly. Shu Lingyue ate with her head down. Shu Tanian had not yet recovered from the shock of the previous time. He held his head, his face wrinkled in pain. Seeing Lu Na, he ordered to take it away immediately. Shu Qian glanced at the crying child, asked gently, "What's the matter?" Shu Lingyan accused his mother of lying. Mother said that if she went home she would take her to the Cinnamon Moon Tower. But father just said that the Cinnamon Moon Tower is the most luxurious restaurant in the capital. Only receives officials, not ordinary people and wealthy businessmen. As a younger sister, the name of her elder brother and elder sister can't be remembered. But she remembers the Cinnamon Moon Tower. Probably because I went to eat once, so I don't think I'm stupid, but a mistake in developing talent. That Mr. Shu, maybe it's a disaster. Even his daughter is treated as a tool. Aunt's joke, but Shu Lingyan reacted like that. Shu Qian sighed, the little boy is too much like his aunt. Stubborn. Suddenly a small hand flicked his clothes. Shu Lingyan clung to his trousers, climbed up and tugged. "Take me." Cinnamon Moon Tower is a place where the average consumer is one. Two taels of silver. Shu Qian carried Shu Lingyan and handed her to Lu Na. The little girl cried and was taken away. Aunt kicked her husband's leg, hinting that Shu Qian was the savior. Shu Bingshi was a little embarrassed, glancing at his son who liked to learn. But unfortunately Shu Tanian had already died socially. The corpse can't speak, only know how to eat. Shu Qian ate like chewing peppers, frowning at his beautiful sister. "Why do you keep stealing glances at me?" Shu Lingyu's face flushed. She said, "I just want to know how you solved the case. There is no perfect crime except coincidence. Every human action leaves a trace." Shu Qian said. Shu Tanian listened with his chest out, eagerly listening to Shu Qian recounting his analysis. The more Shu Tanian listened, the brighter his eyes became, as if the teacher had answered the questions in the book. His hand clenched under the table. The 16-year-old sister lowered her head, covering her admiring eyes. Shu Bingshi slapped the table hard. "Ah, so that's it. Didn't realize, but aunt cursed her husband. Damn it, you idiot. Don't know how to weigh and measure. You useless." Shu Qian asked when counting the money. "Did you bring any bodyguards?" Shu Bingshi recalled. "It seems to be. How did you know?" Shu Qian looked at him meaningfully. "The file doesn't say. If it's not important, why should I mention it?" Speaking of this, Shu Bingshi cursed. "It's because of that Mr. Lu. He gave me a jar of osmanthus honey. After drinking it, I was so drunk that I didn't know the sky and the moon. As you know, second uncle has an invincible drinking capacity, so I just took the glass of wine and didn't pay attention to anything else. If you hadn't said it, I would have forgotten it." Shu Qian was almost desperate because of this useless teammate. If the file had that detail, he could have analyzed the truth faster, not wasting his brain like this. At this time, Shu Tanian, who was sitting next to him, said in a deep voice, "So, maybe the Mr. Lu that father mentioned is the one who framed father." Shu Bingshi suddenly realized, "That's right. I was too confused, almost harmed the whole family." Shu Bingshi's voice was full of regret. "Because I was stupid. Almost harmed the whole family during the Battle of Shanhai. Your father and I swore to survive together, to fly high together." Speaking of the Battle of Shanhai, Shu Qian was impressed. The world is vast. The Great Phoenix Kingdom dominates the Central Plains, claiming to be the orthodox emperor ruling the country with force, ruling the people with Confucianism in its heyday. All nations paid tribute until now, 600 years. 20 years ago, the Great Phoenix formed an alliance with the western regions to fight the southwestern barbarians at the Shanhai Pass, mobilizing millions of troops from the beginning to the end. It took only half a year. It was one of the fiercest battles in history, called the Battle of Shanhai. Shu Qian's father died in that battle. Shu Bingshi continued, "I survived, but your father died. At that time, I thought that if I wanted to live a better life, I had to change. I can't be a scapegoat anymore. That's why I asked you to study literature, and let you study martial arts. In fact, it was for selfish reasons." Wife glared at him. "That's right, my heart is already with my grandson." Shu Qian reflexively said, "So your meaning is that Erlang is not your own flesh and blood?" Aunt was angry and slapped the table. "You little bastard. What do you mean by that?" Shu Bingshi's scalp was numb enough. "I worked hard to win back my life. Can't listen to any more quarrels. Everyone be quiet and eat." At this time, Shu Lingyan ran back because she was hungry, said a sentence that almost made her aunt collapse. Mom, why do we have to live in a dark house? Every day is so hungry. Everyone was silent. Shu Lingyan mistook the prison for a dark house. Shu Bingshi said with regret, it's because of what father did wrong. Shu Lingyan cried out that she was hungry. Then the little girl described an animal with gestures. Asked, last night I was so hungry I caught this. Aunt asked worriedly, did you eat it? But Shu Lingyan continued, then I heard mother's stomach growling. So I stuffed it into mother's mouth. Mother ate very fast. At this moment, the sentence echoed in her aunt's mind, stuffed it into mother's mouth. Mother ate very fast. Aunt fainted on the spot. The rest of the people's voices are full. Don't eat anymore. Guangxing Tower, the tallest building in the capital of the Great Phoenix, is the office of the Heavenly Supervisor. Zhu Taiwei climbed to the 7th floor lightly, heard the sound of a fierce quarrel from the alchemy room. A group of Taoist priests in white robes and red faces argued with each other. Why did it fail again? The process is clearly simple. Someone said it must be the wrong amount of salt. Someone else, I think it's because of the water and fire. Another person, I saw that the senior brother burned the salt. It's too difficult. The refining essence realm technique of turning salt into silver is really difficult. I can't do it. The corners of Zhu Taiwei's mouth twitched. This group is still refining Na. After the case was exposed, His Majesty believed that Na had extraordinary power. Perhaps it was created by the gods, so he ordered the 4 heavenly supervisors to study and manufacture it. The refining essence realm Taoist priests immediately started refining without resting. From 2 days ago until now, they have been failing continuously. At this time, someone found Zhu Taiwei passing by. Zhu Taiwei's heart sank. She was pulled into the alchemy room. Junior sister Taiwei, come and see if there is anything wrong with the process. You are the only one who has successfully refined Na. Zhu Taiwei looked at the materials on the table, feeling very tired. The process of the senior brothers is not wrong. She also refined Na like this in the Shu mansion at that time, but then she failed to refine it again on her own. She said, senior brothers, calm down. This is an ancient refining essence realm technique. Deeply dangerous. It cannot be learned by just studying. It needs to be taught slowly in order to master it. I will teach you a mantra, and I hope you will remember it. The Taoist priests listened attentively. Zhu Taiwei took a deep breath and uttered the chemical terms that Shu Qian had once said. Oxidation 2, calcium iron zinc magnesium iron 2, carbon oxidation 2. The Taoist priests were confused. They didn't understand anything. Every word was clear, but it was too difficult to put them together into a sentence. Zhu Taiwei smiled awkwardly in embarrassment. In her heart, she thought, who knows what this is? Anyway, it was said by that Shu Qian. The Taoist priest praised genius. The person who wrote this mantra is truly a genius of the refining essence realm. Someone asked, junior sister, who taught you this mantra? Zhu Taiwei thought to herself, I have a chance to blame someone. She replied, his name is Shu Qian, the grandson of Shu Bingshi. You can find him if you want. Hearing that he was a military general, the Taoist priests were not happy. Humph, our heavenly supervisors have a lot of talents, but we still need to ask outsiders to refine Na. And he is a military general. If this is revealed, it will become a laughingstock. Due to the differences in cultivation systems, a series of interesting contempt has formed. Thieves despise Buddhism. Buddhism despises them back. Taoist priests despise sorcerers. Sorcerers despise Gu masters. Gu masters despise Taoist priests. Then Tao. Buddhism. Taoist priests. Sorcerers. Gu masters all despise military generals. As for Confucianism, I'm sorry to say, everyone here is trash. It's a pity that modern Confucianism has declined. The Taoist priests still clung to Zhu Taiwei. She had to struggle to get away, and then hurried away. She didn't understand anything. She just wanted to get away from this place. The rooftop of the Guangxing Tower is not an ordinary stone top, but an octagonal platform. Therefore it is also called the Bagua platform. At the edge, a Taoist priest in white was drinking wine, looking down at the capital, shaking his head from time to time. Zhu Taiwei walked by quietly, not disturbing the master. He prefers to sit on the Bagua platform, drinking wine and enjoying the scenery, rather than doing his regular work. Although he did not interfere in Shu Qian's case, there were times when he was very worried. In the Chongla County government office, the mysterious figure frightened everyone as if they had seen a ghost. Someone pointed at him with trembling hands and asked, "Are you a man or a ghost?" Li Dian noticed Shu Qian's shadow on the floor, and his mood relaxed a little. He said calmly, "What nonsense are you talking about in the government office? Do ghosts have shadows?" Shu Qian thought, and then said, "Maybe it's a zombie." Li Dian was so scared, he almost fainted. Shu Qian quickly bowed and said, just kidding. Greetings to Master Dian and all the constables. I have been released. Li Dian asked what had happened. Shu Qian told him again. Everyone finally understood. He took the documents from the Jin Dynasty government office and gave them to Li Dian. He said, "Let's take a break today." Dismissed. Several close constable friends congratulated him. Shu Qian, you must be lucky to escape. You have to invite us. I heard that the brothel by the river has just bought a batch of beautiful and sweet girls. Let's go out and play tonight. Shu Qian was speechless. I'll treat you to drinks and food, but I'll excuse myself from going out with you. That's too much. He was about to refuse because he had no money, when suddenly he stepped on something hard. He looked down and saw that it was a piece of broken silver. At this moment, Li Dian came back panting, and when he calmed down, he said, "Old Wang, the magistrate has summoned us to the government office." Mr. Wang cursed his bad luck, but still followed Li Dian. Shu Qian took the opportunity to quickly pick up the piece of silver. Shu Qian suspected that he was possessed by a ghost when the jailer looked at him with a disgusted look. "What's the matter?" The jailer explained, "A prisoner died in the prison a few days ago, and he was related to an official." The magistrate was furious and scolded Mr. Wang every day. Shu Qian wondered, is the magistrate so angry just because a prisoner died? The jailer said, "That prisoner was related to a big shot. He must be under pressure from that side. Moreover, this year is the Zhengzi year." Inspecting the Jingsha. Shu Qian understood. Jingsha is the system of inspecting officials in the Great Phoenix, and it is inspected every 3 years. If you fail, you will be demoted, even dismissed. This is related to the future. If a big shot intervenes, it will be dangerous, of course. Just then, the door of the cell was kicked open. Mr. Wang cursed, "Damn it, where did he go?" The jailer quickly comforted him, but Mr. Wang kept sighing. "Today is really unlucky. Not only was I punished, but I also lost a tael of silver." Shu Qian hid aside and chuckled. "Oh, so the money was his." But the jailer bent down and whispered, "Why don't we find a scapegoat?" Although he spoke softly, Shu Qian heard him clearly. Finding a scapegoat meant finding someone to die in his place. But Mr. Wang thought it was not a good idea, so he sent someone to the slums in the west of the city, to arrest a few old men and habitual criminals. But Shu Qian grabbed the jailer by the shoulder. Shu Qian pulled the jailer back hard, saying that the murderer could not be allowed to escape. The others also rushed over to hold Shu Qian back. "Hey, we know that your family has just suffered a disaster, so you are sensitive to this matter. But Mr. Wang is being scolded by the magistrate every day, so he has no choice." But Shu Qian didn't pay any attention to it. Mr. Wang was startled when he stared at him. "Then how do you want me to investigate?" Shu Qian broke free and said in a cool tone, "Give me the file." After receiving the file, he began to analyze it. The victim's name is Zhang Yorui, 51 years old, a wealthy landlord in Kangping Street, with a fortune of tens of thousands of taels. His wife died early, and he married another wife who was 20 years younger than him. He has a stepson. Shu Qian thought to himself, "This old man is eating tender grass." 4 days ago, Zhang Yorui had just collected taxes, when suddenly his wife heard a scream in the house. She ran out to see that he was already dead in the yard, and his wife also saw a black shadow jumping over the wall and escaping. Shu Qian asked if they had asked the patrol. A subordinate replied, "No strangers appeared that night. Although there are patrols outside the city, the security is not strict. The city gates are open all night. As long as you go through the formalities, you can come and go freely." Shu Qian asked again, "How much money was lost?" The jailer also found it absurd. The victim had just collected taxes, all of which were tax money, copper coins and wheat. The murderer, after killing him, how could he have escaped with the silver box? Shu Qian immediately noticed the anomaly. "If I were a thief and in a hurry, I would choose to come back the next night, not that night." Mr. Wang said honestly, "Then may I ask, who is the murderer and where is he?" Shu Qian smiled and said, "Don't be in a hurry. Let me check the file." "Did you deduce that the thief escaped by jumping over the wall based on the footprints on the wall of Zhang's house?" In that case, what the victim's wife said was not wrong. Mr. Wang still had an indifferent attitude. "What's the problem?" Shu Qian asked. "Why are there footprints?" Mr. Wang was a little annoyed, because there are pear blossoms on the wall. The thief had to climb over it, so there are footprints. Shu Qian pointed out, "Then why aren't there any footprints in the file showing the way into the yard?" Mr. Wang was stunned. The jailer explained, Perhaps he noticed this and left no traces when he entered. But after killing him, he fled in a hurry, so he was clumsy. Shu Qian closed his eyes. This is the first doubt. If the thief could jump over the wall without leaving any footprints, why didn't he just jump away when he escaped instead of stepping on the wall? Secondly, the victim died from being hit on the back of the head. Why not use a knife or sword, but instead use internal force? Mr. Wang suddenly realized, hitting the back of the head with internal force. A fatal blow, but I don't understand why he didn't use a weapon. Shu Qian pointed out, unless he didn't have a weapon in his hand. The last point that made me suspicious. The family brought the victim back to the county office. His wife fainted, but the doctor found out that she was pregnant. The jailers gasped in pain when they heard this. Shu Qian was annoyed. If you're watching a play, just watch it. Don't make a fuss, he coughed and said. The daughter-in-law is 20 years younger than the victim, has been married to him for 10 years and has never been pregnant. So how could she suddenly become pregnant under these circumstances? Mr. Wang was startled when he heard this. Could there be something else going on? Shu Qian continued. Perhaps the child is not the victim's. Mr. Wang's breathing became heavier. He said, tell me more clearly. Perhaps this is not a theft, but a murder to cover up a crime. The wife had an affair, the third party as an outsider or the victim's son. The two of them took advantage of his absence to meet. Unexpectedly, he came back early and caught them in the act. A conflict broke out. The lover angrily grabbed a vase or other heavy object and beat the victim to death. The two of them hurriedly cleaned up the scene, carried the body out to the yard pretending that a thief had broken into the house. If they wanted to meet, the lover must have done some reconnaissance beforehand, so he would know the patrol pattern so as not to be discovered. If it was really a robber who stole the money, he would not have chosen that night, but would have waited until after Mr. Zhang had exchanged the tax money for silver and then broken in to steal the money more easily. Zhang Yangshi's testimony was intended to mislead you, suggesting that the murderer was targeting the newly collected tax money. The patrolmen were stunned by Shu Qian's reasoning. Just by looking at the file, he has already guessed the murderer. This is no joke. But Mr. Wang still wondered, why do you suspect the victim's son? Shu Qian took a sip of tea, and explained, I suspect him for two reasons. First, the son said in his statement that he was in the study that night, looking at the account books, but with such a loud noise that it woke up his wife. How could he not have heard anything? Is this reasonable? 2. If no traces of the intruder are found on the bamboo fence, then the so-called thief may not exist. Thus, it is reasonable to suspect the victim's son. Mr. Wang asked, then the footprints on the wall are very likely to be fake, to mislead us, right? Shu Qian nodded. We just need to compare them directly with the shoes of the victim's son to know. Mr. Wang said, even an idiot would know not to leave his own footprints. Shu Qian immediately flattered him, as expected of the genius detective of the Great Phoenix. Then Mr. Wang went to report to the county magistrate, but took all the credit for solving the case for himself. A moment later, the court was in session again, and the victim's daughter-in-law and son were brought in. The county magistrate roared, how did you two kill Zhang Yu? Zhang Xian cried out, Your Honor, it's a great injustice. How could I dare to kill my father? The county magistrate glared, are you still playing dumb? He asked, where were you when the crime happened? Zhang Xian, I was looking at the account books in the study. Why didn't you sleep with your wife? I was looking at the account books. Who would testify in the middle of the night? The county magistrate turned to ask the victim's wife, you have been married to Zhang Yu for 10 years without having any children. But now you are suddenly pregnant. Could it be that you had an affair and then conspired with your illegitimate son to kill your husband? She cried and wailed on the ground, Your Honor, I have always been ill, and I only recently became pregnant with my husband's child after taking prenatal care. How can you accuse me of killing my husband? Shu Qian looked on with disgust. Hey, County Magistrate Chu, with your talent, how can you possibly find the murderer? The county magistrate slammed the table. You said that you saw a black shadow kill the man and then jump over the wall and escape. So why is it that when the patrolmen searched under the wall today, they found no footprints, or any sign of grass being trampled? The daughter-in-law did not know how to answer. Zhang Xian said, Your Honor, how would my mother know how the thief broke in? If you can't find out, you can't blame my mother and me. Shu Qian snorted. You dare to use the term, mother and son. Don't insult those two words. The county magistrate was also furious, and banged the gavel. Zhang Xian, are you not afraid that I will torture you and your mother to get a confession? I will report this to the imperial court. The county magistrate's face turned pale. Who are all these generations of officials, claiming to be honest and biting anyone they don't like, and reporting to the imperial court if they want to bring someone down? Thinking about it, he was also angry. A barbarian dared to threaten a government official, but he knew that even if Zhang Xian was tortured into confessing, when the case went to the Ministry of Justice, his family could still use their connections to save him. At that time, the county magistrate could be accused of extracting a confession under torture. At this moment, behind the screen, Shu Qian patted him on the shoulder. Please pass on a message. I have a way to solve this. A moment later, the girl was taken to a private room. She was worried, but suddenly the door opened, and Shu Qian walked in with a teapot. Don't be nervous. Let's chat. You can call me Master Shu. The girl was a little flustered. Shu Qian poured her tea. Looking at your elegant clothes, Mr. Zhang treats you very well, doesn't he? Actually, at your age, you haven't had any children for several years. It must be because Mr. Zhang is infertile. You are very pitiful. Mrs. Zhang began to feel wronged, and blamed her husband. It's his fault that he's impotent. And we only got pregnant after dozens of years. Shu Qian asked, did Mr. Zhang often go to brothels? She said, of course, from ancient times to now. Which wealthy official has not visited the brothel? Hua Dadan thought to himself, it's too difficult to convince. Mr. Trong, over 50, still frequents such places, so his finances must not be lacking. Now I'm almost certain that the child in her belly is from the neighbor. Hua Dadan said, I suddenly feel a lot of sympathy for you. Mr. Trong, over 50, still indulges in pleasures. Being cold to you, it's understandable that you had an affair. But murder is wrong. Mrs. Trong, startled, dropped her teacup. She said she didn't know what you were talking about. I've read the file. That Trong Heen is 7 years younger than you. What do you mean? Is this a case of an eagle preying on a young bird? Mrs. Trin pretended to be naive and not understand. Hua Dadan continued, you live alone, missing your husband and children so much that you seduced your stepson to commit incestuous acts. That night, you took advantage of Mr. Trong being away collecting taxes, and secretly met with your stepson to have an affair. Unexpectedly, Mr. Trong returned early, discovered the affair. Father and son fought, and from behind, you threw a vase and killed Mr. Trong. To cover up your crime, you carried the body out into the courtyard, pretending to be robbers. Your stepson intentionally left footprints on the wall to corroborate your testimony. She panicked and protested, no, I've been wronged. Shu Qian looked at her trembling hands, and knew that he had guessed most of the truth. Aren't you curious how I know all this? Mrs. Zhang was startled. Could it be that my lover has confessed? Impossible. Shu Qian pressed on. Do you think Zhang Xian wouldn't confess because you thought you had handled everything perfectly? But there were too many loopholes. He only left footprints going out, but none coming in. If he were really a thief with great martial arts, he would have been able to use his skills to escape, and would definitely not have left any traces behind. Secondly, Mr. Zhang died from being struck in a vital point, not from being beaten with force. According to the laws of the Great Phoenix Dynasty, if a homeowner kills an intruder, it is not a crime. So why would a thief not be carrying a weapon, but Mr. Zhang would die from being struck in a vital point? Thirdly, why did the county government decide that you were the culprits and not robbers? Because you made a mistake. Mr. Zhang's body was lying on its back, with his feet facing the door, and the wound was on the back of his neck. This showed that the murderer had attacked from behind. Someone on the roof would either stand still or run away when they saw the owner coming back, and would not deliberately kill someone and then leave empty-handed. That was impossible. The girl's hands clenched into fists and then relaxed. She had not expected there to be so many loopholes. Shu Qian said, you have no more excuses, do you? Neither does your son, so he has confessed everything. He said that you were lonely and missed your husband and children, so you seduced him. At first, he didn't agree, but you threatened him with the child in your womb, and forced him to continue. That night, you killed Mr. Zhang in the chaos. Knowing that he would be exposed with so many loopholes, Zhang Xian confessed to the magistrate, bribed him with 500 taels of silver to settle the matter, and put all the blame on you, forcing you to bear the full responsibility for killing your husband. You know better than anyone what kind of person Zhang Xian is. The girl gradually panicked. Shu Qian thought to himself, I don't know what kind of person Zhang Xian is, but I believe that this casual relationship will not last. He is a wealthy young man, with a bright future ahead of him. He would not sacrifice himself for a woman. Shu Qian continued, the magistrate is fair, and he does not simply believe Zhang Xian's testimony. He sent me to interrogate you. If you confess honestly, the magistrate has promised to spare your life. The girl immediately seized this opportunity and confessed without hesitation. But in fact, Shu Qian had deceived her. According to the laws of the Great Phoenix Dynasty, for the crimes of adultery or killing one's husband, women would be executed on the spot, and could not be spared the death penalty. Seeing that the girl had confessed, Zhang Xian panicked and had no more excuses, and could only despair. Magistrate Chu looked at the two confessions, and cursed repeatedly. But he did not forget to praise Shu Qian. Shu Qian immediately declined modestly, and flattered him, "It is all thanks to your guidance, sir, that I have learned a little bit of strategy." Standing beside him, Wang was also amazed. That's not right. When he first arrived, this kid was simple-minded, stubborn, and only knew how to work hard. Completely stupid. How come he's so smart and clever now? Today, Shu Qian will introduce the culture of the brothels. Taverns are places that serve the common people, while brothels are more upscale, with wealthy merchants and officials as their customers. They are equivalent to modern massage parlors and nightclubs. In the Great Phoenix Dynasty, when it comes to the culture of brothels, one cannot fail to mention the court of musical arts. The beautiful women here are all concubines of officials. After Shu Qian helped Master Wang solve the case, he was so happy that he decided to take him to a brothel. His colleagues laughed and looked at him. The little chick is about to grow up. But unfortunately, Master Wang did not intend to treat his guests, and everyone had to pay for themselves. Shu Qian was immediately disappointed, and even ruined his character. He would definitely not be able to cultivate to the seventh realm in this life. He pretended to be serious and said that he was not that kind of person. But who cared? Master Wang kept flirting, saying that the most fragrant girl in the court of musical arts, if she did not have any prior bookings, would definitely entertain him. Shu Qian immediately asked with interest, "How much does a night like that cost?" Master Wang held up 3 fingers. 30 taels. Shu Qian quickly snatched a box of peanuts from his colleague, and held it out in front of Master Wang. "Sir, you should have something to eat." Shu Qian thought to himself, "Pay 30 taels for a prostitute. I could buy several of them, or invite my friends over to play mahjong." Only an idiot would sleep with a courtesan. Not long after, Shu Qian returned home alone. The first thing he did was write in his diary, "I'm nothing anyway. Today is the 8th day of the 10th month of the Zhengzi year, which is the year of the rat in the Gregorian calendar. October 18th. Second uncle was right. I have to change my way of life. In this corrupt society, it's not necessarily a good thing to climb high. How many high-ranking officials have had their property confiscated? Who is the most comfortable living? I have studied it, it is the middle class. They live more comfortably than ordinary people, but they don't get involved in high-level struggles. It doesn't matter if they suffer a little bit of hardship every day. This is the most comfortable class. Today I found a tael of silver at the market. October 19th, the sky is overcast. I must earn money. The most reliable thing is gold, although it has no status, but one must accept that there are gains and losses. I plan to ask to quit my job in a few days, and stop being a night watchman. 2 taels of silver and a bag of rice each month. When will I ever be able to go to the court of musical arts to sleep with a courtesan? October 20th, the sky is overcast. I will not rush to quit my job, but will focus on developing myself first. Today I saw my colleague take a note to blackmail a merchant, and I felt uncomfortable. But I know that this is a normal thing in society, and I can't change anything. Today I found another tael of silver in the county office. October 21st, the sky is clear. Today, Master Wang took me to a brothel, and I had a different feeling about that place. It is a place where one can listen to music and satisfy one's physical needs. I felt uneasy because I am still cultivating. My vital energy cannot be destroyed by the body. Later, I found a tael of silver in the tavern, enough to pay for my food and drinks. Have I been lucky lately? October 22nd, went to the brothel. October 23rd, went to the brothel. On the 24th of October, went to the Green Tower. Mr. Wang asked why I was so cheerful. Because it's joy without work. On the 27th of October, went to the Green Tower. Today, couldn't find any money. Had to pay out of my own pocket. I will never go to those polluted places again. On the 28th of October, this world has explosives and fire. There's also glass now, surprisingly effective. I can make glass. Surely they have never seen it before. On the 29th of October, unexpectedly, glass already exists. I have to find another way. Today found a separate amount of silver belonging to my uncle at home. On the 30th of October, went to the Green Tower. On the 31st of October, today I thought of another money-making plan, which is to improve paper. Just make better paper. I will be able to make money like water. Enjoy the best food. Sleep with the most beautiful beauty. On reflection, what do I know about the production process? Today found a sum of silver in the market. On the 3rd of November, these past days spent all my savings. Had to borrow from my uncle. But uncle is also poor, has no money. Hua Tan 9 heard about it. First he scorned, then mocked me, and finally gave me 5 taels. Shu Xinian left with a red face and burning ears. Aside from being a little venomous and arrogant, my cousin is not bad. Liangzi, if we were not sworn brothers, I would have made you the female lead. November 5th. Today, I went to a tea house with some night watchmen. It was the first time I heard the teacher tell a story. It was really interesting. November 6th. I suddenly thought, if I were to write those martial arts novels, the 4 great masterpieces of the future, I could make money without doing anything. I am really smart. Today I found another tale of silver. I have money to go out with a prostitute. November 7th. I am really too naive. A novel with hundreds of thousands or even millions of words. How could I possibly finish writing it with a brush? Even if I could make a charcoal pencil, I wouldn't remember the content of the works. It's been more than 10 days, but I still haven't gotten anything done. I'm going crazy. A young man who traveled through time and yet can't do anything. Only now did he realize the failure of modern education, which only knows how to memorize. He knows a little bit about everything, but he is in a state of half understanding and half ignorance. He cannot put his knowledge into practice. But the worst thing is that the world he lives in, corrupt officials are rampant. Even the smallest ones are revered as virtuous officials, and honest officials are rarer than prostitutes. November 9th. The sky is overcast. Why hasn't Chu Taiwei come to find me in 4 days? Doesn't she want to know the secret of the refining essence stage anymore? Her beauty is no less than that of a peerless beauty, lovely and beautiful. With my charm, maybe I can conquer her. In this cold society, I also want to find a love. Come and find me soon. I don't want to try anymore. November 10th. I still can't bear to give up the idea of writing a novel. So I told the story of Liang Shanbo and Zhu Yingtai to my 2 younger sisters. After listening, Ling Yue cried, but Lingyan didn't. I hit Lingyan, and then she cried. I think this is a pain that she needs to go through at this age. November 11th. Drinking with Li Dianxi today. Slightly drunk, he said that the princess of Zhenbei is the #1 beauty in the court. I asked him specifically how beautiful she was, but he couldn't describe it, because he had only heard the officials say so. That night, I secretly asked my second uncle. My uncle seemed very strange, and tried his best to use his vocabulary to describe the beauty of the princess. He concluded that the main point was that she was big, round, and juicy. This made me a little curious and eager to meet her. November 12th. I still haven't accomplished anything today. I have disgraced my country and the time travelers. November 13th. This is the first month since I came to this world. The appointment order was issued, and I planned to work hard, and my development would come in time. November 14th. At the brothel, Shu Qian stood under the eaves, nimbly throwing darts without aiming, but they accurately hit the wooden post 20 steps away. This was not because his throwing skills were good, but because of luck. In the past month, he had found a total of 1 tael and 2 taels of silver, equivalent to half a month's salary. This amount of money is enough to feed a family of 3 for 3 months. This is not a matter of luck. It goes without saying that something is strange. Shu Qian sighed. System, come out. Don't hide from me anymore. But the system remained silent. In the past month, he had tried countless times to awaken the system, but to no avail. The truth is that there is no system at all. The system could not have imagined that someone like me, who had never won a lottery of 5 yuan since I was a child, would become a millionaire. But millionaires don't live long. One thing is for sure. The original owner did not have such great luck. If he did, his aunt would not have despised him, but would have revered him like an ancestor, and no one in the family would have to work anymore, living on his money. Such mysterious gifts make people uneasy. Shu Qian thought carefully, and sighed. I can only take it one step at a time. The small courtyard where Shu Qian lived. Originally, this was the house of an old housekeeper surnamed Shu, next to the main mansion of the clan, separated by only a wall. After the housekeeper passed away, the house was left empty. Later, after quarreling with his aunt, the original owner moved here in a fit of pique. Today is Sunday. Shu Qian jumped over the Wanzhong high wall, and went to his second uncle's house for breakfast, mainly to save money. It's better to spend it in the brothel. In the living room, the family was enjoying breakfast when his aunt suddenly noticed Shu Qian walking in, and her good mood vanished. Shu Qian pretended not to see her, and stared at his own breakfast. Martial arts nourishes the qi, which makes the stomach more active. This amount of food is only enough to fill half of his stomach. Shu Qian glanced at Lingyan, and smiled gently. Sister Lingyan, give me a meat bun. Lingyan immediately put her hands out to cover the food, and said fiercely, no, wait, I won't let you suffer. Shu Qian picked up a meat bun and put it on her plate, I'll leave the other 4 for you, so we can eat those 4 together. Lingyan thought hard, and then nodded resolutely. Shu Qian smiled with satisfaction, and continued, I'll take 2 of your buns. And you give me half of your radish. That way, I'll be at a profit, right? Looking at the scene with a heavy heart, Li Ru shook her head. Why did I give birth to a stupid daughter like you? I should just kill you. At this moment, Shu Xinian appeared majestically. Shu Xinian, the second son of the Shu family, bid farewell to the past because he failed to hang himself and failed to commit suicide again, and reached the peak of his life because he had no home to live in. Shu Xinian followed the path of Confucian cultivation. Yunlu Academy was founded by the eldest disciple of the Confucian sage, and has a history of 1,200 years. It is a place that Confucians all over the world yearn to go to, and is a holy place for reading. The transcendent position of Yunlu Academy is not only because its founder is a disciple of the sage, but more importantly, it is the only place where one can cultivate both Confucianism and Taoism. Shu Xinian's heart-reflecting shadow belongs to the 9th rank of the Confucian system, which can enhance memory, read 10 lines at a time, and enhance learning ability, but is still weak in martial arts. The past few days of seclusion to write poetry have been ineffective, and now I have become a soulless corpse. You are good at strategy, not poetry. I love you too much. Why do you have to write poetry? Everyone has their own strengths. Don't worry about what others say. Shu Qian suddenly asked, Hey, Xinian, when will you reach the 8th realm? The heart-reflecting mirror Shu Xinian shook his head regretfully. There is still no clue for now. Master said that I have to comprehend it myself. Shu Qian said, You can refer to the heart-reflecting shadow. How do you cultivate it? Shu Xinian replied, You have to be proficient in the classics of the sages and then apply them. That is the heart-reflecting mirror. The former method takes time to memorize. The latter method requires wisdom. Shu Qian was silent. It's like the martial arts system. You have to cultivate your qi and blood and train your body for many years before you can have a Dantian mirror. You asked about the heart-reflecting mirror. Are you also training your physical body? Shu Xinian thought for a moment and then replied, The heart-reflecting mirror requires fearlessness. Every word and deed brings happiness to others. We try to rely on the abilities displayed by the heart-reflecting mirror to infer the cultivation method. So, did it succeed? Shu Xinian was silent. Now you're tired of me. But Shu Qian still waited curiously for the answer. Shu Xinian pretended not to see him, and turned to his mother to say that a senior in the academy was about to become an official, and had to go far away to Qinzhou. The fellow disciples would send him off tomorrow. Speaking of which, Shu Xinian was sad. I haven't finished writing the farewell poem yet. Shu Lingyue sarcastically asked, Doesn't second brother have the talent to write poetry? Li Ru glanced at her. Madam, you are not happy. Second brother, you are very talented. You have never been motivated to write poetry. Shu Pingzi chewed his mouth. Just write a few sentences to finish it. I think the sentence you said the other day was very imposing. Shu Xinian coughed a few times, and awkwardly changed the subject. That senior is very famous, and is good at poetry. Those who go to see him off are all talented in poetry. In addition to respecting the teacher, they also want to make connections. If the teacher notices them, there will be many benefits. Shu Xinian used to be arrogant, and often said that a gentleman's friendship is as light as water. But now, after experiencing danger, he realized the benefits of friendship. As the eldest brother, Shu Qian was very proud of this. Shu Pingzi said at the wrong time, Your maternal grandfather only knows how to write, and is completely useless. Auntie can't stand it. What do you mean? Is it his fault? It is thanks to our Li family that we all passed the imperial examination. Look, Lingyan has followed him and has not made any progress until now. The second uncle is as dumb as a mute. Shu Qian refused to accept it. According to my aunt, our Shu family has bad genes. My aunt reacted immediately. When you first learned to read, you didn't have to learn martial arts. Your handwriting is still so crooked. Shu Qian blew his nose and first ignored his aunt's erratic temper, who always liked to criticize the Shu family. The senior figure must not be mediocre. I have to help him. He quickly thought of writing a poem, to let my aunt know that the Shu family are all talented. The second uncle was a little embarrassed about the scholar's affairs, and did not want to interfere in other people's affairs. But Shu Qian read indifferently, thousands of miles of golden clouds and sunshine at noon. Everyone was shocked. The north wind blows, geese fly and snow falls. Xu Xinian was stunned. Xu Xinian's brain associated the scene with poetry. Don't worry, there are no bosom friends. Who in the world doesn't know you? Xu Xinian was so moved that he dropped his chopsticks. He muttered, immersed in the realm and unable to control himself. Don't worry, there are no bosom friends. Who in the world doesn't know you? Eldest brother made such a good poem. What a surprise! Xu Xinian also had a time to show his talent in front of everyone. Although it was only thanks to you. Only half a poem, but it was enough. The next day, Xu Qian was practicing with his second uncle. The two of them were fighting back and forth. The second uncle praised, not bad. You've made progress. Xu Qian modestly said that it was an exaggeration. The second uncle sighed, if you want to ascend to the Danqi realm, in addition to the medicinal bath, you also need a master to open the heaven's gate for you. Otherwise, you will never be able to enter the Danqi realm in your entire life. I was born in the Shanhai Kai Wing, and it was only after experiencing life and death that I accumulated enough merit to exchange for the opening of the heaven's gate, to enter the Danqi realm. Pingzi sighed, I've been home for 2 years and I already have Xinian. Xu Qian wiped his sweat. What do you want to say? I'm old and I just want to see you get married and have children, so as not to let your deceased father down. Xu Qian had no choice but to remain silent. In addition to accumulating merit, there was another way to upgrade, which was to pay money. Knights use martial arts to suppress, so the court strictly controls the number of martial arts. The law stipulates that masters are not allowed to open the heaven's gate for anyone at will. If you want to open it for your son, you have to report to the government. However, in this era of corrupt officials, the prestige of the court has declined day by day. Although they did not dare to violate the law openly, there were still many masters of the refining essence realm looking for customers on the black market. Xu Qian tried to make money, intending to use money instead of merit. If you keep stopping at the refining essence realm, this iron rod will be useless. After the tax case, Xu Qian's relationship with his family gradually improved. After a month of getting along, Lingyu's feelings towards her brother also changed a lot, not as distant as before. Outside the capital, the Mianyang tea house, the fellow disciples gathered to send off the senior. And there were 2 other important figures. The great national master Li Mubai once claimed to be the world's #1 in Go. 5 years ago, he played 3 games of Go with Wei Gongshu, and then retired from the world and never played Go again. Military strategist Zhang Shen, the author of the 6 books of military strategy, is still a must-read for generals of the Great Phoenix. He is the only military strategist who can be ranked alongside Wei Gongshu. Yang Gong's self-proclaimed Ziqin, Ziyang Hermit, the #1 scholar in the 14th year of the Yuanjing era. The following year, he left the officialdom and returned to the Yunlu Academy to teach, becoming a famous Confucian scholar in the world. Today, 22 years later, he set off to take up the post of governor of Qinzhou. All 3 of them came from the Yunlu Academy. The Yunlu Academy originally claimed to be the orthodox Confucianism, founded by the great disciple of the Confucian sage. But 200 years ago, because of the Chen Guban incident, he was hated by the emperor. At this time, a Mr. Yunlu took the opportunity to break away and establish his own sect in order to survive, and his ideology was supported by the emperor of the time. With the support of the emperor, the Imperial College was established, and the doctor became the master of that generation. Since then, the Imperial College has replaced the Yunlu Academy, and has become the main place for training officials for the court. The struggle for the orthodoxy of Confucianism lasted for more than 200 years. This time, Yang Gong went to Qinzhou to expand his territory, and laid the foundation for his career. But in order to restore the glory of the academy, he still needed young students. Speaking of this, Li Mubai stood up and looked at the students. Is there anyone who wants to write a poem to bid farewell to Ziyang Hermit? Yang Gong also generously took out his precious jade pendant as a gift to the person who wrote the best poem. The students were eager to compete. But after a while, the 3 great Confucians just wanted to go and wash their ears. Since the Imperial College regained the orthodoxy of Confucianism, the students only knew how to stick to the classics, and they were very good at literature, but they lacked poetry. This is also the reason why Confucianism gradually declined. In the beginning, Confucianism stood firm and undefeated among the systems. But now, although a little disappointed, Yang Gong still wanted to hear if any other students could do a good job. At this moment, an arrogant voice rang out, "Teacher, only your talented disciple can give you a farewell gift." Everyone was sweating and didn't understand the situation. Even Zhang Shen took a peek, because he recognized that it was the voice of his student Xu Xinian. The student Xu Ju said that the student had a poem to bid farewell to Ziyang Hermit. He deliberately kept silent until now. Originally humble, he didn't want to reveal his good deeds early and embarrass his fellow students. He absolutely did not mean to take credit. Zhang Shen waved his hand. Mr. Shu is my student. He is outstanding in military strategy. He is a talent. He thought to himself, but he can't write poetry. Shu Xinian looked up at the sky, took a deep breath and closed his eyes. Thousands of miles of golden clouds and sunlight at noon. Everyone was shocked. The north wind blows, geese fly and snow falls. Yang Gong was surprised. These two sentences are really poetic. This time, he seems to be highly valued when he becomes an official. But will the Imperial College faction let him rise? To let the Yunlu Academy gain a foothold in the political arena. Going to Qinzhou was originally an unpredictable trip. Suddenly, Shu Xinian opened his arms wide, his handsome face radiant in the warm sun, exuding a delicate beauty like jade. He looked up at Ziyang Hermit, and read the last two sentences in a loud voice. Don't worry, you have no confidence. Who in the world does not know you? As soon as the voice fell, everyone got goosebumps with excitement. The three great Confucians were as surprised as if they had come from heaven. They hurriedly asked for the rest, but waited for a long time and did not see Shu Xinian reply. The corner of his mouth twitched. Only half of the song. The Confucians were angry and could not accept this. What do you mean by writing a poem halfway? Is there anyone else? Yang Gong said calmly. It's okay. It's okay. Half of the song is already amazing, although it is only half of a 7-character poem. But now that poetry is declining, this poem will cause a sensation in the Confucian forest when it is spread, and will be passed down by students everywhere. The poem has no name yet. Student. Shu Xinian still looked arrogant. In fact, he didn't know how to explain it. He could only maintain an arrogant attitude, so that people would not ask any more questions. But Yang Gong smiled even more brightly. The poem is written to bid farewell to me. I might as well name it for you. Li Mubai and Zhang Shen suddenly understood his intention, and frowned in their hearts. Yang Gong said, then let's call it Mianyang Pavilion to send Ziyang Hermit to Qinzhou. Shu Xinian replied respectfully, it's up to the seniors to name it. The two were even more angry at this shamelessness. In this time when poetry and prose are declining, this poem will cause a sensation in the Confucian forest when it is spread, and will be passed down by students. Ziyang Hermit's reputation will also rise accordingly. He deliberately attached his name to the poem, and it is clear that his intention is to not want fame and fortune for Yang Minlian. At this moment, Shu Xinian coughed and said, seniors, the truth is that I didn't write it, but someone else. Shu Qian could never have imagined that the two great masters would fight over him like this. Just when Shu Xinian was about to tell the truth, it was his elder brother who wrote it. The three seniors were shocked, and then Zhang Shen made a look of sure enough. They all argued heatedly about whether this great talent was in their library. Then they discussed even more heatedly where Shu Ju's elder brother studied. Why have I never heard of this character? Who did your elder brother study with? Hey, hurry up and tell us. A master like that, and we don't know about it at all. The fellow students were shocked. Shu Xinian suddenly realized that he had made a mistake. He himself was influenced by his rude father. I shouldn't have said it. Everything is low level, only learning is noble. As expected, the bookworms are arrogant. You are the same. If everyone knows that Shu Qian is just a rude warrior, an inferior mortal can also write a masterpiece of poetry, then where would we put our faces? Shu Xinian swallowed his saliva, and lied. He studies the classics at home, neither in Yunlu Academy nor in Gojijian. He has a personality that is indifferent to fame and fortune, and only wants to live a diligent and self-reliant life. The students of Bailu Academy were amazed, imbued with the spirit of humility. He is truly a role model for us to follow. After the farewell banquet, Ziyang Hermit set off for Qinzhou. As expected, the awarded jade pendant belonged to Shu Xinian. At this moment, Yang Gong smiled and said insinuatingly, such a great talent cannot be hidden. He must be recruited as a confidant. Be careful with your words and actions. The two great Confucians did not know whether they really did not understand or pretended to be ignorant, and silently saw Ziyang Hermit off. After the carriage left, Li Mubai suddenly pulled Shu Xinian aside. Shu Ju, I suddenly want to take a disciple. Forget about everything today. Take me to see your elder brother. Zhang Shen pushed Li Mubai away, and said in a loud voice, Shu Ju, if you and your elder brother both submit to me, wouldn't it be a beautiful thing? It doesn't matter whether you write poetry or not. The main thing is that I don't want to waste such talent. If you are lucky enough to write an immortal poem in the future, like Zhang Shen's Wuxi, that would be great too. Li Mubai was dissatisfied. Military strategy is not the mainstream. Reading books, one must first study the Jingye Tongxi Lun, cultivate oneself, regulate one's family. Zhang Shen said coldly, your way is the mainstream? Moreover, you are a loser. Wei Wuyan has not won a single battle. Shut up. Don't mention his name in front of me. I always cherish talents. And I have already accepted this student. You cherish talents? You just want to steal my talents. Shameless. Let's see if my heroic spirit can defeat you. The two great Confucians turned red in the face, and after a heated argument, they started to fight. This was the first time that Ling Yue had gone out shopping with her cousin. At this moment, Shu Qian looked at his younger sister, and suddenly had an idea. I can improve women's clothing to make it more beautiful, more attractive. In a flash, he thought of many kinds of costumes from his time, but he quickly dismissed the idea. This society is still conservative, and making such clothes would probably get me beheaded. Shu Qian's train of thought was interrupted by Lingyan's immature but urgent voice. Sister, I want to eat candied haws. Lingyan pointed to a street vendor. After the incident, the Shu family became poor, and life had been very difficult for the past month. Ling Yue did not have any money to buy candy for her younger sister. Lingyan turned to her brother and called out, "Big brother." Shu Qian was helpless because he didn't have any money with him either. But immediately, he stepped on something. Bending down to pick it up, it was indeed a tail of silver. I have money to go out and play with girls again. But it's really scientific. Every time I pick up just enough money. Could it be that heaven wants me to go out and play every day? Forget it. Let's focus on breaking through the qi refining realm. I don't know how strong the strongest person in this world is. When I become stronger in the future, I can find out the reason for this strange luck. Shu Qian generously bought 3 candied haws. Ling Yue thanked him gently. Shu Qian looked at her and secretly sighed that his younger sister was so beautiful. At this moment, a pair of tiny hands waved in front of him. Big brother, your candy's sweet? Lingyan asked softly, her mouth full of saliva. Guessing the little girl's intention, do you want to eat it? Ling Yue was startled. She didn't expect her brother to guess her thoughts. You're so smart. Shu Qian cleared his throat. Eating too much candy will cause tooth decay. Lingyan's face showed a look of confusion. What kind of decay? Shu Qian thought for a moment and then described, a kind of white and chubby worm, full of fat. As soon as he finished speaking, he saw his younger sister swallow her saliva. Her eyes filled with anticipation. Shu Qian had no choice but to give the candy to his younger sister. At this moment, Lingyan's attention was drawn to the scene in front of her. The Cinnamon Moon Pavilion was a third-class brothel, but one had to pay 2 copper coins for the cost of drinking. The price of the maid depends on the quality. 5 or 6 copper coins are enough for the low ones, and 1 or 2 taels for the high ones. Shu Qian calculated, and decided that he could not afford it. Lingyan spoke up, Big brother, the girls in those rooms are so beautiful. Shu Qian replied, they sell sex. Of course they have to dress up. Lingyan asked curiously, what is selling sex? Lingyan's eyes lit up as she looked up at the brothel, not wanting to leave. Ling Yue stamped her foot and called out, Big brother. She blamed him for discussing such things in front of her younger sister. Shu Qian hurriedly ran away. Lingyan waved her hand and said, Big brother is so good. Ling Yue whispered her thanks. Not long after, Shu Qian returned with a box of fish balls. But at this moment, he saw 4 or 5 gangsters surrounding Ling Yue. The 16-year-old girl was like a rabbit caught in a trap, defending herself while trying to escape. Lingyan was so worried that she wanted to cry. Seeing her sister being bullied, Lingyan also panicked, and ran in front of the gangster, pointing at his nose and scolding him. The gangster looked at the child who was screaming at the top of her lungs, and subconsciously swung the whip in his hand, causing the horse to rear up and kick its front hooves, charging straight towards Lingyan. Ling Yue screamed in pain. A wicked flame burned in Shu Qian's heart. Just as the horse raised its hooves, he pulled out the string of copper coins from his pocket, and threw it at the gangster with all his might. The 72 copper coins in the air rubbed against each other, creating sparks, and flew straight towards the gangster. The gangster did not react to the attack. Only one of the guards rushed out to block it, pushing him off the horse's back. Some of the coins missed, and some of them hit the horse. Blood splattered all over Lingyan's face, who was standing frozen in place. Her legs went limp, and she collapsed to the ground. She raised her hand to her face and wiped it. Her hands were covered in blood. Shu Qian hurriedly covered her hands, not letting her see, and then hugged her tightly. Don't be afraid. I'm here. It was so dangerous, but Lingyan didn't cry. Only when she saw him appear, she let down her guard and cry out. Since coming to this world, this was the first time Shu Qian had been angry. After saving Lingyan, he said to Ling Yue, take Lingyan to the Changhua County office and ring the gong. Say that I told you to go. Then ask Mr. Wang to send someone to the house of Zhu Baohu, the Imperial Blade Guard, to invite second uncle. He's probably on Wanglin Street. Ling Yue looked into his eyes, and said, be careful. Then she hugged Lingyan and left. At this time, the gangster also woke up from his panic, and said fiercely to Shu Qian, "You killed my horse." Shu Qian slowly stood up, and said coldly, "That's right, it was me. But now, I want to kill you too." At this moment, Shu Qian was angrier than ever before. The horse he had just killed was a red-maned black dragon colt, rare and expensive horse. Only generals and above in the army could ride it. Its value was equivalent to that of a supercar in modern times. In ancient times, those who had such supercars were definitely the descendants of high-ranking officials. But Shu Qian also held back his anger, because he knew that he could only defeat the nobles with the nobles. With his current status, he could not vent his anger. He lowered his voice and said gently, "My lord, I am Shu Qian, the nephew of Shu Pingzi, and the two people just now are my younger sisters. I do not know what I have done to offend you, my lord, that in a moment of impulse, I accidentally killed your precious horse. I will definitely compensate you." The young master asked in surprise, "Shu Pingzi is the one who lost the tax money?" Shu Qian breathed a sigh of relief. "Yes, my lord." But his face suddenly darkened. "I order you to cripple him, leaving only one breath." The guards drew their swords and approached. Shu Qian looked at the scene, and almost blurted out a few profanities. This guy has a problem with his nerves. Two of them rushed forward to attack. Shu Qian dodged to the side. They turned around and attacked again, and he ducked and dodged. Then he lightly stepped on the ground, and jumped high. What can these early-stage refinement realm cultivators do to me? But suddenly, the two of them jumped to the sides, and another one appeared above his head. By the time Shu Qian reacted, he was surrounded on three sides. He could not avoid it and was stabbed in the abdomen. Before he could move, the one above his head clapped his hands together and struck down. In an instant, Shu Qian fell to the ground like a bomb. At this time, the young master showed off, "Kneel down, and kowtow to me. Call me, Grandpa. I can spare your life." Shu Qian shouted, "It's great to taste the taste of Grandpa and Grandma. Instead of provoking you, I'd rather lose face." The young master ordered, "Kill him. Don't leave a breath." The guards pressed forward again. Shu Qian stomped down hard, cracking the tiles under his feet. He cursed in his heart, "It's time to show off." Seeing Shu Qian charging straight at him, before he could react, Shu Qian was right in front of him. In a flash, Shu Qian rushed past him. Several of his ribs were broken. He had never expected Shu Qian to be hiding such strength. Shu Qian did not slow down, and charged straight at the young master. With a look of horror on his face, Shu Qian grabbed his neck. Seeing that he was in danger, the young master tried to pull rank, but Shu Qian had already clenched his fist, and punched him hard in the stomach. The young master curled up into a ball, blood spurting from his mouth. Shu Qian said coldly, "You dare to bully my younger sister. You won't get off easy." Then he continued to punch him a few more times. The young master could not utter a word, only groaning in pain. The guards shuddered at the sight, but did not dare to step forward. The young master lay sprawled on the ground, and Shu Qian stepped on his face. "If you can't beat me, call for help. That's the rule since ancient times." He stepped on the young master's foot, and the guards around him did not dare to approach. But even though his body was limp, his mouth was still hard. "Do you know who I am? Who is your father, you rude thing? You're going to get a beating when you get home." Shu Qian kicked his wound. "I only know that a coward who is angry, his sword will not leave his body for 5 steps." The two sides confronted each other for a moment, and a group of guards in velvet uniforms, carrying broadswords on their backs, ran over. Wang Shongshu was in the lead. "Damn it, you dare to cause trouble and fight in Changla Street. Arrest them all." The guards replied in unison. A moment later, the young master and his guards were pinned to the ground. He still didn't understand what was going on, and asked, "What are you arresting me for?" "Arrest that Shu. I'm going to cut him into 1,000 pieces." But the guards ignored him completely, and pressed his head down as they dragged him back to the government office. Elder Wang turned to Shu Qian and said, "You're in big trouble now. That bastard is not simple. Do you have a plan?" Shu Qian thought to himself, "I have no choice." But he still said, "First, let's inform my second uncle." In the government office, another person appeared, and bowed to the young master. "Aren't you Master Chu? That's great. Minister Chu is here to visit." The young master angrily pulled at his sleeve, and pointed at Shu Qian. "He assaulted me and threatened to kill me right in the street. Arrest him quickly." County Magistrate Chu could only force a smile. Then he turned to Shu Qian, his eyes wide, and kicked him. "Damn it, you dared to hit the son of Minister Lang Chu. How many heads do you have to lose?" But in his heart, he sighed at Shu Qian's stupidity. Turning back, Magistrate Chu smiled flatteringly. "Young master, this is a case of dragons and phoenixes meeting. We are all family, so don't be so petty." Shu Qian's heart sank. He was the son of the Minister of Revenue, one of the 6 ministries. In the Great Phoenix dynasty, to know the influence of an official, one must not look at their rank, but at the power and authority behind them. There were many second-rank officials, but the few who sat at the pinnacle of power were the ministers and vice-ministers of the 6 ministries. Even if he called his second uncle, the captain of the Blade Guards, it would be useless. Beating up the son of a vice-minister was a big deal this time. The young master shouted angrily, "Stop talking nonsense. Aren't you going to arrest him? Then I'll do it myself." He waved his hand and ordered, "Arrest this brat for me." He declared that he would not believe that Shu Qian would dare to resist, and cause trouble in the county office. Magistrate Chu muttered, "Who dares to assault someone in the county office? Execute him without mercy." His subordinates drew their swords and rushed out, blocking the guards who were about to charge forward. Young Master Chu shouted, "Chu, do you dare to touch my people?" Magistrate Chu still smiled flatteringly. "Young master, don't misunderstand. I am an official of the court. I am only following the rules." He then took out a memorial. Here is a memorial saying that the young master rode his horse recklessly, and bullied the daughter of the Shu family. The accuser is Ling Yu. Young Master Chu snorted, "Riding a horse recklessly. See if I hurt anyone. Bullying the daughter of a good family. Chu, go out and ask around. See if I touched a finger of hers." Magistrate Chu put away the memorial. Then the girl must have made a mistake. Shu Qian was a little panicked. Magistrate Chu was not going to let this go. He had to save himself. If not, he would run away. But it would definitely implicate his uncle's family. While he was thinking in a panic, he saw one of young Master Chu's guards leaving the office. But Magistrate Chu could not stop him. Shu Qian thought for a moment, then approached Elder Wang. "Boss, I'm afraid I'm not going to be able to get out of this one. I have a favor to ask of you." Elder Wang took out a small handful of silver and handed it to him. Shu Qian took it and put it in his pocket, and then said, "Ride your horse to my house, and take the book with the green leather cover from the drawer next to my bed. Make sure it's that book. Don't make a mistake. Once you have it, go to the Imperial Observatory and find a girl named Tai Wei, and ask her to pass on a message that Shu Qian is in trouble, and needs help urgently." The Imperial Observatory was Shu Qian's last hope. He asked Elder Wang to take the book to Tai Wei. After listening, Elder Wang hesitated. "The Imperial Observatory is not a place where people like me can go." He immediately refused. Shu Qian had anticipated this reaction. He whispered, "If I'm unlucky, no one will ever return this silver to you. If you help me, next month's salary will be yours." Elder Wang gritted his teeth in anger, but what could he do now? So he cursed and stormed out of the office. At this moment, his second uncle also arrived. As soon as he entered the office, young Master Chu pointed at him and scolded, "Who are you? Do you think you can just barge in here? Get lost." But his second uncle ignored him. Having already understood the situation on his way here, he suppressed his anger and asked young Master Chu, "Can't we resolve this peacefully?" Young Master Chu was startled by his second uncle's gaze. He looked straight into his eyes and seemed to sense a murderous intent. He recalled Shu Qian's words on the street, and the arrogant boast stuck in his throat. At this moment, a majestic aura from outside the gate of the office permeated the air. "Captain Shu, you are a great official. If my young master does not forgive you, are you going to make a bloody mess of this?" His second uncle felt the aura coming from behind him, and realized that this person was a master of the refinement realm. This was going to be difficult to deal with. Young Master Chu was overjoyed. "Uncle, you must be heartbroken and angry to see my face injured. Those insolent servants have harmed me like this. I have watched you grow up, and even a small scratch on you pains me deeply." Shu Qian was as anxious as if he were on fire. A master of the refinement realm, 2 levels higher than him. What hope did he have? Magistrate Chu muttered, "You are," but the old man coldly interrupted, "Incompetent. Just an old servant of the Chu family. I dare not accept the magistrate's respectful address." Magistrate Chu forced a smile. "Senior, you are too modest. In my opinion, this is all a misunderstanding, and we should reconcile now. What do you think, senior?" The old man laughed coldly. "Just some insignificant scoundrels. How could they affect the master's case? Moreover, the Chu family has always governed the people with virtue, and done everything according to the regulations of the court." As soon as he finished speaking, there was a loud and chaotic sound of footsteps from outside the gate of the office. In no time at all, the old man was surrounded by guards. The leader was an official wearing a light robe, embroidered with a white tiger. He swept his gaze around the office. "The Ministry of Justice is arresting a criminal. All unrelated persons leave. Anyone who obstructs justice will be punished." After he finished speaking, Imperial Secretary Huang sneered at young Master Chu. "Young Master, where is the criminal?" Young Master Chu panicked. Shu Qian, arrest that son of a bitch for me. Imperial Secretary Huang waved his hand. Take him. The guards rushed forward and seized Shu Qian. His second uncle was alarmed. My lord, what crime has my nephew committed? Imperial Secretary Huang shouted angrily, guilty or not. This official will investigate it in the Ministry of Justice. I am the Vice Minister of the Ministry of Justice, and I always act fairly and impartially. Young Master Chu watched coldly as Shu Qian was dragged away. His second uncle wanted to stop him, but was held back by Magistrate Chu. Young Master Chu said to the old man, I want Shu Qian dead. A murderous glint flashed in the old man's eyes, but it quickly disappeared. Rest assured, young master, I will take care of it. His second uncle could only slam his hand on the ground. Helplessly, I must go and denounce this. Magistrate Chu sighed. Stop it. You will not be able to see the emperor in the palace. It is not a place where a mere captain of the imperial guard like you can enter. Moreover, you do not have the right to attend court. Now all you can do is go and find Shu Ju. He is a disciple of the Yunlu Academy. Perhaps he will have a way. Although the Yunlu Academy has been suppressed in the political arena, the people in it are not useless. They are a group that inherits the Confucian tradition. They are not only good at persuading with reason, but also with strategy. It was the Yunlu Academy that helped Shu Xinian escape his exile sentence in the past. The Heavenly Observatory is a mysterious place with many legends. The great men there can use astronomy and the power of law to communicate with immortals in the sky. The alchemists in the Heavenly Observatory benefit the people, and in people's hearts they are like immortals. Because they are immortals, no one dares to go to their residence, except for the unlucky Elder Wang. He wanted to give up several times, but he still held back. On the first floor of the Stargazing Tower, where ninth-ranked disciples of famous doctors gather, Elder Wang was discovered as soon as he entered. He scratched his head in embarrassment. I am the magistrate of Chongla County. His hand subconsciously tightened around the blue leather book. On the other side, on the 7th floor of the Stargazing Tower, Song Qing was a master among the 6th-rank alchemists. He was the 4th disciple of the director of the Heavenly Observatory. Anyone could call themselves a disciple of the director to the world. But in reality, the director only taught 6 disciples, who were known as the director's 6 sons. Day and night, he studied Shu Qian's method of extracting sodium metal, but he failed every time. At this moment, a panicked voice interrupted senior brother's train of thought. The magistrate came looking for you just now, with a message that Shu Qian is in danger, and he urgently needs help. After he finished speaking, he handed the blue-covered book to Song Qing. Song Qing felt that the name Shu Qian was a bit familiar, but he couldn't remember. He opened the first page of the book, and his eyes were hurt by the crooked handwriting. But the more he read, the calmer he became. On the first page was the title, The Principle of Equivalent Exchange. The Unchanging Law of Alchemy. Song Qing began to ponder the meaning of the words Edward Elric. Was it a code or a mysterious term for alchemists? He took a deep breath and quickly turned to the next page. The first sentence was entering the world of alchemy. Song Qing was shocked. How arrogant. Alchemy is the study of inner alchemy, and only geniuses can achieve it within half a year to a year, while the untalented will be useless even after 3 to 5 decades. Up until now, the Heavenly Observatory still does not have an official textbook. Song Qing opened the first chapter and began to read. Now he was even more shocked. He understood each individual word, but when he put them together, he couldn't understand anything. He could only think about chemistry. What is the physics being mentioned? What am I reading? The disciples in white were afraid to speak up, worried about their senior brother's unpredictable expression. Or maybe the senior brother had come up with some strange alchemy method again. Last year, the senior brother had tried to refine cat's flesh and blood into a plant, so that he could find his head again if it was cut off. But he was punished by the supervisor to kneel for a month. Song Qing was immersed in his own world, reading and reading until suddenly his eyes lit up. He found a detailed explanation of the alchemy method for casting tax money. The most important secret was in the latter part. He eagerly flipped to the next page, but only saw a blank page. At this moment, Song Qing wanted to kill someone, but then he thought back to old Wang's words. Shu Qian is in danger, and he urgently needs help. He immediately understood. This is a barter deal. Song Qing slapped the table. Listen up, junior brothers. This is an opportunity for the Heavenly Observatory to rise. A once-in-a-millennium opportunity. Alchemy may soon enter an unprecedented period of glory. On the other side, in the outskirts of the capital, Shu Xinian and his fellow disciples gathered on horseback, but he saw his father galloping over, shouting, Shu Ju. Then he recounted how Shu Qian had been arrested. Shu Xinian immediately understood the seriousness of the situation. If not handled properly, Shu Qian could lose his life. He immediately turned to the two carriages in front, and cried out, "Teacher, Master Mu Bai, my family is in danger. I beg you two teachers to save them." The two teachers stuck their heads out after hearing this. They said in unison, "He who writes a masterpiece need not worry about not having a bosom friend. Who in the world does not know you?" Li Mubai was furious. How could this happen? Zhang Shen was about to say something when Xu Ju interrupted him. "Your brother's matter is entrusted to me. You and your teacher should return to the library quickly." Zhang Shen said coldly, "Outsiders should not interfere. I will deal with my own students." Xu Xinian groaned inwardly. "This is not the time to argue. Teacher, he has been taken to the Ministry of Justice. I'm afraid something bad will happen." Li Mubai thought it made sense. Saving his future disciple was more important. He reached out and waved his hand. The coachman was gently blown off the road by the wind. Li Mubai took the reins himself, and said, "This is a fine horse that can travel 1,000 miles a day." Then, a miraculous thing happened. The horse neighed, and under its dark brown skin, its muscles tensed up. In the blink of an eye, it was twice as large as a normal horse. Li Mubai galloped away like the wind. Zhang Shen said coldly, "You should get off too." He pushed the coachman off, and took the reins himself. Zhang Shen said, "This horse is big and strong, and it can not only run 1,000 miles, but it also has 6 legs. A similar miracle occurred. 2 more legs grew out, and he quickly caught up to Li Mubai's carriage. Li Mubai was furious. "You old man, you have no shame. There is no such thing as a 6-legged horse." Zhang Shen sneered, "If I say there is, then there is." Li Mubai gritted his teeth. "Then my horse has 8 legs." Another miracle happened, and it was completed in an instant, and it surpassed the other. Zhang Shen's face darkened. "You old man, you have no shame. Are you deliberately trying to steal my disciple? My carriage is as light as paper, and it flies with the wind." Li Mubai's eyes widened. This old man doesn't want to live anymore. On the flying carriage, Zhang Shen turned around and shouted, "You shameless old man, come here." Li Mubai was furious. "I can accept defeat, but I can't lose face." He pointed to the sky. "My carriage can ride the clouds." The wheels emitted clouds of smoke, and in a moment, it shot straight into the sky. Xu Pingzi watched the scene with his mouth agape until the 2 carriages disappeared into the clouds. Swallowing his saliva, he muttered, "These scholars really know how to exaggerate." Xu Xinian looked up at the sky, the yearning in his heart. Is it not a bluff? This is the virtue of Confucianism. He also has another name, given to him by the drunken Lord Qianzheng. If you use literature to disrupt the law, and act unrighteously, you will be punished. Shu Qian was in chains, leaning against the cold wall. According to the documents he had read in the library, there were countless cases of wrongful convictions, but they could not reach the emperor's ears, so they were suppressed. But now, it is a time of development. Aren't you afraid of being attacked by the enemy? Shu Qian laughed coldly. They want to kill me quickly, and then use the lives of my family to threaten my second uncle to endure. That way, the consequences will be resolved. He realized that he had been wrong about one thing. The middle class, although well off, could be ruined if they offended the powerful even once. In order to live with dignity, he needed power and strength. At this moment, there was a knock on the door of the cell. The jailer said contemptuously, "Prepare to go to the execution ground." And then he made a gesture of a knife cutting off a head. "It's time to eat and cut off the head." The Minister of Justice was looking at the files, when suddenly a strong wind blew the files into his face. When he brushed it down, he saw that 2 more carriages had been added outside the courtyard, and 2 horses were lying flat on the ground. The visitors were Zhang Shen and Li Mubai. Minister Zun hurried out to greet them. "What brings you to the Ministry of Justice?" Zhang Shen clasped his hands. "Respected Minister Zun, your department has arrested a disciple of mine named Shu Qian. Please spare him." Minister Zun broke out in a cold sweat, arresting Yun Lu's student. Although the Imperial College had suppressed Yun Lu in the political arena, the Yun Lu Academy held the Confucian cultivation system, and was not to be trifled with. The old men of Yun Lu were very protective of their disciples, unless the disciple has really committed a crime. Otherwise no one would dare to provoke them. Before Minister Zun could react, a terrified prison guard ran over. "Minister, there is a group of people in white from the Tai Tianjian trying to force their way in. We can't hold them back anymore." Before he could finish speaking, Song Qing led his men in. Minister, we have come to demand the release of a man from the Ministry of Justice. Minister Zun's heart sank. Who is it? Shu Qian, who was unjustly arrested by the Ministry of Justice today. Minister Zun's whole body was drenched in cold sweat. Shu Qian again, how come this person is so powerful that he has both Yun Lu and Tai Tianjian making moves? In the Da Feng court, no one wants to provoke the Tai Tianjian. Even Yun Lu, who calls himself the orthodox Confucianism, can only endure when mocked by the Minister of Justice. The officials of the Ministry of Justice around him whispered, "What's going on? Who is Shu Qian? You are too ignorant. Haven't you heard of the tax case? The one who solved the case was Shu Qian. But this man is just a martial artist. How come he is involved with the Confucianism and the Tai Tianjian? That's strange. That's right, there is no Shu Qian in the file." Minister Zun frowned. Who went to arrest him? An official pointed at the crowd. It was Lord Huang. Lord Huang was terrified. Minister, it was an unexpected event, and I didn't have time to get the paperwork. This is a memorial from young Master Zhou, saying that someone assaulted him in the street and threatened to make him bleed 5 steps. Song Qing used his qi observing technique to see if he was telling the truth. Lord Huang continued. Mainly because he is a martial artist, and also the nephew of Shu Pingzi, and he is likely to evade punishment, so I decided to arrest him first. Li Mubai stepped forward. The sages taught that a gentleman should be honest. In an instant, Lord Huang felt his heart pounding, and his face flushed. The shame of being caught in a lie left him with nowhere to hide. His mind screamed at him for his despicable behavior, and his mouth involuntarily lost control, saying, "Young Master Zhou wanted to have Shu Qian killed in the Ministry of Justice. I wanted to please the young master, and sell him a favor." Lord Huang collapsed to the ground, his forehead covered in sweat. After he spoke, he felt a sense of relief. Minister Zun's face was completely gloomy. Release him. On the other side of the interrogation room, in front of Shu Qian was a false confession. If he signed it, the lightest punishment would be exile. But if the Zhou family wanted to harm him, sentencing him to beheading in the market was also possible. Young Master Zhou raised 2 fingers. I'll give you 2 choices. One is to plead guilty, and the other is to try all the punishments here before you pled guilty. Shu Qian's mind flashed. It was clear that he wanted to kill him. The young master sneered. How scary. What if second uncle makes a bloody mess again? The old man said coldly, "Young master, rest assured, he's just an ant. One slap will kill him." Shu Qian gritted his teeth. This way, I'll be in danger. Why hasn't Tai Wei arrived yet? Did that old man Wang go to the Tai Tianjian? If he did, with such an interesting book, why wouldn't she be eager to come? Young Master Zhou was amused by Shu Qian's expression. He said, "You were raised by your second uncle since you were a child, and your relationship must be very deep. I have reason to suspect that you two plotted this together." Shu Qian's temples throbbed. Was this guy not satisfied with killing him? At this moment, the door of the room was opened, and a cold voice rang out. "This is the Ministry of Justice. Does young Master Zhou want to interrogate the prisoner? Please return to the Ministry of Revenue." Young Master Zhou was furious. "Who are you to dare to obstruct me?" The man in green said, "The Minister of Justice has ordered Shu Qian to be released immediately." Shu Qian was relieved. He had finally waited for the order from the Ministry of Justice. The guard unlocked his shackles. Shu Qian stretched comfortably. "Fortunately, he hadn't killed me yet. Let me introduce myself again. I'm a newly accepted disciple of the censor." Young Master Zhou and the old man's expressions changed. How is that possible? If he was really a disciple of the censor, the tax case wouldn't have implicated the Shu family. After all, in the tax case, he had successfully extracted the metal Na. With this talent, it is not impossible for the censor to accept an exceptional disciple. Shu Qian looked around and didn't see the woman he wanted to see. She must be busy with something, so she asked her fellow disciple to save me. He sneered and bowed to Shu Qian. "Greetings, fellow disciples." Song Qing was a little confused. What fellow disciples? But he quickly understood. "Is the book with the blue cover written by you?" Shu Qian nodded and glanced around. "This is not the place to talk. Let's leave the Ministry of Justice and you can ask me anything you want." Young Master Zhou asked anxiously in a low voice, "Minister, why are there so many people from the Tai Tianjian?" Minister Zun said indifferently, "They're just here to ask for someone." Young Master Zhou hesitated and asked, "What about the other 2?" Minister Zun still had the same attitude. "They're also here to ask for someone." The 2 of them were struck by lightning. The Zhou family is doomed. What kind of monsters have I offended? At this moment, Li Mubai spoke up. "You are Shu Qian." Zhang Shen tore off the rope. "I am Shu Gu's master, the author of the poem, Don't Worry About Not Having a Bosom Friend. Who in the world doesn't know you?" Shu Qian bowed his head. "Junior Shu Qian, courtesy named Ning Yan, greets the two seniors. Song Qing urged him from behind. He really didn't want to stay a minute longer. It's done. Let's go back to the Tai Tianjian. Everyone watched as Shu Qian left. Young Master Zhou breathed a sigh of relief. The monster was finally gone. But Shu Qian stopped in his tracks, and turned to look at the two members of the Zhou family. I still have some unfinished business. In a feudal society, strength is the only truth. Shu Qian turned back, his expression indifferent. Young Master Zhou was startled and hurriedly pulled Minister Zun's hand to ask for help. But he turned away and shook his sleeve out of reach. Shu Qian took the handcuffs from the guard, silently pondering. Then he threw it straight at young Master Zhou's head. Blood splattered like his threat. Young Master Zhou looked at the old man with his dying breath. Uncle, save me. Then he collapsed to the ground. The old man seemed unable to control himself any longer. His temples throbbed violently. Shu Qian said coldly, slap me to death. In front of my fellow disciples and the officials of the Ministry of Justice. In front of the two great Confucians, slap this ant to death. The anger on his face receded like a tide. His body trembled as he took a few steps back. At this moment, Shu Qian also confirmed his thoughts. Only nobles can deal with nobles. Shu Qian bathed in the cold winter sun, feeling like he had been reborn. At this moment, Shu Erlang and his second uncle rode up on horseback. As soon as he left the gate of the mansion, Shu Qian met them and shouted happily, second uncle. Seeing that he was fine, second uncle was relieved. But second uncle was too surprised. Why did the people from the Tai Tianjian come? Shu Xinian bowed. Thank you, two teachers. Thank you, Li Mubai. Zhang Shen said coldly, your brother is so talented, but he has fallen into the martial arts world. Shu Xinian glanced at Shu Qian. How do you feel? But then Shu Qian's hand was grabbed by Li Mubai. Do you want to study at the Yunlu Academy? Zhang Shen was jealous. Old man, you're shamelessly robbing my disciple. And you're being so intimate even though you've only known each other for less than a quarter of an hour. He pushed people away and grabbed Shu Qian's hand. My disciples all study under you. It's better if we're in the same place. Shu Qian looked at his junior, but he had already turned his face away. He was embarrassed, and did not dare to agree to the two seniors. Shu Xinian panicked. Although you pursue martial arts, but the sea of learning is endless. You are talented in learning. If you study in the library, you will definitely surpass Shu Jiyu. Hearing this, Zhang Shen said coldly, my teacher and Li Mubai have their eyes on your poems, such as the Mianyang Pavilion. After he finished speaking, Shu Erlang's face darkened, and he did not dare to look at the two of them. Mianyang Pavilion. So that's what it is. Shu Qian understood the intentions of the two great Confucians. Yunlu Academy is struggling in the political arena, and it is naturally difficult to be recorded in history if one does not become an official. At this time, Shu Qian's poems and essays became even more important. These two old men are really cunning. Shu Qian curled his lips slightly, a little unconvinced. They didn't want to accept him as a disciple because of his good looks and character. The two of them still smiled, their expressions unchanged. Shu Qian immediately bowed. Thank you, two teachers, for your magnanimity. But this junior only wants to learn, and does not dare to accept your offer. Recently, your disciple has written a few famous poems, and will soon visit the two teachers at the Yunlu Academy. The two seniors were immediately interested. The more I look at my student, the more I like him. We will wait for you at Yunlu. Zhang Shen said and glanced at Shu Xinian. Shu Jiyu, you've been stuck for a year. Now you can't break through the realm. Go home and copy the words of the saints 300 times, and give them to me in 10 days. Shu Xinian was stunned. Zhang Shen created a sense of urgency. I'm going back first. One step of mine is 30 zhang. Zhang Shen took one step, and disappeared. Shu Qian opened his eyes wide. Where did my teacher go? Li Mubai gritted his teeth. That old man is deliberately showing off in front of my disciple. He drew a circle under his feet, and looked at Shu Qian. I am in this 3-inch circle. I do not belong here, but at the city gate. After he finished speaking, he disappeared into the mist. Shu Qian opened his eyes wide. Shu Jiyu. What realm have the two great Confucians reached? Shu Xinian still hadn't recovered from the nightmare of copying the words of the saints 300 times. Shu Pingzi said, according to Xinian, that is the morality of Confucianism. Shu Qian was shocked. It means that as long as we exaggerate, there is nothing we can't do. The morality of Confucianism can regulate human behavior, and use language to control. The The core ability of this realm is to initially grasp the principle of words follow the law, and can change the laws of all things to a certain extent. Therefore it is also called teaching with literature and law. Second uncle was envious. Every system has its own divine abilities. Only warriors are full of enthusiasm. That's why it is said that warriors are all rough. Shu Qian stared at Shu Xinian. Do you usually treat me well? Shu Xinian was silent. Shu Qian ignored him, and still admired that realm. Song Qing next to him couldn't stand it anymore, and coughed. Can we go now? The stargazing tower is the tallest building in the capital, and it cost 1/3 of the taxes of the Great Phoenix Dynasty in a year. It was designed and built by the alchemists of the Tai Tianjian, and completed after 12 years. It is a unique building in the world. Anyone who sees it for the first time will think it is a magnificent wonder. But Shu Qian, even though it was his first time seeing it, had a calm expression and was not surprised at all. Why? Because he had seen too many skyscrapers in his life. Nevertheless, he still explained, second uncle often says that you have had a calm temperament since you were a child, and you will be calm even in the face of danger. Perhaps this is innate. On the 7th floor of the stargazing tower, he met Tai Wei, whom he had met once. There were enough dishes on her table. Are you causing trouble again? Tai Wei asked with her mouth full of food. Shu Qian reached out to take a skewer of fish balls, but before he could answer, she grabbed his wrist, and slapped the food away. Her big eyes were full of alertness. Haven't you eaten yet? Senior brother, take him back and bring him back after he has finished eating. Shu Qian felt like he was seeing a grown-up version of Shu Lingyan. Tai Wei spoke up, the tax case is closed. Do you know who changed your uncle's tax money? Shu Qian shook his head. The one who changed the tax money was Captain Lu Wenqi, and Zheng Xin, the Minister of the Ministry of Revenue. I heard that Minister of Revenue Chu Xianping has a close relationship with them. Shu Qian's brain was shocked, and he almost uttered a few vulgar words. He immediately understood many things. No wonder young Master Chu was determined to kill him when he heard his name. Because he had solved the tax case and ruined his father's plot, so he wanted revenge. Perhaps today's events had been planned by him for a long time. The Chu family's mansion is in the inner city, far away from the Shu family's house. Why did he wander near the Shu family's house? He must have been spying on them on purpose. The Chu family had investigated him, and they could not have failed to know Shu Lingyu's face. But he still deliberately harassed the Shu family's girl, and his real purpose was to find an excuse to harm him, although it was a time of great development. But if he wanted to kill an unknown person like him, could he really move the third-rank Minister of Revenue? It turned out that ever since he had solved the tax case he had angered the Minister of Revenue. He had thought that he would stay away from the world, and live a leisurely life with his wife and children. If it hadn't been for Shu Erlang accidentally bringing the letter to school, if it hadn't been for him suddenly having the idea to write about chemical knowledge from memory, perhaps he would have been dead by now. He wouldn't even know the real reason why he had been harmed, and would only think that it was because of a conflict with the aristocratic families. There were too many strange coincidences. He secretly thanked his luck, for it had saved his life. Suddenly, Shu Qian asked Tai Wei, "Do you know the art of qi sensing?" Tai Wei swallowed. I know. 8th rank alchemists are called qi sensing masters. Qi sensing techniques are the foundation of our practice. All the advanced techniques that come after are based on qi sensing. But do you know why the 9th rank of the Alchemist Association is not a qi sensing master but a physician? Shu Qian looked away, not interested in this question, but he still asked curiously, is it because all alchemists have a heart to save people? Tai Wei sat up straight, looking as serious as a teacher, and very much enjoying the role of teaching. She said, all things have a destiny, and among them, humans are the most miserable. Humans' 8 suffering, 7 emotions and 6 desires are all controlled by their fate. Physicians who save people cannot avoid coming into contact with life, old age, illness and death. Gradually, they will develop eyes that can see through fate. Shu Qian liked intelligent and studious girls like her. He asked, then can you read my fortune? Tai Wei put on a thoughtful look, opened her eyes, and her jet black eyes emitted a ray of qi, instantly occupying his pupils. Shu Qian could feel it too, like needles pricking his back, making him very uncomfortable. After a while Tai Wei gently closed her eyes. Your fortune is a light pink mixed with a bit of black. Shu Qian hurriedly asked what it meant. The pink represents enjoying the blessings of the emperor, but the light color shows that you are still in the stage of accumulating virtue. The black is a bad omen. You must have experienced it. Shu Qian frowned. Then is there a color that represents the Son of Heaven? Tai Wei quickly interrupted him. Don't say that in front of me. If someone hears you, it will be a great crime. Apart from the emperor, no one is allowed to call themselves the son of heaven. Shu Qian stopped caring. If there isn't, then forget it. He reached out to take something, but Tai Wei slapped his hand away again. Wait until I'm full before I give it to you. Shu Qian was angry. You've already eaten half of the table. Is your stomach a black hole? But suddenly he remembered. What about the Minister of Revenue now? A few days ago he reconciled with young Master Chu, and the memorial was suppressed by the emperor. As for the two people who changed the tax money, they committed suicide to escape punishment. That means the evidence is gone. But nowadays if the emperor really wants to harm someone, then he doesn't need evidence. Shu Qian took the opportunity to ask about the affairs of the court. He kept asking Tai Wei all sorts of questions. But she wasn't very interested in politics, so her knowledge was limited. Soon enough he was asking her questions instead. Tai Wei was annoyed. You're really annoying. We of the Bureau of Heavenly Secrets don't care about politics. Shu Qian forced a smile, feeling that he had touched a nerve. He quickly changed the subject. How much did this meal cost? I paid the innkeeper 4 taels, and got back 1 tael and 60 copper coins. Tai Wei was confused. Then how much did we spend? Shu Qian thought for a while but couldn't figure it out either. Tai Wei happily handed him a pastry. We're the same in that we can't do math. She felt closer to Shu Qian. He took a bite. The taste is mediocre. Is this the best restaurant in the southern city? But his next words made Tai Wei's heart sink. I've had better. If you have time, come to my house and I'll cook you something delicious. As a foodie, she loved to hear about delicious food. Not long after, Shu Qian and Tai Wei arrived at the alchemy room. A group of doctors in white surrounded Song Qing, who was operating the experimental apparatus. Song Qing looked serious. Many times before, he had stopped at this step. He subconsciously looked at Shu Qian. The doctors in white also looked at him. Shu Qian nodded, his expression indifferent. Song Qing was relieved and clapped his hands, releasing a bolt of lightning to perform the final step of extracting the sodium metal. Suddenly, Shu Qian shouted, "Hold your breath." Everyone immediately followed suit without hesitation. Next, a scene that astonished the doctors in white occurred. In the alchemy furnace, an uneven lump of silver-colored metal formed, exactly like silver. The edges of the lump were still covered with unconverted material. They had succeeded in a strange way. But Song Qing was even more puzzled. I didn't change anything. It was the same before. He hurriedly asked Shu Qian if he knew the reason. Shu Qian thought, it must be because of my luck. The last time, it was also because Tai Wei was present that she succeeded in refining fake silver. But he couldn't say that to Song Qing. He smiled mysteriously. You shouldn't ask me this question. A mature alchemist must learn to think independently. I believe you have realized where the problem lies. Song Qing's mind was working at full speed, analyzing his previous failures and this success. The previous steps had not changed. The problem lay in the final step. I understand now. I understand now. Everyone hurriedly asked. Song Qing explained, it's the intensity of the lightning strike. He looked at Shu Qian for confirmation. He smiled and nodded. I call it voltage. Song Qing was surprised. Another word he had never heard. He knew about electricity, but what was voltage? Shu Qian explained the concept of voltage. Everyone looked confused. He sighed. Let's change the way we explain it. He took a cup of water and poured it on the ground. Electric current is like water. It flows downwards. Pouring water on a person is fine. But if you stand under a waterfall, the force of the impact will break your bones, or even kill you. Electricity is the same. Call this phenomenon voltage. The doctors in white understood immediately. A young man asked, is this also in the alchemy manual? Shu Qian nodded. Yes, only I have read and studied that manual. What I copied and sent to the Bureau of Heavenly Secrets is just a drop in the bucket. The manual not only recorded knowledge but also many unheard of alchemy methods. And I decided to share it with the Bureau of Heavenly Secrets. The doctors in white were overjoyed. But he continued, don't forget the principle of equivalent exchange in alchemy. Song Qing nodded, agreeing with Shu Qian. He represented everyone and asked, how much silver do you want? Shu Qian, that's too vulgar. Alchemy cannot be measured in terms of money. In his heart, he added, the things that cost nothing are the most expensive. In the Chongla County Government Office, Shu Lingyue held a handkerchief, tears in her eyes. Seeing the beautiful girl like a flower shedding tears, the guards felt their hearts break. They had not expected Shu Qian to have such a beautiful sister. Old Wang hurriedly comforted her, don't worry. The captain will save Master Shu. Everyone else also encouraged her. Shu Lingyue was somewhat surprised. Seeing how much they cared about her brother, Old Wang seemed to read her mind, and said with a smile, Master Shu is a respected man. Shu Lingyue was stunned, then whispered, Captain Wang, can you tell me about my brother? Old Wang was silent for a moment, then whispered, actually, people like us, how can we be clean? Not harming the people is already considered good. As for extorting money from merchants, isn't that a matter of course? But your brother is not like that commoner or merchant. He has never extorted money, forced others. Recently, because the Shu family was in trouble, we planned to make some money with him. He happily agreed. Later, I gave him 5 taels of silver, but he quietly returned it to the people. To say that he is sensible, how could he not know the saying that clear water does not hold fish? To say that he is not sensible, he is very good at life, has good relations with everyone. So when he got into trouble, everyone was heartbroken. Shu Lingyue listened in a daze. The image of her brother in her heart became taller, more radiant and heroic. Since childhood, she had admired Shu Xinian. Because in all things he was mediocre, only her second brother was well read. Her mother had always instilled in her that Shu Xinian was the only hope of the family, the pillar of the future. After her second brother passed the county examination this year, her admiration reached its peak. But the silver tax incident that sent the whole family to prison had overshadowed everything. In desperation, Shu Qian had found a way out for the whole family. And recent events had made her realize how trustworthy her brother was. At this moment, someone walked into the room. Shu Lingyue hurriedly stood up. It was her father and second brother. Magistrate Chu also arrived shortly after. He asked Shu Xinian, how is Master Shu? Shu Xinian said he was fine. He invited the master and Li Mubai, along with the doctors from the Bureau of Heavenly Secrets. The magistrate was startled. At this moment, Master Shu also understood. It was no wonder that the people from the Bureau of Heavenly Secrets were also present. Shu Lingyue was also surprised. Why does my eldest brother know the people from the Bureau of Heavenly Secrets? The magistrate immediately turned on the flattery mode. Master Shu, you are really admirable. It was obvious that Master Shu was very pleased, but Shu Xinian coughed uncomfortably. Interrupting, you have misunderstood, gentlemen. Li Mubai was not invited by me, but through the connections of my eldest brother. Everyone was stunned. The only 2 words in their minds were impossible. Shu Lingyue smiled. Her eldest brother was becoming more and more mysterious. At the Bureau of Heavenly Secrets, Song Qing led Shu Qian into a private room. This is the supervisor's 4th junior brother, Song Qing. He is a genius in alchemy, and also a prodigy in the alchemy world, passionately fond of biological experiments. Known as the alchemy maniac, Shu Qian was invited into Song Qing's secret room, which was full of strange things. The most eye-catching one was the wooden cat that could move. This masterpiece had just been created. Song Qing had combined a cat with a plant, hoping to behead it but still grow a new head like a plant. In fact, he had almost succeeded. Even though he had beheaded it, it grew back after 3 days. But the only failure was that it had completely turned into a plant, no longer able to move or think, and could only be raised in water. Song Qing looked at Shu Qian intently. What do you think of my idea? Shu Qian did not reply, but only looked at him with a strange look in his eyes. Song Qing frowned, somewhat disappointed. You also think there is a problem? Shu Qian finally decided to comfort Song Qing. I just feel that you are going in the wrong direction, because I have also thought about this alchemy method, but I named it the hybridization technique. Song Qing mouthed the word hybridization. His eyes lit up. Shu Qian continued, I can start with something small, hybridizing 2 similar species. For example, hybridizing 2 different breeds of cats to create a completely new species. It is possible that it will be a better species, or it could be the opposite. But that is precisely the charm of alchemy. What do you think? Song Qing immediately became interested. I think alchemy is not limited to inanimate objects, but also to living things. I think that living things are also within the scope of alchemy. That's why I transformed this cat. But my master did not agree. He said that life is not within the scope of alchemy, so he locked me up in solitary confinement for a long time. In his heart, Shu Qian scolded, good job, old master. But he still said, if you want to refute your master without being punished, I have a suggestion. You should try it on plants. Because plants are also living things, but their nature is much milder. In an ancient secret manual, I once read about an alchemy method that is very much in line with your idea. At this point, Shu Qian paused. Song Qing felt much better when he heard half of it. Why don't you continue? But Shu Qian pretended not to see it, saying, the toys here are quite nice. Then he hinted, what is the unchanging principle of alchemy? Song Qing immediately understood what Shu Qian meant. He said, "I can give you 3 gifts." Shu Qian nodded in agreement. Song Qing took out a bow and arrow. "With your current level of skill, I think this weapon is suitable for you. Its value lies in the fact that it has an array engraved on it that increases the power of the arrows, which can harm experts of a higher realm. But it can only be used 3 times, after which the array will dissipate." Shu Qian's mind was blown. This was a magic weapon. His second uncle had once said that the reason why the Great Phoenix had won the battle at Shanhai Pass was because of the cannons. Half of the power comes from the gunpowder, and the other half from the array. Magic weapons are the exclusive weapons of the Great Phoenix, and are the basis for the dynasty to call itself orthodox. Song Qing answered Shu Qian's question. In line with the principle of sharing knowledge, "Do you know what a 4th-grade alchemist is called?" Shu Qian shook his head. He didn't even know the names of the 7th grade in his own martial artist system. Song Qing said, "It's called a formation master. Alchemists create items, and formation masters engrave arrays on them. That's how they become magic weapons." Shu Qian seemed to understand a little. Doctors are 9th grade. 8th grade pharmacists lay the foundation for 7th grade spirit masters. Spirit masters, in turn, create the foundation for 6th grade feng shui masters. But feng shui masters have nothing to do with 5th grade alchemists below. 5th grade, 6th grade alchemists go hand in hand with 4th grade formation masters. Alchemists create weapons, and formation masters turn them into magic weapons. Shu Qian exclaimed, "The system of warlocks is truly impressive. No wonder Elder Qian is so respected in the Great Phoenix. He must definitely win over Tai Wei, not for any purpose, but just to find true love in this cold society." He secretly made up his mind. The second magic weapon Song Qing gave him was an object that looked like a mirror called the Heart Protection Mirror. Its true value lay in the array engraved on it. It could withstand 1 move from an expert in the Qi realm. It could withstand 6 moves from an expert in the Refining Essence realm, 3 moves from a Copper Skin Iron Bone expert, and 1 move from a 1000-layer Iron Bone expert. The last item was the Corpse Bone Heart Piercer, which could be applied to a sword to kill an expert in the Refining Essence realm. Copper Skin Iron Bone was useless against it, because the sword could pierce through the opponent's flesh. Shu Qian nodded. "I like these 3 items very much." While Song Qing was happy, he shared his grafting technique with him. But this was not entirely Shu Qian's fault. Although he had a wealth of knowledge, his practical skills were too poor. But it didn't matter now. Song Qing there to help him with the experiments. If he failed, it would be because his ability was lacking. But if he succeeded, the credit would be his. Song Qing was completely unaware of Shu Qian's scheme, and was still happily immersed in the ocean of knowledge. Shu Qian walked lightly up the stairs of the stargazing tower, hugging the 3 magic weapons and thinking that he could sell them on the black market and make some money, as a reward for reaching the 8th layer. But these items were too useful. He was a little reluctant. However, he also truly realized that money was indeed the only constant source of joy for mankind. "Today, I will reward myself. And tomorrow I will go out and find some fun. Speaking of which, if I exchange these 3 magic weapons for money, it will definitely make Shen Shen's face turn red." Thinking of this, Shu Qian became even happier, and skipped down the stairs, singing, "If only this wasn't a public place, I would have danced some more." But just as he turned the corner, Shu Qian encountered a group of strangers. The 2 groups faced each other. He immediately stopped singing, turned away, and felt goosebumps all over his body, wishing that his skin was a little thinner, so that he could have been embarrassed enough to burrow into the ground. There were 3 people at the bottom of the stairs. One of them wore a blue shirt and had the air of an intellectual. His temples were slightly silver, his features handsome, his eyes deep and dark as a lake rich in life, reflecting the passage of years. As the 3 passed by, the imposing and cold young man glanced at him. In that instant, Shu Qian felt as if he were being watched by something terrifying. His heart beat faster, and his whole body trembled. The 3 people continued up the stairs, and disappeared around the corner. Only then did Shu Qian breathe a sigh of relief. That guy looked down on me and was hostile towards me. Was it because my song lyrics were too reckless? I have to be careful from now on, especially in public. But then Shu Qian happily rapped his way down the stairs. The heavens cannot cover my eyes, and the earth cannot bury my heart. All Buddhas vanish into smoke and mist. On the other side, the 3 people had reached the 7th floor. Song Qing immediately bowed. But Tai Wei was still happily eating. Tai Wei didn't notice. The leader of the 3 was Wei Yuan, the leader of the anti-God squad. The other 2 were anti-God squad members Jin Lathine Nhu and Yang Yan. Song Qing hurriedly said, "Please, Mr. Wei. The master is drunk and taking a nap. Please wait for a moment." Mr. Wei didn't mind, and picked up the tea to drink. I just came up here, and I met an interesting young man. He doesn't seem to be a disciple of the Heavenly Inspection Division. Tai Wei was about to say something, but was stopped by Song Qing. He's just an ordinary nobody, but quite interesting. The Anti-God Squad is a well-known and powerful organization, and is seen as a tiger or wolf by both civil and military officials. They arrest people without reason. This organization operates in the field of espionage, arresting, collecting military intelligence, and recruiting enemy generals. They do not belong to the 6 ministries or the military, but are an intelligence organization of the imperial family. All officials of the Great Phoenix have heard the saying, "Do no evil by day, and fear not the anti-God squad by night." Song Qing was worried that Shu Qian had accidentally provoked this powerful official, unaware of his concerns. Mr. Wei asked curiously, "What's so interesting about that young man?" Song Qing hesitated for a moment and then said, "A genius. A genius of alchemy. If he hadn't strayed into the martial arts world, his name would have been recorded in history." Nan Gong Chinru let out a cold laugh. Mr. Wei nodded and smiled. In the Shu family courtyard, everyone was sewing winter clothes. At this moment, Lu Na whispered to his wife, "Yesterday, when I went to find Da Lang, I realized that he didn't have a winter coat." Li Ru touched her chest. "What are you trying to say?" Lu Na lowered his head. "Why don't we make one for Da Lang?" Li Ru coldly replied, "Don't even think about it. That little brat is always looking for an opportunity to provoke me. You want me to sew clothes for him? He comes here every day to eat, and he never contributes any money. With his big appetite, he almost bankrupted me. I originally thought about improving my relationship with him because he saved our family, but that little brat keeps finding opportunities to anger me. Even the heavens can't forgive him. There's a good saying, a dog runs 1,000 miles to eat shit, and a wolf runs 1,000 miles to eat meat." At this moment, a panicked voice rang out. Li Ru was scolding her subordinates when she saw the housekeeper running over in a panic. "Madam, something has happened to the young miss." Li Ru froze upon hearing this. Not long after, she ran into the Shu family's room, crying. She saw Shu Pingzi holding the sleeping Lingyan in his arms, with Shu Xin. Seeing his wife running over in a panic, Shu Pingzi spoke first to calm her down. "It's all right, the spirit child is just sleeping." Then he handed his daughter to his wife to hold. Li Ru hugged her daughter tightly and breathed a sigh of relief when she saw that she was okay. But she didn't leave. Instead, she asked through her tears, "What happened? Why is she like this?" Shu Pingzi sighed, and told his wife what had happened. "Ning Yan has escaped. The incident is more or less over. If it weren't for him, the 2 children would have been in danger. He's stubborn, but he has never been lacking in his duty to our family. If it were someone else, would they have risked their lives for our daughter like that? You always hate him, thinking that he's leeching off of this family, and blaming him for the cost of raising him. You find his words unpleasant, and you always oppose him. But have you ever thought about him? Is it easy to live off of others for 20 years? Isn't his heart sensitive? When his daughter was kidnapped, he was able to rush to her rescue, risking his life. Fortunately, there were no regrets this time. But if she really doesn't come back, will you be heartbroken this time?" Li Ru was unable to refute. Her tears spoke for her. Shu Lingyue couldn't help but shed tears as she listened. This was the first time she had heard her father speak of her eldest brother in this way. Lingyue burst into tears again. She was determined to repay her elder brother. Shu Xinyuan looked at his mother, who had always been strong, but who now looked scared and regretful. Although she often called her eldest brother names like monster and detestable, she still cared about him in her heart. After all, she had raised him for 20 years, so it was inevitable that she would have feelings for him. Shu Pingzi glanced at his son, then snorted. If it had been Shu Xinyuan, instead of Ning Yan, who had been kidnapped, wonder how she would have fared. Shu Xinyuan was surprised, never expecting his father to embarrass him like this. Not long after, Li Ru carried the spirit child into the bedroom. Suddenly, she said, "Lu Na, take second uncle's and second brother's winter clothes and shrink them down a size. We'll use them to measure Da Lang when he comes back." Lu Na was a little incredulous. "Have you changed your mind, ma'am?" Li Ru snorted. In her eyes, "I'm a wicked stepmother." Lu Na thought to herself, "That's right." Elsewhere, Shu Qian was engrossed in writing his diary. The author still maintained the spirit of extending the number of words, forcing the character to make writing a diary a habit. November 16th. This is a day worth remembering, for I have finally made up my mind to give up my wealthy but dull and boring life. I need power and force. There are 2 thoughts. One is to change the direction of my cultivation, and switch to Confucianism. As long as I can please the 2 great Confucians, I believe that they will wholeheartedly support me. It's better than me struggling on the path of a martial artist. Shu Qian sighed. Other people travel and show off their poetry and prose, while I use them to trade. Perhaps this is my difference. But the disadvantage is that I have to relive the nightmare of being dominated by high school education, and I'm not sure if I'm good at it. I'm almost 20 years old. It may be too late to change my cultivation path. Secondly, try a little harder. Successfully capture Tai Wei's heart. With the protection of the Grand Elder, even if I don't try, I will still live a comfortable life. That future is beautiful, but it also has its drawbacks. I will have to give up my life with 3 wives and 4 concubines. At the same time, I will also have to say goodbye to my hobby of listening to music. This sacrifice is a bit big. Third, sell the magic weapons obtained from the Heavenly Records Division in exchange for a chance to advance to the 9th level. The disadvantage is that my martial arts are still mediocre, and it will be difficult to make significant progress on the path of martial arts without any support. Second uncle, who has been stuck at the peak of chi refining for nearly 10 years, is the best example. For now, I will report the situation to the Heavenly Records Division and the Wenlu Library, and they will discuss the next plan. I have a feeling that the storm over the tax case is not over yet. Shu Qian had just climbed over the wall into the house when he saw Shu Lingyan practicing martial arts unsteadily, punching first with her left hand and then with her right, muttering fake punching under her breath. He gently kicked her in the butt. Lingyan fell to the ground with a thud. "Why did you kick me? I was practicing dancing. Are you provoking me?" Shu Qian was surprised, but quickly understood. Perhaps the events of this morning had left a shadow in the mind of this 5-year-old girl. She felt the need to learn martial arts to help him next time. He laughed and said, "That's right, I'm challenging you." So what? Lingyan looked at him angrily. Daddy said that popularity is a confidant. What is that Shu Qian said for her? It's honor. Lingyan said coldly, "That's right, honor. I'll fight you." Then she rushed forward, punching randomly. Shu Qian pressed one hand on her head. Lingyan screamed and punched and kicked randomly. Annoyed, Shu Qian suggested, "I'll give you a drumstick, and you can lose." Lingyan's eyes lit up and she nodded vigorously. "What about my honor?" Lingyan said as she chewed. "What is honor, brother?" Shu Qian had a headache and patted her on the shoulder, saying, "You have a future." In the study, Shu Qian went straight to the point, asking his second uncle and cousin for their opinions on the afternoon's events. "What do you two think about what happened this afternoon?" Shu Pingzi seemed confused. "It's over now." Shu Xinyuan frowned. "You mean that young Master Chu might retaliate against us?" Shu Pingzi waved his hand. No. Normally, it would be fine. But today, with the great confusion from the Wenlu Library and the Imperial Physician from the Heavenly Records Division present, I don't think the Chus will dare to cause any more trouble. Shu Qian said, "Today I learned that the Minister of Revenue Chu is behind the tax case." Shu Xinyuan thought for a moment. So, today's incident was not a coincidence, but Chu Li's deliberate revenge. Shu Qian was a little surprised. "Well done. It's not for nothing that you passed the Jurin examination. You have a very good mind. If it were just second uncle, today's matter would have been meaningless. Because when cornered, he would have told us brothers to go out and kill people. He is indeed a crude martial artist, usually gentle and timid, but also has a bit of spirit." Shu Xinyuan, faced with his younger brother's accusation, immediately came up with the strategy of it is better to strike first than to be struck first. Shu Qian was surprised, and it was hard to imagine Shu Erlang saying such a tough sentence. But as the head of the family, Shu Pingzi felt that he could not remain silent. "Retract your foolish and reckless thoughts. Even if you are only a Jurin, or even if you pass the Jinshi examination, don't even think about provoking Minister Xian Ping." But as soon as he finished speaking, he was ruthlessly negated by his nephew. "I think Erlang's thinking is right. We are not offending Chu Li, but Minister of Revenue Chu Xianping. Chu Li may not dare to retaliate. But what about the Minister of Revenue? We not only disrupted his business, but also injured him. For anyone with a bit of backbone, they would definitely not tolerate it. Moreover, in Minister Chu's eyes, the Shu family is synonymous with an eyesore. He has even less reason to spare us." Shu Pingzi still felt uneasy. "We can't confront Minister Chu. Fortunately, you know the Imperial Physician of the Heavenly Records Division, and Erlang is a student of the Wenlu Library. As long as we live in peace, no one will dare to disturb us." Shu Qian reminded him, "Uncle may not know. The Imperial Physician of the Heavenly Records Division does not interfere in political affairs." Then he continued, "When the silver tax case occurred, I was also a student of the Wenlu Library. But today, Big Brother was lucky to return because Chu Li's methods were too immature. But if Minister Chu takes action, another sleep camp incident will take place legally, and the Shu family will be executed. The Heavenly Records Division and the Wenlu Library can't possibly rob the prison for us, and confront the court. Shu Pingzi felt his authority as head of the family shaken, and frowned with worry. Then how are we going to deal with the Minister of Revenue? He's a third-rank official. Shu Qian was also at a loss. I don't know either. I'm just an innocent traveler. He looked at Shu Erlang. What do you think, Erlang? Shu Xinyuan was silent for a moment before saying, think about something. The silver tax was robbed, and the emperor was furious. Obviously valuing money, he should have punished the criminals severely. But nothing happened. I think there are two possibilities. One is that the Minister of Revenue has a backer. The other is that the emperor has some concerns, and wants to maintain a certain balance. He once said that there have been many generations of corruption in the Chu family, and brutality. Why only mention Minister Chu and not the other minister? As well as the Minister of Revenue, Shu Qian pondered. You're right. An enemy of Minister Chu is blocking his way. The teacher once said, since ancient times, the core of the emperor's art of governing the country has been balance. The emperor does not harm Minister Chu, which means it has to do with factions. Shu Qian stroked his chin, thinking, perhaps the usual art of governing the country is effective. But now that the imperial examination is approaching, as long as we find Minister Chu's weakness, we will have a great chance of getting rid of him. Even the emperor cannot do as he pleases in front of the imperial examination. Reason is the key factor in the Confucian art of slaying dragons. Therefore, Minister Chu's enemies will not let it go. Shu Xinyuan was surprised. He did not expect his eldest brother to know the 3 words art of slaying dragons. This is still the same old hooligan eldest brother. Shu Qian thought to himself, I've just watched a lot of costume dramas. Shu Xinyuan asked in a questioning tone, then what do you think we should do, eldest brother? Shu Qian cursed in his heart, you just won't give up, will you? If it were the female lead, this kind of stubborn personality would not be so cute. I prefer the kind of cute girl with 36D. But on the surface, he said calmly, why did Minister Chu cause the tax case? It certainly wasn't for embezzlement. Because embezzlement can be done at any time. There is no need to cause trouble before the imperial examination. Perhaps he needs a large sum of money urgently to plug a hole. The reason for plugging the hole is to deal with the imperial examination. Shu Xinyuan asked, so what should we do? Therefore, we must find out the real reason why Minister Chu embezzled the taxes, so that we can expose him, convict him, and punish him. Shu Qian was about to say so when he suddenly saw Shu Pingji's excited eyes. He immediately held back. At this moment, Shu Pingzi slapped his thigh, stood up, and said excitedly, I understand. So we have to expose this, so that the Chu family will have nowhere to hide. He was very excited, feeling that his brain had finally become creative this time. Shu Xinyuan coughed. Father, I think that you, as the captain, can openly investigate the Minister of Revenue, and access the ministry's files. Shu Qian coughed. Thank you, second uncle, for sacrificing yourself, and helping us reduce our crimes. After 2 heavy blows, Shu Pingzi felt that he should keep silent. After the round of debate, Shu Xinyuan was a little dissatisfied that he could not overpower his elder brother in terms of intelligence. Answering the question of what the eldest brother should do, Shu Qian thought for a moment and then gave 4 words. A tiger swallows a wolf in shame. We are not the main force against Minister Chu. We just need to deliver the final blow to finish him off. But I haven't figured out how to do it yet. Shu Xinyuan nodded in agreement. That's a good approach. If not, we don't need to confront a third-rank official directly. He must have his own means and strategies, and we cannot match him. But everyone has weaknesses. Shu Qian's eyes lit up when he thought of Chu Li. Shu Xinyuan's eyes flashed with an evil look. That's right. Compared to Minister Chu, Chu Li is easier to deal with. If the charges are not sufficient, we will create charges, and give Minister Chu's enemies a chance to destroy him. The imperial examination is coming soon. If Minister Chu's son commits a serious crime, as a father, he will find it difficult to escape responsibility. The emperor may cover up once, but he may not cover up a second time. Speaking of which, Shu Xinyuan paused. Although this approach is not bad, the other party is not a fool. The technique of falsely accusing someone may not be effective. Listening to the discussion between his father and son, Shu Pingzi gradually realized that he had been pushed to the sidelines of the discussion, and had no chance to speak. But following his son's train of thought, the idea in his mind gradually became clear. The more he thought about it, the more possible it seemed. Finally, unable to hold back, he slapped the table excitedly. My son, you really have the bearing of a pillar of the family. Shu Qian felt uncomfortable in his heart. Oh. Shu Qian took the opportunity to criticize Shu Xinyuan. It is not without reason that the saying goes that empty book learning harms the country. Even second brother cannot avoid this mistake. Shu Pingzi pursed his lips. Then please enlighten me, eldest brother. Shu Qian was not flustered at all. We need to think not about how to scheme against Chu Li, but to observe Chu Li, collect information about him, and then synthesize it to make a plan. In the process of careful consideration, you will evaluate the feasibility of the plan. Second brother is a juror, and can come into contact with Confucian scholars and civil officials, and use them to collect news from the court. We'll also find out information about Chu Li, not missing any details. Second uncle. The Chu residents in the inner city. Usually you manage the inner city. The outer city uncle. Please send someone you trust to follow the Chu residents. You should not do it yourself. One day, where did Chu Li go? What did he do? Who did he meet? We need to know. Shu Pingzi nodded confidently. Suddenly thinking of something, he looked at Shu Qian. What about you? Shu Qian smiled mysteriously. I will find a way out for Chu Li. Second brother, tonight we will discuss the detailed plan. At the same time, I would also like to ask you a few things. Tonight I will sleep in your room. Late at night, Shu Xinyuan secretly asked, eldest brother, are you asleep? Shu Qian replied, not yet. But immediately after, Shu Xinyuan said, you are pressing on me. Shu Qian was startled, but then Shu Xinyuan said, take your elbow back. Shu Qian hurriedly withdrew his hand. There was a moment of silence as they listened to each other's breathing. Shu Qian asked, how long has it been since we slept together? Shu Xinyuan thought for a moment. After we were 10 years old. Ever since you started extorting 100 taels of silver from this family each year, and then had a conflict with mother, we have gradually become estranged. Shu Qian laughed to himself. I thought you would say something arrogant like, we have never slept together. Shu Qian could not help but sigh. Time flies so fast. Now we can still sleep together, but Ling Yue can never. In Shu Qian's heart, Li Ru's status was actually not bad. Sleeping with Shu Xinyuan tonight, he could not help but recall many old memories. Shu Qian sighed. Actually, it is not Li Ru's fault. With his current job as a 100 households officer, it is very difficult to earn money no matter how hard second uncle works. He can only earn more than 200 taels a year. Half of it is used to support me, and the other half is your living expenses. Of course she would be resentful. Shu Xinyuan changed the subject. If we don't get through this time, the Shu family will really be ruined if Minister Chu does not collapse. After the imperial examination, disaster will befall our family. Shu Qian said, don't worry. I will make arrangements for the future. That's not possible after the imperial examination. Our whole family will leave the capital. You and uncle are skilled in martial arts, and you can live anywhere you go. But I have studied hard for 10 years and finally passed the Jurin exam. Shu Xinyuan snorted. Official positions and benefits are like fleeting clouds. You are a scholar, and you study the way of the sages, and you don't care about such trivial things. Shu Qian nodded in agreement. Heaven did not give birth to me. Shu Xinyuan, the wind will blow for eternity like a long night. A small boat can be overturned by ambition. Shu Xinyuan got up and ran away with his quilt. Shu Qian ignored him no matter how he called out. The next morning, Shu Lingyue opened the window, and let the first rays of sunlight into the room. As she was enjoying the fresh air, she suddenly saw someone passing by the window. It was Shu Qian. The two siblings looked at each other in silence for a few seconds. Shu Qian looked down unconsciously. Shu Lingyue screamed and slammed the window shut. Shu Qian thought to himself with joy. My sister has grown up. Although I did not raise her myself, I have watched her grow up. Oh my! In the room, Shu Lingyue knelt down, her face red and her ears pink. Hugging her chest, the maid servants muttered, Miss, you must change this habit. You must dress neatly before opening the window. Now eldest brother has seen everything. Fortunately, he is a family member. If it were an outsider, would she still be alive? Shu Lingyu's face was flushed, and her mind was filled with the scene just now. Elsewhere, Shu Lingyan knelt on the floor, holding a toothbrush and brushing her teeth seriously, as if it were a very important task. When Shu Qian arrived, she said, Hello, brother. With toothpaste foam in her mouth, Shu Qian asked curiously, Why are you brushing your teeth yourself? Lingyan said seriously, Father said that boys have to be self-reliant to be good at martial arts. Shu Qian was embarrassed. Do you know that you are a girl? Lingyan said innocently. Yes, Shu Qian said. Then do you know the difference between boys and girls? Lingyan looked confused. What's the difference? Shu Qian had a bit of a headache. Well, this has to do with sex education. It's too long to explain, and you wouldn't understand anyway. But Shu Qian quickly came up with an idea. To put it simply, boys grow up to be fathers, and girls grow up to be mothers. Lingyan nodded. Oh, so that's what it is. No wonder mother always calls me a little devil. I run around the room, shouting happily, I'm a little devil. Shu Qian silently closed the door, deciding not to eat at home this morning. The capital was as bright as 1,000 flowers in the morning. There were breakfast stalls everywhere. Shu Qian finished his meal at a roadside stall. But when it was time to pay, the stall owner saw Shu Qian's luxurious clothes and refused to take his money. Shu Qian pointed to the empty plate. Really, it's okay. Your breakfast is enough to feed 4 or 5 people. The stall owner swallowed his saliva and felt very sorry, but he did not dare to take the money. Otherwise, he would be driven out of this market. Seeing this, Shu Qian waved his hand to dismiss the stall owner. I'll sit here for a while longer. You go ahead, don't bother me anymore. The stall owner had no choice but to accept it and consider himself unlucky. Today, it seems like I'm not going to make any money. The Great Phoenix Dynasty's system has long been outdated. If it is not reformed, the people's lives will not improve. Shu Qian looked at the stall owner's busy figure, recalling his regretful eyes but not daring to take his money. How pitiful, like a beggar. From ancient times to the present, those who have caused the deepest harm to the common people have always been the ants that the upper class cannot see. After finishing his meal, Shu Qian left silently. The stall owner breathed a sigh of relief. Finally leaving, then he went over to clean up the dishes. But then the dishes were thrown on the table. The stall owner ran out in a panic, wanting to chase after the guest. But on the crowded street, Shu Qian was nowhere to be seen. He opened his mouth, his throat as if choked by something. For the first time in years, he had encountered a guest who paid for his meal. Not long after, Shu Qian took a leave of absence from the mansion and returned home. Because today he and Shu Xinyuan were going to the Wenlu Academy. On Mount Qingyun, 60 miles from the capital. On the road, the two rode horses side by side. Shu Qian asked, "Second brother, I'm very curious. In your opinion, is the sage the best?" Shu Xinyuan arrogantly raised his chin. "Do you think I know?" Shu Qian rolled his eyes. "If you don't know, then don't. Why do you have to be so arrogant?" Shu Qian muttered. "How long did the sage live?" Shu Xinyuan thought for a moment. 82 years. Shu Qian was a little surprised. The founder of Taoism only lived to be 82. Even if he's not a first-class person, he can't be that bad. Although that would be considered long-lived for ordinary people in this era. But the world has extraordinary power. Even the sage cannot live forever. Shu Qian stopped thinking wildly. Because the purpose of this trip was to find a way out. Before they started their action, they decided to send the women in the family to the Wenlu Academy first. That way, even if the Shu family were to be avenged, Wenlu could also protect them. But Shu Xinyuan said that Wenlu did not accept outsiders. That was the rule, even he could not convince his teacher to allow it. You sure? Shu Qian shook his head. Everything depends on the person. In the Wenlu Academy, the great chess player Li Mubai was standing beside two friends who were arguing fiercely. "I made a wrong move. Let me take it back," Chen Tai replied. "Once you make a move, you can't regret it. That's the rule." Chen Tai had been one of the 4 great Confucian scholars of Wenlu since he was a child, and his talent for governing the country was highly valued in the political arena of the Great Phoenix. Li Mubai shook his head as he looked at these two chess fanatics. Then he interrupted their argument. "Where's the dean?" Zhang Shen looked down at the chessboard. "The princess is here. The dean is with her." Chen Tai sighed. "In 3 months, it will be the Shang exam. But the students in the academy are not studying hard. Last night, I went to inspect the dormitory, and very few people were staying up to read. The few lights that were on were shining on chessboards." With that, he swept his hand across the chessboard, scattering the pieces. Zhang Shen sighed. "They're playing around and losing their minds." Zhang Shen was angry. Losing is losing your mind. And winning is showing off. If Li Mubai doesn't know how to play chess, then he shouldn't criticize others. The students of Wenlu have a hard fate. Even if they pass the Juran or Tong Jinshi exams, it is difficult for them to enter the political arena. They are often exiled to remote areas or buried in some dark corner. This shattered the students' aspirations for the imperial examinations. Everyone was silent for a moment. Then Zhang Shen said, "We can't let this wind blow any stronger. We have to boost the students' morale for the exams." Chen Tai looked serious. "Even if we have to try our best, Wenlu cannot give up on the path of the imperial examinations." Li Mubai suggested, "Why don't we open a class to encourage learning?" Li Mubai suggested, "Why don't we ask the dean to come out and encourage learning?" Chen Tai put his hand to his forehead. "The dean gives a speech of encouragement every year, but it doesn't have much effect, so it won't have much effect now." Chen Tai frowned. "Then let's try something else. What do you two think of writing?" Li Mubai shook his head. it won't win people's hearts. Zhang Shen said, then all that's left is poetry. Since ancient times, poetry has touched people's hearts. A good poem will have more effect than opening a school. But poetry in the Great Phoenix has long been in decline. This task could be given to Yang Ziqin. He is the best among us. Chen Tai said, he is good at attacking the military, but compared to us, he is more suitable for the Shang exam. Seeing that they were about to quarrel again, Zhang Shen's student hurriedly walked in and bowed. Teacher, Xu Xinyuan has arrived after the student left. Zhang Shen immediately boasted, I recently accepted a new student, who is a fellow countryman of Xu Xinyuan, and his talent is extraordinary. Li Mubai immediately added, he is also my student. Chen Tai thought to himself, that poem is truly known to everyone. Yang Ziqin's reputation will be passed down through the ages thanks to that poem. It is truly admirable, but talent is rare. How many Confucian scholars only write a few good poems in their entire lives? And even fewer are recorded in history. Having written the classic ancient scripture, who doesn't know your name, that is a blessing from heaven? Hearing this, my soul was shaken. But to expect one or two more poems to leave a lasting legacy with you is too greedy. You too value fame and fortune too much, and gradually the integrity in your hearts will be gone. Immortal poetry is not easy to write. Moreover, that person is not a Confucian scholar. It is a great fortune to have a poet at all. Zhang Shen and Li Mubai seemed to realize their mistake as well, that they had valued fame and fortune too much, so they bowed their heads and clasped their hands in apology. Chen Tai laughed heartily. Knowing your mistakes and correcting them is truly commendable. There is nothing better than knowing how to correct your mistakes. The two brothers had originally come to Wenlu to find a place to hide, but they had unexpectedly become a stage for Xu Qianshan to perform. Xu Qianshan and Xu Xinyuan entered the study and bowed to their teacher like students. Li Mubai asked, Erlang, have you come to school because you want me to review some of your work? Xu Qianshan shook his head. No, teacher. I have something I would like to ask your help with. Xu Qianshan then told his two masters about his situation, but he concealed his intention to take revenge on the Minister of the Revenue. Li Mubai glanced at Zhang Shen with a helpless expression. Young man, the school does not allow outsiders to stay. That is the rule, Xu Xinyuan said, but the princess often stays in the school. Zhang Shen shook his head. The princess is a member of the imperial family. That is different, Xu Xinyuan nodded. The school does not allow outsiders to stay, unless they are members of the imperial family or the nobility. Xu Qianshan almost laughed out loud. Erlang's unique skill is still sharp. Li Mubai said, come on, student. I'm also looking forward to the day when you enter the realm of the mandate of heaven. The corner of Zhang Shen's mouth twitched. Chen Tai smiled at Xu Qianshan. You are Xu Ningen, pretending to be a Confucian scholar, aren't you? I heard that you are quite talented, so do something that will satisfy all three of us right here. I will allow your female relatives to stay in the school and ensure their safety. Xu Qianshan had already made up his mind. Allowing his family to stay was not as important as the last sentence, which was to ensure their safety. That was the purpose of the two brothers coming here. Xu Qianshan secretly exclaimed, you want to steal my product? He did not agree immediately but hesitated. Is it free poetry or a theme? The three great Confucians glanced at each other. Zhang Shen said, encouraging learning. Xu Qianshan sighed inwardly. Sure enough, he could not write freely. If so, I can write an immortal poem right away. At the same time, Xu Qianshan breathed a sigh of relief, because this topic was not too difficult for him. His literary talent could also cope with it. In the field of encouraging learning, in terms of fame, the saying a house of gold for books, a beautiful woman for books is probably the most appropriate. If I'm not mistaken, this poem was written by the emperor of the Song dynasty, and it is full of the temptation of fame and fortune. However, the students of Wenlu have always had a hard life, and Erlang once lamented that he did not know where he would be exiled to in the future. If you use this poem, won't you be poking the hornet's nest of Wenlu? Seeing that Xu Qianshan had been silent for a long time, Xu Xinyuan frowned with worry. Of the three, Zhang Shen and Li Mubai were still looking forward to it, while Chen Tai waited with a smile. Xu Qianshan withdrew his thoughts, and bowed his head. I am clumsy. Erlang, please write for me. Just thinking about my own handwriting, I feel ashamed, so I asked Xu Xinyuan to hold the pen for me. Xu Qianshan tapped the table a few times, and then read, 3 lamps in the evening, 5 roosters in the morning. It is the time of youth that one should study. Black hair does not know how to be diligent. White hair is ashamed of reading slowly. Xu Xinyuan finished writing with a slightly emotional expression. Li Mubai and Zhang Shen praised it together. Erlang is truly a genius in poetry. Chen Tai savored the poem, and only understood 3 parts of it. The sweetness was thick, and the impression was deep. I still remember when we were young, we studied together at Wenlu. Zhang Shen also recalled his youth when he was studying, and sighed. The poem accurately describes our situation at that time. When we were young, our family was poor and we could only eat 2 buns a day. Often in the middle of the night, our stomachs were growling, and we tried to stay up late to study. Li Mubai pondered. So that's why you always stole my eggs. Zhang Shen was displeased. A Confucian scholar's business. How can it be called stealing? It's just borrowing. And I'll return them to you later. Li Mubai glared at him. What do you mean by borrowing? You're a liar, Li Mubai retorted. Chen Tai coughed, interrupting the argument between the two friends. No matter what the outcome is, Erlang is still qualified to take the provincial examination. What are your thoughts on the future? History is full of unpredictable things. Before meeting Xu Qianqian, Zhang Shen had always told himself that he did not care about fame and fortune, but after seeing Xu Qianqian's talent, he clung to him, wanting to take him as his disciple. Xu Qianqian naturally refused. He then changed the subject. I hope you will forgive me for my ignorance. I have been stuck in the refining essence realm for a long time, and because of my lack of merit and my family's poverty, I have not had the opportunity to advance to the refining Qi realm. I humbly ask you seniors to open the heavens, and help me. This was Xu Qianqian's second purpose in coming to Wenlu. Although he could sell the 9 heavens saber technique to the Song dynasty in exchange for a chance to ascend to the 9 heavens, it would not be any fun. Xu Qianqian was a master of eating free food, and he would never spend money. Zhang Shen shook his head. This is useless. We are Confucianists. How can we help you open the heavens? Xu Qianqian was a little disappointed and asked unwillingly, I don't understand. If you need a master to help you open the heavens, then how did the first people open it? Li Mubai asked in return. Do you think that the path of martial arts was created by someone, and that it took shape immediately? He then explained slowly, it is the result of countless generations. Perhaps the refining essence stage was the peak in the beginning. By chance some people were able to open the heavenly gate, so refining Qi became the peak of martial arts. After many years the martial arts system gradually became more complete. Xu Qianqian caught the keyword chance. Chen Tai continued, having a divine spirit expert to help is the safest and most convenient way to open the heavens, but it is not the only way. Therefore as we age, the heavenly gate gradually closes and the innate true Qi also hides in the body. To reawaken the Qi of heaven, one must reopen the closed heavenly gate. There are many ways besides the common method of opening the heavenly gate. There are 2 other ways. One is the method of holding one's breath, which must be practiced from a young age, soaking in medicinal herbs and bathing daily. Opening the meridians and opening the heavenly gate takes more than 10 years and costs a lot of money. Now this method has been abandoned. The second way is to use external force to open the heavenly gate. That was also the crude method used by the early seniors. For example, taking immortal pills. Pills made from the essence of the Taoist scriptures of the demon race, containing extremely powerful energy. After taking it, use that power to force open the meridians. But because it is impossible to control, it is very dangerous. 9 deaths and 1 life. Xu Qianqian nodded. Oh, so that's it. Although I can't eat free food, I still feel like I've learned something. This trip was not a waste. He thanked them. Thank you for your guidance. In the Sage Academy, the students gathered around the bulletin board. After a while a student exclaimed, this poem encouraging study is so good. I wonder which great sage wrote it. After reading it many students regretted that since they passed the exam, they had not stayed up late to study. During the day, they would go on outings to the mountains and rivers, and at night, they would be engrossed in playing chess. It was really a waste of time. Zhang Shen stroked his beard and praised, who says that poetry and literature are useless. Try and literature can inspire people. Xu Ningguan is truly a genius. He then sighed. With such talent, he actually studies martial arts. What a pity now that he is old enough to take the provincial examination. It is too late to switch to Confucianism. Li Mubai seemed to remember something, and said, according to Xu Kujun, when they were young, their father wanted Xu Kujun to study literature and Ningguan to study martial arts. Li Mubai was angry. Xu Pingzi is really heartless, wasting such a literary talent. How hateful! The more they discussed it, the more excited the students became among them. One person asked, but why doesn't such a good poem have the author's name? When Li Mubai heard this his mind was filled with the 4 words no name. A moment later he disappeared from his original spot, and appeared in front of the bulletin board. With a big smile on his face he wrote his name on it. In the year of Zhengzi, at the end of the year and the beginning of the year of Xinzi, Li Mubai was inspired by the poem encouraging study study, and wrote this poem. Chen Tai and Zhang Shen were both furious. How shameless. If you have any shame, erase it quickly. In the library behind the school, the dean and the princess were having a pleasant conversation. Wei Qing said coldly, I haven't seen you for half a year, and the gray hair on the dean's head has increased. Zhao Shou laughed heartily. They are all strands of annoying hair. Wei Qing's beauty was as exquisite as ice and frost. Today, when I went up the mountain, I heard a poem recited by a student of your school. It was very good. Who is the confidant of the solitary traveler? How many people in the world know your name? After hearing it, she was very happy. I wonder which great sage wrote it. This princess of the great phoenix is different from ordinary women. Coming from a family of scholars, she is proficient in playing the zither, chess, calligraphy, and painting, and is already a talented woman. But the princess also studied chess with Wei Yuan, studied military strategy with Zhang Shen, and studied governance with Chen Tai. She has memorized the classics in terms of literature and strategy. No one in the Imperial Academy can compare to her. At the age of 18, the emperor allowed her to participate in the compilation of historical records in the Hanlin Academy. Last year Wei Qing wanted to recompile the history of the previous dynasty, but was opposed by the ministers. In the end, the project was cancelled. Zhao Shou shook his head and laughed. Although Wenluo has many talents, they are not as good as those who are naturally free and unrestrained, and they lack creativity. The entire Great Phoenix is like a forest, but it lacks vitality. Try and literature value vitality. Wei Qing was doubtful, but the dean said that the author is not a scholar, but an ordinary person from Changhua. Wei Qing was shocked. Her eyes became sincere, and her tone became serious. Dean, have you ever thought about admitting the author to the academy? Confucianism takes benevolence as its foundation, but the transmission of knowledge does not leave a legacy. Dean, do not waste your youth any longer. In fact, the position of imperial envoy of communications was intended for the dean, but Zhao Shou refused to accept it, and recommended the master of Ziyang to replace him. Zhao Shou sighed. What a waste of youth. If only I could open up a path of learning for future generations. This old man would be happy to do it. It is a pity that Wenluo is enlightened, and no matter how much effort is put in, it will not be able to overcome the punishment of heaven for establishing the new Asia to replace Huaxia. Wei Qing said slowly, Dean, you are too concerned. Why is that the emperor invited the dean to leave the academy? Because he intends to use Wenluo again. If the dean is truly devoted to his students, he should not refuse. Zhao Shou sighed. It is this old man who can no longer control it. The time will come when the gentleman will speak out, and blame this old man for wasting his youth. But your ability to argue is becoming more and more sophisticated. Wei Qing said sincerely from the bottom of her heart, it is for the sake of the people of the world. For the sake of the common people. The smile on Zhao Shou's face became even more sarcastic. Wei Qing sighed. After the Battle of Shanhai, the strength of the Great Phoenix gradually declined. Natural disasters were frequent and soldiers were exhausted. The signs of disaster were becoming increasingly evident. The officials in the court only knew how to fight for power, and sighed without doing anything, and those who truly built the country were rare. Dean, the court lacks a figure who can turn the tide. After saying this, without waiting for Zhao Shou to reply, Wei Qing continued, 3 years ago, the northerners tore up the treaty, and repeatedly invaded the border, plundering the common people. The south could hardly break the treaty, and plotted to regain the wet land. The western regions and the neighboring countries were indifferent. Buddhism took advantage of the situation to threaten to spread the Dharma in the Central Plains. Wei Qing gradually raised her voice. As a scholar, Dean, you should not retaliate and restore the national power. Zhao Shou looked at Wei Qing for a moment and then shook his head and sighed. It's not that I don't want to. It's just that the time is not right. Princess, please return. Wei Qing's eyes showed obvious disappointment. As she was about to bid farewell and leave, she suddenly heard hurried footsteps outside the study. A teacher from the academy rushed in, and said in a panic, Dean, something terrible has happened. It's a disaster. Li Mubai, Zhang Shen and Chen Tai are fighting. One side is calling the other an old fart and the other side is calling the other a shameless old man. It seems that they are really angry. Wei Qing suggested that the dean take us to see. Zhao Shou did not reply and the righteous aura of the imperial garden sword lit up. A moment later both of them disappeared on the spot and appeared in the Sage Academy. But then the righteous aura lit up again, and Zhao Shou disappeared again. Wei Qing stepped out of the Sage Academy, and looked up at the sky in a daze. She obviously did not understand what was going on. Were the three great Confucians fighting just because of a poem encouraging study? Zhang Shen snorted. That shameless Li Mubai. Not only did he steal my student but now he is doing such a despicable thing. He has swallowed all the knowledge of the sage. Li Mubai retorted loudly. bubbly. As a teacher, what's wrong with helping my students revise their poems and essays? It is obvious that you are jealous of my talent. Chen Tai ignored him. Shut up. I can't stand this anymore. Li Mubai glanced at him. Zhang has a reason to be jealous. But what does it have to do with you, Chen Tai? Get lost at this time. Zhang Shen took out a book from his chest, and said, "It seems that it will be difficult to determine the winner if we fight with righteousness." He tore out a page from the book and the page immediately caught fire. In the blink of an eye countless green insects appeared and flew towards Li Mubai. Li Mubai was not afraid at all, and also took out a book and tore out 2 pages and burned them. "I've traveled all over the world and I've got a few things." The leaves burned out and turned into a bright red lizard. The lizard puffed out its gills on both sides, and spewed out a flame that was dozens of feet long, burning the green cloud into ashes. At the same time the remaining page also burned out, and turned into a beautiful young woman, with revealing clothes and a graceful figure. In a moment, she appeared in front of Zhang Shen. Zhang Shen felt his eyelids grow heavy, and an irresistible drowsiness invaded him. At this time, Chen Tai also burned a page of the book in his hand, and a bright golden pill appeared, emitting a dazzling light. Li Mubai was dazzled and could not dodge it. Zhang Shen was also burned by the golden pill, and woke up from his drowsiness. He hurriedly aroused his righteousness, and dispelled the beautiful young woman. The 3 great Confucians fought fiercely in the air. The students on the ground watched with fascination, never expecting to see the great Confucians fighting each other. It was a rare opportunity in 1,000 years. Wei Qing was a little surprised by the methods of the great Confucians. Students and scholars such as the 6th-ranked Confucian scholars could learn and record the secret techniques of other schools and books. Zhang Shen's move was a method of poetry. As for the young woman in Li Mubai's painting, it was probably a technique of the shaman school. As for Master Chen Tai, he used what seemed to be the golden pill of the Taoist school. Zhang Shen gritted his teeth. "You shameless old man. Don't blame me for being cruel, Li Mubai. Your pants are falling down." Li Mubai was startled and looked down, and saw that his pants had slipped down to his ankles. His mood collapsed completely. He roared, "Everyone's pants are falling down." On the ground, countless people panicked and pulled up their pants, but the white jade pendant on Wei Qing's waist lit up, protecting her from the illusion. At this time, a majestic voice rang out, "No fighting among fellow students. No flying in the airland immediately." The 3 streams of righteousness from the 3 great Confucians disappeared automatically, as if being released by Isaac Newton. They were pulled down from the sky to the ground. Zhao Shou, with his silver hair, rode his horse to the front of the 3 people. What happened? Zhang Shen and Li Mubai exchanged glances, and immediately reached a silent consensus. Nothing, just a difference of opinion on scholarship. No one could convince the other, so we used this method. It's just that Chen Tai was accidentally caught up in it. Dean, I accuse them of deceiving you. Zhao Shou was attracted by the notice board. He stared at it for a moment and saw the small print, "Author, Shu Qian." Zhao Shou's face twitched. What were they hiding? He was about to open his mouth, but Wei Qing had already appeared behind him. She looked up at the board and asked, "Who wrote this poem?" Zhang Shen hurriedly said, "It's my student." The ancient classic was also written by him. His name is Shu Qian, a civil servant in Changla County. Li Mubai added, "He's also my disciple." Wei Qing felt that the name was a bit familiar, but couldn't remember it clearly. Perhaps she had heard someone mention it before, but hadn't paid attention. It was a pity that such a talented person was only a civil servant in Changla. Even if he was only good at writing poetry, it was enough for me to raise him in the mansion as a guard. Wei Qing's clear eyes swept across the crowd. "Where is that person?" Chen Tai replied, "He went for a walk in the mountains." 600 years ago, one person alone was enough to overthrow a dynasty. It was terrifying. That person was active at the beginning of the great Feng dynasty, when the previous dynasty was in decline. The emperor and officials were corrupt and exploited the people. Throughout the Central Plains, there was smoke and fire, and warlords occupied the land at that time. The Great Chu court had been fighting with the separatist forces for more than 10 years. The people lived in misery. The scholar Qian Zhang, a second-rank scholar, traveled the world for 3 years, and witnessed the suffering of the people. He was so angry that he went straight to the Great Chu capital, and used his blood and bones to crush the few remaining Confucian scholars in the court. Then he established the Great Feng dynasty, put down the rebellion, and the world was at peace. Shu Qian wondered, is a second-rank great sage so formidable? Why don't I see the words, super awesome, on you? Shu Xinian reflexively said, "Who said my teacher was a second-rank great sage? You are only a fourth-rank gentleman." Great sage has 2 meanings. One refers to the academic rank. The level 1 refers to the academic rank, the reputation of the scholar. As for the second-rank great sage, it refers specifically to the rank in Taoism. The 3 great Confucians of Wenlu belonged to the former. Shu Qian asked suspiciously, so does Wenlu have a second-rank great sage? Shu Xinian shook his head. In the past 200 years, the highest is only the third rank establishing life. Our dean is a third rank establishing life. Shu Qian told Shu Xinian his evaluation of the three old men. The personalities of those three old men seem a bit exaggerated and unserious. Lacking in dignity, Shu Xinian pondered. They weren't like this before. Perhaps it has something to do with the establishing life realm. The young hermit also changed his personality after reaching this realm, as if he had become a different person. I heard from my teacher that Ziyang hermit was only half a step away from enlightenment. The two brothers wandered around Wenlu. Shu Xinian took him to visit some scenic spots. After walking for a while, Shu Xinian suddenly said in a low voice, "Brother, I thought about it all night. If it weren't for you, my father would have been executed. If it weren't for you, the women in my family would have been thrown into prison. If it weren't for you, my family might still be enjoying themselves after the disaster, and would have been exterminated sooner or later." After saying this, Shu Xinian walked quickly forward, silently saying thank you in the Humane Saint Academy. Shu Xinian looked at the white deer and said, "It is the origin of the name Wenlu." Shu Qian said, "The scholars actually use the white deer as a means of transportation." Shu Xinian glanced at him, and corrected him, "Not a means of transportation, but a wife." Shu Qian looked at the white deer again. "Oh, that's right, after all it can transform into a human. According to the records, this white deer is a demon." After the saint sat down and listened to the scriptures, it transformed into a human form and stayed by the saint's side. The two of them lived together since childhood, and their feelings were deep. In the end they became husband and wife. Love between a human and a demon. Such a love between a human and a demon was not accepted at that time. It is still the same today, but the saint did not stop it after he learned about it, and even blessed their marriage. The saint said that love is boundless. As long as there is friendship, humans and demons can be together. Since ancient times there have been many love stories between humans and demons, such as the union of immortals and humans. So what is the name of this kind of love? Shu Qian clasped his hands and bowed his head in front of the statue, while Shu Xinian respectfully bowed according to the disciples' etiquette. Shu Qian observed the surroundings of the temple. On both sides of the temple were two stone tablets as tall as a man. The words "resolved to die to repay the kindness of the monarch. Leave a name for 100 generations." Shu Xinian stepped forward to explain. "This is a relic left behind by a scholar who belonged to Wenlu." Shu Qian was very interested, and the words "interesting" were clearly visible in his eyes. Shu Xinian whispered, "The story began 200 years ago. The dispute over the crown prince during the Great Feng dynasty. Dispute over the crown prince means fighting for the position of the heir apparent. The root of the country at that time, Emperor Renzong, was reigning, and the position of crown prince had been vacant for more than 10 years. The two princes were the most promising candidates at the time. One was the legitimate eldest son, and the other was a prince born to a concubine. The concubine was beautiful and gentle and was greatly favored by Emperor Renzong. Emperor Renzong intended to make the concubine's prince the crown prince, but was opposed by the entire court. The emperor issued edicts several times, but they were all rejected by the cabinet. At that time the leader of the court opposition was the Confucian scholar Wenlu. Shu Xinian said slowly, "Establish the elder, not the younger. Establish the legitimate, not the concubine. That is the rule since ancient times. Even the emperor cannot violate it." Your right. Reason is the weapon that Confucian scholars often use to fight. The dispute over the crown prince lasted for 6 years, during which time the prime minister of the cabinet changed 4 times, and the officials in the court changed from one batch to another, until a Confucian scholar from Wenlu took over the position of prime minister of the cabinet. He did not continue the stance of his predecessors. Instead, he resolutely stood on the side of Emperor Renzong, and helped the emperor to solve this problem despite the criticism of everyone. The dispute over the crown prince, which had caused a lot of noise, finally came to an end. But Emperor Renzong became disgusted with Wenlu, and he realized that the existence of Wenlu was not conducive to the imperial power. At that time the scholar proposed to establish a national academy where the court would directly train talents. That was also the beginning of the decline of Confucianism. That was the reason for the conflict between Wenlu and the National Academy over the Confucian political system. Shu Qian nodded and said, "Oh, the National Academy is a public school, and Wenlu is a private school. How can a public school compete with a private school?" After Shu Xinian finished speaking, he asked in a teaching tone, "What do you think about the dispute over the crown prince? I'm talking about it in terms of academics." Shu Qian muttered to himself, I thought you were talking about academics. I wouldn't be able to answer that. Shu Qian said slowly. On the surface, it's a dispute over the crown prince. But in reality, it's a struggle for power. Confucian scholars want to fulfill their ambitions and must have great power. But the power of a country is fixed. When you have more power, it means that others have lost power. The pinnacle of factional strife is to overthrow the emperor and become a king without a crown. Shu Xinian had only asked a casual question, but his expression changed when he heard this. Shu Qian glanced at him and said, "What's wrong?" "My wrong?" Shu Xinian took a deep breath and said, "Go on." Shu Qian nodded and said, "No matter how sophisticated the methods of the Confucian scholars are, they are still no match for the power of the imperial family. Seizing power is only temporary, and in the end, they will be purged, because they are still subjects." Shu Xinian asked anxiously, "Is there any way to break this argument?" Shu Qian shook his head and said, "It cannot be broken. The imperial court is like a battlefield, and the struggle for power is only a moment of comfort, and then the whole family will suffer. However, I have another way of thinking. The career of the scholar Qian Zhang is a vivid example. When you can influence the rise and fall of another country, you have broken free from the shackles of imperial power, and become an equal to the emperor." Shu Xinian's eyes lit up and he was about to smile when he heard Shu Qian say slowly, "Second brother is very intelligent." But Shu Qian did not continue, but pondered a question in his heart. Although Wenlu had been cut off from the political path, it was still the Holy Land that held the Confucian cultivation system. The decline of the entire Confucian system, could it have originated from the fact that in order to reach the third rank or above, Confucian scholars had to enter the political arena? Or was it related to the overall situation, the fate of Confucianism? Shu Qian asked, "So what is the meaning of this stele? Why is it placed here?" Shu Xinian looked at him and sighed. "This is the result of the Confucian orthodoxy dispute. Or part of it. The long story of that Confucian scholar is really fascinating. After the establishment of the National Academy, he spent 13 years creating an educational system that was superior to Wenlu." Shu Qian exclaimed in his heart, "Preserving heaven's principle, extinguishing desires." Shu Xinian nodded and said, "That Confucian scholar believed that everything in the world follows a certain law. This law is the principle of heaven, is the most fundamental nature of the universe, and it is also the most accurate. All things can only develop well when they depend on the principle of heaven. But people are easily lost in the hustle and bustle of life. Therefore, in order to maintain the backbone of Confucianism, he established a system of rules. As long as Confucian scholars follow this system of rules, it is right, it is accurate, and it is the manifestation of the principle of heaven. This system of rules elevates loyalty and filial piety to the height of the principle of heaven. The king passes on to his son and the subject must die. The father passes on to his son, and the son must die. One must give up one's life for the sake of great righteousness." Shu Qian listened in silence, and suddenly asked, "So what did the ancients think? Isn't the purpose of countless people's studies to establish their aspirations for heaven and earth, to establish their destiny for the people, to continue the learning of the sages, and to open up a peaceful world for all generations? But nowadays, Confucian scholars follow the ideology of preserving the principle of heaven and extinguishing desires." Shu Xinian was stopped by his question, and stood there staring into space. There was an invisible force that prevented him from speaking. Shu Qian understood that it was ideological suppression. He turned his eyes back to the text on the stele. "That's why this stele is here." Shu Xinian nodded. "The dispute between Wenlu and the National Academy is a dispute of academic, a dispute of ideals, but this stele has stood here for 200 years. As long as it exists for a day, Wenlu will always be the loser. Our dean has been in the academy for more than 10 years, trying to refute what is engraved on the stone stele, trying to establish a more mature and accurate theoretical system. But he failed." Shu Qian continued, "Because this is the truth. It is the evidence." Shu Xinian sighed. "Not only the dean, but also the predecessors of Wenlu have always argued with this stele, but none of them succeeded. The ideology of that Confucian scholar is not a joke." Shu Qian raised a question in his heart. He pointed to the empty stele beside him. "Who put that other stele?" Shu Xinian sighed. "That was put there by the dean. But he hasn't written anything on it for more than 10 years. Later, some students and great Confucians also wrote on the stele to balance the stele of Cheng Wei. But the next day, they were all erased. Only the pen and incense table were left on the desk. Perhaps the dean still has hope." Unfortunately, the person he is waiting for has not yet appeared. I also once thought I could do it, so I wrote on the stone stele, but obviously, Shu Xinian did not want to tell him about his youthful recklessness. In order to avoid social death once again, Shu Qian stood in front of the words "sacrifice one's life to repay the emperor's favor, leave your name for all eternity," and was silent for a moment before saying, "Second brother, I ask you, is the emperor more important, or the people of the world?" Shu Xinian said without hesitation, "Of course it is the people of the world." Shu Qian continued to ask, "Then why do you read books?" Shu Xinian blurted out, "To be loyal to the emperor and serve the country." After saying that, he froze. Shu Qian didn't mind and continued to ask, "Leaving your name in the annals of history, is that really the destination of a scholar?" Shu Xinian did not answer, but his silence said it all. The actions of the two great Wenlu Confucians were enough to prove that they were only after fame and fortune. Shu Qian sighed, "The king passes on to his son, and the subject must die. Why is there no human rights in this hateful society?" He continued, "I am not a scholar, but I also want to write something. Second brother, please write it for me. This time I will compose it myself." Shu Qian's mind suddenly flashed with the face of the peddler this morning. He was clearly in pain, but he did not dare to ask for money. How pitiful, like a dog. The problem of hoarding power in the Great Phoenix has existed for too long. The minions in the imperial court talk about loyalty to the emperor and love for the country, but they have never given a sympathetic look to the common people. He recalled the scene of Zhu Li walking proudly on the street. His appearance was ostentatious. He recalled the records of those who acted recklessly and brutally. The existence of these supernatural forces made the feudal nature of the kingdom even more evident, making the poor people no longer have the courage to revolt. In his previous life, he knew about some heroic peasant uprisings, but in this world the peasant uprisings had no chance to take shape, and were immediately suppressed. Shu Qian took a deep breath, and wrote with a pen, "To establish one's ambition for heaven and earth, to establish one's life for the people, to continue the ancient sages' scholarship, for the eternal peace of the world." When he was finished, Shu Qian felt refreshed, as if he had cleansed his heart and soul. He threw away the pen and shouted, "Second brother, this is what a scholar should do." Shu Xinian's mind was struck by lightning, tearing apart the veil of confusion and the shackles in his soul. He looked at him in a daze, not knowing if it was an illusion, but he seemed to see a halo of light above his head. Deep purple aura flashed and disappeared. Suddenly, there was a loud noise, and the steel next to it suddenly cracked, and a large crack tore across it from top to bottom. The two brothers were startled, and before they could react, the entire Sacred Heart Academy shook. The statue of the sage emitted a wave of energy, tearing apart the white clouds on the mountain. The sound of the explosion reached tens of miles away. Shu Qian was shocked. "What's going on? It seems like we're in trouble," Shu Xinian said excitedly. "What kind of trouble? We have nothing to do with this. We've never been to the Sacred Heart Academy." After saying that, he covered his head and ran out the door. Shu Qian quickly chased after him. He didn't expect that his casual words would cause such a terrible consequence. But he still looked at him complacently. "Do you think I've solved the 1,000-year-old problem of Wenlu?" Shu Xinian said in his heart, "Only 200 years. Not 1,000 years." Shu Qian asked, "What should we do now? If it were me in the past, I would advise you to stay here and receive the respect and gratitude of the Wenlu teachers and students. But now I just want to get you out of here as soon as possible, and leaving quietly is the best choice." Between Wenlu and the Imperial College is a struggle for orthodoxy. At the same time, accepting Wenlu's thanks, he was sure to make the Confucian scholars of the Imperial College hostile. All the officials in the court came from the Imperial College. Just a case of money has caused a lot of suspicion, not to mention that this is more dangerous and troublesome than 100 cases of money. Shu Qian sighed in his heart. Second brother's thoughts are really in tune with mine. So he joked, "Second brother, you are really smart." Shu Xinian reacted, "Stupid." Then he continued, "As long as we leave here, I believe that Wenlu will not spread this matter, and will keep it a secret for us." Outside the Sacred Heart Academy, everyone was looking at the strange phenomenon. When Weiqing turned around, he could no longer see the dean and the three great Confucians. In the empty hall, the air filled the hall like a spring breeze, highlighting the figure of Zhao Shou. He quickly scanned every corner of the hall, and then focused on the cracked stone tablet. The three great Confucians came in right after that and asked the dean what had happened. Why the stone tablet was cracked. Li Mubai was the first to react. "This is a good thing. It means that Wenlu's control has been shaken." But then he realized that the dean's state was not right, as if he were immersed in his own world. A state of trance. Zhao Shou kept muttering, "To establish one's ambition for heaven and earth, to establish one's life for the people, to continue the ancient sages' scholarship, for the eternal peace of the world." At this moment, everyone noticed the words on the stone tablet. Chen Tai's lips trembled. This is what a scholar should do. For the people, for the world, not for a family. For a group of people, the great Confucian who was praised for his talent in governing the country. Now trembling all over, his voice choked. Enlightenment. Enlightenment, Zhao Shou whispered. A gentleman reveals the truth. The three great Confucians walked out of the temple together. The door closed and there was silence all around. Zhao Shou stood silently in front of the tablet. Behind him were the diffusing windows. The sunlight shone through the windows and cast shadows on the floor of the hall. After a long time he bowed his head to the tablet in the manner of a disciple, and exclaimed, "When the imperial court finds out, I will be dead." Wei Qing lifted her skirt and finally reached the outside of the Sacred Heart Academy. She looked at the school, recalling the words of the three great Confucians. Wei Qing said in a clear voice, "Princess, don't ask any more. We don't know what's going on either. Inform Wei Gong about the qi overflowing from Wenlu, and ask him to investigate the matter." The guard replied, "Yes, ma'am." Wei Qing continued, "Help me find someone. A civil servant in Changhua County, named Shu Qian on the stargazing tower." A man sat alone, raising a glass of wine, his eyes fixed on the northwest of the city. Chu Taiwei asked, "Master, when will I be able to enter the 6th rank and become a pill master?" The supervisor replied, "When you no longer care about eating and drinking, and are willing to rest, the opportunity will come." Chu Taiwei said while eating, "Then I guess I'll never make it in this life." "Oh, that's right, fake silver burns easily, doesn't it, master? It will also explode if thrown into water, so it can't be preserved. How can it be reported to the emperor?" The supervisor whispered, "The emperor. He only knows how to do unnecessary things. Tell him to get lost." Chu Taiwei wrinkled his nose. "I don't dare say that, master. Why don't you go and tell the emperor yourself? And the 4th senior brother is almost crazy. And you don't care about him at all. He just idles around outside the city, saying that the mysterious door of the Tao of alchemy has opened for him. Master, I think that Shu Qian is quite good. Why don't you let him join the Heavenly Supervisor Bureau?" "Master, what is grafting?" The supervisor was angry. "Can't you even eat your food quietly? In fact, it is true that one should not talk too much while eating." Chu Taiwei asked the supervisor all sorts of absurd questions while eating. The supervisor was so angry that he turned all her food into garbage. Chu Taiwei begged her master to change it back, but the supervisor just sneered, "I'll teach you another lesson. Most of the transformations in the field of alchemy are irreversible." Chu Taiwei wiped away her tears and cried as she left, "I'll never come to play with this old bastard again." In the study, Li Mubai said in a serious tone, "I've already asked around. There were no students near the Sacred Heart Academy at that time. I don't know who went inside. The handwriting on the stone tablet is not like any of the students in Wenlu. I don't think we could have taught a student to write like that." Zhang Shen tapped his fingers on the table. "If it wasn't a student from Wenlu, then the only two people who were wandering around the manor today were the Shu brothers." Li Mubai sighed, thinking back to the words on the stone tablet. "I feel ashamed. For so many years, I have given up on the idea of enlightenment, just wanting to leave my name in history forever." Zhang Shen praised, "Brother, you are truly noble. Enlightened, then leave the task of guiding the students in the study of poetry to me." Li Mubai immediately changed his tune. "For the country, for the people, and for leaving a good name, these two things are not contradictory." Zhao Shou looked at Li Mubai intently, a gleam of light in his eyes. "You are about to establish your destiny." Li Mubai stroked his beard and smiled. "In a flash, I suddenly had an epiphany and my mind opened up." The other two great Confucians immediately became envious. Third rank establishment of destiny, after all, is just a stage of searching for the purpose of life. Everyone has their own path. Dean Zhao Shou's path is to open up a new school of Confucianism, to free the shackles of thought for thousands of Confucian scholars in the world. Therefore, he will not stop until he achieves this goal, and will not be able to break through to the 2nd rank. Zhao Shou's eyes flashed. "From today on, students are forbidden from entering the Sacred Heart Academy. This matter must not be leaked out." Then he ordered the 3 people to be banned. The 3 great Confucians said in unison, "A gentleman keeps his word." The 3 of them rode their horses quickly towards the capital. As they approached the capital, the 2 brothers slowed down. Shu Xinian asked what was on his mind. He just opened up some thoughts. How could he say such earth-shattering words? Shu Xinian raised his chin proudly. "That's what only people who study words can say." Shu Qian wanted to spit in this kid's face. Look at his smug face. They are all inferior. Only those who study words are noble, right? At least a student has graduated from junior high school and police school. He is a keyboard master who has been immersed in the culture of the keyboard. You know about everything. If we compete in knowledge, you can only be my younger brother. He thought for a moment and then said it another way. You who study words are controlled by a certain ideology. In the long run, even when you realize your mistakes, it is still very difficult for you to escape the shackles of ideology. That is the suppression of thought. Xu Xinian repeated these 4 words with difficulty. The dean of Wenlu is also controlled by ideology, influenced by the academic world of the capital. He wants to break the chains, wants to find a new school of thought, but he is in the whirlpool himself. So how can he lead the Confucians out of the whirlpool? Only someone outside the whirlpool can do that. Xu Qian said smugly. Maybe it's because I don't read many books that I dare to venture out, not being controlled by the Confucianism of the capital like you. Xu Xinian looked at him radiantly. Your words have opened my mind a lot. You are really talented. Xu Qian smiled faintly. It's a pity that you didn't inherit the good genes of the Xu family. You only have the genes of the Li family. Xu Xinian suddenly didn't want to talk to him anymore. If my mother heard this, she would be so angry that she would bang on the table and scold that little devil. In front of a store called Baoqi Shang in the capital of Feng, the owner of the store sent Xu Qian away as if he were sending away an evil spirit. The reason was that the store had organized a game, and whoever solved the riddle would be able to buy jewelry at half price. Xu Qian took advantage of this, helping the young lady solve the riddle to buy jewelry at a cheaper price. But Xu Qian had to split half of the money he saved. With Xu Qian's trick, the owner of the store lost so much that he lost all his capital. But Xu Qian not only got to eat for free, but also made a lot of money. As soon as he stepped out of Baoqi Shang, Xu Qian realized that someone was following him. He could sense that it was a master of stealth. He didn't need to think to know that it was someone from the Chu family. It seemed that his trip to Wenlu was the right decision. It seemed that he had to deal with the Chu mansion as soon as possible. In the Xu family's main residence, Lingyan was chasing after some mogis. When she saw her brother come back, she was so happy that she wanted to show Xu Qian how good she was. But Xu Qian wondered where the geese came from. Lingyan said intermittently, Mom bought them. Mom said it would be cheaper to raise geese at home than to buy them at the market. Xu Qian asked cheerfully, Are there no big geese? Lingyan ran away as fast as lightning. There's a big goose over there. Let me chase it out. A few seconds later, the sound of a child's scream rang out. Lingyan cried miserably. Her little leg was pinched by a big white goose. Xu Qian did not intend to save her, and turned and walked straight into the study. Xu Xinian walked in. We have finished packing. We can take mom and sister to Wenlu tomorrow. It's just that Lingyan is also old enough to open her mind. Xu Qian sneered. When she hears this good news, Lingyan will probably be so happy that she cries. Xu Qian laughed enough and then put on a serious face. Second brother, I have something to tell you. When I came back, I was followed. Xu Xinian sighed. Even if you were followed, how would you know? Xu Pingzi said in a calm voice. Ning Yan, you should stay at the mansion tonight. The two of you live close to each other, so it will be convenient to protect you. Furthermore, tonight I will go out for a while, and go to the Jade Saber Guard to tell them to increase their night patrols around this area. At dinner time, Xu Qian coughed lightly to attract the attention of the whole family. Aunt Li was about to scold him, but she saw Xu Qian take out a box. Inside were the jewelry that Xu Qian had swindled during the day. Aunt Li immediately smiled and reached out to take it, but Xu Qian turned around and gave it to his sister. Xu saw that the situation was not good, and said softly, Don't argue with that kid. Ning Yan, it would be great if you could support the family. There's no need to buy such frivolous things. Xu Lingyue said indifferently, The family doesn't lack food or clothing for the time being. The rice that my father is eating now was brought back by him. Xu was speechless when his daughter said this, not knowing how to respond. He then tried to change the subject. Ning Yan, where did you get the money? Xu Qian replied, I saw that my sister's jewelry was too cheap, so I kept it in mind. I have been saving money for a long time, and with the addition of the riddle game at Baoqi Shang, I was able to buy these things. Xu Lingyue immediately caught the key point in this family. It seems that only my eldest brother has me in his heart. Aunt Li said indifferently, Ning Yan will be 20 years old next year. We have to worry about her marriage. Then she looked at Lu Na. I think she's not bad. She has been raised in the mansion since she was a child, and she is a close friend of Ning Yan. Lu Na lowered her head in embarrassment. Her cheeks flushed. Xu Lingyue was not happy. Mother, don't make arrangements without my consent. My marriage should be discussed by my father and me. Aunt Li scolded her daughter angrily. Ning Yan and Lu Na are a perfect match, and they understand each other very well. As for your brother's matter, what does it have to do with you? Xu Qian thought to himself. Understand each other. It's not that good. Xu Xinian said. Mother just wants to save money on the wedding, and at the same time, she has an excuse to drive him out of the house to live on his own. Aunt Li was hit in the heart and shouted angrily, You have never known how to talk since you were a child. Shu Shu made a final conclusion. Alright, you don't have to worry about this. Lu Na was disappointed she was just a tool. Today, Shu Qian made Aunt Li so angry that she almost fainted. She thought that her grandson would be obedient, but unexpectedly, he still provoked her as usual. After dinner, she returned to her room. Aunt Li was still angry. You little brat have no conscience. You only know how to provoke me when I took you from your brother. You were only the size of a kitten. Who raised you to be so big now? Aunt Li was muttering to herself when she suddenly saw her husband take out a wooden box from his chest. The box was engraved with the 3 characters Bao Qi Shang. Shu Shu had no choice but to say, Ning Yan asked me to give this to you. Neither of them would give in, so he didn't dare to give it to her directly. That's why he hid it in his body until now. Aunt Li snorted. That little brat still has some conscience. Shu Pingzi stood by the window of the room, his face serious as he looked out at the empty courtyard. Beside him was the long saber of the Jade Saber Guard. Last night was peaceful and nothing happened. Early in the morning, Shu Lingyue, as usual, wore a simple jacket, opened the window to breathe the fresh air, and stretched her slender waist at that moment. The maid behind her asked, Miss, what are you looking at out the window? Shu Lingyue immediately frowned. Nothing. 2 hours later, the Shu family arrived at the foot of Mount Qingyun. Shu Pingzi frowned. Are we being too cautious? It's been peaceful since last night. Shu Xinian, who was well versed in military strategy, said slowly, if the person who followed you yesterday was really from the Chu family, then they have missed the 2 best opportunities to strike. But it is also possible that in the eyes of the Chu family, we are just small ants that can be crushed at any time. They are not in a hurry to exterminate us because they are dealing with bigger troubles. Shu Qian said, but there is one thing we must face if we don't eliminate the Chu family. We will surely die. Everyone was silent and said no more as they walked up the mountain. Shu Qian said as he walked, do you know where the place ahead is? Lingyan shook her head. Shu Qian pointed ahead. That's my second brother's school. We will send you to study there. You are not allowed to come home anymore. Lingyan was stunned and a moment later, she began to cry. Not long after, Li Mubai came out to greet everyone. Shu Xinian said, greetings, Mr. Mubai. Whereas teacher Zhang Shen Li Mubai looked absent-minded, he is in seclusion, but his eyes glanced at Shu Qian, and he couldn't help but recall the words on the stone tablet. But he quickly hid the thought away, and said, I have arranged rooms for you. Shu Qian thanked him. Thank you, sir. My younger sister is in the stage of enlightenment. I wonder if you could allow her to read in the Wenlu for a while. Lingyan wanted to say something, but Shu Qian covered her mouth. How pitiful she couldn't swallow it, but she was helpless. Shu Lingyan was 5 years old this year in this era. Literati did not object to children of the same age being enlightened, and even encouraged it. 2 days later Shu Qian said, let's summarize all the information everyone has gathered over the past few days, in order to make a plan to deal with the Chu mansion. The information Shu Pingzi collected was as follows. In the past few days, Chu Li has been very obedient. Probably because he was warned by the Chu family there were no illegal activities. All day long, he and a group of friends would indulge in debauchery, frequenting casinos, brothels, and pleasure houses. In addition, it was discovered that Chu Li often visited a house with no sign. It must be a private residence he bought outside. There was a maid, an old woman, an old man guarding the door, and a woman. The woman was definitely Chu Li's mistress. Shu Xinian and Shu Qian listened in silence, each with their own thoughts. The 2 brothers remained silent, ignoring him. Shu Xinian said, although our students are not from the same faction as the students of the Imperial College, they can still be friends with each other. However, the Juren of the same year occasionally interact with each other. Chu Li is arrogant. Not many of his fellow students at the Imperial College like him, and he has had conflicts, but he is not a stubborn fool. Those who dislike him are all from ordinary backgrounds. Shu Qian was not surprised by this. From the way Chu Li dealt with him, it can be analyzed that although his methods are not very sophisticated, they are effective and somewhat resourceful. This undoubtedly increases the difficulty of dealing with him. Shu Xinian continued, Chu Li has been infatuated with Miss Fuxiang of the Jiaofeng division for a long time. Every time he goes there, he must see Miss Fuxiang, but he is always stopped because he fails the test. Shu Qian's spirits were lifted. Miss Fuxiang, is she the girl that your comrade said is worth a lifetime just for one night? Shu Xinian did not notice the change in him, and continued, at first, I thought that we could repeat the strategy of using a sheep to lure a tiger, and use the conflict between Chu Li and his classmates to make a plan. But those people are not strong enough, and it is too difficult to provoke Chu Li into causing trouble with the higher classes. Almost impossible. Chu Li visits the Jiaofeng division very often, so if we want to get more information, Miss Fuxiang is a great weakness. When his mind returned from the courtesan, Shu Qian realized that his cousin had made a mistake in his thinking. He immediately said, in order to deal with Chu Li, we can't have a plan that is too complicated and sophisticated, because you are still too weak compared to him. Literati are prone to the mistake of thinking that the more clever they are, the more they create difficulties for themselves. When plotting against someone, you tend to think of elaborate schemes and sophisticated tactics, especially those who are arrogant like Erlang, and who are also familiar with military strategy. Shu Xinian frowned, still somewhat unwilling. Do you have any better ideas? Shu Qian replied calmly, of course, the simpler the better. Crimes that leave no trace really only happen in cases of murder in a fit of madness. Our plan should be the same. Firstly, the fewer people involved the better. Secondly, the simpler the better. Suppose Chu Li has a conflict with some petty official, and that petty official's father happens to be an official of equal rank to the Chu family. What would Erlang do in that case? Shu Xinian thought carefully. Shu Qian quickly stopped him. That's enough. His silence said it all. We can disguise ourselves and find an opportunity to beat up that petty official, then leave immediately. Finally, Xu Pingzi also found an opportunity to interject, and clapped his hands and said loudly, what a good idea. Shu Xinian was doubtful. Is it that simple? Simple does not mean ineffective. Sometimes, keeping silent is more beneficial. The petty official who was beaten will ask himself if he has offended anyone recently. With just a little thought, he will know that it is Chu Li. Of course, Chu Li will not admit to this, but that doesn't matter. People are free to speculate anyway. The conflict has already formed. You beat me. I must also take revenge. Shu Xinian was an intelligent person, and with just a little thought, he understood what he meant. But his arrogance did not allow him to admit that Shu Qian was better than him, so he simply gave the evaluation, not bad. Then he asked, so what information have you gathered? I know who the Chu family's opponent is. Shu Xinian and Shu Pingzi both leaned forward. Their expressions serious. Shu Qian said with difficulty, it's the Minister of Revenue. Shu Xinian was startled, and immediately many of his doubts were resolved. Unexpectedly, the Minister of Revenue wanted to plot for money, because he knew that he was going to be made things difficult by his superiors, and needed a large sum of money to make up the deficit. Because they were in the same ministry, the Minister of Revenue was able to catch the Chu family's tail. Shu Pingzi was a little disappointed. How did you know about this? Shu Qian replied, Miss Su Taiwei of the Heavenly Supervisor Division told me. In his heart, he added, all it took was a candied apple, a chicken leg, a box of glutinous rice cakes, and a bowl of fish soup. The silly little girl was easy to bribe. That was her advantage. Her weakness was that she didn't care about politics. The Heavenly Supervisor Division also did not interfere in politics, so they knew very little. What a pity. Su Taiwei, I'm missing a copy of your How to Be a Good Wife. I'll write you one later. Shu Qian looked at Shu Xinian. The information we have gathered is still not enough to make a detailed plan. So what do you suggest we do next? Shu Xinian thought for a moment. I propose that we go to the Jiaofeng division to find Miss Fuxiang to inquire about the news. But this definitely won't be me. I never go to such bustling places. Shu Qian also said seriously, of course I can't go either, because you haven't entered the stage of falling in love. After speaking, the two of them looked at Shu Pingzi in unison. He said, do I look like someone who often goes to the Jiaofeng division? I don't know any characters, so going there will only embarrass myself. Seeing that his father refused, Shu Xinian pushed it to his brother. You are very welcome at the Jiaofeng division. Shu Pingzi immediately rejected his son's idea, and frowned. Your brother is someone who has never been to such romantic places. If you ask him to go to the Jiaofeng division to gather information, I'm afraid he'll get caught up in it and fail. By then, his body will be possessed by the women in the brothel. Shu Qian nodded, indicating that he was not that kind of person. Shu Pingzi refused to go to the Jiaofeng division, not only because it was a place where refined literati did not like vulgar people, but also for another reason. Shu Xinian refused to go to the Jiaofeng division, not only because students needed to protect their reputation, but also for another reason. Shu Qian refused to go to the Jiaofeng division, not only because he never went to such romantic places, but also for another reason that was, he couldn't control himself. The three of them were all very hurt, and avoided each other's eyes, falling into an awkward silence. The three of them argued about who would go to the Jiaofeng division to gather information, and they reached a stalemate because they were all afraid that they would not be able to control themselves. This involves a rule in the inner city. The inner city is different from the outer city, where there is no curfew. As for the inner city, because it is where the upper class lives, for the safety of the officials, after the evening drum is beaten, no one is allowed to be on the streets. As everyone knows, the Jiaofeng division is only open at night. This means that going to the Jiaofeng division is not simply a matter of gathering information. You also have to stay overnight. That's why Xu Pingzi opposed Xu Qian going to the Jiaofeng division. He was a hot-blooded youth, and if he stayed overnight with a prostitute, she only needed to tease him a little, and he would not be able to control himself. Therefore, whoever went to the Jiaofeng division had to go for pleasure. But the three of them had positive images. Xu Xinian was a gentleman, and did not go to romantic places. Xu Pingzi was a loving husband, and Xu Qian was someone who did not go to romantic places. All three of them understood one thing, that no matter what the reason was, selling flowers was still selling flowers. The truth could not be changed. What they feared most was that they would run into their family members while they were out riding, and that would be a very awkward scene. Xu Qian coughed. Let's put the matter of going to the Jiaofeng division on hold for now. We'll continue to gather information, and we may not necessarily get the information we need from Fuxiang. Let's meet again tomorrow, and if there's no new information, we'll consider going to the Jiaofeng division. Xu Qian thought to himself that he should sacrifice himself, and just go to the Jiaofeng division tonight. Noon the next day, Xu Qian returned to the Xu mansion. In this era, only those with status could live in the inner city. It was worth mentioning that Aunt Li had always wanted to sell the house in the outer city and move into the inner city. But because she had a nephew who was a money-burning furnace, she was not fated to live in the inner city. Not long after, Xu Qian arrived at a market. He looked up at the signboard of Yangkang Street. This was one of the main streets in the capital. There was a reason why the streets were so wide. When the emperor or other members of the royal family traveled, the guards would clear the crowds in advance. Even if there were assassins, it would be difficult for them to hide in the buildings on either side of the street and shoot. As Xu Qian was walking around there, a luxurious carriage suddenly caught his attention, and his golden eyes lit up. Xu Qian thought sadly that he would probably never earn enough money to buy even a wheel of that carriage in his lifetime. But soon after, Xu Qian was attracted by a commotion nearby. A knight stepped in front of an old man who was selling things, and said loudly, "My master said that he will give you 60 taels of gold for everything on your stall." Xu Qian's eyes widened. Is this guy crazy? Paying up front like that? The old man smiled and said gently, "Rules are rules." Xu Qian curiously stepped forward to see what the old man was selling that was so valuable that no one dared to rob him. Even though it was right there on the stall, this old man is not simple. The knight hesitated for a moment before leaving. Xu Qian took the opportunity to ask, "How much does it cost to play around?" The old man sat on the ground and handed him 3 sticks, 1 tael of silver. 3 throws, and you lose if you don't hit. Xu Qian took them and thought, hitting the target 3 times while blindfolded is not difficult for a martial artist. But if you are blindfolded and 30 paces away, it is almost impossible to hit. But he was absolutely confident, because he hadn't picked up a single coin in the past few days. Xu Qian threw the 3 sticks, and they all hit. The people around him cheered in amazement. Noise attracted the attention of the luxurious carriage that was about to leave. A clear female voice came from inside the carriage, and said gently, "Stop the carriage." Xu Qian's eyes lit up and he rushed towards the old man. But when he reached out to take the items, the old man ruthlessly pushed his hand away. Then he took 2 things, a string of Bodhi beads and a jade pendant, and said with a smile, "Choose one of these 2. Xu Qian refused. "No." The old man said again, "Rules are rules. These 2 items are rare treasures, and cannot be compared to ordinary gold and silver. Young master, don't let gold and silver blind your eyes." Xu Qian thought to himself, "I only want ordinary things." But he still asked, "What are the uses of these 2 treasures?" The old man, who looked like a beggar, replied, "I only know that they are waiting for someone who is destined." Xu Qian thought to himself, treasure or not, who knows, money is more practical. Just as Xu Qian was about to get another free meal, a knight behind him called out, "Young master, my master needs your help." Xu Qian turned around, and saw the carriage in the distance. "What does your master want?" The knight looked at the old man. "My master is willing to pay 60 taels of gold for that string of Bodhi beads." Xu Qian smiled. The negotiation was successful. The knight continued, "My master said that you can throw a few more rounds, and we will pay you even if you fail, it doesn't matter. Please." But as soon as he finished speaking, he saw Xu Qian put on a blindfold, and threw the sticks, and they all accurately landed in the mouths of the bottles. The knight was still amazed. This ordinary-looking Mr. Wei, who looked like a scholar, was definitely a master. Xu Qian took off his blindfold, and looked towards the luxurious carriage. A gust of wind blew by, causing the curtain covering the window to lift slightly. But it was not enough for Xu Qian to see clearly inside. At this moment, the old man smiled and handed the item to him. Xu Qian gave the necklace to the knight, and also also received 60 taels of gold. He watched the carriage go away, and could not guess who was inside. When he turned around, the old man had also disappeared. Shu Qian sighed and left. The urgent matter now was to exchange the gold for silver. Here, the exchange rate for gold to silver was 1 to 8. 60 taels of gold was equivalent to 480 taels of silver. Shu Qian was a little disappointed. This amount of silver could only buy a small house in the inner city. To buy a 3-room mansion, it would take tens of thousands of taels. But it was enough to make his aunt happy. Shu Qian sighed. Why was it that every time he earned money, he would naturally think of using it to tease his aunt? 480 taels of silver was enough for a mid-level prostitute in a brothel. But that was not worth it. 480 taels of silver would make him happy with many prostitutes for several months. And redeeming a person would not only cost him all his savings, but he would also have to take care of her food, clothing, and living expenses, while his current salary was only enough to support an official wife. Furthermore, I will never redeem a prostitute. You must know that using public funds for personal gain will be struck by lightning. By dusk, Shu Qian had arrived at a place that was famous throughout the capital, the Court of Imperial Entertainment according to Old Wang. An ordinary brothel was a 2- or 3-story building, with 1 or 2 auxiliary rooms, which was considered quite luxurious, but the Court of Imperial Entertainment was not like that, because all the surrounding buildings were theirs. A state-owned enterprise, with money as abundant as straw. The Court of Imperial Entertainment had a standard minimum spend of 5 taels of silver, but that was not the price to spend the night with a girl. It was the table fee. Therefore, the patrons of the Court of Imperial Entertainment were mainly of 3 types. First, the powerful and wealthy. This type was very generous because they came from humble backgrounds and were therefore very enthusiastic about girls from merchant families. Officials. Second, the officials. The Court of Imperial Entertainment was a place for them to relax after work. As long as there was a banquet, they liked to come here. It was worth mentioning that the officials of the Ministry of Rites were exempt from fees because the Court of Imperial Entertainment was under the jurisdiction of the Ministry of Rites. Third, the scholars. This type of people were more elegant than the ruffians. They liked to write poems and compose ancient verses, and they were easy to please, so they were very popular with the girls of the Court of Imperial Entertainment. The girls here were also divided into 3 categories. First, the young girls who were forced. This type was the most pitiful. They were forced to sell their bodies and endure humiliation. Second, the girls who were captured in war. Third, the girls who were recruited by the Court of Imperial Entertainment, who voluntarily became great merchants, contributing to the prosperity of the capital's sea snail trade. What a noble spirit! Shu Qian sighed. Life is truly a process of learning until one is old. And learning endlessly. I thought it was boring. But who would have thought that it would be such a joy? He stopped in front of the gate of a building. The signboard read Yuan Mai Xiao O. A young boy of about 16 or 17 years old was guarding the door, and was looking at Shu Qian with a scrutinizing gaze. Shu Qian pretended to be a scholar. I am Yang Ling, a scholar from Changla County. I have long heard of Miss Fu Zhang's reputation, so I have come to visit Yuan Mai Xiao O. Her residence. The Court of Imperial Entertainment has a total of 12 courtesans, who are divided into 4 ranks based on their beauty. Talent. Fu Shang is ranked first, and is known as the twin excellences of try and love. The young boy was used to the money of the rich, so he immediately stretched out his hand and asked for 2 taels of silver. After receiving the silver from Shu Qian, he let him in. In front of the hall, 2 maid-servants saw the guest and reminded Shu Qian that the banquet had already begun. Everyone should be solemn and tidy because this was a family. When Shu Qian arrived at the Court of Imperial Entertainment, the other 2 must not be far away. The reception area of Yuan Mai Xiao O was on the first floor. There were about a dozen guests sitting in the wine room, drinking and chatting. Shu Qian recalled what old Wang had said about the lifestyle here, and forced a noble smile. Bowing to everyone. I am Yang Ling, a scholar from Changla. Greetings to all the brothers. Among them were some dressed in brocade, and also scholars from the Imperial College. Their status was not high, but it was not low either. Shu Qian sat down calmly, his eyes glancing at Fu Shang, who was playing the role of the leader. Her face had the cold beauty of spring. Her eyes were bright. Her demeanor was charming and colorful. Her bearing was natural. This woman was truly beautiful. Even Shu Qian, who had seen many beautiful women, was stunned. But in terms of beauty she was on par with Shu Lingyue and Su Taiwei. Although they had their own unique styles, they were all women who would attract the attention of men whenever they walked down the street. As the host of the banquet, Fu Shang was also known as the order official. The order official was responsible for presiding over the entertainment, and was the one who kept the atmosphere of the banquet lively. At this moment, everyone was taking turns reciting couplets. A middle-aged man beside Shu Qian said, the wine is as cold as ice. A little bit, 2 little bits, 3 little bits. Fu Shang clapped her hands and praised his first line. After the flattering remarks, it was Shu Qian's turn. Shu Qian appeared calm on the surface, but his heart was beating wildly. He was not very good at composing ancient verses, and it was also difficult to write poems, but he quickly came up with an idea: thousands of clove branches bend their heads. Everyone's eyes lit up and they immediately praised him. But Shu Qian was most concerned about Fu Zhang's comments. Fu Shang smiled and praised Shu Qian's second line. After the comments, she immediately avoided Shu Qian's gaze, and sat a little stiffly, only drinking when it was time to drink. From these things, Shu Qian concluded that this courtesan did not value their skills. She was just patiently entertaining them. At this moment, the sound of footsteps was heard. Shu Qian turned around and saw a familiar figure. It was indeed Shu Erlang. Shu Qian was stunned, and stood frozen in place. Shu Xinian felt a gaze upon him, and when he turned around, he was shocked to find that it was his cousin. They both thought to themselves, I didn't expect him to be this kind of person. Beside them, the middle-aged man looked at them with surprise, and asked curiously, do you two know each other? Shu Xinian coughed in embarrassment. Just acquaintances. Shu Qian tried to suppress his embarrassment and shame, and calmly said, I've only met him a few times. Brother must still remember that I am from the Yang family, and we met in Changla County. He deliberately changed his surname to remind Shu Xinian to save face. Shu Xinian immediately understood his cousin's intention, and bowed his head in greeting. I am Shu Ping'an, a student from Changla. As soon as he finished speaking, the sound of footsteps was heard outside the door. The two of them were startled, and wondered who it was. The person who came was an old man, but soon after, Shu Pingzi also walked in. Indeed, a family must be united to be strong. Shu Pingzi laughed in his heart. These two brats said they didn't have time. Erlang is still okay, I understand his true nature, but Ning Yan never comes to such places. Didn't second uncle say that he was on duty tonight? In the past, whenever I quarreled with my wife, I would always say that I was fortunate to have such a beautiful wife in my life. Couldn't bear to scold my wife, but it seems that I also go out to have fun. Shu Xinian's heart was also complicated. Wasn't eldest brother the kind of person who never came to such places? The last time I asked where my cloak was, you said you couldn't find it. It turned out really despicable. Didn't father say that he loved mother very much, and would never go to such a place? Shu Qian felt that the most embarrassing thing in his life was to meet his uncle and cousin while having fun. The three of them were acting out an inner drama that was much more complicated than their stiff expressions. Shu Qian calmly cheered himself up. In any case, we're all going to die together. Let's continue the game. Shu Xinian's performance was not bad. After all, he was a Confucian scholar. As for Shu Qian, he relied on the situation, and was sometimes punished with alcohol when he couldn't answer. Shu Pingzi was criticized for drinking all the time. Originally, according to Shu Xinian, he was good at writing and should excel in the Jiaofeng division. But for half a day now, Shu Qian had been unable to write any poems. In fact, the practice of composing poems in the Jiaofeng division had long since become indifferent. In the past 200 years, very few good poems had appeared. Confucian scholars were not good at writing poems, so they naturally avoided what they were not good at. The three of them ended the banquet in this awkward atmosphere. Next, if a courtesan chooses a guest, she will ask someone to stay behind and then take him to her room. If not, the party will end and move on to the next round. Everyone eagerly and anxiously waited to see who would be called. Finally, a girl stepped forward, and said, the mistress of our house invites young Master Zhao to come in for tea. The three members of the Shu family were completely motionless. Shu Pingzi frowned and looked at his son anxiously. Think of something quickly. The 30 taels of silver are about to be lost. But the father and son remained motionless. Suddenly, Shu Qian remembered Fu Zhang's nickname, unparalleled in love and try. He immediately pushed the table and chairs aside, and said to Shu Xinian, Erlang, take the paper and pen to the stage for me. I'll perform right away in the courtesan's room. Fu Shang was taking a bath. A maid beside her said, Mistress, young Master Zhao is waiting in the next room. I heard that he is a Confucian scholar at the Imperial College. Fu Shang said in a bored tone, what's so special about that? He's just a scholar. But young Master Zhao's demeanor, he will definitely pass the Jurin examination. The maid said, I know that you like such talented men. Unlike that Chu Li, who has no real talent, and only acts recklessly because his father is an official. Young Master Zhao is more talented than him. I hope that you will treat him well, and perhaps something good will come of it in the future. Fu Shang poked the maid's head. Stop dreaming. Most Confucian scholars dream of passing the imperial examinations, and leaving a name for themselves, but it is too difficult for them. At this moment, a servant rushed in and urged, "Mistress, that guest surnamed Yang just sent someone to deliver a poem." The servant scolded, "How rude. You have already chosen young Master Zhao. Why are you still accepting gifts from others? You must have accepted money from him." The young maid was so scared that she cried and did not dare to argue. Fu Shang said, "Put it on the table. Go and tell the guest that Fu Shang understands his intentions." After finishing her bath, Fu Shang put on a thin dress, her graceful curves vaguely visible. She said, "I'm going to invite young Master Zhao in." As soon as she finished speaking, her eyes were drawn to the piece of paper on the table. After reading it, her breathing seemed to become heavier. The servant went to the door and was about to open it to invite young Master Zhao. But suddenly, she heard Fu Zhang's shrill cry, "Wait, who sent this poem? Which young master is it? Tell me quickly." The servant was startled, and stammered, "It seems to be from someone surnamed Yang." "Mistress, what's wrong with you?" Fu Shang wanted to rush out of the door like a madwoman, but the servant held her back tightly. "Mistress, you can't go out looking like this." Fu Shang burst into tears, "Let me go. Don't let the young master leave. Quickly chase after him and bring him back." The servant did not understand what had made her mistress so flustered. She was usually so dignified and gentle, but now she had forgotten all that. "Please calm down, mistress. I'll go and invite the young master to write a poem right away." After the servant left, Fu Shang sat down heavily by the table, her eyes unfocused as she stared at the paper. In the midst of autumn, I alone gaze at the scenery. Love fills the small garden. The shadows of the setting sun cast a romantic glow. The water is clear, the autumn moon shimmering. The clove blooms, its faint fragrance carried by the wind. Dedicated to Fu Shang, she burst into tears, tears streaming down her cheeks like beans. The three members of the Shu family waited a long time but did not see Fu Shang. Shu Pingzi sneered, "The party is over. Miss Fu Shang is not interested in poetry." Shu Qian gritted his teeth, "Impossible. There is no reason for Fu Shang to reject me. This poem, if given to the two great Confucian scholars at the Yunlu Academy, would be enough to make them take me as their adopted son." At this moment, the young maid ran over and asked Shu Qian, "Are you the one who wrote the poem?" The three of them were startled. Shu Qian quickly replied, "Yes, it is me." The maid pulled Shu Qian inside. The surrounding guests were indignant. "This is against the rules. Why are you letting two people in?" Some of the more astute guests asked, "What's going on between you two and that gentleman?" Shu Pingzi raised his hand, "It's nothing. I was just joking around. I heard him say that he was not good at calligraphy, so I asked him to write a few words for me for fun." The young master felt mocked, and left in anger. What kind of filial piety is this? When everyone had left, Shu Pingzi sighed in relief, "Let's not stay here any longer, or else our relationship will be exposed and it will be troublesome." Originally, according to old Wang, those disciples would only need 1 or 2 taels of silver. Now we have to go to another house to find other girls. The cheapest one is 5 taels including the cost of food and entertainment. Speaking of which, Shu Pingzi paused, and saw that his son was not reacting as usual. "Oh well, it's fine, I don't have to ask." Shu Pingzi smiled awkwardly, then took out 5 taels of silver from his person. "Erlang, take this money when you are practicing martial arts. Even if you have to sleep on the streets, you won't be afraid of the cold or heat. Your body can't withstand the cold night wind." The Shu family almost fell apart because of such nighttime activities. "Although it has been a month, it is still haunting me." Shu Xinian's voice was hoarse, "I won't take it. Father must give the money to his son." During the tug of war, a bundle of money suddenly fell out of Shu Xinian's sleeve. Exactly 5 taels, no more, no less. Father and son looked at the silver on the ground. Silent on the other side, the servant led Shu Qian into the main bedroom. When the curtain was lifted, he saw a beautiful young woman kneeling on the platform next to the bed. She was wearing a thin dress, her fair skin exposed. Her eyes smiled gracefully as she looked towards the door. Their eyes met. She lowered her head slightly, a shy smile on her lips. Shu Qian sighed. As expected, Fu Shang is extremely beautiful. She is truly a rare beauty in the world. I didn't believe it before, now I do. Fu Shang was shy. "Young master, don't tease me." At this moment, a voice of protest came from the tea room next door. "Young Master Zhao has finished drinking a whole pot of tea, and his bladder can't take it anymore. This is the 2nd or 3rd time he can't hold it in. Did he come here to drink tea or to pee? I've been waiting in the tea room for so long. Why hasn't Fu Shang come to see me yet?" The servant blocked the door and wouldn't let him in. At this moment, Fu Zhang's charming voice came from inside the room. "Pinger. In that case, you can take the poem and show it to young Master Zhao." It seems that young Master Zhao is really angry now. What poems? A moment later, young Master Zhao walked down the second floor with a pale face. Everyone gathered around to ask him questions, and he replied with difficulty, I have lost my heart. Everyone became even more curious and pressed him. What happened? Tell us quickly, I'm dying of curiosity. Young Master Zhao ignored them and muttered as he left, in the middle of autumn. I alone admire the scenery, love is everywhere in the small garden. A Confucian scholar burst into tears, his lips trembling. This is a disgrace that will last for generations. No one will ever dare to do it again. Gentlemen, I bid you farewell. I must go to another tea party. This poem will spread far and wide, and will cause a sensation in the capital. The guests left to find the poem that was spreading everywhere. Fu Zhang's eyes were filled with admiration and affection. Thank you, young master. If I can leave a name for myself in the future, it will definitely be thanks to you. Shu Qian stepped forward. So how will you thank me? Fu Shang was shy and did not dare to look directly at Shu Qian. Fu Shang was shy. The night is long. I will play a song to entertain you first. Shu Qian took a sip of tea. To soothe his dry throat from the alcohol, he asked Fu Shang casually, with your stunning beauty, why hasn't anyone redeemed you to be their wife? The girls here are not available for redemption. Even if you meet a good man, the Bureau of Music will not agree. It is very difficult to redeem a famous courtesan like Fu Shang, because there are too many complicated procedures. Many people have to be bribed. The money spent is several times more than that of ordinary courtesans. Ordinary courtesans in brothels usually cost between 500 and 1,000 taels. As for Fu Shang, it would probably be double that, or even more, around 2,000 taels. That's a sum that even if you saved for 10 years without eating or drinking, it wouldn't be enough. Shu Qian praised. Indeed, with Fu Zhang's beauty, it would be difficult to find a second person in the entire Great Phoenix dynasty. Fu Shang covered her mouth and giggled, her heart filled with joy, but her mouth said, young master, don't tease me like this. Number one beauty in the Great Phoenix dynasty is the princess of Zhenbei. I am just an ordinary girl. Shu Qian heard the name of the capital's leading beauty once again. In his previous life, he considered himself to have experienced countless beauties. But when he saw Xu Lingyue, a young woman who was almost perfect, he was still amazed. It was hard to imagine how beautiful the princess must be to be worthy of the title of number one beauty. Fu Shang continued, that princess comes from a family of Confucian scholars, and when she was 9 years old, she went to the Jade Buddha temple with her parents to burn incense. The abbot gave her a poem. Her beautiful face is reflected in the evening light, and she is admired by all as a national beauty. Her beauty captivated the emperor, and her reputation spread far and wide. She was taken into the palace, but the current emperor is now cultivating, and has no desire for women. 19 years ago, at the great disaster at the Shanhai Pass, the Prince of Zhenbei made great contributions and was considered a second-generation meritorious official, so he was rewarded by the emperor with the number one beauty in the capital. Shu Qian was quite curious, so who made the greatest contribution? Fu Shang replied, it was Duke Wei. At that time, Duke Wei was the commander-in-chief of the three armies. If he hadn't been a eunuch, the princess wouldn't be a princess. Shu Qian nodded. That's right, it was Wei Yuan. I've heard of this person before. Although he was a eunuch, he was a rare talent, good at literature and martial arts, and if he hadn't lost the opportunity to take the imperial examination early, he would have definitely passed the imperial examination easily. A moment later, under Shu Qian's skillful guidance, Fu Shang finally mentioned Zhu Li. Fu Shang said, he is a lustful and dissolute man, and shameless. I don't like him at all. Every time I attend a tea party I pretend he doesn't exist. The Bureau of Music is under the jurisdiction of the Ministry of Rites. Even if he is just a county official, I will not entertain him. Shu Qian pretended to be curious. Why do you say he is so lustful and dissolute? It's common for him to be a womanizer. Fu Shang hesitated for a moment, then whispered, I heard it from other officials. If you want to know, I'll tell you. But don't tell anyone. This happened last year. He saw a girl at the Lantern Festival on the Lantern Festival, and attacked her in the middle of the crowd, and had someone beat up the guard beside the girl. Unexpectedly, the girl turned out to be the personal maid of the Marquis of Weiyu. Her mother was a cousin of the Marquis of Weiyu's wife, so she was very much loved by the madam, and treated like her own daughter. The Marquis of Weiyu then reported it to the emperor. The two sides argued for many days, and finally the emperor ruled that Minister Chu had not taught his son well, and fined him 1 year's salary and ordered him to pay 1,000 taels of silver to the Marquis of Weiyu. Chu Li was put under house arrest for 3 months, and if he reoffended, he would be severely punished. These words flashed through Shu Qian's mind like lightning, igniting his creative inspiration. Suppose Chu Li had long harbored a crush on the Marquis of Weiyu's personal maid. Having just been humiliated, angry and resentful, he came up with the idea of attacking the girl again. So he kidnapped the Marquis of Weiyu's personal maid, locked her up in a private place outside, intending to rape her and kill her to silence her. Well, that makes sense, of course. In order to set a trap for a false accusation, wouldn't kill an innocent girl. That's the plan. Seeing Shu Qian in deep thought, Fu Shang called out to him, "Young master, are you going to sit with me all night?" Shu Qian was startled and came to his senses. "I'm still a virgin, I can't do anything all night. If I do it all night, I'll be ruined a moment later." As soon as Shu Qian lay down on the bed, Fu Shang pressed close to him. One of her hands was slowly removing Shu Qian's disguise, and her mouth was blowing into his ear, teasingly calling him master. The strong fragrance rushed into his nose. Shu Qian still maintained a serious attitude, and tensed his body. Fu Shang giggled innocently, "Or is it that you've never experienced it before?" Shu Qian hurriedly changed the subject to avoid her. If he continued like this, he would not be able to control himself. "Fu Shang, have you heard of a miracle? Just rest your head on the pillow for 3 seconds and you'll fall fast asleep." Fu Shang, of course, didn't believe it, thinking that he wanted to play a romantic game. But 3 seconds later Shu Qian was snoring. Fu Shang tried to wake him up, but to no avail. This was the first time she had encountered such a situation, and she was at a loss for what to do. The next morning, Shu Qian was awakened by his biological clock. He felt something heavy pressing down on him. Opening his eyes, he saw Fu Shang lying close beside him, with one long, slender leg draped over his waist. Shu Qian was startled and slipped away like a thief. But as he was packing his things, he discovered that his money was gone. At first, he suspected that it had been stolen by a servant here, but then he noticed that there was a strange mark on the silver mirror. Shu Qian suddenly realized that his money had disappeared into the mirror. He shook the mirror vigorously, and there was a clinking sound. The banknotes appeared in midair, hovered there for a moment, and then fell to the ground. The room was silent. Shu Qian held the mirror, silent for a long moment. So this mirror is really a treasure? Or is it that my luck is too good, that the old man gave it to me on purpose? What is his purpose? Why did he give me a treasure? Or did he find out that I have a strange contract? But that's impossible. I don't understand anything about the art of thievery. This unwarranted gift makes one uneasy. Shu Qian hid the silver mirror on his person and quietly left the room. But as soon as he stepped out of the door, he bumped into a maid, which startled him. "Young master, aren't you waiting for the mistress to wake up?" Shu Qian hurriedly ran away, saying that he had urgent business. In his heart, he thought, "I'm afraid of being scolded as a good-for-nothing." A few hours later, in the study of the Shu residence, Shu Pingzi complained, "Why did it take you so long? You took a bath as soon as you got back and you didn't tell us about the story at the Gao Fuang Pavilion." Shu Xinian coughed to cover up his embarrassment. "Did you get anything?" Shu Qian recounted the information he had gathered from Fu Shang and proposed his plan. Shu Xinian commented, "Big brother, the crux of this plan is how you're going to kidnap the Marquis of Weiyu's personal maid." Shu Pingzi said, "That's right, we have to send someone to follow her, and then find an opportunity to act. But if we try to kidnap her during the day, it will be very difficult, because the maid will definitely have guards following her closely. Once we make a commotion, it will be easy to be discovered, and we will bring disaster upon ourselves." Shu Qian smiled mysteriously, "But what if I have a way to solve this problem?" One day, the old butler, who was the gatekeeper of the residence, was passing through the flower garden. He was shocked to see a servant lying unconscious in the middle of the garden. When he ran over to check, he found that the man was only unconscious. The old butler asked, "Why did you faint here?" The servant seemed dazed. After a while, he remembered, "Thank you for making tea for the young master. I only remember that the young master told me to go into the room, and then I don't remember anything." Song Qing, whose dark circles under his eyes were getting heavier and heavier because of his work at the Heavenly Observatory, was not doing alchemy experiments today, but was writing intently. A man in white rushed in, panting, "Senior brother Song, the alchemy genius Shu Qian has come to see you." Song Qing's eyes lit up. He came at the right time. Shu Qian was warmly received by Song Qing, but Song Qing's expression was serious, and he said thoughtfully, "To be honest, I'm a little suspicious of you these past few days. I've been investigating your ancestry for 18 generations. Shu Qian's heart skipped a beat. To put it bluntly, is it really reasonable to investigate someone's ancestry for 18 generations like this? But he still smiled and asked, "So what did you find out?" Song Qing shook his head, "Too clean. So they didn't investigate any further, and then they didn't mention it again." Song Qing took out a sheet of alchemy paper and handed it to Shu Qian. take a look at my recent research. Shu Qian sighed in his heart. I've already figured out the plot for the character of the expert who teaches the art of grafting. Why doesn't he ask anything? He skimmed through a few lines and almost cried out in surprise. In addition to the grafting theory that Shu Qian had mentioned, Song Qing had also deduced several other situations. Shu Qian regained his composure and said, I came here this time because I have something to ask Senior Brother Song for help with. Senior Brother must have heard about my conflict with Minister Chu. Song Qing said solemnly, Tai Wei has already told me about it. I'm afraid I can't help you with this. The Heavenly Observatory does not interfere in politics. Moreover, a minister with great power is beyond my ability. Shu Qian laughed out loud. Senior Brother Song, don't be in a hurry. What I need is very simple, and then he told him his plan. Song Qing was startled. That's impossible. Song has always lived an upright life, and I will never do such a thing. Shu Qian thought for a moment and then said shamefully, I'm sorry. I was too reckless, Senior Brother. Let's continue to discuss your theory of grafting. Forgive me, but that cannot be done. Shu Qian said patiently, Senior Brother, have you heard of the periodic table of chemical elements? In the Birds Market Street in the inner city, where the Marquis of Weiyu's forces are concentrated. Today, the Marquis of Weiyu's personal maid, Zhang Yuying, has a schedule to go out. She will go to the temple to burn incense and become a vegetarian, and then visit her close friend at the mansion of the Marquis of Wen Yuan. The carriage had gone 2 blocks when a maid suddenly heard a commotion behind her. 2 carriages, for some unknown reason, lost control, and the coachman panicked and urged the horses on. Their faces filled with terror, the maid was horrified, and she ordered the guards to stop the oncoming carriage, and told the coachman to get out of the way. But the guards were not enough, and they only managed to stop 1 carriage. The other carriage knocked down 2 sedan chair-bearers. The scene was chaotic in an instant. Then the 2 carriages continued to speed away. The maid quickly got up and opened the sedan chair to look, and then she screamed in horror, where is the young lady? In a secluded place in the inner city, Zhang Yuying knew that she had been kidnapped, but she did not know who had done it. She had been awake for a while. The headache had subsided, but she was still in a panic. Suddenly, she heard the sound of the gate opening, and then footsteps approaching. Zhang Yuying's heart felt like it was about to jump out of her chest. She didn't know what she was about to face, but it was definitely not something good. The footsteps stopped outside the room. A voice laughed lewdly. This little girl is really beautiful. I've checked her thoroughly. Another voice replied, you're so shameless. Why didn't you call me to see her? The 2 figures continued to chat. She's still so innocent and pure. Then just deflower her. I wonder how young Master Chu will deal with this young lady. Although she is a rare beauty, it is not safe to keep her for too long. You think too much. Young Master Chu will only play with her for a while. When he's tired of her, he'll strangle her to death, and bury her alive in this yard. Who knows? That's right. When young Master Chu is tired of her, we can also enjoy a share. Her skin is much smoother than that of a prostitute. Well, she is the daughter of an official. Of course she is different. Let's go for a drink. It's almost dark. Let's buy some wine and come back. The footsteps gradually faded away, and then the sound of the gate closing could be heard. Those 2 guys have gone out to drink. The image of a despicable young man appeared in Zhang Yuying's mind. It must be young Master Chu, the son of the 2nd Minister of Revenue. She recalled what had happened at the New Year's Eve festival last year. He still remembered her. After playing with her, he would enjoy her, kill her and bury her body to erase all traces. The young lady, who had been brought up carefully in a wealthy family, trembled, and tears streamed down her face. She tried to call for help and twisted her body to get out of the ropes. Suddenly, she felt the rope on her wrist loosen slightly. After an unknown amount of time, she finally managed to free herself from the rope. She immediately stood up, rubbed her hands and feet, and then cautiously walked towards the door of the room. After listening for a while and finding that there was no one in the yard, she quietly ran into the yard and then ran out of the gate as fast as she could. The fastest she had ever run in her life. But when she pulled the gate, she was horrified to find that it was locked from the outside. She let out a cry of disappointment. On the other side of the street, Shu Qian was holding a bowl of noodles, and Shu Xinian was beside him. They looked anxiously at the gate. Will she be able to get out? Why is the gate locked? Shu Qian took a sip of his noodles, and explained briefly, a strong survival instinct will stimulate a person's potential. She just needs to climb over the wall to get out. If the gate is not locked, the traces will be too obvious. This small mansion was bought by Zhu Li outside. There is a beautiful woman living in the house. Now she and the servants in the courtyard have all been locked in a mirror by Shu Qian. The silver mirror can hold objects and people. Shu Qian had experimented on his own servants. If it weren't for the mirror, the plan to kidnap the Zhang girl would have been very difficult, and might even have failed at this moment. the two of them saw a head sticking out from the top of the wall. Zhang Yuying's hair was disheveled, and she looked around for a moment before climbing over the wall and jumping down. She seemed to have twisted her ankle and lay there for a while before bursting into tears and trying to stand up. She supported herself against the wall and jumped up to run into the street. At this moment, a pair of guards in white clothes, with jade belts, walked over hearing the crying. They turned around. Zhang Yuying cried out, "I am the daughter of Marquis Wu Yue. I was kidnapped. Save me quickly." The leader asked, "Who kidnapped you?" Zhang Yuying collapsed and cried, "It's young Master Chu, the son of Minister of Revenue Chu." Shu Qian said with a smile, "All right, let's find an inn to stay for the night. You can go home tomorrow and wait for news." The next day, Marquis Wu Yue reported the incident to the emperor for punishment. Although Zhu Li denied it again and again, the evidence was so clear that he could not escape his 82nd calamity. This led to the downfall of Minister of Revenue Chu. After the incident with Zhu Li, he thoughtfully instructed Shu Xinian, second young master, "Remember this: in this world, apart from your relatives, any friends or enemies only associate with you for the sake of their own interests. Especially when observing their actions, you must clearly distinguish between good and evil, true and false. Do not be biased or let your emotions cloud your judgment. No one is good to you for no reason. No one hates you for no reason. Even the closest friends only associate with you because your existence brings them positive benefits. In the future, when you enter the court as an official, I hope that second young master will become a powerful minister, not an honest official. Remember, be as clear-sighted as the sunlight." Shu Xinian was doubtful, as clear-sighted as the sunlight. "But what if I get lost in the fog of power in the future?" Shu Qian said half-jokingly, "That is your own cause and effect. Of course, if second young master becomes a treacherous and evil official, I will clean up your family." Shu Xinian retorted, "Then what if you become a cruel and tyrannical henchman? I will do the same." Shu Qian coughed, and looked at Shu Pingzi, second uncle. "Please bear witness for us." Shu Pingzi angrily slapped the table and stood up, and scolded the two of them for only knowing how to talk about the world, as if he didn't exist in the coolroom on the other side. A nagging voice rang out, "How many times have I told you? You must hold the pen upright." Shu Lingyan replied simply, "Yes." "No, then fix it." The little girl looked at her teacher with innocent eyes. "Fix what?" The teacher couldn't take it anymore. "That's it for today. Follow me to read the three-character classic. Man's nature is originally good. What is the nature of goodness? Oh, I forgot." The teacher was angry. "I don't believe that I can't teach this girl." At this moment, a giggle rang out. The person who came was Ho-I Khan. "You are too rude. What's going on with the brothers of the Van Lock Academy?" The teacher bowed his head. "I dare not, I dare not." "Princess, please don't blame them. These two are the family members of a student in the academy, and they are temporarily staying in the academy because of family matters." Ho-I Khan quickly understood. "They were taking refuge?" she asked. "Whose student is it?" Shu Lingyue stood up and bowed. "Yes, it's my elder brother Shu Xinian." Ho-I Khan looked at the beautiful girl, and asked gently, "When did all this happen?" Shu Lingyue replied, "Just recently." Ho-I Khan pondered the answer. "Recently, so it must be related to the tax case of Minister of Revenue Chu." About 10 days ago, Shu Qian had a conflict with the son of Minister of Revenue Chu. Knowing that they had a conflict with Minister of Revenue Chu, why didn't the Shu family flee the capital and instead send their family members to the academy? Meanwhile, the men were still in the capital. What were they plotting, thinking about the fact that Minister of Revenue Chu had been dismissed from his post? This was only the beginning of the power struggle in the court. Ho-I Khan frowned and thought, then nodded to Lingyue. In the Yinyan Tower, Ho-I Khan was a little surprised. "It's been a while since we last met, but the dean looks very different." Zhao Shou smiled. "The sages have said that there is no distinction between high and low in learning. The best is the best." Ho-I Khan thought to herself. It must be because of what happened in the Holy Temple the other day. The Quasi-Saint Academy was sealed off, and no one was allowed to enter. Even the guards were helpless. What had happened in the end? The princess retracted her rambling thoughts, and asked the dean, "Dean, do you know about the dismissal of Minister of Revenue Chu, and his going to the military for the court? This is only the beginning of the power struggle." He changed the subject. "Ever since losing 3 unfair games of Othello, Li Mubai has never played Othello again. In the academy, few people can play against him. Today, since the princess has come, why don't we play a game for fun? Play Othello with me." The dean is too humble. In the room on the other side, Zhang Shen was trembling as he held the poem. He didn't expect that after a few days of seclusion, such a masterpiece would appear in the capital. In terms of profound meaning, exquisite language, and imposing spirit, this poem far surpassed his own. Who was this Yang Ling? He was so talented, but Zhang Shen had never heard of him. Chen Lao also said, "Perhaps he is a Confucian scholar from Changla. Who gave this poem to Fu Shang when she was in the Jiaofeng division?" At this point, the tea room fell into an eerie silence. The three of them remained silent. A strong sour smell filled the air. Zhang Shen pondered for a moment, and said, I think we should report this to the dean immediately, and invite this talented Confucian scholar to join the academy. Someone with such talent cannot be wasted. Chen Lao and Li Mubai agreed. At this moment, outside, the two brothers who had come to pick up their aunt and sister overheard the teacher's conversation. Xu Xinian covered his mouth tightly, afraid that Zhang Shen would make him hand in that 300-time copying assignment. In the end, Xu Xinian still couldn't escape the fate of copying. But thanks to copying the book, he had touched upon the door of the cultivation of the mind mirror. Of course, he wouldn't say this out loud, especially when his elder brother Xu Qian was still here. He didn't want his brother to brag about it in front of him. At this time, Chen Lao spoke up. You two live in the capital. Have you heard of a good poem that has appeared recently? You be less talented, do not be arrogant and complacent. Know that in the world of scholars, there are many hidden dragons and crouching tigers. The two great Confucians were immediately a little upset. This old man is just jealous that we have found a talented student. But in the face of the sincere advice of their elders, they couldn't refute it. Zhang Shen had no choice but to say, it is indeed a good poem. There's no denying it. Xu Xinian cleared his throat, and then pointed at Xu Qian. This poem was also written by my elder brother. The three great Confucians were all stunned, and they turned around to stare at Xu Qian. Isn't the pen name Yang Ling? Xu Qian smiled sheepishly. That's my pseudonym. The three of them were immediately displeased. You used such an immortal poem on a prostitute. Is that person worthy? The inscription, to Mr. Mubai on the Jasmine Flower Creek at night, would have been more appropriate. It is indeed vulgar to give such a masterpiece of poetry to a courtesan, and hateful although they criticized him verbally. In their hearts they thought, if only the poem had been written about me, it would have been wonderful. Xu Qian quickly tried to smooth things over. In the future, if I write any good poems, I will of course let the two masters review them first. At this moment, Chen Lao looked at Xu Qian with a fake smile. Xu Qian suddenly felt a chill down his spine. This old man was thinking, there are already two masters, why can't there be a third? Xu Xinian coughed to interrupt everyone's thoughts. My younger sister has been studying at the academy for a few days. I wonder if she has made any progress. Zhang Shen and Li Mubai immediately fell silent. Chen Lao forced himself to reply. That girl is really strong-willed. Nothing can shake her within 10 days. She has made 4 teachers refuse to continue teaching her, swearing never to teach children again. The two Shu brothers were shocked. So the evil spirit is so fierce. Evil spirit, what a proud little sister. When the family reunited in the small mansion, Xu Lingyan immediately ran over and hugged her father's legs. Father, you finally came to take me home. After saying that, she burst into tears. Xu Pingzi felt sorry for his daughter and stroked her hair. It seems that Lingyan has suffered a lot while studying at the academy. The teachers there must be very strict. Xu Lingyue watched the family reunion. It was a happy occasion at first, but she couldn't be happy. Her second brother had always been more loved by her mother because he was the eldest son. Lingyan also hugged her father comfortably. As for her, the one in the middle, she felt sad in her heart. As she was thinking wildly, Xu Qian took her hand. It's been a long time since I've seen my little sister. Are you okay? Xu Lingyue was about to say something, but Xu Qian quickly said, all right, let's go home first. At that moment, the girl forgot all her negative thoughts, and nodded vigorously. At this moment, her aunt asked the old master, when I was away, did you go out and fool around? The two Shu brothers answered in unison, no. The aunt glanced at them, I'm not asking you. Time flies, and in the blink of an eye, the three of them had been home for 3 days. Xu Lingyue said to her brother, brother, I have a day off today. Let's go for a walk in the city. Xu Pingzi immediately jumped out. No, what if we run into that Chuli like before? Today, the second brother is off, and he will go with you to protect you. Xu Lingyue held her forehead. Forget it, I don't want to go anymore. I suddenly feel a little dizzy. Xu Pingzi also stood still, not understanding what was going on. At this moment, the old butler reported, Master, there are 2 night watchmen at the door. They say they are night watchmen in the Great Phoenix. The 3 words night watchmen are not a good omen. They usually go hand in hand with charges. Imprisonment, confiscation. These 2 men were young. One was stern, the other smiled, and asked, who is Xu Qian? Come with us for a moment. Xu Pingzi shielded Xu Qian, and asked, my nephews, what mistakes have they made? The night watchman smiled, if you do no evil by day, You have nothing to fear from the night watchman. Shu Qian put his hand on his second uncle's shoulder. All right, I'll go with them. One cannot refuse the orders of the night watchman. Shu Qian was afraid that they would draw their swords and kill him on the spot. Shu Qian sat in their carriage, and neither of them said anything. He became even more worried. Why were they looking for him? Could it be because of the Chuli incident? But that was impossible. He might not have committed the perfect crime, but he could be sure that there was no surveillance technology in the Great Phoenix. They could not find evidence that he had kidnapped the Zhang girl. Even if they had a clue, they could not quickly conclude that it was him. Shu Qian slipped his hand into his clothes, and gently tapped the back of the silver mirror, pulled out a banknote and handed it over with a smile. I am a good man, and I obey the law. I admire you for your service to our country and people. I offer you 10 taels of silver to buy you a cup of tea. If you could tell me what happened, I would be very grateful. The night watchman was very stern. Accepting a bribe of more than 10 taels would result in 50 strokes of the cane. More than 50 taels would result in exile, and more than 100 taels would result in decapitation. Do you think I would be punished for 10 taels of silver? Then he smiled and said, more money. Shu Qian immediately took out 30 taels. The two night watchmen smiled and divided the money, each taking 10 taels. The rest they would spend at the Jiaofeng division tonight. After dividing the money, the night watchman said, my only job is to take you back to the camp for questioning, but I don't know the details when you get there. Remember one thing. Say what you are allowed to say, and never say what you are forbidden to say. Shu Qian felt that he had lost a lot of blood with 30 taels of silver. You know the rules. You don't have to pay me to tell you that. A moment later, Shu Qian was taken to the night watchman's prison. It was built from 2 courtyards with 3 entrances. The tall buildings were filled with night watchmen dressed in black, who came and went in a hurry, with stern faces and imposing auras. Shu Qian did not know if he would be thrown into a dungeon, a place where people were eaten alive. The door creaked open. The 2 guards at the door urged him to go inside. As soon as Shu Qian stepped inside, the night watchman with the friendly smile called out to him, I forgot to tell you. From now on, you're on your own. Shu Qian's heart sank. At this moment, a familiar cold voice sounded behind him. We meet again. I'll ask you questions, and if you answer incorrectly, you will be punished accordingly. It was Li Yuxuan, whom Shu Qian had met at Lai Fugi's. He pointed at Shu Qian. Before you answer my questions, you must first straighten your clothes. That is the most basic thing. Shu Qian hurriedly straightened his clothes, and then the interrogation began. Do you know that the mastermind behind the tax case is Chu Shilong? Shu Qian answered honestly. I heard it from Miss Tai Wei at the Heavenly Records Bureau. So you know that Chu Shilong is taking revenge on you because of that? Shu Qian nodded. You know that Chu Shilong wants to kill you? Shu Qian nodded again. So to avoid revenge from the Chu family, you kidnapped the maid of the Marquis of Weiyu and blamed it on Chu Shilong. Shu Qian's heart skipped a beat. Sure enough, it was because of that, but he remained calm, and even pretended to be confused and wronged. I don't understand what you mean. I only work in Changhua County, and I know nothing about the kidnapping of the maid of the Marquis of Weiyu. I often go to the Jiaofeng division to listen to music, and Captain Wang and the other officials can all testify to this. Because everyone is avoiding it like this. Li Yuxuan asked. Then how do you explain the matter of the assessment papers? The records show that you went to the inner city many times. Shu Qian pretended to be indignant. This is a great injustice. I have never been to the inner city, and I have never taken any assessment books from the bureau. He thought to himself, are you guys still trying to set me up? As for obtaining books from the inner city, I asked someone else to do it, and I have nothing to do with it. That person is Yang Ling. What does he have to do with me? Speaking of interrogation skills, this old man is quite professional. Li Yuxuan sighed. Not bad. If I didn't have the evidence ready, based on our conversation just now, I might have believed you. Shu Qian remained calm, but thought to himself, he's praising me again. It makes me feel more confident. Shu Qian did not expect. At first, he thought that with his modern criminal investigation skills, although not perfect, they would be enough to deceive the entire court of the Great Phoenix. But what was the result? He was taken out a small notebook by the night watchman, which read, on the 10th of October, Shu Qian personally went to the Yunlu Library, and bought 2 branches of golden chrysanthemums at Baoqi. He was followed on the way, suspected to be from the Chu family. At night, he escaped from the Chu family's assassins. On the 12th of October, fearing a fire, he sent his family to the Yunlu Library to avoid the disaster. On the 15th of October, he went to the Jiaofeng division, and gave a poem called Night Jasmine Flower Creek to Fuxiang. On the 18th of October, he drove a carriage into the carriage of the maid of the Marquis of Weiyu, and kidnapped her. It was all done by Shu Qian. Li Yuxuan glanced at Shu Qian, and asked, Do you have anything else to say? Shu Qian's whole body turned cold, and he couldn't stop trembling. He stammered, "The night watchmen have been following me since the day I went to the library. In the past few days, all of my plans have been as clear as day to you. But this doesn't make sense. If you witnessed everything, why didn't you expose me immediately, but instead waited until after Chu Shilong had collapsed before inviting me?" A cold light flashed in Shu Qian's eyes. He said, "I admit that everything was done by me. Please do with me as you wish." The two night watchmen looked at each other. Li Yuxuan said, "Shu Qian, we were just testing you. If you had shown any flaws during the interrogation or broken down under the evidence, you would have been subject to real punishment. Now, what awaits you is an invitation from the night watchman." Shu Qian's mind went numb. Li Yuxuan said coldly, "When you were at the Huyu post house, we confirmed right away that you were different. Although you are just an unknown boy, you have principles, and you uphold morality, and your skills have proven that. And even though you have cultivated deeply, night watchmen still want to recruit you." Shu Qian was ashamed that he had been so reckless, and that he had only received such special treatment because of his schemes. The night watchman on the other side added, "Of course. The main reason is the princess's recommendation." Shu Qian was startled. "Which princess? Why would she recommend me? I don't know her at all," he asked, his heart full of doubts. "Apart from the reasons you mentioned, why didn't you two report me?" Li Yuxuan explained, "You should know that the duty of the night watchman is to supervise the officials. They even supervised the corrupt Chu Shilong. We are not on the same side as Chu Shilong. And even the downfall of Chu Shilong was partly due to the night watchman. Chu Shilang's downfall was only a matter of time. We had already started to make our move against him. Your little plan only helped us speed up the process." Li Yuxuan looked at her colleague, Lord Sun, and said, "According to our agreement, I'll take this one. You can go outside." But Lord Sun didn't leave. Instead, he smiled and said to Shu Qian, "You have a choice. To follow him or to follow me. Our authority is not much different. But he's too rigid and hard to get along with. If you follow him, you'll have a hard time. But if you follow me, within 3 years, you'll be able to buy a small house in the inner city. Working for 3 years and being able to afford a house in the capital. Isn't that a dream come true?" Shu Qian politely declined Lord Sun's invitation when I was handling the tax case. Lord Li gave me a chance to make amends. I still remember that favor. So I want to work under him. Lord Sun heard this and slowly left, but not before leaving a sentence. "It's good to be grateful and to repay favors." Li Yuxuan said gently, "Let me introduce myself. I am Li Yuxuan, and from now on, I will be your leader. I hope you will work hard and I will train you to become a real night watchman. You can call me that directly. If you don't feel comfortable, you can call me Lord Li." Shu Qian asked, "Can I call you Chun Jie?" Li Yuxuan continued, "When you work under me, you must have a clear conscience. This is very important in the night watchman system. The lowest rank is the Bai Yi. They have no official position, and only do odd jobs. Next is the Tongla. They are the real night watchmen, but they must have at least cultivated to the refining essence realm, and their monthly salary is 5 taels of silver and 2 shi of rice. Next is the Yinla, who receive the same treatment as a Baihu. Above the Yinla is the Jinla, the highest rank. There are only 10 of them in the entire city, and they take orders directly from Lord Wei. The duty of the night watchman is to supervise the officials, and to protect the capital." Li Yuxuan looked at Shu Qian sternly. "You are now at the peak of the refining essence realm. I have 2 proposals. One is to slowly accumulate merits, and wait for an opportunity. 2 is to pay 400 taels of silver, and I will open the gate for you." Shu Qian immediately chose the second option. Li Yuxuan was a little surprised. "Are you that rich?" Shu Qian said, "It's all a loan from Tai Wei of the Heavenly Supervisor's office." As soon as he stepped out, Shu Qian met Song Tingfeng and Zhou Guangxiao running out to greet him warmly. "We're colleagues now. Working inside is not very gossipy. Just be careful not to make any ill-gotten gains." Shu Qian glared at him. "Then return my 30 taels of silver." Song Tingfeng pretended to be innocent. "When did I ever take your money?" After completing the procedures to join the night watchman, Shu Qian still had to undergo a final qualification test. He thought this step would be like in the TV shows, where they would test him by having him touch a crystal. But Song Tingfeng explained that this was a standard procedure, consisting of 3 parts: martial strength, intelligence, and heart method. The 3 of them walked into the attic. However, the banners hanging on the pillars in the main hall caught Shu Qian's attention. "Willing to serve the world with body and mind, without selfish motives," Song Tingfeng said. These are Lord Wei's words of advice to remind and warn us. Shu Qian glanced at him. It's obvious that those words have no effect. Song Tingfeng didn't argue. He pointed ahead. Your martial strength has been proven. Now we will test your intelligence. Within the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, guess which box contains the object. You can choose to ask one of them, but you can only ask one question. Only one of them is telling the truth. Zhou Guangxiao reminded him, this puzzle is very difficult. Think carefully according to Song Tingfeng. Although Lord Wei said that this is just a small game, very few people are able to guess correctly, although I understood it after it was over. But the time it takes for an incense stick to burn had already passed. I heard that only the Jinla can solve this puzzle within 2 minutes. Shu Qian was indifferent. I've solved countless puzzles like this in my previous life. Let's light an incense stick next to it to measure the time. Shu Qian smiled and stepped forward, pointing to a random person and asking, if you were that person, how would you answer me? The other person was startled, and replied, there's nothing in the box. Shu Qian placed his hand on the box on the right. The object is in this box. Song Tingfeng looked at his companion in surprise. How long did it take him? Zhou Guangxiao was a little dissatisfied, not counting the time he spent thinking. It only took him 30 seconds. Song Tingfeng thought to himself. It seems that he was able to solve the tax case not just by luck. Song Tingfeng led him up the stairs. The heart test is on the 2nd floor. Just go straight up to the top floor. There are no requirements, just remember to be yourself. If you try too hard, you will lose points. Shu Qian was puzzled. Lose points? What kind of points? The qualification test results are divided into 4 levels A, B, C, D. The higher the level, the easier it is to be promoted. Song Tingfeng nodded towards Zhou Guangxiao and whispered, I only got a B. Shu Qian understood what he meant and went upstairs alone. When he reached the 2nd floor, he saw a bronze mirror hanging opposite the stairs. Looking at his reflection in the mirror, Shu Qian's heart suddenly stirred. There was something wrong with this mirror, but he quickly calmed his mind. Feeling refreshed, letting go of all fame, fortune, and selfish desires, he continued walking. Inside here, there was a statue of Buddha. Solemn and beautiful. Shu Qian only glanced at it and then turned away. Calmly climbing to the next floor, a fellow Taoist held a brush writing down the score on paper. On the 3rd floor was a statue of the Taoist patriarch, wearing a Taoist robe and holding a wooden staff. Shu Qian also just glanced at it and moved on. The fellow Taoist wrote down the score again. The 4th floor was a statue of a Confucian scholar, wearing a Confucian robe and hat. After a quick glance, Shu Qian remarked that this statue was similar to the one in the Yun Lu library. Then he quickly walked out. The fellow Taoist wrote down the score again. Shu Qian continued to climb, and thought to himself, so, the heart test is really a test of morality. That mirror has the effect of making it impossible for people to go against their conscience. Thinking of this, Shu Qian broke out in a cold sweat. From the beginning to the end, he had not paid respects to Buddha, nor had he paid respects to the Taoist patriarch or the Confucian scholar. This proved that he was an atheist, disrespectful and contemptuous of Confucianism. Fortunately, there was still a chance to save the situation. He thought that when he reached the 5th floor, he would definitely pay his respects sincerely. But when he reached the 5th floor, he saw a statue of a man wearing a yellow robe, standing majestically with a large saber in his hands. As an atheist without a master or a lord, if he did not rely on anything, how could he write poems like if you lose an ear, you lose an ear? If you see clearly, you see clearly. Heaven is hard to deceive. The world is easy to deceive at first. Shu Qian thought that there was still a chance to save the situation, but when he realized that the 5th floor was dedicated to the emperor, he stood there stunned. He wanted to force himself to kneel down, but his knees seemed to be locked, and he could not bow down. He understood better than anyone that an atheist like him could not exist in this era. The Dakan Ren was the emperor's intelligence and security agency. He could not follow the 3 teachings, but he could not be disloyal. An evil person like him would not only be expelled from the Dakan Ren, but could also be punished for his past relationship with Zhu Li. But to be honest, his will did not allow him to kneel down. He stood there sweating profusely but not moving. The fellow Taoist realized that something was wrong and ran down the stairs. And a moment later, he ran back up the stairs, panting, and said to Shu Qian, I've already spoken to my colleagues. Wei Gong once gave an instruction that if anyone did not bow or worship on 5 consecutive floors, they would be considered an extremely evil traitor. Shu Qian panicked. Give me another chance, big brother. The other person continued, so Wei Gong gave him another chance, and set up a sixth pass, but no one has ever reached that place. Then he led Shu Qian out of the fifth floor, and into a sealed room. This was the sixth pass of the test. Shu Qian looked at the words engraved on the table: kill all the enemies, and ask for 1,000,000 troops, the sword by my side, the blood from my heart in my hand, I hold the complete golden stone. The 100 civil and military officials dare not speak. He wondered to himself, what is the old man Wei doing by putting this poem here? Is he trying to have a poetry duel with me? But he quickly dismissed that thought. This poem and the one on the pillar below were both written by Wei Gong. Both of these poems expressed the will to be loyal to the country, and to threaten the officials thinking about it. Shu Qian was startled. This poem was placed here to show sympathy. If he was really an extremely evil traitor, atheist, he would not have been able to write this poem of sympathy, which was against his evil nature. This showed that he still had some precious virtues. Wei Gong still wanted to give him a chance. Shu Qian shouted, bring me a pen, ink, and paper. The fellow Taoist immediately brought him the pen and ink. Shu Qian took it and thought, although I am an atheist, I am a true materialist. I am not a heartless criminal. I have a conscience and principles. I do not exploit the people, and I do not use my position to harm others, even if it is common in society. If you want me to sympathize, we'll write a poem as you wish. When Shu Qian took the pen, there was no hesitation in his heart. He wrote down 4 lines of poetry in his ugly handwriting. If you lose an ear, you lose an ear. If you see clearly, you see clearly. Heaven is hard to deceive. The world is easy to deceive. The fellow Taoist stared at the 4 lines of poetry on the paper, and said with a pale face, the heart test is over. Your Honor, please wait here for the result from Wei Gong. I will deliver this poem to him right away. Then he almost ran downstairs. After the other person left, Shu Qian felt exhausted, and leaned on the table, panting. A moment later, he also went downstairs. Song Tingfeng ran over to him with a grin and asked, how many times did you kneel? Shu Qian sighed, right now. I just want to find a place to rest. Song Tingfeng patted him on the shoulder. Why don't we call some girls from the Jiaofeng division to give you a massage? Shu Qian smiled and nodded. Call Fuxiang. Song Tingfeng stared at him with wide eyes. I had the same dream when I was young. On the top floor of the prison for criminals. Nan Gong Chinru looked out the window at the sky with emotion. The weather outside is really nice. It's more interesting to look at the scenery outside than to sit in the room and read. Wei Gong replied coldly, there are fewer and fewer good books left. I recently heard that the Heavenly Supervisor Division has acquired a copy of the Blue Skin Book, which records the nature of all things in heaven and earth. I am very curious, Yang Yan. In a week, it will be the Emperor's ancestral worship ceremony. Increase patrols in the inner city, and restrict trade in the city. Yes, Wei Gong. Nan Gong Chinru asked, Father, are you really not going to accept the position of Minister of the Ministry of Revenue and appoint your own people? Wei Gong's face remained cold. That is a necessary concession. This time, a subordinate brought in Shu Qian's file. Wei Gong, this is the result of the background and household registration check of the new recruit. Please take a look at it. Wei Gong took it, and said, Nu, how long did it take him to answer the question during the test? Nan Gong Chinru raised her head. 45 seconds. Yang Yan took a minute. Wei Gong said with a smile, this new recruit only took 30 seconds. Nan Gong Chinru nodded reluctantly, not bad. Yang Yan said coldly, he solved the tax case in such a short time. It's no wonder he's so capable. Wei Gong continued, if we exclude the preparation time, he only took 15 seconds to think. Nan Gong Chinru was shocked. Impossible. Even Yang Yan, who was usually calm, lost his composure. That means he only had 15 seconds to think. That's an incredibly sharp mind. Yang Yan stepped in front of Wei Gong. Father, give this person to me. Each golden bell commands 7 silver bells. Thus Shu Qian, who was under Li Yuxuan's command, officially became Yang Yan's silver bell. Nan Gong Chinru did not give up. So that's the brat who talked nonsense at the Heavenly Supervisor Division that day. Wei Gong said with a smile, this person was recommended by the princess. Although he is only at the peak of the refining essence realm, I find him to be quite clever, and he can be of some use, so I allowed him to join the prison guards. But Wei Yuan's eyes flashed with coldness. Nan Gong Chinru noticed something unusual, and stepped forward to ask, Father, what's wrong? But when he saw Shu Qian's evaluation sheet in Wei Yuan's hand, he was also surprised. He passed the 5 levels of the heart test at once. He's even crazier than me, Father. How are you going to deal with him? Wei Yuan pulled out the last sheet of paper. It was written with the words, if you lose an ear, you lose an ear. If you see clearly, you see clearly. Heaven is hard to deceive. The world is easy to deceive. Wei Yuan's pupils constricted, and he stared at the 2 lines of poetry. For a long time without saying anything. Nan Gong Chinru did not give up. we must teach this arrogant brat a lesson. Even though he eats the king's salary, he is still a rude villain. Wei Yuan replied calmly, when he is promoted to Golden Bell, you and your brothers will reason with him. An Gong Chinru was surprised. Father, do you think he can become a Golden Bell? Wei Yuan smiled. The three religions each have their own rules. And so does the imperial court among them. Only martial artists are the purest. I hate those who use force to commit crimes. But I must also admit that the more stubborn a martial artist is, the stronger they will be. And the more they will progress when their minds are not burdened. They dare to overturn heaven and earth. Stubbornness and insubordination are the nature of martial artists. To protect the world is the heart of a chivalrous person. The greatest chivalrous person is one who serves his country and his people. After he finished speaking, he wrote the 3 characters on the A level of Shu Qian's evaluation. Since its establishment, no prison guard has ever received such an evaluation. In a secret room of the prison guards, Li Yuxuan pointed to the wooden barrel. Take off all your clothes and sit in there. Shu Qian suppressed his excitement and finally stepped into the qi refining realm. Li Yuxuan asked, you're still a virgin, right? Shu Qian nodded, and asked in return, Big brother, after cultivating to the refining essence realm, will I be able to have skin as hard as iron? That doesn't sound very good. Why not call it the diamond root? Li Yuxuan sighed. Buddhism calls it the diamond realm at level 3. Shu Qian nodded, and then continued to ask, there are many cultivation sects in the world. So which one is the strongest? Li Yuxuan glared at him. They all think they are the strongest. Shu Qian immediately understood. But all the sects have one thing in common. They all think that martial artists are crude. And the ugliest, he continued, because martial artists only have brute strength and no divine powers, right? Li Yuxuan replied coldly, that's just on the surface. There is a bigger secret related to the supreme level of the cultivation system. Li Yuxuan asked, according to your understanding, first rank is already the limit, right? Shu Qian was taken aback, isn't it? Li Yuxuan shook his head, not entirely. In the beginning, the cultivation levels were not so clear, until the sage in his old age divided the cultivation sects into 9 levels, and it has been maintained to this day. But he did not include himself in that level. There were also 4 others, including the ancient god, the shaman god, the Taoist master, and the Buddha, who were revered as the immortal 10,000 generations. And immortal and eternal. Shu Qian nodded, but I heard that the sage only lived to be 82 years old. According to what you said, he should have been immortal. So is this story a bit exaggerated? Li Yuxuan did not know how to answer. The other sects all have figures who transcend their level. Only martial artists do not. An ordinary little martial artist is also considered a sinner of the times. Shu Qian understood in his heart. That's why everyone thinks martial artists are crude. However, he suddenly realized something was wrong. In the 4 Heavens Taoist Academy, it's not like that. Li Yuxuan nodded. It is undeniable that Taoists make the greatest contribution to society. Shu Qian knew this knowledge. 9th rank Taoists are doctors, saving people from death. 7th rank Taoists are feng shui masters, choosing good locations for officials and the people. 6th rank Taoists are refining essence realm masters, making great contributions to the development of society, meeting the material needs of the people. Among them, Song Qing is an outstanding talent. Song Qing devoted himself to the cause of human and beast. In addition, the Taoists in the Heavenly Taoist Academy are responsible for updating and compiling the imperial calendar. Compared to the other sects, Taoists are indeed a model of serving the country and the people. At this moment, Shu Qian frowned. Big brother, my body suddenly started to ache. Li Yuxuan calmly said, it's right to be in pain. Washing the tendons and cutting the marrow, in another hour you will feel like you are being cut by 1,000 knives and 10,000 swords. That's when I will open the heavenly gate for you. Shu Qian nodded. So your majesty, for the past 20 years, we have been dedicated to cultivation in order to live forever. You appointed a female Taoist as the national master. But that is something that everyone knows. Even poor scholars have written about the emperor and the national master cultivating together, showing their world weariness. I know you guys don't like to read such things, so I'll skip this part. Shu Qian continued. Although martial artists do not have any figures who transcend their level, but at least they can prolong their lifespan. Why chase after such illusory things as eternal life? Li Yuxuan asked. How long did it take you to cultivate to the peak of refining essence? 17 years. A bit slow. Children of the wealthy and noble can reach the peak of the refining essence realm by the age of 16. In terms of physical development, 15 years old is the limit, but even those children are not guaranteed to enter the qi refining realm smoothly, because in addition to their own efforts, they also have to face the challenge of lust. The more affluent, the easier it is to fall into material desires. Refining essence is only the beginning step for martial artists. To reach a higher level and prolong their lifespan is even more difficult. Shu Qian nodded in understanding in his heart. He calculated, Fu Shang will definitely scold me, calling me a beast tonight. I will let her know what the monkey stealing peaches trick is. But suddenly, Shu Qian frowned. The pain almost exceeded his limit of endurance. Li Yuxuan remained calm. It's almost there. This medicine stimulates your body, awakening the dormant potential within. Opening the heavenly gate is a very difficult task. If your aptitude is good, then I only need to control the qi to circulate in your body for 3 days, and you will find the feeling of qi yourself. From then on, the internal and external will communicate. The worse the aptitude, the more times the potential will run. The normal limit is 9 days. If you still can't sense the qi by the 8th day, then you are not suitable for the path of martial arts. A golden light appeared in Li Yuxuan's hand. Staring at Shu Qian, I am very much looking forward to your aptitude. Then, he pressed his hand on Shu Qian's forehead. Shu Qian felt a warmth from the top of his head spreading throughout his body. After running a circle, his potential was automatically stirred, breaking free from Li Yuxuan's control. Li Yuxuan was slightly surprised. You can sense the qi yourself after only 1 day of running? Shu Qian also felt that this matter was quite simple. Li Yuxuan was silent. You should try to circulate the qi yourself for a few days, and I will see the situation. Shu Qian felt a new source of power running wildly throughout his body. After a few minutes, he stretched comfortably. But the result was that his potential was accidentally released, blowing up the window. This was normal in the early stage of qi refining. Li Yuxuan was shocked. This disciple is a bit strange. He said to Shu Qian, you continue to circulate the qi, and at the same time, you must not neglect to train your physical body. After saying that, Li Yuxuan went out. In his heart, he was very surprised. I have met a genius, but Shu Qian's aptitude test was over. I must ask Master Wei what level he is. If it's above grade B, then perhaps he can be promoted to A. And if it's grade A, that's the aptitude of a golden Buddha. He will be the priority training target of the martial arts guards. But he hasn't undergone the martial arts test yet, so promotion is impossible. I'm just thinking too much. On the 7th floor of the Qi Shi Tower, Li Yuxuan respectfully greeted. Greetings, Master Wei. Wei Yuan laughed out loud. I was just talking about you. Congratulations on your good fortune in obtaining a talent. Li Yuxuan understood in his heart. Master Wei was referring to Shu Qian, and yet Master Wei praised him so highly. But he still hadn't told Master Wei that he had only circulated the qi for 1 day. He still respectfully said, this humble one would like to ask about Shu Qian's evaluation level. And at the same time, I would like to report a small matter to Master Wei. Wei Yuan took out Shu Qian's evaluation report and showed it to him. Then he said gently, you were right to accept him. Don't think too much about it, and don't take it to heart. It's best to keep a normal mind. Of course, remember not to spread it around. But when Li Yuxuan saw the 3 words on grade A, he jumped up in shock. He had been working in the organization for 10 years, and had never seen anyone with an evaluation above grade A. Even the Golden Buddha's aptitude was only grade A. Shu Qian was only at the essence refining realm. He was not qualified to participate in the martial arts test. That meant that with only 2 tests, he had achieved an evaluation above A. Wei Yuan reminded, remember to keep this a secret. Do you have anything else to report to me? Wei Yuan took a sip of tea, and said, is there anything else you want to report? Li Yuxuan sighed. Master Wei, this humble one has opened the heavenly gate for Shu Qian, and collected 400 taels of silver according to the regulations. Wei Yuan, just return the money. Those with an aptitude above A are already given priority. If we still charge a fee to open the heavenly gate, then what is the point of the evaluation? Li Yuxuan nodded. Wei Yuan looked at him and asked with a smile, how is his aptitude? How many days did it take him to find the qi on his own? Li Yuxuan respectfully replied, 1 day. Nan Gong Qinru was shocked. Unbelievable. Even Yang Yan, who usually had a cold face, rarely showed such surprise. And Wei Yuan, who was usually gentle and unhurried, couldn't help but be startled. Then he said, you may leave. The 3 of them watched in silence as Li Yuxuan left. After a while, Yang Yan asked Wei Yuan, do we need to pay special attention to him? Wei Yuan shook his head, no need to rush to train him. Let's observe him for a while. Then he looked at Nan Gong Qinru. your children are not much different in age. At present, he is not yet comparable to your son. But who knows what will happen in the future? Nan Gong Chinru nodded. When Li Yuxuan walked out of the Qi Shi Tower, he met some silver Buddhas who asked, "Why is the Lord smiling so happily?" Li Yuxuan unconsciously touched his face, and saw that the corners of his mouth were about to split to his ears. He gave an excuse, "Oh, it's nothing." Meanwhile, Shu Qian clearly felt the benefits of qi refining on his body. The cells became more active, and his spirits were more refreshed. His physical strength and power had both increased significantly. In this state, he felt that he could defeat 10 people. But Shu Qian also realized that his second uncle had only fought with him casually before. If he had been serious, he would probably have been killed. In the hall of the Shu residence, ever since Shu Qian had been taken away, the family had been gathered together to discuss countermeasures. Looking at Ling Yumei's worried expression, he knew that they had not come up with any good solutions. Shen became anxious. "Stop beating around the bush. You're giving me a headache." Then he looked at Shu Pingzi. "You go find some connections. It's better than sitting around doing nothing." Shu Xinian replied, "It's useless to run around. Right now, we don't even know why the martial arts guards arrested your elder brother." Mrs. Li scolded, "This brat only knows how to cause trouble." At this moment, old Zhang ran in from the door, and said, "Young master, the elder master has sent someone to deliver a message, saying that he has become a martial arts guard, and will not be home tonight." The whole family was stunned. Shu Qian has become a martial arts guard. In the office of the martial arts guards, Shu Qian received a set of clothes, a badge, a copper coin, and a standard saber. Tong Din Fong pointed at the bronze badge on Hua that ends chest. This bronze badge is a specialized magical tool used by the night watchman. It has two functions. One is to be worn on the chest. It can act as a shield to protect vital areas, blocking a full-force attack from a Luyen Tin gun-level expert. The second is to use it to strike. The shockwaves from the bronze badge can affect the enemy's spirit, causing dizziness and headaches. It doesn't seem very powerful. Hua then felt a stir in his heart. The heart protection mirror given to him by Tong Khan could block 3 attacks from a Luyen Tin gun-level expert. Once iron body, so isn't that an upgraded version of this bronze badge? Hua then asked, "Is this item produced by Tai Thien Giam?" Tong Din Fong nodded, "Of course. Only a 4th grade Tran Su from Tai Thien Giam can forge such a magical tool. Remember to come on time tomorrow. I will take you with me to work." A group of night watchmen must have at least 2 people, and no more than 4 people in a team. Different areas in the city usually take turns every 3 days. Each shift the areas are assigned randomly. At this moment, a guard ran over and said, "Lord Song, Lord Zhou, Lord Li Yin has summoned you to Li Yuxuan's office, which is called the Spring Breeze Hall." Shu Qian glanced around the office. It was clean, tidy, and free of unpleasant odors. He couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Brother Tong is truly a refined man. Li Yuxuan pushed a scroll of documents in front of him. "This is a case in Taikong County. There are signs of a demon on Mount Dahuang, and it has killed quite a few people. You will go and see what the situation is. If the demon is not of a high realm, then destroy it on the spot. The people from the human branch of the 6 Fan School will cooperate with you. They are waiting outside the doors." Shu Qian, "You will also go with them to gain experience. This can be considered as actual combat in place of your martial arts test." Shu Qian wanted to cry, "Am I lucky or unlucky to encounter such a thing as soon as I take office?" Jingcheng has 2 counties, Tai Kong and Chongla. To the north of Tai Kong County is Mount Dahuang. The main peak is more than 1,000 meters high. The mountain is rugged, and the interior of the mountain contains a lot of limestone, supporting hundreds of households in the surrounding area. The households are limestone miners. At the end of the year, a demon appeared in the river that flows through the Dahuang mountain area. It often comes ashore to eat living people. Many households have been killed by the demon. As a former chief judge, Shu Qian found the case file a bit strange. The information was too sparse. This must be a newly reported case, so they need to investigate it to supplement the file. At this moment, Li Yuxuan glared at Shu Qian. Shu Ningen wears a knife that is 2 inches higher than its scabbard. The position of the copper coin column is 1 inch to the left. Shu Qian thought to himself, "You have a terminal case of obsessive-compulsive disorder." But he still said, "Yes, sir. I will correct it immediately." As he stepped out of the Spring Breeze Hall, Shu Qian's foot accidentally stepped on something familiar. He naturally bent down to pick it up, and saw that it was a copper coin, and it was heavier than usual. In the room, Li Yuxuan took out the money box, and frowned when he found that 3 silver coins were missing. Outside the door, the 3 martial arts guards met 3 constables from the Jin dynasty palace. The leader was a young woman named Lu Qing. The 6 of them got into the carriage and set off. The atmosphere was a bit awkward. Shu Qian glanced at them and saw that they were composed of 1 qi refining. 2 essence refining. Lu Qing was also observing Shu Qian. She recognized him, because the tax case had also been taken up by the palace. Lu Qing felt that he was quite capable. She had repeatedly advised the county magistrate to hire him, but she did not expect that he had already joined the martial arts guards. Shu Qian only now realized the reason why the tax case had not been solved quickly, and had to be handled jointly by the Jingqiao Palace and the martial arts guards, was because of the involvement of Zhou Shilong between the Ministry of Revenue and the Ministry of Justice. The 2 sides had accomplices. Shu Qian had only just understood these details. Song Tingfeng said, "The content of the case file is too simple. Many details are not clear. Since you received the case first, we need to discuss it." Lu Qing nodded. The case occurred in June or July. At first, it was the households who went up the mountain who disappeared. When their families searched for them, they found claw marks and blood on the riverbank. After that, the disappearances continued to occur. The footprints on the shore became more and more numerous. The village chief gathered the villagers to set up nets on the river to catch the monster, but to no avail. The nets were easily torn apart. Shu Qian thought, "This is an amphibian." Song Tingfeng frowned and asked, "What puzzles me is why something that happened in June and July is only now being discovered." Lu Qing replied, "The monster only eats the people of the households who go up the mountain, and does not attack the villages, so at first the county magistrate did not pay attention. When the number of deaths increased, he sent hunters to cooperate with the villagers to find and kill the demon. But there were no results when the case was beyond the county's jurisdiction. The county magistrate not only did not solve it, but also intended to ignore it. The households did not dare to go up the mountain anymore, but they still had to pay taxes. With no other choice, they had to go around the river to get to the mountain. But in the end, something still happened. 20 people who went up the mountain that time did not return. The villagers had no choice but to report it to the palace. Shu Qian asked, "Do you have a map of the Da Huang mountain area and the surrounding villages?" Lu Qing nodded. "Considering that we don't know the realm of the monster, we decided to scout it out first, and not bring any villagers with us to avoid danger." Shu Qian took the map, and spread it out to examine it carefully. It was a carved map of Da Huang mountain. After a moment, he said, "I have a guess its attacks on the people are regular, or at least they have a clear purpose. This may not be a case of simple monster damage." He analyzed. At first, it only ate people near the river. Then it expanded its range along both banks of the river and into the mountains to eat the households. This is not just to satisfy its hunger. Firstly, this river is hundreds of miles long, and there is no shortage of wild game. It decides its food based on the environment rather than personal preference. If there is no shortage of food around, it will not give up the near and seek the far just to eat well. There must be a reason why it deliberately goes deep into the mountains to eat people. Secondly, if it is an intelligent demon that likes to eat people, it will not ignore the surrounding villages. But it doesn't, it only eats the people of the households who go up Da Huang mountain. According to psychological analysis, this is a deliberate behavior of expulsion. Everyone was shocked. Lu Qing thought, could there be something in Da Huang mountain that it wants to protect? Soon, the group arrived at the river that flowed at the foot of Da Huang mountain. Shu Qian looked down at the ground. These are the monster's footprints. Lu Qing handed a bomb to Shu Qian. There are 3 of them. 3 for each group. We will throw them downstream, and you throw them upstream to drive it out of the river. The great Feng nation manages explosives very strictly. Not only is the formula kept secret, even the production materials are monopolized by the court. Even the martial arts guards or Lu Qing only know a little about the composition of explosives. The 2 sides threw bombs into the river. A deafening explosion rang out, and the water shot up several feet. Everyone waited vigilantly. As soon as the monster appeared, they would rush to destroy it. But there was still no sign of the monster. Shu Qian sighed. If only we had the help of the Celestial Masters Division. They would be able to locate the monster immediately. Song Tingfeng sneered. The Celestial Masters Division is much more noble than us martial arts guards. They only listen to the orders of the Emperor. Don't expect them to bother with this little case. Shu Qian thought of those white-robed Celestial Masters and wanted to laugh. Noble, my foot, I don't see it. After the group assembled, Song Tingfeng pointed to the forest ahead. It seems that it is not willing to come out. I suggest we go into the mountain and have a look. Shu Qian added. Let's check the area where the households quarry limestone first. Not long after, they arrived at the main peak of Da Huang, where the households mainly quarried. Song Tingfeng looked at Lu Qing. We have been searching for so long, but we have found nothing of value. If the monster does not show up, our current manpower is not enough. Miss Lu, do you have any ideas? At this time, Shu Qian said, one person goes to find the village chief of this area. The rest stay here if there are still no clues. I will personally go to the Celestial Masters Division to find a Celestial Master. The three of them looked at him in silence. Big brother, don't drink too much, eat some vegetables to sober up. Will the Celestial Masters of the Celestial Masters Division listen to you? A moment later, a constable from the Jin dynasty government led an old man over. He was the village chief from outside the foot of Da Huang Mountain. As soon as he arrived, he said anxiously, if you don't go to the village, the villagers will starve to death. Lu Qing looked at him and asked sternly, this official asks you, from which direction did the people who went up the mountain last time enter? The village chief pointed to the south of the mountain. They went from the opposite direction of the river. Song Tingfeng suddenly remembered, there is also a lime kiln there. The village chief hurriedly waved his hand. There is a lime kiln, but it is not as good as this one. Lu Qing ordered, let us there. Everyone arrived at the foot of a mountain. Shu Qian suggested going into the lime kiln to have a look. Everyone lit torches and stepped inside cautiously. After walking for a while, they realized something was wrong. This was not a lime kiln, it was clearly a tunnel dug by humans. Song Tingfeng exclaimed, there is no need for a lime kiln to be dug so deep. It is obvious that it was dug to extract something. There were no signs of burning on the stone walls. Lu Qing glared at the village chief and asked, what is going on? The village chief was also confused, and said that he did not know either. Shu Qian held the torch, and observed the white mineral on the ground. He realized that this was not limestone. He gently squeezed a piece. The white mineral dissolved into powder. He sprinkled the powder into the torch flame. The torch flame burned fiercely, and a golden light mixed with a hint of purple flashed. Everyone was startled by Shu Qian's action. Lu Qing was about to scold him when she saw him holding the white powder. Her pupils constricted. This is firestone. Song Tingfeng frowned. What is firestone? Shu Qian explained, it is the main ingredient for making explosives. Song Tingfeng was stunned. Explosives were a state secret of the Great Feng, and were a means of deterring other countries. Everything related to explosives, such as the formula, and the materials, were strictly controlled by the Great Feng. The discovery of the Firestone mine and the traces of mining at Da Huang Mountain made Song Tingfeng very serious. We must return to the court and report this immediately. Lu Qing ordered, tie him up, and take him back for interrogation. The village chief knelt down and pleaded that he was innocent. Shu Qian thought, he probably really doesn't know. Otherwise, he wouldn't have led us here. So the reason why the monster chased away the households was to protect the Firestone mine. While he was deep in thought, Lu Qing suddenly shouted, Shu Qian, watch out! Shu Qian was piecing together the clues. Before he could react, a gust of wind rushed towards him. He felt as if he had been hit by a train. A terrifying force sent him flying far away. Fortunately, the copper gong shielded him from the fatal blow. Otherwise he would have been dead. Shu Qian was still conscious, and rolled to avoid the next attack. He was sent flying far away like a kite with a broken string, flattening an entire forest before everyone could react. Shu Qian had disappeared from sight. Zhou Guangxiao kicked the village chief into the cave. Song Tingfeng drew his saber and ordered him to go inside, and not to come out. The village chief was also very clever, and knowing that the situation was dangerous, he hid deep in the cave. On the large rock beside the cave, a monster Tu Zhong Long lay on its stomach. It had the shape of a leech with a round head, and its body was covered with dark plates. It had sharp horns on its forehead and cold and cruel amber eyes. Then, a black shadow shot out as fast as lightning, aimed straight at Song Tingfeng. Fortunately, his reflexes were faster, and he managed to lean back to avoid the fatal blow. Lu Qing drew her saber and shouted, and slashed at the monster's long tongue. But its tongue was covered in hard scales, making it impossible for her to do anything. The monster seemed to sense the pain, and retracted its tongue. It used its 4 legs to climb onto the rock, and looked down at everyone. The monster's jaw opened, and it let out a vicious roar. Song Tingfeng's mind was stunned, and he felt as if he had been hit in the back of the head with a club. He now understood that this monster had the strength of the refinement realm. Song Tingfeng hurriedly struck the copper gong. A deafening sound rang out, dispersing the effects of the sound wave. After regaining their senses, both sides quickly reacted. Lu Qing ordered her 2 teammates, use your bows and arrows to shoot at its eyes. Its jaw and its mouth, those are its relatively weak points. Song Tingfeng threw the copper gong to Zhou Guangxiao. Hold this, and block its frontal attacks. Be careful, he was worried. The copper gong could withstand a full-force attack from a refinement realm expert. But just now, the monster had attacked Shu Qian when he was off guard. At this moment, Shu Qian's heart must have been shattered by the monster's power. This unlucky kid seems to have retired as soon as he started working. Song Tingfeng suppressed his emotions, and charged forward with his saber to attack the monster from the flank. The monster turned around and spat out its tongue, but Zhou Guangxiao quickly struck the copper gong. Shaking its mind at the same time, he channeled his internal energy into his saber, and Song Tingfeng swung his saber, releasing an invisible, sharp aura. With its huge size, the monster could not dodge. It lowered its head and used its hard horns to block the attack. Then it lashed out its tail as if it had eyes in the back of its head, and accurately knocked Song Tingfeng down. On the other side, Lu Qing seized the opportunity to stab the monster in the belly, but it dodged out of the way in an incredible manner. Lu Qing was helpless against this monster. Refinement realm experts or monsters with abundant mental power could cover the entire surrounding area. Any movement, ambush or murderous intent could not escape their perception. That was the secret of the refinement realm. Suddenly, the monster did a somersault, causing everyone to wonder what it was doing and not daring to attack. In the forest, Shu Qian took Song Tingfeng's bow, dipped the arrow in poison and shot it at the monster. But it dodged it. It turned out that ambushes were also useless against refinement realm experts. The best way now was to continue waiting, and let Song Tingfeng and the others exhaust it, and deplete its spiritual energy. Then he would have a chance to use his weapon to defeat this refinement realm expert. Like a swift leopard, Lu Qing ran as fast as she could, and finally stabbed the monster in the belly with a high-frequency vibrating blade. Blood soaked the blade. The monster roared in pain, and lowered its head. A black shadow shot out from its lower jaw. Lu Qing knew that she could not dodge it in time. But at this moment, a figure rushed over, hugged Lu Qing tightly and rolled to one side. Shu Qian's plump figure carried her to the side. Lu Qing seemed to have not yet reacted. Shu Qian smiled and asked, "Will I get a reward for saving your life like this? You don't value your own life very much." Lu Qing finally came to her senses and exclaimed in surprise, "You're still alive." Shu Qian smiled sheepishly, "I almost died. If it weren't for the heart protection mirror that Song Qing gave me, and the copper gong, I would have died before I could finish cultivating." Before Lu Qing could say anything, she saw the monster's tail lashing down from above. She immediately hugged Shu Qian tightly, and rolled away to avoid it. Fortunately, they escaped unharmed. The spot where they had been lying was now a deep pit. Lu Qing seemed not to notice that her face was almost touching Shu Qian's. He smiled and said, "My lady, we're even now." The two of them looked at each other for a few seconds, their hearts beating faster. Lu Qing blushed and rolled off Shu Qian. Seeing that their teammate was still alive, Zhou Guangxiao and Song Tingfeng were overjoyed. Shu Qian took out the bone-melting poison and told them to apply it to their blades. Song Tingfeng was surprised. "Where did you get this?" But at that moment, the monster's long tongue lashed out. Fortunately, Song Tingfeng turned around in time, and this time he dodged it. Then Lu Qing concentrated all her internal energy into her right hand, and swung her saber at the monster's tongue. The tongue was cut open and the wound quickly turned black and rotten. Song Tingfeng looked at Shu Qian in surprise. "Your medicine is really effective." Shu Qian grinned. His fighting spirit also flared up. The four of them charged straight at the monster. It panicked and spat out its tongue to attack Song Tingfeng. But this time, he dodged it easily. Then, he concentrated all his strength. Shu Qian swung his saber with all his might and slashed at the monster's body. The monster roared in pain. Zhou Guangxiao seized the opportunity to jump up, and swung his sword across its belly. But then the monster went berserk, and lashed out with its tail, striking Zhou Guangxiao in the ribs. The monster gasped. Lu Qing stabbed it twice more in the belly. Shu Qian and Lu Qing worked together to inflict heavy wounds on the monster. Blood gushed out of its belly like a fountain. It lay on the ground, panting. Suddenly, its jaws swelled up. Shu Qian and his friends quickly retreated to avoid its tail attack. But unexpectedly, after pushing everyone back, the monster turned and ran away at lightning speed. It charged into the forest, knocking down trees to create a path. Lu Qing's face fell. "We can't let it escape into the river. If it jumps into the water, it will be very difficult to kill." But they had underestimated the monster's vitality. When it jumped into the river, no one could catch up with it. But Shu Qian was not willing to give up. He stepped into the air, took out Song Tingfeng's crossbow, and shot at the monster that had jumped down. The moment the arrow was shot out, a violent potential force exploded. The surface of the river was lit up with fire, and then it was over. Before anyone could react, Shu Qian had completed his task. A few seconds later, a strange sight appeared. The river water turned red, and then a 2-jong-long monster floated up. Everyone was stunned, and they didn't realize that they had won. Lu Qing looked at the young hunter in a daze. He had actually been able to predict where the monster would jump down and shoot it right in the head. What terrifying sensitivity and judgment. Shu Qian smiled in response to her gaze. I was just lucky. Soon, the monster's body was dragged ashore. Seeing that the monster was dead, the village chief mustered his courage and ran over to scold it. Shu Qian felt that it was enough and asked, I want to ask you, when was that cave to the south mined? The village chief thought for a moment, that's an old kiln. There is not much limestone in the south, and the roads are difficult to travel, so it has been abandoned for a long time. He didn't know when it had become like this. Shu Qian asked, were there often people passing by there before? The village chief shook his head. Shu Qian said, you go back and wait for Jin Chaojiao to summon you. A moment later, 3 horses were pulling the monster's body along the trail. Song Tingfeng rode his horse up to Shu Qian, and whispered, she seems to have a crush on you. Shu Qian asked, what do you mean? Song Tingfeng replied, Miss Lu is famous in the 6 divisions of the Ministry of Justice in the capital, and she is not yet married. Every man dreams of becoming her companion. If not Lu Qing, then who else could it be? Shu Qian laughed. Then you should go for it. Song Tingfeng sighed. A man like me is only worthy of fallen flowers and withered leaves. Shu Qian teased. Even if the path of your dreams is covered in white frost every morning and evening. Zhou Guangxiao frowned, not understanding what his 2 teammates were talking about. Shu Qian asked again, hey, what was that move you used just now? Song Tingfeng laughed and replied, wind-cleaving swordsmanship. Shu Qian was surprised. You used a saber. Song Tingfeng shrugged. Who says you can't use swordsmanship with a saber? In his heart, Wadadan thought, that's right. Who says you can't kill someone without a gun? While they were talking, a group of villagers emerged from a trail ahead, gathering towards them. Leading them was the village chief. Over the past half year, we really couldn't survive anymore. If not for you gentlemen exterminating the demons, esteemed officials, we could no longer pay our taxes, and would have to flee and become bandits. This is all the chicken eggs our village can contribute. Please accept them as a token of our gratitude. Take it, official, this is all our village has. Wadadan looked at the worried eyes of the village chief, then at the gaunt faces of the recovering villagers. He knew this was all the village had, but in his heart, he refused. He didn't want to harm the poor farmers who were struggling for their daily bread. In the end, Wadadan still accepted the basket of chicken eggs. The surrounding villagers smiled. They were sincerely grateful to the officials for their help. Shu Qian sighed. If you insist on not accepting the people's property, they will be very frightened at the hunters' headquarters. Lu Qing gave them a reward to show her appreciation. Then she asked, what do you think about the discovery of the flint mine in Dahuang Mountain? Song Tingfeng replied, according to Shu Qian's analysis, the monsters deliberately chased away the refugees, and we found the flint mine in the mountain. This is definitely not a coincidence. As for the other details, we won't discuss them. Shu Qian added, we can be sure that the reason the monsters chased away the refugees was to seize the flint mine. But there is one thing we don't understand. Why did it target flint? Apart from being used as medicine, this thing can only be used to make gunpowder. Lu Qing's pupils constricted when she heard this. The 2 words gunpowder exploded in her mind. She took out a piece of paper, placed it squarely on the table, and picked up a pen to write. A moment later, she muttered, it's the demon race. Song Tingfeng led Shu Qian to the paperwork room to write a leave of absence due to injury. He said, after you finish writing this, you can rest for 2 days. Song Tingfeng whispered, just rest at home. The girls from the Gao Fuang Tai are very good at pampering people. Shu Qian was stunned. Does that mean they will serve themselves? He originally planned to go home for a visit, but then he thought that if his second uncle found out that he was a hunter, he would be worried. His second aunt obviously wouldn't care whether he went home or not. She just nagged all day long. So Shu Qian obediently followed his 2 teammates to the brothel. Song Tingfeng looked at Shu Qian in confusion. Why did you choose the Shadow Plum Pavilion? There are many other courtyards in the Gao Fuang Tai. Moreover, the owner here is Miss Fu Shang. who rarely receives guests. Usually only guests from the demon suppression division come here, so there are no maids. It's a waste of money. Shu Qian laughed and said, just think of it as broadening my horizons. I'll pay for you guys. Song Tingfeng and Zhou Guangxiao smiled. At this moment, Shu Qian was excited. Miss Fu Shang, this time I will make it up to you. The three of them paid before entering the courtyard. Suddenly, Shu Qian's fake name was called. A young man in a light blue shirt stood up and looked around. Is there a young Master Yang Ling here? A wealthy middle-aged man asked curiously. Young man, who are you looking for? The young man in the light blue shirt replied arrogantly, haven't you heard the poem? The oblique shadow slants. The water is shallow, the dark fragrance floats. The moon sets at dusk. After the poem was recited, the scholars immediately called it a masterpiece of poetry for the ages. Of course, only intellectuals like us can do this. The curious man asked, then why are you looking for that person here? The young man replied, because that immortal poem was born right here in this Shadow Plum Pavilion. It was a poem given to Miss Fu Shang by young Master Yang Ling. Everyone around couldn't help but admire him. So that's why the Shadow Plum Pavilion has been so popular lately. So that's why Fu Shang has been seeing fewer guests. I heard that Fu Shang is very difficult to meet these days. The young man in the light blue shirt said, young Master Yang only appeared once in the Gao Fuang Tai and then disappeared. The Imperial College sent people to look for him in Changla, but there was no such person. I come to Shadow Plum every day to wait for him. Not only me, many people also come here hoping to meet young Master Yang. All the scholars in the capital want to get to know this person. Song Tingfeng said, damn it, Fu Shang is no longer someone we can approach. Shu Qian felt a little guilty, wondering if he had accidentally raised the price of the beauty. Song Tingfeng said regretfully, it's a pity that you are good at solving cases but not at poetry. If only you could write an immortal poem like Yang Ling. Then Fu Shang would definitely pursue you. When Shu Qian heard that he could meet guests for free, he became excited. Song Tingfeng continued, those poor scholars who occasionally give gifts to the courtesans also increase their own worth. It's a mutually beneficial relationship. As for those famous young intellectuals, they are even more sought after by beauties. Not to mention not taking money, they are even willing to pay for it. In the past, Master Zi Yang of the Yunlu Library was very popular with the courtesans. After he became the top scorer in the imperial examination, he didn't leave the Gao Fuangtai for 3 months. While drinking and chatting, a maid pouring wine hinted at Shu Qian. She stared at him for a few seconds and then ran out happily, not paying attention to the guests. Not long after, a beautiful and graceful beauty walked out. The customers were mesmerized. Fu Zhang's beauty was just right, not too thick but highlighting her mature curves. It was not too ostentatious or seductive. Shu Qian noticed that Fu Shang was dressed, and her makeup was more delicate than when they first met. Fu Zhang's eyes glanced over the guests, and stopped on Shu Qian. Song Tingfeng was a little surprised. Fu Shang is looking at me. Zhou Guangxiao was not to be outdone. She's looking at me. Only Shu Qian remained silent because he knew that Fu Shang was looking at him, not his two friends. Fu Shang stepped forward and performed a dance for the guests. Everyone was overjoyed. Shu Qian admired Fu Zhang's body curves. I wish Fu Shang would dance just for me. After the dance, Fu Shang drank a cup of wine. Her face flushed, and then she retreated. Shu Qian wished, if only I could stay here tonight. But his two friends teased him mercilessly. While Zhou Guangxiao was teasing Shu Qian, a maid came over and said, young Master Yang, please come into the room and have some tea with the lady. Song Tingfeng and Zhou Guangxiao were stunned. What did she call him? Shu Qian waved to them. See you at noon at the main gate. All the guests in the room opened their eyes wide. They were very lucky today. Not only did they get to meet Fu Shang, but they also got to see the legendary Yang Ling. The room was as warm as spring. Behind the screen was a bathtub filled with hot water and Fu Zhang's flower petals. Shu Qian soaked in the water, and Fu Shang hugged him and said, I haven't seen you for a few days. Young master has become even more handsome. Shu Qian stroked her cheek. As long as you like it, it's worth it for me to change. Fu Zhang's beautiful face turned red. Both shy and happy, young master knows how to say sweet words to coax me. It's clear that young master didn't care about me at all before. How could you hug me all night without doing anything? Shu Qian held her in his arms. I was just tired that day. Then he leaned down and whispered in her ear, are you cold? Fu Shang nodded and whispered, yes. Shu Qian pulled her into the bathtub. Fu Xiang suddenly screamed. She sat on Shu Qian's lap, and talked about random things, occasionally asking him about poetry. Although Shu Qian only knew a little about it, he remembered quite a few poems. His occasional improvisations also made Fu Xiang blush with joy. At this moment, Fu Xiang asked, "Young master, have you heard that Minister Chu has been dismissed and exiled?" Shu Qian replied, "I have heard that he was impeached by Marquis Weiyu." Fu Xiang looked up with a charming smile. "Then it must be because young master's evil deeds have not been completely eradicated." Fu Xiang stared at him, as if because of the fact that young Master Chu had foolishly kidnapped the princess of Marquis Weiyu. Shu Qian pretended to be surprised, so it turns out that beauty is a double-edged sword. As a former chief judge, it was not easy for anyone to extract information from him. Perhaps Fu Xiang suspected something, but it was not certain if it was true. But she was definitely curious, because the coincidence was too great. Right after mentioning the old story, Chu Li attacked the princess of Marquis Weiyu again. "I must increase this woman's favorability towards me, make her truly lean towards me, so that one day she won't tell some official about me." Shu Qian hugged the beauty and said, "Watch you dance. I suddenly have a feeling in my heart. This year we have fun, next year we will come back." The autumn moon and spring breeze pass by leisurely. Fu Zhang's tears welled up, and she whispered, "Young master has poked at my sore spot. Young master is so cruel." Then there was adult content. Skip it. The next morning, Shu Qian greeted his two teammates with a smile. Song Tingfeng asked with envy, "How do you feel about Fu Xiang?" Shu Qian smiled. "From now on, call me the master of moistening." In the Shu family home, everyone was having breakfast. Suddenly, Shu Qian's voice came from the door, "I'm back." Lingyan turned to the door and said happily, "Big brother is back." Shu Qian walked in and hugged a few rolls of silk. "I bought silk for my aunt and sisters to make clothes." Lingyan tugged at his sleeve. "Brother, I saw sister Lingyue crying secretly." Shu Lingyu's face turned red. She couldn't show too much intimacy in front of everyone. Shu Qian smiled at the beautiful girl. And then, like kicking a soccer ball, he lifted Lingyan up. Shen Shen was startled. "Uncle, have you already reached the qi refining realm?" After breakfast, Shu Qian told his family the whole story. Shu Tanian asked, "Why did the princess send someone to follow you?" Shu Qian thought for a moment and then said, "Perhaps when I was declaring my intentions at the academy. The princess was also present at the academy. At that time, I was the only outsider there. She couldn't help but pay attention to this." Shu Tanian said, "The princess has a deep mind. Not only has she studied at the Yunlu Library for many years, but she is also a close friend of Wei Yuan. Her nomination of me as a candidate for the position of Daken Ren was not a sudden impulse. If I am summoned by her in the future, I must be careful, and treat her with caution." Shu Qian nodded heavily. The fact that Shu Ku was so concerned and wary of him showed that the princess was not simple. At this moment, Shu Tanian raised his chin. "You have stepped into the realm of cultivating the body." Shu Qian asked, "What does the 24 histories mean, brother?" "It is a domineering system, and the 8th rank mirror cannot be weak." Shu Tanian said proudly, "The meaning is in virtue, although 10,000 people do not obey it." A moment later, a heroic spirit surged in Shu Qian's heart, and he developed the fighting spirit to fight 10,000 troops alone. This strange feeling lasted for a moment and then gradually disappeared. Cultivating the body is the process of refining the power of spiritual energy. At this realm, every gesture and word of a Confucian scholar makes others feel happy. For example, you just felt that what I said made sense, so you will unconsciously follow it. In the future, you will not be inferior to me when you become an official and judge cases. Shu Qian thought, "No, I rely on my real ability, while you are cheating. This is a buff that boosts other people's morale. Does a rudimentary form of words become law?" Shu Qian's eyes lit up and he looked at her. "Normally, I treat you well." Before Shu Tanian could reply, she turned and left. Shu Qian returned to his room and slept for another while. Suddenly, he woke up for no apparent reason. The reason for his shock was the jade mirror under his pillow. On the surface of the precious jade, a line of words appeared, "Where are you?" Shu Qian stared at the mirror in astonishment. The mirror can talk. It has a consciousness. What does this message mean? If it was the mirror's own consciousness, it wouldn't ask where you are. "We sleep in the same bed every day." Shu Qian pondered, "What is this?" In addition to its storage function, it can also receive messages. And is this a message? Then who sent it? And the other person? "The old man who gave me the mirror. Who is he? Why did he give it to me? And should I reply?" Shu Qian quickly gave up the idea of replying. He thought that if he ignored it, it would be as if it didn't exist. In the Moon Pavilion brothel, the county magistrate took Shu Qian's hand. "It is an honor for Changla to have you as a Daken Ren. I have always respected you." With that, he drained his cup of wine. Shu Qian replied, County Magistrate, you are the first person I can trust in the officialdom. At this moment, the old man called a group of beautiful young women into the room, and told them to choose. The county magistrate was very generous and let Shu Qian choose first, but he politely declined. After tasting the sweetness of Fu Shang, he was no longer interested in ordinary women. When Shu Qian returned home, he saw that the lights in the courtyard were still on. As he stepped inside, he saw that his younger sister, Ling Yu, was fast asleep. He shook her awake and asked, "Why are you here?" Then he immediately scanned the cabinet next to the bed, and was relieved to see that there was no sign of it being opened. Perhaps he should write a diary in English in the future. Shu Lingyue was worried. "Why didn't you come back for dinner? Father said that you must have gone to the brothels to play." Shu Qian smiled wryly. "Oh no. I only went out for a normal meal with the Dakenren. I invited them to dinner because I stopped by the Dakenren's office." Shu Lingyue was relieved. "Oh, I see. Then I'll go back to my room. The food is still hot." Shu Qian was touched. In the house, only his younger sister and his second uncle cared about him the most. He said, "It's getting dark. It's not safe for a girl to be walking around outside. Let me walk you back." Shu Lingyue did not refuse. Shu Qian pointed to the wall next to him. "Come here." Shu Lingyue was startled, but Shu Qian had already put his arms around her waist, and jumped over the wall. He smiled, "See, you can get home in one jump." At this moment, Shu Lingyu's heart was pounding. She hurriedly pushed Shu Qian away and ran home with a flushed face. Shu Qian calmly returned to his bedroom, but as soon as he entered, he felt a sense of unease. He took out the jade mirror, and the words "Where are you?" appeared on the surface. Shu Qian did not reply. As a result, he kept receiving strange messages. He was smart and did not reply. However, the messages kept coming, making him feel uneasy. He had to reply. There were two reasons. One was that the mirror was now his property. If he could understand its functions and nature, it would be helpful. The second was that he suspected that this was a message from the old man who had given him the mirror. If so, he could find out why he had given him the treasure. An anonymous gift made people uneasy. But how should he enter the message? Shu Qian tried to enter it by voice, "I'm taking a bath." But the surface of the mirror did not change. He tried another way, using his finger to write the sentence on the surface of the mirror. Miraculously, the mirror displayed the number 3, followed by the message, "Haha, you're taking a bath." Shu Qian pondered, so 3 is the serial number of this mirror, and the other one is number 9. Shu Qian continued to write, "Who are you?" The message sent back was, "Where is senior brother Jin Lian? Is he alive or dead? How did you get this mirror? You from the Heaven and Earth Society?" He stared at the mirror. It turned out that Jin Lian was the old Taoist priest who had given him the mirror. Number 9 called him senior brother, so they were from the same sect. But what was the Heaven and Earth Society and how did it oppose the Qing and restore the Ming? Shu Qian did not know. He wrote, "I am not from the Heaven and Earth Society. This mirror was given to me by an old Taoist priest." Number 9 replied, "How can you prove that you are not from the Heaven and Earth Society? Tell me your name and surname." Shu Qian replied, "Daozhong. I am just an unknown nobody. I do not know where the old Taoist priest who gave me the mirror is now." Number 9 said, "The old Taoist priest who gave you the mirror is my senior brother. This mirror is a treasure of our Earth sect. Since my senior brother gave it to you, you must not be an ordinary person. You must have heard of our name." Shu Qian replied that he was sorry, but he had never heard of it. Number 9 explained, "The Taoist sect is divided into 3 sects, Heaven, Earth, and Human." Shu Qian suddenly realized, so they were Taoists. He then asked, "What is the Heaven and Earth Society?" Number 9 replied, "The Heaven and Earth Society is an evil cult, and we, the Earth sect, oppose them. However, our treasure is called the Earth Book, and it can transmit messages over thousands of miles. Previously, I received a distress message from senior brother Jin Lian, saying that he had arrived at Jincheng, to Feng. Only by entering the city could he avoid being pursued by the Heaven and Earth Society. But when I arrived at Jincheng, I had lost contact with my senior brother. Thanks to the Earth Book, I learned that he had given it to you. My senior brother must have been in a very dangerous situation, to have been forced to abandon the Earth Book to save himself." Shu Qian was shocked. "You mean the old Taoist priest is blaming me?" Number 9 continued, "I just don't know what kind of mysterious figure you are. That senior brother Jin Lian would trust you with the Earth Book. Why would he abandon the Earth Book to save himself? The Heaven and Earth Society can locate the Earth Book. This is a secret of our sect. I cannot disclose it. The Earth Book is a treasure of our sect, and I ask you to return it to me. I will definitely repay you handsomely." Shu Qian's eyes lit up, and he replied, "How do I return it to you? I'm in a bit of a dilemma with it. It's a good treasure, after all. But in terms of risk, it's too great. You are currently in the capital city, so you can come and find me at any time. Or if you do not trust me, you can let me choose the location of the transaction. How do you want to repay me? Daozhong, you are too modest. It is my responsibility to return the lost item to its owner. It's just that at that time, Daozhong Jin Lian said that this was a treasure of heaven and earth, and that it was worth 500 taels of silver before giving it to me. I do not want your money, I only want to return the treasure and an equal amount of money to the original owner. A fair trade, right?" After a long pause, number 9 replied, "Of course it should be like this." Shu Qian immediately became excited. Aha, it was obvious that he had agreed. The next character in the story to take the stage was Shu Qian's horse. The Da Kanghou mansion was inside the city, too far from Shu's house. If he walked to the headquarters, it would be lunchtime by the time he arrived. Therefore, Shu Qian rode his second uncle's horse as a means of transportation to work. It was now his horse. Shu Qian respectfully led the way, saying, "I would like to go to the Dushu pavilion." The other person asked, "Is this a new recruit under your command?" Li Yuxuan nodded, and he asked, "What is his rank?" Li Yuxuan replied, "Below B." He praised, "Good, very good. The mansion needs young people with potential like you." Then he looked at Shu Qian, "If you have any problems in the future, just find an official." The Dushu pavilion of the headquarters is divided into 4 areas, A, B, C, and D. Da Kanghou personnel are only allowed to enter Area D to search for files. D is the area with the most basic document storage. Because the higher the level, the fewer the documents. Shu Qian began to search for Taoist documents here. The origin of Taoism can be traced back to the Tao ancestor. The era of the Tao ancestor cannot be verified, and legend has it that he was a mysterious figure from ancient times. He gave birth to the 3 purities, who were, in turn, the primordial heavenly venerable, the moral heavenly venerable, and the numinous treasure heavenly venerable, corresponding to the 3 talents of heaven, earth, and man. This is the origin of the 3 sects of heaven, earth, and man in Taoism. Among them, the heaven and man sects are as powerful as tigers and elephants, and they claim to be the orthodox Taoism, and they want to smash each other's brains out. The earth sect is the most humble, and very elegant. They do not quarrel, and only care about cultivating their hearts and minds. So outsiders think that Taoism only has the heaven and man sects. It's a pity that the earth sect is too gentle. Nowadays, the struggle for orthodoxy is probably the biggest conflict. The earth sect worships the moral heavenly venerable, and cultivates the immeasurable virtue technique. They travel the world, living humbly and doing good deeds without seeking fame. Once they have finished their work, they leave without asking for rewards. In a sense, virtue is linked to luck. Therefore, the old Taoist priest of the earth sect recognized something special in me, and knowing that I was a lucky star, he generously passed the hot potato to me. Shu Qian wanted to slap Jin Lian to death. How come you do such immoral things while cultivating virtue? Then he thought about his own strange luck, which was also a form of virtue. But the Shu family had been commoners for 18 generations, and only his second uncle's generation was slightly better off. At this moment, the librarian, Qi Hao, brought hot tea, and chatted, "My lord is looking up information on the human sect." Shu Qian asked in return, "The human sect? You don't know? Our state preceptor is the human sect. Lord Wei holds the human sect of this era." Wei Yuan did not like that man very much. Shu Qian was startled. Before now he only knew that the emperor was obsessed with cultivation, seeking immortality, so he appointed a female Taoist priest as the state preceptor. Unexpectedly, the Confucian examination world also had the Taoist human sect. The capital city was like a small pond, but it was packed with dragons and immortals. Taoist human sect immortals. Confucian Yunlu Academy Da Kanghou personnel. The Imperial Army, the officialdom. No wonder number 9 said that the Heaven and Earth Society did not dare to enter the capital city. Try to enter and see, you have to try to know. Shu Qian said, "Help me find more information on the Heaven and Earth Society and the Earth Book. You know what the Earth Book is. And if I want to enter the A, B, and C libraries, what procedures do I need to follow?" The library said that the B and C archives correspond to copper and gold. As for the A archive, you can only enter if you are close to Lord Wei. However, the information on the Heaven and Earth Society and the Earth Book that you need, my lord, is already in the D library. The Heaven and Earth Society sounds like a Zhonghu organization. The Earth Book is a legendary ancient treasure. Those two things are not classified documents. I'll check the directory to see where they are. Not long after, the record keeper brought the documents. There are countless Zhonghu organizations, some of which develop improperly but still obey the imperial court. In particular, those forces with a long history do not buy the imperial court's authority, but their existence contributes to the stability of society. Occasionally, they voluntarily eliminate bandits. The Heaven and Earth Society is a Zhonghu organization that is not worth mentioning. The earliest record of them is from a generation ago. That year, when the great Han of Yunzhou plundered, they joined forces with local Zhonghu forces, and cooperated with the imperial court to pursue them, and the Heaven and Earth Society was one of them. Shu Qian thought that he could exchange the Earth Book for a small fortune, but unexpectedly fell into a scam, and not only did he not make any money, he almost lost his life. He continued to read the documents on the Heaven and Earth Society. On the surface, this organization seems narrow-minded, but it could also be to build a reputation. The Heaven and Earth Society is not a very active organization, and there are very few records of it. But if it could drive a master of the Earth sect out of the capital city, then it must be a very large and powerful organization. It is not strange that such an organization could hide information from the intelligence network of the Da Kanghou personnel. Should I report to Brother Chun, and add the information to the Da Kanghou personnel database? But then my 500 taels of silver will be gone. With a treasure like the Earth Book, what if one of those Goldla sees it and forces me to hand it over to the National Treasury? Shu Qian flipped through the book, looking for information on the Earth Book. The Earth Book is an ancient treasure of unknown origin, only known to have been left behind by the immortal Taoist ancestor. These kinds of ancient treasures are usually born of heaven and earth, and not forged by humans. They have the common characteristic of recognizing their owner through blood. Shu Qian thought to himself, "Oh, I understand this sinister plot. In the end, it's just a common swindler's trick." He took out the jade mirror from his pocket, placed it on the table, and lightly cut his finger with a knife. Fresh blood immediately oozed out and dripped onto the surface of the mirror. The drops of blood stopped on the surface of the mirror for a few seconds and then were absorbed. A moment later, the scene in front of Shu Qian's eyes became blurred, and was replaced by a chaotic scene. He saw 8 bright spots suspended in that chaotic world. The 8 bright spots represented 8 other mirrors. Together with his own, there were 9 mirrors. Shu Qian scanned his surroundings. He tried to find number 9, but he didn't know which bright spot it belonged to. He randomly selected a bright orb. Immediately, the bright spot went out, and ripples spread throughout the chaotic world. Shu Qian felt as if he had just experienced a dream. The scene returned to normal, the reception room of the Duge Library. But he knew it was not a dream, because after recognizing its owner through blood, the mirror had connected with him in a strange way. At this moment, the words "Don't trust number 9" appeared on the surface of the mirror. Then it repeated 3 times, "Don't answer him." The seriousness of the matter was obvious. In the silent room, Shu Qian stared at the warning, cold sweat running down his spine. An indescribable fear spread through his heart. This number 6 must be the bright spot he had just selected. What did his words mean? Number 9 is deceiving us. If that's the case, why did number 6 know that number 9 was deceiving us but not report it sooner? Then number 6 is also suspicious. Damn it, I don't trust anyone. Shu Qian took a deep breath and typed, "Who are you? Why do you say that number 9 is not trustworthy? Are you from the Heaven and Earth Society?" Number 6 replied, "Yes, I am from the Heaven and Earth Society. Number 9 is from the Earth sect. They are a group of violent madmen. There is no room for negotiation. You must not contact them, or your life will be in danger." Shu Qian asked, "How do you know that I have been in contact with number 9? Number 6 explained, "Fragment number 3 has been sealed by the Earth sect, cutting off our ability to communicate with it. Furthermore, they can locate fragment 3 through fragment 9. That is why Taoist Jin Lian gave the mirror fragment to you." Shu Qian immediately understood many things. So that's why number 9 was in no hurry to ask for the item back, and instead let me take the initiative. He let me choose the location of the transaction. So when I asked number 9 if the Heaven and Earth Society could locate me through the Earth Book, he dodged the question. If I had agreed to the transaction, he could have stolen it and killed me. But if I refuse, he will continue to stall until he finds my location. At this moment, Shu Qian's blood was boiling in his head, and he cursed repeatedly. Number 6 continued, "The Earth Book is a unified entity. We can still see the communication between you and number 9 through the Earth Book, until you recognized it with blood and connected with me. I hope you can return the Earth Book fragment to the Heaven and Earth Society. If you are not at ease, I will give you an address. You can have someone send it there." Shu Qian watched as his 500 taels of silver disappeared, and now he didn't know who to trust. Number the 6th of may not be good. Maybe he is also playing with me. If I am so easy to deceive, then the police academy has trained me in vain. He replied, according to the Da Kanghou internal documents, the Earth Book is a treasure of the Earth sect of the Taoist sect, and the Heaven and Earth Society is just a Zhonghu organization. This is problematic. Number 6 explained, the Earth Book belonged to the Earth sect in the past. Now it belongs to the Heaven and Earth Society. The Heaven and Earth Society was founded by a group of Earth sect members. Why do you say that? This involves the secrets of the Earth sect. I am not a disciple of the Earth sect, so it is not convenient for me to disclose. Shu Qian nodded, I understand. Give me the address. Number 6 Yangshui Street, Inner City. Opposite Zhang's silk shop. There is a plum tree in the courtyard. At this moment, Shu Qian had completely calmed down, and took a sip of cold tea. He was faced with 3 choices. One was to trust number 6, send him the mirror. He could hire someone to send it, without knowing number 6's identity, and without fear of being tracked down by number 9. He himself would be clean. 2 was to trade with number 9. The disadvantage was that he might be in danger of being deceived. The advantage was that if he succeeded, the 500 taels of silver would be his. 3 was to hand over the Earth Book to the Da Kanghou in exchange for merit. An ancient treasure like that would surely be gladly accepted by the government. Not to mention that the powerful Lord Wei Yuan would definitely not stand idly by. I have just joined the Da Kanghou, and I have no merit or connections. This is a good opportunity to exchange for a bright future. After making his decision, Shu Qian took out all the items in the Earth Book. On the first floor of the Haoqi Tower, Shu Qian walked quickly to the door and said, inform Lord Wei immediately. Shu Qian has an important matter to report, but was stopped by the guard. If you have business with the Da Kanghou, go directly to your superior. Shu Qian was furious. Yinla is not here. The situation is urgent. I don't want too many people to know about this. Whether it's the Heaven and Earth Society or the Earth sect, they are both powerful forces. They may not dare to retaliate against the Da Kanghou, but I have a family. Therefore, I must erase all traces of myself in this matter, so that the other side will not notice me. On the top floor of the Haoqi Tower, Wei Yuan turned his head and asked gently, what's the matter? Shu Qian did not dare to look him in the eye, and bowed his head to report, Lord Wei, this subordinate has made a major discovery that I would like to report. Then he took out the mirror. This is the Earth Book, a treasure of the Earth sect of the Taoist sect. Wei Yuan was stunned. Where did you get it? Shu Qian told him everything from the moment he received the mirror to receiving the message, and then what happened in the library. Wei Yuan said, he asked for 500 taels of silver. Shu Qian was silent. My lord, it's a bit strange that you are concerned about this. Then he explained, this subordinate is only trying to make a profit within reasonable limits. At this moment, the words have you thought carefully? Appeared on the surface of the mirror. When will the transaction take place? Wei Yuan smiled, and threw the mirror to Shu Qian. The mirror has recognized its master. Only you can answer. Tell him that the place of the transaction is the Kai Wei Tower in the city, in the room called Lone Wei Hua Ming, and the time is 1 hour later. Shu Qian immediately sent a message in the mirror. Good, I agree. Number 9 replied immediately, good, I understand. Wei Yuan nodded, you handled it well. Without revealing your identity or address. Go, someone will come to deal with it. Shu Qian asked in his heart, what about my 500 taels of silver and my merit? But he did not dare to say it out loud. He could only leave in disappointment. Originally, Shu Qian planned to go to Shaoji Yingmei to listen to the music, to comfort himself after losing both the mirror and 500 taels. But he went to Fuxiang because it was closer. Definitely not because it would cost thousands of taels of silver to listen to music at Yingmei Cat, while it was free at Fuxiang. If you don't believe me, I swear on my honor. Shu Qian lost 500 taels, and thought about it all the time, even when he was eating or sleeping. No matter how provocative the beauty in his arms was, he still did not react. This was definitely not because he was impotent. You can judge for yourself. Shu Qian thought, how did number 6 know the content of the conversation between me and number 9? Fragment 3 was sealed, so it could not receive messages from other fragments. Or could it be that the people who held the other fragments could read it? This was like an ancient chat group. If only I had tried to make friends with each of them after becoming the master. It seemed that the Heaven and Earth Society and the Earth sect were connected. Was it a split in the sect? Shu Qian's train of thought was interrupted by the beauty in his arms. He decided to stop worrying about it, and focus on the task at hand. The following is adult content. Let's skip it. In the Lone Wei Hua Ming room, Kai Wei Tower. A man in black knocked on the door. A cold voice came from inside. The door is unlocked. Come in. Inside, a scarred man was waiting. The scarred man watched the man in black enter. With this appearance, it was definitely impossible to enter the city. He had to wait until he entered the Kai Wei Tower to change his clothes. He could hide weapons in his clothes. The man reached out. Where is it? The scarred man said coldly. I said that this mirror cost me 500 taels of gold. He thought to himself, what kind of mirror? It costs 500 taels of gold? The man took out a banknote and placed it on the table. Here. The scarred man immediately handed him the earth book and took the banknote. He thought to himself that the task of handing over the Da Kanghou had been completed. According to the agreement, the Da Kanghou would pardon him and erase his old criminal record. But suddenly, the scarred man saw the man raise his hand and attack him. Fortunately, he was prepared, dodged the attack, and intended to jump out of the window. But when he looked back at the place where he had been sitting just now, he saw a figure. A moment later, his head flew off. The man in black sneered and walked out, going straight to a nearby tea house. He had ridden his horse for an hour at full speed to get here. He took out the earth book and respectfully presented it to the old gang leader. Mission is complete. The old man looked into the distance. You have brought an enemy here. As soon as he finished speaking, a divine aura shot up. The old man grabbed the man and threw him far away. A moment later, he exploded in midair. Blood splattered everywhere. After the wind, a figure emerged from the red smoke. The old man stared at him. Young man who serves Yang Yan, I advise you not to meddle in other people's business. Yang Yan slowly opened his eyes. What if I insist on meddling? The old man crushed the cup in his hand. He growled, then don't blame me for being impolite. His robe swelled up, and black smoke poured out of him, twisting in the air, emitting a mournful cry. Yang Yan frowned. Why does the Earth sect learn such evil tricks? I thought you guys cultivated virtue. Black veins like spider webs appeared on the old man's face, and his pupils turned bright red. He laughed out loud. I will send you to ask the celestial venerable of morality. The black smoke chuckled and circled around Yang Yan. Yang Yan remained cold, and his fist burst out with anger towards the old man. A shockwave spread around him as if he were the epicenter. But suddenly, a black light flashed in the sky, revealing a huge, gloomy sky. The old man laughed maniacally. It's easy to enter my ghost city, but it's hard to get out. Even if you are a rank 4 martial artist, you will die here sooner or later. Yang Yan frowned. This formation is completely different from the tyrant's mirror. The heavenly sword formation is based on the chi of heaven and earth, and it exists for a long time. The Taoist formation, on the other hand, is created by humans and cannot last long. But this one is very difficult to deal with. Among the cultivation systems, the Taoist primordial spirit is the highest. The Zan Shen in ancient times was also called the ghost attendant, capturing human souls at night. He presided over the life and death of mortals. This soul summoning formation is similar to that technique. Martial artists have primordial spirits, but they only use them to enhance their defense, and they cannot attack in this field. Yang Yan said provocatively, I heard that the 8th rank of the Taoists is called Shi Qi, and they can control magic treasures, and summon heavenly thunder. Why don't you let me try it? Usually, Yang Yan was like an idiot, but when he fought, he was very cunning. The old man was furious, and his sleeves shot out 2 bolts of blood-red lightning. Yang Yan stood still, not dodging. The 2 bolts of blood tore through his clothes but did not harm him. Then they were pushed away. The old man was furious. You bastard. A rank 6 with a body of iron. You're really thick-skinned. Why don't you fight back? Yang Yan said coldly, I'm waiting for my gun. As soon as he finished speaking, a silver star streaked across the sky, piercing through the formation that imprisoned Yang Yan. He continued, if you can't break it from the inside, then attack from the outside. Yang Yan raised his hand and gripped the spear tightly. The old man panicked and took a few steps back. His confidence in his formation had been shattered. A moment later, his glowing red pupils lit up. He spat out a golden elixir and stabbed it straight at the spear. But the golden elixir shattered when it touched the blade of the spear. The old man's body was torn apart. Yang Yan looked at the old man's body coldly, his hand gripping the spear tightly as it swirled through the old man's remains. The old man's soul flew up, his body half illusory. He glanced at Yang Yan and turned into a green smoke. Fleeing, Yang Yan bent down to pick up the earth book, and looked in the direction the old man had fled. But he did not chase after him, and turned back to the capital. Black smoke flew for a few hundred miles and then stopped in a village. Unable to operate for long under the sunlight, without a physical body, his strength was greatly reduced. He decided to possess a body and absorb the souls of the villagers to replenish his own. With that thought, the smoke rushed into the village. A second ago, the scene was still lively. A second later, it disappeared like water waves. But suddenly, a golden light enveloped him. When the gold faded, he found himself in a bagua formation, facing an old man sitting in meditation. Looking up, he exclaimed, "So it's you." Jin Lian slowly looked up, without any emotion. In the Hao Qi Tower, Wei Yuan returned the earth book to Shu Qian and said, "The mirror has chosen you as its master, and I will temporarily entrust it to you. Furthermore, the first person to contact you was indeed the Earth sect, and they intended to harm you. But Yang Yan repelled them, and you are temporarily out of danger. From now on, for a long time, there will always be people from the Dakan Ren guarding your house." Shu Qian was very surprised. He had already handled it properly, but he still let the enemy escape, leaving behind a threat. But he didn't dare to say it out loud, and only cursed silently. Wei Yuan explained further. The Earth sect's ghost soul is invisible and intangible, and it is difficult to destroy it completely. Go away. If it doesn't concern you, then pretend that nothing happened. Shu Qian could only leave helplessly. At this moment, Yang Yan said, "Master, I didn't keep the yin god." Wei Yuan said gently, "Why should you keep it? If you are not good at something, naturally someone else will be good at it." Leaving the Hao Qi Tower, Shu Qian thought, although the Earth sect is a demonic sect, the old Taoist could give me the mirror, which means that the blood recognition process can be changed. I am just a small soldier, so why would they entrust me with such an important treasure? With someone protecting my family, my brothers and sisters can rest assured. In the Red Wind Hall, Shu Qian bought 2 bags of roasted beans and ran excitedly to play with his boss, Li Yuxuan. "Spring brother, I bought some roasted beans for you." Unconsciously, he called her spring brother affectionately. Li Yuxuan glared at him. Shu Qian quickly corrected himself. "Oh, I mean the leader." Li Yuxuan asked. "Zhou Guangxiao is recuperating, and Song Tingfeng is on leave. Why aren't you at home but here?" Shu Qian sighed. "Well, I'm bored, so I came to familiarize myself with the working environment." Li Yuxuan nodded. "You should investigate the clean tea case in the tea house. I'm in charge of this case now, but I can't disclose the details. I can only say that it is currently suspected to be a conspiracy by the remnants of the 10,000 Demon Kingdom, who are hiding near the capital." Shu Qian was a little shocked. He recalled the history of exterminating demons and monsters in ancient times. Although the 10,000 Demon Kingdom was now only history, in recent years, their remnants had been trying to restore their country and regain their land. The leader of Buddhism, the Western regions, the most powerful force at the peak of the 10,000 Demon Kingdom, were no match for them. If they wanted to restore their country, they must have other means. Shu Qian suddenly realized, could it be that they were targeting the great Feng's gunpowder? That's why the demons have been chasing away the herbalists recently. Li Yuxuan was busy and impatient. Anything else? Shu Qian awkwardly retreated. After Shu Qian left, Li Yuxuan looked up some documents. He accidentally knocked over the box of roasted beans onto the ground. The beans fell to the floor in front of him. He wanted to save them, but it was too late. This was truly a painful moment. Shu Qian had planned to go and find Fu Shang tonight, but quickly gave up on that idea. He decided to save up money to buy a house, and bring his family to live in the city for safety. Although the courtesan Fu Shang secretly loved him, she refused to take his money, and only wanted to build a beautiful relationship. But he still had to pay for the other girls who served him. A few taels of silver was still money. Shu Qian decided to change his course of action, and leave the city to return home. It was already dark, and after dinner, he climbed over the wall into his courtyard. In an era without telephones or computers, there was a lack of nighttime activities, and apart from going to see Fu Shang, he only wrote in his diary to kill time. As he entered the room, Shu Qian's body suddenly tensed up. On the bed sat an old Taoist in ragged cassocks, meditating. He said, "We meet again. The last time we met, you were still a martial arts practitioner. I didn't expect that you would have become a high-level spirit realm cultivator now. Daozhong, you came to a civilian's house in the middle of the night." "What do you mean?" Jin Lian said calmly. "I just wanted to inform my benefactor that my disciple, number 9, or Zi Lian, has passed away." "Benefactor, you no longer have to worry about anything." Shu Qian was shocked. "Did you kill him?" Jin Lian remained calm. "I only helped him to transcend." Shu Qian thought to himself, so you came to help me transcend tonight. Number 9 died at the hands of this old Taoist. If he could have dealt with it himself, he wouldn't have needed to throw away the earth book. It is very possible that there was a fight, and in the end, the fisherman benefited. But how did he know in advance and lie in wait? Shu Qian guessed. He must have been following me again. The fact that he was able to sneak into the Shu residence proves that he had been following me before. So he knew very well about my identity as a night watchman, as well as the arrangements of the night watchman. Shu Qian tried to ask, "Daozhong, have you come to retrieve the Earth Book? Jin Lian shook his head. I already have number 9's share. This fragment once belonged to number 9, and now it has returned to me. As for your fragment, benefactor, consider it a gift from me. The Earth Book consists of 9 fragments, and I have given them to 9 different people. Benefactor, you are also one of the people I have chosen. The other 7 have now formed the Heaven and Earth Society. Shu Qian asked, who are they? Jin Lian shook his head. Each of them has a different identity, and they come from all over the world. If Benefactor is curious, you can ask them yourself. I will only teach Benefactor how to use the Earth Book, and I will not reveal anyone's identity, including Benefactor's. The reason I came here tonight is to invite Benefactor to join the Heaven and Earth Society. Shu Qian asked cautiously, I am only a low-level spirit realm martial artist. Why do you think so highly of me, Daozhong? Jin Lian said, I told you, Benefactor, that you are favored by the lucky stars. Shu Qian was somewhat relieved. As expected, the old Taoist can see my strange luck. Then he asked again, please answer my question, Daozhong. A few days ago, I was badly injured, and had to hide in the capital. At that time, I had a feeling that I would meet someone who could help me solve my crisis. I waited by the road for a long time and finally met Benefactor. But I only know that Benefactor is favored by the lucky stars. But I don't know where to follow. The girl in the carriage that day had an unusual temperament, rarely seen in the world. Benefactor gave her a bracelet, and the two of you will have fate or a destined relationship in the future. Shu Qian thought to himself, he's right, but he didn't mention following me. He really is a fortune teller. He asked, Daozhong, did you choose the other 7 people in the same way you chose me? Jin Lian hesitated. May I ask the reason? For the first time, Jin Lian smiled. Yes, but after hearing what Benefactor has to say, you will have no other choice. Shu Qian thought for a long time, weighing all the pros and cons before nodding. Jin Lian said, everything I do is to save the Earth Sect. Benefactor, don't you find it strange the Earth Sect cultivates virtue, but my disciple, Zi Lian, wanted to harm people. He killed a death row prisoner instead of Benefactor in the transaction. That goes completely against the Earth Sect's ideals of cultivation. Shu Qian understood many things in his heart. It turned out that number 9 had killed a substitute for him, because he didn't know the details of the transaction. Wei Yuan didn't explain anything either. He only found out now. Fortunately, he was not blinded by the items and gold, and had chosen the most appropriate way. He had avoided danger, and kept the Earth Book. Jin Lian continued, this is the secret of the Earth Sect. Benefactor, remember not to reveal it. The current sect master of the Earth Sect has fallen into the devil's path. He has influenced most people, and only a few disciples like me have not been affected because we are protected by the Earth Book. Shu Qian found it hard to believe. The Earth Sect cultivates virtue, but it has fallen into the devil's path. As the sect master of the Tao sect, he must have immeasurable virtue. Even such a person has fallen into the devil's path. How cold is society? Jin Lian stared at the candle, his face gloomy. When he attained enlightenment through virtue, he also fell because of virtue. I must be careful in the future. I cannot bear too much weight on my own. Shu Qian thought to himself, you think I don't understand? Jin Lian asked, Benefactor, do you think that saving a life is a virtue? Shu Qian asked back, of course it is a virtue. Jin Lian continued, then if Benefactor saves a wicked person who deserves to die, and allows him to escape death and continue to do evil, is it still a good deed? Shu Qian thought, people have many sides, and light and darkness coexist. We cannot hate the light because we see the darkness. I cannot ask too much about a person's past before saving them. That would be unrealistic. Daozhong nodded in agreement with what Benefactor said. Only then did I feel truly at ease handing the Earth Book over to you. For ordinary people, that principle is not wrong. But for us, it is the most vicious conspiracy. The more virtue one accumulates, the heavier the karma. Doing good deeds all one's life, accumulating virtue in the Tao sect. But a generation ago, he failed the test of his Taoist career and fell into the devil's path, and the karma flowed back. Extremes will surely flow back. That is an inevitable truth. If one wants to attain enlightenment through virtue, one must also bear the corresponding karma. One thought becomes a celestial being, one thought becomes a demon. That is the inevitable fate of every disciple of the Earth Sect. Shu Qian's heart was filled with a storm of emotions. So the Earth Sect still has such a terrible secret. This is when we need the Confucianists to teach you a lesson. Moderation and harmony are the true path. Going to extremes is not sustainable. Shu Qian suddenly thought of something, and his expression changed. Could my strange luck have the same origin as the Earth Sect? Then am I at risk of falling into the devil's path? Jin Lian replied coldly, the Earth Sect is at risk of falling into the devil's path. Do you think that the Heaven and Earth Sect, which also comes from the Tao sect, is at the same risk? Moreover, that is the Earth sect's internal affair, and has nothing to do with the other two sects. Why interferes Shu Qian thought to himself, then what is the potential risk for the Heaven and Earth sect? He asked again, then what is the purpose of Daozhang's establishment of the Heaven and Earth Society? Jin Lian replied, I want to kill the Dao sect, and purify the sect so that the Earth sect can restore its former glory. He asked again, what is Daozhang's current strength? Jin Lian slowly raised 2 fingers, second rank. Shu Qian immediately took out the Earth book. I am made of steel and iron, and I will not submit to anyone. Jin Lian said, I have cultivated virtue for decades, but I have no talent. But I am very accurate in judging people. In the Heaven and Earth Society, including Benefactor, all 8 of you are extraordinary. You come from all over the world, and you will meet again one day. Joining early will create a bond of incense, and avoid future conflicts and injuries. Shu Qian was initially reluctant, but suddenly changed his mind. If what the old Taoist said is true, the Heaven and Earth Society is full of talented people, then it would definitely be beneficial to join them. He nodded in agreement. Jin Lian continued, if you need any help, you can ask me or other members through the Earth Book. If they are in the capital, they will try to help each other. That is the purpose of establishing the Heaven and Earth Society. You will use the Earth Book's serial number as your name. After saying that, Jin Lian turned into a green smoke and flew out. The words Yin God appeared in Shu Qian's mind. At present, this Earth sect expert seems to have no ill intentions towards me, but I can't judge their intentions by their appearance. He gave me the Earth Book and asked the Da Kan Ren lackeys to deal with my fellow disciples. Then Wei Yuan took advantage of the situation and became the biggest beneficiary. This proves that Jin Lian is a scoundrel, but no fear. Shu Qian had experience in dealing with old scoundrels. He had already thought of a way to protect himself. Only a sly old fox can deal with a sly old fox. And of course, that had to be Wei Yuan. If I want to stay in the capital, I have to cling to the Wei family's leg. He took out the piece of Earth Book and entered the virtual world. Fog covered the surroundings, and the scene in the mirror appeared. Shu Qian touched the light spots one by one, as if making more friends. Then he wrote on the paper, greetings everyone. I am a newbie. Please give me your guidance. But after waiting for a long time, he didn't see any reply, and he couldn't help feeling embarrassed. He wrote again, Dear all, I am Chen Jin Nan. Please give me your guidance. It's best not to guess about things you don't know. Shu Qian changed his pseudonym to Chen Jin Nan, and then posted it on the public chat. Number 6 was really stupid. He believed it and replied, Brother Chen, I contacted Daozhang Jin Lian through the Earth Book, and I already know about the situation. Thank you for helping Daozhang solve this crisis. Shu Qian replied excitedly, it's a small matter, not worth mentioning. Number 6 thought, in that conversation, Number 3 seemed naive and was clearly not very strong, but he was able to help Daozhang Jin Lian defeat Zi Lian, and retrieve the Earth Book. Number 9. Perhaps Number 3 is not strong himself, but he has powerful forces behind him. At this moment, words from another member appeared on the glass. I haven't been following the Earth Book lately. What's going on before? I took advantage of the Dao sect's coma, and sneaked back to the Earth sect to do some work. But I was ambushed and had to flee to the capital to save my life. To avoid being hunted down, I gave this sealed piece of glass to Chen Jin Nan. Shu Qian was a little angry. At first, he could have pretended to be a stranger to deceive the Heaven and Earth Society. Now his identity had been revealed, and his plan had failed. Just then, Number 9 wrote, Later, with the help of Chen Jin Nan, I defeated Zi Lian and avoided disaster. What department do you work for? Shu Qian was amused. This is like asking for the home address of your online friend. I won't tell you. He had an idea, and imitated Shu Erlang's voice. I work for the petty officials in the capital. Everyone began to guess. Number 3 seemed to look down on government agencies, and his words were a bit arrogant. Among the few forces in the capital, we can rule out the Confucian sect. Daozhang Jin Lian does not cooperate with the Confucian sect. It is also not the Confucian scholars, because they despise the civil and military officials. That leaves only the Da Kan Ren. Number 2 wrote, Number 1 is also in the capital. Maybe the two of you know each other. Number 1, I know that you are looking at our conversation. Are you listening? Number 1, please don't bother me anymore. Number 2, the chaos outside the capital 60 miles away. The traces of the battle were of a high level. Number 1, have you finished cleaning up the monsters? Number 1 was angry, shut up. Shu Qian found it interesting. This is like the taste of a palace drama. Number 2 was dragging Number 1 into the water, and at the same time sending him a message. Number 1 and I are both in the capital. However, as number 3, I don't know any information about others. Number the 2nd of May not disclose number 1's information. It is clear that number 2 is targeting number 1. Number 1 immediately retaliated, publicly disclosing information to show off his sources, and at the same time attacking number 2 back. Number 2 continued to write, "How could there be any cleaning up of monsters in Yunzhou? The Emperor of the Great Phoenix is a useless man, thinking about cultivating immortals all day long and not knowing the suffering of the people." Shu Qian thought to himself, in that case, number 2 is not a person who eats the imperial court salary. In previous years, it was fine, but this year I have checked the household registers of the prefectures, Yunzhou County. It is estimated that at least 60,000 people have fled, becoming refugees or bandits. I have eliminated more than 10 bandits, and found that there are more powerful forces behind them. Have you found any clues? No. And what is the recent situation in the capital? Minister Chu has been stripped of his position, and the internal struggle has begun. However, the fall of Minister Chu was rather strange. The reason was that his only son was lustful, and tried to seduce the daughter of Marquis Wei Wu. Shu Qian promptly passed the information to number 2, showing his ability, and at the same time testing number 1's reaction. Anyone involved in politics knows, the real reason for Chu Shen Shiwu's downfall was the silver tax case. If number 1 refutes it, then I guessed wrong. But obviously number 1 did not respond, and changed the subject to Daozhong Jin Lian, who had found out that the time when the Golden Bell of Zhong and the Yunxi Library and the Ershenghuishui Palace were sealed was the Jiazi Day. In addition to the eldest princess, there was also a martial artist named Shu Qian. Shu Qian's heart skipped a beat, feeling like he was being scrutinized and exposed online. Why did number 1 investigate the events of that day? And why was Jin Lian interested in the changes in the Yunxi Library? Logically, that is something that only the Imperial College and the Confucian scholars would be interested in. What does it have to do with an old Taoist from the Earth sect? Number 1 continued, however, Shu Qian is only a martial artist at the refining essence stage, not outstanding at all, and not a student of Yunxi. I understand. Shu Qian tentatively asked, why is the Taoist master interested in the Yunxi library? I want to know if the stone tablet of the Cheng or Shenghuishui Palace is cracked. The more curious you are, the more important it is. Shu Qian was experiencing the feeling of being scrutinized online, but he was not afraid at all, even interested. Jin Lian replied, this is a very important issue. Shu Qian laughed in his heart, it's cracked. Of course I won't tell this old hooligan about it. He changed the subject, I have something to ask you guys. Is alchemy only available in the Tai Tiangjan? Everyone began to speculate again. Number 3's question almost ruled out the possibility that he was a disciple of the Tai Tiangjan. They were even more convinced that he was a student of Yunxi, favored by the elders. Otherwise, how could he have invited a master to kill the purple lotus? Just as Shu Qian expected. After these words, they would think that he was a student of Yunxi. But in fact, he was a Dakan Ren. Later, when they suspect that I am a Dakan Ren, they will find out that I am really a student of Yunxi. Or you will find out, and think that I am the master of life of the Tai Tiangjan. This game is so interesting. Number 6 replied, I will answer this question. 600 years ago, there was no system of warlocks. When the Great Phoenix was founded, warlocks appeared in the Tai Tiangjan. Shu Qian speculated, this means that apart from the Tai Tiangjan, there are almost no wild warlocks, but there must still be a few. Otherwise, if I take out the difficult book, the warlocks will be very curious. Aha, so the warlocks are very eager for my knowledge of alchemy. They are very powerful, but because of their short history, they do not have a complete system of theory. Moreover, who is the warlock behind the silver tax case? The Tai Tiangjan seems to have a negative attitude towards the warlocks involved in this case. That is not scientific at all. Number 6 continued. Number 3, according to the rules, you must also answer my question. Shu Qian was startled, but he still agreed to the rule. Then go ahead and ask. Number 6. Number 6 asked, what is the second rank of Confucianism called? Shu Qian wanted to laugh. He is testing my social status. Ordinary Confucian students do not know what the second rank is called. Even the biography on the stone tablet does not clearly state his realm. Only when Shu Xinian explained. Did Shu Qian know that Lang knew because he was an outstanding student who was favored by Zhang Shen, Jurin of Mount Weidu? This is already an elite class among the students of Yunxi. If I am not a student of Yunxi, this test method is still effective. Non-Confucian who knows the second rank, the higher the social status. But if I can't answer, they will probably despise me for my low realm. Xu Qian wrote, the second rank of Confucianism is called the Great Confucian. After posting it for a long time, no one replied. No one likes or complains about slow updates. Xu Qian waited for a long time before he was sure that they were offline. So impolite, all of them are uncultured. Xu Qian thought, the Heaven and Earth Society is a loose organization. The members communicate but also guard against each other. That is understandable, because they are from all over the 5 lakes and 4 seas, and may not even be from the Great Phoenix. It is normal to be a little cautious. At present, the most beneficial thing is to share information. This is the foundation of online chat. It's good to be online, and you may meet offline in the future. Number 2 in Yunzhou, his status must not be low. Otherwise how could he check the household registration of the prefectures and counties? Number 1 is also in the capital, a person with real status and position, much more than me. He is the one I need to be most wary of. Number 6 once warned me not to answer number 9. Number 9 said that he is also in the capital. So 1, 6 and 9 are the targets I need to pay attention to next. Those members who live thousands of miles away, even if they know my identity, it doesn't matter, because there is no conflict of interest. Numbers 4, 5, 7 and 8 are not online yet. Xu Qian suddenly became interested. This game is interesting. In the imperial palace of the Great Phoenix, Lingbao Temple, after the Renzong was sealed, the headquarters was moved here. At present, His Majesty follows the Renzong, and built a magnificent Taoist temple outside the Lingbao Temple. After the Taoist boy led the way, Wei Yuan arrived at this place. After the Taoist boy left, Wei Yuan knocked on the door. A cold voice came from inside. Duke Wei has arrived. A humble one did not go out to greet you. It is really a pity. Wei Yuan did not mind the sarcastic tone. Stepped over the threshold. Coming to the screen, Wei Yuan asked, "What's the matter with the Dizong?" The voice behind the screen replied coldly, "Duke Wei is well versed in astronomy. Geography, why do you need to ask the humble one?" Wei Yuan had no choice but to say, "Just because I scolded you once before. Women and petty people are very difficult to cultivate. Why do you still hold a grudge now?" The person behind the screen was silent. Wei Yuan continued, "The beggar gang has a piece of the Earth book. Do you want it? It is the property of the Earth sect." After saying that, Wei Yuan turned and left. Out of the door, Wei Yuan got into the waiting carriage. Yang Yan asked, "Foster father, did you find out any information?" Wei Yuan shook his head. The woman would not say, but it is certain that something has happened to the Earth sect. In the past few years, there have been continuous natural disasters, and human disasters have not stopped. The Great Phoenix is not in the right mood. The cultivating sects are gradually showing problems. I feel that something big is going to happen. Yang Yan frowned. Foster father is worrying too much. The other day we went to the Tai Tiangjan. The supervisor said that the situation is still normal. Wei Yuan sighed. Don't believe the words of those who watch the heavens. We must investigate the recent situation of the Earth sect at all costs. Yang Yan replied, "The Earth sect's disciples are inherently secretive. Like dragons, seen but not seen." Wei Yuan's eyes suddenly became sharp. "I said that we must find them at all costs." It is rare for Wei Yuan to be so serious. Yang Yan bowed his head. "Yes, I understand." In the Shu mansion, Lingyan held a dry branch and chased after a group of goslings. Seeing his elder brother, she happily showed off, "Big brother, I am invincible now." Xu Qian was stunned. "Invincible in what?" Lingyan said proudly, "It's not that I'm invincible in stupidity. Sister said that no one in the mansion can beat me. I am the strongest." Xu Qian nodded and praised. "Yes, that's right. In the mansion now, only you are a child. Sister didn't lie." Lingyan was overjoyed, and pulled her brother to go eat breakfast, walking around. Mrs. Li sat down and ate breakfast elegantly, and said, "Master, perhaps Lingyue is old enough to get married." Xu Lingyue immediately became angry. "I don't want to get married yet." Mrs. Li scolded, "This is not something you like or not." Xu Lingyue argued, "Second brother is not married yet. Your aunt said that your second brother has his own reasons. His marriage will be discussed after the provincial exam. Now, let's worry about your marriage first." Xu Qian glanced at his father, who nodded in agreement. Lingyue is really old enough to get married. Time flies so fast. In a moment, she has grown up. Lingyan's mouth was full of food, and she said with a lisp, "Sister is grown up. Sister is a naughty girl." Xu Qian turned pale, and quickly covered Lingyan's mouth and said, "If you get married, then your sister must marry someone as talented as your elder brother." Xu Qian quickly stuffed a meat bun into Lingyan's mouth, and then said, Auntie also married a talented person like second uncle. That's why she can live such a luxurious life. Mrs. Li could not refute this statement. Mrs. Li could only say, Xu Xinian immediately declared excitedly, starting tomorrow, I will return to the Yunlu Academy to prepare for the provincial exam. His eyes swept over everyone, as if waiting for their reaction, but apart from Mrs. Li, no one paid any attention to the eldest brother. She immediately added more buns to her son's bowl. Xu Xinian nodded in satisfaction. At this moment, from behind Xu Qian came the coquettish voice of his younger sister, I don't want to get married. Xu Qian smiled, I'll go back and talk to second uncle and second brother to discuss it again. When it comes to family matters, when has it ever been your turn to decide? Mrs. Li was passing by and heard this, so she immediately scolded Ning Yan. Say that again, it's really like relying on a big tree to get fat, relying on a clear spring to get clean. Xu Qian had just joined the Heaven and Earth Society for one night, and the next morning he sold information to Wei Yuan in exchange for the Wei family's protection. In the beggar gang, Xu Qian went to the Haoqi Tower again. The two guards looked at him with strange eyes. Normally, a copper coin has no qualifications to report personal matters to Duke Wei. Above them are the silver coins and the gold coins. Duke Wei never summons a copper coin. But the treatment of this copper coin is completely different. Going up to the 7th floor, Xu Qian met Wei Yuan, who was standing on the tower observing. Wei Yuan asked, what's the matter this time? Xu Qian's purpose in coming here was to confess everything that happened last night. With the beggar gang as his backing and Wei Yuan as his thigh, there was no need to bear it himself. It not only reduced the risk, but also could win the trust of the master. Xu Qian respectfully replied, last night, Daozhong Jinlian of the Earth sect came to find me. He didn't harm me, nor did he take back the Earth book, and even invited me to join the Heaven and Earth Society. Wei Yuan was surprised. The Heaven and Earth Society. Xu Qian was very satisfied with Duke Wei's reaction. Wei Yuan seemed to be very interested in the information he provided. Xu Qian began to explain. The initiator of the Heaven and Earth Society is Daozhong Jinlian. It is the Daozhong Jinlian of the Earth sect. The 9 core members are also the ones who hold the fragments of the Earth book. They use the number of fragments as their alias, not their real names. At present, we only know that number 1 is in the capital, and has a considerable force behind him. Number 2 is in Yunzhou, and seems to be a member of the imperial court, and is very active in suppressing bandits. Wei Yuan asked, did Jinlian say anything else to you? Xu Qian replied truthfully, he said that the Earth sect is in trouble, and wants to clean up the sect, so he established the Heaven and Earth Society. Wei Yuan was slightly startled. Tell me more. Xu Qian recounted. The current Earth sect master has fallen into the devil's way, and has influenced almost all of the disciples. Only a few pure-hearted people escaped from the sect thanks to the protection of the Earth book. So he established the Heaven and Earth Society, and gave fragments of the Earth book to geniuses everywhere, so that they could clean up his sect later, and get their help. Wei Yuan was silent, his face expressionless. Then he asked in a teaching manner, what do you think? Why did Jinlian say those things to you? Xu Qian was going to reply that he didn't know, but he heard the implication in Wei Yuan's question, so he swallowed his words. With Wei Yuan's sharp mind, he certainly didn't need an explanation from him. He was testing his level. Xu Qian's brain immediately started working. My lord, the abnormal state of the Earth sect is clear to all members of the Heaven and Earth Society. Jinlian told me the truth to show his goodwill, because my sect still doesn't know the inside story of the sect master falling into the devil's way. Xu Qian's eyes widened. Your Highness means that Jinlian is using me as a middleman, and wants to secretly form an alliance with you. Only then did Wei Yuan nod in satisfaction. He didn't answer, but only said, in the future, you will be a spy for the beggar gang in the Heaven and Earth Society, and your mission is to find out the true identities of the other members. When necessary, the government office will provide you with some support. Xu Qian agreed completely, and couldn't help but be surprised in his heart. If he had been a little slower in his performance just now, Wei Gong might have taken back the fragment of the Earth book, and replaced it with a smarter subordinate to enter the Heaven and Earth Society. The challenges of a great man are like a gentle breeze on a lake, and a slight carelessness can lead to mistakes. Wei Yuan said, you have reached the qi refining stage, so you should try to learn a martial arts manual. Go to the scripture depository and choose one. You usually use a saber or a sword. Xu Qian quickly replied that it was a saber. Wei Yuan instructed, choose a saber manual. Remember to choose a simple and pure saber technique. Don't learn the complicated and fancy ones. Martial artists are different from other systems, and don't have much divine intent, but rely on their own instincts. Therefore, the purer the better. Later, when you enter a higher realm, you You will understand the meaning of this teaching. Shu Qian was overjoyed and thanked Duke Wei for his guidance. After receiving his decree, he jumped out of the Haoqi Tower. He was both happy and emotional if he could be accepted and trusted by Wei Yuan. His martial arts and future would benefit greatly. In the future, he must also become a great man with the same momentum as him. In the scripture depository, Shu Qian gave Wei Gong's imperial decree to Li Yuan. Li Yuchen couldn't help but be envious, standing next to him. I don't know how you managed to catch Wei Gong's attention like that. Shu Qian turned around and smiled. Wei Gong himself took the initiative to summon me. Li Yuchen was slightly surprised. Wei Gong took the initiative to call a fellow villager. But with your talent, it's only right that Wei Gong would intend to promote you. Thinking about it, he couldn't help but be proud. As expected of a fellow villager under my command, the most pure martial arts technique is the martial artist, and it is suitable to be a martial arts manual. But what if you meet someone who is not pure? Li Yuan led them to a bookshelf. Saber manuals, a total of 407 steps, are all here. Shu Qian looked at the pile of saber manuals in front of him, and was a little overwhelmed. He was also a little overwhelmed, and didn't know which manual to choose. He turned to look at Li Yuchen, but he spoke first. I guess you want to ask me which saber technique is the strongest. There are two ways to learn, one is to memorize, and the other is to comprehend. Don't even think about the second method. The first method does not distinguish between strength and weakness. It only depends on the learner. Shu Qian nodded. After a long while, Shu Qian was a little frustrated. I forgot to tell you, brother. I have a fear of choosing. Li Yuchen called Li Yuan over. Are there any new manuals recently? Specifically saber manuals? Li Yuan said, yes. The heavenly supervisor sent a few manuals a few days ago, in exchange for a few thousand taels of silver. Li Yuchen was overjoyed. It seems that you are in luck. A manual worth a few thousand taels is definitely better than the ones in here. I guess there are some saber techniques that are missing. Shu Qian was a little hesitant. Missing. Usually, such martial arts manuals contain the martial arts insights of a master throughout his life. If you want to become a master, you shouldn't learn that kind of thing, because that is their own path, but you can refer to it a little bit. Li Yuchen asked Li Yuan to fetch the manual. Not long after, he returned with a few volumes, among which was a saber manual that was missing, called Heaven and Earth One Saber. Shu Qian shuddered in his heart. With this name, the author must be an extremist or a psychopath. He turned to the first page, and the preface said, there is nothing in the world that I cannot cut off with one blow. If there is, I advise you to run away. Shu Qian resisted the urge to throw the book away, and patiently turned the page. Everything in the world can be cut off with one saber, including heaven and earth. The same goes for the enemy. All the redundant moves and tactics are an insult to martial arts. I will only strike one blow. Either you die, or I die. Shu Qian silently finished reading the preface. In his heart renamed the manual as Extreme Concentration, the ultimate extreme. He decided to choose it. The night gradually turned cold, and the flowers were covered with dew. At this moment, Song Tingfeng said, patrolling everywhere is hard work. We mainly arrest those who climb walls and jump over roofs. Unless it's a major case, don't jump up high here. The city is vast and there are countless hidden masters. If you climb around recklessly, you might get shot by an arrow from a corner. Of course, the patrolman will avenge you, retrieve your body and pay for your funeral expenses, and your burial expenses. Shu Qian asked, how much is the funeral allowance for fellow villagers? Song Tingfeng said, 300 taels of silver, which is relatively generous. 300 taels is enough to live comfortably. Shu Qian was silent. 300 taels is now only enough to visit Miss Fu 5 times. Tingfeng continued, that's right. Then your wife remarries someone else, uses your money to sleep with your wife, and beats your son. Provoked. It took Song Tingfeng a moment to say, fortunately, I haven't married yet. Then he looked at Shu Qian and asked, Ning Yan, what kind of martial arts manual do you have? What are its characteristics? Shu Qian smiled wryly. My manual is very combat-oriented, with extremely strong explosive power but poor endurance. After one strike, I will fall into a temporary state of weakness. He thought to himself, the opening line of the book is really true. In essence, this is a technique to become a real man in 1 second. After you slash, you collapse. But the advantage is that the burst of power is strong. Perhaps if you train to a high level, you will be able to kill with a single blow. Thinking of this, Shu Qian tapped the glass of the earth book, and took out a thin book. A sense of evil surged in his heart. The book recorded the martial arts manuals of the major sects. The 3 Grand Confucians had compiled the spells they had collected. Shu Qian happily accepted the talisman. The air was filled with the smell of envy from his younger brother. Shu Xinian said uncomfortably, with this talisman, a 6th rank rank Confucian can copy the spells of the Sword Dao sect onto paper. His elder brother uses the Weiqi paper to transport it, and will be able to use the spells written on the paper. Shu Qian was overjoyed. He said, I will thank the 3 Grand Confucians on your behalf, and I will also discuss poetry and prose with them. Shu Qian couldn't help but sigh. The Confucianists are truly invincible helpers, but courtesy comes first, intimacy comes second. The 3 of them didn't give gifts for no reason. At this moment, Shu Xinian chased his good-for-nothing elder brother out. Shu Qian didn't mind, and said to his second brother, Brother, I still love you the most. The ancient proverb is very true, if you don't seek death, you won't die. But this Shu Qian, if he doesn't seek death for a day, he feels uncomfortable. He tore a page from the book, held it in his hand and used Weiqi to transport it. Immediately, the exclusive spell of the Heavenly Supervisor Bureau, Phantom Shadow Technique, appeared in Shu Qian's hand. Shu Qian felt a sharp pain in his eyes, and his vision became colorful. The whole world seemed to turn into a colorful picture. White was the most abundant and dense, followed by red and then purple. Shu Qian understood in his heart, this is Qi, the Qi of heaven, earth, and all things. At this moment, he saw a strange color. In the direction of the imperial palace, it was a strip of colorful light like a rainbow. This Qi was very colorful, completely different from the purple Qi that represented the royal family, but it appeared in the imperial palace. Taoist Jinlian once said, I will have a relationship with the woman riding in the royal carriage, and the Taoist described her temperament as extraordinary, rarely seen in the world. At this moment, he saw another strange Qi, emanating from the distance, to the northwest, also in the direction of the imperial palace. He remembered what Tai Wei had said. That clear Qi represented the Confucianists or the patrolmen. That must be the Qi of the humanist sect. Next, Shu Qian looked towards the Department of Music. Why was the color of this place green? Most of the women in the Department of Music were relatives of criminals. Perhaps he was thinking too much. He would ask Tai Wei later what the color green represented, but soon after, the green light disappeared. Finally, he looked at the Heavenly Supervisor Bureau. He was very curious what color the Qi of the Heavenly Supervisor Bureau would be, but in the next moment, Shu Qian suddenly screamed in pain, and fell down from the roof. He rolled on the ground, holding his eyes, and cried out miserably. Zhou Guangxiao and Song Tingfeng were shocked. One drew his sword and the other ran over to check on him. Shu Qian's eyes were badly burned. He cursed in his heart, my eyes are blind. My golden eyes are blind. Song Tingfeng asked in panic, what did you just do? Shu Qian covered his eyes and groaned. My younger brother is a student of the Yunlu Academy, and today he gave me a piece of paper with the spell Vanishing Qi written on it. I used Vanishing Qi to look at the Heavenly Supervisor Bureau. The two looked at each other in astonishment. This idiot is really unbearable. Song Tingfeng said, do you know that the imperial guards who ride swords like to sit on the octagonal tower of the stargazing tower? Shu Qian shook his head. Song Tingfeng continued, then do you know that the pinnacle of the spellcaster system is the treacherous official we serve? This time, Shu Qian nodded. Song Tingfeng added, and yet you dare to use Vanishing Qi to peek at the imperial guards who ride swords. Aren't you just asking for trouble? Shu Qian replied honestly, I really didn't know that. Zhou Guangxiao also sighed. The spellcasters of the Heavenly Supervisor Bureau often deal with the patrolmen. As you accumulate experience, you will understand. Suddenly, a red light appeared in the east. Song Tingfeng and Zhou Guangxiao reacted quickly, and drew their swords. Shu Qian, who had just recovered his eyesight, asked, what's going on? Song Tingfeng explained, the red light is a signal for help sent to us from a distance. It is usually used in pursuit and capture. It is possible that the patrolmen were searching for a suspect but he escaped. The signal is not very far from us. Ning Yan, your eyes have not yet recovered. Stay here and keep watch. We will go to the roof to investigate. The two of them used Qinggong, each going in a different direction. Not long after they left, someone else appeared on the roof. He asked loudly, why are you the only one here? Where are the other two? Shu Qian explained briefly, then asked what had happened. The Tongla said, the Count of Pingyuan has been killed. The two colleagues in charge of the area were injured. The murderer used a fake identity to escape, and his whereabouts are currently unknown. Shu Qian was shocked. The count was killed. The Tongla left as soon as he finished speaking. Shu Qian thought, although the nobles of the Great Phoenix are now weak, but there must be experts protecting the count's mansion, and the assassin was able to kill the count. defeat the patrolman, and then disappear. He is definitely not an ordinary person. If I happen to meet him directly, my life will definitely be in danger. But with my luck, I probably won't be so unlucky. At this moment, a message came from the Earth Book. Shu Qian knew that someone had sent it. He cursed in his heart, in the middle of the night, "You're not sleeping and you're setting off fireworks in a group." Shu Qian took out the Earth Book to look at it, and found that it was a message from number 6, "My lords, I'm in trouble in the capital. Can you help me?" Taoist Jinlian quickly replied, "What kind of trouble are you in?" Number 6, "I'm surrounded in the inner city, and I'm about to be hunted down by the patrolman. In an hour at most, the spellcasters of the Heavenly Supervisor Bureau will arrive. By then, I will be completely helpless." Shu Qian read the message and suddenly thought of the assassination of the Count of Pingyuan. Number 6 was the assassin. Number 2 wrote, "Try to fight and retreat to the city gate." No, the distance to the city gate is too far. Along the way, there are patrolmen and jade knife guards patrolling. Moreover, there is an outer city outside the inner city. Do you have any invisibility spells on you? No. But I do have a teleportation artifact. But I can't send it to you. Taoist, rest assured, if I can't escape this calamity, I will leave the Earth Book here. Tomorrow, just follow the chi to find it. Number 2 was angry and scolded, "Don't say such pessimistic words." Shu Qian thought, in the capital, it is almost impossible to escape the encirclement of the patrolman. Is this a new character? Number 4 spoke, "I know the Taoist of the humane sect a little, but the Lingbao Hall is in the Imperial Palace, so I'm afraid I can't help you." Number 2 was angry. "This sentence of yours is equivalent to saying nothing at all." Shu Qian quietly assessed. Number 4 knows the female national teacher. Jinlian's words were not wrong. The owners of the Earth Books are all extraordinary. Number 2 called number 6 the bald head, and number 4 called him monk, so number 6 is a Buddhist. Although the owners of the Earth Books are wary of each other, they do have a bit of a bond like brothers. Number 2 sent a message again, "Hey, bald head, go and ask number 1. He is in the capital, and must be lurking around, watching the messages." Pulled in by number 2, number 1 could no longer remain silent. "What have you done?" Number 6, "I killed the Count of Pingyuan." Shu Qian was shocked, it really was him. Number 6 admitted it too quickly, and was even very frank. "The other day I asked him if he was a member of the Heaven and Earth Society, and he also answered immediately without hesitation. It is true that monks do not tell lies, but monks are not allowed to kill people." Number 1, "Sneaking into someone's house in the middle of the night to murder them. What do you mean by that?" After a long while, number 1 replied, "I'm sorry, I can't help you." Jinlian sent a message, "Number 1, we are of the same sect. If you can help, then help." This humble Taoist believes that number 6 did not kill for no reason. Shu Qian read the message and pondered. Jinlian's meaning is that number 1 is capable of helping number 6, even if the patrolmen and jade knife guards have sealed him off, and the spellcasters of the Heavenly Supervisor Bureau. The old man still believes that number 1 can help number 6, even if the patrolmen and jade knife guards have sealed him off. He is the only one who knows the identities of everyone. Number 1's status is probably higher than we estimated. Number 6 killed the Count of Pingyuan, so number 1 does not want to help. Number 2 is an enthusiastic person, at least on the surface. Number 6 is a Buddhist, very frank and does not tell lies. Number 4 knows the female national teacher of the humane sect, but his background is unknown. Number 9 is Jinlian. Number 1 is a member of the imperial court, who likes to spy on messages, and has a very high status. This game is really interesting. Shu Qian suddenly had an evil idea. I'll also pretend to be a deity. Shu Qian faked a message and wrote, "Number 6, I can consider helping you. But first, I need to know why you killed the Count of Pingyuan. You can choose not to answer and reject my goodwill, but don't lie. If number 6 is a bad person, Shu Qian will expose him, and reduce the evil in the Heaven and Earth Society. Of course, before that, he must trick him into revealing his hiding place, to avoid future trouble. The person who killed the Count of Pingyuan and then injured the patrolman, and then escaped leisurely, is definitely a mid-level expert or stronger. If there is a justifiable reason, he will do his best to help." The members of the Heaven and Earth Society were surprised when they read Shu Qian's message. They didn't expect that number 3 could help. Then they began to guess, can he really help number 6 escape from the encirclement of the patrolmen and the masters? Who is he? Is he just a Confucian disciple? At this time, if there is no reasonable identity, even walking in the inner city will be arrested or killed, or he can make the jade knife guards or patrolmen retreat. After a while, Jinlian said, "If number 3 is willing to help, that would be great. Number 6, don't hide it." The members started to discuss again. Jinlian is sure that number 3 can rescue number 6. Number 3 is not just a Confucian disciple. He definitely has a higher status and position. The new member recruited by Taoist Jinlian this time is not simple. Number 6 said, "A disciple of mine went missing a year ago. I suspect that he was kidnapped and taken out of the capital through a secret passage. After some investigation, I targeted an organization that specializes in kidnapping young girls and children, and selling them to brothels, beggars, and other places that need young women and children. They not only traffic people, but also kidnap monks, and their real purpose is still unknown. Finally, I found out that the organization was backed by the Count of Pingyuan. I broke into the Count of Pingyuan's mansion to ask about my disciple's fate, but I couldn't find out anything, so I killed him to free him from his sins. Number 1 was suspicious. Why didn't you report it to the authorities? Number 2 still cursed, nonsense. If the law worked, the Count of Pingyuan would have been punished long ago. Officials cover up for each other, no gods can intervene. There is only justice in the blade. Shu Qian thought to himself, this is a rebellious teenager. In fact, it is possible to report the Count of Pingyuan, without killing him. But from that reasoning, it seems that number 6 is a very upright and even reckless person, who likes to use reason to persuade. Number 6 continued, I have my own reasons. In 1 year, I rescued many children. Some had their limbs cut off, and they were crawling and begging. The clever ones were trained to be thieves. But the most terrifying thing was that I once rescued a child who had his limbs cut off, and his skin was boiled in boiling water, and then the skin of a black dog was wrapped around him. After the wound healed, the dog's skin grew on his skin, turning him into a black dog. They taught him a few prayers to deceive the ignorant, and ask for money. Number 1 was shocked, is this true? But he knew that number 6 was a monk, and could not lie. Number 6 gave information that left number 1 speechless for a long time. The anger in Shu Qian's heart also flared up. He wrote, you have convinced me. Although I hate warriors who use force instead of thinking, I am still willing to help you. Number 2 joked, now I agree with number 3 a little bit. Number 4 praised him, you are so generous. When you have time, let's have a drink together. Number 6 recited the Buddha's name, thank you all. Shu Qian asked, where are you hiding now? Number 6 answered immediately, in the sewer outside the Count of Pingyuan's mansion. I understand, you wait for my news. Shu Qian put away the mirror. Now the problem is how to help number 6 get through this challenge. He can't take people out of the inner city. There are patrolmen and jade knife guards patrolling along the way. He can only turn a blind eye in the area where he patrols. But time is pressing, and a completely safe way must be found. Otherwise, when the jade knife guards and patrolmen block the area, and search every inch of land, it will be really hopeless. To save number 6, he had to deceive both the patrolmen and the celestial masters of the Imperial Observatory. Shu Qian needed to do 2 things. First, find a hiding place for number 6. Second, hide his aura. The first thing was not difficult. As long as he could get through this night, number 6 could disguise himself as a civilian tomorrow morning, and leave on his own. With the Count of Pingyuan status, the gates of the inner city would certainly not remain closed forever. They would definitely open early in the morning. The difficulty was how to hide number 6's aura. After killing someone, there would definitely be a trace of death energy. This could not escape the spiritless eyes of the celestial masters of the Imperial Observatory. He could not ask Song Qing to help him again. The last time they traded welfare benefits, he had not yet paid the tip. The periodic table of elements had not yet been sent to the Imperial Observatory. Moreover, Song Qing was as stubborn as he was, and would not easily help with this matter. Unless I can get the favor of the little beauty Tai Wei, that beautiful girl, it is possible for her to enter the Book of Earth. But the members of the Heaven and Earth Society did not mention this. Shu Qian guessed that the aura could not be hidden. The shadow tracking technique would find it. Now there is only one last way. He took out the book and tore out a page of the ledger. A page of the ledger can make the user hide their form and aura, to the point of erasing their existence. Next, Shu Qian went to a small inn. He jumped up to the roof and eavesdropped through the window. It was quiet inside and it seemed like the room was empty. He used a knife to unlock the window little by little. When the window was fully open, the first step was complete. Then he ran to the nearby Count of Pingyuan's mansion. A moment later, he arrived and stood on the roof of the opposite house to observe. He found the sewer. Shu Qian pulled out the long sword sheathed in fake cowhide, tied the paper to it, and threw it hard to the other side. The sword pierced the earthen wall beside the sewer, and startled number 6. Shu Qian took out the small jade mirror, and sent a message, number 6, there is a sword next to the sewer where you are hiding. On it is what you need. I am at the Traveler's Inn on the side of the road. Prepare a second room on the second floor. The sixth window open wide. Come quickly. Number 6 immediately ran over and drew his sword, and officially appeared as a bald monk. With a gloomy expression, the monk pulled out the sword that Shu Qian had thrown to him, and read the contents of the paper. He seemed to understand something, and his expression relaxed. Number 3 is really a Confucian scholar. He immediately used the gathering qi, and a strange power enveloped him, completely hiding his aura. The monk was shocked, and his pupils constricted. This is not the ordinary ability of a nobody. This skill is at least at the level of a 4th grade gentleman. There is no mistake about the identity of number 3. Not only is he a Confucian scholar, but he is also a student valued by a Grand Confucian. As Taoist Jin Lian once said, every owner of the Book of Earth is a genius. It seems that I have underestimated this guy. Thinking this, the monk jumped out of the sewer, and flew straight to the traveler's inn. At this moment, he saw on the roof opposite, a spirited young man dressed as a patrolman, holding a saber in his hand and looking into the distance. In his heart, he exclaimed, "This young Master Tong has a strong inner aura, profound, handsome, and extraordinary. The patrolmen are truly full of talent." According to number 3, he went to the traveler's inn. Sure enough, the window of room 6 on the second floor was wide open. The monk glided in, closed the window. Shu Qian breathed a sigh of relief, no longer having his imposing manner. Although he knew that number 6 was a monk, he was still a little disappointed to meet him in person. Number 9 is the old man Jin Lian, and number 6 is a bitter ascetic monk. The remaining members must have a beautiful girl. At this moment, dozens of black shadows appeared in Shu Qian's field of vision, gliding quickly over the roof. He frowned. The patrolmen are here to search. If we can get through this wave, number 6 will be truly safe. Captain Zhang Luzong asked, after killing someone. The aura will naturally have the smell of blood. Have you found anything? The airman replied boringly, no. Zhang Luzong seemed to want to get angry, but he held back. An airman saw Shu Qian, said happily, "Ah, it's the little genius Shu. Come down quickly." A moment later, the crowd surrounded Shu Qian. Zhang Luzong glanced at him, and muttered, "The enemy may be hiding nearby, ready to strike at any time." But this young Master Tong hadn't even drawn his saber yet. He was incredibly professional. But the next scene shocked Zhang Luzong. He saw that the airmen who had looked down on the martial artist were now surrounding Shu Qian, with looks of admiration on their faces. "What's going on here?" An airman said excitedly, "Young Master Shu, it's been a long time since we saw you at the Heavenly Records office. Senior brother Song Qing misses you very much." Shu Qian smiled modestly. "Misses me? He must miss my debt." The airman continued, "Young Master Shu, when you have the time, you must come to the Heavenly Records office for tea. We would also like to ask you to give us some guidance on the spirit refinement realm." Zhang Luzong became more and more puzzled as he listened. The airmen were always arrogant and looked down on martial artists, so why were they so respectful to a patrolman? Shu Qian said, "Let's talk about it another time. It's more important to focus on the investigation now. Thank you all." The airmen turned back, their attitude towards the patrolman much more polite. "We can't delay. Let's continue." Then Zhang Luzong ordered, "Leave a few people to search this street. The rest of you follow me." Then the airmen continued to be dragged around by the patrolman. At this moment, a patrolman couldn't help but ask curiously, "Are our comrades familiar with you?" The airman replied, "We know him. But whether he knows us or not, we don't know. Young Master Shu is a genius of the spirit refinement realm. His manuscripts are top secret, and ordinary disciples are not allowed to read them. Have you guys heard?" Master Lam Jung once said that he is a once-in-a-century genius of the spirit refinement realm. Do you know what senior brother Song has been saying the most recently? "Shu Ningen is really my teacher." The patrolmen were stunned. At this moment, Zhang Luzong said, "Tomorrow, I will ask that patrolman who he belongs to. Then bring him here." After regrouping with Shu Qian, Song Tingfeng said, "The Imperial Guards have sealed off the surrounding area. We have to search every house along the street." At this moment, as they passed by the traveler's inn, Shu Qian glanced at it. "I will start from this inn with Tingfeng and Guan Shao. You go elsewhere." The comrades had no objection, breaking into the inns and checking each room. This was something that Shu Qian had done many times in his previous life. Usually, he would only go to check after receiving a report. Shu Qian knocked on the door vigorously, startling the waiter inside awake, who hurriedly ran to open the door. The waiter was about to scold, but was stunned by the sight before him. A moment later, he stammered, "My lords, what's the matter?" Shu Qian said sternly, "Raid and room inspection." The waiter was still in a daze. Song Tingfeng explained, "Searching for criminals." Only then did the waiter let them in to inspect each room. When they arrived at room 6 on the second floor, Song Tingfeng asked suspiciously, "Why is this room locked?" The waiter said, "There are no guests in this room. Whether there is or not, we have to check." He used the key to open the door. Shu Qian was startled. This was number 6, a hiding place. Great monk, quickly hide well. But when he entered the room, it was empty. Shu Qian breathed a sigh of relief. It seems that number 6 is not too stupid. Although he had a book that could help him hide. But if he touched anything in the room, the waiter would find it strange. He would definitely not be able to fool Song Tingfeng, who was meticulous in his thinking, and Chu Guanshao, who was taciturn but observant. The three of them finished their inspection and found nothing. Shu Qian found an excuse to go to the toilet, but he stayed in the inn and refused to leave. Song Tingfeng and Chu Guanshao each went in a different direction to search the houses. Shu Qian took out his jade mirror, and sent a message, "I have entered the inn, and I have not been discovered." A moment later, number 6 replied, "I am hiding on the pillar of the house, and I have not touched anything in the room." Shu Qian muttered, "He is indeed a professional criminal." Number 2 asked, "What is the situation now?" Number 6, "Are you safe? You have been silent for so long, I didn't dare to ask." Number 6 replied from afar, "I am temporarily safe. How did you escape?" But number 6 did not rush to answer, but asked Shu Qian, "Number 3, can I speak?" Gentleman is open and above board. There is nothing to be shy about. However, number 2, if you want to know, you need to exchange it for equivalent information. I am very curious about the history of the Myriad Demons Kingdom, as well as the remnants of the Myriad Demons. The Shao Shi mine case is suspected to be a plot by the remnants of the Myriad Demons in the dark. I want to help Brother Chun solve the case. Number 2 was a little reluctant. I don't know much about the history of the Myriad Demons. At this moment, a new character appeared. I know the history of the Myriad Demons very well. Shu Qian smiled. That's great. A chat group needs to be lively in order to share good information. Currently, the ones who have revealed themselves are numbers 1, 2, 4, 5, 6, 9, and myself, number 3. Only numbers 7 and 8 have not yet appeared. Number 6 wrote, "Number 3 gave me a piece of paper, on which was written the Confucian Qi concealing technique. Thanks to that, I was able to escape from the sewer. Number 3 also prepared a guest room for me, and a technique to conceal my aura. That's how I was able to deceive the patrolling watchman, and hide in the inn." The members started discussing animatedly after reading the message that number 3 had sent to number 6, which contained the Confucian Qi concealing technique. It seems that number 3 is really a disciple of the Confucian school, and a student who is highly valued by his teacher. Our Heaven and Earth Society finally has a disciple of the Confucian school. But number 1 was still very cautious. He immediately noticed something unusual, in a situation where the watchmen have already reacted, and have sealed off the surrounding area. How could number 3 help number 6? Unless he was already in the inner city, the surrounding area. Recently, there have been disciples of the Cloud Deer Academy staying in the inner city. We will send someone to investigate later. At this moment, Shu Qian said, "You revealed the inn. Aren't you afraid that number 1 will report you?" Number 1 won't do that. If he wanted to report me, he would have said it directly. Number 3, I owe you my life. I will definitely repay you in the future. Shu Qian guessed that this was the great monk referring to number 1's style. He replied, "It's a small matter." Number 5, it's time to exchange information. The Myriad Demons Kingdom was destroyed 500 years ago. The Buddhist sect led the countries of the western regions to destroy the Myriad Demons. According to legend, the final battle burned the mountains, and the Buddha himself was born. Shu Qian was shocked. Wait, did you just say Buddha? He meant to say, are you sure that the Buddha really exists? Only immortals and Buddhas can transcend ranks. But do such characters really exist? Number 5 continued, in any case, that's what our superior said. It's very credible. Just understand this. What realm the leader of the Myriad Demons is in? Number 4 asked, first rank? Number 5 said contemptuously, my master told me that he was a half-step martial god. Shu Qian was startled. Half-step martial god means that he has almost surpassed the first rank, and has become a godly being in the martial arts system. Number 5 seems to know the history of the Myriad Demons very well. I wonder if he is a remnant of the Myriad Demons. At this moment, Taoist Jin Lian spoke up. The Myriad Demons Empress was a half-step martial god. But I remember that it was recorded as first rank in the Earth Sect's Classic of Auspiciousness. It's not clear what the specifics are. After all, that was 500 years ago. After the Myriad Demons Empress passed away, the Myriad Demons monsters still resisted for another generation. In the end, they could only flee to the south. But in the past 500 years, the remnants of the Myriad Demons have not been completely wiped out. They are very united, and they still hold out hope of restoring their country. And all of this is because the Myriad Demons princess is still alive. She is the younger sister of the Myriad Demons Empress. And she is the leader of the remnants of the Myriad Demons. I don't know what realm she is in. I only know the history of the Myriad Demons. But I don't know much about the current state of the Myriad Demons. In the end, the Myriad Demons have been quietly accumulating their strength, and have not been active in public. Shu Qian had no choice but to think, you've only told me about history. And it's not helpful for the Xiao Shi mine case at all. At this moment, number 2 asked, number 3, why are you asking for information about the Myriad Demons? The Confucian school has nothing to do with the Myriad Demons. Shu Qian did not answer, but instead changed the subject. Taoist Jin Lian. I have a friend who has encountered a bit of trouble. I don't know why, but he often goes to pick up money, and he does it very often. This is not a simple matter of luck. Let me put it this way, he doesn't do anything. He just picks up money, but he can live a comfortable life. Taoist, have you heard of a similar case? The members of the chat group were envious, picking up money on the street. Number 3 said that it's not just luck, but that he often finds money. Jin Lian replied, people who specialize in cultivating merit often have good luck. What does that mean? Wrapped in brilliance. Everything goes smoothly, healthy and safe, always turning danger into good luck. But it doesn't specifically mean picking up money. In other words, people with merit will have good luck, but it is a broad blessing, not simply picking up money. So my strange luck has nothing to do with the merit cultivated by the Earth sect? A moment of silence passed. Shu Qian sat squatting in the stinking outhouse, waiting forever, but no one answered. Shu Qian was furious, those ignorant people. Early the next morning, at the gate of the inner city, the number of guards had doubled compared to normal, and there were even Heavenly Inspection Bureau Chi masters there. Number 6 blended into the crowd of people leaving the city. The Heavenly Inspection Bureau Chi master observed him for a moment and then let him pass. The monk breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, number 3 had bought him some precious time. As a disciple of Buddhism, he naturally had a way to remove the murderous aura after killing someone. Number 6 followed the direction to the east and returned to his residence near noon. The Health and Longevity Hall was a welfare institution of the imperial court, which was dedicated to widows and orphans. Although it was a government agency, it was only managed by a few elderly people, who had a hard time taking care of the orphans and elderly in the hall. In the past 10 years or so, the imperial court had become increasingly indifferent to such welfare institutions, often ignoring them for months at a time. The government agency had become an empty name. As soon as he entered, the monk saw an elderly caretaker come out to greet him, shaking his head as he spoke. Monk, don't bring any more children. There's nothing left to cook in the hall. The monk clasped his hands. Poor monk will solve the money problem. Thinking of number 3's friend, he also wished that he could pick up money every day on the street. The monk opened the door to the firewood room behind the courtyard, and inside lay a black dog. It moved very clumsily, but its eyes flashed with intelligence. The black dog walked slowly to the monk's feet, looking up with its distinctly black and white eyes, and its mouth murmuring, blessings, great blessings from the East Sea. The monk looked at it with compassion, and reached out to stroke its head, softly chanting an incantation. On the second day after the assassination of Marquis Pingyuan, the entire imperial court was shaken. The nobles, both high and low, were furious. The civil servants, who were not on good terms with the nobles, also took the case very seriously. Han Hu Yu, the minister of the censorate, severely criticized the commander of the imperial guards and the night watch. The commander of the imperial guards protested his innocence, but strangely enough, the night watch had an extremely negative attitude towards the case. In heaven, Shu Qian and his colleagues were drinking tea and chatting. When he asked why the agency was so negative about the case, Song Tingfeng said with disdain, it's not surprising. That Marquis Pingyuan was not a good person. I heard from my colleagues about some of the things he did behind the scenes. He kept prostitutes in his house, and he was a human trafficker. He was a vile beast. We only wish that such pests would be wiped out. So why would we expect the night watch to avenge him? But it was a disgrace to the imperial court after all. The imperial court will not let this go. The investigation will soon begin. The death of a Marquis Pingyuan, no one cares. It will die down in time. It's just our agency that will suffer, having just been ordered to increase patrols in the inner city. I wonder what the imperial court will do with Duke Wei. They have been waiting for this opportunity for a long time. In the night watch case, only Shu Qian came to search the files on the 10,000 demons. The books recorded quite a lot of information about the 10,000 demons, but it was all ancient history. The only valuable information was a description of Empress Wan Yao, the nine-tailed fox demon. But the Night Watch's secret files did not record the Buddha's origin. So where did number 5 get that information? What faction does number 5 belong to? Shu Qian asked Li Yuan, "Is there any other information about the remnants of the 10,000 demons?" Li Yuan replied, "There are some documents in another room, but not in Ding's room. Apart from that, with your authority, I can't help you." Shu Qian then hurried to Haoqi Tower. He wanted to do something reckless, to impress Wei Yuan. In the hope of being promoted, he shouted, "I ask for justice for the little man. I have something to report." Hearing this, Nan Gongqin Nu looked at Shu Qian with resentment. "A copper like you is asking a gold to leave. How rude." Wei Yuan hesitated for a moment and then nodded. "You two leave here. Don't eavesdrop." Nan Gongqin Nu glanced at Shu Qian. "This little copper." Shu Qian's voice gradually became sincere. "Today, I was chatting with my colleagues, and I heard that Duke Wei had been reprimanded by the emperor, and that the Zhenggung faction had taken advantage of the Taiwei gap. I have always been mindful of Duke Wei's deep favor for me." Wei Yuan interrupted him gently. "Favor as deep as a mountain is a bit of an exaggeration. Get to the point." He hesitated for a moment and then said, "In the case of Marquis Pingyuan, the Ya Thief organization, which is supported by the palace, is trafficking people in the capital for profit. They kidnap children and women and sell them to brothels, to slave traders. They turn them into beggars, thieves. They even cut off their limbs, and wrap them in black dogskin." He repeated number 6's explanation, not hiding his resentment towards Marquis Pingyuan. When Shu Qian finished speaking, Wei Yuan calmly said, "Pour the tea." The act of pouring tea showed that Wei Yuan had forgiven Shu Qian. Shu Qian immediately poured the tea, just like he used to serve his superiors at the police station. Wei Yuan was silent for a few seconds and then said, "How much do you know about the Heaven and Earth Society? About Taoist priest Jin Lian of the Earth sect?" According to the agency's investigation, Marquis Pingyuan did indeed support a criminal organization. But did number 6 really only act for the sake of his disciple without any other purpose? Perhaps Marquis Pingyuan was involved in something else, and the criminal organization was also doing something, which provoked the killing. Have you thought carefully about these things? During the investigation, all creatures are in chaos, and the emperor's ancestral worship ceremony is in 4 days, so no one should be careless. Shu Qian was a little moved. He was teaching him how to do things, and he was analyzing the case for him. Shu Qian bowed his head. "Thank you for your guidance, my lord. My work is still immature." Wei Yuan praised him. "No matter what, you have done well. Go down. I will send someone to investigate the matter. You continue to investigate the Heaven and Earth Society. The short-term goal is to find out who number 1 is." Shu Qian shouted, "I will definitely do my best." Leaving Haoqi Tower, Shu Qian breathed a sigh of relief. He knew he had bet right this time, and had won Wei Yuan's trust. If he wanted to have a solid position, if he wanted to be promoted, he had to learn to flatter, to learn to follow those in power. In the coming days, he had to constantly improve Wei Yuan's favorability, and win his trust. And Wei Yuan's last words were exactly what he thought. He still didn't fully trust number 6, the Heaven and Earth Society. Only a professional trader could act so professionally. So when he was in trouble, it was definitely not wrong to find Wei Yuan. Of course, a mature lord must have other sinister plans. Shu Qian went to a secluded corner, took out the jade mirror, and sent a message to number 6. "I just received news that the night watchmen have found clues, which could be detrimental to you. You need to be prepared to withdraw in time." Number 6 saw the message, his expression serious. In just one day, they had found clues, and were even threatening him. The night watchmen were acting very quickly. "Wait, how did number 3 know about this?" For the first time, number 1 spoke up proactively. "Number 3, how do you know the night watchman's internal news?" Shu Qian had guessed correctly. As long as it was related to the situation in the palace, number 1 would immediately be interested. He did not answer right away, but thought carefully about his answer. He knew that the other masters of the earth books were watching, waiting for him to give a reasonable and shocking enough reason. Finally, he wrote, "What do you think? The debate over orthodox Confucianism has lasted for more than 200 years. Our library cannot sit and wait for its destruction." The masters of the earth books were excited. "What does this mean? The Cloud Deer Library has its own people in the Night Watchman." This was indeed a bombshell. Shu Qian provoked number 1. "You can try to find out my identity." This was both a challenge and a test. If number 1 responded, or actually did so, Shu Qian could use that to infer his identity. The Night Watchman was an agency of the imperial god, led by the decisive Wei Yuan. Ordinary people could not infiltrate it. And even if there were people hidden inside, they would not be of middle or high rank. Those of low rank would not have the resources and ability to do so. However, number 1 was a smart person, and did not fall for Shu Qian's provocation. Number 6 saw that no one had spoken for a long time, and wrote, "I will be more vigilant in the coming days." Number 3, "I owe you my life again. You are a chivalrous person, as bright as the autumn moon. You are a role model for us all." The kind-hearted man thought to himself, "Don't thank me too soon. I will get this debt back." Killing 2 birds with 1 stone, not only increasing Wei Yuan's favorability towards me, but also giving number 6 a huge debt, and at the same time leaving an image of being willing to help among the members of the Heaven and Earth Society. However, number 1 seemed to be even more interested in me. If he really was a high-ranking official of the court, he would definitely investigate the Cloud Deer Library. But even if he found nothing, or even locked down number 3's identity as Shu Qian, I could still push Shu Erlang out as a scapegoat. I am a person within the court system. If number 1 discovers my true identity, it will be very passive. Shu Erlang is an official student of the Cloud Deer Library. His position is more stable than mine. Moreover, he has no grudge against number 1 at present. Generally speaking, there is no major problem. From the old days, elder brother loves younger brother so much. Younger brother should also do something to repay elder brother. Returning to the small room of the Chungfeng Hall, Song Tingfeng teased Shu Qian as a deadbeat because he never paid when he went to find Fuxiang. Zhu Guangxiao nodded in agreement. Shu Qian thought of something. "Today I went to the private library, and discovered a big secret." Song Tingfeng and Zhu Guangxiao immediately sobered up. "What secret?" Shu Qian said, "Call me father, and I will tell you right away." Song Tingfeng did not hesitate, and immediately called Shu Qian father. Shu Qian was delighted. "The secret is that you were not born to me." Song Tingfeng and Zhu Guangxiao were shocked by the prank. At this moment, a Yinla entered the door, and said to Shu Qian, "You and the other 2, follow me." The 3 of them followed the Yinla out in a daze. In the Chungfeng Hall, the Yinla said to Li Yuxuan with a smile, "Master Li, I will take this Tongla away. He will be working under me from now on. Let's do the handover procedures." Li Yuxuan was furious when he heard this. "What are you joking about? You robbing me of my treasure like this? Did I agree to it?" Li Yuxuan flicked his sleeve, and the door of the hall slammed shut. The Yinla was startled by Master Li's reaction. "What do you mean?" Li Yuxuan snapped. "What do you mean? We are not under the authority of a Jinla. There is no such rule." He pointed at Shu Qian. "Master Zhang told me to come and pick you up. He has taken notice of you. From now on, you belong to me." Then he turned to Shu Qian. "Why are you still standing there? Come here. You are mine from now on. Zhang Jinla has taken notice of you. That is your fortune." Shu Qian smiled wryly. "How come this sounds so strange? Is Mr. Zhang planning to have 8 people carry a sedan chair to welcome me? I don't even know him." Li Yuxuan was furious. "You go back and tell Mr. Zhang. I do not agree." The Yinla doubted that he had misheard. "You dare to refuse Master Zhang? Forget it. I won't bother talking to you anymore. Master Zhang is still waiting. I have to take the person away right now. If you have any comments, go and find Master Zhang yourself." Li Yuxuan roared. "Dao Dao, you dare to touch my people? If you allow me to step out of this door today, I will no longer be called Li Yuxuan." The Jinla was furious. "Li, you are really crazy today. Do you know what you are saying?" Song Tingfeng, Zhu Guangxiao, and the other Tongla sitting outside the courtyard eating peanuts heard the scolding coming from inside. At this moment, a Tongla asked, "What's so special about your Tongla surnamed Shu?" Song Tingfeng shook his head. "Nothing special. He just calls Miss Fuxiang to sleep with him without paying." The other 2 Tongla were shocked. "Really? How did he do it?" Song Tingfeng added, "I can't tell you. I promised to keep it a secret for him. He gave us 1 or 2 taels of silver as hush money." The 2 Tongla generously handed over the 2 taels of silver, and told Song Tingfeng to continue talking. Song Tingfeng took it and smiled. "All right then, since we are invited guests." Of course, before he could finish speaking, a fight broke out. At this moment, Zhang Luzhang was sitting in the hall, looking at Shu Qian's profile and information. He just found out that Shu Qian was the excellent secret agent in Changla, who had made great contributions to the embezzlement case. He was also the person in charge of the murder case of Ping Yuan Bo. Although Wei Yuan has blocked the pressure from the court and various factions for me, I cannot be subjective. That will make Wei Yuan doubt my ability. This person is good at finding files. He is exactly the talent I need. Furthermore, he has close ties with the imperial astronomers of the Tythenegium. I can use him to buy magic weapons from the Tythenegium, to equip my subordinates. At this moment, hurried footsteps were heard. The Jin Ladao said angrily, Chief, Li Yuxuan definitely will not give up the person, and he chased me away. He said that if the chief wants the person, he should come to see him in person. Zhang Luzhong was furious and slammed the files on the table. Alright, we'll go there in person. On the other hand, Li Yuxuan also went to Yang Yan, and said, Yang Jinla, my subordinate has something to report. Yang Yan's hands were sweating slightly. Li Yuxuan said with some emotion, Zhang Jinla wants to rob us of our Tongla. Shu Qian. Yang Yan frowned and looked at Wei Yuan. Wei Yuan smiled. It's your business. Handle it yourself. Yang Yan immediately stood up. A Tongla with an A-grade aptitude cannot be easily taken away by others. Who dares to rob me of my people? I will smash his head. The two Jinla met at the door of the Chengfeng Hall. Zhang Luzhong said, Master Yang, can you have Tongla Shu Qian work for me? Yang Yan did not say anything, but just shook his head. Zhang Luzhong asked, what if I insist on asking for someone? Yang Yan said, then follow the rules. What rules? Of course it is fighting. That is the rule set by Wei Yuan. No matter if it is gold, silver, or bronze. If there is a conflict, it will be resolved by force. But it must be on the fighting ring in the agency, and no private fights are allowed. Martial artists must be pure and righteous. The two adults cannot fight on the fighting ring with murderous intent over a Tongla. This news spread quickly, and the people who were watching the show came to watch the excitement. Shu Qian also found it a bit ridiculous. Why do I feel like I am a disaster fairy? However, he also noticed the anxious look on Zhang Luzhong's stage. It seems that this is the Jinla who met him last time, when Ping Yuan Bo was killed. Perhaps he was jealous of his close relationship with the imperial astronomers of the Tythenegium, and wanted to recruit him, but Yang Yan did not agree. It must be because of his A-grade aptitude. Li Yuxuan once said, Wei Yuan was very generous to give him an aptitude that surpassed A. Master Wei Yuan was so generous. All because of his poem. Shu Qian was excited. Do I have to bear the pressure of this aptitude? In the attic near the Yanyu court, several Jinla looked down at the situation. Yang Yan and Zhang Luzhong have no grudges against each other. Surely they wouldn't use this as an excuse to settle old scores? Or is it because of that Tongla? It seems his name is Shu Qian. He is the one who cracked the recent silver tax case. But if that's all there is to it, it's not enough to make them fight to the death. The two Jinla entered the court and fought immediately. Without any hesitation, the ground collapsed a few inches, and Zhang Luzhong disappeared from everyone's sight. A moment later, Yang Yan pushed hard with his left elbow, and blocked a murderous punch that was coming at him. Then, the two of them turned into illusions, and the sound of their clashing weapons rang out incessantly. If you compare the human eye to a camera, the fighting speed of the two masters has exceeded the filming limit of the naked eye. Is it because our eyes can't keep up? Or is it because of the special abilities of the masters? If this is the case, it is the privilege of which realm? It must be at least 7th grade or above, because 7th grade is the martial god realm, and it also cultivates the spirit. In addition, the two Jinla are fighting very internally. If they let loose, the people watching the show would have to take cover to avoid being affected. Song Tingfeng patted Shu Qian's shoulder. Let's just watch for fun. Don't take it too seriously. Among the Jinla, there are only a few battles like this in a year. Shu Qian asked, who do you think will win? Song Tingfeng laughed. If it's just a physical and strength confrontation, the Jinla are not much different from each other. That's why they don't win or lose every time they fight. This battle has been going on for more than an hour, and the people watching the show from the various agencies have come and gone in turns. In the martial artist system, the characteristic of the 9th grade pre-heaven is physical strength, which is known as endless. Although it is an exaggeration, it is enough to prove the terrifying strength of martial artists. This is most evident in the case of the beauty Fu Shang. In Haoqi Tower, Wei Yuan said to Yang Yan, you should continue to fight, and polish your physical strength. Otherwise, in 10 years, when your qi and blood decline, you will have no hope of ever entering the 3rd grade. You are putting too much emphasis on your own qi and blood, in order to maintain the peak of your physical strength. But what you really need to do, is to integrate the Tao intent into your fists. That way, your combat power will soar. Zhang Luzhong was not convinced. According to Master Wei, I have no hope of reaching the 3rd grade. Wei Yuan said, the third grade is no longer a realm for mortals. It requires fate, not hard work. Our king and general of the north fought on the battlefield for 10 years, and was on the brink of death dozens of times. Only you guys are still lacking in fire. Because there is no winner or loser, the personnel transfer will be put on hold for the time being. Zhang Luzhang lowered his head, but I have a question. What is so special about the Tongla Shu Qian that makes Yang Jinla so reluctant to give him up? Wei Yuan smiled. It's nothing much. I knew you would ask, so I have already prepared it. See for yourself. Then he showed Zhang Luzhang Shu Qian's performance appraisal. When Zhang Luzhang saw the two bright red words, he shouted at Yang Yan, fight one more round. I want to have this person. Master Wei, you can't be biased just because Yang Yan is your adopted son. If you don't give him to me, I will spread the news. Let's see if Yang Yan can withstand the pressure from the other Jinla. Wei Yuan said coldly, insolent. If he is under Yang Yan's command, it is not because of Yang Yan, but because Li Yuxuan can cultivate Shu Qian's character. Shu Qian needs a leader like him. Any other Jinla would have conflicts with him. And you, why are you interested in this gem? Zhang Luzhang did not hide it. The case of the Marquis of Pingyuan is quite complicated. According to the current clues, it is very likely that the pugilist is seeking revenge, but the murderer has escaped. It is very difficult to catch him again. Therefore, when I saw that Shu Qian was good at investigating cases, I wanted him to serve me. But what really caught my attention was something else. The night the Marquis of Pingyuan was killed, I led some Qi masters from the Heavenly Inspection Bureau to hunt down the murderer. When they saw Shu Qian, they were very excited, and insisted on talking to him, praising him endlessly. They even said, Senior Brother Song Qing from the Heavenly Inspection Bureau also praised Shu Qian as a genius. Wei Yuan pondered. After completing the reconnaissance mission, Shu Qian did not go home, but went straight to Fu Zhang's brothel. Shu Qian sat in the bathtub. Inside, she's so humble today. She didn't wear any sexy clothes to serve me in the bath. He looked at the beautiful woman on the other side of the screen. She just looked up, smiled gracefully. And at that moment, her beauty was radiant. Shu Qian thought he had seen it wrong through the screen. In the blink of an eye, the strange feeling disappeared. The next morning, Shu Qian woke up, and found Fu Shang sleeping soundly. A rare sight, probably because Fu Shang had a stormy night last night. Outside the musical bureau, Shu Qian had just taken the reins from the servant, when he suddenly heard a burst of laughter. He followed the sound and saw several men in the uniform of the Jade Knife Guards walking towards the stables. Wasn't that his second uncle Shu Pingzi? The uncle and nephew looked at each other, and their silence spoke volumes. The thin screen was shattered, and water from the pool splashed everywhere. History is always full of eerie similarities. After a few seconds, the uncle and nephew turned away from each other, pretending not to know each other. Second uncle's colleague sighed. Speaking of which, Fu Zhang's customer last night was really lucky. Shu Pingzi subconsciously looked at Shu Qian, thinking to himself, the person you guys are envious of is my nephew. Not long after, Shu Pingzi and his colleague said goodbye in front of the brothel. At this time, Shu Qian pretended to be angry. Second uncle, you're so despicable. Aunt is so beautiful, but you don't cherish her. And you even come here to solicit prostitutes. Shu Pingzi was embarrassed. In 3 days, it will be the emperor's ancestral worship ceremony. There will be many banquets during this time. Don't tell your aunt about this. Then he ran to a nearby orange stall, to buy some oranges for his uncle. You wait here. Shu Qian was tricked out of his advantage but could not refute it, so he had to nod. On the way back, Shu Pingzi peeled an orange and deliberately rubbed it on his body, thinking to himself, I'm old. Second uncle is quite clever. Shu Qian whispered, give me one. Uncle Shu asked curiously as he handed him the orange, what do you need it for? He thought to himself, uncle cheated on his wife, and I cheated on uncle's daughter. The uncle and nephew entered the mansion after finishing rubbing the orange peel. Uncle Shu gave the peeled orange to his wife. After Mrs. Shu finished eating, she handed it back to her husband, with an expressionless face. Seeing this, Uncle Shu divided the orange in half, and gave half to Shu Qian. The whole family had to share one orange, which was quite heartwarming. Shu Qian ate half and then gave it to Shu Lingyue. Shu Lingyue also ate half. He called out to the spirit beast that was running around the room, and asked it to come over. The spirit beast took the half orange, and stuffed it into its mouth. Its face immediately wrinkled, as it shivered from the sourness. Seeing that the child was not crying, everyone was relieved. Then he handed the whole bag of oranges to it to deal with. Shu Qian went back to his room, changed his clothes and took a shower. At this time, Old Zhang at the gate ran over and called out, "Young master, there is a guest looking for you. The master asked you to go and meet him." Shu Qian replied, "I know," and closed the door. "Come in, I'll open the door for you." Old Zhang was slightly surprised. Remembering the incident where the servant was called in and passed out last time, he said nothing, and left quietly. Shu Qian walked out, and saw that old Zhang had already left. He had even intended to ask him to climb over the wall for convenience. When he arrived at the front hall, he saw Chu Taiwei there. Shu Qian was shocked. "Why did you come to my house?" Chu Taiwei was sitting in the master's seat, eating and drinking and complaining, "If you don't go to the Heavenly Inspection Bureau soon, next time senior brother Song will come here in person." Shu Qian nodded. "All right, I will definitely go." Chu Taiwei reminded him, "Don't tell me you haven't prepared anything." Senior brother Song said, "The debt has been outstanding for so long. You have to pay both the principal and the interest. The alchemy knowledge in the Blue Book is too profound, and the Qi masters of the Heavenly Inspection Bureau cannot understand it right away. At the end of this year, senior brother Song hopes that you will come to the Heavenly Inspection Bureau to give a lecture to Qi masters of rank 6 and below." Chu Qian nodded. "Paying debts is a matter of course, but I need half an hour to prepare." Chu Taiwei smiled. "I will supervise you." In a good mood, she said to Shu Lingyan, who was standing beside her with bright and hopeful eyes, "Little sister, do you want to eat my cake?" Shu Lingyan nodded. This child always has high expectations for delicious cakes. How adorable. At first, Chu Taiwei did not intend to give her cake to the spirit beast, but Shu Qian agreed so quickly that she was happy. A child wouldn't eat much anyway. The two of them arrived at Shu Qian's small courtyard. Chu Taiwei looked into the kitchen. "The other day you said you would make me something delicious." Shu Qian had no choice but to say, "Let's do it next time. I'll give you some after I've finished the basic version." Half an hour later, Shu Qian finished writing his lecture. When he returned to the front hall, Chu Taiwei found that all the cakes had been eaten by the spirit beast. The spirit beast smiled happily. "Thank you, sister. The cake was so delicious." Chu Taiwei could not get angry with the child, and could only frown in annoyance. When Shu Qian arrived at the Heavenly Inspection Bureau, Taiwei scolded him, "You're so annoying. My little sister only ate a few of your cakes, and you're already so angry." Chu Taiwei exclaimed, "I was going to save them to eat while listening to your lecture." Shu Qian thought, "It's just some cakes. I can just buy you some more. It'll only cost a few taels of silver." Chu Taiwei said, "2 taels of silver." Shu Qian hurriedly left. Don't make senior brother Song wait too long. When he arrived at the Heavenly Inspection Bureau, Song Qing had dark circles under his eyes. Looking exhausted after a night of work, "You're finally here. If not, I would have come to your house myself." He was very dissatisfied with Shu Qian's procrastination. He had violated his own principles of upright living to help him do something bad. The result was that he had to wait forever. Shu Qian apologized, "But I'm here now. How is senior brother's grafting technique going?" Song Qing spread out a piece of paper. "This is my recent grafting product. I heard that you have joined the night watch. Help me find a corpse." Shu Qian saw that it was a human-shaped horse, and immediately slapped his hand down. "Let's talk about this later. Now I have come to repay my debt." Shu Qian did not want to be killed by a slap from a mutated experiment. It was clear that senior brother Song had gone in the wrong direction in his alchemy research. I needed to use the chemical knowledge behind it to help him. Shu Qian chose the 7th floor auditorium as the venue for his lecture. The Qi masters carried chairs over, and sat down like students. Shu Qian felt that after this lecture, his status in the Heavenly Inspection Bureau would be elevated. "After I please the Cloud Deer bookstore, and gain Wei Yuan's trust, in the near future, will I be able to continue to be so blatant? The protection of 3 forces, as long as I don't commit a serious crime, I will be as stable as Mount Tai." Shu Erlang, I still love you. I have already paved a peaceful path for you, but you are too stingy to promise me. Shu Qian scanned the Qi masters. "Before we start, let's go over the knowledge of alchemy. What do you know about alchemy?" At this moment, 2 luxurious palanquins stopped outside the gate of the Heavenly Inspection Bureau. Wei Yuan and his 2 adopted sons were waiting respectfully. Wei Qing approached. "Duke Wei, are you also looking for the inspector?" Wei Yuan sighed. "Yes. In Taikong County, a Shao stone mine was discovered, but it was completely mined out. It is suspected that it was caused by the monster Wanyu." Wei Qing suspected that there were still monsters hiding in the capital, and wanted the Heavenly Inspection Bureau to use their celestial eyes to find them. "Then what are you doing here, princess?" Wei Qing replied, "I'm here to find Taiwei." "Duke Wei, Do you think the death of Marquis Pingyuan has anything to do with monsters? Wei Yuan shook his head. Marquis Pingyuan had nothing to do with monsters. He was not worth their harm. The two of them walked into the stargazing tower together. Nan Gongqinru found it strange that there was no one in the tower. No one came to greet her. It was the same when she went up to the third floor. It was not until she reached the fifth floor that she met a chi master who was busy. Wai Qing asked, "From the moment I entered the tower, I have only seen you. What happened to the Heavenly Inspection Bureau?" The chi master said angrily, "I don't want to see the princess either. No, I want to go to the seventh floor too. But there are still things to be done. My brother won't let me go, it's pissing me off. He really doesn't take me seriously." After he finished explaining, he said, "Young Master Shu is giving a lecture on the seventh floor, teaching alchemy. My brothers have all gone to listen to the lecture." Wai Qing and Wei Yuan both guessed. Could that Mr. Shu be him? Wei Yuan thought to himself, Song Qing had once told him that Shu Qian was an alchemy genius, but he didn't pay much attention to it at the time. Because Song Qing was the #1 alchemy expert in the Heavenly Inspection Bureau, Nan Gongqinru asked, "Father, when did the Heavenly Inspection Bureau have someone surnamed Shu?" Wei Yuan smiled. "Let's go up and see." The clever chi masters used Shu Qian's words to answer her question. The essence of alchemy is equivalent exchange. Extracting the essence from matter, turning waste into treasure. Some chi masters answered based on their own experience. Song Qing shook his head and sighed. The chi masters were confused and did not understand senior brother Song's meaning. At this moment, Shu Qian clapped his hands, and all eyes immediately turned to the alchemy genius. Shu Qian realized that in the Heavenly Inspection Bureau, only senior brother Song was someone he respected, and considered a teacher from whom he could learn. Senior brother Song's meaning is, although everyone's words are correct, they are not comprehensive enough, so they are still wrong. Shu Qian said, "At first, I only promised to teach you one piece of knowledge according to senior brother Song's request. But senior brother Song insisted that I pay back both the principal and the interest. Then I will teach you more broadly, teach you more thoroughly." As soon as he finished speaking, the eyes of the chi masters lit up. A chaotic murmur arose. Wai Qing and Wei Yuan had just reached the seventh floor. They stopped and did not rush in, but they both smiled. "It's really him." Yang Yan stared at Shu Qian for a moment. Indeed, what Zhang Luzhang said was true. He made up his mind. This copper coin can only be under my command. No one can take it away. Shu Qian said, "The essence of alchemy is equivalent exchange. That is the basic principle. But that is too abstract. Only grand masters of alchemy like senior brother Song can truly understand the meaning of that statement. When it comes to alchemy, outsiders will think of immortal medicine, elixir. Those who know more about it will think of metallurgy. But those are just two areas of alchemy. I classify them into the fields of medicine and materials. Most chi masters only study these two areas, occasionally touching on other areas. But senior brother Song, his vision is in a different field." Song Qing was overjoyed, as if he had found a bosom friend, and was about to talk about the field of biological grafting that he was pursuing. Perhaps this lecture will also be an important stepping stone for him to enter a whole new field of alchemy. Senior brother Song's research direction is biology. Alchemy is not just about dead things. Chi Master said, "Young Master Shu." Our inspector said, "Life is not within the scope of alchemy." Shu Qian replied, "That's because senior brother Song's method is wrong." So the Heavenly Inspection Bureau criticized him. But his direction is not wrong. We extract metal from ore, extract harder metals from metal, refine elixirs from medicinal herbs. But why can't we extract medicine from metal? Can't refine metal from medicinal herbs? Another chi master said arrogantly, "Medicinal herbs are medicinal herbs. Ores are ores." Young Master Shu, this question is too strange. How can you extract metal from medicinal herbs? But Song Qing was eager on the spot, breathed heavily and said, "Go on." The chi masters looked at senior brother Song in surprise. They rarely saw him like this. At the same time, they realized that Shu Qian was referring to advanced alchemy knowledge. Outside, Wai Qing couldn't help but look at Song Qing. This honest disciple was also the #1 alchemy expert in the Heavenly Inspection Bureau. Absorbed in his research and refused to advance, he disdained the higher realms. The brothers on the 4th and 5th floors were not as good as him in alchemy. He was always researching scary alchemy experiments, and had even been grounded by the Heavenly Inspection Bureau for it. Had Shu Qian's alchemy really progressed to the point where he could give pointers to Song Qing? When Shu Qian was about to continue speaking, he found Wai Qing and Wei Yuan standing behind him. Shu Qian almost peed his pants. being caught by the leader while giving a lecture. The more ostentatious the better, that was his tactic with the Qi masters. But with Wei Yuan, he would show loyalty within reason, pretending to be a harmless Xiao Erlang, but not pretending to be petty, making a fool of himself in a blatant way. But from another perspective, showing one's own value in front of the leader is also a way to attract attention, to increase one's chances. Who is the girl next to him? Why is she so young and beautiful? Shu Qian coughed and continued. This is the key point I wanted to talk about in today's lecture. In all things, there are extremely subtle substances, which make up the colorful world we see. These substances have relationships and laws with each other. The simplest example is a pill, which requires dozens of medicinal herbs to refine. The medicinal herbs have different functions. So why? Because the subtle substances in them have similar properties, so they interact and combine with each other, extracting the essence. Alchemy is the same. In an ancient alchemy manual, there is a couplet about subtle substances with similar properties. I call that couplet the periodic table of elements. Gasps of surprise filled the hall. The white-haired Qi masters were excited, frenzied. Song Qing even ran in front of Shu Qian. Excitedly, I know. It's because they don't have similar properties that my biological alchemy experiment failed. That's right. Cats and trees can't have similar properties. They are completely different things. Shu Qian nodded. You can understand it that way. Senior brother Song is indeed worthy of being called an alchemy genius. With extraordinary intelligence. Song Qing frowned. Although I understand your reasoning. But how do we confirm the similar properties between organisms? Then what is the correct direction for biological alchemy? Shu Qian said, that's a good question. I've been waiting for this moment to give you some pointers. Then he whispered, the correct direction is cells. Another unfamiliar term surprised everyone. Shu Qian was secretly worried. I don't really understand cells either. Anyway, the success is because of my good guidance. The failure is because of your limited ability. He took out a book. This is the second green book I gave to the Heavenly Inspection Bureau, which records my periodic table of elements and catalysts. It also has the correct direction for senior brother Song's biological alchemy. Song Qing eagerly snatched it away, eagerly flipping through the first page. Cells are the beginning of life. After reading it, Song Qing clenched the book, and threw his head back and laughed. The Qi masters looked at the book in Song Qing's hand with curious eyes, eager to read it. Song Qing retracted his smile, and said seriously, what young Master Shu just said was too profound. You are not at the level to understand it, and I have fully understood it. I will naturally pass it on to you. The Qi masters could only give up the idea of reading the book. Chemistry covers many fields, such as electrochemistry, nuclear science, and quantum mechanics. Shu Qian himself only knows half of it. He did not intend to continue the lecture, and he should not pour out all his knowledge at once. They are not Fu Shang, and they are not worthy of being taught everything by him. Equivalent exchange must be done slowly, drop by drop. The Qi masters stood up, and bowed to Shu Qian in unison. Thank you, young Master Shu, for your teachings. Outside, Ho-I Khan witnessed everything, his eyes slightly dazed. The Qi masters of the Heavenly Inspection Bureau were polite to a disciple of a martial artist. Perhaps this was the first time in the history of the Heavenly Inspection Bureau. Shu Qian alone was enough to leave his mark in history. Song Qing exhaled. Junior sister, the princess is looking for you. Shu Qian hurriedly stepped forward and bowed. Greetings, Duke Wei. Wei Yuan smiled and gestured to the girl beside him. This is the princess. Li Yu Chun had told him that it was thanks to the princess that he was able to work in the beating K-Ren. Now that he met her in person, the princess's beauty stunned Shu Qian. He bowed his head. Thank you for the princess's nomination. Ho-I Khan smiled, her voice gentle. The alchemy manual you mentioned. Who passed it on to you? Shu Qian replied. My humble self received a copy from my teacher when I was young. If Ho-I Khan or Wei Yuan asked, he would say that he had lost it, but he still remembered all its contents. Based on the same knowledge, he could extort money from the Qi masters of the Heavenly Inspection Bureau, and then extort the princess and Wei Yuan. Unexpectedly, Ho-I Khan just smiled and didn't ask any more questions. It was exactly as Shu Ju had said. This princess was truly formidable. At least she was an intelligent woman. Wei Yuan said to Shu Qian, come with me to meet the censor. Shu Qian took a sharp breath. The censor was a top-notch expert. On the top floor of the Zhenxing Tower, Shu Qian followed Wei Yuan to the octagonal platform. He saw the figure of a white-haired man sitting with his back to him. At this moment, a hoarse voice sounded, you've arrived. Shu Qian had the illusion that he was talking to himself. Wei Yuan stepped to the chessboard. I haven't played chess for a long time. Censor, can you have a chat with Wei Mo? The censor said nothing, just waved his hand. A chessboard and 2 sets of chess pieces suddenly appeared on the table. Wei Yuan and the censor sat opposite each other. Wei Yuan asked, "Have you been paying attention to the mortal world recently?" The censor replied, "I'm old and dim-sighted. I can't see clearly anymore." Then Wei Yuan said, "The Taoist priest of the Earth sect has fallen into the devil's path." The censor remained cold. Everything has its own cycle. Becoming a celestial immortal is not that simple. Your Excellency, I heard that there are demons from the myriad demons kingdom hiding in the capital. They are all little demons. Wei Yuan nodded and said slowly, "If I'm not mistaken, the human sect came to the capital 19 years ago. Before that, the emperor had asked the 3 sects for help, but they did not respond." The censor remained silent. Wei Yuan continued, "Recently, the myriad demon sect has also been active around the capital. In 3 days, it will be the emperor's ancestral worship ceremony. The Heavenly Inspection Bureau must be vigilant." Shu Qian stood by the side, listening to them talking about everything under the sun, but he couldn't get a word in edgewise, and felt embarrassed. The 2 men placed their chess pieces faster, and finally had no time to think, until they were tied. At this moment, the censor said, "That day you cultivated the martial Tao. I predicted that the great phoenix would have a second-grade expert appear. But in the end, you destroyed your own cultivation." Wei Yuan shook his head and said nothing. The censor asked, "Why didn't you follow that path? Why didn't you go with the bookworms at the Yunlu library? Why didn't you follow me 25 years ago when I invited you to be my disciple?" Wei Yuan replied, "Your Excellency is heartless, and has no desire to be a sorcerer." The censor was silent for a moment, and looked at Shu Qian, a rare genius. "Little friend, teach my disciple for me, and I will give you a gift." Shu Qian was overjoyed. Is there such a good thing? As he was in a daze, a whistling sound rang out in his ears, and 2 blocks of molten iron flew towards him, almost hitting Shu Qian before flying towards the censor. As they flew, the 2 blocks of molten iron gradually cooled, and when they fell into the censor's hands, they had become 2 swords. The censor held the sword, and gently stroked the blade with his other hand. The sword turned a golden color. The censor bent his finger, and the sword flew up, and landed in front of Shu Qian. Shu Qian was shocked. Is this alchemy or magic? Isn't alchemy the extraction of substances in a test tube? Shu Qian realized that the censor had only revealed a fraction of his power. When he gave him the gift, he was mocking me, meaning that I don't understand anything about alchemy. But the fact that I was slapped in the face was no longer important. Shu Qian immediately bowed his head and thanked the censor. He wrapped his cloak around the hilt of the sword, and held it in his arms. With this sword, his combat power would increase by at least 1 or 2 levels. Going downstairs, Shu Qian met Chu Taiwei and Hoai Khan coming up. He immediately asked Chu Taiwei, "Are you free tonight? I'd like to invite you to dinner at the Gaiyuan Tower." Unexpectedly, Chu Taiwei, who loved to eat, refused at once. "I have to go to the imperial palace tonight, and sleep in the princess's mansion," meaning that the food in the princess's mansion was endless, and the food at the Guayui Tower was no match for the imperial kitchen. Shu Qian thought for a moment and said, "Tomorrow and the day after, we have to work the night shift. The day after that is the day when the emperor worships his ancestors, and the bell ringers must ensure security. After the emperor has worshipped his ancestors, come to my house for dinner. I think I'll just make a simple chicken broth." The food at the Guayui Tower is a bit expensive. Chu Taiwei asked, "Are you cooking for me?" Shu Qian nodded, and waited for her good news. The 2 of them parted ways, and Chu Taiwei led Hoai Khan upstairs. Shu Qian followed Wei Yuan downstairs. He looked up and accidentally caught Hoai Khan's eyes looking down at him. Their eyes met, and Shu Qian smiled broadly. Hoai Khan remained cold, and only when she could no longer see Shu Qian's figure, did she slightly raise the corners of her mouth, leaving the stargazing tower. Yang Yan looked at Shu Qian and asked, "Do you know how to drive a carriage?" Shu Qian shook his head and said he didn't. Yang Yan nodded and handed him the reins, and got into the carriage. On the octagonal pavilion, Hoai Khan's cold voice rang out, "Sir, His Majesty has long had doubts." The censor replied coldly, "Princess, please speak." Hoai Khan asked, "The human sect moved into the capital, and has bewitched the emperor into cultivating the Tao for 19 years. During that time, the human sect has monopolized the imperial court, causing rampant banditry in Yunzhou, and endless natural disasters in the south, and the imperial court's control over the southern region is becoming weaker and weaker. In the north, the various tribes are coveting our land, and there is internal strife and external troubles. Sir, What are you waiting for? Hoai Khan waited for a long time, but no one answered. She turned around and saw that the censor had closed his eyes and fallen asleep. Chu Taiwei comforted her, "Princess, don't mind the old man. He's old and won't live much longer." Hoai Khan glanced at her. In the Tai Heavenly Observatory, there was only one female disciple, and everyone spoiled her. Only she dared to speak to the censor like that. Hoai Khan changed the subject. "Are you very close to that tongue law?" Chu Taiwei smiled. "Shu Qian is a talented person, and he's a good conversationalist. I find him very interesting. A major event is about to happen in the Nurturing Life Hall." A minor official dressed in green led a group of workers into the Nurturing Life Hall. There was a loud noise that lasted until evening. At night, Grandmaster Hengyuan waited until he was sure that there were no more bell ringers or Tai Heavenly Observatory sorcerers lurking around, before leaving the bright protection and entering the Nurturing Life Hall to inspect it. But he was shocked to find that the gate and the entire interior of the hall had been completely renovated. The old servant saw Hengyuan, and said happily, "Grandmaster, you're back. You don't have to work in the garden anymore." This afternoon, the imperial court paid off the arrears that had been owed for many years, and also sent workers to renovate the orphanage. Hengyuan whispered, "Subsidies." The old servant replied happily, "That's right. 200 taels of silver. We have the money for the children and the elderly next year. Tomorrow, I plan to buy winter clothes for everyone. It's just in time. Otherwise, many of the old people wouldn't have survived this winter." In the middle of the night, in the backyard of Shu's house, Shu Qian was awakened and said angrily, "Who is texting in the middle of the night?" He looked closely and saw that the message was from number 6. "Number 1, 3, have you found my hiding place? You old bald devil, what are you doing bothering me in the middle of the night?" Jin Lian asked. "What's the matter?" Hengyuan continued to type. "I didn't expect my hiding place to be exposed so quickly. Anyway, I'll tell you. I'm in the Nurturing Life Hall in the Eastern City. I brought the rescued children here. The Nurturing Life Hall is still trying to hold on. There are some old and weak officials here who have nowhere to go, as well as a group of orphans and elderly people. But today, the imperial court suddenly remembered this place, and sent people to renovate it and pay off the arrears that had been owed for many years. Previously, the old officials had gone to ask for help several times, but they were turned away. I know that if there is no special reason, there will never be any money spent." Hengyuan guessed that if it was a bell ringer who came, number 6 would not be surprised, but for numbers 1 and 3 to find his hiding place so quickly, surprised him. Number 1 immediately denied that it was him. The members discussed animatedly. If it wasn't number 1, then it could only be number 3. Number 3 was worthy of being a disciple of the Cloud Deer Academy, and had found traces of number 6 through the case of the Pingyuan Earl. But he did not do anything harmful to number 6, but instead helped him quietly. He was truly worthy of being called a scholar. Number 2 said, "Number 3, was it you?" Shu Qian remained silent. "It wasn't me. Don't flatter me." But Shu Qian suddenly thought of something. The day before, he had sold information about number 6 to Wei Yuan. With his abilities, all he needed was a clue from him to easily find number 6 a hiding place. Number 6 saved so many children. How could they be arranged? If it were Shu Qian, his first choice would definitely be to look for the Nurturing Life Halls in the city. Apart from Wei Yuan, who else could mobilize the imperial officials to do this? He found the murderer of the Pingyuan Earl but did not arrest him, and even compensated the Nurturing Life Hall with money. He obviously had the orphanage renovated. In the dim candlelight, Shu Qian whispered, "It can only be him." Early in the morning, Shu Qian had just arrived at the back hall when he heard the noisy sound of a spirit. The child's fair and smooth face had a bright red pimple on it, which was very painful to press. The aunt lied to her that it was a worm growing on her face, and that the worm was eating her. Her face would be ugly tomorrow, and she would never get married in the future. Shu Qian comforted her, "It's not an ugly face. It's a beautiful face that blows bubbles." The spirit asked, "What is a beautiful face that blows bubbles?" "It means that you will definitely be more beautiful than your mother and sisters in the future." The spirit believed him and happily ate 3 more bowls of porridge. When he arrived at the bell ringer's headquarters, Song Tingfeng admired, "Your sword is not bad." Shu Qian pressed the blade with one hand, and flicked his finger lightly to make the blade protrude 3 inches. He smiled with satisfaction. "The Tai Heavenly Observatory gave it to me." He did not say that it was from the censor, because no one would believe him if he did. If the news were to spread, it would attract the attention of the person who gave it to him. Song Tingfeng and Zhu Guanghui's eyes lit up. "This is a magic weapon." Shu Qian shook his head. "It's not a magic weapon. It's not engraved with any characters. Its only characteristic is that it's hard. Just like me." The two of them fell silent. "This kid is too shameless." At this time, Shu Qian asked, "The day after tomorrow is the day when the emperor offers sacrifices to his ancestors. You guys have experience, right? We just need to guard the edge of the Tongbo forest around the Tongbo border. The sacrificial ceremony takes place in the Tongbo forest outside the city, right? You know that the Tongbo forest is a small forest outside the imperial city. It's right in the center of the Wu Wu army camp in the imperial city. The sacrificial ceremony is organized by the Ministry of Rites and the Ministry of Ceremonies. The bell ringer's duty is to maintain order and protect the safety of the royal family. The outer perimeter is patrolled by the imperial guards and the Jinwu guards. Today, Wang Chengjin's army is responsible for patrolling the city. The advantage of patrolling the city is that in addition to the bell ringers, there are also imperial guards patrolling the city and the thief catchers from the various prefectures, so they have some free time. When they're tired, they can go to the tavern to listen to music. This made Shu Qian feel familiar. He bent down and pretended to have dirty shoes, and looked up at Song Tingfeng, who is on patrol. Don't look back. The three of them walked and chatted, and they suddenly met some thief-catching constables in front of them. When Constable Lu saw the three of them, he called out, "I met young Master Shu again. Are the other two still well?" The other two were silent. They called him young Master Shu, and we are just two unknown people, meaning that Tingfeng and Guanghu are just two nameless people. Lu Qing said, "This morning, there was a murder case in Sanshui Street, which is also within your patrol area. Since we met, let's go and have a look." The three of them turned pale. There was a murder. Shu Qian and his companions hurried to Sanshui Street, and stopped in front of a house. Shu Qian walked into the yard and looked down at the mother and son of the victim. The deceased was her husband, and they had an 11-year-old son. The victim's name was Lu Han, a minor official of the Jinwu guards. Lu Qing said, "This morning, there was no sign of the door or windows of the study being broken. There were also no footprints on the wall or on the beams." Shu Qian said, "It must be an acquaintance. The door was locked and there were no footprints on the beams, which shows that it was not a break-in and murder. The victim was sitting upright. Judging by the angle at which he was leaning over the table, he probably died instantly, without struggling. Normally, when people work in their room, they will be relaxed. Relaxed people will not sit up so straight. This proves that the victim and the murderer knew each other. Not only did they know each other, but the murderer was someone who the victim respected or feared greatly. At first glance, the cause of death appears to be a cut to the neck, but I guess the real cause of death is the forehead. The murderer was very experienced, and instead of cutting the trachea, he cut the carotid artery in the neck. It is obvious that he is a master. Cutting the throat does not kill instantly, but this little soldier fell face down on the table and died immediately, without struggling. There was no blood splattered everywhere. So, I speculate that the cause of death was not the cut to the neck. In fact, the murderer crushed the victim's skull, causing fatal brain damage, so the victim did not have time to react, and died on the spot. His body was stiff after death, and his pupils were cloudy. It is estimated that the time of death was more than 17 hours ago, which means that he was killed last night. I suggest that we investigate in several directions. First, we should check the recent documents that granted access to the palace at night. Second, we should ask passers-by if they saw any strangers. Third, we should ask the bell ringers in charge of this area about their patrols last night. Fourth, we should ask the victim's family about the victim's recent relationships. Everyone looked at him in silence for a while. In such a short period of time, he had analyzed the situation clearly, made logical inferences, and proposed several directions for investigation. Not long after, a dentist reported that the victim had no recent grudges with anyone, and had no visitors last night. Shu Qian frowned. The victim was just a minor official, so we can rule out revenge as the motive for the murder. So why did the murderer break in and kill him in the middle of the night? Lu Qing suddenly asked the victim's wife directly, "Did you have the feeling that a dark shadow suddenly appeared in the house?" The dentist rushed out. Not long after, Lu Qing looked at the victim's wife and asked, "Did you have the feeling that a dark shadow suddenly appeared in the house? Or did Lu Han ever say anything to you?" The wife thought for a while and then replied in tears, "A few days ago, my husband said that he would take his wife and children out of the capital, to a place where they could be free and unrestrained." Shu Qian asked, "How many days ago, to be exact?" The wife could not remember clearly, but it was about a week ago. Unable to find any crucial clues, they had no choice but to leave the victim's house. At this time, Lu Qing guessed that the victim might have been silenced because he had accepted bribes. Song Tingfeng did not believe it. Why would a minor soldier be silenced? Shu Qian thought for a while and then asked, "If I'm not mistaken, the Jinwu guards are responsible for the east gate of the inner city and the east gate of the imperial city, right?" Everyone's faces changed when they heard this. Shu Qian continued, Perhaps we should meet with Lu Han's superior directly. Lu Han's superior was the captain of the Jinwu guards. Although they were both captains, the Jinwu guards had a much higher status than the Yudao guards. The Yudao guards were just a security unit, while the Jinwu guards were the bodyguards of the leaders. However, Shu Qian needed an invitation to visit. When they returned to the Zhongtong Road, he reported the incident to Li Yuxuan. Li Yuxuan said, "This is suspicious, but the imperial palace is heavily guarded. A minor soldier cannot make waves. The Jinwu guards will investigate it themselves. Moreover, the day of the emperor's ancestral worship is approaching. We need to focus on that." Then he immediately issued an invitation to Shu Qian. At the east gate of the imperial palace, Shu Qian waited for an hour. Just when they were getting a little impatient, the protagonist appeared. Captain Zhu Qishang said, "What are you doing?" "Here I am." Song Tingfeng was impatient. "Captain Zhu, one of your soldiers named Lu Han was killed. I'm asking you." Shu Qian pulled out the paper from his chest. His eyes flashed with a light blue light, activating the spirit of observation. Zhu Qishang's expression did not change at all. He put away his stern expression. Song Tingfeng said that he was dead. Zhu Qishang pretended to be surprised. "What? Lu Han is dead?" Lu Qing continued to ask, "Did Lu Han have any conflicts recently?" Zhu Qishang shook his head. Lu Qing asked, "He only guarded the east gate. During that time, were there any people or strange objects entering or leaving the imperial palace?" Zhu Qishang shook his head again. "Many clans guard the imperial palace. Bribing just one person is useless. You have to bribe everyone, but that's impossible." Chu Guangxiao said, "What if you bribe you?" Zhu Qishang was furious. "What are you talking about? This is just a casual question. Why should I be angry? The day of the emperor's ancestral worship is approaching. We don't want any accidents." They asked a few more questions for the sake of it because Shu Qian was staring at him. Zhu Qishang answered in full, suppressing his anger until Shu Qian's spirit of observation ran out. Song Tingfeng asked, "We're done asking. What do you think?" Shu Qian shook his head. "He's not lying. Perhaps Lu Han was silenced for some unknown reason. Let's put the case aside for now. The ancestral worship ceremony is more important. Tomorrow is the day when the emperor worships his ancestors. Everything else must be postponed." After bidding farewell to Lu Qing, Shu Qian thought back over the whole process, but to no avail. He put the Lu Han case aside. On the 15th of October in the Zhengzi year, the emperor worships his ancestors. Every year at this time, the gates of the inner city will be closed. As the nephew of a captain in the inner city, Shu Qian will be assigned to guard duty in the inner city. The people in the inner city are required to stay home, and are not allowed to go out. There is another similar sacrificial ceremony in early spring, to pray for good weather and a good harvest, peace and prosperity for the country. Since yesterday, the inns in the inner city have been inspected, and vagrant guests have been driven out of the city. The taverns are closed and guests are not allowed to stay overnight. The night watchman, Shu Qian, was assigned to guard duty at Tongbo. Tongbo is a small lake next to the imperial palace. Tongbo Lake is not an ordinary lake. It has an interesting history related to the founding emperor of the Great Phoenix. According to legend, the old name of Tongbo was Xuanwu Lake, where the divine beast Xuanwu lived. Once, the Great Phoenix Emperor's uprising failed. He led his defeated troops to Tongbo but was at a dead end. At the moment of despair, the surface of the lake boiled. Xuanwu appeared, biting a sword that could destroy the heavens and slay immortals. Xuanwu said that he had been waiting here for hundreds of years, waiting for someone with a destined fate. Then he gave the sword to the emperor, and dived into the lake and disappeared. The emperor got the divine sword, cultivated in the lake for 3 years, and broke out of the siege, gathered his troops, and from then on won hundreds of battles, overthrew the corrupt dynasty, unified the Central Plains, and established his capital at Tongbo. Tongbo was the place where the emperor cultivated the righteous path, and has an extraordinary symbolic meaning. Therefore, every year, the Great Phoenix imperial family holds an ancestral worship ceremony in Tongbo Forest. In the temple on the lake, the founding emperor is worshipped. How much of this story is true? At this time, Song Tingfeng said, after the ancestral worship ceremony, "Let's go to the Gao Fuang Tai together." Shu Qian replied, "I'm a government official." Song Tingfeng insisted, "No, you have to go and play together to deepen our friendship." Chu Guangxiao added, "He must be hoping to be chosen by Fenyang." At this time, Song Tingfeng asked, "Why do you keep looking at the lake?" Chu Qian replied honestly, "I always feel creepy about this lake." Song Tingfeng made a gesture of silence. "Hey, shut up, this is a sacred place. A place where the founding emperor cultivated the righteous path. Don't talk nonsense." Song Tingfeng said, "You should be careful about what you say. You will be punished for saying that." A heavy sound of bells and drums rang out, echoing in all directions. A sense of solemnity descended. The night watchmen who were talking softly just now fell silent, and stood at attention. In the music dedicated to the sacrificial ceremony, a large group of people left the imperial palace, and headed towards Tongbo Forest. No one rode a horse or a carriage, they all walked. The ancestral worship group included the imperial family, the royal family and civil and military officials. This group of people gathered the essence of power of the great Phoenix dynasty. At the head was Emperor Yuanjing, dressed in a simple Taoist robe. Although he was over 50 years old, he still had the demeanor of an immortal. Shu Qian noticed that the beautiful princess was also in the group. The group arrived in front of a tent. Emperor Yuanjing and 2 eunuchs stepped inside. The rest waited outside. Shu Qian saw a group of people holding a spirit tablet covered with cloth, following the winding water corridor to the temple, and placing the spirit tablet on the altar in front of the temple. Everything was ready. An official standing outside the tent shouted, "Worship sincerely. Welcome His Majesty." The princes, princesses and ministers all knelt down. At this time, Emperor Yuanjing, who was suffering from jaundice, walked out in front of everyone with a solemn expression. Shu Qian exclaimed, "Wow, it's even more grand than the modern summit. It was worth coming here." Just when he was enjoying the show, Shu Qian was startled, and glanced at the big book. A message from number 2. I remember that today is the Great Phoenix Imperial Ancestral Worship Ceremony. Are number 1 and 3 there? Judging by the time, it is indeed the day of the ancestral worship ceremony. I used to participate in the Imperial Ancestral Worship Ceremony in the past. Number 2 said with disdain, in the past. Number 4, you were also an official, and your position was not low. Number 4 admitted generously. Shu Qian was surprised. Number 4 used to be an official. Didn't number 4 know Renzong's female disciple? It was because he was an official that he knew the female national teacher. Number 2 continued, that's interesting. Number 1 and 3 didn't respond. Shu Qian frowned. At this time, number 2 sent a message, not really interested in the imperial ancestral worship ceremony, but a test. To test whether number 1 and 3 are attending the ceremony. Even if they are sleeping, the fragment will wake up the owner, so they can't miss the message unless there is an emergency. But it's impossible for both of them to have an emergency at the same time. If that's the case, it means that both of them are attending the ceremony, and can't take out the fragment to reply in front of everyone. At this moment, Shu Qian's actions attracted Song Tingfeng's attention. Concentrate properly, don't make unnecessary movements. Shu Qian said casually, I know. Don't worry, master. He was confused in his heart. I am a disciple of the Cloud Deer Academy. There is no reason to attend the Imperial Ancestral Worship Ceremony. That would expose my identity. But number 1 didn't reply either, which means that he is also here. Who is that person? At this moment, the members of the group also thought, according to the rumors, number 3 is a disciple of the Cloud Deer Academy. The academy has almost cut off its relationship with the imperial court. No one can attend the Imperial Ancestral Worship Ceremony. So is number 3 not a disciple of the Cloud Deer Academy? But if not, how can we explain the previous events? Maybe he attended the ceremony with a different identity. The Cloud Deer Academy has people in the imperial court. So what is that identity? Number 2 continued. Number 4. You used to be an official. Analyze number 3's situation. Why should I tell you? I'm outside the capital. Even if I know the identities of number 3 and 1, what good will it do? Number 2 was a little annoyed. These 2 guys always defend number 3. Shut up, don't check your messages anymore. At this moment, Shu Qian felt that Tongbo Lake was creepy again. A vague sense of danger. Suddenly, in the music of the sacrificial ceremony, Shu Qian heard a strange sound. A voice saying, save me, save me. Shu Qian asked Song Tingfeng and Zhu Guangxiao, did you hear a strange sound? Song Tingfeng said, you mean the sacrificial music? It's really a bit harsh. Shu Qian was about to say something when the strange sound came again. This time, he heard it clearly from Tongbo Lake. A small and creepy voice, like a ghost whispering in his ear. It was so terrifying that Shu Qian got goosebumps, and turned his head to look at Tongbo Lake. He saw Emperor Yuanjing slowly walking up to the temple, and saw the officials and princes and princesses by the lake. He saw Wei Yuan and his 2 adopted sons, and the magnificent temple. But the moment he turned his head, the voice disappeared. It was just his imagination. Shu Qian took a deep breath and didn't dare to look back. But the voice came again, as if a ghost was lying behind him, whispering in his ear, Shu Qian's neck was stiff, and fear spread all over his body, goosebumps all over his body. At the main lake of the Great Phoenix Emperor, where the imperial family held their annual ancestral worship ceremony, there was a ghostly cry for help. Shu Qian shuddered and wanted to run away immediately. He tried to calm down and ignored his teammates, and took out the fragment. How much do you know about Tongbo Lake? Tell me now, it's very important. Number 3 replied, you are really at the ancestral worship ceremony at Tongbo Lake. Tongbo Lake is the main place for the Great Phoenix Emperor to cultivate, and the founding place of the Great Phoenix dynasty. But the legend of the Black Tortoise has not been verified. Credibility is not high, but the immortals do exist. In the temple in the middle of the lake, there is a sword that the founding emperor used, a symbol of the Great Phoenix dynasty's fortune. Indeed, in the Battle of Shanhaiguan in the past, Emperor Yuanjing entered the temple to get the divine sword, and gave it to the general of the northern expedition, who could win the battle. In addition to Wei Yuan's miraculous military strategy, the combat power of the northern king should not be underestimated. Shu Qian thought, the sword in the temple is calling for help. First of all, does the sword have self-awareness? Even if it does, why does it ask me for help? The voice suddenly became desolate, surrounding Shu Qian and begging for life. The voice echoed in his ears, making Shu Qian's mind chaotic, his consciousness confused. He took a deep breath, and typed, any more information? Tell me everything, whether it's true or not. Recorded in history. Number 3 replied, in the revised history, we read that Tongbo Lake is now heavily guarded by the Wu battalion in the capital. No one is allowed to approach it without permission, because 500 years ago, the Crown Prince fell into the lake while boating on Tongbo Lake. After being rescued, the Crown Prince fell seriously ill. Since then, he has been suffering from a strange disease. Half a year later, the Crown Prince was found drowned in Tongbo Lake. The imperial family believed that the Crown Prince had angered the ancestral spirits and was punished. To prevent a recurrence, Tongbo Lake was sealed off, and only opened on the day of the ancestral worship ceremony. Shu Qian was shocked. The Crown Prince fell into the lake and suffered from a mental illness, just like he was hearing a cry for help. Will I suffer the same fate, and be found drowned in Tongbo Lake? There must be something hidden in Tongbo Lake. The story about the ancestral spirits is made up, but the poor Crown Prince didn't know about it, so he went boating on the lake. It is safe to assume that this is a secret known only to the emperors of all generations. But why didn't the emperors who knew the secret seal off Tongbo Lake, and had to wait until the Crown Prince died before taking action? This time, Hang Yuan asked, why did number 3 ask about this? Shu Qian didn't have the strength to answer them at this time. He shivered and put the fragment into his chest, then fell to the ground, holding his head and looking agonized. Song Tingfeng and Zhu Guanghu noticed something unusual about him. What's wrong? Can you hold on? We can't be careless now. If we disrupt the emperor's ancestral worship ceremony, we will be sentenced to death. At this time, Emperor Yuanjing had ascended to the high platform. The officials and nobles greeted him. Emperor Yuanjing personally burned the ancestral memorial, and kowtowed 3 times and 9 times. Wei Yuan looked at the empress not far away. She was beautiful, and although her appearance was not like Wei Qing's, she was still charming and beautiful. Although she was still beautiful now, what was she like in the past? It seemed that she felt Wei Yuan's gaze, and turned her head. The empress's eyes were gentle for a moment, but Wei Yuan was startled, and immediately turned away, hurriedly concentrating. Duang Niem spoke to his foster father. There seems to be a problem over there. Gai Wen looked in the direction he indicated, and saw Hua That kneeling down to the ground. He said, son, go and see what's happening. The cries for help, as if haunted, kept ringing out incessantly. Hua That spirit was torn apart, his head throbbing intensely as he was on the brink of collapse. The bizarre cries targeted his soul, not his flesh, but the pain was no less tortuous than physical torment. Amidst the strange, pleading screams, Hua That finally collapsed. He no longer cared about the emperor's ritual, about propriety, about anything at all. When faced with the boundary between life and death, nothing else mattered anymore. Hua That clenched his fists tightly, slammed them down to the ground, and screamed with all his might, shut up. Immediately, on the high platform in the middle of the lake, a burst of golden sword energy exploded through the temple roof, piercing through the blue clouds. Nguyen Gunda, who was standing closest, fell to his seat from the powerful vibrations of the magical treasure. The guards guarding the lake rushed to protect the sacrificial group, shouting that someone was trying to assassinate and protect the emperor. But the chaos only lasted for a dozen or so breaths, because the sword energy that pierced the clouds quickly disappeared, and there was no assassin. Wei Yuan stepped onto the platform and knelt down. I am incompetent. I deserve to die. Emperor Yuanjing said, everyone, step back, and do not approach the platform. Emperor Yuanjing straightened his clothes and walked into the temple with a serious expression. After Shu Qian yelled for a while under the willow tree, he could no longer hear the evil cry, and his spirit gradually stabilized. Only then did he have the energy to observe his surroundings. His teammates were gone, leaving only the officials. The royal family members surrounded the high platform. What shocked Shu Qian the most was that the roof of the temple where the divine sword was enshrined had been smashed into a large hole. It seemed that something had happened during the sacrificial ceremony, and the secret of Tang Yunlu was out. Shu Qian thought about it, enduring the headache, and approached the crowd. Song Tingfeng accused, "What were you doing just now? What's going on now?" Shu Qian had no choice but to lie. "I overexerted myself during the training these few days, so I had a reaction. Fortunately, it has stabilized again." "Hey, what happened just now?" Song Tingfeng said. The temple where the sword god is enshrined suddenly exploded, and a sword energy shot out from the temple, causing the entire Tongbo Lake to boil, as if there was an earthquake. But look now, it doesn't seem to be an assassin. Shu Qian looked up at the high platform again. The hole in the roof of the temple was clearly pierced by the sword energy. If the divine sword had such power, then the person who asked for my help must not be the spirit of the sword. So who is asking for my help? Shu Qian put away all his emotions and hurried to Princess Weiqing's side. "Are you all right?" Shu Qian's voice attracted the attention of everyone around him. Everyone was surprised by his actions. Weiqing replied coldly, "I'm fine." Shu Qian seemed relieved. "Then I can rest assured." With that, he stepped back after showing off. But all of this was witnessed by Princess Lin. She teased Weiqing, "Weiqing, this young man seems to admire you very much." Lin was the second daughter of Emperor Yuanjing, with stunning beauty but a personality completely opposite to Weiqing. The two sisters always had a bad relationship. Weiqing said calmly, "Not to the point of admiration, only gratitude and repayment." Lin laughed, "Your charm. Who in the capital does not know? The students of Yunlu are infatuated with you, even more so for the guards." The other princes and princesses were eager to watch the show, and did not comment on Lin's public provocation. The crown prince of the Eastern Palace reprimanded Lin. "Be quiet. Everyone knows. These two princesses often have conflicts. Weiqing is the daughter of the empress, and Lin is the daughter of concubine Chen. Their status is different, but concubine Chen was more favored when she was young. The second princess likes to provoke, and Weiqing always finds ways to retaliate. This is just a normal palace conflict. But Weiqing is a violent person, always doing whatever she wants. She ordered Jing Song to arrest Lin, but he did not dare to do so. So she took the bamboo scroll in her own hands and chased after Lin, from the south to the north and then from the north to the south in the palace. The maids and guards did not dare to look. Finally, it disturbed Emperor Yuanjing, who was cultivating. Concubine Chen led her daughter with a swollen face and bruised nose to accuse Weiqing. Emperor Yuanjing intended to punish Weiqing severely, and summoned her to the imperial study. But Weiqing was well prepared, and brought more than 10 books such as the Book of Rites, and the comprehensive records of governance into the imperial study, and quoted the classics to argue, and finally won the case. Emperor Yuanjing was angry but had to declare Weiqing innocent, and then returned to cultivation. After growing up, Weiqing became less rebellious. In the Yongjun Shanhe temple, a man in a golden robe, wearing a majestic crown, stood upright. It was Emperor Yuanjing, standing in front of the statue of the founding emperor, silently looking at the dusty bronze sword. Emperor Yuanjing seemed to be talking to himself. Even a first-rank person is like this, a person with an endless lifespan. But in the end, he is still bound by the mortal world. How many more years has he lived than ordinary people? I ascended to the throne at the age of 20, defeating all my enemies. And sitting in that position, no one could compare to me. But in the end, I realized that my greatest enemy was time. Emperor Yuanjing slowly turned his face away, and looked down at the ground, gazing at it for a long time. Finally, he sighed and stepped up to the altar, and stood beside the statue of the former emperor. He even touched the bronze sword, and then seemed to let out a sigh. At this moment, the door of the temple was pushed open, and the officials saw Emperor Yuanjing walking out, and they all knelt down and shouted, "Long live the emperor." Emperor Yuanjing's expression was calm, and he ordered, "Continue the ceremony." All the guards should quickly return to their positions. At this moment, Shu Qian was very surprised. Emperor Yuanjing did not explain the reason for the unusual events that had occurred during the ceremony. Normally, such an event during a ceremony would be considered a great omen, and Emperor Yuanjing should have been furious. But he seemed to have been prepared for it, and did not reprimand Wei Yuan and the other generals. Perhaps he knew the source of what had happened. Sure enough, Tang Bo is hiding a secret that no one knows, which is related to the cry for help that I heard. Even the incident this time was caused by me. But Tang Bo already had a secret that only Emperor Yuanjing knew. Perhaps the chaos would have happened anyway. And it was only because I am special that I heard what I should not have heard. My special feature is probably this stick that I picked up. Not long after, the ceremony ended, and the guards were dismissed. They gathered and chatted excitedly, startled because they thought someone was trying to assassinate them. How could an assassin be so terrifying and able to infiltrate the capital city? Our capital city is protected by the imperial supervisor and the national master. Is that sword energy? I have never seen such terrifying sword energy. What on earth was in the temple? While they were speculating, Shu Qian interjected, "That is the magic weapon that the founding emperor used on the battlefield in the past." One of the guards turned around in surprise, and seeing that it was Shu Qian, asked him how he knew. Shu Qian replied, "Ask your seniors yourselves." The guard was about to get angry, but his friend pulled him away. "Come on, we're off duty now. Don't waste your time here." The older guards all knew about the divine sword. During the battle at the Shanhai Pass, Emperor Yuanjing gave the divine sword to the king of the Northern Territory. It is worth mentioning that the king of the Northern Territory was a prince of the royal family, and the younger brother of Emperor Yuanjing. His real title was the Prince of Y. The king of the Northern Territory was another name for him because he guarded the north. There were many kings of the territory in the tribes, but there was only one king of the Northern Territory. On the way, Song Tingfeng smiled and said, "The ceremony went smoothly. Tonight let's go find Fu Shang." Song Tingfeng meant for Shu Qian to ask her out. At this moment, Shu Qian received a message from number 2, so he hurriedly ran off. "This morning I ate something unclean. I'm going to the toilet." In the guard's toilet, Shu Qian took out the broken piece. He had just discovered the message that Jin Lian had sent. Number 1 and 3 The ceremony is over. What's the big deal? Number 2 is the audience eating the crumbs, asking, "What do you mean? Was the emperor assassinated during the ceremony? Is he dead? I'm going to burn incense to pray for his well-being." Shu Qian really couldn't understand. Number 2 is definitely not someone from the imperial court. Otherwise he would never have met number 1 and me. Otherwise, number 2 would definitely have been arrested and taken to the prison for interrogation. Jin Lian continued, "While I was meditating, I suddenly felt Tang Bo's direction. A sword energy pierced through the clouds, just like that time in the Yunlu library. That is the national treasure sword, the magic weapon of the founding emperor of the Great Phoenix. After the founding of the Great Phoenix, the emperor was nourished by the luck of the nation every day. Logically speaking, such a magic weapon could not be disturbed." Number 4, is the national treasure sword recovering? There is a rank 1 expert who has infiltrated the Great Phoenix, causing the magic weapon to stir. I can't think of any other reason. Number 5 said disdainfully, "I'm only interested in whether the Emperor of the Great Phoenix is dead or not. If he's dead, I'll tell my father to send troops to attack the border." Shu Qian's eyes lit up. Number 5 is a girl. A woman, so she must not be an old man. She is indeed a beautiful and lovely girl. Number 4 asked, "Tell your father to send troops? What do you want to do?" Number 5 replied as a matter of course it is to send troops to attack the border. Seize the food and women of the Great Phoenix. Shu Qian understood. As expected, number 5 must be from the myriad demons. The myriad demons are in the southern territory, and number 5 is not from the northern territory. So, is she from the southern man or the northern man? Number 1 said, "The ceremony is over." The sword in the Temple of Eternal Peace and Tranquility caused a bit of a stir when it woke up. Now it has returned to a state of silence. I wonder what Emperor Yuanjing did in the temple. Jin Lian said, "Sure enough, Tang Bo has a secret, which only the royal family knows." Number 1 asked, "Taoist priest, how much do you know about this?" "I am but a man of the cloth, and know nothing of secrets. It is just that before the sword energy rose, I saw demonic energy gathering near the imperial city." Hang Yuan said, "The monk also sensed it, but only for a moment." Number 2 said, "That means that during the ceremony, a demon or a demonic cultivator approached the imperial city, causing the national treasure sword to react, and drive away the mysterious person." Number 4 replied, "Although there are divine officials in the imperial city, if the opponent is also a top expert in the world, it is possible to approach the imperial city in an instant. Rank 1 experts are very rare. I wonder who attacked the imperial city this time." Shu Qian guessed that although everyone thought it was caused by a rank 1 expert, the problem actually lay in Tang Bo himself. Number 4 asked, Taoist priest Jin Lian. When did the sword energy rise? About an hour ago. Why do you ask? Number 4 had a guess. An hour ago. Number 3 asked about Tang Bo. The time is almost the same. Number 3 was in a hurry to know everything about Tang Bo. Number 3 is a Confucian scholar who is well versed in history, and cannot be ignorant of the history of Tang Bo. I ask more. If I attend the imperial ceremony, and suddenly something unusual happens, I will be very confused. But first, I will look around to see if anyone else is acting strangely. If everyone else seems normal, I will worry that the enemy is attacking. But if the officials, the royal family, and the princes are all normal, and only I am surprised, then I will understand that there is something unusual about myself. I will not ask about Tang Bo indiscriminately, because it is useless to know more, unless I hear or see something strange related to Tang Bo. For example, suppose I hear a cry for help from the lake. I will be very panicked because no one else hears it. At that time, I will keep asking about Tang Bo, because I know that there is a mystery here that is related to the cry that only I can hear. In other words, number 3 must have heard or seen something unusual related to Tang Bo. That's why he was so anxious to learn about Tang Bo. And it was not for no reason. What do you think? That's right. If something unusual happens in the middle, we will definitely explain it right away. But number 3 didn't. Number 3 was very purposeful in asking about the history of Tang Bo. Number 3 is not a fool. On the contrary, he is extremely intelligent. As a Confucian scholar of Yunlu, number 3 should not ask questions that he already knows, unless he has discovered something, which makes him doubt that what he has read about Tang Bo before is wrong. Or, it is not caused by a rank 1 expert, but Tang Bo himself has a problem. And number 3 has seen some clues. Wild speculation is the most dangerous. Xu Qian is the victim of this wild speculation. Number 4 thought he had noticed something unusual about Xu Qian, and immediately refuted number 3. Do you know what is right? You were also there. After you asked about Tang Bo, the sword of eternal peace and tranquility reacted violently immediately. This cannot be a coincidence. You are a Confucian scholar of Yunlu, so you must know the history of Tang Bo. The books in the Academy's library describe the history of Tang Bo in more detail than I can say. At that time, I was wondering why you asked more. Xu Qian did not know how to explain. I really don't know anything. In that situation, I couldn't think about maintaining my image. Number 4 continued, because you doubt what you have learned about Tang Bo. You feel that your previous knowledge of Tang Bo may be wrong. Everyone suddenly realized, oh, I see. Xu Qian also suddenly realized, oh, I think so. Number 4 is really a great detective. Although his guess is wrong, we have to admit that he is very astute, and he reacted the fastest among all of us. It is not in vain that he used to be an official. Number 2 was watching outside and wondering, if that's the case, then the problem lies with Tang Bo, not with a rank 1 expert breaking in. In that case, we have to ask number 3. Xu Qian decided not to remain silent any longer. 264 Xu Qian wrote, I do know some secrets. As soon as he sent the message, the fragments immediately received a series of messages. What secrets? What do you know? Number 3. Tang Bo really has secrets? Can you tell us? Amitabha. Please go ahead. Xu Qian sat in the smelly outhouse, and was stunned for a moment. It seemed that everyone was very interested in this matter. Of course, it is the great Feng sword of eternal peace and tranquility, and everyone is curious. Xu Qian wrote, it was not attacked by a rank 1 expert. I am quite sure of this. But why should I tell you? Jin Lian said, I think the Heaven and Earth Society has this weakness. If it is not resolved, the Heaven and Earth Society will always be a loose organization with strangers. The benefits to everyone are also limited. That's right. Mutual assistance and information sharing are the principles of the Heaven and Earth Society, but too idealistic. I can tell everyone the secret. What do I get? I share the secret. But number 1 likes to enjoy the benefits in silence. After 1 or 2 times, I will not want to share information anymore. Number 1 was angry. Who is the one who benefits from the contributions of others? Xu Qian said bluntly, it is you. Who likes to peep the most? Xu Qian continued to write, the Taoist master and the friends in the Heaven and Earth Society have never met, and are basically strangers. There is a lack of trust and a foundation for contributing to each other. So who is willing to contribute unconditionally to a stranger? Jin Lian agreed, you are right. Xu Qian said, Taoist master, I have an idea. For example, I sell the secret information of Tang Bo for 500 taels of silver in the Heaven and Earth Society. Anyone who wants to know can send me a message. The Taoist master will help to stop those who want to take advantage. Of course, I am not interested in material things. But if someone does not have the corresponding information, I will allow them to pay with gold and silver. Shu Qian looked at the screen, his eyes gleaming. Hurry up and use silver to buy my news. I want to buy a mansion in the inner city. Jin Lian had to say. In fact, when I was awakened by the book of the former Emperor Yuan Xian, this humble one was seriously injured. Otherwise, this humble one would not be so miserable. That means that in the near future, it will not be possible to open the trading function. Number 1 suggested, instead, you can just reveal the secret, and we will swear to compensate you with equivalent information or gold and silver. Number 4 objected, but there is still a loophole. For example, if I exchange a secret of equal value with number 3 will not lose anything, but my secret will benefit other members for free. Number 2 added, furthermore, we are far apart, so how can we send you money? Shu Qian said, before Jin Lian reopens the service. We can do it like this for the time being. I can reveal the secret, and if you do not have any information or money to compensate me right now, then you can write me an IOU. You do not need to pay me back right now. In this way, number 4's concern will be eliminated. As for number 2's problem, I have not yet figured out how to solve it. You can still owe me the money and compensate me with equivalent information later. Everyone agreed with Shu Qian's approach. He continued, why are number 7 and number 8 not speaking up? If you do not express your views, the transaction cannot be carried out. Jin Lian had to explain. Number 7 has been missing since last year. Number 8 died. We will put the 2 of them aside for now. Number 2 was embarrassed. Oh, I have number 7's fragments. He faked his death to escape danger. Shu Qian paused for a moment and then typed, then I have no problem. Regarding the secret of Tangbo, I heard a cry for help from Tangbo Lake. Shu Qian's casual words were like a thunderbolt in the hearts of everyone in the Heaven and Earth Society. The place where the founding emperor of the great Feng cultivated the righteous path, where the sword of eternal peace and tranquility was enshrined, actually had a cry for help. Who was crying for help? And who were they crying for? Number 1 spoke first, impossible. It is hard to believe. This is an extremely valuable secret. Number 2 guessed, is there an entity imprisoned beneath Tangbo? What do you think? Shu Qian pondered. Indeed, I am not the only one who thinks so. Number 5 was shocked, is the great Feng's Tangbo sealing the devil of the world? Number 1, 3, 4, you are all people of the great Feng. Do you remember anything? Hang Yuan said, don't ask. Number 1 obviously does not know. Everyone knows that number 1 is an important figure in the court. That means that only the royal family, or at least the emperor of the Yuan dynasty, knows this secret. Number 1 said, I will try to find out about this. If I find any clues, can I use them to exchange for your information? Shu Qian said, it depends on what you find. In the Spring Breeze Library, Zhu Guanshao was meditating, and Song Ting Feng was reading a banned book. Song Ting Feng teased him, are you going to give birth? You have been at it for so long. Shu Qian retorted, that is your child. But Song Ting Feng did not respond, but suggested, let's go to the Gao Fuang Tai tonight. I will invite some more guards. And after a long time, they will all become our people. Then he said seriously, after the incident with Yang Jinla and Zhang Jinla, many people are jealous of you. They hate your dissolute appearance. Song Ting Feng said, you need to socialize more with the guards, and not just hang out with me and Zhu Guanshao. Zhu Guanshao nodded. I often hear those guys badmouthing you behind your back. Shu Qian hesitated and nodded. It is true that since I joined the guards, I have neglected my relationship with the guards. I have been practicing swordsmanship with Wei Yuan all day long, and I have become more aloof from the others. Shu Qian clapped his hands. All right, introduce me to some of your acquaintances. Tonight we will go to the Gao Fuang Tai, and I will take care of booking the entire place so that you can enjoy yourselves with the ladies. Song Ting Feng and Zhu Guanshao were immediately interested. In Dugu's study, the incense smoke was thick, and Wei Yuan was engrossed in his reading. When the incense was finished, Wei Yuan left the great Feng. Nan Gongqin Nu asked, did you find anything, master? Wei Yuan rubbed his forehead tiredly, and sighed, I guess I know what happened. Nan Gongqin Nu asked again, what is the secret of Tangbo? This is not something that you should know. Forget about what happened today. Do not investigate further, and do not discuss it either. Yang Yan and Nan Gongqin Nu bowed their heads in unison. Yes, sir. As evening approached, the guards began to finish their shifts, and they marched to the Gao Fuang Tai in high spirits. Among them was Shu Qian. A guard asked, are you sure that Miss Fu Shang, the courtesan, will receive us? Will we really be able to book the entire Xiao Zhe Ying Mai? Confucian scholars are very welcome here, and the entertainment services are tailored to them. Although the guards supervise the officials, they also keep each other in check, so if Fu Shang does not receive them, they can only leave, humiliated. As soon as they arrived, Shu Qian confidently said, I would like to book the entire place. After hearing this, the guards scolded Shu Qian for being uncultured, but they quickly nodded when asked if they wanted to go. At this moment, Shu Qian smiled confidently and said, tell the proprietress that I am here to book a private room. The young servant hurriedly said, ah, young Master Shu is here. Let me go and inform the mistress. She will be very happy. Shu Qian turned back and gave everyone a thumbs up. The guards cheered with joy. Not long after, Shu Qian led them into the courtyard, and Fu Shang came out to greet him in person. The guards were filled with envy. Fu Shang was originally a famous courtesan, and after her poem Hidden Fragrance Orange Peel Moon, her price skyrocketed. I heard that you no longer receive guests, at least not ordinary people, but Shu Qian has booked the entire place. After 3 rounds of drinks, Shu Qian signaled to Song Ting Feng, and stood up, my fellow guards. I can't hold my liquor anymore, so I'll take my leave first. The guards did not stop him, of course, and exchanged amused glances. After taking a bath, Fu Shang asked, young master, it's rare for you to bring your friends here for a drink. Shu Qian took a sip of wine, and sighed, it's a long story. A few days ago, the 2 Miss Jins took a fancy to me, and wanted to recruit me into the Black Knights, so they fought in the guard's mansion. Fu Shang hugged Shu Qian from behind, and comforted him, are you being envied by the villains? Shu Qian did not deny it. Envy has always existed. Fu Shang said confidently, you told me before, that I should entertain the guards for you. Shu Qian smiled and pulled her chin, no need. My communication skills are not lacking. He hugged Fu Shang in his arms and tilted his wineglass back. The cold wine flowed down Fu Zhang's snow-white neck. Shu Qian laughed out loud. Drinking like this is the best. Fu Shang blushed and, smelling the wine all over him, had to go and take another bath. Shu Qian also had an excuse to go outside and cool off. Leaving the main room, Shu Qian jumped onto the roof, and took out a guide. He looked up and ahead, and saw many colors of qi in his vision. The world became radiant. This time, Shu Qian remembered the principle that if he did not do anything dangerous, he would not die. He did not look around indiscriminately, to avoid being tricked again. Shu Qian looked towards the Gao Fuang Tai, but this time it was empty. You know, so Tai Vy, that green represents love qi. That night when I was patrolling, I clearly saw a green light flash and then disappear over the Gao Fuang Tai. That means there is a demon hiding here. But now there are no demons in the Gao Fuang Tai. Either the demon has left or is using magic to hide. Shu Qian jumped down from the wall, and returned to Fu Zhang's room. At this moment, Fu Shang hugged him from behind, and said coquettishly, where did you go, young master? Shu Qian's blood ran hot immediately. He couldn't find the demon, but there was still a little demon here. The following is adult content. We know that you don't like to read this part, so we will skip it. After the intense battle, Fu Zhang's cheeks were flushed as she curled up in Shu Qian's arms. She said shyly, young master, can you redeem me? Shu Qian remained calm. Don't mention money. It will hurt our feelings. Fu Shang twisted her body and said coquettishly, I just want to be your concubine, Hua Lang, and serve you. Shu Qian stroked her head, don't talk nonsense. Her true feelings should not be mixed with other things. Fu Zhang's bright eyes suddenly dimmed. You just want to use me and then abandon me. Shu Qian was shocked and thought to himself, she guessed right. But he had to lie. You are the courtesan of the Gao Fuang Tai. It will cost at least 4,000 to 5,000 taels of gold to redeem you. Otherwise it is completely impossible. Moreover, the Ministry of Rights may not agree. Fu Shang put her arms around him and begged, I have saved up for many years, and I have some money. Ask my acquaintances. The guards can buy a mansion in the inner city in just 3 years. My lord, redeem me. Shu Qian frowned. I met this kind of girl in my previous life. Very good at acting coquettishly and demanding to buy everything. But there is something strange. A courtesan in her prime. Why would she want to retire to the harem so early? Moreover, he himself is only a guard. With Fu Zhang's status, she could already be a concubine of a 4th-rank official. Shu Qian said casually, no hurry. I'll redeem you when I have enough money. After saying that, Shu Qian once again demonstrated his skill of falling asleep in 3 seconds. In the darkness, Fu Shang silently looked at Shu Qian's face, her eyes clear. The next morning, everyone left the Gao Fuang Tai. The guard said enviously, Shu Qian is really talented. He made me realize how stupid and boring I was before. Shu Qian smiled. When I get back, I'll teach you guys some more fun games. The guard's eyes lit up. In the guard's mansion, Shu Qian, Song Ting Feng, and Zhu Guan Shao went to the side room of Chun Feng Tang. Li Yu-chun took the notice. Today you guys will help me investigate and recover the property. I'll say it again, don't do anything unnecessary. Another guard gathered in the front yard and left with the other guards. Shu Qian was shocked. Recovering property again? This is a task of the guards. The target is a criminal official. Recovering property means confiscating all the property of the family. This time the target is the Ministry of Revenue's director, who was exiled and confiscated for embezzlement. Li Yu-chun looked at Shu Qian and said that the target is a subordinate of Chu Shilong of the Ministry of Revenue. This was to inform Shu Qian that this was the consequence of the silver tax. A big figure in the court was overthrown. His close officials will be affected and punished. It's like pulling out a radish with its roots. Song Ting Feng said confidently, "This is my first time participating in property recovery. There are some rules you don't know. I'll tell you. When seizing property, before Li Yu-chun comes to check in the front yard, all the objects must be clearly recorded, and then taken back to the guard's mansion. But the guards do not participate in profiteering." Speaking of which, Song Ting Feng winked and made a gesture of understanding. A scoundrel like Shu Qian immediately understood. He tried to ask, according to the leader's intention. Song Ting Feng raised his hand to interrupt. Don't think about him. He's stubborn and doesn't know how to change. We must seek reasonable benefits for ourselves. This is the way to seek reasonable benefits. Song Ting Feng didn't want to go and extort money, to exploit the people like him. But this time it was to seize the property of corrupt officials. Dirty money. It's okay to shear wool but not goatskin. This recovery was led by a guard named Yinla. Every 3 guards would be under the supervision of a different Yinla to monitor each other, to denounce each other. But over time, everyone secretly reached an agreement. Everyone took a little bit, as if no one had taken it. At this moment, Song Ting Feng took out a banknote from his pocket. The leading Yinla saw the 3 people coming. His eyes lit up. "You guys are late." Shu Qian argued, "We're not late." Hearing this, Yinla immediately got angry, and drew his knife and slapped Shu Qian in the face. Shu Qian dodged and avoided the slap. Yinla was furious. "You dare to dodge?" Song Ting Feng hurriedly stepped in between the two, and said with a smile, "My lord, we are late. Please don't be angry and delay the work. There are still many good things waiting for you." Unexpectedly, Yinla didn't give him any face at all, and kicked Song Ting Feng in the stomach, kicking him away. Song Ting Feng held his chest, and struggled in pain for a while. But he couldn't stand up. Shu Qian was angry in his heart. He unconsciously touched the handle of his saber. "He deliberately targeted me, but I have no grudge against him." Yinla didn't get angry but laughed, and whipped Shu Qian again. "You dare to draw your saber? You deserve it." Shu Qian raised his hand to block a few times, and his arms were swollen and red from the whipping, burning with pain. Seeing that Shu Qian was humbled, Yinla said coldly, "Get in there." After Shu Qian and the other 3 fell into line, the other guards also came one after another, but Yinla didn't stop them, and let them line up. Seeing this, Shu Qian was sure that Yinla was targeting him, but the strange thing was that he had no conflict with him at all. At this moment, someone behind him whispered, "Fortunately you didn't draw your saber just now. You would have been dead." Shu Qian replied, "I'm not that stupid. Drawing a saber against Yinla is a serious crime." The guard nodded. "His surname is Chu, and he is the youngest Yinla in the mansion." Shu Qian was depressed, "But I don't know him." The guard whispered, "His father's surname is also Chu." Shu Qian said, "Isn't that obvious?" Suddenly, Chu Guangshao whispered beside him, "Chu's son, Jinla." The guard nodded, and added, "He is the youngest Yinla, and the most promising in the mansion, young and talented." But before Shu Qian appeared, "I heard Zhou Yinjia say a few days ago that he hated you very much. More than once, he said that you are just an ordinary guard." At this moment, Zhou Yinjia scanned everyone with his eyes. The guards immediately fell silent. Shu Qian rubbed his swollen arm, and was angry in his heart. He recalled that when he was working in his previous life, he was also delayed by his boss. At that time, he could have said, "Forget it, I won't do it anymore," and then left. But in the mansion, the guards have a strict hierarchy and cannot be treated like this. "Are you deliberately making things difficult for me? Don't blame me for telling on you to Lord Wei." Not long after, the guards arrived. Zhou Yinjia drew his saber and cut the signboard hanging in front of the city gate in half. He waved his saber, and the guards kicked the door open and rushed in. The servants in the mansion were terrified, and stood trembling. At this moment, Zhou Yinjia glanced at the group of 3, smiled, and angrily rushed over to kick Shu Qian, then said, "You guys stay here, and don't go anywhere." I will search you after I'm done. Anyone who hides their own property will be punished. Shu Qian gritted his teeth and looked at him. Fortunately, Song Ting Feng was by his side to comfort him. Otherwise Shu Qian was afraid that he would not be able to control himself, and would rush up to kill him. After they all went inside, the three could only stand there and wait. At this moment, Song Ting Feng angrily said, "Blocking other people's way of making a living, you shameless bastard." Shu Qian said regretfully, "I'm so sorry. It's all my fault for dragging you down with me." Song Ting Feng shook his head. "What are you talking about? Is your hand badly injured?" Shu Qian rolled up his sleeve, and his arm was swollen and red. Song Ting Feng's face changed. This bastard. Did he use his qi? Normally, when beating up subordinates, they would only get bruises at most, and they wouldn't use lead swords. It's enough to see how narrow-minded that Chu is. Chu Guangxiao said, "With just this wound, you can sue him. When you meet the leader, he will not admit it." Song Ting Feng sighed. "Forget it. Don't cause trouble with the leader. Forget it. Next time you see him, stay away from him." Shu Qian thought to himself, "I will sue him, but not to Brother Chun, but to Lord Wei." Suddenly, the three of them heard the sound of women crying and begging. Shu Qian asked sharply, "What's going on here?" The document clearly states that innocent people should not be involved. Song Ting Feng shook his head. "Maybe it's a beautiful woman in the mansion, and they want to have some fun. This happens often." Shu Qian cursed, and then ran into the backyard. From many rooms came the sound of women crying, and the sound of men laughing. Shu Qian kicked open the door of the nearest room, and saw a strange-looking guard tearing off the lady's clothes. Hua Dadan looked at him coldly, glanced at the badge hanging on his waist and said, "Keep going. I've remembered your name. I will write a memorial to submit to the authorities myself later on." Hua Dadan did the same, kicking in the doors of other rooms, intimidating the guards into running away, thinking they were about to do wrong. But not seeing Chao Nanla, Hua Dadan got worried, so he kicked in the last room's door. Indeed, inside was Chao Nanla, who with a gloomy face said, "Get out." Hua Dadan ignored him and looked at the girl. She was only about 12 or 13 years old, with tears still on the corners of her eyes. In an instant, Hua Dadan's anger flared, but he was not reckless, just staring intently at Chao Nanla. This conflict attracted the other guards to the room's door. They were astonished to see the young guard confronting Chao Nanla. At this moment, Chao Nanla laughed menacingly, his eyes bulging as he looked at Hua Dadan and said, "Fool who doesn't know life from death." Chao Nanla grabbed the girl by the neck and lifted her up. Hua Dadan felt a strong aura, instinctively tightened his grip on the hilt of his knife, cautiously stepping back to avoid a strike. Chao Nanla held the little girl and walked step by step out of the room. Hua Dadan gripped his sword tightly, ready to react. Once outside, Chao Nanla smiled at Hua Dadan. "I thought up this amusing game." Then he forcefully pressed the girl down onto the stone table. Hua Dadan's head twitched slightly. Chao Nanla chuckled. "What can you do now?" The girl under his grasp wept and feared, trying desperately not to cry out loud. Hua Dadan's hand tightened on the sword hilt, his gaze becoming sharp again. At that moment, Tong Din Fong arrived. With a grim expression, he held Hua Dadan's right hand that was clutching the sword hilt. "Don't be hasty. You know the consequences." His voice was mixed with pleading. Hua Dadan regained his composure, understanding Tong Din Fong's warning. First, attacking a silver rat person is a grave crime. Even if killed on the spot, one brings trouble upon oneself. Second, how can a realm of amassed energy defeat a spirit? Status and power do not permit it. Zhou wanted to kill him, but Shu Qian did not give up, but said resolutely, "If you dare to touch her, I will report you to Lord Wei." Zhou Yinjia laughed wildly. "Go ahead and report me, but only after I have enjoyed this little beauty." The other guards might hesitate in the face of Shu Qian's threat, but Zhou Yinjia did not. With his father, Jin Le, protecting him, there was almost no trouble that he could not solve. Moreover, how many families of officials were punished each year? And even if they were not implicated, the women would have to pay the price. Zhou Yinjia sneered and tore the girl's clothes. The girl, who looked like a junior high school student, was faced with a terrible fate, which was unacceptable to a modern 21st century soul like Shu Qian. Song Ting Feng held Shu Qian back from drawing his saber, but Shu Qian said coldly, "Let go." Seeing his determined expression, Song Ting Feng took a step back, and his hands automatically let go. All of Shu Qian's emotions sank to the bottom of his heart. His thumb gently pushed up the latch of the sword's handguard. As soon as he pulled it out an inch, Zhou Yinjia laughed wildly. "Finally, you drew your sword." He charged forward and arrived in front of Shu Qian in the blink of an eye. His mouth shouted loudly. A guard attacked Yin Le. and then he released a violent aura that surged forward like a tidal wave. Shu Qian stood firm like a rock. In an instant, he followed his instincts, and drew his sword. Everyone only saw a thin streak of light, like a thread of silk, flashing and then disappearing. Zhou Yingjia's figure stood frozen in midair. Only Shu Qian's saber-wielding hand seemed to move slightly. The sound just now was like an illusion. A few seconds later, Zhou Yingjia's chest was torn open, and the Yinla badge on his chest was also shattered. His life was also shattered into pieces. Zhou Yingjia didn't even have time to see Shu Qian's attack clearly. He had lost. He fell backwards, in absolute silence. It took everyone a moment to realize what had happened. Song Ting Feng was the first to react, his face pale as he shouted, "Save him." Then he ran to Zhou Yingjia's side, and felt his pulse. He found that he was not completely dead. The scene became chaotic. Some guards rescued Zhou Yingjia and carried him away, intending to take him to the guard bureau for emergency treatment. The rest drew their swords and surrounded Shu Qian. Chu Guangshao remained silent, and stood in front of him with his saber in his hand. Shu Qian still seemed to have not recovered from his impulsive outburst just now. His whole body was still panting, and he stood rooted to the spot. At this moment, Song Ting Feng said hoarsely with a pale face, "Why don't you run away?" Shu Qian shook his head. The sword strike just now had drained him of his energy. His eyes were full of fatigue. Moreover, if he ran away, what about his uncle and aunt? Song Ting Feng said angrily, "Is it worth it? Just for a strange girl?" Shu Qian looked at him with tired eyes. "She is still a child. There are always things that are more important than life." Song Ting Feng let go of Shu Qian's collar, and slowly released him. A moment later, Shu Qian took off the badge and saber from his waist, and placed them on the ground. Then he looked up at the distant sky. He made a gesture that no one could understand. Shu Qian stood up straight, and faced the distance, saluting like a soldier. Song Ting Feng looked at him with a serious expression. "We can't let Zhou Yingjia's men make the first move." Then he shouted loudly and rushed forward to press Shu Qian to the ground. Then shouted, "Shu Qian attacked his superior, which is a serious violation of the law. He must be handed over to the bureau for processing. We and him are from the same place, so we have a responsibility. We will take him back to the bureau for trial. You guys continue to seize the property." After leaving the city government, Song Ting Feng said to Chu Guangshao, "Find some of our guards to take him back to the bureau. I have to report to the leadership first. Remember not to let Zhou Yingjia's men escort him, and protect that little girl." After saying that, Song Ting Feng urged his horse to run away, shouting as he whipped his horse, "Get out of the way." The panicked people dodged to both sides, cursing loudly. At Chun Feng Street, Song Ting Feng ran in, covered in sweat, and gasped for breath. Before he could say anything, he hurriedly shouted, "Shu Qian almost killed Zhou Yingjia. Chu Guangshao and the other guards are escorting him back to the bureau. Zhou Jinla is about to hear the news. I'm afraid Shu Qian won't have a chance to make it to the bureau." Li Nok Zan stood up abruptly, leading Tong Din Fong to run towards Duang Dang Thien Kung where Duang Nian was. Their objective was very clear. Li Nok Zan asked while running, "What exactly happened?" Tong Din Fong, panting heavily, quickly recounted, "Chao Nanla assaulted an official's female relative. Hua Thatan intervened, and a conflict arose between them. Hua Thatan severely wounded Chao Nanla." Having said that, Tong Din Fong added details, including the incident where Chao Nanla deliberately provoked Hua Thatan before setting out. Li Nok Zan's eyes became icy. "He assaulted an official's female relative? Wait until we meet Duang Kimla, then tell the story again. But remember, do not mention Chao Nanla's deliberate provocation of Hua Thatan." Tong Din Fong thought for a few seconds and then understood immediately. If the conflict inside the mansion is mentioned, Duang Kimla might think that the conflict between Hua Thatan and Chao Nanla has personal elements, meaning they fought out of personal enmity, not because Hua Thatan was executing justice. On the other hand, if it's not mentioned, it will be seen as Hua Thatan merely upholding the law. The property seizure team was set up to supervise each other, to prevent embezzlement. But Shu Qian was wrong anyway. A serious mistake. He should have reported it to his superiors, instead of handling it on his own. Moreover, he seriously injured his superior. In any organization, killing a superior is a serious crime, and will be punished by beheading. Song Ting Feng's mouth was dry. Is there any way to save him? Li Yu Chun shook her head and sighed. I don't know. The two of them arrived at Tang Yong Shen Gong. Li Yu Chun said to Yang Yan and Yang Jinla, something big has happened. Yang Yan asked, what is it? Li Yu Chun glanced at Song Ting Feng, and he immediately reported it. After finishing, Li Yu-chun added, with Zhou Jinla's temper, "I'm afraid Shu Qian won't be able to come back." Yang Yan pondered, "I see." Then he stepped out and disappeared into the palace in an instant. The Da Ying Tang of the Da Kanren Bureau. Zhou Yang was one of the 10 Jinla of the bureau. He was a general who had fought in wars since he was young, and gradually rose to the rank of general before being selected by Wei Yuan to join the Da Kanren Bureau. He can be considered as the Jinla of Wei Yuan's faction, second only to his 2 sons. Zhou Yang has 3 sons. The eldest son is incompetent in both literature and martial arts. The second son is a scholar, working in the embassy. Only the youngest son, Zhou Chengzu, is talented. He is the youngest Yinla of the Da Kanren Bureau, and is much loved by Zhou Yang. 2 doctors are urgently stitching up Zhou Chengzu's wounds. One doctor said, if the cut had been half an inch deeper, it would have hit the heart. By then, even the doctors of the Tai Tianjian would only be able to pray to heaven. Fortunately, Yinla used a magic weapon to block the fatal blow. Thanks to that, Lord Zhou was saved. But the sword energy has entered the qi cavity. If it is not removed, Lord Zhou will only live for another half an hour. Zhou Jinla was startled and asked, "Where is the Tai Tianjian warlock?" Yinla replied, "Someone has been sent to invite him. He will be here soon." Zhou Jinla nodded. "Who did this?" Yinla replied, "It was a Da Kanren of Li Yu-chun named Shu Qian." Zhou Jinla thought for a moment. He had heard of this extraordinary character. Who was the one who caused Zhang Lu Zhang to argue with Yang Yan? A mere Da Kanren dares to hurt my son. Shu Qian was on his way to be escorted back to the bureau. Perhaps he was almost at the bureau. Shu Qian rode a small horse, and was escorted back to the Da Kanren bureau by the Da Kanren. Killing a superior will be punished by beheading. Throughout the journey, Shu Qian had asked himself countless times if he regretted it. But even though he was afraid of death, he did not regret it. The families of the officials whose property was seized were not implicated. They could leave safely. He had told himself to adapt to the laws of this era, to integrate into life. Those were the words he had said to Xu Xinyan, and also to himself. On the other hand, Zhou Jinla had just rushed out of the bureau, looking towards Chongshang Road, and saw a group of people approaching. Among them was a man with his hands tied. It was Shu Qian. Zhou Jinla was not angry or murderous, but used his fingers to guide the qi. With a clang, Chu Guangshao's saber was drawn, under the control of qi, and slashed straight at Shu Qian. But in that life and death moment, another Da Kanren's saber was also drawn. The sword blocked the slash that was aimed at Shu Qian, and he was only half an inch away from being killed on the spot. At this moment, Yang Yan's sword fell to the ground with 2 clangs. Zhou Jinla suppressed his anger. It was a serious crime to almost kill a Da Kanren in front of everyone. He shouted, "You can't protect him. The Yang family. If you want to kill him, let me do it. When will it be your turn to interfere?" Yang Yan said, "This matter will be decided by Duke Wei." The 2 of them immediately went to Hao Qi Lu to seek Wei Yuan's judgment. Zhou Jinla presented Yinla's words, exaggerating the details. Yang Yan said, "Foster father, I have a different version of the story. Zhou Chengzu took advantage of the property seizure to molest the female relatives of the officials, and was stopped by the Da Kanren Shu Qian. But Zhou Chengzu did not stop, and even dragged the girl out into the courtyard, intending to humiliate her in public. Shu Qian tried to stop him but was refused, so he got angry and attacked. Zhou Jinla was furious. "You're talking nonsense. It's obvious that Shu Qian has a grudge and is seeking revenge." Wei Yuan calmly took a sip of tea, and said lightly, "Since there are different opinions, let's debate." Chu Guangshao pushed Song Ting Feng forward. He didn't like to talk, so he had to give way to Song Ting Feng. Song Ting Feng took a deep breath and said, "Duke Wei, we were not late at all. But Zhou Yinla deliberately made things difficult for us. He beat me and Shu Qian. During the seizure, he deliberately locked the 3 of us in the front hall, and did not let us in, until we heard the screams from the backyard. Shu Qian could not control himself anymore, and rushed in to intervene. He drove the other Da Kanren away, but could not do anything to Zhou Yinla. Zhou Yinla deliberately violated the law. Not only did he not stop, but he also dragged the girl out into the courtyard, intending to humiliate her in public and force Shu Qian to take action. Zhou Jinla frowned. Accusing a superior is also a capital crime. Song Ting Feng gritted his teeth and said loudly, "For justice's sake." The Da Kanren who were present that day all witnessed it. Wei Yuan said gently, "Just tell the truth, and I assure you that you will be fine." The Da Kanren said quietly, "Shu Qian and the other 3 were indeed not late." Another person said, "What Song Ting Feng said is true." Zhou Yinle really dragged the girl out into the courtyard, trying to humiliate her in front of us. He also repeatedly provoked Xu Qian. If all of them were Zhou Jinle's subordinates, their testimonies would be unified, and they would point the finger at Xu Qian. Zhou Jinle said coldly, even so, this matter should be handled by the Yamen, not by a mere Da Ren. Regardless of what the real reason is, it is not the turn of the Da Ren to punish the superior. Moreover, molesting the female relatives of officials is not a serious crime. The lightest punishment is a beating, and the most severe is dismissal from office. Now that the matter has become so big, how many people in the bureau are watching you? It is unfortunate that you are biased towards a Da Ren, even though he was once favored by the Jinle family. Wei Yuan said, Zhou Chengzu deliberately violated the law. From now on, he will be dismissed from office and will not be re-employed. Zhou Jinle's expression changed. Wei Yuan continued, Da Ren Xu Qi and attacked his superior, causing serious injuries. His crime is heinous, and he will be imprisoned for 7 days and then beheaded in the vegetable market. Upon hearing this, Zhou Jinle said nothing more, and closed his eyes. At this moment, Xu Qian took a step forward and said, Duke Wei, are you really going to kill me? Under everyone's watchful eyes, he asked, is this your sincere wish? Xu Qian looked straight into Wei Yuan's eyes as he asked this question. Wei Yuan smiled and replied, of course it is sincere. Xu Qian nodded, then looked around at everyone, pausing for a moment at Song Ting Feng and Chu Guangxiao. As if to confide something to those who cared about him, Xu Qian took a deep breath and straightened up. I know the difference between superior and inferior, and I know that it is difficult to escape the will of heaven. This is also my sincere wish. Everyone left. Nan Gongqin Nu asked, Foster father, do you really want to kill him? Wei Yuan smiled and asked back, is there anything wrong with my reaction? Once said that he is a natural martial artist, with a rare aura. Wei Yuan smiled with satisfaction and contentment. A single sword strike seriously injured Yinle, who had already cultivated to the spirit refinement realm, with the qi condensation realm that he had only recently cultivated. Song Ting Feng and Chu Guangxiao dejectedly followed Li Yu Chun back. Li Yu Chun sighed, let's go have a drink. I know that you two often sneak a drink while on night duty. Song Ting Feng hesitated. Alright, Li Yu Chun is an old-fashioned man, rigid. Yinle, who was close to him, said that he was too conservative, and did not know how to change. Those who were not familiar with Yinle mocked him for not knowing the situation. But whether they were close or not, none of the Da Ren in the bureau looked down on him. On the contrary, they all respected him, even though they did not say so. Li Yu Chun's rigidity was evident in many ways. Li Yu Chun remained depressed for a long time before slowly getting up. He took off his badge, sword, and Da Ren uniform. Li Yu Chun hugged them and walked out of Chun Feng Tang. On the way, he attracted the attention of many Da Ren, who whispered about him. Gradually, more and more Da Ren followed Li Yu Chun, forming a large crowd. Together, they arrived at Hao Chi Lu. Li Yu Chun ignored the whispers behind him. He said loudly, my name is Li Yu Chun, and I have been a Da Ren since the 20th year of the Yuan Jing era. For 16 years, I have fulfilled my duties, strictly enforced the law, been loyal to the ideal of eliminating corruption, and served the country for 16 years, working hard, never violating the law, taking bribes, or bullying the innocent. I once thought that my passion could change the world, but 16 years have witnessed many Da Ren bullying the people, robbing merchants, abusing the recovery of property, taking public property for private use, and molesting the female relatives of officials. How long can the scholars, farmers, workers, and merchants endure this? I can no longer enforce the law. If I am not upright, how can I correct others? After saying this, he threw his uniform on the ground, and shouted, today, I, Li Yu Chun, can no longer bear it. I ask to resign. If my request is not approved, then Duke Wei can just execute me. After saying this, in front of everyone at Hao Chi Lu, Li Yu Chun left, and no one stopped him. In the Da Ren prison, this was the third time that Xu Qian had been imprisoned. In his previous life, he was a policeman, and in this life, he had become a regular guest of the prison. The Yun Lu scholars could do nothing about it. They could only protest. But this was the Da Ren Bureau, and they could not use money or influence to release him. The sorcerers of the Tai Thien Jiam would definitely try to save me, but if there was no intervention from a higher authority, they would be helpless. With my status, I was not qualified to ask for their help. Xu Qian, after tasting the happiness with Fu Shang, have you forgotten the coldness of society? It has been 2 months, and I still have not been able to trick Su Tai Oang into bed. My earth book has also been confiscated. Otherwise I could have asked number 1 to rescue me, but I do not know if his status is high enough. After thinking for a long time, Shu Qian fell asleep. In the torture chamber of the Da Ren Yamen, there were two young people. Nan Gongqin Nu did not like the attitude of this young scholar. Ever since he had entered the bureau, he had held his head high and looked down on people, looking at them with his nose, not his eyes. Just like the Yun Lu scholars and the Tai Thien Jiam physicians, they were all extremely arrogant. Nan Gongqin Nu sneered, painted face. Shu Xin Nian glanced at him, and said coldly, "Only women and petty people are difficult to teach." Nan Gongqin Nu was angry. "Who are you calling a woman?" Shu Xin Nian bowed his head. "I misspoke. May I ask the young lady's name?" At this moment, Nan Gongqin Nu wanted to kill someone. Just then, Shu Qian was escorted in. Seeing this scene, he whispered to himself, "This is dangerous. Little brother, this lady is a high-ranking martial artist, and you are only an 8th-rank scholar. You must be tactful." Nan Gongqin Nu turned and left. "You only have one stick of incense." Shu Qian asked, "Why am I here? Aren't you studying at Yun Lu?" Shu Xin Yen sighed. "Last night, one of my Da Ren brothers came to my residence to inform me about your situation. That night, my father left the capital and went to Yun Lu to inform your teacher. Your teacher wrote a letter of introduction, and with your status as a Juran, I was allowed to visit you in prison. Everyone in the family is worried about you, and your mother has not slept all night. Ling Yin is also very worried and only ate a bowl of porridge this morning." Shu Qian was touched. Poor girl. Shu Xin Yen continued, "Teacher told me to ask the princess. Perhaps she can save you." As for the teacher, his relationship with Wei Yuan is not good. Shu Qian asked, "Why don't you blame me?" Shu Xin Yen replied, "My martial arts are not good enough, but I did not kill those dogs." Shu Qian laughed. "This is a true scholar." Shu Qian laughed and then fell silent. After a while, he sighed, "I am so sorry, but I will save you from here." Shu Qian nodded. He pretended to be scared. "I have visited you, and helped you with this. Do you have any money?" Shu Xin Yen just nodded and did not answer. Shu Qian said, "Go and find the jailer, and tell him to get my things back. It is a small mirror in the bathroom. If he is still there, take the mirror to the Yangsheng Temple in the East City. Find a monk and tell him that number 3 is imprisoned in the Da Ren prison, and ask for help. I believe that number 1, who is smart, will know what to do when he sees the message. Because in the chat group, only number 1 has the power and is in the capital. Moreover, number 1 owes me a favor, and asking you to retrieve the Earth Book as a way to test Wei Yuan, to see if he intends to kill me." Not long after, the jailer received 30 taels of silver from Shu Xin Yen and took him to the storeroom. Shu Xin Yen searched for a while and found a small mirror. In the Lan Yu Dian of the imperial palace, a maidservant led Shu Xin Yen inside. Shu Xin Yen immediately bowed. Subject Shu Xin Yen, student of the Yun Lu Academy, pays his respects to the eldest princess. The eldest princess smiled. "What brings you to me?" The princess knew Shu Xin Yen. They had met a few times when he was studying at Yun Lu. It was not until she sent someone to investigate Shu Qian that she really started to pay attention to Shu Xin Yen. The princess called him Shu Kujiao, which surprised him. Although the two of them had never had any formal contact, Shu Xin Yen suppressed his emotions. "My elder brother, Shu Qian, has met with a great disaster. I begged the princess to help save him." He told the princess about what had happened. When he was finished, Shu Xin Yen bowed his head. "My elder brother acted rashly, but he did so with a sincere heart. If he had not acted, that poor girl would have been hurt. My elder brother is not a man of great learning, but his sincere heart makes me, a scholar, feel admiration." Shu Xin Yen's purpose in quoting the classics was to awaken the princess's sympathy, although he was also a bit of a scholar. But the princess just remained silent, her cold face making it difficult to guess what she was thinking. Shu Xin Yen decided to use his trump card. He took out 3 letters signed by 3 great scholars, but the small mirror accidentally fell out. Shu Xin Yen calmly handed over the letters, and then bent down to pick up the mirror. The princess glanced at the letters and said coldly, "I understand, but the Da Ren prison is under the jurisdiction of the emperor, and only takes orders from him. I can only try my best." Shu Xin Yen sighed. "Thank you, princess." After the maidservant escorted Shu Xin Yen out, the princess ordered, "Send someone to the Da Ren prison to ask Wei Gong to clarify the conflict between Shu Qian and Zhou Yin's." Leaving the palace, out of the city and then the imperial city, Shu Xin Yen rode his horse slowly towards the outskirts of the city. "I cannot put all my hope in the princess. Although she has agreed to help, it is not clear to what extent. My father went to meet the heavenly masters. I wonder if they have any way to save my elder brother. Next year, I must pass the imperial examination, so that I can climb higher, and gain more power. Otherwise, I will not be able to do anything. By the time I reached the East City, it was already dark. Along the way, the remaining people all had sallow faces and ragged clothes. A thin child summoned up his courage and stepped forward, begging for some money. Sir, I haven't eaten for 7 days. Xu Xinyan unconsciously wanted to retort, if you haven't eaten for 7 days, you're already dead. But he held back, and took out a piece of silver from his pocket and threw it to him. The poor people around him lit up, and stared at him with greedy eyes. 7 or 8-year-old children followed suit, surrounding Xu Xinyan's horse, begging for some money. Sir, I haven't eaten for 10 days. They surrounded the horse, looking as if they would not let go unless he gave them money. Xu Xinyan looked at them sharply, and shouted, shut up. The noise stopped immediately. Everyone was silent, and they took a few steps back in fear. An 8th rank scholar can control the behavior and speech of others, demonstrating a basic level of speech control. Xu Xinyan went to the Yangsheng temple and asked if there was a monk named Grandmaster Hang Yuan. The old woman replied, are you looking for Grandmaster He Chong? He left 2 days ago. He had some family business to attend to and had to go away for a few days. Xu Xinyan left the Yangsheng temple in disappointment, and went out of the East City. In the Lan Yu Palace, the princess asked what grudge Xu Qian had against Zhou Yin's. The guard knelt down and reported, your subject has investigated this matter specifically, and it seems that the two of them were not acquainted. However, that Yin Jie had indeed expressed envy and hatred for the Da Ren Xu Qian. The princess asked again, were any officials' families implicated? The guard reported, your subject has not investigated that matter. The Da Ren Xu Qian was not late for the assembly, but was beaten by Zhou Chengju. It can be seen that he was deliberately provoking a conflict. Over the years, the Da Ren have indeed violated the women of officials on many occasions. Some cases were insignificant, but it is truly pitiful that innocent people have been implicated. This has happened repeatedly, but no one dares to speak out because of the ladies who have been harmed. Your subject has also found out that Zhou Yin Jie deliberately provoked Xu Qian into attacking. In the end, he succeeded. The princess said, I never thought that a small Da Ren would have such terrifying power. I understand. You may withdraw. Late at night, the moonlight was cold and bright, casting its reflection on the surface of the still pond. An exquisitely cut paper figure, as small as the palm of a hand, floated in the wind, and landed on the high platform in the middle of the lake. After a few seconds of silence, it stood up and walked with its short legs to the door of the temple. It slipped through the crack in the door and entered. A few seconds later, a faint light flickered from the crack in the door. Boom! There was a deafening explosion like thunder. The explosion echoed for hundreds of miles. Emperor Yuan Jing woke up with a start. Emperor Yuan Jing had been in seclusion for over 20 years. The imperial palace had become a forbidden place for the concubines. The concubines were naturally very dissatisfied with the emperor's seclusion, but this emperor with many wives had long since ceased to pay attention to their opinions. After the ancestral ceremony, Emperor Yuan Jing began to behave strangely. He said that he would go to Mount Lingbao to study the Tao with the state preceptor. As soon as the two of them stepped out of the palace, they suddenly heard the sound of bells ringing through the night sky, echoing throughout the capital. The imperial palace went into a state of alert. A team of imperial guards ran over, their faces filled with panic. Your Majesty, there has been an explosion at Tangbo Lake. The Yangzhen Shanhe Temple has been destroyed. None of the 300 guards on duty survived. Emperor Yuan Jing stood frozen in place. After a moment, he said, inform Wei Yuan to bring his troops here immediately. Inform the state preceptor to come and see me. Inform the grand preceptor that the Yangzhen Shanhe Temple has been destroyed. The first person to arrive was the female state preceptor. She rode a sword, appearing in the air. She was a beautiful woman of indeterminate age. Her beauty was exquisite, her temperament extraordinary, combining the youthfulness of a young girl with the allure of a mature woman. Emperor Yuan Jing sighed, state preceptor, the things beneath Tangbo Lake have escaped. The female state preceptor said with concern, I have already heard the news. The Yangzhen Temple is gone. The high platform has half collapsed, and pieces of wood are floating on the surface of the water. Emperor Yuan Jing raised his eyebrows. Where is the divine sword? An imperial guard bowed and said, we have sent someone to dive down to retrieve the sword. Emperor Yuan Jing sighed and walked to the edge of the lake, extending his hand into the water. His 5 fingers curled up, and a brilliant golden light suddenly shone from beneath the water. A 3-foot-long bronze arrow shot out of the water, and flew into Emperor Yuan Jing's hand. After examining it carefully and seeing that the divine sword was intact, Emperor Yuan Jing breathed a sigh of relief. The female state preceptor flew around the lake once and then stopped in midair. Your Majesty, there is nothing unusual about the lake. Emperor Yuan Jing frowned. Nothing unusual. No clues left behind, he asked the general. Where are the bodies of the soldiers? The general shouted, bring them here. A moment later, more than 10 bodies were brought up. All of them were withered, like mummies that had been around for decades. The general reported carefully, Your Majesty, we have not detected any enemy intrusion. In their hearts, the generals clearly knew that the real cause was related to the incident at the ancestral ceremony a few days ago. Even the explosion at Tangbo Lake and the deaths of the patrol team may not have been caused by an enemy invasion, but by some secret beneath the lake. Emperor Yuan Jing said, Wei Yuan, follow me to the study. Wei Yuan immediately bowed his head and obeyed. On the other side, the princess was awakened by the alarm bell. As soon as she opened her eyes, she did not rush to change her clothes, but drew the sword hanging by her bed. The girl held the cold, gleaming sword in her hand. The maid servants also woke up in a fright, and hurriedly ran over to bring her clothes. The princess's eyebrows were delicate but exuded an air of authority. After changing into a light outfit that made her figure even more slender, the princess ran with her sword in hand towards the emperor's imperial palace. But she was stopped by the imperial guards guarding the emperor's palace. The situation became more and more tense, and the princes and princesses were not allowed to approach the emperor. The princess did not try to resist, but thought. At this moment, the Dakin Rens and the high-ranking generals of the various armies were all here. What had happened in the end? If it was not an enemy invasion, the imperial guards would not have raised the alarm like this. But if it was a foreign invasion, the scene was too quiet. Moreover, the people from the Tai Thien Geum were not present. At this moment, the crown prince, along with some other princes and princesses, arrived with their people. A moment later, the door to the study opened and a eunuch dressed in green came out. The princess was the closest to Wei Yuan, and could be considered almost his disciple. She called out softly, Master Wei. Wei Yuan sighed. The collapse of the Yangzhen Shanhe temple was caused by rebels, but they have already disappeared without a trace. The crown prince stepped forward. Could it be related to the ancestral ceremony a few days ago? Wei Yuan shook his head. His Majesty has ordered me to find out the truth within half a month, and to capture the rebels. I have already told you sincerely. This case is very difficult. With that, Wei Yuan left. The princess's eyes lit up. At this moment, a eunuch dressed in purple came out. Invite the princes to follow me. The crown prince, along with the other princes and princesses, went to the study to meet Emperor Yuan Jing. The emperor was sitting in meditation opposite the female state preceptor. The two of them were sitting at a moderate distance from each other, keeping an appropriate distance for their conversation. A moment later, Emperor Yuan Jing opened his eyes and sighed. State preceptor, I am still not at ease. The female state preceptor said, Your Majesty has a heart disease that requires medicine to cure. Emperor Yuan Jing looked at her beautiful face. I really do have a heart disease. I have been waiting for the state preceptor to join me in dual cultivation. Hearing this, the expressions of the princes and princesses became strange. Except for the crown prince and the eldest princess, who remained calm. Their minds were deep. 10 years ago, Emperor Yuan Jing had proposed to abdicate with the state preceptor, but the court did not accept. So Emperor Yuan Jing issued an edict to appoint the state preceptor as the celestial concubine. The court still refused. Emperor Yuan Jing also relied on the fact that she cultivated immortality. In the end, he had to give up. Everyone only thought that Emperor Yuan Jing was infatuated with the state preceptor, and wanted to abdicate to her. But there were thousands of beautiful women in the palace, and the concubines in the harem were all stunning. Why was Emperor Yuan Jing not satisfied? Even the most beautiful princess in the capital at that time was a palace maid whom Emperor Yuan Jing had not touched when he had retired to the ninth heaven palace to cultivate. What Emperor Yuan Jing desired was immortality. The crown prince, as the eldest son, spoke up first. Father, does this have anything to do with the incident at the ancestral ceremony? Emperor Yuan Jing frowned and did not want to explain further. The crown prince then signaled to the second princess. The second princess was dressed in gorgeous clothes, with a beautiful and charming appearance. She smiled and walked up to Emperor Yuan Jing, acting coquettishly. Father, Tangbo Lake is a forbidden place for the royal family. How could the rebels have gotten in there and destroyed the temple of the immortal emperor? So, father, do you think they could also sneak into my palace? Among the princes and princesses, the second princess was the most favored by Emperor Yuan Jing because she knew how to act coquettishly, and knew how to please Emperor Yuan Jing. He was someone who liked to be in control, and did not necessarily like the eldest princess, who was talented but had a strong personality. He was very fond of the second princess, who was weak, and knew how to act coquettishly. Emperor Yuan Jing laughed and scolded, "Nonsense. How could the rebels have infiltrated the palace so easily?" At this moment, the eldest princess stepped forward, and bowed. "Greetings, father. I met Master Wei at the gate. He hinted that he wanted me to help ask your majesty to grant him a few more days. I know a talent who is good at catching criminals. If we let him join, we will definitely solve the case within half a month." The crown prince glanced at the eldest princess. Guessing her thoughts, she wants to promote her own people again. The princes and princesses had two ways to expand their influence. One was to draw subordinates to their side, and turn them into their supporters. But because Emperor Yuan Jing liked to be in control, the princes, including the crown prince, did not dare to do so openly. The other was to recruit talents and turn them into their right-hand men. This was easier. Emperor Yuan Jing asked, "Ho I Ching, do you have anyone to recommend?" The eldest princess replied, "The Dakin Ren, Shu Qian, of the Dakin Ren's mansion." The second princess pretended to be ignorant. "Oh, he is the Dakin Ren who seemed to admire elder sister at the ancestral ceremony, and even chatted happily with elder sister." The princes were all stunned when they heard this. These words were really vicious. The eldest princess was not yet married. Although Emperor Yuan Jing had been obsessed with cultivation for the past few years and did not care about his children's marriages. But it was not acceptable for a royal princess to openly flirt with a young man like this. The eldest princess continued, "Father, you must have heard of this person. He is the nephew of Xu Pingji, who was implicated in the silver tax case." Emperor Yuan Jing was interested. "I remember there was such a person. He also made fake silver. If the fake silver was not easy to store and consumed a lot of salt, I would have ordered the Imperial Astronomical Bureau to mass produce it." The eldest princess continued to add fuel to the fire. "Moreover, this person once had an outstanding record as the magistrate of Changla County." Emperor Yuan Jing said, "Oh, if that's the case, then why do I need you to recommend him?" The eldest princess bowed her head. "I beg your majesty's pardon. Just yesterday, Dakin Ren Shu Qian had a conflict with a Yinla in the palace. Shu Qian seriously injured him. According to the law, killing a superior will be punished by beheading. He is now in prison. I beg your majesty to allow him to atone for his crime by making meritorious deeds, and to participate in the investigation of the case. If he fails to catch the culprit who destroyed the temple within half a month, I will personally behead him." Emperor Yuan Jing did not hesitate, and said, "All right, since Ho I Ching has interceded, I will allow him to atone for his crime by making meritorious deeds. If you can't catch the culprit within half a month, I will personally behead him." The eldest princess bowed her head again to thank him. After leaving the study, the second princess was angry. "Ho I Ching stole the opportunity from me." The crown prince shook his head. "It's not necessarily a good thing." Even Wei Yuan thought this case was troublesome. Ho I Ching is just taking a reckless gamble with that Dakin Ren. If he can solve the case, then good. But if not, Ho I Ching won't lose anything. He was already sentenced to death, so he has nothing to lose. The second princess asked, "Eldest brother, what happened to the Yangzhen temple in the end?" The crown prince thought for a moment and then sighed. "This case is not simple. Otherwise Wei Yuan wouldn't have been so flustered. Only father knows the secret." The crown prince added in his heart, "Of course. I will also know in the future. I just don't know how long I will have to wait." Just then, the eldest princess called out to the two of them. The second princess was annoyed. "What is it?" The eldest princess approached, and suddenly swung her whip and struck the second princess's plump buttocks. The second princess cried, "Ho I Ching, I will kill you." The crown prince also frowned. "Ho I Ching, that was a bit too much." The eldest princess said coldly, "I just wanted to test Lin An's martial arts. If Lin An is not willing, he can also try me." The second princess looked at her back, crying and promising to report her to their father. The crown prince had no choice but to comfort her. "Let's go another day. Father is not in the mood now." The second princess gritted her teeth. "Just you wait. I will take everything from you." The next morning, Yang Yan sighed in relief. "It seems that we don't need to save him anymore." Wei Yuan just smiled meaningfully, and did not reply. Yesterday, the princess sent someone to investigate the cause of the conflict between Xu Qian and Zhou Changzhu. Perhaps because she was concerned about Xu Qian, Wei Yuan suggested to the princess last night that she take the opportunity to recommend Xu Qian to the emperor, so that he could atone for his crime by making meritorious deeds. In this way, Xu Qian could be acquitted of his crime, and no one could say anything about it. Yang Yan frowned. but half a month from now. What if Shu Qian fails to solve the case? Wei Yuan laughed and said, then he will have no choice but to die, and enter the martial world. From now on, the character Shu Qian will disappear from history. Nan Gongqin Ruo and Yang Yan looked serious. So Wei Yuan valued Shu Qian so much. Wei Yuan seemed to remember something, and ordered someone to summon Li Yu Chun. The emperor granted Shu Qian a special pardon to be imprisoned pending trial so that he would have the opportunity to make meritorious deeds. Li Yu Chun was reinstated. Then Wei Yuan paused and smiled strangely. It must be grand. In the prison of the Dakenren, Shu Qian was standing up to urinate, but the Dakenren rushed in and startled him, causing his hand to shake and spill urine on his hand. Song Ting Feng laughed out loud. Shu Qian, you won't die anymore. The emperor has granted you bail pending trial so that you can make meritorious deeds to atone for your crime. Shu Qian was stunned. His first thought was, oh my god, the emperor is number one. But then he denied the thought, and calmly wiped his hands on Song Ting Feng's shoulder. What's going on? On the way out of the prison, Song Ting Feng told Shu Qian the details of the story. Shu Qian was shocked. There was an explosion at Tangbo Lake, and Yangzhen Temple collapsed. So your guess was right. The cry for help that night was not meant for you. You only heard the cry for help from Tangbo Lake for some reason. So who was the cry for help intended for? Shu Qian thought for a moment and then asked, how is the Qing Shen sword in the temple? Song Ting Feng shook his head. He didn't know much about it either. After Shu Qian was imprisoned, Li Yu Chun had cursed at the Dakenren in front of everyone and then resigned. Shu Qian was touched. That was something that Mr. Li would do. Speaking of which, the jailer said that Lang had retrieved your mirror. So Wei Yuan probably didn't mean to kill you. Even if the emperor hadn't granted you a special pardon, he would have found a way to spare your life. As the three of them approached the gate, they suddenly heard the sound of drums. Li Yu Chun was escorted into the mansion by several Dakenren, wearing a conical hat and holding a hand drum. The Tongla in the lead beat the drum and shouted, Li Yinla is reinstated. Shu Qian and the other Dakenren came out to watch. Everyone pointed and whispered about Li Yu Chun. Li Yu Chun bowed her head in shame, and quickly left. Shu Qian said, the superior has been reinstated, which is something to be celebrated. We shouldn't bother him anymore. Mainly, we shouldn't provoke Wei Yuan. Shu Qian decided that in the future, he would definitely not provoke Wei Yuan so easily again. People who lose their chance often do not have a magnanimous heart. Half an hour later, Shu Qian returned to the Shu mansion. He first told his family the good news. Shu Xinyan was overjoyed. The princess acted quickly. Shu Qian nodded. The princess. Could it be that Emperor Yuan Jing knows that I am a petty person thanks to the princess? It is also possible that Wei Yuan seized the opportunity to create a chance for me to make meritorious deeds to atone for my crime. Shu Qian continued, don't be too optimistic too soon. It's just the beginning. Shu Qian sighed. Pretending to be remorseful, the past 2 days must have made my aunt worry to death. I heard that my aunt stayed up all night because of me. Upon hearing this, Li Shu became angry and glared at her useless son. Stop it. Don't talk nonsense anymore. Shu Xinyan immediately changed the subject. Yesterday, my father went to see the people from the Heavenly Secrets Bureau, and wanted to ask them to save you. But there is some bad news. Chief Master Jian Zheng is sick. Shu Qian was stunned. Chief Master Jian Zheng is sick. Even a great mage can get sick. Moreover, he is the head of a sect that specializes in saving people and curing diseases. Detective Shu Qian's mind immediately made a connection. Could it be related to the incident at Tangbo Lake? It can't be. Chief Master Jian Zheng sits on the Bagua platform and observes the mortal world. How could he have caught a cold? Shu Xinyan continued. I don't know the specific situation. Now I have to go and report the situation to my father so that he can rest assured. Shu Qian nodded. Go ahead. I'll go and visit my 2 younger sisters, Ling Yu and Ling Yin, and then I'll go back to the Dakenren mansion. As for what needs to be done, Shu Xinyan suddenly remembered something as he reached the door. Oh, that's right. The mirror you asked me to find is still in the study. You can get it yourself. And the monk you asked me to find has already left, saying that he has some clues about your fellow disciple. Shu Qian suddenly realized, I guessed it. How could number 1 be the emperor? Number 1 doesn't know about this at all. In the end, Wei Yuan and the princess are still the most trustworthy. Shu Qian went to the back of the courtyard. He saw Ling Yin sitting under the eaves playing with mud, her head bowed in sadness. Even the silly child knew that something had happened to him, and was not happy, so she did not play with the ducklings anymore. Shu Qian stood at a distance and asked, "Whose silly child is this?" Ling Yin was startled and looked up, her mouth wide open in surprise. A few seconds later, a bright smile appeared on her little face, and she ran towards Shu Qian, and put her arms around him. But Shu Qian dodged her, and hugged the girl standing behind her, Shu Ling Yu. Shu Ling Yu hugged him tightly, and buried her face in his chest, sobbing. After a while, the two of them let go of each other. Shu Qian said to Lu Na, who was standing next to him, "Go and tell the servants to prepare hot water. I want to take a bath and change my clothes." At this moment, Ling Yin jumped up and down on the spot, and said happily, "I have to go and tell mother that you're back. She probably doesn't know." Shu Qian said, "Why are you so happy? Are you going to have 3 bowls of rice tonight?" Ling Yin ran away in fear. She didn't expect him to know what she was thinking. Meanwhile, Lu Na went to inform the servants to prepare hot water for Shu Qian's bath. Upon hearing this, they thought of the servant who had been knocked out in front of Shu Qian's room before. They quickly refused and ran away in all directions. Lu Na stood there in a daze, not understanding why they were so scared. After taking a bath, Shu Qian put on his Daken uniform, and sat on the porch with Ling Yin. The two of them sat in a row, each holding a large bowl of fried noodles with chicken. Shu Qian smiled at Ling Yin. "Ling Yin, let's exchange your meat for my eggs." Ling Yin shook her head vigilantly. "I'm not trading. Mother said that you tricked me into eating buns last time." After saying that, Ling Yin spat 2 mouthfuls of saliva into her bowl of noodles. Shu Qian was stunned. Ling Yin said seriously, "That's what my second brother taught me." Shu Qian was taken aback. As expected, "All you scholars are bad." But he still pretended to scare Ling Yin. "Ling Yin, you can't eat noodles that have been spat on, because they contain poison." Ling Yin opened her eyes wide. "Then will I die, brother?" Shu Qian continued to deceive her. "You won't die. You'll just have a stomachache for a long time." Hearing this, Ling Yin felt relieved and continued eating. "As long as I don't die." After eating, Shu Qian went to Shu Xin Yan's room to get the small mirror back. He happened to find several pages of paper on the table, filled with small characters analyzing Shu Qian's situation, and also assessing whether the Heavenly Secrets Bureau and Yun Lu could have any impact. Shu Qian smiled. "I'm worth it." In the Da Kenren's Hao Qi building, Wei Yuan said, "I will give this case to Jin Yu Hall, Chun Feng Hall and Zhenya Hall to investigate together. You are the head." Shu Qian was startled. It turned out that Wei Yuan wanted to promote him. Suddenly, Shu Qian understood. Wei Yuan wanted to use this case to promote him directly, rather than having him cooperate in the investigation. Shu Qian opened the case file, read it, and asked directly, "Is there something sealed under Tangbo Lake?" Wei Yuan and Yang Yan both changed their expressions. The fact that there was something sealed under the lake had just been revealed to Yang Yan by Wei Yuan this morning. Nan Gong Xin Ru is smarter than Yang Yan, and she also just found out about the events at the lake last night. Wei Yuan could not hide his surprise, and asked, "Tell me, how did you come to this conclusion?" Shu Qian explained, "Tangbo Lake is only valuable to outsiders because of the divine sword of the nation. But it says in this case file that the divine sword is still intact, so the rebels' target must be something else. Therefore, I guessed that the Yangzhen temple must contain something secret. And why was it placed under the lake? I guessed, perhaps it needs the divine sword to seal it." Shu Qian asked, "I guess Lord Wei knows this too, right?" Wei Yuan calmly shook his head. His Majesty did not say it explicitly, but I also have some guesses. Your mission is to find the culprit who destroyed the Yangzhen temple. As for tracking down and retrieving that thing, that has nothing to do with you. If you encounter any trouble that you cannot resolve, report it to Yang Yan. He will take action." Then Wei Yuan took out a gold token, and said that it was an imperial decree from His Majesty. Shu Qian could enter and leave the imperial city freely, except for a few forbidden places. Shu Qian took his leave. Wei Yuan watched him go and then turned to Yang Yan. "I heard that the censor is ill." Yang Yan nodded. Wei Yuan was silent for a moment and then sneered, "That old man." Shu Qian went straight to the Chun Feng Hall headquarters, and immediately summoned the 2 Yinla from Jin Yu Hall and Zhenya Hall to assemble in front of the Da Kenren courtyard. Li Yu Chun glared at him. "Are you the leader or am I?" Shu Qian took out the gold token. "I am now the head, appointed directly by His Majesty. From now on, you will call me Sir, and I will call you leader. Go and invite the 2 Yinla to assist Sir." Li Yu Chun was annoyed but went to invite them. feeling that something was very strange. Not long after, everyone had assembled. This time, there were 3 Yinla and 12 Dakenren. Apart from Li Yu Chun from Chun Feng Hall, there was also a middle-aged Yinla surnamed Yang from Jen Ya Hall with dark skin, and a bearded Yinla from Jin Yu Hall. Shu Qian said loudly, "Last night, there was an explosion at Tangbo Lake and the Yangzhen Temple was destroyed. His Majesty was furious and ordered the Da Kenren to find the culprit within half a month. I have been entrusted by His Majesty to investigate this case. You must do your utmost to repay His Majesty's favor." Shu Qian thought to himself, "If I don't do a good job, I'll be beheaded." Everyone obeyed in unison. The surface of the lake was calm and there was nothing. Who would have thought that just a few days ago, a grand ancestral ceremony had been held here? Shu Qian's group rowed out to the middle of the lake. At this time, Yinla Yang looked at Shu Qian. "Lord Shu, I would like to dive down first." Shu Qian said, "Then you can dive down with me." With that, Shu Qian activated his spirit vision technique, and jumped into the water with Yang Feng. He tried to keep his eyes wide open to observe underwater. The crack in the white jade platform was more than 10 feet below the water's surface. Yang Feng also observed the collapsed state of the platform, and he had already made a guess in his heart. He decided that when he returned to shore, he would test the young Da Kenren who had been entrusted with this important task. At this moment, Yang Feng saw Shu Qian swimming along the stone base of the white jade platform. Yang Feng did not follow him and instead surfaced. Shu Qian continued to observe underwater. The stone pillars arranged in a special pattern around the base of the platform seemed to be some kind of formation. In the Great Phoenix Dynasty, only the mages of the Imperial Observatory had the ability to set up such a formation. This meant that, the Imperial Observatory had also participated in the construction of the Yangzhen Temple at that time. It could be inferred that, in addition to the current emperor, the old censor also knew the secret of Tangbo Lake. So was his illness real? Or was it caused by the collapse of the Yangzhen Temple? What secret was hidden here after all? The mysterious force behind Tangbo Lake and the rebels who destroyed the Yangzhen Temple were definitely at the king level. A mere Da Kenren like me, getting involved in the affairs of these immortals, felt like I could be implicated at any moment. Even if I could find out the truth, would the court spare me? Thinking of this, Shu Qian's heart sank. But Wei Yuan had shown me the way. If I encountered any trouble, I should report it to Yang Yan. This suggestion was very clear. I was just a scout, a bloodhound following the trail. At worst, I could fake my death, and escape from the capital. In a flash, Shu Qian noticed that there were strange frog-like figures carved on the stone pillars, but he could not read them due to his cultural limitations. Not long after, Shu Qian surfaced, and returned to the boat. Li Yu Chun stared at him. "Your aura is not like that of a newly recruited Da Kenren." Shu Qian feigned ignorance. "I only meditate for 2 hours each day." Li Yu Chun was silent, not wanting to discuss this matter further. Then he looked at Yang Feng. "You, surnamed Yang, you said earlier that you analyzed the situation underwater. I have some insights. If Shu Qian's analysis is the same as yours, I will admit that you are talented." Shu Qian said, "From the crack in the high platform, it can be inferred that the explosion point was inside the temple, not underwater. Moreover, the explosives must have been hidden in the temple after the ancestral ceremony, no more than a quarter of an hour after the ceremony ended. If it had been hidden before that, the smell of the explosives would have been too strong, and His Majesty would have discovered it when he entered the temple. Therefore, the only opportunity was after the ceremony." Shu Qian assigned Yang Feng, "You go and arrest all the officials of the Dali Temple who were in charge of the ceremony, and the Ministry of Rites for interrogation. Inform the Da Kenren, and request His Majesty to send a few Imperial Observatory physicians to assist in the investigation. I also want the Imperial Observatory's Tai Wei girl to help. Follow me to the Ministry of Works. I want the records of the gunpowder factory's imports and exports. Such a large amount of gunpowder could not have been smuggled. But first, we must investigate the casualties of the patrol team." The 3 Yinla looked at each other and saw that this young Da Kenren was quite meticulous in his work, well organized, and logical in his thinking. At the barracks near Tangbo Lake, Shu Qian lifted the white cloth, and examined each body. Seeing that his expression was becoming increasingly serious, Yang Feng could not help but ask, "You know how to perform an autopsy? What did you find?" Shu Qian said, "I discovered something important, and that is that I am just a small Da Kenren. When it comes to fighting, I still have to rely on you all." The three Yinla looked at each other, surprised and speechless. All the soldiers died in the same way, their vitality drained by magic, with no other wounds on their bodies. This method could not be countered by qi refining techniques. Not long after, Shu Qian arrived at the Ministry of Works gunpowder factory with the supervisor. He requested to inspect the production and usage records of gunpowder for the past month. The records could be easily falsified by exaggerating the amount used, so that the surplus could be embezzled. But such tricks could not escape his inspection. Any crime would leave traces. Shu Qian did not trust the factory manager, and sent Tongla to summon his soldiers from the mansion. Dozens of men arrived at the factory. Not long after, his subordinates reported that the Dali Temple and the Ministry of Rites were each missing 3 soldiers. The palace was also missing 3 people. All the personnel involved in the ceremony were arrested by the Ministry of Justice and the Yaolian Prefecture. They refused to hand the people over to us. Shu Qian did not hesitate. You dare to snatch people from the Dakan Ren? Yang Feng was arguing with the Ministry of Justice official. The guard explained that the Ministry of Justice and the Dakan Ren's office had also received imperial edicts, and were in charge of the investigation. As they were both imperial edicts, they would not yield to us. Yang Feng did not have an imperial edict, and told the Dakan Ren to quickly inform Lord Shu. His Majesty had simultaneously assigned the case to the Ministry of Justice and the Dakan Ren, which was not unusual. Many major cases were investigated by multiple parties. The Dakan Ren alone had limited manpower. There were clear advantages to investigating together, but there were also disadvantages, namely, the competition for credit. Shu Qian had to make a significant contribution to the case, or the court would not be able to spare him from the death penalty. If he failed to make a contribution, he would likely be beheaded at the military parade ground. Anyone who dares to obstruct my investigation, I will not show mercy. At the Ministry of Justice, Yang Feng and 6 Daltons Kanren were stopped outside the door. The 2 sides were facing each other. The middle-aged officer shouted, "The Ministry of Justice is investigating this case, and anyone who obstructs our investigation will be executed without mercy." Yang Feng was so angry that he was trembling. The Criminal Investigation Department cannot be unaware that the night watchmen were also ordered to participate, but they deliberately obstructed them, clearly making things difficult for the night watchman. As soon as Wadadan arrived, he drew his crossbow. Not hesitating to pull the trigger, the arrow shot forth, and the officer drew his sword to deflect the arrow. A familiar strength from his military days surged through him. This night watchman dared to shoot an arrow at him. It would be justified to kill him. The officer shouted, "Charge and block that man at the risk of death." Wadadan coldly drew out his badge. "I am under orders to investigate this case. You get out of my way now." The officer firmly responded, "The Criminal Investigation Department is also under orders to investigate. Outsiders are not allowed to come near. But if the Lord wishes to enter, then it's allowed. Let me report it first." Anger rose within Wadadan. He must sever this tie with the Criminal Investigation Department. They prolong it for a few more days. To finish their investigation, their part. To gather all the clues. Or if it's worthless, then transfer it to me. I represent the death penalty. During the time of Kwang Kimla it meant life. Thinking so, Wadadan spoke sternly, "If you keep obstructing me, don't blame me for using the special authority of the imperial edict." The officer laughed out loud. "You want to kill first and report later. A Tongla like you dares to kill someone right in front of the 6 ministries. You really want to die early." Shu Qian swung his saber. A splash of blood flew up. The officer's head fell to the ground. The soldiers around were in chaos. To confront is to confront, but to kill someone is to escalate the matter. Although the Dakan Ren were often arrogant, they had never dared to kill someone openly in front of the 6 ministries like this. And it was someone from the Ministry of Justice. Shu Qian was also exhausted at this moment because the violent absolute scroll only lasted for 3 seconds. Men really can't last long. I must find an opportunity to change it in the future. Shu Qian tried his best to suppress his fatigue, and took out his gold token. "I am ordered to investigate this case. Those who obstruct me will be killed without mercy." His gaze swept across the soldiers, and saw that they still did not retreat. Shu Qian led the 2 Yinla and 12 Daltons Kanren straight into the Ministry of Justice. Yang Feng frowned. "You are acting too recklessly. Killing someone right at the door of the 6 ministries. And it's an official. Aren't you afraid of being held accountable?" Shu Qian said coldly, "What future do I have? I'm already in a difficult position. For me now, investigating the case is my life. The Dakan Ren and the Ministry of Justice are still at odds. And now they're competing for credit. Those people are just obstacles for me. I'm not being cruel. There will be many more like this in the future. 3 jumping out to block my way. Today I will kill one blind man. Tomorrow the others will be terrified. The two of you worked under Yang Yan and still suspect me. You don't trust my ability to investigate. Not to mention the Ministry of Justice and the Jingyao Mansion. The two Yinla smiled awkwardly. Lord Shu, you're too kind. We really did suspect you at first, but now you've hit the nail on the head. In the hall of the Ministry of Justice, on the right were high-ranking officials led by the Minister of Justice. On the left was a group of officials led by the fourth-ranked Chen Fu Yin. Shu Qian stepped through the door and bowed. Greetings to the lords. I, Shu Qian, am here. He scanned the crowd, and recognized a familiar woman. It was Lu Qing, one of the Bo Tu of the Jinjiao Mansion. She also looked at Shu Qian, her eyes filled with interest. Lu Qing sat next to Chen Fu Yin, and was also an acquaintance of Shu Qian. At this moment, an official of the Ministry of Justice pointed at Shu Qian, and said angrily, such a big case, and the Dakan Ren didn't even send a Yinla. Tomorrow, I will submit a memorial to the emperor. Shu Qian said coldly, does the Dakan Ren need to report to you when we investigate a case? I heard that you arrested people from the Dali Temple, the Ministry of Rites, and even the palace, and prevented the Tongla from interrogating the minister. May I ask what your intentions are? Minister Zun had met Shu Qian before, but he said nothing, and did not even glance at him. He just drank a sip of tea without any expression, and then motioned for him to leave. Seeing this, Shu Qian smiled at the corner of his mouth, and did not argue any further, but silently found a place to sit down. At this moment, a soldier ran over and whispered something into the ear of an official of the Ministry of Justice. The official's expression changed, and he said angrily, Minister Zun, the Dakan Ren blatantly killed someone right in front of the Ministry of Justice, and it was an official. This is too disrespectful, and they must be punished accordingly. Minister Zun remained calm. The laws and regulations were promulgated by the emperor to reduce our burden, to seek life for the people. Before he finished speaking, Shu Qian interrupted, I am ordered to investigate this case, and the Ministry of Justice is obstructing me. I have the right to kill first and report later. Moreover, I suspect that the Ministry of Justice is colluding with the rebels, and is the culprit who destroyed the Yongjun Temple. Lord Zun, you'd better come to the Dakan Ren mansion. The officials of the 6 ministries looked at each other, unable to believe that these were really the words of a young Dakan Ren. Minister Zun was a high-ranking official, with great power, yet this young Dakan Ren dared to speak such disrespectful words. The officials of the Ministry of Justice couldn't help but look at their superior, Chen Fu Yin, but he just whistled nonchalantly, pretending not to see anything. An official of the Ministry of Justice shouted angrily at Shu Qian, how many heads do you have? Shu Qian stepped forward and slapped his knife on his clothes. You guys can't do anything. Let me do it. You can't kill anyone. Let me kill. He took out the emperor's gold medal, and threw it on the ground with a flick of his wrist. The Ministry of Justice dares to block my way. I will kill the entire Ministry of Justice. Do you understand? Everyone was silent. What the hell was the Dakan Ren doing? Where's Wei Yuan? Why did he send such a radical kid to investigate? Isn't this giving the enemy a weapon? Just these words alone would be enough to put him in the Ministry of Justice prison for the rest of his life. Tomorrow, the Ministry of Justice will submit a joint memorial. And let's see how Wei Yuan explains it. At this moment, a eunuch dressed in yellow laughed and said, as expected of a young man, full of vigor and vitality, let me introduce you all. This Tongla was recommended by the princess. The emperor personally appointed him as the chief of the Dakan Ren. He was previously sentenced to death by Lord Wei for injuring the high priest, but the emperor pardoned him, and allowed him to be released on bail pending trial so that he would have a chance to make meritorious service. Hearing this, the officials fell silent. He was personally appointed by the emperor. No wonder he dared to act so recklessly, killing a superior officer, sentenced to death 7 days later. No wonder he has such a strong killing intent. This is a desperate madman. This case is his only hope of survival. Such a person is very likely to go to extremes. If he is cornered, he may be willing to take others with him. The eunuch continued, everyone, please sit down. This case involves a lot, and the emperor takes it more seriously than the silver tax case. I have been appointed as the governor to supervise your investigation. Fortunately, the Jinyao mansion has arrived, saving me the time to summon you all. Shu Qian bowed to the eunuch. It was obvious that he was biased towards the Dakan Ren mansion, or rather, towards Wei Yuan. Perhaps it was because of his relationship with Wei Yuan. Song Tingfeng knew how to cooperate very well, and ran over to take the gold medal and hand it to the eunuch. The second deterrent effect established Shu Qian's authority very well. he played the role of a desperate madman, which could solve many subsequent problems. The Ministry of Justice and the Jin Yao Mansion wanted to compete for credit, but they had to consider the consequences. As for the consequences, Xu Qian didn't care. Firstly, he believed that Wei Yuan would protect him, and secondly, if he couldn't solve the case, he wouldn't have to worry about the consequences. Either die or leave the capital forever. Eunuch Lu took a sip of tea, and said, "All three agencies have missing persons, who are very likely spies helping the rebels smuggle gunpowder. What do you all think about this?" Chen Fu Yin said, "My office has sent people to investigate, and the families of the 9 dead are still in the capital, unaware that their loved ones are missing. We speculate that the 9 people did not run away, but were silenced." An official from the Ministry of Justice said, "There must still be spies hiding in the 3 agencies. Those who are more deeply involved are the ones who were killed to clean up the mess." Eunuch Lu frowned and thought. Xu Qian listened silently beside him, since he had stayed to participate in the meeting. Arresting the others was no longer very meaningful. Just by listening to the officials' discussions, he could find out the information he wanted to know. Captain Lu spoke up, "It's not just the Dali Temple and the Ministry of Rights, but also the Ministry of Works that has spies. I have investigated their backgrounds and social connections. With their abilities, they couldn't have secretly transported so much gunpowder from the factory. So there must be someone in the Ministry of Works who is helping them, and it must be a high-ranking official. Gunpowder is an extremely important strategic material, and the precautionary measures are very strict. Without the help of a high-ranking official in the Ministry of Works, this would not have been possible." Everyone nodded in agreement. The reasoning was clear and logical. A eunuch next to Lu Qing was taking notes, as if he was making a transcript of the conversations, to be submitted to Emperor Yuan Jing. It was no wonder that the officials from the Ministry of Justice and the Jin Zhao Mansion spoke without reservation. The emperor's level of concern for this case was even greater than for the silver tax case. This was also a case related to the secret beneath Tongbo Lake. I don't know what was sealed, but it must be something extremely important and dangerous. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been sealed under Tongbo Lake. At this moment, Captain Lu looked at Xu Qian. "Master Xu, don't stay silent anymore as the chief investigator. What have you all discovered?" The officials from the Ministry of Justice thought that Lu Qing was making things difficult for the Dakan Ren. They waited smugly to see, but unexpectedly, the eunuch's attitude was serious, and he listened to Lu Qing's reminder. "Have you forgotten? Xu Qian was the one who solved the silver tax case." Everyone was surprised when they heard this, and they thought of Xu Qian again. No wonder the name sounded familiar. So he was the one who turned the tide, and solved the mystery of the counterfeit money in the silver tax case. No wonder the emperor appointed him as the chief investigator. At first, Xu Qian didn't want to say anything, but when he saw the eunuch taking notes, he knew that it would definitely be submitted to the emperor, although it was a bit of a loss to reveal information to these dogs. But for the sake of the emperor, but the credit had been recorded on paper. So Xu Qian bowed his head and said, "Actually, there are some discoveries. Regarding Captain Lu's analysis, I have some questions. This morning, I went to investigate the scene at Tongbo Lake. To completely destroy the Yongjun Temple, a huge amount of gunpowder would be needed. Captain Lu has also investigated the scene. So I asked her, where is the problem?" Xu Qian continued, "The problem is, you just said that gunpowder is an extremely important strategic material for the imperial court. The security and precautionary measures are very strict. It would be very difficult to steal a large amount of gunpowder, let alone erase all traces of it. In your opinion, who is capable of doing that?" Lu Qing hesitated for a moment before saying, "Perhaps the minister or the 2 vice ministers of the Ministry of Works." Everyone was shocked, and even the eunuch who was taking notes stopped writing. Xu Qian nodded. If it was the minister and the 2 vice ministers, then everything makes sense. With their abilities, it would not be impossible to bribe or collude with people in the imperial court or the Dali Temple. But wouldn't that be too stupid? Lu Qing frowned. Xu Qian continued, "To steal such a large amount of gunpowder, no matter how well it is hidden, it would be difficult to avoid detection. I believe that those who can become ministers, vice ministers would not be so stupid." Lu Qing nodded. "So, apart from the Ministry of Works, where else could provide such a large amount of gunpowder?" Xu Qian said, "Is it possible that the gunpowder was transported in from outside? Outside the city is fine, but inside the city, an entry tax must be paid, and soldiers will check the itinerary. As for the imperial city, it is even more impossible. Such a conspicuous thing as gunpowder could not possibly pass through, unless what was transported in were only raw materials, not gunpowder." Speaking of which, a flash of lightning struck Xu Qian's mind. Among the raw materials for making gunpowder, sulfur and charcoal are not rare. Especially in winter, there is a large amount of charcoal in the capital, but saltpeter is strictly controlled by the Dafeng Bureau. He stared at Lu Qing, the saltpeter mine. Lu Qing was stunned for a moment before she came to her senses, and exclaimed, "Ah, the saltpeter mine on the other side." Song Tingfeng and Zhu Guanghu looked at each other, their expressions changing. The four of them had once explored the Da Huang mountain together, and discovered the saltpeter mine there. Lu Qing regained her composure, and continued, "If it really is the demon's plot, then what about those who have been missing for a long time?" Shu Qian said slowly, "In order to attract our attention, and create an opportunity to escape from the capital, they made us think that the gunpowder from the Ministry of Works was a plot by a traitor in the court. In this way, the focus of the investigation would shift to the Ministry of Works, the Ministry of Rites, and the Dali Temple eunuch Lu, and the officials frowned, realizing that they were not following the conversation between the two. At this time, Shu Qian shook his head, but there is still one question that has not been solved. How did they transport the gunpowder to Tongbo Lake? Lu Qing said, "It's very simple. The 9 missing people were either bribed or threatened, and I am inclined to believe the former." Shu Qian pondered. The demons were able to transport the gunpowder to Tongbo Lake, so they must have had accomplices. If they didn't have an insider in the court, they wouldn't have been able to do that. First of all, why did the demons want to destroy Tongbo Lake? To be more precise, they are targeting something that is sealed under the lake. What good would that do them? At this time, Lu Qing interrupted his train of thought. She noticed a detail. Among the 9 missing people, there were 3 palace servants, 3 from the Lu division, and 3 from the Dali temple. How did they manage to deceive their accomplices and transport the gunpowder here? Shu Qian pondered. You mean that with only 3 people, they couldn't have tricked their accomplices into smuggling the gunpowder? That's right. Why deliberately divide the 9 people like that? If all 9 were from the Ministry of Rites and the Dali temple, or all were palace servants, Shu Qian continued, so among those who helped them, there must be someone else, and that person must be able to enter and leave the imperial city freely, or be able to bring gunpowder into it. Speaking of this, Shu Qian and Lu Qing looked at each other, recalling a previous case. The case of the Jinwu guards. The case occurred the day before the ancestral ceremony, and it was also directly investigated by the 2 of them. The Jinwu guard was gagged before he could tell his wife of his intention to leave the capital with his family. He was in office just before he died. Shu Qian suddenly realized, the demons drove the people of Da Huang mountain away in order to collect saltpeter there, and use it to make gunpowder to destroy the Yongjun temple, and break the seal under Tongbo Lake. They used gunpowder because they couldn't infiltrate the palace. But gunpowder can, as long as it is cleverly smuggled in. Whether it is the Thai Heavenly Observatory, the national religion master, or the Forbidden Army, they can all sense the intrusion of a strong person, but they can't detect gunpowder. An inanimate object. The Jinwu guard was just a petty official, and was not capable of deceiving his superiors and bringing gunpowder into the imperial city. He was just a pawn, and the mastermind was his superior. It was that person who killed the Jinwu guard to cover up the clues. Shu Qian really didn't know what to say. The demon's plot is really complicated, layer upon layer. Now we just need to arrest the Jinwu guard's superior and interrogate him, and everything will be clear. Shu Qian quickly targeted a suspicious character. At this time, Shu Qian asked for leave because he had something to do at the Ministry of Works. After leaving, Shu Qian ordered, "Da Kanren, follow me." The officials in the room were not fools, even though Shu Qian pretended to be normal. But his expression and the content of his conversation with Lu Qing had changed a lot. Although they only understood half of it, they guessed that Shu Qian had found an important clue. Captain Lu urged Shu Qian, "Have you found anything? Has there been any progress in the case?" But Lu Qing remained silent, thinking to herself, although I think highly of Shu Qian, we don't know each other well. We're not husband and wife or anything. It's already very chivalrous of him to have dragged this out for so long. At this time, Yang Feng asked, "Master Shu, where are we going?" Shu Qian did not hold back, and said bluntly that they were going to arrest the criminal. Yang Feng looked at him in surprise. Not understanding, Shu Qian frowned. Why hasn't that boss come back yet? It took him half the morning to invite someone. Or did he run into some trouble as soon as he left the Ministry of Justice? He saw a yellow horse galloping towards him. It was Li Yuxuan and Chu Taiwei. Li Yuxuan explained, "Taiwei is no longer at the Tai Heavenly Observatory. She has entered the palace. I waited a long time before I met her at the gate of the imperial city." Shu Qian greeted her enthusiastically, "Long time no see. You're getting more and more beautiful." Chu Taiwei's round and lovely face broke into a sweet smile. About to say something, but remembering her status and the presence of the Da Kanren, she frowned and let out a cry. Shu Qian said succinctly, "Yang Feng, Take my gold token to the east gate of the imperial city and arrest Chu Baihu. The rest of you follow me to the Chu residence to arrest him. There is a reason for this arrangement. It is not known whether Chu Baihu is on duty today, so we should split up. It is not easy to cause a conflict in the imperial city, nor would anyone dare to, but it is not easy to arrest someone either. One must have a gold token to be allowed to enter and leave. Therefore, only one yinla is enough. As for raiding Chu Baihu's house to arrest him, it is very likely that he will desperately resist. Shu Qian's combat effectiveness has been severely reduced after using the heaven and earth first saber slash, so he needs 2 yinla by his side. On one side, Lu Qing was reporting the situation to eunuch Lu and the others. If it is not unexpected, the demons are very likely to be involved behind this incident. The words caused the officials' expressions to change. One person asked uncertainly, "Do you have any evidence?" Lu Qing said, "A few days ago, this subject and Master Shu investigated the case of the people of Da Huang Mountain being devoured by magical beasts in Taikong County. At the end of the year, a monster appeared at the foot of the mountain, devouring hundreds of local people. This subject and Master Shu handled the case together. At Da Huang Mountain, we discovered a saltpeter mine that had been completely mined." Lu Qing recounted the details of the case to everyone. This is a great way to kill time, because without talking nonsense, everyone still listened attentively. Not in a hurry, Lu Qing continued. Therefore, when discussing with Master Shu, we analyzed and discovered that the gunpowder may not have come from the palace, but may be related to the saltpeter of Da Huang Mountain. The officials of the Ministry of Justice and the prefect of the capital changed their expressions and became serious. The western demons are composed of many tribes. In the south there is the 10,000 demon kingdom, which was destroyed in the Battle of Jiazi. The remnants still linger on. The western demons allied with the tribes of the north against the Great Phoenix and the western regions. Behind the saltpeter mine, which demon force will it be? Eunuch Lu looked at the prefect of the capital, who nodded. Indeed, there is such a thing. A few days ago, the Ministry of Justice also received the case, and Captain Lu was in charge. Eunuch Lu's expression darkened. If we could have discovered the unstable saltpeter mine earlier, we might have avoided the monster devouring people at the end of the year. Why was the incident covered up until now? Lu Qing was about to complain about the irresponsibility of the magistrate of Taikong County, but was interrupted by the prefect of the capital with a look. The prefect of the capital sighed. The power of the magical beast is too great. The county magistrate is helpless. Eunuch Lu said coldly, "We will honestly report to His Majesty." Minister Sun glanced at Lu Qing. What is Shu Qian doing? He seemed to realize that Lu Qing was trying to stall for time. Trying to change the subject, Eunuch Lu replied, "Even if the demons have obtained gunpowder, how could they have deceived the guards of the Great Phoenix, and brought the gunpowder into Lake Tangbo?" Lu Qing smiled to herself, thinking, "Fortunately, I was worried about how to drag this out." She lowered her head. This matter is related to another case. Everyone was surprised. Is the explosion of Lake Tangbo related to other events? Lu Qing explained. The day before His Majesty's sacrificial ceremony, a minor official of the Jinwu Guard died unexpectedly in his home. It was also the case that Master Shu and I handled. At that time, Master Shu had guessed that he had been silenced. But at that time, we did not connect this case with the saltpeter mine. The Jinwu Guard was killed to cover up the smuggling of gunpowder into Lake Tangbo. Everyone is very intelligent, and must have understood immediately without further explanation. The officials of the Ministry of Justice and some officials in the palace stood up abruptly. Lu Qing said, "Just now, thanks to deduction, Master Shu has come to a conclusion and left in a hurry." Minister Sun ordered, "Quickly go and arrest all the superiors of the Jinwu Guard." Everyone stood up together, crowding each other to run out of the palace, even knocking over chairs. The investigation is so clear at this point. Catching a spy within the Jinwu Guard is a great achievement. Eunuch Lu reached out his hand, and the eunuch immediately brought him a book. He read the contents carefully, and the first 2 pages were a debate between the Ministry of Justice and the Jin Yao Palace. The content was rather dry, and it was not until Shu Qian joined that the case began to become clear. The speed of progress was so fast that it surprised Eunuch Lu. In the normal course of events, to link the 2 cases of the Da Huang Mountain saltpeter mine and the minor official of the Jinwu Guard, it would take at least 2 or 3 days. Looking at it this way, His Majesty's decision to appoint Shu Qian as the chief investigator was indeed correct. Eunuch Lu said, "Little Yun Zi, from this month onwards, you will stay in the Jin Yao Palace, supervise their investigation, and report the situation to me in a timely manner, and record the meetings." The eunuch in charge of recording replied, "Yes." At the Chu residence, Song Tingfeng, following Shu Qian's instructions. Led everyone to the door. He knocked on the door loudly. From inside came an old voice, "Centurion, the master is ill, and cannot receive guests, please return." Song Tingfeng continued to knock on the door, but there was silence inside. He kicked hard at the ironwood door, and there was a loud bang as the door shattered. An old man in a blue shirt was hiding in the distance, frightened, staring at the uninvited guests. Shu Qian and Chu Taiwei stayed behind to guard the door. The rest of them, together with Yang Feng, went inside. Chu Taiwei looked at him. "You are the chief investigator. Why don't you charge ahead?" Shu Qian laughed. "When we fought at the Shanhai Pass, did you see His Majesty charging into battle?" Chu Taiwei was speechless, knowing that his logic was flawed, but could not refute it. Shu Qian looked disappointed. "I was going to give you a great strength pill." "Forget it." Chu Taiwei was embarrassed. "Of course it's to replenish your qi and blood. Your pale face shows that you are exhausted." Shu Qian nudged her elbow. "Give me one. I'll invite you to dinner tonight." Hearing about dinner, Chu Taiwei was excited and searched her pocket for the medicine bottle. She handed him a bottle. "This should be enough for a while." Shu Qian really liked girls with such a heroic spirit. He walked inside, and at the same time swallowed a brown pill from the porcelain bottle. But the pill had a strange smell, and after chewing it a few times, it became spicy. Shu Qian swallowed it with difficulty, and a few seconds later, he felt a warmth in his stomach, and a sense of comfort. The feeling of exhaustion was also somewhat relieved. He said to Chu Taiwei, "First of all, I must say that this condition is a side effect of my ability. It does not mean that I am like Nguyen Shao. Chu Taiwei was confused. "What is Nguyen Shao?" Chu Qian replied, "It's not a good thing." At this time, Yang Feng and Li Yuxuan came out, and reported, no one was found, and the house had been cleaned up. Song Tingfeng dragged the old man out, and put a knife to his neck. "Where is Centurion Chu?" The old man trembled. "Master, the mistress." The young master and the young mistress went out of the city to visit relatives. Song Tingfeng gritted his teeth. "Then why did you say that he was sick?" The old man was frightened. "Master ordered me to say so. So I did." Shu Qian asked, "When did they leave?" The old man swallowed his saliva. "One day after His Majesty's sacrifice. I don't know what crime the master has committed." Shu Qian signaled to Song Tingfeng to let him go, and then led everyone to search the house. Apart from some valuable antiques and paintings that had been taken away, everything else in the mansion was intact. Li Yuxuan said, "Centurion Chu has escaped." Shu Qian looked at Chu Taiwei. "It's too early to say that now." Chu Taiwei suddenly understood what he meant, and climbed onto the roof. She opened her bright eyes under the moonlight, and scanned every corner of the Chu mansion. Her purpose was not to find people, but to look for something else. Focus on the garden and the backyard. A few minutes later, Chu Taiwei came down from the roof, and shook her head. "There are no hidden corpses. There is no one dead here either. Or maybe it was hidden using special methods." Shu Qian sighed. "No need. Whether he is dead or has escaped, the clues are broken. But it is probably that he escaped, because people in the mansion saw Centurion Chu leading his family out of the capital with their own eyes." Yingjia went to investigate and hurriedly exclaimed, "After the emperor's sacrifice, Centurion Chu asked for a long leave." Everyone was sad and disappointed. Chu Taiwei looked at Shu Qian's expression, and suddenly felt worried for him. Just after leaving the Chu residence for a while, people from the Ministry of Justice and the Jin Yao Palace arrived, and summoned the Chu family's servants for questioning. They just learned that the Jin Yao Palace had just been raided, and that Centurion Chu had escaped from the capital long ago. Both sides felt complicated, not knowing whether to be happy or regretful. In the palace, eunuch Lu hurried back before the city gates closed. With the help of his subordinates, he changed his clothes, and prepared to sit down and rest. Suddenly, a little eunuch ran over, and whispered, "Father, the emperor has summoned you." Eunuch Lu took a sip of tea, and sighed. I know he called his son to prepare his clothes, and then went out the door. Suddenly he thought of something, and told his son to bring him the notebook that he had brought back today. Not long after, eunuch Lu was brought to see Emperor Yuan Jing. The emperor held the book and said, "LV wrong. I ordered you to supervise the case. It has been a whole day. Have you made any progress?" Eunuch Lu understood the emperor's mood. He had served in the palace for decades, and knew Emperor Yuan Jing's personality. The more the emperor acted like this, the more frustrated he was inside. Asking about the progress of the case was just an excuse. Emperor Yuan Jing wanted to vent his anger. Eunuch Lu immediately took out his notebook. "This servant will summarize the situation today and present it to your majesty." Emperor Yuan Jing's personal eunuch came over, took the notebook and respectfully handed it to the emperor. Emperor Yuan Jing took it and read the contents carefully. After reading for a while, Emperor Yuan Jing's eyebrows raised. He muttered, "All nonsense. The Ministry of Justice and the Jin Yao Palace are becoming more and more useless. What about the night watchman?" Eunuch Lu lowered his head. "It's in the latter part." Her Majesty Emperor Yuan Jing raised his eyebrows, and took the notebook back to continue reading. After reading it, he changed his posture from lying on his side to sitting upright. The two eunuchs beside him held their breath. Afraid of disturbing the emperor, Eunuch Lu was sweating on his forehead, anxiously waiting a long while later. Emperor Yuan Jing put down the notebook and ordered, "Pass on the order to remove the magistrate of Taikong County from his post, and imprison him in jail to await execution in the autumn of next year. Promote LV Qing to the 6th grade chief constable." Eunuch Lu was secretly glad that the emperor did not mention Shu Qian. Because Shu Qian was a criminal, the reward would be saved for the end. The reward for him was his life. Eunuch Lu left the Jingxin palace with a sense of relief. He said nothing, and led the eunuch back to his residence. Only then did he dare to breathe a sigh of relief, but based on the emperor's reaction, the latter part would definitely please him. It seemed that the emperor's gloomy mood was due to something else. In the Jingxin palace, Emperor Yuan Jing stood by the window, silent for a long while. Then he ordered the lifting of the martial law inside and outside the city. Shu Qian returned to the mansion tired. Shu Pingzi saw him and told the cook to serve dinner. Looking at his two uncles and handsome younger brother, Shu Qian was stunned seeing his nephew's expression. Shu Pingzi asked Ning Yan worriedly, "What's wrong with you?" Shu Qian took off his hat and whispered, "It's nothing, I just suddenly wanted to drink." He was alone in this world. No phone, no computer, no internet, no Japanese adult films. Every day he lived in the night under candlelight or greasy oil lamps. To go to the toilet, he had to lift his clothes high to go. Occasionally he dreamed of returning to his previous life, and when he woke up, he would smile to himself and then stare blankly at the wooden ceiling. Shu Qian kept drinking, not because he missed his old life, but because of the words that flashed into his mind, heartless and abiding. The absence of fragrance in this world. There was always someone waiting for him to come home at night. Someone at home would warm up dinner for him. No matter how tired, helpless, or lonely he was outside when he got home, he knew he was not alone. After eating, Shu Qian sighed. The Hutang silver mine exploded, and the emperor sent me to investigate. It's my chance to redeem myself. Shu Pingzi nodded, "I know. But this matter is not up to you to decide." Shu Qian said helplessly, "I know. I'm only responsible for the investigation, not for the prosecution, but I have to at least try. Otherwise, I can only run away. I hope this won't implicate you guys. I didn't commit any major crimes." Shu Qian's hands under the table were clenched. Creaking, he had never thought that he would die young. But if he couldn't solve the case, running away would be inevitable. Unfortunately, he had just found a sense of belonging in a home, but he might have to give it up soon. Shu Qian's crime was assaulting a superior. Although it was a capital crime, it was far from being serious enough to implicate his family. In the Great Phoenix, implication was a very serious crime. Ordinary people were not qualified to be implicated. To be prosecuted as a whole clan, the following conditions must be met: treason, causing great damage to the country, causing great damage to the royal family, and finally, causing disaster to the country. Previously, Shu Pingji's case fell under Article 2, embezzling a large amount of tax money, causing great losses to the national treasury. But that was not a common occurrence. Usually, only the opportunistic and greedy officials in the court, and the nouveau riche were easily prosecuted as a whole clan for minor reasons. Therefore, implication was also known as the privilege of the nobility. As for Shu Qian, the maximum penalty he could receive was the death penalty. Running away was a crime of fleeing prosecution. It had nothing to do with his uncles and aunts. Shu Erlang nodded with satisfaction. "Very good. You're thinking clearly. Your character is much better than before." Shu Xinian also breathed a sigh of relief. "If it really doesn't work out, brother, go to Yunzhou." Shu Qian was surprised, but Yunzhou is full of bandits. Shu Erlang said, "It's precisely because that place is dangerous that it's the most difficult for the court to control. Even if you're wanted, you'll be safe there. If you're more ruthless, you can become a bandit. With your martial arts and influence, you'll seize power easily. Many criminals wanted by the court, and martial arts masters like to gather in Yunzhou." Shu Qian thought about it. That makes sense compared to other places. Hiding in Yunzhou is safer. The more chaotic a place is, the safer it is. Suddenly, he had an idea. If I were Zhu Baihu, where would I hide? The demons exploded Hu Tang Lake in order to fulfill the crime of implicating the whole clan. No matter where I hide, it won't be safe. There are only two choices: leave the Great Phoenix, or hide in Yunzhou. Shu Qian excitedly patted Shu Xinian on the shoulder. that's right.
But Shu Pingzi said angrily, you can't go to Yunzhou.
Shu Qian was surprised. Why? Second uncle Shu Erlang said sternly, what are you going there for? To become a bandit. The court sends troops to suppress them every year. If in the future you're the one who's sent to quell them, what will you do? Have you forgotten your promise from the other day? The two brothers looked at each other. What promise? Shu Qian suddenly remembered the nonsense promise he had made to Shu Ku before. He didn't expect that both brothers would remember that joking promise. It turned out that both of them took that promise to heart. Shu Qian obeyed. I understand. If not Yunzhou, then I'll go to the western regions. The princesses of the western regions are beautiful and passionate. At this time, Shu Lingyue brought in a bowl of hot milk. Big brother, drink a bowl of milk to replenish yourself. Shu Erlang added, this is fresh milk that Lingyue bought this morning. Shu Xinyan said that Lingyan had already secretly drunk 2 bowls, and was beaten by her sister. Shu Qian took the bowl of milk and smelled it, almost vomiting. The fresh milk at this time was like this. No blending, pure. Only heated to sterilize, but the taste was too rich. Really hard to drink. Why don't we try to improve the method of making milk? Make a fortune with the exclusive secret recipe. Oh no, we don't know how to get rid of this smell at all. My teachers didn't teach me that. I remember when I was in junior high school, my parents sent me milk, but I didn't drink it. Every day I put it in a bag and gave it to the goddess. I thought it was love, until I grew up and found out that she had loved someone else for a long time. Not good. It started to drizzle, soaking the dry branches and the yard. Shu Qian took an umbrella and walked back to his room after a full meal. He lit the lamp and opened the window. It was already dark outside. The cold and windy rainy night was sad. Shu Qian felt the mood of a poet when writing a poem. In his heart, he was also missing someone. I don't know how long it took before Shu Qian was able to escape from that confused state of mind. People can't always be immersed in their own world. There is still much to be done. He took out the Earth Book and entered the information about the imperial city, and there was news. A message was sent. The first response: Emperor Yuanjing was assassinated. Shu Qian felt a toothache. Hey, brother, why do you keep mentioning that Emperor Yuanjing passed away? Did the emperor eat your portion, or steal your money? Jin Lian said, yesterday, both inside and outside the city were closed off. The people were forbidden from entering or leaving. I guess there must be something going on. Number 1's habit of making assumptions is really disgusting. Number 1 said, Hutang Lake has been destroyed, and Yangjun Temple has been leveled. It's not clear whether the thing sealed under the lake is still there. Number 2, what Hutang Lake was blown up, and Yangjun Temple was destroyed. Number 1, you're not joking, are you? Number 4, Number 3, you wanted to talk about this, didn't you? Shu Qian calmly replied, that's right. Hutang Lake was destroyed, and Yangjun Temple was leveled. It's not clear what was sealed. Jin Lian was stunned. It's hard to believe. Is there any clue about this? Number 1 Shu Qian immediately noticed something unusual. Jin Lian, it's strange, I'm a member of the Dekangren, but he asked Number 1 directly. This shows that the probability of Number 1 knowing the secret clue is higher than mine. Number 1 replied, the case has been handed over to the government office, and is being handled by the Ministry of Justice and the Dekangren. I don't know the details. Everyone in the group was disappointed that even someone as high-ranking as Number 1 didn't know, let alone Number 3. But Shu Qian said, that's good. Through some channels, we have learned a lot of secrets. We have a general idea of the progress of the case. Everyone was stunned. Number 5 asked, Number 3, your network is so wide. Number 1 doesn't even know, but you guys have the information. So what is your status in the academy? Shu Qian calmly said, of course I have my own way. Shu Qian understood that the importance of being ambiguous was to make intelligent people think more. They would doubt Number 3's ordinary identity, and at the same time, they would also doubt that Number 3 had another identity. In the absence of evidence, they would think more and more wildly. Apart from Number 1, who is difficult to deceive, we and Number 1 have no conflict at present. Moreover, we have also learned something about his identity. At least it can be limited to a certain range. Shu Qian continued to type. So what did you guys use to exchange for my information? Seeing this sentence, everyone felt strange. It felt like they owed more and more. Number 4 sighed, I'm just practicing. I don't have any valuable information. I'll owe you first. Number 2 also said, I'm busy tracking down the bandits. I'll pay you back after I find out the force behind the camps in Yunzhou. Number 5 said, I have an important piece of information, but it will reveal my identity. Number 4 said, you're from southern Xinjiang, aren't you? Number 1 added, probably a noble of an ancient clan in southern Xinjiang. Number 2 said, it seems that you are quite warlike. Number 5 panicked, How do you guys know everything? Shu Qian thought to himself, it's too obvious. You are familiar with the history of the 10,000 Demons Kingdom. You call yourself an old woman, and you once revealed that your father is of high status. In Shu Qian's heart, he judged number 5 to be not very intelligent, at the same level as Chu Tai Wei. He redefined the members of the group. Number 1 was a spy in the imperial court. Number 2 was a great filial son, but very intelligent. He had tested himself in the sacrificial ceremony. Number 4 was an acquaintance of Emperor Renzong, who had once been an official but was now wandering the world. Number 5 was a girl from southern Xinjiang, of an ancient lineage. Number 6 was a great monk, with a very high level of strength. Number 7 had already escaped. The fragments of the military strategy were in number 2's hands. The relationship between number 2 and number 7 was unusual. Number 8 had been in hiding for a while. Number 9 is the initiator of the Heaven and Earth Society, Jin Lian, the old stubborn man. Number 5 was silent for a while, then sent a message. Alright, I'm a genuine person from southern Xinjiang. Understand clearly, I have an important piece of news to tell you. The ancient god has gradually recovered. Shu Qian was shocked. The ancient god is a supreme being, founder of the economic system. Number 5 continued, yesterday, the ancient god's aura rose from the chrysanthemum garden. All the low-level vertebrates raised in the tribe went berserk, and the high-level vertebrates attacked the tribe. My pet also lost control. According to my father, after thousands of years, the ancient god has finally awakened. But this is not good news. Number 2 asked, isn't it good news? Number 5 explained, the ancient god is the source of chaos. His instinct is to devour and reproduce. If he awakens, all the creatures in southern Xinjiang will become his mates and food. He will turn the entire 9 provinces into a world where only he exists. That's why our tribe is gathering forces. And we plan to go to the Valley of Origin in a few days to see what's going on. Shu Qian was shocked. Is there any more bad news? Why is the ancient god such a creature? Jin Lian said, it's really shocking news. Shu Qian asked, Old Taoist, was the ancient god sealed and put into a deep sleep? Jin Lian replied, I don't know. The ancient god has existed since ancient times, when humans didn't know how to write. You can ask number 5. However, just the fact that the ancient god has awakened, the value of the information far exceeds the case of the Tangbo Lake. Shu Qian was not convinced. The value far exceeds my case. Number 5 said, Number 3, if you want to know more details about the ancient god, you can exchange with me. What do you want in exchange for the information? My elder brother has not yet married. I heard that the princess of Zhenbei of your country is the number 1 beauty in the world. I want her to be my sister-in-law. Shu Qian thought to himself, what the hell are you thinking? If I had the ability, I would have married her myself. Why would I give such a beauty to you? He replied, a princess is not enough. The eldest princess and the national teacher of the Great Phoenix are also very beautiful. I'll just pack them all up and send them to you. Number 5 smiled like a flower. That's great, that's great. Number 1 interjected, if you're only going to talk about nonsense, then I'm going to bed. You two can continue your conversation. Number 5 hurriedly said, don't go. I also want to know about the Tangbo Lake case. Number 5 said, I only know that the ancient god is the origin of the ancient masters, the source of all kinds of ancient insects such as ancient qi, ancient monsters in the world. I don't know any more details. Shu Qian thought carefully and then began to share the information he had about the case. It is possible that the thing sealed under Tangbo Lake is related to the demon race. The imperial court has initially determined that the force that destroyed the lake could be the demon race, but it is not clear whether it is the northern demon race or the remnants of the 10,000 demons. Everyone in the Heaven and Earth Society is confused. Why is it related to the demon race? Why did they destroy the thing sealed under the lake? The secret behind the case is definitely not simple. To decipher it all, we must find out what the sealed object is. Shu Qian did not reveal any information, causing the members of the Heaven and Earth Society to doubt his identity. Because there were many officials in that meeting who were former students of the Yunlu Academy, the source of the information was not necessarily the beggar gang. Number 1 denied, impossible. Tangbo Lake is heavily guarded. Even a master cannot infiltrate it. How could the demon race have destroyed the lake? And where did they get the explosives? Shu Qian replied, the imperial court has investigated. A deposit of pyroxene was once discovered on Mount Taiwang in Taikong County, but the mine has been exhausted, and the demon race was the one who mined it. Number 1 said, your source is unreliable. Moreover, the demon race's spy has been found. It is Chu Shihong, the 100-man commander of the Jinwu Guard, but he has fled with his family. Number 1 doubted. Then the clue is broken. Shu Qian, not necessarily the imperial court will definitely issue a wanted order soon. 100-man Commander Chu will either leave the Great Phoenix or hide in a safe place. Where do you think he will hide? Number 2 spoke first. Do we need to ask? It must be Yunzhou. Shu Qian smiled slyly. No one in the Heaven and Earth Society understands Yunzhou better than number 2. Your purpose is to lead the story, with number 2's help, to see if you can catch 100-man Commander Chu in Yunzhou. According to the character you're playing, you should not be so concerned about such a fugitive. Number 1 said, Number 2, you have great influence in Yunzhou. Can you help me keep an eye out for 100-man Commander Chu? Shu Qian was excited. That's great. In number 1's eyes, number 2 is more trustworthy than the imperial court. But number 2 flatly refused. I refuse to help you. Number 1 was silent. The chat group fell silent. These two seemed to have a conflict, but everyone did not intervene. Perhaps before I joined the group, they had a conflict. This is not good.
If number 2 does not help, Yunzhou is too big.
How can I find 100-man Commander Chu? I have to convince both sides. In this way, I can help number 1 and collect the debt from number 2. Shu Qian sent a message. Number 2, you help me keep an eye out for 100-man Commander Chu, as repayment for the last time. As for number 1, I'm so sorry, you owe me another favor. How do you feel about this? Number 2 reluctantly said. Alright, I will help you keep an eye out. Yunzhou is my territory. I still have some influence as long as 100-man Commander Chu is still in Yunzhou. I will find him, I promise you. Number 2 is definitely not from the imperial court. Yunzhou has many bandits who openly oppose the imperial court. If he were an official, number 2 would not be so sure. He is not from the imperial court, but he is eager to hunt down bandits. Number 2 is truly chivalrous. A few minutes later, number 1 replied, all right. Everyone in the Heaven and Earth Society breathed a sigh of relief. The agreement was reached, and the conflict was resolved. Number 3 deserves to be called a scholar, as he was able to persuade both sides. Normally, number 1 and number 2 would have argued for a long time. Jin Lian said, thanks to number 3, the Heaven and Earth Society has taken a step forward. It's really curious. Ever since number 3 joined, the group has become much more active, and everyone shares more information. This is a welcome phenomenon for everyone. Number 4 said, so what did the demon race want to destroy that was sealed under the lake? It must have been done by the northern demon race. Historically, the Great Phoenix and the southern wasteland's 10,000 beast kingdom have not had any conflicts. Shu Qian thought, the northern demon race and the Great Phoenix are like fire and water. And the southern wasteland's 10,000 beast kingdom is sworn enemies with the western desert's Buddhist sect. I heard from the leader that recently, the northern demon race has been harassing the border, and it is possible that they are preparing for a new war. Therefore, it makes sense that the northern demon race would be secretly operating in the imperial capital. Number 5 asked, so what was sealed under the lake that would make the northern demon race scheme for so long? Shu Qian thought to himself, little girl, you have so many questions in your head. This uncle can't answer them, because I want to know too. Jin Lian said, no matter what, it must be something that will cause trouble for the Great Phoenix. I hope it will not affect the common people in the city. Shu Qian took the opportunity. I have inside information that the censor is sick. What do you think? There really is a magic formation under Tangbo Lake. I guess it was set up by the Imperial Observatory. Number 2 immediately denied. Impossible, a first-rank expert can't get sick. Number 5 also said a top-level master who stands at the pinnacle of the world cannot fall ill, especially if they are a mage within the magic system. That and silently pondered. Number 4 is really smart, thinking just like him. But why doesn't the supervisor want to get involved in this matter? What does this ambiguous attitude mean? He's supposed to protect the capital city. Number 1 said I can repay a part of the debt with information, even if its value is low. Number 3, do you want to hear it? That and angrily said low value? But you want to take advantage of me just to repay a past debt? That's outrageous. But the clue about Zhu Bok Ho has been cut off. I must find another breakthrough. That and sent a message with an indifferent attitude. Fine, go ahead and speak. I'll listen. A few minutes later, number 1 slowly said I've looked into the records of Lake Tangbak, and discovered an intriguing detail. The object sealed under the lake might be related to this matter. About 500 years ago, the crown prince at the time fell into the lake while boating and lost his memory. Not long after that, he drowned in Lake Tangbak. But also around 500 years ago, another major event occurred that is rarely recorded in the history books. The imperial court had to deal with it secretly at that time. I believe that number 3 has already remembered that incident. Shu Qian had a headache because this world did not have Google. I have not read any history books. How can I remember unexpectedly? Number 4 replied, Could it be the story of the usurpation of the throne? About 500 years ago, there was an uprising in the Great Phoenix dynasty. The leader of the rebel army was the king of the Pacifying Sea, who later became Emperor Wu Zong. Although Wu Zong always justified it as a legitimate conquest, the fact that he usurped the throne could not be concealed. But the later historians did not dare to write it directly. They only wrote it as the time of suppressing the rebellion. Number 5 asked, "What does this have to do with Tangbo Lake?" Shu Qian thought to himself, "This little girl is really stupid." Number 2 said, Number 1 suspects that the object sealed under the Yongjun temple is related to the royal family 500 years ago. Number 1 asked back, "Don't you find it strange? Why did the censor pretend to be sick?" Shu Qian shivered, and his back straightened up. Tangbo Lake seals an important figure of the royal family 500 years ago, related to the struggle for the throne. It is a taboo that the royal family does not want to mention. Only the current emperor knows about this. So the death of the crown prince back then was definitely not an accident. He was avenged because he was also a member of the royal family. The current emperor did not want to get involved. The northern demon race did this to sow chaos in the imperial capital, and even destabilize the imperial court. They wanted to take advantage of the opportunity to do their own things in the north. The water in Tangbo Lake is very deep. Or should we just run away? I feel that the risk of running away is lower than getting involved in this case. Shu Qian said, "Oh, I forgot one thing. There are some very interesting words carved on the seal under the lake. I think I should share them with you. Completely free of charge. I won't ask you what the words are, because that would be too stupid. Maybe it's just some kind of ancient script. If I ask, it will show that I don't understand and embarrass my fake persona." Shu Qian wrote 2 roundabout words on the jade path. Jin Lian looked at it and said, "This is the word, Buddha." Shu Qian pretended not to know. Number 5 asked, "Why is there the word, Buddha, on the seal under Tangbo Lake?" Number 4 said, "Theoretically, it shouldn't be there. It's such a secret that the royal family couldn't allow the Buddhist sect to participate." The other members were also puzzled. For a long time, no one spoke. Everyone had their own guesses. Shu Qian asked, "Has number 6 not spoken recently?" Jin Lian said, "It seems that number 6 is in trouble. He has left the longevity hall for several days. I will look for him." Shu Qian thought to himself, "Is this bald head always in trouble?" After a long time, Shu Qian was sure that the other members had all gone offline. These unruly people. Shu Qian lay on the bed, looking up at the dark ceiling and thinking, if a master of the former royal family is sealed under the lake, it will be very troublesome. If I know this secret, I will definitely be beheaded. But if the other party publicly starts the matter, or reveals my identity, I will not be afraid of being silenced. Wei Yuan once said that if someone else does the work of finding the sealed object, I don't need to intervene. My mission is to find the spy in the Tangbo Lake case. That's not right. Today, when discussing with Lu Qing in the conference room, we concluded that the 9 missing people could not hide forever. To secretly bring the explosives into the Yongjun temple, while Zhou Baihu is only a Jinwu guard, responsible for guarding, not for the sacrificial ceremony. That is to say, he had no chance to enter the Yongjun temple. Zhou Baihu is not the main culprit. His only task was to bring the explosives into the palace. The others were responsible for hiding them in the temple. There is a higher power behind him. The mastermind worked with the demon race to carry out the Tangbo Lake case, releasing the sealed object in the temple. Shu Qian sat up abruptly, clenching his fists in excitement. My real mission is to find that mastermind. At the foot of Nan'an City, civil and military officials gathered in small groups, chatting idly about their families. Recently, the emperor has been holding court frequently. He seems to be in a hurry. Everyone looked at each other and smiled. So who is involved? Who is involved? Of course, it has something to do with the leader of the Jingcheng Wuwu, who is the same age as the emperor. Of course, it is related to the person responsible for protecting the imperial city and the royal family. It is also related to the leader of the Daishanren. Wei Yuan. Wei Yuan is a special figure. No one in the court has more power than him, including the eunuchs beside the emperor. Wei Yuan alone is different. He is both the leader of the Daishanren mansion, and the imperial censor of the censorate. Both of these agencies have the power to supervise the officials. Emperor Yuanjing's intention is very clear. Wei Yuan is his sword. Whoever disobeys will be beheaded. Today, Emperor Yuanjing went to court, obviously because he was angry and wanted to vent his anger. Wei Yuan will definitely be the first to bear the brunt. The civil and military officials were eager to watch the tragedy. After the report, the Ministry of Justice interrupted last night. Someone broke into Tangbo Lake. destroyed the Yongjun Temple. It is a great shame to Da Feng. Wei Yuan is the leader of the Daishanren but failed to protect the imperial city. I ask your majesty to execute him to serve as a warning. Immediately, many officials who specialized in demanding lives jumped out to support. I beg your majesty to execute Wei Yuan to avenge the shame. The affairs in the court are like a market transaction, often exaggerating, demanding beheading, confiscation of property, no matter how big or small. Just beheading is enough if the emperor disagrees. They will reduce the demand from execution to exile. Then dismissal. It is absolutely not possible to demand dismissal at the beginning. The emperor must be given room to bargain. Otherwise, the emperor will think that you are not giving him a chance to bargain. Very dangerous. Emperor Yuanjing did not pay any attention to the destruction of the Yongjun Temple. The Daishanren failed to protect the security of the imperial city, and are responsible for this matter. But it cannot be denied that the Daishanren has always protected the security of the imperial family. Wei Yuan, you did a very good job. The officials immediately started talking loudly. How could this be? The emperor rejected the request to punish Wei Yuan, and even praised him. That Wei Yuan is really a bastard. At this moment, the emperor's close eunuch shouted, ordering the officials to be quiet. The officials were resentful but could not let Wei Yuan go. One person stepped forward and said, Shu Qian publicly murdered the guard at the gate of the Ministry of Justice. Contempt for the royal authority. I beg your majesty to punish him with the extermination of the 3 clans. Wei Yuan calmly stepped forward. Your majesty. The Ministry of Justice sent someone to obstruct the Daishanren's investigation. Obviously there is a conspiracy. I suspect that minister's son of the Ministry of Justice colluded with the saboteur of Tangbo Lake. I beg your majesty to imprison minister's son in the heavenly prison, and hand him over to me for interrogation. The 2 sides immediately engaged in a fierce verbal battle. Officials from other factions occasionally interjected to stir things up. The court fell into a fierce struggle between factions. After a while, Emperor Yuanjing saw that the officials had argued enough, and ordered the eunuch to ring the bell to restore order. Shu Qian originally committed a crime, and it is understandable that he acted impulsively. You should cooperate in the investigation instead of obstructing each other. If there is a next time, I will punish you severely. Wei Yuan breathed a sigh of relief, knowing that Shu Qian would be fine. But he did not expect that Emperor Yuanjing would personally defend Shu Qian. Emperor Yuanjing swept his sharp eyes across the court, and declared, from today onwards, officials of the 6th rank and above are not allowed to leave the capital without permission. At the Shu mansion, Shu Erlao said to Shu Qian, grandson, go and wake Ling Yin up. Her laziness has been ingrained in her since she was a child. It will be difficult to change when she grows up. Shu Qian suspected that he was just feeling that the dining table was too empty. The weather was getting colder, and his aunt and Ling Yu were still not up because they were wrapped up in their quilts. Shu Erlang went to teach without waiting for breakfast, so he returned to the Yun Lu Academy. Shu Qian then went into the inner courtyard, and knocked on Shu Ling Yin's door. A maid opened the door, both expectant and wary, and said coyly, Big brother, what do you want to do? Shu Qian said, I'm here to wake Ling Yin up, he said, and walked straight into the room. Shu Ling Yin was curled up in a thick quilt. Shu Qian slapped her hard on the buttocks, and woke her up. Her eyes opened, and she stammered, Big brother. Then she went back to sleep. Shu Qian was so angry that he wanted to bang his head against the wall. It seemed that he had to use his ultimate move. This morning there is braised lamb, marinated bear, deer tail, roast duck, domestic chicken, goose, boiled pork, boiled duck, stewed chicken. Ling Yin's mind was still asleep, but her body was eager to run out to eat breakfast. Shu Qian carried her out. Ling Yin rested her head on his shoulder, and continued to doze off. Shu Qian was annoyed and loving, and shook her awake. Don't sleep anymore, I'll sing you a song. Good bunny, open the door. When they reached the living room, Ling Yin stared at the steamed buns and tofu, and cried miserably, this is not the breakfast I want. Braised lamb, marinated bear, deer tail. Where is my roast duck? Shu Qian shook his head. Ling Yin cried loudly in anger, and raised her chin to give him a murderous look. Outside the imperial city, as Wei Yuan was leaving the Yian palace, someone called out to him, Lord Wei. Wait a moment. Before his promotion, Wei Yuan had worked in the palace, so he was very familiar with Eunuch Lu. Eunuch Lu secretly handed Wei Yuan a piece of paper. Lord Wei, please take a look at this for us. Wei Yuan understood, and replied, I will be in the palace soon to have a few drinks with you. Exiting the Meridian Gate, Wei Yuan got into his carriage. Yang Yan silently walked towards the yamen. Wei Yuan took out the piece of paper and read it. Before each imperial court session, Wei Yuan would imagine how the court would proceed, and then compare it with reality. He guessed correctly that the Tangbo Lake case would indeed become a point of attack for the opposition, but he did not expect things to be so simple. Nan Gong Tai Nu asked her father to look at something. Wei Yuan smiled. I thought I would be reprimanded by His Majesty today, but I didn't expect to pass the test so smoothly. Yang Yan was surprised. Pass the test smoothly. No one took the opportunity to attack the Yamen. Wei Yuan smiled and waved the crumpled paper. It's just an analysis of the case by the Ministry of Justice and the officials. It's worthless until I read the part about Shu Qi and being silenced, and discovering the Da Huang Shan Cinnabar mine, but still being suspected of colluding with the demons. The whole case became clear. Wei Yuan said with a smile, that brat is a good source of information for the case, and a talented person. Yang Yan's voice came from outside the carriage. You're lucky to have picked up such a good seedling. Nan Gong Tai Nu said, indeed, he is lucky to have picked up such a good seedling. At the Shu mansion, Shu Qian was studying documents. It is true that 500 years ago, Emperor Wu Zong usurped the throne. Apart from the founding emperor of the Great Phoenix dynasty, other information about the imperial family from 500 years ago is very vague. Perhaps it has been destroyed, only their names remain. But it can be confirmed that the person sealed under the lake is not the unfortunate emperor who was usurped. According to the theory of martial qi, before reaching the supreme realm, there is no immediate retribution, only consequences. And according to the records, the emperor who was usurped had a child when he was only 14 years old, so it couldn't be him at this moment. Shu Qian said, have me check all the experts of the third realm or above from 500 years ago. Don't miss anyone, he said, and reached out to take a fried fishball, but was met with a coquettish glare from Tai Wei. Shu Qian said, Miss Tai Wei, I suddenly remembered something. Shu Qian coughed dryly. Are the fried fishballs good? Tai Wei nodded. Very good. Shu Qian asked again. I want to eat. But not this one. Tai Wei was curious. Then what do you want to eat? Shu Qian smiled warmly. I want to watch you eat. Tai Wei's face flushed and her heart beat faster. She wanted to scold him, but she felt that the sentence was a bit ambiguous. Not vulgar obscenities, but something else entirely. She was confused and didn't know whether to be angry or not. Shu Qian cleverly changed the subject. Tai Wei, is there a way to hide one's aura from the Heavenly Records Bureau? Tai Wei replied, experts can all hide their auras. Relatively speaking, I am at the 7th realm, so I can deceive experts at the 5th, 6th realm. Shu Qian thought, I am at the 8th realm, so the experts who can deceive me must be at least the 6th realm, with copper skin and iron bones. He continued to ask, is there any other way? Tai Wei explained, there are also magic weapons. There are two types of magic weapons. One is made by the Heavenly Records Bureau from the Golden Wheel. The other is a random magic weapon, with mystical powers. For example, a 1,000-year-old tree struck by lightning can absorb the spiritual energy of the lightning, or the daily objects of a high-level expert, after many years of contact with their aura, also have divine powers. But this type is only effective for high-level powerhouses. That is to extend their special abilities. Shu Qian asked directly, is there any magic weapon in the capital that can hide one's aura? Tai Wei tilted her head and pondered. Our Heavenly Records Bureau has some, but for other places, I have to ask my senior brother Song. Shu Qian nodded. All right, I'll leave this to you. At this moment, a man walked in. My lord, the list of experts from 500 years ago has been compiled. Shu Qian skimmed through it. The official records will not directly state anyone's realm. We have to infer it from the achievements of the generals recorded in the history books. For example, the King of the North, who guarded the border for decades, and fought in hundreds of battles, must be an expert. The list is mostly of the 4th realm. There are very few of the 5th realm, and none of the 3rd realm, let alone the 2nd realm. The expert sealed under the lake must be at least of the 2nd realm. Otherwise, with the strength of the censor, there would be no need for the seal. Or is my reasoning wrong? The seal is not a person, but an object. Shu Qian suddenly understood, his breath quickening. The censor's duty is to protect the capital, and as the guardian deity of the Great Phoenix, at least in this life. So when he wanted to usurp the throne, Emperor Wu Zong must have defeated the censor. A bold conjecture appeared, causing Shu Qian to shudder. Shu Qian tried to keep his voice from trembling as he asked Tai Wei, is your master the 1st-generation censor? Tai Wei's answer made Shu Qian's blood run cold. No, my master was the 2nd-generation censor. Shu Qian swallowed his saliva and asked again, then how did the 1st-generation censor die? Tai Wei shook her head. I don't know. My master never mentioned her ancestors' past. Shu Qian shuddered, his conjecture making sense as to why only Emperor Yuan Jing knew this secret. It was no wonder that the censor was sick. It was no wonder that the northern demons had directed this play. Perhaps the object sealed under the lake was the first-generation censor. Shu Qian shuddered at the conjecture. If the first-generation censor broke free from the seal, the capital would be in chaos at this moment. Shu Qian had the idea of fleeing the capital. He had to run immediately. He had to take his uncle and aunt with him. If the first-generation censor escaped the seal, it would definitely cause chaos, because that was the first realm. At that time, the entire capital would become a living hell. But on second thought, Shu Qian gave up the idea of running away. Emperor Yuan Jing had him commit a crime and then atone for it. So Wei Yuan was responsible for keeping an eye on a criminal like him. If he ran away, Wei Yuan would be implicated. Most importantly, even if Shu Qian ran away, the ordinary people in the city could not. If a first realm battle were to take place in the capital, who knew how many lives would be taken? Human life was very important. Emperor Yuan Jing was protected by many experts in the palace. But what about the common people, the grievances between the first realm experts? He could not interfere. The only way now was to reveal the truth, so that those with the power could solve it. Shu Qian made up his mind immediately. I will not hide it from Wei Yuan anymore. Although I don't want to admit it, Wei Yuan really gives me a sense of security. He quickly went to the 7th floor. But Wei Yuan had spoken first. The progress of the case is good. But unfortunately, the clues have been broken. The court has ordered the arrest of Zhu Baihu. But it is obvious that it will be difficult to find him in half a month. So what is the next plan? Shu Qian thought for a moment and then said directly, I guess Zhu Baihu is just a link. There must be a greater force behind him. But there are no clues at the moment. The case is more complicated and troublesome than the silver tax case. Although the clues have been broken, Shu Qian has a direction for further investigation. One is to find out about the magic weapon that conceals the aura. The second is to filter out a list of people who are capable of supplying explosives to Tangbo Lake. But this method is time-consuming and labor-intensive, and there is no guarantee of results. Shu Qian asked, Lord Wei, what if I still can't find the truth in another half a month? Wei Yuan slowly put down his teacup, and said gently, at that time, I will arrange for you to fake your death and escape. You should wander the martial world. The intelligence network of the Yamen extends to the 13 prefectures and the various sects of the martial world.
It is impossible to hide a spy for long.
Your personality is not suitable for officialdom.
The martial world is your world.
In fact, if it weren't for the Tangbo Lake incident, you would have left the capital under my arrangement by now. Shu Qian was stunned at the thought of wandering the martial world. Wei Yuan said with a smile, be a sword in my hand, a secret sword that cannot be revealed. Do you feel dissatisfied? Your personality is soft on the outside and hard on the inside. A bit extreme. I both value you and dislike you. I am well aware of the many evils in the Yamen of the Dakenren. But human nature is inherently a mixture of light and darkness. People like Li Yu Chun are rare. If the entire Dakenren were like Li Yu Chun, we would not be able to control the officials of the court. Shu Qian frowned. Your subordinate understands that. So one's character needs to be tempered and warned frequently to maintain one's ambition. Are you too lenient with everyone? Wei Yuan explained gently. One must consider the timing. The negative atmosphere in the court has already formed. If we want to change it, we must follow the trend of the times and then break it step by step. And the road ahead is clear. That will be your real time to shine. Shu Qian thought about it and found Wei Yuan's words reasonable. Wei Yuan's meaning was to wait for the opportunity for him to defeat the opposition. That would be the time for him to truly flourish. Only then would he be able to concentrate on dealing with those filthy things. Wei Yuan said sternly, in officialdom, you are bound by rules, forced to follow the light. Otherwise, you will constantly hit a wall or have your edges worn away, losing all your courage. All of this is disadvantageous. But in the martial world, you are no longer bound. Whoever provokes you or blocks your way, just draw your sword and kill them. Act as you wish, without being hindered by rules or laws. That is the supreme principle, but many people lose their hearts in the process. Becoming heartless killers. You need to be aware of this. Shu Qian hesitated for a moment and then said, I don't want to wander the martial world yet. I want to try my best. He did not regret the power, but his family. He regretted his uncle, aunt, and younger sister. Just like in his previous life as a wage earner, his boss told him to go to another province to expand the market. To stay there for a long time. He said he didn't want to go. Wei Yuan did not force him, only smiled gently. Then you may leave. Shu Qian glanced at the two people beside him. Yang Yan and Nan Gong Tai Nu felt offended, but Shu Qian did not care. Only bowed his head. I ask Lord Wei to allow those two to leave. Nan Gong Chin Nu was resentful. He's chasing us out again. Despicable. Wei Yuan waved his hand, signaling the two to leave. Yang Yan was used to it. it, so he did not complain anymore, and left silently with Nan Gong Chin Nu. Only the two of them remained in the tea room. Wei Yuan poured tea for Shu Qian, and asked gently about the matter of the Heaven and Earth Society. Shu Qian nodded. I did receive news from a member of the Southern Xinjiang ancient tribe within the Heaven and Earth Society. Their number 5 is a member of the ancient tribe. He has a certain status within the organization. Yesterday, they sent a message through a secret letter that the ancient god in the abyss is showing signs of recovery. Wei Yuan seemed startled. In the past, the ancient god was controlled by the ancient tribe and the myriad demon nation. Now that the myriad demons have been destroyed, there are not many Buddhist masters left. If the ancient god really rises again, relying on the ancient tribe alone, I'm afraid it will be difficult to resist. As he spoke, his expression was filled with worry. He continued, the ancient god's resurrection, the decline of the Yun Lu Academy's qi. These are all ominous signs of what is to come. The tension between the factions is usually a sign of great chaos. Wei Yuan sighed. In recent years, Buddhism has become increasingly ambitious in expanding its influence. Shu Qian suddenly remembered that the reason Buddhism had destroyed the myriad demons was to spread its teachings. Wei Yuan said, how could it be for the sake of the people of the world? Then he asked, so what do you have to report to me? Shu Qian said solemnly, I have found out what is sealed under Tangbo Lake. This is a secret from 500 years ago. It will cause great disaster if we are not careful. With my own strength, I dare not hide it. Hearing this, Wei Yuan's eyes lit up. He asked, what is sealed? Shu Qian nodded. It's the first generation of the supervisor. Back then, Emperor Wu relied on the method of usurping the throne, but the first generation of the supervisor did not support Emperor Wu. After Emperor Wu ascended to the throne, there was no mention of the first generation of the supervisor in the history books. Wei Yuan listened and nodded. Your analysis is very reasonable. Shu Qian continued. Emperor Jing did not reveal anything about the incident, but the first generation of the supervisor was weaker, and they were in conflict with the current supervisor. If it were in the capital, he did not finish speaking, but Wei Yuan understood his meaning with his wisdom. Wei Yuan held the teacup and looked at the green patterns on it, and suddenly asked, have you felt any pain in your dantian lately? Shu Qian was startled. How did Wei Yuan know? Recently, when I have been cultivating my qi, I have felt a painful swelling in my dantian, as if there was a fire burning in my stomach. Wei Yuan nodded. Not bad. That shows that you have entered the entering the chamber with a lamp stage of qi cultivation. Later, the feeling of swelling and pain will spread to the middle dantian, and then the upper dantian. At that time, you will be able to enter the essence refining realm. I am not good at martial arts, but I have accumulated some experience, and I can guide you a little. When the feeling of swelling and pain moves to the middle dantian, I will send you a book about the essence refining realm. This way, you will quickly enter the essence refining realm. When you reach the essence refining realm, you must rebuild your body. Try to understand your own body, but that is a matter for the future. Shu Qian suddenly felt relieved. Thank you for your guidance, Lord Wei. I will cultivate diligently. To repay your kindness. Wei Yuan smiled. You are not a fool, but sometimes you are more foolish than a fool. Shu Qian thought to himself, I'm not a fool, but I have principles. I'm an idealist. Okay. He also felt sad that he was too far removed from this era. Wei Yuan looked at Shu Qian. There is one more thing I think you should know today. His Majesty has issued an edict to lift the city ban. Shu Qian was stunned, his entire expression showing disbelief. Emperor Jing's attitude is problematic. The first generation of the supervisor has escaped the seal, and the ones who will be most directly affected are the current supervisor and the royal family. In that situation, the normal thing to do would be to close the gates and quell the rebellion. What is the meaning of opening the city gates to show goodwill and peace to the first generation of the supervisor? Impossible. Even if Emperor Jing is useless, he is not so stupid. The current supervisor cannot agree with Emperor Jing's betrayal of the revolution. The old supervisor's attitude is also very strange. Shu Qian imagined the current supervisor and the disciples of the Heavenly Records Bureau. His ancestor was about to open the coffin and sit up. Shouldn't he bring his disciples with him, and then step on the coffin and say, my children, help me suppress this old man's coffin? But the supervisor feigned illness. There may be a deeper purpose behind this. For example, the first generation of the supervisor has been sealed for 500 years and is now weak, and is hiding somewhere to recuperate. The deliberate opening of the city gates is to lure the snake out of its hole, and then find a way to move the battle outside the capital. After leaving the Hao Gan Inn, Shu Qian smiled bitterly. This kid really has a lot of questions now. When he returned to the Spring Breeze Paradise, Shu Qian gathered everyone together and gave 3 instructions. First, Tai Wei at the Heavenly Stems Pavilion will research artifacts that can conceal one's aura. Second, Yang Feng and Min Shan, the two Silver Heralds, will continue to investigate the Ministry of Works production and use of gunpowder. Third, go to the government office to interrogate the county magistrate of Taikong. Li Yu Chun did not understand and asked, "Why do we need to interrogate the county magistrate of Taikong?" Shu Qian explained, "Don't you find it strange? How did the demon clan know that there was a lesser stone mine in the Great Emperor Mountain? Obviously, someone is colluding with them. The Great Emperor Mountain belongs to Taikong County. The county magistrate must have a problem." The three Crimson Guards stood respectfully at attention. Shu Tonglang has a lot of experience. There must be a reason for him to issue the golden token. The three of them parted ways in front of the Yamen, each going to carry out their mission. Shu Qian asked Leader Li, "Why didn't His Majesty summon the Heavenly Records Bureau mages and interrogate every official in the court?" Li Yu Chun looked at his former subordinate, who was now his superior. "You just said that Tai Wei should research artifacts that can conceal one's aura. A tree can be made into chopsticks, a person can be bribed. For small cases, it doesn't matter. But when it comes to the imperial court, we can't rely on the Heavenly Records Bureau's tongues." Emperor Jing is both suspicious and power-hungry. Shu Qian broke out in a cold sweat. Song Ting Feng saw an opportunity to interject, "Or are you very close to that Tai Wei from the Heavenly Records Bureau?" Shu Qian nodded. Song Ting Feng said, "I also have a friend. His health has been poor lately, so he wanted to ask for some medicine to replenish it." Shu Qian was silent as he joking with me, but he didn't expose him, just smiled and said, "Tell your friend to play less Crank the Arm at night." Li Yu Chun frowned in confusion. What is Crank the Arm? Shu Qian, Chu Guang Shao, and Song Ting Feng looked at each other and chuckled. At the Yun Lu Academy, the dean ended the lecture that had lasted for more than 2 hours, urging the students to work hard, to study hard. Then he waved his sleeve lightly, and disappeared from everyone's sight. The students were used to it and began to chat excitedly about the recent events in the capital. Shu Xin Nian was packing up his books and preparing to leave, when someone called out to him, "Brother Shu, let's go and enjoy the beautiful scenery together." Shu Xin Nian shook his head and turned back to admonish, "Young people should study hard. Don't let old age regret your slow learning." At this moment, another student said with malice, "Brother Shu is now in the body cultivation realm, different from us. He probably doesn't want to talk to us anymore." The one who spoke was Zhou Tuiji. The day before Song Ziyang went to Qinzhou, Zhou Tuiji had originally received his jade pendant, but was interrupted by Shu Xin Nian. Shu Erlao said coldly, "Don't falsely accuse innocent people. I've never been friends with you." Zhou Tuiji was angry. Shu Xin Nian, "Don't think that just because you took a step forward, you're superior." Shu Shuju said calmly, "I easily entered the body cultivation realm, so I'm proud of it. I met the princess and she noticed me. Am I proud of it? I'm about to ask my teacher about the realm. Am I proud of it?" The other students felt offended. Shu Erlang looked at Zhou Tuiji, and suddenly sneered. Zhou Tuiji glared at him angrily. "What are you laughing at?" Shu Qian said, "Some people's faces are as ugly as a miscarriage of justice." Zhou Tuiji was furious and wanted to rush forward to fight, but he was stopped by the others. Shu Xin Nian left proudly. He hadn't paid attention to them for a while, and thought he had grown up in terms of arguing. "I'm no match for you." The Taikong County magistrate was imprisoned in the dungeon of the Jingyao Palace. Shu Qian went to the government office with everyone, and ordered, "Listen to the order to interrogate the Taikong County magistrate." The steward asked, "Do you have an imperial decree?" Song Ting Feng shook his head. The steward immediately said fiercely, "Go back. How dare you drag out a criminal without an imperial decree? The Jingyao Palace is becoming more and more outrageous. We have to give way to you outside. But this is the Tiger's Den, and you want to interrogate people as you please." At this moment, the Vice Minister of Justice returned, and his expression changed when he saw this. "You bastard. How dare you obstruct the Jingyao Palace? Get lost." After scolding him, he immediately ordered someone to lead Shu Qian to the magistrate's prison. The steward was a little aggrieved. "Vice Minister, this is against the rules." The Vice Minister interrupted him, "It's not like that. Do you want to die?" The steward was stunned. "What do you mean, sir?" The Vice Minister said, "That man is Shu Qian, the murderer from Yuan Street. He's a madman. Do you want to die with him?" The steward was frightened. "Thank you, sir, for saving my life." Entering the dungeon of the government office, Shu Qian was a little emotional. He had lived here before and knew some prisoners like Jia Rui. Xiao Chang guided by the jailer. They arrived at the place where the Taikong County magistrate was being held. The jailer knocked on the iron bars with his stick. "My lord wants to interrogate you." The county magistrate was lying on a torn mat in a t-shirt, with his back to them, motionless, seeming not to hear Shu Qi and felt something was wrong. The jailer opened the door and angrily pulled the county magistrate. "Are you deaf? Can't you hear me calling you?" The county magistrate's body softened and rolled over. His pupils were dilated, and he had been dead for a long time. The jailer was so frightened that he fell to the ground, muttering, "He's dead, he's dead." Shu Qian sighed, "It's too late." The county magistrate was arrested last night, and he rushed over as soon as he received the news this morning, but it was still too late. The murderer was either someone in the prison, or someone who had been following the county magistrate. Otherwise, it would not have been possible to kill him in time. Shu Qian opened his eyelids and pried open his mouth, checked the county magistrate's tongue, then he took off his clothes, and examined the body. There were no signs of poisoning, no signs of struggle. The new bruises had not formed long ago. The time of death was no more than 5 hours. The cause of death is unknown. Shu Qian said, "Leave 2 people to guard the body. The rest of you, follow me to see the prefect. Someone died in prison, and the prefect must take responsibility." Quickly Shu Qian entered the inner hall to meet the prefect, Chen Han Guang. Shu Qian said directly, "I came to interrogate the Taikong County magistrate, but found that he had been killed in prison this morning. It must be a silencing." The prefect was shocked. "What? Killed?" The jailer led by Shu Qian trembled and confirmed, "My lord, this is true." Shu Qian explained, "My lord, you see, how did the demons know about the stone pepper mine in Dahuang Mountain? That place is just an ordinary mountain, and even the locals don't know that there is a stone pepper mine. How did the demons know?" Chen Han Guang looked at Shu Qian in disbelief. Shu Qian nodded, "I suspect that it is related to the Taikong County magistrate. I came to interrogate him today, but I didn't expect to be late. He had already been silenced. The clue to the case was broken. His Majesty ordered me to solve the case within half a month. I am really in a difficult situation." The prefect said with a bitter face, "Master Shu, the government office is willing to cooperate with you. The 3 divisions and the 6 ministries can all be mobilized." Shu Qian said, "Thank you for your generosity, Master Yin. It is unfortunate that the county magistrate died unjustly in prison." The prefect breathed a sigh of relief. No one cares about the death of a prisoner. But what if the prisoner is related to the Tangbo Lake? Especially at this time of investigation. If the matter is exposed, Chen Han Guang is afraid that he will be dismissed from office. As for Shu Qian, the person is already dead. Investigating Chen Han Guang is meaningless. It makes no difference whether he says it or not. Soon the results of the county magistrate's autopsy showed that he had died of natural causes. But the more there was nothing unusual, the more it proved that there was some dark magic. To be able to kill someone so silently and without leaving a trace, Shu Qian immediately thought of the yin-yang techniques of the Taoist sect. The yin-yang masters are also called Ji Yu Hun Shu, and can take people's lives while they are sleeping. First, rule out Taoist Jin Lian. He has nothing to do with Tangbo Lake, so that leaves only Ren Zong. Shu Qi rubbed his head in frustration. Why is Ren Zong involved again? Can I investigate Ren Zong? Besides, as the state preceptor, Ren Zong can strangle me to death with just a snap of his fingers. But it's not necessarily the Taoist sect. My knowledge of other sects is still limited, so I can't jump to conclusions. I will use the time while I still have the golden token to learn more about the secrets of the various sects. At this moment, Shu Qian found that Lu Qing was peeking at him. "Captain Lu, have you been getting enough rest lately?" Lu Qing blushed. "I've been busy with work recently." She thought to herself, "I didn't expect the prefect to give in, and even allow me to follow Master Shu to eavesdrop. Before, the prefect had said that this was an opportunity. If I could solve the case, I could enter the cabinet. Or does Master Yin want me to serve under Master Shu as a spy?" But if it weren't for Master Shu suspecting the county magistrate in time, Master Yin would probably have kept this matter a secret. Shu Qian is a man of integrity. Captain Lu is truly a respectable female warrior. She is about 25 to 30 years old and is already the captain of the capital's criminal investigation team at such a young age. Her future is limitless, and she is still single. In his previous life, Shu Qian did not have such a talented and promising female friend. All he had were some 30-year-old women, complaining about their boyfriends or causing trouble. Leaving the government office, Shu Qian pondered on horseback, not knowing what to do next. Half a month is too short but not too long. What worries him is Wei Yuan's indifferent attitude. Wei Yuan must know something. Emperor Yuan Jing's ambiguous attitude is also unreasonable. Of course, the fact that the first supervisor escaped the seal is undeniable, but I can't rest assured because of their calmness. People in high positions sometimes don't care about the lives of ordinary people. No, I must find out the truth about the first supervisor. But Wei Yuan doesn't seem to want me to interfere. Afraid of being implicated at this moment, Shu Qian suddenly thought of something. I can save the country in a roundabout way. I will secretly hint about this matter to the eldest princess, not revealing it, but only hinting at it subtly so that she can infer and discover it herself. Thinking of this, Shu Qian immediately made up his mind. You guys go to the yamen and wait for me. I'm going to the palace to meet the princess. Song Tingfeng was surprised. How did you meet the princess? Lu Qing's heart skipped a beat.
Shu Qian is not only acquainted with the female sorcerer of the heavenly observatory, but also knows the princess.
Li Yuxuan was the calmest.
You know, Shu Qian was recommended by the princess to be a beater.
The imperial city is similar to a miniature version of the inner city. Within the city are the ancestral temple, the government offices, and the institutions serving the inner court. Outside the city is where the common people live. The inner city is where the officials and the upper class live. The imperial city is where the princes and ministers live. The imperial city is also called the imperial palace, and as the home of the emperor there are concubines and princes there. Princesses. The grown-up princes and princesses have to move out of the imperial city to the imperial city, but Emperor Yuan Jing has been devoted to cultivating the Tao in recent years, and is not interested in concubines, so this rule has become more relaxed. Currently, many grown-up princes and princesses still live in the imperial city. Shu Qian is not allowed to enter the imperial city. Even with Emperor Yuan Jing's golden token, he gave a few coins to the gatekeeper, intending to ask him to pass on a message, but suddenly he heard the sound of a carriage rolling. Clink clank. Shu Qian leaned out to take a look. A magnificent and luxurious carriage was rolling out of the gate. The carriage was painted in gold and carved with exquisite patterns. Studded with pearls and precious stones, it was a carriage reserved for the imperial family. The gatekeeper also smiled, and returned the money to Shu Qian. It seemed that there was no need to send a message. The second carriage is the princess's. You see the carriage covered in yellow brocade. Shu Qian waved his hand. You're too kind. You're too kind. I'll need your help with many things in the future. I think I should seize this opportunity. Climb up to the princess. I can visit her occasionally in the future. To strengthen our relationship, it's also very important to get close to the guards. There's a saying that cigarette smoke can open a man's mouth, money can control a man's heart, and eating seafood together can make friends. These are three important factors in social interaction. The gatekeeper liked Shu Qian very much, so he pointed out, the first carriage is the crown prince's, the third carriage is the second prince's, the fourth carriage is the second princess's. They must be going to a banquet. If you can join them, remember to seize the opportunity to shine. You're almost there. Shu Qian smiled and thanked him. Thank you for your guidance. Then, Shu Qian called out in a loud voice, Princess. This official Shu Qian has a matter to request an audience. The carriage with the word Qin inlaid on the outside opened its window. A beautiful white hand lifted the curtain. Shu Qian saw the princess's pointed chin, her cherry lips moving. Motioning for him to follow, he was overjoyed, and was about to follow her when he caught sight of the window of the fourth carriage opening out of the corner of his eye. A beautiful round face, a charming and passionate face looked at him intently. Their eyes met. She slightly raised her lips and closed the window. Shu Qian retracted his gaze, and took a deep breath. He sighed in his heart. The emperor's daughters are really beautiful. Shu Qian silently compared the two princesses in his heart. The eldest princess was like a lotus on snow, noble, pure, and ethereal. Although you know her beauty, you can't help but want to break her composure, to see her flustered and embarrassed. As for the second princess, Shu Qian imagined her to be plump and seductive, definitely the kind of hot girl who would be in a bar today. Today, the princes and princesses were going out to a banquet. The venue was a beautiful lake in the imperial city. Shu Qian silently followed behind the eldest princess, acting as her guard when they entered the banquet. The second princess, intentionally or unintentionally, took the eldest princess's seat. The princes seemed to be used to this, and pretended not to see it. The eldest princess, however, did not react. Shu Qian quietly noted this detail. The two princesses did not have a good relationship. The crown prince scanned his siblings. It's been a long time since we've all come out to have fun together. The princes agreed. Shu Qian looked down at the lake, and saw some black streaks passing by. Probably some kind of fish during the banquet. The crown prince played the role of peacemaker. The crown prince played the role of leading the conversation, and kept the atmosphere of the banquet lively. There were many literary games, but impromptu poetry was one of the most difficult genres. The crown prince gave the theme of water and started with the character water. The second prince had to come up with a character water for the next line of poetry, and so on in turn after the first round. The seventh prince frowned and couldn't think of a character water at the end of his familiar line of poetry. poetry. He was punished with a cup of wine. The 8th prince had died young. When it was the 9th prince's turn, he followed the rules of the game, and started with the character water. When it was the 2nd princess's turn, her bright black eyes sparkled. She clapped her hands and said with a smile, "All right, I have a poem." The first rays of sunlight slant across the shallow, clear water. Shu Qian found her gestures to be rather lascivious. The eldest princess's noble temperament was innate, while the 2nd princess was like a beautiful butterfly. Seductive. The crown prince then said, "I've heard this poem before. It seems to be written by a student in Changla County, and was praised by the Confucian scholars as the best plum blossom poem of all time." The 3rd prince commented, "It's a pity. Such a good poem was given to a courtesan, ruining a masterpiece." Shu Qian was furious when he heard this. Ruined? Thanks to that, the courtesan Fu Zhang's value skyrocketed, and she became the top star of the great Phoenix Empire. And I took the opportunity to make good friends with her, and it was mutually beneficial. It's obvious that both sides benefited. The game of wine order continued, and it was the eldest princess's turn to encounter the same difficulty as the 7th prince. Although she was well educated and talented, the princess did not know many poems, let alone poems that ended with the character water. The 2nd princess giggled when she saw this. Hoi Khan is the #1 talented woman in the capital, but she can't even come up with a short poem like this. Shu Qian reassessed the 2nd princess. In his heart she was indeed a bit coquettish, and he would call her coquettish from now on. The princes and princesses smiled at the eldest princess. The eldest princess often dominated her younger brothers and sisters, and even other women were envious of her. To crush her in her best field was something everyone wanted to do. The eldest princess ignored the sarcastic looks of her younger brothers and sisters, and gently turned her head to look at Shu Qian beside her. Shu Qian panicked. "Why is she looking at me?" "Eldest princess, you can do it. I know you have something for me to do, but give me a clue first." The 2nd princess was always paying attention to the eldest princess. She didn't understand why Hoi Khan was looking at her. At first, she waited for her to admit defeat, and then she would rush out to criticize her, make her admit that she was a failure. Hoi Khan, unexpectedly, did not panic, and even exchanged glances with the guard. Shu Qian thought for a moment, and then whispered a line of poetry to the eldest princess. Only she could hear it. The eldest princess said, "After drinking, I don't know that the sky is in the water." The 2nd princess was disappointed. This Hoi Khan is still very good. The princes tilted their heads and thought. Then they looked at the 3rd prince. The 3rd prince shook his head. "Hoi Khan, I've never heard this poem." The eldest princess smiled faintly. "This is a poem that I just composed." The 2nd princess immediately became excited. "Sister, you're cheating. You're making up poems on the spot to fool us. Punish her with 3 cups of wine." The crown prince said, "Hoi Khan, it's fine to make up poems on the spot, but you have to make a complete poem." Shu Qian thought to himself, "Oh no, this doesn't feel good." Sure enough, the eldest princess glanced at him again, as if to say, "I'm giving you this poem." Shu Qian swallowed his saliva and stepped away from the eldest princess, and bowed his head. "I made this poem." Everyone turned their attention to him. The 2nd princess's bright black eyes followed Shu Qian's every move. The 3rd prince said with a sneer, "What does a mere guard know about poetry?" Although his words were light, he was implying that Shu Qian was an illiterate soldier who knew nothing about poetry. At this moment, the eldest princess stretched out her slender fingers and tapped lightly on the table. She said calmly, "Shu Qian is a student of the Yunlu Academy, and the author of the poem that Song Zi Yang recited the other day. The poem that Lin just recited is also by Shu Qian." The princes were incredulous, and they looked at Shu Qian in disbelief. So the author of the famous poem that was given to Song Zi Yang in Qinzhou was him. The 2nd princess opened her enchanting eyes wide. So the guard who was so devoted to Hoi Khan was the poet who wrote the poem. "The gloomy clouds are flying. The golden moon in the evening?" Shu Qian was very surprised, and he subconsciously thought that the eldest princess had been following his gift of poetry to Fu Shang very closely. But he quickly realized that the guard who had been following him had been recommended by the eldest princess. The princess naturally knew all about him. The crown prince said, "But I heard that the author of the poem given to Fu Shang was a student from Changla County named Yang Ling." Shu Qian was very helpless, and had to explain that Yang Ling was his pen name. The 3rd prince continued to ask, "The 4 lines of poetry just now were very nice. In the end, I don't know where the sky is in the water. It's very poetic and makes people curious about what comes next." When the 3rd prince interrupted him, everyone's attention turned back to Shu Qian. Knowing his true identity, they became even more eager to hear more. Shu Qian cleared his throat, prepared himself, and then looked at the eldest princess, and said softly, "In the end, I don't know where the sky is in the water. A boat full of beautiful dreams presses against the Milky Way. The second princess murmured the lines a few times, and felt that the two lines of poetry depicted a beautiful and hazy scene that only existed in the world of childhood. On a quiet night, she lay on the beautiful bow of the boat, and above her head was a sky full of stars. The reflection of the Milky Way was in the water. Princess Lin An's heart was pounding. Her face was flushed, and she didn't know when it had started. The eldest princess's eyes sparkled, and she unconsciously moved her neck, as if she wanted to turn her head to look at Shu Qian, but she restrained herself and remained as pure as a white lotus. The third prince was excited. Wow, is this a 7-character 8-line poem or a 7-character 7-line poem? Shu Qian said helplessly, that's all I have. The third prince was angry, don't joke. Where's the rest? Shu Qian was a little embarrassed. Let's stop here for now. I'm just making up poems. The third prince pointed at Shu Qian, so angry that he couldn't speak. The eldest princess stood up to relieve Shu Qian, and said, Shu Qian, come for a walk with me. The third prince watched them go, and banged the table in anger. This is too much. The crown prince also shook his head. What a pity. At this moment, the second princess exclaimed, oh, forgot to ask him about the Tangbo Lake case. The crown prince narrowed his eyes. Oh, so it was him. I didn't expect Shu Qian to be so familiar. The eldest princess ordered the left and right to retreat, and walked by the lake with Shu Qian. She looked at the calm lake and asked, what made you come to me? Shu Qian glanced at the princess. This subordinate has encountered difficulties in the investigation, and all the clues have been broken. The princess's graceful face was expressionless. I already know everything you found. Shu Qian was a little surprised, but he quickly understood. With the eldest princess's talent, it was not difficult for her to know the information he had found. Shu Qian continued, why did the demons destroy the Yangzhen Shanhe temple? That is the question, and it is also the breakthrough point of the case. I said that to verify whether the person under the lake was the first generation of Jian Zheng. If it is really the first generation of Jian Zheng, then we can narrow down the scope of people who are connected to the demons. The princess looked at Shu Qian with narrowed eyes, and said calmly, is there really a powerful and terrifying person or object sealed under the Yangzhen Shanhe temple? Only the emperor knows this secret. Shu Qian almost lost control of his expression. The eldest princess even knew about this. Shu Qian realized that she already knew that there was a seal under the Yangzhen Shanhe temple, perhaps after reading his investigation report. With the eldest princess's intelligence, it was not strange for her to deduce that, but he didn't expect her to be so open with him about it. The secret under the Yangzhen Shanhe temple was known only to Emperor Yuan Jing. Seeing that Shu Qian was a little moved, the princess knew that he was shocked, so she said, you are truly a rare talent. Would you like to serve me? Shu Qian immediately replied, I would like to be the princess's partner. The princess's invitation was exactly what Shu Qian had been hoping for but didn't dare to say. With the eldest princess's ability, he was willing to be her partner. In his previous life at the police station, he had also sworn loyalty to his superiors like this. Of course, it was only an alliance in work, supporting each other, not working like a dog for the government. He believed that with the eldest princess's EQ and IQ, it would not be difficult to maintain a harmonious relationship. The princess smiled and asked, so what have you found out? Shu Qian thought for a moment and then decided to be honest. The reason was that he had just sworn to be the princess's loyal partner, and he needed to show his worth, to show the princess that he was a capable partner. Very good. Moreover, he wanted to understand the thing sealed under the lake, and he needed the princess's help. Furthermore, it was the princess who had spoken first, and had frankly said that only Emperor Yuan Jing knew that secret. Thinking about this, Shu Qian lowered his head. According to my investigation, Chu Shihong has other dark forces behind him. They are all masterminded by the colluding demons. The princess's eyes flashed. How do you know? Shu Qian continued. The magistrate of Taikong died in prison in the government office. I suspect that he was silenced. I've always wondered why the demons destroyed Lake Tangbo, and why the dark forces behind it are allied with the demons. I sent someone to investigate everything related to Lake Tangbo, and discovered something strange that happened 500 years ago. At this point, Shu Qian paused, to give the princess time to be shocked by this information, but he was disappointed. The princess only frowned, and quickly digested the information. The second prince was right. This girl was unfathomably deep and mysterious. Shu Qian continued, 500 years ago, the crown prince fell into the lake and contracted a strange disease. And soon after, he drowned in Lake Tangbo. The princess looked reminiscent. I remember that incident. Shu Qian nodded, and 500 years ago, Emperor Wu conquered the world and purged the villains. There was one person who was an insurmountable obstacle for him. That was the first generation of Jian Zheng. Hearing this, the princess's expression finally changed. Shu Qian looked at her beautiful face, and asked continuously, why is the current Jian Zheng faking illness? Why is His Majesty keeping the thing sealed under the lake a secret? Why is the thing sealed under the lake still alive after 500 years? Why does the Tai Tian Jian not know anything about the past of the first generation of Jian Zheng? Of course, this is just my guess, but if we have to find a powerful person from 500 years ago, then it can only be the first generation of Jian Zheng. The princess seemed to be shocked, and did not speak for a long time. A gust of wind blew, rippling the surface of the lake. She sighed, so that's why you came to me. Shu Qian replied, I would like to look up some secret frontier chapters that cannot be found outside. In Lake Tangbo, I discovered a sealing spell. In the Yangzhen Temple, there are Buddhist scriptures. The princess thought for a moment, Buddhist scriptures. She stared at Shu Qian for a few seconds, then looked away. Her tone was still calm. Wait until the banquet is over. I will take you to the Wen Yuan pavilion. But just then they heard a clear laugh behind them, along with the sound of water lapping at the shore. The second princess, dressed in bright red, standing on the back of a strange creature, her hands gripping the horns on its head, swaying her body. The eldest princess explained, this creature is called the Ling Long, and is a sacred spirit beast unique to the central continent. It has a gentle temperament. Legend has it that it was the underwater vehicle of the ancient saints. They liked the fresh air of the human world, so the dynasties kept them in the palace, symbolizing the orthodoxy of the human race. Ling Long also carries the aura, implying the orthodoxy of the royal family. Shu Qian nodded. So that was the beast that passed by the lake just now. The princes smiled at the two princesses, and called for the Ling Long to come ashore so that everyone could play together. The eldest princess said, although its temperament is gentle, the Ling Long is also very proud, and will attack ordinary people who approach it. Only the princesses can play with it. With that, she glanced at her and did something that Shu Qian did not expect. She pressed her finger to her lips, and blew a long whistle. Hearing the whistle, the Ling Long raised its head and turned to look back. Then it began to get agitated and shook its head, trying to throw the second princess into the water. It seemed that being ignored was a very humiliating thing for it. The second princess also screamed in panic, and fell into the water. The waves shot up 3 feet high. The Ling Long roared incessantly, thrashing angrily and swimming towards the eldest princess. It was unclear whether it was excited or fierce. The eldest princess was a little surprised. It seemed that the Ling Long was particularly friendly to her today. The reason she blew the whistle was to attract its attention. And then she made a head-turning gesture that caused the second princess to lose her balance and fall into the water. She did not expect the Ling Long to react so violently, and directly threw the second princess into the water. Shu Qian understood even more the warning the second prince had given him about the eldest princess. Her style. Why does it seem like the bookworms in the Yun Lu library? It's terrifying. The eldest princess is indeed very cunning. This time, the guards jumped into the lake to save the second princess. The crown prince thought to himself, as expected, the Ling Long likes Ho-I Khan more. That means Ho-I Khan's death chi is stronger than Lin An's. But something is not right. The Ling Long doesn't seem to be very friendly to us either. I have only seen it bow its head and kneel like this the last time it faced the emperor. The eldest princess gently walked up to the Ling Long, intending to ride on it. Everyone, including the crown prince, watched intently. According to Shu Qian's analysis of behavioral psychology, apart from her cunning personality, the eldest princess also has a very strong competitive spirit. But suddenly, Shu Qian realized that something was wrong. Why do I feel like the Ling Long is looking at me? The Ling Long's eyes are like the pet dog I had in my previous life, looking at its owner with a flattering expression, begging. That's why it looks so docile. But that's not the main issue. Shu Qian had a strange feeling that the Ling Long was waiting for him. Sure enough, when the princess approached the Ling Long, it suddenly became fierce and let out a threatening roar, preventing her from getting close. The princess took a few steps back, and the Ling Long fell silent and lowered its head to the edge of the lake, still with the look of inviting her to ride on it. Shu Qian knew that something was wrong. The crown prince beside him also felt uneasy in his heart. Why didn't the Ling Long let Ho-I Khan ride it? What's going on? Maybe the Ling Long is not in a good mood today. That's not right. The inviting look clearly wants someone to ride it. Shu Qian knew that he could not just stand there and watch any longer. Imagine a joyful spirit beast waiting. but with its legs wide open waiting for you to ride it. It's definitely not a good thing. Shu Qian guessed that it was probably because he was carrying the strange fragrance brought by his luck, but he would rather slowly discover the reason, even if it was hopeless in the end, than for this secret to be exposed. But the law of survival in this world does not forgive ignorance. Seeing that the princess had not yet thought of him, Shu Qian quickly stood in front of her. He both blocked the Ling Long's view, and made the princess realize that its mood was unstable. Shu Qian then said to the princess, "This creature is very dangerous. You should go." The princess nodded, turned and left. Seeing Shu Qian walking away, the Ling Long let out a mournful cry. As if trying to hold him back, Shu Qian pretended not to hear, only quickening his pace to leave this troublesome place. When they returned to the four-direction stage, the second Princess Lin had been rescued. Soaking wet like a drowned rat, she pointed at Hoai Khan and cried, "I will tell the emperor." "Hoai Khan, our business is not over." The eldest princess replied indifferently, "It has nothing to do with me." It was clear that the Ling Long was in a bad mood today and lost control, causing you to fall into the water. The princes and princesses were used to seeing Lin and fail constantly, so they just discussed the Ling Long incident animatedly. The Ling Long is really strange. Why did it go crazy like that? Why is it still at the edge of the lake, looking at us and crying so pitifully? Maybe the Ling Long is just in a bad mood. It's not an ordinary beast, so it naturally has emotions. After all, the Ling Long is still a beast, and it's hard to guess what it's thinking. After discussing for a while, the princes worried that the second princess would catch a cold, so they ended the party early. The eldest princess said to Shu Qian, "Let's go. We'll go to the Wen Yuan Pavilion." The Wen Yuan Pavilion is where the royal books are kept. There are 7 towers filled with countless precious books. Shu Qian and the eldest princess sat and searched through the books for hours, and found many materials related to the first supervisor. This person founded the literary fragrance system, but his background is mysterious. He once assisted the founding emperor in achieving 1,000 years of glory, but the records of him abruptly stopped 500 years ago. It is clear that he was erased from history. There is no doubt that the martial emperor Wu Zong erased the records of the first supervisor. At this time, the eldest princess said, "If Wu Zong has erased the records of the first supervisor, we won't be able to find any materials in the Wen Yuan Pavilion." Seeing Shu Qian's disappointed expression, the princess suggested, "Didn't you say that you discovered Buddhist scriptures in the stone pillar? We can find a breakthrough from there." After a few hours of research, she became tired, and unconsciously leaned over the desk. This action caused her full breasts to press against the surface of the desk. Shu Qian glanced at it, then quickly looked away. After all, when you stare into the abyss stares back at you. He didn't dare to provoke this abyss for now, unless he could make it turn away in shame in the future. Changing his train of thought, he did indeed get a result. The princess said excitedly, "I read the Great Phoenix Geography, and I found that when it was first established, the capital city had no Buddhist temples at all. But 500 years ago, a temple called the Treasure Pagoda Temple suddenly appeared." The princess is indeed worthy of the title of top student. She is much better at researching information than the less educated Shu Qian. At its peak, the Treasure Pagoda Temple received as many visitors as clouds every day, and officials came and went without end. A temple was even able to buy hundreds of acres of good farmland. But then the imperial court carried out the extermination of Buddhism, and the Treasure Pagoda Temple gradually declined. The large temples in the capital today are not related to the Treasure Pagoda Temple, and only one branch remains that maintains the original teachings. That temple was renamed the Azure Dragon Temple, located in the western suburbs of the capital, at the foot of Mount White Phoenix. Seeing Shu Qian bowing his head in silence, the eldest princess was a little annoyed. "Are you listening to me?" Shu Qian frowned. "Be quiet. Don't interrupt my train of thought." The princess raised her eyebrows, but then she couldn't hold back her temper. In his mind, Shu Qian sorted out all the clues. Wei Yuan told me to focus on the dark forces behind the scenes, and not to worry about the first supervisor. But these things cannot be ignored. Only by clarifying the key points of the case can we continue the investigation. Judging from what is related to Lake Tongbo, the story goes like this. After Wu Zong ascended to the throne, he sealed the first supervisor in the lake, and used the sword of suppression to seal it. Only the Yuanjing emperor knew this secret. 25 years ago, the northern demons joined forces with the forces in the imperial court. broke the seal on Lake Tongbo, and freed the first supervisor. They wanted to create chaos in the Great Phoenix capital, and create an opportunity for their own side to cause trouble in the north. If we reason in this direction, there are two possibilities. One is that the force wants to restore the old dynasty. The second is that the force wants to usurp the throne. But the old dynasty has been history for 500 years. The first possibility is not high, so only the second possibility remains, wanting to usurp the throne. This hypothesis is more reasonable, but there is a lack of evidence. Who could secretly ally with the northern demons, and also be a member of the royal family? Shu Qian opened his mouth wide, his face full of horror. Could it be the northern border king? When he connected all the clues, he found that they all pointed to the northern border king. He was deeply shocked by this speculation. At this time, the princess also discovered Shu Qian's unusual expression, and immediately asked, "What have you discovered?" Shu Qian was embarrassed and did not dare to tell the princess that he suspected that her aunt wanted to seize her father's throne. "But I have no proof. To accuse a royal family member without evidence is a capital crime. Reasoning is like doing math. All the clues must be connected. If just one doubtful point is not proven, the result could be wrong by hundreds or thousands of miles. So now we have to do two things. One is to confirm that the thing sealed under Lake Tongbo is the first supervisor. This is the core of all my speculations. To do this, we must understand what role Buddhism plays in this. The second is to confirm whether the person who killed the county magistrate is a character from the human sect of the Taoist sect. If that's the case, what role does the Taoist sect play, and how is it connected to the northern border king? We need to find evidence for this connection. This problem must be solved within a week. If we are wrong, we still have a chance to start over. But if the case is still at a standstill in 10 days, you will have no choice but to embrace Wei Yuan's legs and cry, "I have failed. Please give me a new account." Tomorrow's plan is, first, investigate the cultivation sects, and confirm the cause of the county magistrate's death. Then visit the Azure Dragon Temple, and learn about the temple's past. Finally, visit the northern border king's mansion, and meet the princess who is known as the #1 beauty in the capital. After outlining the plan, Shu Qian said, "Your subordinate has seen some clues, but the results are not yet clear, and I dare not speak recklessly to the princess. The eldest princess is very intelligent," and did not ask further, but only said, "This princess is tired."
Shu Qian urged his horse to leave quickly,
but he was stopped by a team of guards. The captain said, "Princess Linen wants to see you." Shu Qian was surprised. "Princess Linen wants to see me. She doesn't get along with my sister Hoai Khan, and she sees that I have a relationship with Hoai Khan, so it's probably not a good thing. It's better not to meet her." He immediately took out the gold token, and shook it. "I have the emperor's decree. Tell the princess that I will meet her another day." Unexpectedly, the captain said firmly, "Princess Linen is the emperor's most beloved princess. Your gold token is useless here." Shu Qian was shocked. Why does Linen have such great authority? According to my observations at the banquet, Princess Linen is a hot girl who is good at provoking others. Perhaps she is not as bad as Lin Wei, who would cry and make a fuss if she was hit once. But if she gets splashed with water, she will definitely cry and complain. If she doesn't have a deep mind, she might be made things difficult by her. But it's not as dangerous as the Hongmen banquet. Just be careful. Shu Qian sighed. "Then I will trouble you." Princess Lin lives in the Zhen Yin Palace, a spacious and elegant villa by the Lotus Pond in the west. Lin and a few maids were kicking a shuttlecock in the courtyard. Their laughter was incessant, intermingled with Lin An's clear laughter. The captain, who was a few feet away, bowed and shouted, "Princess, Shu Qian has arrived." Shu Qian saw the corner of Lin An's mouth curl up slightly. Then she kicked the embroidered shuttlecock away fiercely. The princess's skirt fluttered and spread out like a blooming flower. Shu Qian thought to himself, "She's giving me a hard time the first moment we meet." He was about to dodge, but then he remembered that he should not do so, because the shuttlecock missed and did not even touch his shoulder. "Little sister, your shuttlecock skills are still lacking." The second princess tried to act imposingly. "I'll spare you this time. Shu Qian, follow me inside." Everyone wait outside. In the magnificent front hall, Lin An sat on a large chair and Shu Qian stood in the middle of the hall. The two of them observed each other in silence. Lin An relied on the majesty of the princess, and wanted to use her eyes to intimidate Shu Qian into submission. She knew that Hoai Khan had once gone through a period of raising eagles. The eyes of an eagle are extremely fearsome and sharp, and ordinary people cannot bear them. Therefore, during the training process, the practitioner must use even sharper eyes to control them. Hoai Khan's purpose was to train her sharp eyes. So Lin An still did not dare to look directly into her sister's eyes. But her dark eyes did not carry any murderous intent. They only knew how to stare at someone, and instead, they had a slightly sad and poignant look. Seeing that her fierce gaze did not make Shu Qian submit, Lin and said uncomfortably, "Shu Qian, I heard that you are Hoai Khan's lackey." Shu Qian replied honestly, "Yes, I am the eldest princess's 8th duke." Lin and was stunned. "What 8th duke?" Shu Qian smiled meaningfully. "I am the princess's confidant." Lin and raised her eyebrows. "Are you mocking me?" Shu Qian replied politely, "I dare not, princess." Lin and said arrogantly, "I'll give you a chance, become my lackey now, and break away from Hoai Khan. Otherwise." Shu Qian suddenly understood. He had already hugged the eldest princess's thigh, so why would he follow her now? Wouldn't that make him a flirt? He shook his head. "Princess, I have sworn to be the eldest princess's servant, to be her ally. I'm sorry, but I can't serve you." Lin and said coldly, "If you don't, I'll scream and say that you have bad intentions towards me." Shu Qian said sincerely, "I am willing to be your servant, and shed my blood and lose my head for you." Lin and was delighted, knowing the times as a hero. "You are really talented. From now on, you will come here to wait for my orders every day after 5 p.m. Shu Qian sighed, "Princess, I am currently investigating the Tangbo Lake case." Lin and thought for a moment and agreed, "Well, let's start tomorrow. Come whenever you are free." Shu Qian understood. She was just acting like a child. She didn't really want him to do anything. She just wanted to provoke her sister Hoai Khan. The threat was not lethal. The princess's reputation was more precious than the life of a small soldier like him. That's why he changed his attitude, and agreed to be her lackey. It was like playing with a little friend. Lin and was very happy that everything went smoothly. "You may leave." But when Shu Qian was about to leave, she called him back. Lin and took the jade pendant from her belt and gave it to him. "This is my token. With it, you can enter and leave the palace. The guards will not stop you. But you can only come to my place, and not go anywhere else." Shu Qian's eyes lit up. "I will definitely be loyal to the princess." Lin and nodded in satisfaction. Serving 3 masters at once is not bad. Please stay in character. Before nightfall, Shu Qian left the imperial city, and returned to the yamen. As soon as he entered the yamen, he met a tall Jinla, who was Zhou Chengju's father, Zhou Yang. The two enemies met, but there was no hatred. They just glanced at each other and assessed each other. Shu Qian smiled broadly, showing off the gold medal on his belt. "How's young Master Zhou's injury?" Zhou Yang said indifferently. "Fortunately, he didn't die. He will probably leave after you." Shu Qian still smiled. "I'll wait for him along the way. After all, we're old friends." Zhou Yang stared at him for a few seconds and said, "Try to investigate the case." After saying that, he left. Shu Qian waved goodbye, the smile never leaving his face. When he walked in, Yinla, Li Yuxuan, the chief envoy of Yang Yan's Chengfeng Hall, said, "The magistrate's death is suspicious, but it's not certain that it was caused by the Taoist sect." Shu Qian was startled. This was indeed different from his expectations. Li Yuxuan continued, "This afternoon, the Chen Mansion invited the chief envoy of the Heavenly Inspection Bureau to question the 2 imperial guards who were on duty that night. They confirmed that the 2 of them had no problems. Further verification revealed that the magistrate had indeed died silently in the dungeon that night. The Taoist sect could have done this, sneaking past the guards and the imperial guards. But after investigation, we found that there was another sect that could have done this. Have you heard of the voodoo sect?" Shu Qian said, "Voodoo. The elder told me that it is an idol at the level of a celestial god, outside the hierarchy of the voodoo sect founded by the voodoo god." Li Yuxuan nodded. The voodoo god is a deity worshipped by the northeastern countries. The voodoo sect has supreme authority in the northeast, similar to Buddhism in the western regions and the Great Ming countries, placing royal authority above all. The same is true for the tribes in the north, but the western regions and the northeast are above all theocracy, and the new sect is the real ruling class. Shu Qian asked respectfully, "So the voodoo sect's sorcerers can be compared to the Taoist sect's nascent soul realm?" Li Yuxuan shook his head again. "In terms of nascent soul, no sect can compare to the Taoist sect, but a 4th-rank sorcerer, also known as a mighty shaman, can weave a dream scene to kill people in their dreams. 70 years ago, the northern demons fought a war with the voodoo sect over territory. According to the news from the fragments, 2,000 demon soldiers died silently in their barracks without any wounds. They all fell asleep and never woke up." Shu Qian shuddered slightly. "A 4th-rank sorcerer. Why is the voodoo sect involved? This case is too complicated. The national sect is now the state religion of the Great Phoenix, and the national master is at the top, which is the greatest honor. What good would it do them to help the northern king usurp the throne? There's no way they can be promoted any further. So the possibility of the voodoo sect's involvement is even greater. If the murderer of the Nanon magistrate is a mighty shaman, then the force behind the Tongbo Lake case is related to the northern king, the northern demons, and the voodoo sect of the northeast. Shu Qian sighed. Fortunately he didn't come away empty-handed. At least now he could rule out the possibility of the Taoist sect. The case had made some progress. He would report back to Wei Gong later. Li Yuxuan was also worried. I have a feeling that this is the beginning of a great chaos in 10 years' time. Shu Qian patted him on the shoulder. We just need to focus on solving the case. Don't think about anything else. After saying that, Shu Qian left the mansion. 3 days passed quickly. When Shu Qian rode to the mansion, he met Su Taiwei wearing a yellow dress, who was handing him a bun. Do you want to eat it? This is a meat bun. Then added, this is a meat bun. Shu Qian was so moved that he wanted to cry. Finally, she treated him as her own. He took the bun and asked as he ate, any clues? Su Taiwei said, I asked Brother Song Qing. Excluding the treasures in the palace and the Qi observing technique, the only magic weapon that can move mountains in the capital is the Qinglong Temple, not the ordinary temples of mortals, but the Qinglong Temple. Shu Qian was both surprised and unsurprised. The Qinglong Temple, the temple that inherited the tradition of the Baoda Temple. Shu Qian summoned everyone in the team to gather in the courtyard. The current team consists of members of the Jin Yu Tang, Zhen Ya Tang, 6 henchmen of the Chun Feng Tang, and the Nha Sai of the Jin Yao Mansion, and Su Taiwei. A total of 24 people.
Jin Yu Tang said, there are many forces involved in the Tongbo Lake case.
You should bring more people. Shu Qian assigned private tasks to each person. The 2 Min Yinla and Yang Yinla were responsible for investigating the records of production and use of legal explosives. This was a time-consuming and tedious task, although he was sure in his heart that the explosives did not come from a legal source. But to be cautious, Shu Qian continued to investigate that possibility. He first visited the imperial city. The others were stopped outside. Only Su Taiwei could enter with him. Speaking of, this girl was a regular visitor to the imperial city. She could go whenever she wanted. Her status was not ordinary. Shu Qian asked suspiciously, did the princess give you a jade pendant? Su Taiwei was startled, and asked back, what? Shu Qian took out Lin En's jade pendant, and showed it off. I have one too, from Princess Lin En. It seemed to be the jade pendant she always wore. Then he told her about yesterday, about how he was now a man of Lin En, and that she valued him more than even Wei Qing. Su Taiwei giggled. Brother Shu, Princess Lin En is really stupid. Shu Qian had no choice but to remain silent. This girl. Don't laugh at others when you're the same. But he still cooperated and said, that's right, not every girl is as smart and gentle as you. Hearing this, the smile on Su Taiwei's pretty face became even brighter. Not long after, they arrived at the mansion of Prince Wei Shen, the residence of the northern king. Shu Qian took out the gold medal and showed it to the gatekeeper. I am Shu Qian, the magistrate in charge of the Tongbo Lake case appointed by the emperor. I need to see the princess. A man named Jia Feng glanced at Shu Qian, and replied coldly, the princess is not receiving guests. Please return. Before Shu Qian could react, he heard Jia Feng sneer. This is also an order from the emperor. Even if it is the eldest princess who wants to see the princess, she has to see if our concubine is in the mood. Hurry up and get lost. Don't use chicken feathers as an arrow. Shu Qian calmly said, so the gold medal given by the emperor himself is just a chicken feather. Do you know what the price is for insulting the emperor? He put his hand on the hilt of his saber. This official will now break in and arrest the criminals. Anyone who dares to stop me will be killed on the spot, without mercy. Jia Feng was frightened, knowing that he had said the wrong thing. At this moment, the captain of the guards rushed to Shu Qian's side. My lord, the princess is not in the mansion. Shu Qian asked from his horse, where did she go? The captain shook his head. I am only a gatekeeper. How would I know the whereabouts of the princess? But she is indeed not in the mansion. She just left the city this morning, only half an hour before you arrived. Shu Qian nodded slightly, but his attitude remained firm. He pointed at Jia Feng, who was snickering at the gate, and said, this official will now arrest that criminal. If you don't want to cover up for your accomplice, help us catch him. The captain was worried. My lord, the princess is really not in the mansion. Shu Qian finally believed him, turned his horse around and left with Su Taiwei. The captain watched the two of them go, his heart filled with anger. As a guard of the prince's mansion, it is possible not to receive the visiting princes and nobles. But the other party held an imperial decree, and caught the loophole of his subordinates, so he had to endure it. Shu Qian turned to Su Taiwei and said with a smile, Your princess seems very interesting. Even the eldest princess was not allowed to see her. Su Taiwei replied honestly, the princess has a special status. Shu Qian was curious, how special? Su Taiwei smiled broadly, that's a secret. Don't ask me these things. It's not good for you. After saying that, she solemnly warned, don't try to bribe me with food. Shu Qian did have that intention at first. He was a little confused. Why did this girl become so smart? But then he heard Su Taiwei say with anticipation, because I'm afraid I won't be able to help myself and eat it all. Shu Qian thought to himself, maybe I'm overthinking it. Today he had 3 tasks. The case of the county magistrate's death had a fairly accurate conclusion last night. The 2 remaining tasks were to meet the princess, which was unsuccessful. Shu Qian felt very frustrated with this result. But he was a serious person when it came to work, not in a good mood. But not because of the beauty of the northern princess, wanting to enjoy her beauty, but the princess had something special. This special thing was definitely not her beauty, but something else. Why was the beauty of the former Emperor Yuan Jing given to the northern king? Or was it because of that special thing that Emperor Yuan Jing bestowed her on the northern king? Shu Qian thought for a while and decided to forget about the princess. The case was already so complicated.
There was no need to waste brain cells on unimportant trifles.
To the west of the outskirts of the capital was Mount Bai Feng, the habitat of a species of white bird, very long, like a phoenix, so it was called Bai Feng. Now this bird was almost extinct on the mountain. Speaking of Mount Bai Feng, it was also related to the founding of the country by the Tai Thien Jiam a few hundred years ago.
Back then, there was a doctor who went up the mountain to collect herbs,
and accidentally caught a few Bai Feng and brought them back to study. The results showed that the meat of the bird had the effect of invigorating the kidneys and strengthening the young. When they reached the foot of the mountain, everyone listened to Lu Qing, who had a lot of experience, tell the story above. Ding Feng hesitated before saying, I have a friend who is in poor health. I want to catch a few Bai Feng for him. Min Yinla opened his eyes wide. At a time like this, you're still thinking about hunting. The important thing is to solve the case. If we delay, who will be responsible? Shu Qian said, this time we came to Mount Bai Feng mainly to investigate the old incident. It's not very urgent. Ding Feng, remember to go back quickly. Hearing this, Min Yinla licked his lips and said, my lord, why don't I go with Ding Feng as an escort? Shu Qian looked at him with a puzzled look. You have a friend too. At this moment, Min Yinla felt that all the men were looking at him with strange looks. He stammered, whether it strengthens the young or not is not important. I mainly want to taste the flavor of an endangered species.
Everyone laughed, pretending to be sympathetic.
After Shu Qian finished laughing, he said seriously, I was just joking. The Tangbo Lake case is very complicated. You can go wherever you want in the capital, but you are not allowed to split up once you leave the capital. Although Qinglong Temple did not have many visitors, it was not deserted. Along the way, they could occasionally see people from the surrounding area going up the mountain to burn incense. Next to the gate of the temple was a luxurious carriage, with more than 10 armored guards on guard. This carriage was very familiar to Shu Qian, made of rosewood inlaid with gold, decorated with jade and gold leaf on the body of the carriage. It was the carriage he had met when he had asked me to forge the arrow, and used 400 taels of silver to exchange for a string of Bodhi beads. Taoist Jin Lian had once said, the person in the carriage would have a connection with him. Now he was curious to know who it was. Shu Qian looked at the magnificent carriage. Rosewood was reserved for the royal family. The carriages of the eldest princess and the second princess were not like this. Could it be a county princess of the imperial clan, or a concubine of the emperor? But Shu Qian quickly dismissed the thought. It couldn't be a concubine, he shouldn't scare himself. Even if it was a concubine, it had to be an aunt. Everyone tied their horses to the wooden posts next to the gate and went up the mountain with Shu Qian. But before he had taken a few steps, he suddenly stumbled and stepped on a scented pouch. Today, instead of picking up silver, he picked up a scented pouch. He naturally bent down to pick it up. On the front of the pouch was embroidered the character Nan in gold thread, and on the other side was embroidered the character Kai. The gold threads were embroidered into a very beautiful pattern. Shu Qian smelled a pleasant fragrance, like a mixture of perfume and aloes wood, but with a distinctly feminine scent. At this moment, a clear voice sounded from behind. Hey, you people in front, wait. A young girl ran over. Although she saw the group of people holding axes, she was not afraid, and pointed at the scented pouch in Shu Qian's hand. That belongs to my lady. Shu Qian subconsciously looked towards the carriage in the distance. Are you from her family? The girl said sharply, don't ask nonsense. Return the scented pouch. Shu Qian quickly stuffed the scented pouch into his shirt. He pretended to be naive, as if he didn't know what the scented pouch was. Seeing this, the girl could only curse and leave. Wait, I'll settle accounts with you. Li Yuchen advised, "Forget it, don't cause trouble. That is a carriage reserved for the royal family." He knew that Shu Qian was only carrying out the investigation as ordered. In Li Yuchen's eyes, Shu Qian was still his subordinate. He did not want Shu Qian to get into trouble during the investigation. In that case, even if he made a contribution in the future, he would still be guilty of offending those he should not have offended. At that time, the current efforts might become meaningless. But Shu Qian just shook his head. Without explaining, "My friend, you don't understand. She and I are destined to be together." The girl returned to the side of the carriage, muttering something. Not long after, she pointed at Shu Qian and cursed loudly. Although he could not hear her, Shu Qian guessed that she was cursing very badly. At this moment, the window of the carriage opened a small crack, and the person inside seemed to be observing him. Shu Qian also noticed this, but unfortunately it was too far away to see clearly inside the darkness. The window quickly closed again, and the carriage slowly rolled away. Getting further and further away, Shu Qian was disappointed. She was already gone. It seemed that their destiny, fate, had not yet arrived. But he quickly regained his spirits, and told everyone, "All right, let's go and meet the abbot of Qinglong Temple." A group of people in black robes rushed into the temple, immediately attracting the attention of a monk. The monk had a round face, was kind, and was about 40 years old. He clasped his hands together and recited a mantra, then said, "This poor monk is the custodian of Qinglong Temple. My Dharma name is Hang Qing. Please come in." He led everyone into the temple, and enthusiastically introduced the history of Qinglong Temple, claiming that it was the orthodox successor of Western Buddhism, and practiced the true Dharma, and worshipped the Buddha. But after listening for a while and still not getting to the main point, Shu Qian interrupted him. "All right, stop talking nonsense. Call your abbot out here. This official has questions to ask." Shu Qian had prepared before coming, and knew that the abbot of Qinglong Temple was a 5th-rank legalist. He could defeat everyone on the team. But Shu Qian was not afraid at all, because the low-level true men in Buddhism were not good at fighting, except for the 8th-rank poor monk. In Buddhism, the 9th rank is called a Shramanera, which is very interesting. The secret is to keep the precepts. If you do not break the precepts for 3 years, you can be promoted. At first it seems simple, but in fact it is not simple at all. The Buddhist precepts are very strict and complex, and it is very easy to make mistakes unintentionally. The 8th-rank martial monk is no different from a martial artist, and is very good at fighting. As for the ranks after that, such as the 7th-rank Dharma Master and the 6th-rank Zen Master, they are not very good at fighting. It is not until the 5th-rank legalist that there is a qualitative difference. It is worth noting that when searching for documents in the secret library of the government office, Shu Qian discovered something interesting. The rank after Shramanera is Dharma Master, skipping the 8th rank of martial monk. The document does not explain the reason, but because time was pressing, Shu Qian did not bother to study the Buddhist system, and only guessed that they were two completely different paths of cultivation in Buddhism. Hang Qing led everyone into the tea room, and ordered a Shramanera to serve tea before saying, "The abbot is currently meditating, and it is not convenient to disturb him. Please speak, and I will listen." Shu Qian sat upright on the mat, and asked directly, "Does the temple have any treasures that can conceal one's qi from the heavenly observatory?" Hang Qing shook his head. "I do not understand what you mean. The temple does not have such treasures." Shu Qian smiled, "Great master, monks should not lie." Hang Qing lowered his head and avoided Shu Qian's gaze. "This poor monk speaks the truth, and does not lie." Shu Qian smiled mockingly. "Once you have surpassed the realm of Shramanera, you can lie freely?" Hang Qing did not reply, but simply clasped his hands together and recited a mantra. Ignoring the cold stares of the Grand Masters, Shu Qian began to get angry. He sighed. "It seems that this trip was in vain. Great Master, do you know what has been causing a stir in the capital recently?" Hang Qing remained silent. Song Tingfeng was about to lose his temper and scold him, but Shu Qian signaled him to calm down. Then he continued, "I am the chief magistrate in charge of this case, and was appointed by the emperor himself. I am not bragging about being favored by the emperor." He sighed again, as if he had something to say. Hang Qing could not help but glance at him. Seeing this, Shu Qian was silent for a moment before saying, "Very well. I have kept this in my heart for a long time. Now that I am in the temple, I would like to tell you about it. In the past, I was tasked with confiscating the property of a convicted official. The emperor was magnanimous and did not pursue the family. But during the confiscation, Some of the thugs saw that the man's daughter was beautiful and had evil intentions. Among them was a little girl who was only 12 or 13 years old. I could not bear to see such a thing, so I stopped them. This led to a conflict with my superiors. And I almost killed my superiors. I was convicted of treason and sentenced to death. To act according to one's conscience is not to create karma. Shu Qian thought to himself, the great master also thinks that I did wrong. Hang Qing was a little embarrassed when he heard this, and after a moment he clasped his hands together and said, your compassion for saving others is commendable. Shu Qian pressed him, then why did the court convict me? Hang Qing comforted him, the world is like a sea of suffering, and everyone in it is unhappy. Sometimes, good intentions do not necessarily lead to good results. It is true that your fate with this matter has been determined, and it is also an opportunity for you to change your life. Hearing this, Shu Qian exclaimed, Great Master, I understand. Then he turned to the others, and said, did you hear what the Great Master said? The Great Feng is nothing but a sea of suffering. The Tongbo Lake case is a punishment from heaven for the imperial family. Why are you still standing there in a daze? Arrest them. Everyone stood up, and drew their swords, the sound of metal clanging echoing through the temple. In the blink of an eye, they surrounded Hang Qing. On the other side was the abbot of Qinglong Temple, Great Master Pan Shu, 62 years old, a fifth-rank legalist. He had been stuck in this realm for over 20 years. In Buddhism, there is a word called enlightenment, a state of complete stillness. There are eminent monks who meditate for decades but still cannot progress, and still do not attain enlightenment when they pass away. But there are also those who are lucky enough to have a great enlightenment in just one night's dream, surpassing decades of arduous cultivation. Before attaining enlightenment, no one knows whether they can achieve the state of instant enlightenment according to Buddhism. This is called quantum random enlightenment. A monk ran to the front of the courtyard, and shouted, Master, a group of thugs have broken in and are trying to kidnap Hang Qing, saying that he has slandered the court, and that the imperial family will imprison you. Pan Shu's voice was calm, I know. Immediately, the gate of the meditation room opened automatically, and Pan Shu disappeared into it. The thugs dragged Hang Qing out of the temple. Along the way, more and more monks came out, their eyes filled with hostility. If anyone had spoken out, they would have rushed forward and joined forces to destroy these imperial dogs. Shu Qian comforted him, Great Master, do not be afraid. Just follow us to the yamen. As long as you cooperate, you will be released soon. But the smile on Shu Qian's face looked like the smile of a devil in Hang Qing's eyes, not comforting at all. At this moment, a majestic voice rang out, calming the hostility of the monks, Amitabha. Pan Shu appeared. Seeing this, the corners of Shu Qian's mouth curled up slightly. He clasped his hands respectfully, Great Master Pan Shu, this official has a few questions for you. Pan Shu sighed, very well, follow me inside. Back in the meditation room, this time no one except Shu Qian was allowed to enter. The others were kept outside. Shu Qian said, Great Master, this official has been sent to investigate the Tongbo Lake case. It was discovered by chance that a 100-man commander of the Jinwu Guard can shield himself from the eyes of the Heavenly Inspection Division. After much interrogation, it was learned that Qinglong Temple has a similar artifact. This is an important case, for the sake of the temple's peace. I hope the Great Master will tell me the truth. I do not mean to threaten the Great Master. I hope you understand this. For a fifth-rank expert, Shu Qian's attitude was much more respectful. This was an expert who far surpassed the level of the ancient and modern bronze armored core. Pan Shu calmly replied, indeed. The temple does have an artifact that can conceal one's aura, and avoid any scrutiny. Shu Qian asked, is that object still in the temple? Pan Shu shook his head, no longer. Hang Qing lied because this matter involved a feud with the temple. If it were to be exposed, it could also cause trouble. Your Honor, the temple has a disciple named Hangwei, who is extremely intelligent. I have high hopes for him, but he has been cultivating his qi for 6 years without making any progress, and has been seeing a female devotee. He stole the artifact, and fled the capital with his lover. Shu Qian observed Pan Shu intently. Shu Qian asked slowly, who is that woman? Pan Shu's voice trembled as he recited a mantra, and reluctantly replied, Princess Pingyang. Shu Qian's mind was struck by lightning. In the Great Feng, there are several types of princesses, daughters of the emperor and crown prince, princesses, daughters of princes, princesses, daughters of dukes, princesses. Except for the eldest princess, who is born to the empress. The other 3 princesses are all the emperor's concubines. But Emperor Yuanjing had only 4 daughters, all of whom were granted the title of princess because each of them was rare. The current crown prince only has a young princess, who could not be involved in the elopement. aunt, so Shu Qian surmised that Princess Pingyang was the daughter of a duke of the imperial clan. The case is getting more and more complicated. What role did the monk who eloped with the princess play in this case? He asked. When did that happen? Pan Shu replied, more than a year ago. Shu Qian nodded. Thank you, great master, for answering my questions. I have one more question to ask. Pan Shu said gently, go ahead. Seeing this, Shu Qian no longer hesitated, and asked directly, Qinglong Temple is the successor to the tradition of the ancient tower temple built on the West River, isn't it? Pan Shu silently confirmed. Shu Qian looked deeply into his eyes. After the Yangzhen Shanhe Temple was destroyed, a stone carved with Sanskrit was discovered at the bottom of the sacred lake. That stone was placed there 500 years ago. At the same time, the Tower Temple appeared in the western regions. Interestingly, it was also 500 years ago that Emperor Wuzong had trouble with the Tower Temple in the western regions. I wonder if the Western Buddhist sect has any records related to this? After he finished speaking, Shu Qian saw that Pan Shu's expression was extremely ugly. No longer the calm and collected demeanor of a high-ranking monk. After a moment of mental struggle, Pan Shu gritted his teeth and said, this humble monk only asks one thing. Did the thing at the bottom of Tongbo Lake really escape? Shu Qian confirmed quickly, that's right. That matter is completely true. Pan Shu's face was as if it had been struck by a strong shock, his eyes revealing a look of panic that he could not control. His hands trembled, and he hurriedly recited a mantra to pray in order to conceal his loss of composure. This reaction surprised Shu Qian a little. The old man's reaction was too excessive. He asked directly, the thing at the bottom of Tongbo Lake, is it something that has been sealed since the beginning of time? After a long moment, Pan Shu regained his composure and replied, this humble monk does not know what is sealed beneath the lake. But there is a saying passed down from the time when the founder of the Tower Temple established it 500 years ago, the Tongbo monster, a great chaos in the early days of the world. In the past, the Tower Temple was built to suppress the Tongbo seal. Later, the imperial court was afraid that Buddhism would flourish, so they ordered the extermination of Buddhism. The eminent monks had to retreat to the western regions, leaving only one branch, Qinglong Temple. Before they left, they instructed that Tongbo should be closely monitored, and that any movement should be reported immediately. Shu Qian was a little surprised. It sounds like Buddhism is more concerned about Tongbo than even the imperial family of the great Feng. A first-class monster, a great chaos in the world, doesn't sound too far-fetched. After all, first class is the peak of the world. Pan Shu continued, this humble monk only knows this much. Do you have any other questions, Your Honor? Shu Qian shook his head, no more. Before he could finish speaking, Pan Shu's figure suddenly disappeared as if it had been cut off, causing Shu Qian's eyes to widen in surprise. He secretly admired the old man's magical transformation technique. When the conversation ended, it was almost noon. Shu Qian and the others stayed for a vegetarian meal at Qinglong Temple, except for Su Taiwei, who ate 2 bowls of rice and still felt unsatisfied, feeling satisfied and praising it as delicious. The vegetarian rice here is mixed with black glutinous rice and white rice, and sesame oil is drizzled in when cooking. The rice is delicious, white and crystal clear. The vegetables are also elaborately prepared, both pleasing to the eye and delicious. Shu Qian sat next to her and smiled. Hey, patron, don't eat by yourself. The monk is here to beg for alms. Su Taiwei rolled her eyes. Hey, don't you eat like me? Shu Qian shook his head. This little monk doesn't eat vegetarian food. The wide-eyed girl was surprised. Then what do you eat? Shu Qian grinned. This little monk eats the air and the light of day. Everyone was quite satisfied with Qinglong Temple's vegetarian meal. The only regret was that there was no white phoenix meat to supplement it. Hang Qing, as the supervisor, saw everyone off at the gate of the temple. Shu Qian suddenly remembered something. Great master, do you know a monk named Hang Yuan? Hang Qing's expression changed. How does your honor know someone with that dharma name? Shu Qian recalled how Shu Erlang had once sent someone to the health cultivation hall to find number 6, but number 6 had already left. Shu Erlang only recounted that his family had told him that Grandmaster Hang Yuan had left, apparently to find his fellow apprentice. Shu Qian's expression became serious. He was not pleased with this stubborn monk. Although if he fought alone, the supervisor of Qinglong Temple would probably crush him. Anyway, he still asked him, it doesn't matter how I know. Now I'm asking you. Hang Qing hesitated for a moment before replying. Hang Yuan is a martial monk of the temple, has a hot temper, and often fights with his fellow disciples, so he was punished by the abbot and expelled from Qinglong Temple last year. Shu Qian pondered. Sure enough, Number 6 is a monk from Qinglong Temple, and he's also a martial monk. No wonder he's as big as Lu Zhishan. Number 6 once said that his disciple was kidnapped by traffickers. Could that fellow apprentice be Hang Wei? But Hang Wei ran away with Princess Pingyang. However, Hang Wei stole a Dharma artifact from Qinglong Temple, and it appeared on the body of the Jin Yui 100-man commander, Zhu Shihong. This means that the monk Hang Yuan has met with misfortune, or that he is also involved in the Tongbo Lake case. If it's the latter, what is his purpose? And where is Princess Pingyang now? This trip to Qinglong Temple yielded more than Xu Qian had expected. After returning to Qinglong Temple, it was already late afternoon. Xu Qian let everyone rest, while he went into his room and locked the door to review and summarize the clues. Then he took out a piece of paper and wrote, "Still no news from number 6? After a moment, Taoist Jin Lian appeared, still no news. Xu Qian realized that number 6 had probably discovered something, or was in a very dangerous situation. Otherwise, he wouldn't have kept silent for so long. He continued to ask the Taoist, "Have you still not located number 6 a piece of earth book?" Jin Lian sighed, "It must have been shielded by magic." At this moment, number 2 also appeared. "That old man always gets into trouble," Jin Lian said helplessly. "Ever since the investigation into the disappearance of his disciple, he has probably been retaliated against by the forces behind Marquis Pingyuan." Xu Qian was worried in his heart. He discovered some clues in the swamp, but he ended up the same. In any case, number 6 is in big trouble now. Number 4 said, "If the piece of earth book falls into the hands of others, we will have to stop communicating by letter as before, and we will no longer be able to contact each other." Number 2 added, "And if it falls into the hands of the Earth sect, we will all be in danger." Hearing this, everyone in the Heaven and Earth Society felt anxious. Not only were they worried about number 6's safety, but if they could no longer communicate by Earthbook, the communication system that the Heaven and Earth Society had built up over the years would be destroyed. The worst situation is if it falls into the hands of the Earth sect. Ordinary members will be fine, but if the Earth sect pursues them directly, it will be dangerous. Numbers 1 and 3 can still hide in the capital. The Earth sect will not dare to act recklessly, but the others are in danger. At this moment, number 2 said, "That's right, I have an idea." Number 2 said, "Let's ask number 3 for help." Number 4 agreed, if number 3 can use the Yunlu Library's connections to help Taoist Jin Lian, it will be much easier to find number 6. Unbeknownst to them, the Heaven and Earth Society was becoming more and more dependent on number 3, rather than number 1 who always stood on the sidelines. Whenever they thought about getting involved in the affairs of the Great Phoenix capital, their minds always turned to number 3. Xu Qian felt like he was just a tool. Number 6's current identity and status were top secret information that he had just learned. Now that he was sharing it, the risk of his identity being exposed was very high. He had to keep it a secret for a while. Unless, all the members of the Heaven and Earth Society already knew number 6's background. He wrote, "Do you all know number 6's identity? I said outside that the information is that he is a wandering Buddhist disciple." Number 2 replied, "I don't know. Number 6 claims to be a wandering Buddhist disciple, and that he plans to stay in the capital for a while." Xu Qian thought, number 6 is pretending to be an outsider. This monk is a bit smarter than Lu Zhishan. Knowing the situation, he wrote, "You don't have to worry about this. I will contact Taoist Jin Lian. I know number 6's situation better than anyone else." Seeing number 3's words, everyone in the Heaven and Earth Society felt a chill down their spines for some reason. It felt like they had been stabbed in the back. It turned out that number 3 had already investigated number 6's background, and from the sound of it, he had also grasped his current situation. After all, they had only met once before, and it was only for a short time. As expected, the scholars of the Yunlu Library were all very accomplished. Number 2 thought to himself, "I have to be careful with number 3. Number 4 sincerely admired him. Number 3 is really interesting. He joined the latest, but he has shown great talent, and his abilities and perceptiveness are rare. I really look forward to the day when I return to the capital and can meet and learn from him." Number 5 worried, "Don't investigate my identity. If not, I'll be angry." At this moment, number 1 asked number 3, "Do you have any more accurate news about the Tongbo Lake case?" Xu Qian denied that he had not paid any attention to the case in recent days. After making an appointment to meet Taoist Jin Lian, Xu Qian left the Heaven and Earth chat group, and went straight to the Haoqi Tower to meet Wei Yuan. Wei Yuan did not look up, but continued to laugh and say, "For half my life, I have been playing chess, and at first I lost all the time. but I kept playing after losing, and finally I entered the stage of defeating the masters of the Wei Kingdom. Unbeknownst to me, I had no more opponents. Shu Qian complained in his heart, he is on par with that censor. Wei Yuan put down the chess piece, and patted him on the shoulder, but there are many enemies outside the battlefield that give me a headache. Why have you come? Shu Qian said bluntly, I want to report the progress of the case. Last night, the county magistrate was killed to silence him as soon as he was imprisoned. The dozen's office has kept this a secret. Li Xian died in a strange way, with no wounds or poison, but died a natural death with a peaceful expression on his face. Wei Yuan's eyes flashed. What do you think? Shu Qian took a deep breath. I have searched the documents, and only the Soul Gate or the Northeast Shamanism can do this. The Tongbo Lake case involves the demon race and the Northeast Shamanism. I have been thinking wildly. In the court, only that person has the ability to collude with these two forces. Bang! Wei Yuan slammed his hand on the chessboard, knocking all the pieces over. He looked at Shu Qian sharply. Get out of here. Don't tell anyone about this. Shu Qian quickly explained, but it will be difficult for me to continue the investigation. Wei Yuan coldly said, get out. Shu Qian had no choice but to walk out of the room, feeling very helpless. As he heard Shu Qian's footsteps gradually fading away, Wei Yuan trembled as he tidied up the chess pieces, and remained silent for a long time. Finally, Wei Yuan ordered his guards to prepare the carriage, and said, I have to go to the palace immediately. Back in the room, Shu Qian just wanted a cigarette. When he thought about it, he just sat there dryly, listening to Li Yuxuan and the three watchmen discussing the case. But his mind was already far away. The king of the north is on the border. I can't run there to investigate. Furthermore, I wouldn't dare to investigate, unless the emperor issues an imperial edict. This gold token alone is not enough to consider. The Grand Internal Minister on the border has a perfect alibi. But there is no perfect crime in the world. As long as you do something, you will leave behind clues. The question is whether we can find those clues. The king of the north is not in the capital, but he needs a representative. That person must be a court official. Unfortunately, Wei Yuan refused to help me. But if Wei Yuan can obtain the imperial edict, everything will be easy. Fortunately, a cunning rabbit has more than one burrow. A smart person also has more than one way. Today's trip to the Azure Dragon Temple was not in vain. Monk Hang Yuan is a great opportunity to continue the investigation from this clue. I must find a way to contact number 6. That is why Shu Qian invited Taoist Jin Lian to his home. At this moment, a knock on the door interrupted Shu Qian's train of thought, causing him to frown and look towards the door. Chu Guangshao, a man of few words, stood outside the door and reported, Ning Yan, the eldest princess summons you. In Shu Qian's mind, the image of the beautiful and cold princess appeared, with her full breasts that could be placed on the desk. What does Hou Khan want me for? Could it be that she misses me? Ah, we just met yesterday. It seems that a day without seeing each other is like 3 autumns. In the palace garden, Emperor Yuan Jing, dressed in a Taoist robe, and Wei Yuan, dressed in green, were playing chess. One was the emperor but hated to wear the dragon robe, and the other was the censor-in-chief who wore plain clothes. They were absorbed in deploying their troops on the chessboard. Emperor Yuan Jing laughed and said, Yesterday, the state preceptor refined a furnace of golden pills, and I will send someone to give you one. He said this and then deliberately took 3 chess pieces. Wei Yuan laughed and replied, to exchange 1 golden pill for 3 chess pieces. Your Majesty is too ruthless. The 2 of them continued to play a few more moves. Wei Yuan took another 6 white pieces from Emperor Yuan Jing. Your Majesty's side seems to be in chaos, and I will help your Majesty rearrange them. Emperor Yuan Jing's face remained expressionless. Over the years, you have defeated me the most. Emperor Yuan Jing often thought, if he had not entered the palace in the past but had taken the imperial examination to become an official, then the person he respected the most would still be Wei Yuan. His Majesty would not have to worry about the treacherous deeds of the treacherous officials. But Wei Yuan's expression immediately returned to normal, and he smiled and said, Now I still serve your Majesty with all my heart. The crown prince stood behind and frowned at the chessboard, silently pondering. It was not because the chess battle between his father and Wei Gong was too intense, but because he was pondering the dialogue between the two. It felt like he understood but also didn't. It was very vague. The 2 were sitting in the pavilion. One had cultivated the Tao for 20 years, and still had a firm grasp on the government. The emperor's mind was like pure fire. One was a eunuch but held the power to punish the wicked, and his literary and martial skills were so great that they made countless scholars sweat. The dialogue between the 2 must be carefully considered and pondered. At this moment, Emperor Yuan Jing said, How is the Tongbo Lake case going? The case files sent from the Palace of Punishment and the Ministry of Justice are as confusing as chives. I remember that the main judge is a criminal with the surname Shu, right? Wei Yuan replied solemnly, it is Shu Qian. It was obvious that Emperor Yuan Jing did not care about the name of a small fry. But seeing Wei Yuan emphasize the name, the emperor was slightly surprised. He took a sip of tea, looked down at the chessboard, and said as he moved, he is a talent. That little eunuch? It seems that he was the one who solved the case of Zhu Shihong. The gunpowder case was also investigated by him. Many days have passed. Has he made any progress? I heard from eunuch Lu that the brat often leaves early and returns late, and even the eunuchs on patrol can't find him. Wei Yuan continued the story. Actually, there have been some discoveries. Last night, the county magistrate died in the prison of the government office. Emperor Yuan Jing nodded. The prefect of Chen Prefecture has already reported this matter. Wei Yuan continued, the cause of death is natural. No injuries, no poisoning, nor suffocation or other external causes. Either it was caused by the Yang god of the demon sect, or by the sorcery sect of the northeast. Boom! A white chess piece fell from Emperor Yuan Jing's fingertips onto the chessboard. After a few seconds of silence, Emperor Yuan Jing smiled broadly, picked up the chess piece and threw it into the box. I've been playing for decades, and I've never won against you. This is really boring. Wei Yuan stood up and bowed, Your Majesty. Only then did Emperor Yuan Jing turn to the crown prince. I heard that the day before yesterday, Ling Long suddenly went berserk, and pushed Linen into the lake. The crown prince replied, at that time, Linen was picking fruit by the lake, and Ling Long was playing on the water. It was Hoai Khan who blew the whistle that startled Ling Long, so she pushed Linen into the water. But there is something I still don't understand. Emperor Yuan Jing asked, what is it? The crown prince replied, Ling Long's reaction was too strong, just because of the sound of the whistle. But in her heart, apart from Your Majesty, Ling Long treats all the princes and princesses the same. My siblings and I, as long as we have not ascended to the throne, are essentially the same. The crown prince continued, not only that, Ling Long not only pushed Linen down, but also swam towards Hoai Khan with great interest. She even banged her head on the shore to ask Hoai Khan to get on her back. She waited on the shore until Hoai Khan left. Emperor Yuan Jing's eyes suddenly shot out a sharp gaze. He stared at the crown prince. Hoai Khan rode on its back? The crown prince shook his head. Strangely, when Hoai Khan was about to ride it, Ling Long resisted fiercely, and pushed Hoai Khan away. After hearing this explanation, Emperor Yuan Jing stood up. Alright, I'll go and see Ling Long. Emperor Yuan Jing sat on the dragon carriage and glided away. The crown prince and Wei Yuan quickly followed. Before the crown prince respectfully sent his father off, Wei Yuan asked casually, at that time, other than Princess Hoai Khan, was there anyone else present? The crown prince turned around and replied, there was also Wei Gong's night watch attendant. Wei Yuan was stunned on the spot. But to the crown prince, a small fry like that was not worth paying attention to. He only remembered him because of that half-line of poetry. Otherwise, among Hoai Khan's confidants, the crown prince would not bother to remember those useless people. Thinking of this, the crown prince lifted the curtain and stepped into the carriage. Seeing that Wei Yuan was still standing there, he asked, Wei Gong, aren't you coming? Wei Yuan was startled and also got into the carriage. The crown prince smiled and said, but that night watch attendant is really interesting. I didn't expect a small night watch attendant to be so talented. That day at the lake, in order to save Hoai Khan and escape, he performed a talent show. Wei Yuan smiled unconsciously. The crown prince was telling him, the night watch attendant under you already belongs to Princess Hoai Khan. In any case, the crown prince's words made him curious. So what other poems did he write? The crown prince recited aloud. The last sentence is, I don't know that the sky is in the water, and the boat is full of clear dreams pressing down on the Milky Way. Wei Yuan's eyes lit up. He recited the 2 lines of poetry with relish. The crown prince waited in silence for a while. And sure enough, he heard a question from the carriage on the other side. What about the previous sentence? The crown prince pursed his lips and did not answer. Wei Yuan's face immediately darkened. He almost roared, but then he tried to control himself, and remained silent for a while. He must be thinking to himself. Otherwise he would have killed that son of a bitch Shu Qian. Seeing that the other side was silent, the crown prince suddenly felt much happier. In the Wei Lam Palace, Shu Qian entered to pay his respects to Princess Hoai Khan. Her Highness, how is the progress of the case, Shu Qian thought to himself, she must be asking about the results of the investigation at Qinglong Temple, because yesterday at Wen Yuan Pavilion, the two of them had looked up the history of the Pagoda Temple, and the inheritance up to now. Thinking of this, Shu Qian said, indeed, there have been some clues. Hou Khan's eyes sparkled with joy, looking forward to Shu Qian. Up until now, this little night watch attendant had not disappointed her. Excellent ability, a shrewd detective. When she first recommended him to the night watch attendant's office, Hou Khan had intended to use him, but according to her plan, the process should be observation, hints, and then finally favor. Unexpectedly, Shu Qian quickly skipped the last step. Shu Qian clasped his hands. When the case happened, I used the technique of questioning the aura to observe Zhou Shihong. At that time, he was normal, nothing unusual. Now I know that it was because he used a special magic weapon to cover up his aura, so the technique of observing the aura was ineffective. After eliminating the Tai Thien Geum and several magic weapons in the palace, I investigated and found that Qinglong Temple has a magic weapon that can hide its breath. Of course, it is not yet possible to say for sure that Zhou Shihong's magic weapon is from Qinglong Temple. Hou Khan spoke up. So is that magic weapon still in Qinglong Temple now? Shu Qian shook his head. It was lost long ago. I was going to report this to your highness. He continued, a year ago, there was a monk in Qinglong Temple named Hang Wei who got involved in worldly affairs, and ran away with a female devotee, and also stole that magic weapon. Hou Khan immediately asked, forget about running away. Why did he have to steal the magic weapon? Shu Qian praised her in his heart for being truly intelligent, always pointing out the key issues. He continued, this matter needs to be investigated further, but I need the princess's help. Hou Khan raised an eyebrow, slightly surprised, but Shu Qian's next sentence was like a thunderbolt to her ears, causing her beautiful face to freeze like a statue, revealing an expression of panic for the first time. Does your highness know Princess Pingyang? Her voice trembled, her eyes fixed on Shu Qian. Is this true? Shu Qian nodded. That is what Abbot Pan Shu of Qinglong Temple revealed to me. Whether it is true or not remains to be investigated. Princess Hou Khan sighed softly. Pingyang is the eldest daughter of Prince Yu, and she is also my cousin. Have you met my third imperial brother? All day long, my third imperial brother only knows how to read. Unlike the other princes, my third brother's teacher is Prince Yu's uncle. Prince Yu's uncle is a man of many talents, and he once studied under the great Confucian scholar Zhang Shang. He is good at military strategy and was once the Minister of War, and there are even rumors that he will enter the cabinet to compete for the position of Prime Minister. Shu Qian was surprised by this. This is impossible. Only scholars can enter the cabinet. Moreover, the Prime Minister's power is even greater than Wei Yuan's. How could Emperor Yuan Jing give such a position to a prince? Hou Khan realized his doubts, and patiently explained, Prince Yu's uncle has the support of the aristocratic faction. With the status of an aristocrat in charge of the cabinet, there have been precedents before, and not just once. For a long time now, in Da Feng, the aristocracy has been gradually pushed out of the court. They are no longer capable of competing for the position of prime minister. Shu Qian's mind flashed. So Prince Yu is just a pawn for the aristocratic faction. It will be related to the struggle between the civil servant faction and the aristocratic faction. Hou Khan continued, Prince Yu's princess consort is a talented woman. Unfortunately, her beauty was like a flower, but her life was short. She only gave birth to one daughter for Prince Yu. He loved this only daughter very much, but more than a year ago, Pingyang suddenly disappeared. At that time, His Majesty mobilized the entire Fei Qianman Cheng to search, and sent more than half of the Tai Thien Geum sorcerers to participate, but Pingyang was still not found. This was a great shock to Prince Yu. Not long after, he fell ill and was bedridden, and his illness gradually worsened due to depression. The Tai Thien Geum sorcerers were also helpless. Because mental illness is difficult to cure, Shu Qian ate the cake while digesting today's information. Fei Qianman Cheng searched. The Tai Thien Geum sorcerers assisted, but still could not find any trace of Princess Pingyang. Therefore, a magic weapon is needed to hide her breath. Otherwise it would be very difficult to get Pingyang out of the capital. There is no doubt that Hang Wei must have stolen the magic weapon. Ah, so that's it. Hou Khan sighed. You continue to investigate. If you encounter any difficulties or obstacles that you cannot overcome, just come to me. Shu Qian immediately bowed his head and accepted the order. At this moment, Hou Khan suddenly remembered something, and asked coldly, that's right. I heard that Linen came to find you yesterday. Shu Qian's heart was struck by lightning. That sentence sounded like, yesterday, your ex-girlfriend came to look for you. He had no choice but to reply, Yes, Princess Lin forced me to follow her and serve her, making me work like a horse and a donkey. She also gave me a jade pendant. Ho-I Khan's expression remained cold. Why didn't you refuse her? Shu Qian broke out in a cold sweat. Another mistake could lead to serious consequences. Moreover, your princesses kept pestering me, and I'm just a small fry. How can I resist? But in the end, Shu Qian gritted his teeth and said, Princess Lin said that if I didn't agree, she would shout and accuse me of being disrespectful. Ho-I Khan exposed him ruthlessly. With your intelligence, you must have realized that it was just an empty threat. Shu Qian's heart almost collapsed. It turned out that this icy girl was so strong inside. He looked at Ho-I Khan in amazement. I understand. I will return the jade pendant to Princess Lin and cut off all ties with her. From now on, I will only be loyal to the princess. In his heart, he added, I swear. From now on, I will cut off all ties with that princess, and only work like a horse and a donkey for my princess. Ho-I Khan nodded in satisfaction. At this moment, a loud noise came from outside, followed by the sound of the door being kicked open. A figure in a bright red dress rushed into the hall. It was the beautiful Princess Lin with a round face. She glanced around the hall and indeed saw her loyal dog licking the feet of its old master. Lin flew into a rage. Dog slave, how dare you betray me? Have you forgotten who you belong to? Shu Qian groaned in his heart. His eyes unconsciously looked towards Princess Ho-I Khan, hoping that she would speak up and mediate. Unexpectedly, Ho-I Khan smiled smugly at him. Her eyes seemed to say, go ahead and choose. Shu Qian felt very embarrassed. He had already accepted the second princess's gift yesterday. He knew that this day would come, but he didn't expect it to come so quickly. If this kind of situation had happened in his previous life, he would have just said, only children have to choose. But in ancient times, he would probably be beheaded. Thinking of this, Shu Qian turned around and clasped his hands in front of Lin, silently signaling that he had a job to do. But he overestimated the second princess's intelligence. Maybe she was too impulsive, stubborn. Shu Qian had just said, Princess, I came here to win. Lin interrupted. Why? Didn't you take the initiative to ask me? Ho-I Khan sneered when she heard this. Lin's greatest strength is her self-confidence. Even a fool could hear the sarcasm in that sentence. But this made Shu Qian feel relieved. Ho-I Khan had helped him deal with the situation. He told himself to just keep quiet and act like a rolling stone. The two princess sisters had been at odds with each other since they were young. From fighting to competing over the current case, there were so many things they disagreed on. Lin sneered, Shu Qian is my man now. He has accepted the jade pendant from me, and agreed to serve me. Birds of a feather flock together. Who can blame someone for being too stingy?
Wanting the horse to run but not feeding it.
I am much more generous. Ho-I Khan remained silent. Lin continued to insist, if you want to use my people, you must ask for my permission first. I am not happy today, so I will not let my people serve you. Ho-I Khan calmly took a sip of tea, looking very confident. This made Lin even more angry, her beautiful cherry blossom eyes glaring at her sister. Then she ordered Shu Qian, follow me now. Shu Qian coughed, Your Highnesses, I am a copper coin under the emperor's rule. But the two sisters immediately shouted, shut up. Shu Qian suddenly realized that the conflict between the two princesses was not one-sided. The second princess liked to cause trouble, while the first princess liked to challenge. And I am just a little dog caught in the middle. When faced with two characters at the same time, what would you choose to do? One side looks lovely, but is a crybaby, while the other side looks cold but is cunning inside. Of course, this is not a multiple choice, but a choice to become the right-hand man of one of the two. It's like two rich girls fighting over a toy, and then forcing it to choose who to follow. Shu Qian felt a lot of pressure at this moment. If he didn't handle this situation well, he could be fired by both princesses. He looked straight into their eyes, and finally gritted his teeth and said to Lin, I beg your pardon, princess, but I have important business to discuss with the first princess. Although his words were very gentle, Shu Qian had actually made his decision. He chose Princess Ho-I Khan. Lin's lips pursed slightly. She stared at Shu Qian for a moment and then turned away. She had lost again. She had been humiliated by Ho-I Khan once again. The other party sat there, arrogant and self-righteous, while a small copper coin was also ordered around to humiliate her. Princess Lin, who was so proud, had never been so hurt and defeated. She left silently, without saying a word. Shu Qian ignored the second princess's departure, and calmly exchanged a few words with Ho-I Khan. Suddenly, he patted his chest as if he had remembered something, and then said with a helpless expression, Oh, I forgot. I haven't returned the jade pendant to the second princess. Please excuse me. Seeing Hoai Khan nod in satisfaction, Shu Qian knew that he was allowed to leave. Shu Qian left the mansion slowly. He asked the servant at the door where the second princess had gone. As soon as he was shown the direction, Shu Qian immediately transformed into a stray dog, running quickly after Linen. A few minutes later, he saw the second princess's bright red figure, walking hurriedly with two maids. Shu Qian called out, "Second princess, please wait a moment." Linen heard him but ignored him, and even quickened her pace. Shu Qian hurriedly ran up, blocking her way. "Princess, are you crying?" he thought to himself. "You so weak?" Linen immediately turned her face away, her voice cold. "Why are you following me? Do you want to do something bad?" Seeing that Linen didn't leave or call for help, Shu Qian boldly said, "I am absolutely loyal to the princess, and I have no ill intentions." Linen suddenly turned around, sneering, "Shu Qian, do you think I may joke?" Linan's feelings for Shu Qian had now hit rock bottom. This Hoai Khan's two-faced lackey even wanted to row two boats. How disgusting. If it weren't for his good poetry, and Hoai Khan's regard for him, I wouldn't even bother with a man like him. Shu Qian sighed, perhaps in the eyes of the second princess, I am a hypocritical, despicable person. I cannot refute that. Beg the princess to take back this jade pendant. Do not let this precious jewel be buried with me. Linen was stunned. What are you saying? Shu Qian lowered his head and raised the jade. The second princess is so generous. No one would dare to give this precious jade pendant to a nobody. This humble one is deeply moved by the princess's kindness. He sighed and handed the jade back. Perhaps the second princess and I are not meant to be. Linen was a little touched, but she still didn't forgive him. After all, as the princess most favored by Emperor Yuan Jing, she had heard too many flattering, fawning words. But the look in this man's eyes and his tone of voice were quite sincere. Linen wanted to hear his explanation. What do you mean by, buried with me? Shu Qian smiled bitterly. I thought the princess had already investigated me. Linen felt a little guilty, but in fact she hadn't investigated him at all. Remembering something, she asked, the punishment for beheading, right? I heard from Hoai Khan that you were convicted of beheading your superior. Linen was still a little angry, but her jealousy gradually subsided. Shu Qian said calmly, Princess Hoai Khan is very curious about the Tangbo Lake case, and wants to know the latest information, so she asked me to report the progress regularly. In return, no matter what the outcome of the case is, as long as I can find out the result, she will ask the emperor to pardon me. I think, the second princess treats me sincerely, but I am a sinner, and I cannot repay her kindness, so I decided to help the first princess. After I am cleared of the charges, I will continue to serve the princess as a horse or an ox. If sincerity could be measured, then Shu Qian's eyes at this moment were as sincere as the waves of the sea, causing Linan's heart to gradually soften. She said angrily, why didn't you tell me? Father loves me the most, it would be easier for me to help you than Hoai Khan. As soon as she said this, she saw Shu Qian's expression change drastically, as if he was both moved and surprised. Next, she heard his trembling voice, Princess, you are even willing to ask the emperor to help someone you just met like me? Linan suddenly understood. He thought she wouldn't help him, so he treated Hoai Khan as a lifeboat. She had only said it casually just now, but now that she had said it, she was a little embarrassed. So Linan said, of course, I will not harm those on my side. Shu Qian clasped his hands and said carefully, Princess, now I just want to buy a piece of land. Linan obviously didn't understand, and asked with a frown, what do you want to buy land for? Shu Qian answered directly, its name is Dead Heart Terrace. Linan was stunned, and a little moved. This was a sentence she had never heard before. In a flash, her suspicions of Shu Qian vanished. Before she still wanted to fight with Hoai Khan for toys, now she sincerely felt that it was good to have such a subordinate. Remembering that he had just made her cry, she grumbled, HMPH, dogslave. Although her voice was still gentle, Shu Qian felt a great sense of relief in his heart. He had finally turned the situation around. Based on the different personalities of the two princesses, Shu Qian quickly figured out the perfect strategy to deal with this life or death situation. When faced with a choice, never think of how to solve the problem, but how to solve the person who created the problem. The key is to divide them, and then defeat them one by one. The first princess has a strong personality, and is intelligent, so in public one must favor her, and give her face. The second princess is stubborn, kind-hearted, and is both a punching bag, and a younger sister who likes to provoke and cause trouble, but she is not yet mature, and is easily spoiled. Her temper is erratic, but she is easy to coax. As long as she is coaxed, she can change her attitude. She needs sweet words. Thanks to this, Shu Qian not only saved himself, but also made the second princess agree to ask for a pardon for him, buying insurance for the future without spending a dime. In front of Linan, Shu Qi and carefully put the jade into his chest, as if it were a treasure, not a jade pendant. Lin An's eyes softened considerably. Once everything was done, Shu Qian planned to sneak away. But Lin An shot him a sharp look. What's the hurry? You are my man, she said. I still have to show you off to my other brothers. It's rare for me to snatch something from Ho-I Khan, so I have to let everyone see that I can be proud. While Ho-I Khan loses face, Shu Qian had no choice but to say, Princess, please instruct me. The second princess, who was carefree, suddenly realized that she had nothing to order him to do. So she tilted her head and said, the weather is nice today. That boring Ho-I Khan isn't here. I want to go and play with Ling Long. You follow me, I will not bring any guards. In another place, Emperor Yuan Jing stood on the high tower and rebuked Ling Long. Why did you do that? Lin An has been playing with you since she was a child. Why did you throw her into the water for no reason the other day? Ling Long is a monster of the department store variety, born from the energy of stone, not from the demon race. If one had to find a similar species, it would be the ancient god, also a monster from ancient times. The number of Ling Longs is extremely small, but their lifespan is long. They exist as semi-divine beasts of the royal family. Regardless of whether it is the Great Phoenix or the previous dynasties, they all raised this kind of monster. Ling Long snorted lazily, lying sprawled on the shore, not bothering to answer Emperor Yuan Jing. Her black eyes glanced at the emperor, as if asking, are you qualified? The crown prince stood beside him, observing Ling Long. He remembered that day. Ling Long also lay on the shore like this, but she seemed more respectful and fearful than she was now.
Ling Long is the water-borne vehicle of the emperors of the past.
According to legends from ancient times,
the territories of the demon race and the human race were not as clearly defined as they are now,
but were in a state of interpenetration. Therefore, it often happened that humans were eaten by demons, or demons were hunted by humans. Humans do not like water, so they could only suffer in the face of the demons in the river. Only Ling Long could easily jump into the water to kill the demons. To this day, the Emperor of the Great Phoenix no longer has to jump into the river to kill demons, so Ling Long has become nothing more than an ornamental creature. Since cultivating the Tao, Emperor Yuan Jing had not visited Ling Long for many years. Emperor Yuan Jing could not help but recall the scene when he ascended to the throne, riding Ling Long on a tour of the Forbidden River. At that time, the emperor gently jumped onto Ling Long's back, grasping its two horns. I have not been close to you for many years. You must be very lonely, right? Ling Long let out a happy roar, swimming swiftly, taking Emperor Yuan Jing on a tour of the lake. The crown prince admired the scene, imagining that one day he would also ride Ling Long, while the princes and princesses stood on the shore, watching with envy. Suddenly, Ling Long, who had been swimming happily, suddenly roared fiercely, as if provoked by something. It raised its head, roaring and shaking its neck violently to throw Emperor Yuan Jing out. The moment Ling Long threw Emperor Yuan Jing away, some of the experts on the shore reacted. Emperor Yuan Jing stabilized his body in midair, landing gently on the water, standing firmly on the lake. He was both angry and surprised, not expecting Ling Long to treat him like this. After throwing Emperor Yuan Jing away, Ling Long was still furious, charging straight ahead and knocking away an expert who had stepped forward. Boom, boom. Dozens of water columns rose from the lake, accurately hitting the guards who were hovering or standing on the water. No one expected that. The strange beast that had just roared had left the lake and charged straight to the shore. Emperor Yuan Jing realized that something was wrong. What's going on? Ling Long seems to be provoked by something. Ling Long's huge body rushed ashore, breaking a series of pine trees. It wreaked havoc, smashing everything with its sharp claws, tearing the floor tiles apart with ease. Where is it going? The crown prince and Wei Yuan ran over. The crown prince was quite panicked. Since I was a child, I have never seen Ling Long lose control like this.
It was always gentle, and treated my siblings very well.
It was never fierce. Emperor Yuan Jing rode on the imperial carriage, and calmly said, it is running away. The crown prince was shocked and surprised. Ling Long is running away? Why did Father Emperor use the word, flee, to describe it? What is it afraid of? What is it so afraid of? But where is safer than the imperial palace? Emperor Yuan Jing did not give the crown prince a chance to ask any more questions, and ordered the guards to prepare their horses, and chase in the direction that Ling Long had fled. As the orthodox symbol of the imperial family, the purple energy-absorbing beast Ling Long could never. Ling Long roared fiercely, trying to intimidate the palace experts who were blocking its way. Amidst the fog, Ling Long seemed to sense something, and charged straight in a certain direction. Emperor Yuan Jing looked in that direction, his pupils constricting sharply. He saw a bright red dress, the beautiful and lovely face of his daughter, Princess Lin, whom he loved the most. At this moment, beside Lin, there was only a eunuch in uniform. Emperor Yuan Jing shouted loudly, "Protect Lin." Shu Qian was equally confused. What the hell is meant by gentle? As soon as Shu Qian saw Ling Long from afar, he intended to tell Princess Lin, "This place is dangerous. I will escort you back." Unexpectedly, the beast turned its head and charged over, as if it had understood. This beast was very strong, at least as strong as 6 warriors. Shu Qian subconsciously wanted to run away, but when he turned around, he saw that the second princess had been scared out of her wits. He glanced around, and saw the palace experts flying over, and saw Emperor Yuan Jing galloping over. He saw Ling Long's pitch-black eyes emitting a strange light, like a child joyfully hugging its father when it sees him again. Shu Qian had a bad feeling. Could it be that it had run out here to find him? Without hesitation, Shu Qian stepped forward, shielding Lin in front of him, giving her a strong back. He placed one hand on the hilt of his sword, determined to fight to the death with this strange beast. He bent his knees slightly, suppressing all his emotions. After a moment of gathering strength, his fingers flicked slightly. The sword left its sheath with a soft swish. A golden sword light flashed. An astonishing scene unfolded. Ling Long, who had been running amok, suddenly stopped, its 4 claws scraping deep marks into the ground. Unexpectedly, it stopped in front of Shu Qian's sword, not daring to cross that line. Shu Qian's brave act of shielding Lin left a deep impression on her heart. It also caught the attention of Emperor Yuan Jing, Wei Yuan and the Crown Prince. Ling Long lay down on the ground
and cried out in alarm. At this moment, Shu Qian seemed to understand its mood.
Ling Long wanted him to run away. More precisely, to run away together. It was very flustered and afraid, as if it was being threatened. But in front of Shu Qian, Ling Long was much calmer. Although the fear did not diminish, a guess gradually arose in Shu Qian's heart. It wants me to lead it to escape, or it will take me to escape. Shu Qian said gently, "Don't be afraid. I'm here." Lin thought that he was talking to her, and a sense of security filled her heart. Hearing Shu Qian's words, Ling Long really stopped being anxious. It let out a tired cry. At this moment, a team of guards finally arrived, and together they spread out a large golden net and threw it down. The giant net pressed down on the 3-meter-long beast. Emperor Yuan Jing galloped over, and first checked Lin carefully, and only breathed a sigh of relief when he saw that she was fine. Then he began to observe Shu Qian from head to toe. One of the advantages of the Great Feng Law was that, apart from some special cases, when meeting the emperor, one only needed to bow and did not have to kneel. Shu Qian immediately cupped his hands respectfully and said, "Your servant, Shu Qian, respectfully greets your majesty." Emperor Yuan Jing nodded in satisfaction. "Well done. What is your name?" Shu Qian still kept his head bowed low, not daring to look the emperor in the eye. "Your majesty, my humble servant's name is Shu Qian." Emperor Yuan Jing was startled. His eyes changed slightly. "You are Shu Qian?" he said in surprise. Shu Qian nodded. Under Emperor Yuan Jing's questioning gaze, he explained, "Your servant encountered difficulties in investigating a case, so I entered the palace to ask Princess Wei Qing for advice." Emperor Yuan Jing did not ask any more questions, but looked down at the saber in Shu Qian's hand. "Show me that saber." Shu Qian respectfully offered the sword with both hands. The guard stepped forward to receive it and handed it to Emperor Yuan Jing. He examined it closely for a moment and then praised, "This is indeed a good saber." Wei Yuan stepped forward and said with a smile, "It was a gift from the supervisor." Emperor Yuan Jing raised an eyebrow. Why would he give such a precious saber to a mere eunuch? Wei Yuan said in a leisurely tone, "Shu Qian is proficient in the art of metallurgy, and has a good relationship with the celestial masters of the Imperial Observatory. This humble servant has seen him teaching the Taoist alchemists." A hint of surprise flashed in Emperor Yuan Jing's eyes, but he quickly regained his composure. Emperor Yuan Jing said, "Ah, I remember now. In the silver tax case, you also displayed your skills in metallurgy." The emperor handed the saber back to the guard, who returned it to Shu Qian. Shu Qian was slightly moved. Wei Yuan was helping him to create the image of a talent, to increase his own value. What a good master. At this moment, Lin spoke up, "Father, Shu Qian saved my life. You must reward him." Emperor Yuan Jing nodded, "I will grant him a reward." He looked at Shu Qian and announced loudly, "Eunuch Shu Qian has done a great service in saving Princess Lin. I hereby grant him 1,000 taels of gold
and 500 bolts of silk." Hearing the words 1,000 taels of gold,
Shu Qian immediately came to his senses, and immediately bowed his head to thank him. But Lin quickly spoke up, her voice slightly resentful, "He just saved my life. I want to repay him with my life. I beg you to spare his life." Emperor Yuan Jing immediately looked sharply at Shu Qian, seeing him lower his head and act obediently. The emperor's anger subsided slightly. "I have already given him a chance to redeem himself. If he can solve the Tang Bo case, I will naturally spare his life. Once the golden words have been spoken, how can they be changed?" Lin An refused to give up and argued, "But what if he can't solve the case?
He will still die. What good is a reward of 1,000 taels of gold?"
Emperor Yuan Jing had no choice but to say, "I will deal with it according to the circumstances at that time." He did not want to say these words in front of Shu Qian, in case he became arrogant and it affected the investigation of the case. Emperor Yuan Jing added, "The deadline is still half a month. If you can solve the case, I will spare your life. But if you fail, even if Lin An pleads for you, I will exile you to the frontier. But I will not kill you. Do you understand?" Shu Qian thanked him loudly. At this moment, he saw Lin An glance at him playfully. Shu Qian was secretly delighted. This investment had paid off handsomely. "Even if I can't find the murderer in the end, I won't die. Being exiled is a small matter, and with the 2 princesses and Duke Wei supporting me, I have nothing to worry about." Emperor Yuan Jing glanced at Ling Long, who was obediently. His anger subsided and he roared, "Drag this monster down to the lake." Ling Long's claws dug into the ground, and she let out a snort of annoyance at Emperor Yuan Jing. Emperor Yuan Jing shouted, "You can get out of here yourself." Shu Qian watched silently as Emperor Yuan Jing's figure gradually disappeared. When Lin An pleaded for me, he glanced at me sharply. Emperor Yuan Jing is indeed very controlling. And he desires immortality. All emperors have a strong desire for power. It is tiring to deal with such a high-level expert. I dare not do anything out of line. With just a look or an expression, he can guess what I'm thinking.
Fortunately, my acting skills are still good.
My expression of fear was quite good. On the high pavilion by the lake, Emperor Yuan Jing whispered. Ling Long raised her head out of the water. Ling Long listened to the 2 of them talking in boredom. And finally Emperor Yuan Jing left in anger. Seeing his gloomy expression, Wei Yuan comforted him, "Your Majesty, why should you be angry with such a petty beast?" Emperor Yuan Jing sneered coldly, "That damned beast has become increasingly contemptuous of me. It ignores me every time I speak." Wei Yuan said, "Your Majesty, please increase the number of troops guarding the imperial city. From now on, no one is allowed to enter or leave the palace." "That's right. Why did that beast suddenly go berserk?" Wei Yuan shook his head. "Perhaps it is in heat." Emperor Yuan Jing clearly did not believe this explanation. He had a guess in his heart, but it was too ridiculous. At this moment, Wei Yuan also felt that something was wrong. If last time Ling Long suddenly went berserk when she was with Hoai Khan and Shu Qian, then this time Shu Qian was not around, and Ling Long still went berserk. There must be another reason. Although a group of guards could not stop it, it became obedient in front of Shu Qian. Suspicions flashed through Wei Yuan's mind, but they were quickly dismissed. He had investigated Shu Qian's past, and it was clean and ordinary. Linking him to Ling Long was far-fetched. Ling Long's sudden obedience could be explained by the fact that it had finished venting its stress, or that it did not want to harm Princess Lin An. Perhaps Emperor Yuan Jing thought so too. As they were discussing, Emperor Yuan Jing suddenly said, "It has been a long time since the king of Zhenbei returned to the capital." Wei Yuan glanced at him. "It has indeed been many years." Emperor Yuan Jing nodded. "I will summon him back next spring. I miss him very much." Shu Qian and Wei Yuan sat in a carriage and traveled on a wide road in the inner city. From outside the carriage came Shu Qian's gentle voice, "Duke Wei, what's going on with Ling Long? Such a ferocious creature is still kept in the palace. Aren't you afraid it will hurt people?" Duke Wei replied, "Ling Long is usually gentle." He continued, "As long as you don't touch it, Ling Long will not attack others." Shu Qian asked casually, trying to keep his tone calm, "No exceptions?" Wei Yuan replied indifferently, "No exceptions." Shu Qian was silent for half a moment. Then he said, "Duke Wei, I have found some details, which make the case even more confusing and obscure. I am a little confused, and I don't know how to handle it. Today, I went to the Qinglong Temple, and I discovered a secret. The temple has a monk named Hang Wei, who fell in love with a female devotee who often visited the temple more than a year ago. The 2 of them stole a magic weapon that conceals the aura of the Qinglong Temple and ran away together. The female devotee was Princess Pingyang, who has been missing for a long time." Wei Yuan said in a deep voice, "Why didn't the spies mention this before?" Shu Qian was a little embarrassed. "Because he wanted to show off to Princess Hoai Khan first." "Oh no. It's to increase my favorability rating." He stammered because he didn't have clear evidence, and he didn't dare to give false information to Duke Wei. After meeting the eldest princess, I learned that Princess Pingyang's elopement may be related to the struggle between the nobles and the civil servants. At present, I still dare not assert that Princess Pingyang, Hang Wei, and the Tang Yin case are related, although the Imperial Guard, Zhu Shihong, carried a magic weapon that concealed his breath. These people had escaped from the capital. It is not known whether their magic weapon came from the Qinglong Temple. Wei Yuan was silent when he heard this. The carriage entered the yamen of the Ministry of Justice. The two of them entered the Haoqi Tower one after another. Wei Yuan ordered Xu Qian to make tea, while he stood on the upper floor and admired the scenery. Time passed by the minute, until Xu Qian called out from below, "The tea is ready." Wei Yuan walked down to the table, glanced at it, and shook his head. The first cup must be poured out. It cannot be drunk immediately. The bitterness will overwhelm the sweetness of the tea. Xu Qian complained in his heart, "He always makes me do such trivial things." But there was still a servile smile on his face. Xu Qian said with a smile, "This humble one is shallow and crude, and has no experience at all." Then Duke Wei took out a brocade bag from his sleeve, and pushed it towards Xu Qian. "Open it and take a look." Xu Qian looked into the bag, and inside was a round pearl-sized pill, shining brightly and emitting a strong fragrance. Wei Yuan said softly, "This is a golden elixir bestowed by the emperor, which can strengthen the body, and enhance one's aura. The national master cultivated for several months before he was able to refine a furnace, and it is difficult to buy for 1,000 taels of gold. This is for you. Can't use it. It's of little use to high-level martial artists. Think carefully. The person who needs to improve his cultivation the most right now is you. I said I would train you. Of course, I won't let you be idle." Joy and gratitude filled Xu Qian. A sense of emotion passed through him. The fateful words rang out, as expected, "If you rely on others to the end, you will eventually get what you want." Wei Yuan continued, "After you digest the golden elixir, your qi will overflow into the middle elixir. At that time, you must practice visualization to increase your primordial spirit. In this way, your cultivation speed will be at least 1/3 faster than martial artists of the same level." Xu Qian was overjoyed. This was the benefit of relying on a large organization and following a master. If he was a maverick like his second uncle, he would probably still be stuck in the qi refining stage. He secretly thanked himself for making the right decision that day. "Remember when I discovered that number 9 and number 6 were playing a cat and mouse game to see who would fall into the trap? Instead of recklessly joining in, I went to Wei Yuan to confess. If it weren't for that trip, I wouldn't have been able to quickly gain Wei Yuan's trust and importance. It's not enough to just be valued. I would probably have to work hard to accumulate merits, and I wouldn't have been given the golden elixir so easily." Xu Qian asked sincerely, "Duke Wei, the first level of the refining essence realm is the iron bone and copper skin, so how do I cultivate it?" Wei Yuan replied, "Wait until you reach the peak of the human god realm, and your qi and blood and primordial spirit will merge. At that time, your physical body will undergo a transformation. During the transformation, use a stick to beat all over your body, like a blacksmith breaking down steel, removing impurities, and refining it into steel." Xu Qian's mind was full of doubts and worries. Beating all over the body, isn't this a pressure that people of our age should bear? What if it flies away then? It seemed that Wei Yuan could read Xu Qian's mind, and he said with a smile, "That's an ancient method. Times have changed. Now martial artists who train their bodies use medicine." Xu Qian breathed a sigh of relief, and continued to ask, "When I was studying the literature, I found the description of the 5th grade realm to be rather vague. It says that it gives life to each part of the body, making them like arms that can be controlled, but also independent and separate. I find that description to be somewhat unreasonable. The body is a unified entity, and it already has life. Where does the idea of giving life to each part of the body come from? This kind of description doesn't sound very convincing." Wei Yuan shook his head. "The details of the cultivation method will wait until you reach that realm. Knowing too much now will only distract you, and add to your worries. Alright, you can take the medicine here. I'll see if this golden elixir can help you fill your middle elixir. Not everyone is as effective as you. I judge based on your aptitude, but whether or not it will be successful, we'll have to see." Xu Qian opened the box and swallowed the pill. He chewed it up and swallowed it. A few seconds later, his stomach started to burn, as if a fire had been lit. The fire burned in his stomach, gradually exceeding his tolerance. Xu Qian calmly breathed in and out, circulating the heat in his body. In the large room, there was the sound of heavy breathing, like the breath of a great tiger. Wei Yuan concentrated, silently observing Shu Qian. An hour later, Shu Qian felt the heat gradually receding, and his qi filled his body. He was in a better state than ever before. Shu Qian, as he was now, could even kill an opponent with a protective artifact. The single blow. He was overjoyed with the change in himself. Wei Yuan praised, "Not bad. You are truly a rare martial arts genius." He stood up and took a thin book from his chest. Then he gave Shu Qian a small book and a scroll. He said, "The book records the method of visualization. You just have to learn according to it. This scroll is the object you need to visualize. Visualization image will affect the martial artist's mood. It is the spiritual imprint that the painter put into the painting. I've thought about it for a long time and I think this painting is the most suitable for you." Shu Qian unrolled the scroll, and inside was a painting of a giant, its head touching the sky and its feet on the ground. Its appearance and bulging muscles exuded a fierce power. But what was most overwhelming was the arrogant and disdainful aura. It was as if nothing in the world could frighten him. Shu Qian carefully put away the book and painting as if they were treasures. Then he asked, "Duke Wei, can I visualize with someone else? That person is my second uncle." Shu Qian thought that he should be honest in front of Wei Yuan, and not hide anything, because there was no way to deceive this mysterious figure. Wei Yuan said, "You just need to return it after 3 months. During that time, what you do with the painting, who you give it to, I don't care. But remember, any visualization painting is of great value. If it is damaged, you will regret it for the rest of your life." At this moment, the sound of footsteps came from the stairs. Nan Gong Chin Ru entered, his face gloomy. His eyes stopped on the painting in Shu Qian's hand, and his heart filled with even more hatred for this little country bumpkin. Thinking about how his godfather had rewarded this little nobody, Nan Gong Chin Ru sniffed in disdain at Shu Qian. He leaned down and whispered something in Wei Yuan's ear. Wei Yuan sighed, "I know. He signaled to me when we were playing chess. The emperor may tolerate corrupt officials, but he will not forgive anyone who challenges his authority, even in the slightest. The 3 eyes in my palace have all been gouged out." Shu Qian lowered his head and remained silent, pretending not to hear. Wei Yuan continued, "Just wait a little longer. His Majesty will reward you with 1,000 taels of gold and 500 bolts of silk." Shu Qian instantly came back to life, his eyes filled with a desire for those little coins. Towards dusk, the eunuchs from the palace delivered Yuan Jingdi's reward to Shu Qian. 1,000 taels of gold is about 60 catties, and it was contained in a large box. 500 bolts of silk, each bolt 4 zhang long, filled 2 carriages. It was almost the end of the day, and the other constables in the yamen had not yet left. They watched in astonishment as the eunuchs pulled the carriages into the yamen. Song Ting Feng said happily, "You've made a fortune. You can pay off your debt to the pleasure quarters next month." Shu Qian glanced at Lu Qing. "Don't talk nonsense. I didn't go there to have fun." He opened the box and took out 4 taels of gold, and divided them among Li Yu Chun, Min Yinla, and Yang Feng. "Take this and share it with the others." Then he gave Lu Qing 1 tael, and said, "Miss Lu, don't refuse. Just think of it as a token of our camaraderie." The other constables watched from afar, envious as hell. 1 tael of gold was about 5 liang, which was worth 40 liang of silver, a reward of 160 liang at once. That was indeed generous. Li Yu Chun asked, "Why did you get this reward?" Shu Qian replied, "When I was in the palace, I saved Princess Linen." It's not convenient to talk about the details of the reward from the emperor. Everyone was shocked. It was not because of the progress in the Tangbo case that they were rewarded. Suddenly, the silver in their hands felt hot. They thought this was a reward because the emperor was satisfied with Shu Qian's progress in the investigation. Shu Qian smiled and said, "Brothers, you've worked hard these past few days. This official will never treat his constables poorly." Shu Qian's words and attitude changed everyone's mood. Shu Qian looked around and asked, "Where is Miss Tai Wei?" Song Ting Feng thought for a moment and then said with a wry smile, "Maybe she got tired and went back early." Shu Qian shook his head. She must have gone to cause trouble in some tavern again. After work, the constables escorted the reward to Shu's residence. Shu Qian rode his horse, thinking that with this gold, even if he left the capital in the future, his family would still have enough to live comfortably. It would completely make up for the losses from the silver tax case. His aunt would be excited to buy jewelry, new clothes. Lin Yi would be able to eat at Gui Yuan Tower regularly. He would have money to marry Ling Yu off. Oh no, Ling Yu is still young. No need to marry her off yet. Second uncle will have no shortage of money when he enters the court in the future. Second uncle is a poor man, and he won't have to support the whole family anymore, so he can go out and have more fun. Aunt has probably never seen so much silk before. Her hands must be aching by now. I wonder if I should spank her with silk or gold when we get home. Shu Qian was very happy. On the other hand, Princess Lin En, holding the crown prince's arm, walked into the Jin Shu palace. Second princess frowned. It's too hot. Tell those slaves outside to lower the brazier. Imperial noble consort Chen smiled gently and ordered, do as Princess Lin En says. Lower the brazier. Imperial noble consort Chen was over 40 years old, and no longer had the youthful beauty of a young girl. But her skin was still firm and smooth, and her eyes still sparkled. Her carefully maintained figure had not lost its shape. Time had etched the charm of a mature woman into her appearance. Aside from the empress, who was breathtakingly beautiful, imperial noble consort Chen was the only one in the harem who could compare to the eldest princess. Of the 4 princesses, only Lin En was a match for the eldest princess. Lin En happily hugged her mother. Mother, can I sleep with you tonight? Actually, it was against the rules for Lin En to sleep in the Jin Shu palace, because at night, the imperial concubines might have to serve the emperor. But during the reign of Emperor Yuan Jing, because the emperor often practiced cultivation, he had long since abandoned women, so many of the rules in the palace had become mere formalities. At this moment, the crown prince recounted the events of that afternoon. Today, Ling Long suddenly went mad, and almost harmed Lin En. Father Emperor and the guards were unable to save her in time. Imperial noble consort Chen was terrified, and quickly hugged Lin En tightly to her chest, anxiously checking her for injuries. Are you hurt anywhere? Let mother have a look. Then she flew into a rage and scolded, what are you slaves doing? You can't even control a beast, and you almost harmed my daughter. Everyone bowed their heads, as if they had done something wrong. Imperial noble consort Chen calmed down and quickly asked, what happened next? Was it the crown prince who saved you? Lin En complained, Crown Prince brother isn't that capable. Every time Ho-I Khan bullies me, he just talks big, but he doesn't actually help me beat Ho-I Khan. Imperial noble consort Chen became even more curious. Tell mother what happened.
Lin En immediately became excited. I just recruited a constable the other day,
and today I made him follow me around. Luckily, thanks to him, I escaped unharmed. Imperial noble consort Chen frowned. A constable? Lin En, you know that mother doesn't like those people, because they haven't atoned for their sins. Lin En said, I know, but now he's my man. Imperial noble consort Chen smiled. So, has the emperor rewarded him? The crown prince replied, of course. Imperial noble consort Chen said, then mother will also give him a reward. I'll have someone fetch jewelry from the treasury to give to his family. The recipients of the imperial noble consort's rewards must be relatives of the imperial family, not servants. Hearing this, the crown prince frowned. Since when did Shu Qian become your man? Lin En raised her chin. I took him from Ho-I Khan. The crown prince asked, does Ho-I Khan know about this? Why hasn't she punished you? Lin En shivered, then said arrogantly, how dare she punish me? Remembering something, she continued, I'll take Shu Qian to see her, both to protect her and to annoy her. In December, it gets dark early. As the sky gradually darkened, the lanterns were lit, and the ancient architecture took on a different character. Every time he saw this scene, Shu Qian regretted not having learned to paint in the past. By this time, the Shu family's house was already closed. Old Zhang knew that the young master never used the main entrance, so when he saw Shu Qian knocking on the door, he was very surprised. Shu Qian ordered, someone from the Shu family come out and move the things. Old Zhang glanced at Shu Qian's shoulder, then looked behind him at the 3 carriages and the constables following him. In the front hall of the Shu mansion, a family of 4 was eating dinner. Shu Ling Yu still couldn't eat with her eldest brother today, and she sighed. Eldest brother hasn't come home for dinner on time for several days. Shu Ling Yin burped and said, I'm saving food for eldest brother. Aunt Li glanced at second uncle. Is it almost time for the servants to get paid? Shu Bingji lowered his head to eat and said, yes. In fact, he had already spent all of this month's salary. With the new year approaching, the cost of food and gifts for colleagues was a heavy burden. Shu Bingji thought to himself, Ning Yan isn't married yet anyway, so I'll just borrow some of his salary to tide me over. He sighed again. At the end of the year, we have to make clothes for them again.
And we don't have enough money. Last month, when I went to the Yun Lu Academy, I still had a few dozen taels of silver saved.
But when I came back, it was all gone. At that time, my aunt beat me up, and told me that I had spent all my money on gambling. Fortunately, Shu Qian and second brother guaranteed that the money was all used for legitimate business, and not wasted. Even though Shu Qian is annoying,
he has a stubborn personality,
and he never lies. Shu Erlang has been serious and well behaved since he was a child. The 2 of them couldn't possibly lie to me. Hearing this, my aunt finally believed me. Aunt Shu looked at her husband. I want to buy a piece of Yun Jin brocade. Shu Bingji choked immediately. Yun Jin is an extremely rare fabric.
And 1 foot costs 1 tael of silver. My aunt prayed, I hope that second brother will pass the imperial examination next spring. At this moment, the servants brought in a lot of silk and brocade, and they were all tired.
Shu Bingji asked in surprise, "What is this?" Old Zhang replied, "The young master said that this is the reward given by the emperor." Inside, Li Ru was overjoyed. It's true that if you wish for something, it will come true. There are 500 acres of land, how precious. Outside, Shu Qian and his companions were discussing where to go to find prostitutes.
Shu Bingji also rushed out to carry things into the house.
When Shu Qian saw Shu Bingji running out to help, he called out to second uncle, "Don't carry things. Let the servants do it." Then he threw a small box weighing about 60 catties at him. "Second uncle, take this." As soon as Shu Bingji reached out his hand, Shu Qian opened the box, and the dazzling golden light immediately blinded him. Shu Ling Yu placed her hand on a roll of silk, feeling its soft and smooth texture, and her heart pounded. Aunt Shu shouted and slapped her hand, "Don't touch it, you'll get it dirty." Shu Ling Yu's pure heart exclaimed, "Mother, what are you happy about? These things belong to eldest brother, not to you." Aunt Shu smiled awkwardly, "Oh, I'm very good to eldest brother, aren't I?" She didn't believe her own words. Shu Ling Yu nodded. "Mother is very good to eldest brother? He's your bad investment." Aunt Shu angrily poked her in the cheek, "You little wretch." At this moment, she saw Shu Bingji coming in, his face dazed and holding a box. End of document. The aunt asked, "What are you holding?" Shu Bingji opened the box unconsciously and then closed it immediately, and looked at his wife. "Are you blind?" The aunt nodded innocently. "Yes, I am." Shu Qian, who was at the peak of his life, sat down on a chair. He farted and said, "I'm so thirsty. I've had a tiring day and haven't had a sip of tea." Seeing the gold, silver, and silk, Aunt Shu's attitude changed by 180 degrees. She smiled and said, "Let me make some tea for you." Shu Qian took a sip of the tea that his aunt had given him, and frowned. "Why is the tea so bitter? Did you put poison in it?" Aunt Shu quickly said, "Do you want some milk in it? I have some fresh milk here." Shu Ling Yu, who was standing beside him, couldn't bear to watch any longer. Shu Qian became even more presumptuous and suddenly said, "I suddenly have a craving for steamed eggs." Aunt Shu was in a good mood at the moment, and didn't notice Shu Qian's rude attitude. "I'll tell the kitchen to warm some up for you right away." But Shu Qian still insisted, "You're not sincere. I want to eat eggs that you make yourself." Aunt Shu bit her lip and smiled awkwardly. "I'll go make some steamed eggs for you." Shu Qian said while eating, "There are some dirty clothes in the yard next door. I'm an orphan and I have to wash them myself." Aunt Shu gritted her teeth, "You're being too insensitive. You treat me like your own son. I'll go and wash them." Shu Qian felt a sense of relief. The resentment that had been weighing on his heart finally dissipated. All that was left was a feeling of pride. At this moment, Shu Qian said to second uncle, "Why don't we sell this house, and move to the inner city and buy a bigger one?" Aunt Shu's eyes lit up immediately. That was the mansion of her dreams. Shu Bingji was silent. He looked at the room, and sighed, "This is the ancestral home. It can't be sold so easily. My father and I both grew up here." Shu Qian took a sip of wine, and said calmly, "If you don't want to sell it, then don't. 8,000 taels of silver is enough to buy a bigger one in the inner city." He then interrupted, "Second uncle, buy your illegitimate son with another woman?" Shu Bingji spat wine into Shu Ling Yin's face. At first he intended to spit on the ground, but because the girl was so short, it hit her head and face. Shu Ling Yin was completely taken by surprise. Shu Ling Yin didn't know what she had done wrong, but she was a strong girl and didn't cry. She licked her lips with the tip of her tongue, and the wine on her face didn't taste good. That's why she burst into tears. Shu Bingji covered his ears and glared at his nephew. "What nonsense are you talking about? Are you crazy?" Adept at reading expressions and psychology, Shu Qian quickly assessed the situation. When one is most surprised, their most natural reaction will reflect their true inner feelings. Second uncle's expression showed no panic or fear, and his aunt was not suspicious or shocked. Shu Qian ruled out the possibility that he was second uncle's illegitimate son. He had his reasons for thinking so. When he was a child, his father's colleagues often visited, and would point at Shu Qian and say, "Is this your son?" Or point at Shu Erlang and say, "Your daughter is so beautiful." This meant that Shu Qian and Shu Bingji looked very much alike. In terms of genetics, they were related. Shu Qian shrugged. "All right, I was just joking. I've never met my real parents, but I look so much like second uncle. Aunt, did you meet my birth mother when she was alive? Aunt Shu said stiffly, of course I did. I even took care of her for a while when she was pregnant with you. She was very gentle, unlike you. At this point, she immediately shut her mouth, almost cursing at her nephew out of habit. Shu Qian asked second uncle, what about my eldest uncle? Shu Bingji blinked and then reacted, ah, that was your father. He recalled, your grandparents died early. The two brothers grew up relying on each other. Your father was more talented than me, but his fate was too thin. And he died in the Battle of Tianshan Pass. Shu Qian didn't ask any more questions. After eating and drinking his fill, he left 500 bolts of silk in the mansion, and took the box of gold back to the small courtyard. It was not safe to keep the gold in the house. There were too many tunglaw at the yamen that afternoon, and he was afraid that someone bad would sneak in and steal it, implicating his aunt and sister. Wei Yuan had said that during this time, he would send undercover tunglaw to guard and monitor the surroundings of the mansion, to prevent the enemy from pursuing and killing them, and at the same time deter any tunglaw with bad intentions. But Shu Qian still decided to put the box of gold in a secret compartment underground. In his grandparents' bedroom, Aunt Shu washed herself clean and sat in front of the mirror, brushing her smooth black hair. Shu Bingji sat in the seat of honor on the small couch, breathing in qi gong. Aunt Shu glanced at her husband and shook her head. You've been practicing for so long, but you haven't made any progress. Shu Bingji let out a long sigh. Although he felt refreshed after cultivating, there was still a deep sadness hidden in his eyes. He had reached the peak of qi refining, and practicing more would not increase his qi. The path to the essence refining realm was still closed to him. Aunt Shu stretched and pushed her chest out in front of the old man. If he broke through to the next realm, he could be promoted, right? Shu Bingji nodded, of course. Aunt Shu grumbled, that good-for-nothing Shu Ningyan is probably gloating right now. This old woman can't stand him, but for the sake of the silk and the mansion in the inner city, she'll put up with it. She sighed, but there was a satisfied smile on her face. I can't believe that little boy has grown up so much. When I first took him from your father, he was as small as a kitten. At this moment, there was a knock at the door, and Shu Qian's voice came in, second uncle. There's something I forgot to tell you. Aunt panicked and quickly wrapped herself in the blanket. Shu Bingji stood up. Go to the living room and talk. But Shu Qian said, no need, uncle. You can just come out to the door and say a few words, then you can go back in. Aunt Shu hugged the blanket and listened carefully. The uncle and nephew whispered a few words, and then the door closed. Aunt peeked out from under the blanket. What did you two talk about? Aunt stared at Shu Bingji. What did you two talk about? Did he secretly give you money? But she suddenly stopped, seeing that her husband's eyes were slightly red, wet with tears. Shu Bingji closed his eyes, and whispered, I finally waited for it. I hope to transcend the human god realm. Aunt Shu looked out the door and then smiled. Maybe it was that little boy who brought hope to my husband. And Shu Qian returned to the small courtyard. His intuition seemed to tremble. He paused at the door for a few seconds before gently pushing it open and stepping inside. He walked to the table and lit a candle as usual. On the bed, an old Taoist with silver hair sat in the lotus position. His face was deep, his eyes kind. Shu Qian smiled. Taoist, you've arrived. Taoist Jin Lian nodded. I have. Shu Qian said that he should not have come here. Jin Lian frowned. What do you mean by that? We had an appointment to meet today. Shu Qian was a little embarrassed. Sure enough, the Taoist did not understand jokes. He laughed and said, Taoist, I was just joking. Jin Lian did not mind, because basically everyone was a little strange, and the members of the Heaven and Earth Society had even stronger personalities. Shu Qian thought for a moment and then said, the Tangbo case is very complicated. There are too many forces involved. Many clues have been found, but they are all mixed up. To be honest, even though I've been a police officer for many years, I've never encountered a case as thorny as this. In his heart, he added, normally, we would rely on the supervisor. Shu Qian told Taoist Jin Lian all the clues he had found and his personal guesses. Since joining the Heaven and Earth Society, he and the Taoist had formed an initial trust, considering each other good allies. Moreover, the Tangbo case had nothing to do with Jin Lian's interests. If Jin Lian was only using the excuse of hiding in Jin Cheng to actually cover for Tangbo, then that would be an atomic bomb. Shu Qian's heart was really in turmoil. Now everyone looked like a bad guy, like an eagle stealing eggs. Jin Lian frowned and asked, do you suspect that the Northern Border King is controlling things behind the scenes? That he colluded with the Northern Demon tribes and the Eastern Witch God sect to plot to usurp the throne? Therefore, they destroyed Tangbo and released the primordial supervisor to be their henchman? Shu Qian asked again, What do you think, Master Taoist? Jin Lian looked at Shu Qian and sighed. It seems reasonable on the surface. You have no solid evidence about the primordial supervisor or the Northern Border King. The Northern Border King has been on the frontier for many years, and I know little about him. You're accusing him of treason without a basis. It's a bit hasty. Moreover, the Northern Border King is a third-rank 5th-grade noble, and could be promoted to 2nd rank in the future. Whether or not he wants to be emperor is another matter. Of course, power always corrupts.
If I were to say that he is not plotting treason, that would also be unfounded. Shu Qian had his own opinion. Being promoted to 2nd rank and becoming emperor are not mutually exclusive.
This is just my guess, and I need to find evidence to prove it. When I have the evidence, it will be clear whether or not the Northern Border King is the mastermind.
Taoist, I'm having trouble with the investigation.
Shu Qian sighed. Emperor Yuan Jing ordered me to investigate this case. But the Northern Border King is a royal.
And he controls the army.
I can't openly investigate his palace. The current supervisor is ill, and I can't go to the stargazing tower to interrogate him either. This is a difficult situation. Jin Lian squinted when he heard the term Emperor Yuan Jing.
Then he looked at Shu Qian with an enigmatic expression.
It had been a long time since he had heard anyone call the emperor that. Oh, it seems like I missed something. Shu Qian asked subconsciously, missed what?
Taoist master, you said that I have thoughts of rebellion in my mind.
Shu Qian immediately denied it in his mind. I don't. What nonsense are you talking about? Shu Qian shouted in his mind. Don't slander me. He patted his chest. I am loyal to His Majesty. Jin Lian did not expose him, but only smiled meaningfully. Shu Qian quickly changed the subject. The case is very complicated. Do you have any advice for me? Jin Lian said, when you pretended to be a Confucian disciple in the Heaven and Earth Society, you were quite quick-witted. Shu Qian thought to himself, this old man. He must be laughing out loud watching us fight within the group. After teasing Shu Qian, Jin Lian analyzed. I will analyze the suspicious points in what you just said. Shu Qian was very happy. It felt like his thoughts had been confirmed. He chose to be honest with the old Taoist, because he recognized his wisdom and rich experience. The old man was indeed unpleasant, but if he was an ally, they often brought a sense of security. After thinking for a while, Jin Lian said, the first unusual point is the indifference of the current supervisor. If the primordial supervisor was suppressed in Tangbo for many years, then the current supervisor should be the most anxious, but he was very quiet. It is also possible that the cunning old man is no longer concerned, but is acting in secret. Shu Qian nodded silently. The primordial supervisor and the current supervisor must be mortal enemies. The reason is very simple. His master was suppressed, and his disciple became the supervisor, and took control of the heavenly supervisor division. It is clear that the master-disciple relationship has broken down. Otherwise, with the supervisor's first-rank strength, he would not have let the human sovereign slip away. Jin Lian continued. The second point is Emperor Yuan Jing. The day after the Tangbo case occurred, he lifted the martial law in the capital. Don't you find this strange? Why let the tiger return to the mountain? Shu Qian immediately replied, I have also thought about these two issues. At that time, I thought that perhaps His Majesty wanted to lure the snake out of its hole. It's just that I have no way of approaching or getting a handle on the situation of the supervisor and His Majesty.
Their realms are too high. Jin Lian said, that's a good guess.
But surely you don't just want to tell me that. Shu Qian nodded. To be more precise, monk Hang Yuan's junior brother is probably involved in the case. After his strange disappearance, I believe it even more. Jin Lian was not surprised. As expected, you went to the Azure Dragon Temple and learned about Hang Yuan's identity. Shu Qian picked up the teapot and poured himself a cup of tea, and then continued, there is a monk in the Azure Dragon Temple, whose dharma name is Hang Wei. More than a year ago, he eloped with Princess Ping Yang, the eldest daughter of Prince Yu. Prince Yu was severely injured and bedridden. Behind this incident was a power struggle between the nobles and the civil servants. In order to hide Princess Ping Yang, Hang Wei stole the Azure Dragon Temple's artifact for creating magic spells and hiding one's tracks. I suspect that this artifact later fell into the hands of Chu Shi Hong, centurion of the Jin Wu Guard. Jin Lian listened patiently to Shu Qian's analysis. When he finished speaking, Jin Lian said, so you want to ask Hang Yuan to find out news about Hang Wei, in order to verify your guess? Shu Qian nodded. This is my only chance. Taoist master, do you remember? Hang Yuan said that his junior brother was kidnapped, while the abbot of the Azure Dragon Temple said that Hang Wei ran away. Perhaps Hang Yuan found some clues when he left the Azure Dragon Temple to investigate. Jin Lian asked directly, "You want me to help you find him?" Chu Qian did not deny it. That was the second purpose of inviting Jin Lian to meet. The night was bright with moonlight and stars. In the distant south, a large army of 100 men marched through the wilderness, holding torches and advancing in silence. Li Na wore thin cloth shoes and a skirt that reached her knees, her slender legs taking quick and light steps. Li Na seemed out of place among the group.
She had come out on this training exercise with her tribe's elders.
Their destination was the place where the ancient god slept. Li Na thought to herself that when she found out the reason why the ancient god had awakened,
she would announce the information in the Heaven and Earth Society,
making all the members indebted to her. But the premise is that the reason does not endanger the tribe. At this moment, Li Na's elder brother turned around and softly scolded, "Sister Li Na, behave yourself." Li Na was not afraid of her brother at all, and retorted, "My other brothers all have wives to scold, only you don't have a wife, so you always scold me." With that, she smiled and put her arm around her brother's shoulder. "I heard that the daughters of the Grand Phoenix are beautiful. Their skin as white as steamed buns. Brother, I'll kidnap one for you." Mo Tang said coldly, "What good is a beautiful wife? I need a woman who can tear wolves apart with her bare hands." Li Na deliberately made a regretful expression, "But I heard from my friends that the princess consort of Zhenbei is very beautiful. The eldest princess is also very beautiful. Even the human sovereign's Taoist master is a stunning beauty." Mo Tang licked his lips and asked immediately, "You help me ask your friends how beautiful they are." "Wait, what friends do you have there?" Li Na paid no attention, and skipped forward. The ancient tribe consists of 7 clans, who are both beneficiaries of the ancient god, and his guardians. Legend has it that after the ancient god fell asleep, his soul transformed into the heart Gu, his blood energy transformed into the strength Gu, his poison transformed into the poison Gu, his liver transformed into the medicine Gu, his desires transformed into the desire Gu, his eyes transformed into the heaven Gu, and his mucus transformed into the corpse Gu. These are the origins of the 7 clans of the ancient tribe. The ancient tribe has another legend that on the day the ancient god awakens, he will regain his power. No one in the ancient tribe wants to see this ancient monster, who is on par with the gods, rise again. Among them, the heaven Gu represents the eyes of the ancient god. The heaven Gu can observe the natural laws of heaven and earth, all things, so this clan is responsible for making laws. The ancient tribe works and cultivates according to the instructions of the heaven Gu. In addition, the heaven Gu is also proficient in physiognomy. Li Na slipped out of the group and ran to the old woman who was the leader of the heaven Gu. "Oh, Granny Heaven Gu, wait for me." The old Granny Heaven Gu raised her wrinkled face, her sharp eyes following Li Na. "What do you want from me, child?" Li Na said casually, "I have a friend. A friend of my friend has recently encountered something strange. That person is incredibly lucky, the kind of luck that is rarely seen." The old Granny Heaven Gu said, "They must be someone who is blessed by the gods, someone who does good deeds." Li Na wondered if her comrade could be considered a good person. "Perhaps," she said, "but my friend's luck is that he picks up money. He picks up money every day." Granny Heaven Gu did not pay attention to a middle-aged man behind her who shouted, "Picking up money is picking up what? What nonsense are you talking about?" There was laughter all around, breaking the serious atmosphere of the group. But suddenly, Granny Heaven Gu shouted, "Be quiet." She grabbed Li Na's hand, her face serious. "That girl. Where is your friend? Tell me, quickly." Li Na frowned, confused about what was going on. All the people of the Heaven Gu looked at each other, not understanding why a little girl's joke would make Granny Heaven Gu so agitated. Mo Tang stood up and looked ahead. It seems that the leader has encountered a problem. The leader of the Strength Gu clan was a composed man, and he nodded, "I will go and have a look." He was 9 feet tall, and his imposing manner made him 2 heads taller than the surrounding ancient tribe people. His steps were firm, and a powerful pressure radiated from him. "Granny Heaven Gu, what's the matter?" Hearing her father's voice, Li Na turned her head. She saw a tall, middle-aged man, with bulging muscles and a resolute face approaching. This man was 9 feet tall, and his imposing manner made him 2 heads taller than the surrounding ancient tribe people. Compared to him, Granny Heaven Gu was as small as a child. Granny Heaven Gu looked up, her eyes still fixed on Li Na. that girl. Speak quickly, I'm waiting. Due to Granny Heaven Gu's intense reaction, Li Na felt uncomfortable. Why are you like this? Do you also want to meet my friend to pick up money? Granny Heaven Gu would not let it go. The army also stopped accordingly. The most elite members of the Heaven Gu clan focused their eyes on Li Na. Granny Heaven Gu turned her head and ordered a young man behind her, "Go and tell the leaders to rest for a while. That girl, let's go over there and talk. Long Tu, you are not allowed to follow." Long Tu, the leader of the Strength Gu clan, stopped in his tracks, silently watching his daughter being led away by Granny Heaven Gu. 5 remaining leaders gathered together, and asked Long Tu, "What's going on?" Long Tu shook his head. "You should ask the people of the Heaven Gu. That girl Li Na just said a joke, but I didn't expect her to react so strongly." "What did she say?" "Li Na has a lucky friend, who picks up money every day." Granny Heaven Gu led Li Na to the base of a tree far away from the army. From here, they could only see the small fire behind them. She had calmed down and said, "Little girl, tell me the story clearly." Li Na said, "I know a friend, and my friend often encounters strange things, such as picking up money for no reason. She feels very confused, and doesn't understand why." Granny Heaven Gu frowned. "Picking up money? How much money did she pick up? Are there any other strange things? Tell me everything clearly." Li Na hesitated. "I don't know much about it, because that person is my friend's friend. But according to my friend, as long as she picks up money, she can live a comfortable life." Li Na was curious, and she thought that Granny Heaven Gu was a person who understood everything, and knew many wonderful things. So she tried to ask a question to see how she would react. "Everyone is curious about the story of picking up money every day." Granny Heaven Gu asked again, "Where is that person?" Li Na thought for a while, and then said uncertainly, "I think it's in the Imperial City. Great Phoenix." Granny Heaven Gu was shocked. "Great Phoenix Imperial City? Impossible, it can't be in the Great Phoenix Imperial City. This doesn't make sense at all." Li Na felt that Granny Heaven Gu was smart, and had realized that something was wrong. If it was just a matter of picking up small amounts of money, she wouldn't need to pull her to a secluded place to ask questions, nor would she show such concern. So she asked, "What's the matter?" Granny Heaven Gu looked at the innocent girl, and said, "Your friend is the one who picks up money every day, not your friend's friend." Li Na opened her mouth in surprise, her green eyes wide. It turned out that number 3 had lied to her. She didn't expect him to be the kind of person who liked to joke around. She thought he was a righteous Confucian scholar, brave and upright. All the elders in the tribe said that Confucian scholars were all people of high moral character. Granny Heaven Gu sighed. Many years ago, 2 thieves snuck into a wealthy family's house for some reason, and stole something very important. The whereabouts of that object are still unknown. The 2 thieves also disappeared, and never appeared again. In the wealthy family's house, some people knew about the theft, while others are still unaware. Li Na blinked. What did they steal? Granny Heaven Gu did not explain, but only repeated that it was something very important. Not long after, the ancient clan's elite army arrived at the Great Rift Valley. A poisonous smell permeated the valley, and poisonous plants grew everywhere, as well as many poisonous insects and beasts. This was the natural breeding ground for ancient insects, providing an endless supply of materials for the ancient clan. Li Na had been here many times to catch insects on the outskirts, but she had never gone deep inside. The group moved forward in silence, the insect repellent and antidote on their bodies protecting them from the various poisons and insects. The people of the Poison Bone clan were like fish in water here, their faces radiant. They followed the path created by the people who had come before, going deeper into the valley. Gradually, from the bushes and dense foliage came scattered sounds. The poisonous insects living in it were disturbed. Suddenly, a man screamed, hugging his friend tightly, "Give me a woman. Where is the woman?" The hysterical cry resounded everywhere. Some people showed strange symptoms, both men and women. Men hugged trees, and women also hugged trees. The other ancient clan members were not panicked at all, and even laughed and pointed at them. Li Na knew that these people had been poisoned by the desire insect. The people of the Heaven Gu clan separated, and treated the poisoned people of the other clans. They took out black, soft, ant-like worms from cloth bags, and sprinkled them on the patient's chest, neck, and genitals. The worms stuck to the skin, and inserted their straws into the blood to suck the blood frantically. Soon they swelled up, full, and fell off the skin. The poisoning symptoms of the warriors were significantly relieved. Those who had their blood sucked quickly felt tired, weak. Those who were more resilient were hardly affected. The group went deeper into the valley, and finally stopped at a flat land. There was no vegetation, only rocks. In the suffocating air of poison, Li Na saw a giant stone statue. Its vague shape resembled a man in a loose robe. The male statue was holding a tall coffin. Li Na pulled her brother's hand. "Brother Mo, who is that man?" Mo Tang, his scarred face even more unrestrained, said, "I don't know his name, but I've heard of the title Confucian sage." In the small courtyard of the Shu family, the candlelight twinkled like stars. Taoist Jin Lian sat cross-legged on the bed, shaking his head. "I'm still searching for Hang Yuan, but so far, I only know that he is still in the city, but I don't know where." Shu Qian asked again, "Can't the Taoist locate him through the Earth Book?" Shu Qian remembered that number 9 could use the Earth Book to locate himself, and it didn't take much time. Theoretically, Hang Yuan has been missing for almost 10 days. Jin Lian should have found him by now. Jin Lian sighed. "I guess Hang Yuan's Earth Book has been sealed." Shu Qian was a little dizzy. "If it's sealed, what can we do? This is a difficult problem for me." Jin Lian said confidently, "Unless I can get close to Hang Yuan. This patrol, we have walked all over the half of the outer city, searching in the most stupid way. If Hang Yuan's Earth Book is within 30 zhang of me, I will sense it immediately, even if it is sealed. This is the innate instinct of the Earth Book. There is no doubt about it." Shu Qian thought to himself, "Are you trying to make things difficult for me?" But he was also more relieved. The method may be stupid, but if it works, that's all that matters. The worst thing is that there is no way at all. Jin Lian continued, "If there is any clue about Hang Yuan, I will let you know immediately. You are better off showing your face. I also need the power of the copper coins. This is still their territory." Speaking of which, Jin Lian seemed to remember something. "Hey, what does Wei Yuan think about this case?" Shu Qian shook his head and sighed. "He didn't think anything. He just told me to try to investigate." At this moment, he realized that Jin Lian's expression was very strange, both resentful and suspicious. There was even a look in his eyes as if he thought I was an idiot. Shu Qian was about to ask why the Taoist was looking at him like that, but Jin Lian said with dissatisfaction, "Wei Yuan probably wants to turn you into a spy for the night watch, or drive you out of the capital." Shu Qian was shocked, his eyes wide open in surprise. Jin Lian seemed to be very satisfied with his reaction. "The fact that he gave you the Earth Book shows that he values you, but he didn't give you any instructions on your relationship with the inspector, obviously wanting you to provoke the inspector so that you can't stay in the capital." Shu Qian was not convinced, and wanted to defend Wei Yuan, but he couldn't say a word, because Wei Yuan had sincerely revealed his thoughts to him. Thinking of this, he still argued, "No, Wei Yuan is a bit indifferent, but it's just natural for things to take their course. He doesn't care or interfere. Everything depends on my own ability." Jin Lian said, his tone slightly regretful, "I think you underestimate Wei Yuan. He is just a eunuch, but he holds great power, leading hundreds of thousands of troops, and won the battle at Tianshan Pass. Even the northern king was defeated by him. His ability and strategy are so outstanding. I am sure that Wei Yuan knows more about the Tang Bai case than you do." Shu Qian sat still for a while, thinking, "Sure enough, it's a fake family." Jin Lian observed him and added, "However, I don't understand why Wei Yuan wants you to leave the capital. He doesn't lack for informants." Jin Lian was about to leave, but still asked, "Is there anything else?" Shu Qian of course did not miss the opportunity to ask questions. "I want to go to Pingyuan Prefecture, but the security there is very strict. I can get in, but I can't knock everyone out silently. I hope the Taoist can help me." Jin Lian asked, "Do you want to find the eldest son of Pingyuan Bo?" Shu Qian nodded. Hang Yuan once said that his junior brother was kidnapped. He couldn't have done so for no reason. Since I can't find Hang Yuan, I'll try to find some clues from Pingyuan Bo first. Jin Lian said, "But he's dead." Shu Qian smiled, "But he still has an eldest son." Jin Lian was puzzled. "Why don't you ask him directly? With your current status," Shu Qian explained casually, "Pingyuan Bo is a hereditary noble. Can't use force without evidence. Normal investigations are easily restricted. To find the truth, we need to combine both dark and light methods. The Taoist sect is obviously the leader in the field of primordial spirit, and can force him to cooperate and tell everything he knows." Jin Lian said, "You seem to be very experienced. It doesn't fit your past at all." Seeing that Jin Lian agreed, Shu Qian was in a joking mood. "There are some cars that look fierce, but they drive surprisingly smoothly." Jin Lian frowned. "What do you mean?" Shu Qian looked profound. "I mean, you only see the surface of me. but everyone's life is always richer and more varied than the words on paper. Jin Lian nodded, and did not continue the topic. Relax your mind, and I will enter your consciousness. Shu Qian protested, are you going to steal my primordial spirit? What about your body? Jin Lian admitted, my physical body is badly injured, and my strength has been greatly reduced, but my spirit is still intact, and I can exert my full strength. Moreover, I have been infected with the qi of wounds and cannot appear in public with you.
If Jinla finds out, it will not be good for us.
Moreover, the capital is in turmoil, and the threat is not only from the night watch. Shu Qian was silent. His words were true, but turning his primordial spirit into the shape of Jin Lian was too much. The two of them were not that close yet, although Shu Qian trusted Jin Lian quite a bit, but it was not to the point of letting another person's primordial spirit enter his consciousness. Moreover, Shu Qian was not sure that Jin Lian would not hide some secrets from him, such as his memories from his previous life, or the plump body of the Fufang flower fairy. Jin Lian shook his head. Then what should we do? At this moment, the mournful cry of a cat came from the roof. Shu Qian smiled, pointed to the ceiling and sighed, Taoist priest. How about this? Jin Lian's face immediately turned black. Soon after, Jin Lian's spirit entered the black cat. Shu Qian put on the uniform of the Tunglaw, and calmly left the small courtyard along the way. Those who saw his uniform were only surprised that the Tunglaw had a black cat on his shoulder, and did not question him only when he met a fellow night watchman. Shu Qian stopped. But with the gold medal, the words I asked for orders to investigate the case were enough to finish everything. Shu Qian was not in a hurry, but at his current speed, it would only take him an hour to reach the Pingyuan prefecture. He looked around to make sure no one was around, then found a secluded corner and took out a piece of magic paper from his secret book. On it was written a plan. He burned the paper with his spirit qi. An invisible force enveloped Shu Qian and the black cat. The black cat's golden eyes watched the scene intently. Jin Lian suddenly understood many details. No wonder Shu Qian claimed to be a student of the Yunlu Library. This was not only because his younger brother was a student there, he himself also had a deep connection with the library. Otherwise, how could he have a magic book? Jin Lian ruled out the possibility that his younger brother had given it to him immediately. Firstly, ordinary students could not obtain such a precious book from a great scholar.
Secondly, for students, such a valuable item would not be easily given to others.
They certainly wouldn't be reluctant to use it. The students of the Yunlu Library looked down on martial artists, so why would they bestow such a treasure on him? While thinking about this issue, Jin Lian saw Shu Qian take something out of the earth book
and put it on his body. The black cat shook its head. Why are you so proficient?
Shu Qian suddenly asked. Before we act, I remember two small things I wanted to ask the Taoist priest. The black cat opened its mouth and spoke like a human. Shu Qian asked, does Ling Long only approach members of the royal family? The black cat nodded. In theory, yes. Ling Long likes the aura of the lion, not the members of the royal family. Shu Qian pondered and nodded. There's one more thing. Today I was investigating a case in the imperial palace. I heard that Ling Long suddenly went berserk, and the guards had to join forces to restrain her, almost injuring Princess Linan. The cat was silent for a long while. Shu Qian called out softly, Taoist priest? The black cat looked around vigilantly, and spoke in Jin Lian's deep voice. The thing sealed under the Tongbo mountain has entered the city. Shu Qian was shocked. How do you know? The black cat explained. Ling Long was born with the supreme fortune, and it is an unparalleled transcendental level. She can sense things that ordinary people cannot. No wonder Chu Taiwei did not notice anything unusual. Her medical skills are too bad, that's why Ling Long had to submit to me. She can see the strange luck on people. So, can the censor also see it? Shu Qian was shocked by this guess. The thing sealed under the Tongbo mountain has entered the city. Ling Long sensed the threat and wanted to escape from the imperial palace. No, I must find a way to inform Wei Yuan about this tomorrow. After the conversation ended, Shu Qian pressed himself against the wall, and followed the wall behind the Pingyuan prefecture. He jumped over the wall and carefully observed his surroundings. Fortunately, no expert in the prefecture had discovered his actions just now. Shu Qian used a spell to hide himself, dodging the groups of patrolling guards in the prefecture, and arrived at the largest courtyard in the east. As soon as he entered the courtyard, his ears perked up. The undisguised moans and heavy breathing of a man could be heard. He crept to the window and used his spirit qi to pierce the paper on the window. Through the small hole, he saw the scene of lovemaking on the bed. Shu Qian thought to himself, it's better to arrive early than on time. At this moment, he heard a sound above his head, the sound of a cat's claws tearing at the paper on the window. He looked up and saw the black cat standing on its hind legs on top of his head, its forelegs against the window, its face pressed against the hole, watching intently. Taoist priest, you like it too? Shu Qian suggested, that must be the eldest daughter of the Pingyuan Earl. Let's rush in. But Jin Lian refused. Wait until they are done. That's when men are at their most relaxed. Shu Qian cursed in his heart, you will regret it. Completely fearless of the martial artist. 2 incense sticks later, Jin Lian had to say, alright, I admit you are right. Shu Qian thought to himself with satisfaction, is that all? Back then, my first time with Fuxiang, I was able to endure it until midnight. A long while later, it finally ended inside. Shu Qian and the black cat prepared to follow the front door, and overwhelm him with a thunderous attack. But suddenly, Shu Qian felt extremely frightened. His hair stood on end, and it felt like thorns were piercing through his body. Horror struck, something was approaching. Shu Qian suddenly heard the distant cry of a guard, who dares to sneak into the Pingyuan Earl's residence. Before he could finish speaking, the cry turned into a scream. Then, an energy shockwave exploded, and the screams continued before fading into silence. The eldest son of the Pingyuan Earl had just finished his business, and jumped out of bed without having time to put on his clothes.
Pulled out the sword hanging on the wall and rushed out.
With an unsightly expression, but as soon as he stepped into the courtyard, he regretted it. A man wrapped in a black cloak appeared in the courtyard. His face was hidden by a wide-brimmed hat, but the aura he exuded made the eldest son of the Pingyuan Earl tremble, and he just wanted to run away. He opened his mouth. Who are you? A hoarse voice came from under the wide-brimmed hat. I am the one who has come to collect the debt. The man lowered his head, revealing a pale face. He cried out in a trembling voice, it's you. I thought you were dead. I saw you die with my own eyes. The hoarse voice replied, I am dead, but I have risen from hell. He raised his right hand and his hands were as red as blood, like the hands of a demon, causing the fear in Shu Qian to explode. The red palm created a whirlpool, and sucked the eldest son of the Pingyuan Earl in. He struggled and his body gradually withered away. In the blink of an eye, the person who had been alive and kicking just now had become a dried corpse. Before he died, he managed to utter, please spare me. The man in black released spirit chi to crush the dried corpse. After killing him, he turned his head, and looked coldly at Shu Qian in hiding. He stretched out his hand in front of the window, and an energy vortex surged. At this moment, Shu Qian's brain felt like it was about to explode. He had discovered him. He couldn't move, and was slowly being drawn into the palm of that deadly hand. Shu Qian took out the great pill from his chest and swallowed it all at once. Then, he gripped the hilt of the 3 gold saber in his hand, and took a deep breath to calm his emotions in the darkness. The golden blade lit up Shu Qi and swung the heaven and earth first saber. But the man in black simply used one hand to block his attack, and was not injured at all. Shu Qian's spirit surged, and his pupils constricted. The palm of his hand cracked, and his right arm holding the saber twitched. This is the first time that my heaven and earth first saber has not been able to cut someone. When facing such an enemy, the advice of the Earth Book was not to attack but to escape. At this moment, the black cat spoke in a human voice, run away quickly. Then it jumped up, and charged towards the man in black. In the shockwave, the black cat's body was shattered. Taoist Jin Lian rushed forward and attacked the man in black. In his heart, Shu Qian silently prayed for Jin Lian. Then without looking back, he took the opportunity to jump onto the roof, climbed over the wall and escaped. He ran without daring to look back, continuously jumping from one roof to another. Facing a master for the first time, Shu Qian was still gripped by terror.
If it weren't for Jin Lian rushing out to save him,
he would have definitely died in the next move. There was absolutely no time to use magic from the spellbook. Even with Jin Lian's support, the magic in the book would hardly be able to resist the enemy. This was the first time Shu Qian had experienced such a feeling of pain and fear. At this moment, the 2 Tongla guards on the roof noticed Shu Qian in a black cloak. Both drew their swords and shouted, "Who is it?" Shu Qian took off his hat, and took out his gold medal and said, "I am Shu Qian, and I am currently a famous figure in the Tongla mansion." After putting away the gold medal, Shu Qian coughed violently, and a fishy taste came from his throat. He said that he had just discovered an assassination attempt on the Pingyuan Earl's mansion, and that he had been sent to investigate. The 2 colleagues were stunned on the spot. Another assassination attempt on the Pingyuan Earl's mansion? Shu Qian continued to talk about the danger of the rebels, and told them not to act recklessly.
And to quickly sound the alarm, the 2 men quickly pulled out the brass tubes from their waists,
and pressed them lightly. A red spark shot up into the sky, and exploded. Seeing this, Shu Qian breathed a sigh of relief. He said that he would go back to treat his injuries, and told them to wait for reinforcements. If they met anyone in black other than him, they should stay away. At this moment, Shu Qian saw an orange cat standing on the roof in the distance. Its wise eyes looked at him. Shu Qian was a little surprised, and wondered why the cat kept following him, but then he realized that it was Jin Lian, and immediately hugged the cat into a secluded corner. He sighed, "Taoist, where did this cat come from? I know you're okay." Shu Qian apologized. "I completely lost my will to fight just now." The cat spoke in a tired human voice. "It is natural for ordinary people to react by fleeing when they encounter monsters. And the gap between you and him is even greater than the gap between a cat and a monster." Shu Qian rolled his eyes. "Taoist, is it really okay to compare like this?" Then he changed the subject. "If I'm not mistaken, he is the one who was sealed under Tongbo." Having said that, Shu Qian bandaged his wound with the immortal medicine. Thanks to eating a lot of great strength pills, he no longer felt exhausted after using the heaven and earth first saber. At this moment, Jin Lian was surprised. "How did you know?" Shu Qian told the story of the Yongjun Shanhe temple exploding, and how all 300 guards around it died, and how their corpses withered like a. Jin Lian nodded. "Oh, I see." Then after a moment of silence, he said, "Then you guessed wrong." Shu Qian nodded, and did not argue. If it was the first inspector, he would not have gone to kill a minor figure like the Pingyuan Earl. The Pingyuan Earl's eldest son was very frightened before he died, and seemed to recognize the man in black unless the one who killed the guards was the one who broke into Tongbo, and destroyed Yongjun Shanhe himself. But that possibility has been ruled out. No expert could have broken into Tongbo. Shu Qian sighed. "I know." And he already had a guess in his heart, but he needed to verify it. The orange cat jumped off his shoulder and landed on the ground. "My divine soul is severely damaged, and it is very likely that it will dissipate. I need you to do me a favor." Shu Qian was looking for a way to repay his life-saving grace. "Please tell me, Taoist." The cat said, "Go and see Luo Yuhang, the Renzong Taoist, and ask for a gathering yuan pill." Shu Qian was stunned. "Luo Yuhang?" Jin Lian explained. "She is the Taoist who guards the Renzong, and can be considered my junior martial sister." Shu Qian was surprised. "Taoist? Her rank in the Dizong is quite high. Is the Taoist who guards the sect your junior martial sister?" Suddenly remembering the beautiful female Taoist, he pretended to hesitate. "Is there anything I can use as a token?" The cat smiled wryly. "People like her will only need to see your earth book. As for whether or not you can get it, it depends on her mood." Shu Qian was shocked. "It depends on her mood?" The cat explained. "The Renzong and the Tiantong are like fire and water. The Dizong's relationship with the other two sects is not very good either." Shu Qian thought to himself, "Are you guys from the Taoist sect really that close? All from the same family?" But he still nodded. "I'll try tomorrow." The cat dashed out. Its voice echoed from the roof. "I'll find you tomorrow." In the courtyard, Zhang Jinla knelt on the ground. His face gloomy. The ground was covered with a layer of brown powder. He picked up a small piece of meat, dry and hard like shredded beef jerky. Dozens of Tongla surrounded the Pingyuan Earl's mansion. When they arrived, the Pingyuan Earl's mansion had already been massacred. All the family members and servants in the mansion were dead. Not a single one left. They all died like dry bones after many years. In Zhang Jinla's heart, 10,000 camels galloped in panic. When the Pingyuan Earl was killed, I was on duty. Why do all these unlucky things happen to me? At this moment, a Tongla came out of the house. "My lord, there is still one survivor in the room." Zhang Jinla jumped up, threw the piece of meat in his hand and went into the house. His eyes scanned the room, and stopped on the woman hugging the blanket, her white skin exposed, her face full of terror. She was one of the Pingyuan Earl's concubines. Zhang Jinla observed her. Nowadays, high-ranking officials often marry concubines who are much younger than them. Once their father dies, the concubines have only two choices: either become a maid, or rely on the new heir. Zhang Luzong asked, "Did you hear or see anything?" The woman shook her head obediently. "At that time, I was having fun with the master, and then I fell into a deep sleep." Zhang Jinla looked around, and seeing nothing suspicious, he told her to get dressed and follow him back to the punishment department. At this moment, a Tongla hurriedly reported to Zhang Jinla, "The body of the Pingyuan Earl's eldest son has not been found." Zhang Jinla looked deeply at the powder on the ground. No need to look for him. But as soon as he finished speaking, a shout came from outside. "My lord, there is something strange by the window." Zhang Jinla walked to the window opposite the bedroom. He saw a hole in the window, and could clearly see inside. Besides the murderer, there was another person at the scene. After a moment of thought, Zhang Jinla asked, "Who discovered this strange thing first?" The Tongla replied, "The two Tongla on duty." The two Tongla were quickly brought over. Zhang Luzong asked, when you discovered it. Did you see any suspicious people? The two Tongla shook their heads in unison. We didn't see anyone suspicious. We were not the ones who discovered the incident. Zhang Jinla was stunned. Didn't you guys discover it? The Tongla said. It was Shu Qi, and Zhang Jinla's eyes lit up when he heard this. That brat again? Shu Qian returned home, and immediately fell asleep. 3 hours later, he woke up naturally. Inside, his body aching all over. After quickly changing his clothes, he rode straight to the Qinglong temple. But when he arrived, he received unexpected news. Abbot Panshu had already gone to the western regions. The plump monk said calmly, "My lord, after meeting you," the abbot set off immediately. "We really don't know the reason." Shu Qian wanted to laugh and cry at the same time. He ran away from me so quickly. How obsessed with me is he? Abbot Panshu once said that the Qinglong temple had the duty of guarding the seal under the Tongbo. That day, he had expressed his intention to go west. I wonder if he picked up a monkey as his disciple on the way. That would be very interesting. Shu Qian said kindly. I have a favor to ask, Grand Master. Supervisor Hangqing looked at him suspiciously, wary as if he was afraid of being robbed. Shu Qian continued. I would like to see Hang Hui's painting. If the temple doesn't have it, please ask someone to redraw it immediately. Hangqing sighed in relief. Fortunately, it's just this. I thought this demon was going to cause more trouble. A moment later, he handed Shu Qian a scroll. He carefully opened it and saw that the monk in the painting was handsome, with bright eyes, a rather handsome man. It's really him, Shu Qian confirmed. The man in black last night was Monk Hang Wei. Although his temperament had changed completely, his facial features were still recognizable. Monk Hang Wei of the Qinglong Temple could be related to the Tongbo case. Hang Yuan firmly believed that his junior brother had been kidnapped by the guards. Coupled with the dialogue between the Pingyuan Earl's eldest son and the man in black last night, Shu Qian immediately had a guess, and wanted to verify it immediately. If I hadn't been too tired to rest last night, I would have left the city already. Hang Wei is really strange, but why is it him? What is his connection to the sealed object under Tongbo? So, the first censor was wrong? It's no wonder that the current censor is in no hurry, and even feigns illness. But if it's not the first censor, then who could it be? We can guess that the sealed object is in Hang Hui's hands. An ordinary monk could not have conspired to commit this shocking crime. There must be someone else behind him. Could it be the Prince of Zhenbei? Shu Qian left the Qinglong temple, and returned to the capital, to the punishment department. He had a clear goal, and went straight to the Haoqi Tower, wanting to tell Wei Yuan the truth. Lin Yin was a child prodigy. This morning, his mind was still fast asleep, but his body automatically woke up and shook the wet nurse who was taking care of him. Then he closed his eyes, letting the wet nurse dress him, wash his face and brush his teeth for him when he smelled the porridge and meat buns. Lin Yin opened his eyes. He was delighted to find that he had slept until breakfast time. Lin Yin asked, "Where's my big brother?" He asked because his gluttonous older brother would usually be sitting at the table waiting, staring at his meat buns. Mrs. Shu coaxed him, "Don't mind him. Your meat buns are mine today." Lin Yin smiled innocently. "So, my brother's buns are mine." And he suddenly sniffed. "Why is it so fragrant?" Mrs. Shu urged him to eat before it got cold. But Lin Yin looked towards the source of the fragrance. It's not the smell here. At this moment, Tai Wei was carrying several bags of goods, and asked where Shu Ningen was. Shu Pingzi was surprised. Why did she come uninvited? But he still replied, she must be sleeping. Tai Wei scratched her head. He's not in his room. Just passed by his courtyard. But then she saw the chubby little girl, who was completely captivated by the breakfast in her hands. Her round, innocent eyes stared at her intently. Tai Wei's heart softened. Do you want to eat? Lin Yin nodded vigorously, eager to eat. Tai Wei said, then I'll give you some. At this moment, Shu Pingzi coughed twice, and glanced at his gluttonous daughter. She's a guest. You have to wait until she's finished eating before it's your turn. Lin Yin frowned, as if he was making a difficult decision, but he was also very obedient, as long as there was food. Tai Wei stroked his head. You're such a good boy. Then Tai Wei started to eat, while thinking about last night. Just a few minutes later, she was shocked to find that the breakfast she had brought, 3 or 4 pounds in total, had completely disappeared. How could the little girl have eaten it all in the blink of an eye when she wasn't paying attention? She looked at Lin Yin, who was standing beside her, in a daze, his head not even as high as the table. Lin Yin looked at her with tears in his eyes. Resentful, are you blaming me? Tai Wei seemed to have foreseen Lin Yin's future as she grew up. At the Haoqi Tower, Wei Yuan nodded after listening to Zhang Jinla's report. I understand. Is there any progress in the case of the garment organization that you are investigating? anything? Zhang Jinla thanked him. I am still investigating secretly, without alarming any agency or force. After the death of the Marquis of Pingyuan, they started to operate, but because they have not been suppressed, they still remain in the capital, and could be arrested at any time. Wei Yuan said, so, the Marquis of Pingyuan's son has succeeded the organization at the mansion. While they still don't know about the Marquis of Pingyuan's murder, arrest them quickly. Zhang Jinla accepted the order. Yes, sir. But Zhang Jinla still looked like he wanted to say something. Wei Yuan glanced at him. If you have something to say it. Zhang Jinla expressed his guess. When the Marquis of Pingyuan was killed, Xu Qian was also present, although it is not clear what his purpose was in sneaking into the Marquis of Pingyuan's mansion. He must have seen the murderer. A punishment department official entered. Lord Wei, Xu Qian requests an audience. Wei Yuan smiled. Perfect timing. Tell him to come up soon after. Xu Qian arrived at the top floor of the Haoqi Tower. Wei Yuan was still smiling, his tone gentle. Not interrogating him, Zhang Jinla said that you went to the Marquis of Pingyuan's mansion last night. Xu Qian admitted, I went to investigate the case. Zhang Jinla was stunned, frowning. He suspected that Xu Qian was lying. Lord Bin Veen had already died before the Tang Bak incident. Apart from the organization of the prison, there is absolutely no evidence linking Lord Bin Veen to Tang Bak. But Wei Yuan remained calm. Did the investigation find anything? Hua Then didn't reply, only staring intensely at Zhang Jinla. Wei Yuan was accustomed to this temperament of Dongle, and ordered, Zhang Jinla, you may step back. Zhang Jinla could only withdraw in frustration. Once Zhang Jinla left, Hua then said, indeed, I encountered the perpetrator last night, and have identified him. Wei Yuan asked, who is it? Hua didn't hide it, it's Hang Wei, the monk from Tanlong Temple, specifically the monk who stole the temple's sacred instrument, and fled with Princess Bin Duang. I suspect he has an object sealed from Tang Bak with him. Wei Yuan looked at him. How do you know? Hua recounted that Bin Veen's death was identical to the soldiers who perished at Tang Bak. Wei Yuan nodded. You've done well. This is a useful clue. Hua bowed. I shall take my leave. In his heart, he thought, since the Lord Wei raised him, he didn't need his help anyway. He just wanted to work in peace in the mansion. Xu Qian left the Haoqi Tower. Seeing Zhang Jinla waiting downstairs, he approached him, frowning. What's going on? Xu Qian suddenly had an idea. The Marquis of Pingyuan's case was investigated by Jinla. Zhang Jinla immediately felt uneasy. Both the father and son were handled by me. What are you, a little brat, doing here? But Xu Qian still smiled and said, as for that monk Hang Wei, I have to let you know about it. After listening, Zhang Jinla was shocked, and at the same time very surprised. At this moment, Xu Qian said sincerely, Zhang Jinla, we should cooperate in handling this case. That way, you will have just finished the Marquis of Pingyuan's case, and at the same time, you will also be involved in the Tongbo case. I have almost finished the investigation, so both sides will have contributed, and we can share the benefits. Zhang Jinla hesitated for a moment, then nodded. Xu Qian smiled happily in his heart. I have successfully lured a martial arts master to my side. Wei Yuan won't help me, so I'll find allies myself. As the two were talking, they saw Wei Yuan coming downstairs in a casual outfit. Seeing that the two were still standing at the door, Wei Yuan said to Zhang Jinla, come with me to the palace. Xu Qian watched the two figures disappear. Surely the emperor was furious about the murder of the Marquis of Pingyuan's son leaving the punishment department. Xu Qian rode his horse towards the imperial city. Not at a fast pace, he wanted to take his time to think carefully. Perhaps my hypothesis was wrong. The mastermind is not the Prince of Zhenbei. The Prince of Zhenbei rebelled and joined forces with the demons of the north, breaking the seal of Tongbo and releasing the original supervising judge, in order to create chaos in the capital. But now I have doubts, is the thing that was sealed the first supervising judge? Moreover, if the Prince of Zhenbei is the culprit, then the Hang Wei clue cannot be explained. Hang Wei is involved in the conflict of interests between the civil servants and the nobles. Blaming the Prince of Zhenbei seems a bit forced. The only way is to find Hang Wei, capture him alive, and all the mysteries will be solved. To catch Hang Wei, finding Hang Yuan is the key. Hang Yuan is Hang Hui's senior brother. He cannot possibly kill his own senior brother. The silhouette of the capital appeared before his eyes. Xu Qian suddenly remembered something. Then he heard someone calling his name. Tai Wei chased after him on horseback, and said with annoyance, I went to the Shu mansion to look for you this morning, but you were nowhere to be found. Then I went to the punishment department and still couldn't find you. Song Tingfeng said that you might have gone out to play with Fuxiang. Xu Qian said seriously, he's slandering my reputation. I've never been to that place. He then covered her eyes in embarrassment. Don't use your spirit vision on me. Although I am a man of integrity, I don't want anyone to look at me with spirit vision. Chu Tai Wei tilted her head and said gently, they say that Fuxiang is your girlfriend. Shu Qian denied it seriously. Fuxiang is just a new friend of mine, not a girlfriend. Seeing his reaction, Chu Tai Wei didn't pursue the matter, and changed the subject. The Heavenly Records Institute has detected demonic energy, exactly the same as the day Tongbo exploded. I came here specifically to tell you. Shu Qian sighed, I already know about this. I almost died at his hands. Speaking of which, do you still have those great strength pills? Chu Tai Wei replied, let's do it another day.
Didn't bring any with me, Shu Qian pleaded. I don't want to wait another day.
I need them now. Chu Tai Wei signaled for the horse to take a few steps forward, and then turned around. Alright, I'll come to your mansion this afternoon. I still have to find the princess, so I'll go first. Shu Qian watched his figure disappear, and thought to himself, you glutton, you're not going to find the princess. You're obviously going to eat and drink.
Soon after, Shu Qian arrived at the gate of Lingbao Temple.
The two young Taoist priests guarding the gate looked at him sternly. He took the initiative to speak, and at the same time took out a golden token. I am Shu Qian, an official of the punishment department. I have been ordered by the emperor to investigate the Tongbo case. I would like to meet the state preceptor. Please ask the two young Taoist priests to pass on my message. One of the young Taoist priests said, please wait a moment, and opened the door. Shu Qian waited for more than 10 minutes. Before the young Taoist priest came back and shook his head, the Taoist master is cultivating, and is not receiving any guests, please leave. Shu Qian felt a little helpless. This was clearly a refusal to meet him. It seemed that even the emperor's golden token was useless. The only way was to reveal the existence of the earth book. He took out 2 gold ingots, and stuffed them into the young Taoist priest's hand. Please pass on a message. This matter is very important. The young Taoist priest went back inside after more than 10 minutes. The young Taoist priest came out with a smile, my lord. The Taoist master invites you in. Shu Qian followed the young Taoist priest, and went deep into the Lingbao temple. A beautiful Taoist nun sat motionless on the water. She had been staring at him since he entered the courtyard, and continued to stare at him all the way. No matter how old she was, she looked like she was in her early 30s, yet she also resembled a mature and experienced woman. Perhaps if one looked more closely, there was a strange mixture of innocence and temptation in her. I suddenly had the thought that I must find a way to marry this woman. Is it because I haven't been intimate with a woman for too long? Or is it because of the special cultivation method of the humane sect that I have an inner fire? Shu Qian thought wildly, but remained calm on the outside. Luo Yuhang opened her beautiful eyes, and said, Jin Lian told you to find me. Shu Qian bowed. Yes. Jin Lian's soul was severely injured, and her body was also injured. She asked me to convey a message, begging for a gathering origin pill from you. Luo Yuhang asked again, you are a member of the Heaven and Earth Society.
Which earth book do you own? Luo Yuhang's voice was very pleasant,
like the sound of a gentle zither, which aroused the desires in Shu Qian's heart, but he still calmed down and said, I am. Number 3. Luo Yuhang nodded, and stared at Shu Qian without saying anything. Suddenly, she exclaimed softly, oh. Luo Yuhang's face showed a look of confusion. Your fate is very strange. Tell me your birth date. Shu Qian was shocked. She could also see through the abnormality in his body, but he still told Luo Yuhang his birth date. Her slender hands lifted her sleeves, and her jade fingers moved slightly, calculating. Her delicate eyebrows knitted together, as if she had encountered a difficult problem. Shu Qian was a little nervous, and also asked anxiously, how is the national situation? Luo Yuhang said calmly, it's okay. Because he was too nervous, Shu Qian misheard. Thinking that she said, Deep Empress, he was startled. How did she know that he liked the Deep Empress? Although she was commenting on his birth chart, he still felt that his mind was wavering. This woman always made him think of 18. This was definitely not because he had a problem, but because she was polluting his mind. He must ask Jin Lian about the special characteristics of the humane sect later. At this moment, Luo Yuhang said in her charming voice, normal. Hearing those words, the fire in Shu Qian's heart was immediately extinguished. It turned out that she could not see through him either. Just like Jin Lian, she could only sense it vaguely. Luo Yuhang took out a porcelain bottle from her sleeve, and tapped it gently. The porcelain bottle floated towards Shu Qian. He received it. Thank you, Grand Master, for the medicine. In front of the imperial study room, Wei Yuan met eunuch Lu coming towards him. Eunuch Lu sighed. Minister Wei, go in quickly. His Majesty sent me to wait for Minister Wei here. He is having a tantrum in the room. Those old men just provoked him. You go in and deal with it yourself. Be careful. Wei Yuan calmly nodded. Even if the sky fell down, he would still be calm, not affected by Eunuch Lu's words at all. Eunuch Lu and Wei Yuan were on the same side. Wei Yuan was the spiritual leader of the entire eunuch group. It was extremely difficult for any court official to place someone in the palace, but Wei Yuan could do it easily. Wei Yuan arrived at the door of the imperial study room, and heard Emperor Yuan Kang cursing loudly from inside. You are all trash. The Tang Bo case has not been solved yet. How many clues have you found and still can't find the culprit? What does the court keep you for? What do I want you to do? The massacre of the Pingyuan estate has spread far and wide, causing panic among the royal and noble families. On one side, the Minister of Revenue talked about tracking down the murderer. On the other side, they secretly increased the number of guards in the mansion. People's hearts were filled with panic and fear. Some people said that the demon sect had infiltrated the capital and killed the high-ranking officials. Some people said that the Buddhist sect was plotting and forcing the great Phoenix nation to submit. Hearing the cursing, Wei Yuan stepped into the imperial study room. Seeing Wei Yuan, the emperor was so angry that he threw the teacup at him. If you can't find the murderer within 3 days, I will remove you from your position. Wei Yuan slowly picked up the scattered papers and sighed. Why is your majesty so angry? Cultivation is about cultivating the heart. Don't let your mind be disturbed. The emperor said coldly. Shut up. The minister of justice said, Your Majesty. The guards of the mansion were beaten up in succession, allowing the murderer to escape. I suspect that there is a conspiracy of rebellion, hiding the enemy. I beg your majesty to investigate strictly. Emperor Yuan Kang looked at Chen Hangguang, who lowered his head and said nothing. What do you think? Although the prefect of the capital was only a 4th-rank official, he was in charge of 24 counties around the capital, and his power was no less than that of the minister of the 6 departments. Chen Hangguang was an experienced man. He said, Your Majesty, the Tang Bo case has not yet been solved, and now the Pingyuan estate massacre has occurred. Please do not be angry, Your Majesty. Calm down and investigate. I think we should listen to Minister Wei's opinion. Wei Yuan stepped forward and cupped his hands. Your Majesty, the Pingyuan Marquis and the Tang Bo cases are the same case. Everyone was stunned, wondering if they had misheard or if Wei Yuan was talking nonsense. Wei Yuan ignored everyone's expressions and declared, I have found the murderer of the Pingyuan estate massacre. The Minister of War asked subconsciously, Who is it? Wei Yuan glanced at him but did not answer his question, but said to Emperor Yuan Kang, Please order the left and right to retreat. As he said this, Wei Yuan suddenly thought of Shu Qian. That annoying brat. Wei Yuan stayed in the room for half an hour, and no one knew what he said to Emperor Yuan Kang. Walking out with Eunuch Lu, Wei Yuan kept hearing people calling him. The Minister of War, Zhang Feng, stepped forward and asked, Minister Wei, who is the murderer of the Pingyuan estate massacre? What kind of demon? Wei Yuan shook his head. Minister, this case is related to Tang Bo, so I can't reveal it yet. When the truth comes to light, you will naturally know. After saying that, Wei Yuan left. Zhang Feng was helpless. He did not dare to get angry in front of Wei Yuan. Minister Wei, please wait. After Wei Yuan left, the officials waiting outside the imperial study room were still in shock. Eunuch Lu, what did Wei Yuan say to His Majesty? Eunuch Lu was embarrassed. My lords, please don't make things difficult for me. Eunuch Lu, please tell us what you can. Eunuch Lu hesitated and nodded, and whispered, This case was investigated by Tungla Shu Qian from the beating office. What Minister Wei said in the room was all from that brat. The officials looked at each other in surprise. At the same time, a thought arose in their hearts, it's that Shu Qian again. Leaving the court, Shu Qian would occasionally recall Luo Yuhang's beauty. Women who cultivate the Tao are truly different. Her beauty is like a jade statue. Not a single flaw can be found. At least she should have a few pimples. The Taoist of the Earth sect is of the 2nd rank. The human sect is probably not inferior. The 2nd rank is not too much to be called a fairy. The small horse paced and walked past a warehouse. Shu Qian asked for directions to the Prince Yu's mansion. We must change the direction of the Tang Bo investigation. No more searching for the Northern King. We have a hunch that we only need to find out about Hangwei and Princess Pingyang. The reason for the relationship between this tragic couple and the Pingyuan estate. Then we can solve the Tang Bo case. No need for half a month. We feel that it will be only a few days. Maybe even faster tonight. Master Jin Lian will come to find me. I must remember to ask about the situation of the human sect. He is clearly a high monk, but he has a strange and seductive appearance. Shu Qian urged the horse to go faster, and quickly arrived at Prince Yu's mansion. He presented his token, I am a subject of the emperor, and I have been appointed as the chief judge of the Tang Bo case. I have a matter to ask Prince Yu. Please report it. Seeing the token, the guards put away their evil thoughts and said, My lord, follow me. The prince wants to see you. Prince Yu's mansion is vast. Shu Qian followed the guard, and it took 5 minutes from the gate to the front hall. There he met the younger brother of Emperor Yuankang, who is now in power. This is a young prince, but his complexion is sallow, weak and sickly. Although he is only in his early 40s, he looks older than Emperor Yuankang. Prince Yu took a sip of tea, and said intermittently, Tung Law. When did the emperor allow a Tung Law to be the chief judge? Shu Qian bowed his head. My name is Shu Qian. Shu Qian thought that as the top trending event in the capital, from princes to generals, everyone must be concerned about Tang Bo. Why had Prince Yu never heard of his name? Prince Yu nodded. Oh right, I have heard of it, but I am not interested in politics. Shu Qian sighed. It seemed that the disappearance of Princess Pingyang was a big shock to Prince Yu. Prince Yu asked, What do you want to see me for? Shu Qian said, I have been ordered to investigate the Tang Bo case, but I found that this case is related to Prince Yu. Prince Yu shook his head calmly. I have long since retired, and cannot be involved in the affairs of the court. Tell me what's going on. Shu Qian recounted. More than a year ago, there was a monk in the Azure Dragon Temple named Hang Wei who fell in love with a woman. They swore to be together for life, and then ran away together with a magic weapon that could hide the temple's aura. Because the woman's status was not ordinary, if they didn't bring the magic weapon to cover their scent, they would not be able to escape from the capital. A monk named Hang Wei. Prince Yu may not know his name, but he must know the woman. She is your eldest daughter, Princess Pingyang. Boom. Prince Yu crushed the blue flower cup. Nonsense. Pingyang has been intelligent since she was a child. How could she run off with a crazy monk? Seize this fabricator and behead him. The guards rushed in and surrounded Shu Qian, but he remained calm. He only felt sorry for this mad father. Such news would break the spirit of any father. But for Prince Yu this was just the appetizer. After the guards rushed in, Prince Yu, who had been roaring with anger just now, fell silent, and waved his hand to order them to retreat. Prince Yu laughed bitterly. Actually, I am not surprised. Before Pingyang disappeared, I had already arranged her marriage, but she stubbornly refused, and said that she already had someone she loved. It was too crazy. Marriage is something that parents should discuss. How could a daughter decide for herself? How does she know that the other person is not deceiving her, and has sinister intentions towards her? Shu Qian nodded, although he did not agree with the idea of parents arranging marriages. But in this era, free love was indeed too dangerous. You can't just break up and get back together like you can in my time. When I heard this story, I was so angry that I slapped her, and not long after, she ran away. She must have been abducted by that wild man. At first, I was so angry that I wanted to tear him apart, and I hated him for being shameless and disgracing the royal family. But the longer it went on, the more I missed her. Now I just hope that she will come back and call me father, and I will not blame her for anything. Shu Qian sighed. Perhaps you will never see her again. From the conversation between Hang Wei and the eldest daughter of the Count of Pingyuan that night, it is not difficult to understand that Hang Wei had died once before. If that's the case for Hang Wei, what about the princess who ran away with him? I did not come here to dissect Prince Yu's wounds, nor to reveal the identity of that man. Prince Yu was stunned, and then he said excitedly, You have news of my daughter. Where is she? Shu Qian frowned and looked at Prince Yu with displeasure. Prince Yu let go of his hand and stepped back. I'm sorry. I got too excited. If you can help me find her, I will be truly grateful to you. I will definitely repay you in the future. Shu Qian said, I came here for this very reason. Prince Yu, have you heard of the massacre at the Count of Pingyuan's mansion? Prince Yu was surprised. No, I haven't. Shu Qian asked, What is the relationship between Prince Yu and the Count of Pingyuan? Prince Yu recalled that the Count of Pingyuan was also part of the aristocratic elite. He used to be on good terms, but the Count of Pingyuan was ambitious, and he was not satisfied with the power he had. He colluded with the civil servants, and was despised by the other nobles. Shu Qian nodded. I heard that Prince Yu was almost appointed to the inner cabinet. Prince Yu paused for a moment. That's right. His Majesty had that intention last year. The inner cabinet is now dominated by Wang Zhengwen. Although there are factions and Wei Zhengwen in check, it is only enough to maintain a balance. I am supported by the aristocratic elite, and I am also a member of the royal family. His Majesty wanted to put me in the inner cabinet to stir things up. Shu Qian was a little surprised. Emperor Jing is really formidable. Although he cares little about the government, and is always extravagant, he has still maintained control of the court for more than 10 years. He is truly remarkable. Shu Qian asked, in Prince Yu's opinion, who currently holds the most power and benefits in the court. Prince Yu laughed bitterly, the Prime Minister Wang Zhongwen and the Minister of War Zhang Feng. That should have been my position. After a while of chatting, Prince Yu did not hide his weariness. Shu Qian had understood the information he needed to know, and so he bid farewell and left. The little horse was still nimble, and although it was ridden by Shu Qian, it was not at all distressed, and was still happy and obedient. Shu Qian's mood, however, was not so relaxed. According to Prince Yu, it could be inferred that the elopement of Princess Pingyang and Hang Wei was a conspiracy. If you can't manipulate you, then manipulate your daughter. Those who play politics are capable of all kinds of tricks. This possibility is very high. Hang Hui's revenge also indirectly proves this. But the problem is, what does the struggle between the civil servants and the aristocracy have to do with the Tangbo case and the evil spirits? Besides Emperor Jing, who else knows that there is something sealed beneath Tangbo? Hang Hui's next target for revenge can only be the Prime Minister or the Minister of War. Thinking of this, Shu Qian was startled, and urged his horse to gallop towards the Yumen gate, but was stopped. Is Lord Wei still in the palace? The guard replied, he left half an hour ago. Shu Qian immediately turned around, and galloped out of the imperial city. He galloped along the wide road of the inner city for a while, and finally saw Wei Zhongwen's carriage. I have important matters to report. Wei Zhongwen immediately ordered the carriage to stop. Shu Qian galloped to the window of Wei Zhongwen's carriage. I have urgent matters to report. Wei Zhongwen frowned. Why did you come here to report? Can't you cure your habit of interrupting? What happened again? Shu Qian recounted. Hang Hui's next target could very well be the Minister of War or the Prime Minister. If something happens to them,
Lord Wei will be in trouble at the residence of the Minister of War, Zhang Feng.
As soon as he got out of the carriage, the butler greeted him. Does the minister have any orders? Zhang Feng ordered, within half an hour. Prepare the carriage and come to the study to meet me. Seeing that his master's expression was not good, the butler knew that something big had happened. Zhang Feng sat on the large chair, leaning back on the chair and closing his eyes to rest. Half an hour later, his eldest son, Zhang Yi, entered on time. Zhang Feng opened his eyes and said, prepare your luggage, and leave the capital immediately. Zhang Yi wanted to ask why, but seeing his father's sharp gaze, he swallowed his question and obeyed. But when they arrived at the gate of the inner city,
they were stopped. The butler ran back panting. The emperor has ordered.
Officials of rank 6 or above are not allowed to leave the capital, including their families. No one is allowed to leave the capital. In the evening, after a day of fun at the princess's residence, Chu Taiwei rode to Shu's residence.
Chu Taiwei took 2 low-grade great strength pills from his deerskin bag. Take them sparingly.
Great strength pills are very expensive. 2 taels of silver for one. Shu Qian's hands trembled with emotion. 1 dose is half a month's salary. Chu Taiwei is actually a hidden rich woman, and had her own private airport when she was young. Even though she is a disciple of the Imperial Observatory, he just wants to be taken care of. Shu Qian was envious of such a wealthy merchant family, although he had more than 900 taels of gold. But to buy a house. Thinking of this, he smiled charmingly at Taiwei. Come in and have a cup of tea. Chu Taiwei blushed and exclaimed, it's almost dark. What do you want me to do in there? After saying that, she got on her horse and left, shaking her hips. Chu Qian exclaimed in frustration, before, she was slow. And now, she's arrogant. She's so small, but she's so bold.
After finishing dinner at the general manager's, Shu Qian returned to the villa.
Suddenly, he heard the melodious cry of a cat, and then the door of the room opened and an orange tabby cat walked in majestically, its tail standing straight up. The cat's eyes, Jin Lian, looked at him intently, saying, what did Luo Yuhang say? Shu Qian looked at Jin Lian, and thought to himself, this old man, I don't know if he has opened up a new world, or if it's just a strange hobby. He looked at the cat. You have the gathering yuan pill, right?
Right. The cat looked relieved. With the gathering yuan pill,
my power will soon be restored. Shu Qian was a little surprised. Is the gathering yuan pill so effective? If the Taoist master recovers, we can have a private chat in the disciple gathering group. Thinking of this, Shu Qian was overjoyed. A colleague who didn't understand asked, why do the words all come from the Taoist? Why does the Taoist master still have to ask the human sect to refine the pill? Or is the earth sect not good at refining pills?
The cat was silent for a moment and then said, the production cost of the gathering yuan pill is about 100 taels of gold.
Some herbs cannot be bought even with money. Shu Qian wanted to laugh but was embarrassed. The idea was not that my fellow disciples were incompetent, but that the people of the world were too selfish, which was really sad. The cat asked, what did you gain today? Shu Qian recounted what he had learned in the Prince Yu's mansion, as well as his own speculations. The cat listened very seriously, and then said, your analysis is correct, but I don't understand if Hang Wei is still alive. Why didn't he appear sooner or later? Waited until after the Tang Bo incident. Moreover, with his strength, he was not qualified to participate in the Tang Bo incident. Shu Qian nodded in understanding. He has a powerful backer. At first, I thought it was the Prince of the North, but if it's not for rebellion, what's the purpose of breaking the seal? In the end, it only caused a massacre in the Pingyuan mansion. Taoist master, did Prince Yu do this? Break the seal for revenge? The cat shook its head. You mean Princess Pingyang is dead? Prince Yu avenged his daughter. This possibility is not high if Prince Yu knew about this. With his status as a prince, he would not need to go to such extremes to get revenge. Moreover, why does your thinking always stop at the princes? Shu Qian was disappointed. The suspicion of the Prince of the North is even weaker. I'm really going in the wrong direction. It's a waste of time if Hang Wei hadn't shown up. Shu Qian would still suspect the Prince of the North, thinking that he was plotting something big. But with Hang Hui's actions now, it doesn't seem to befit the status of a sealed object. At the very least, he should assassinate the emperor. Even so, Shu Qian still hadn't completely ruled out his suspicions. The Tang Bo incident was still shrouded in fog. Shu Qian was lucky to see half of it. The other half, even if he opened his 24K eyes wide, he would not see anything. At this time, the cat said, I think you may be going astray. Whether it's the Prince of the North or Prince Yu, they are both princes. You suspect them because only Emperor Yuanjing knew about the sealed object under Tang Bo. But besides Zhang Jinla and Emperor Yuanjing, the Buddhist sect also knows about this. Shu Qian shook his head. The Buddhist sect was one of the initiators of the seal in the past. After the seal was destroyed at Tang Bo, the abbot of the Azure Dragon Temple went to the western regions, and saw the importance of this matter. Suddenly, the cat said, demons and devils. These two words startled Shu Qian. As if he had been struck by lightning, he had always thought that the culprit was among the imperial family and relatives. This hypothesis is reasonable if the sealed object is the first supervisor. But what if it's not the first supervisor? At that time, the people who knew about the Tang Bo seal were not only Emperor Yuanjing, Zhang Jinla and the Buddhist sect. There was also a force that we overlooked. That is the force to which the sealed object belongs. After 500 years, it has not been destroyed. It must be an extremely terrifying character. Such a person cannot be an ordinary person. Could it be a demon? This needs to be considered. Shu Qian took out the bottle of medicine that Luo Yuhang had given to the cat. Today I met her. Different from what I imagined. The cat glanced at him. She's not the virtuous girl you think she is. Shu Qian was about to nod when he heard the cat continue. Perhaps she's a more promiscuous woman, making you drool. Shu Qian turned away in embarrassment. No, no. It's just that I can't resist beauty. I've seen many beautiful women. There's the beautiful aunt, the young neighbor Ling Yu, the lively and lovely Chu Taiwei, the charming girls in the bar, and the cold arrogant princess watching. But I've never lost control. This is definitely a problem with politics. Thinking so, Shu Qian understood. Indeed, there is a problem with politics. The cat did not answer directly, but asked back, why do you think the current emperor has the reign title of Renzong? Why did Luo Yuhang become the national master? The cat paused for a moment and then continued, and Luo Yuhang is the daughter of the previous Renzong Daozu. Shu Qian smiled. Why are you telling me this? Don't tell me you want to imply that woman is really scary. Shu Qian said, as far as I know, except for the heavenly sect, which forbids desire, the human sect and the earthly sect can still take wives and have children as usual. Does the Taoist have any children? The cat shook its head. When I was young, I thought about it. But the older I got, the more I felt that feelings were bland. As for the matter of men and women, it's really too trivial. Shu Qian laughed and said, it's really very trivial. Or is it because you're old and have no more desires? You have to take ginseng. I'm just kidding. Taoist has transcended the mundane pleasures. It's really admirable. If only all the men in the world were like you. Late at night in the inner city, there was the sound of steady footsteps. A black figure moved through the inner city, walking through the streets without avoiding the wanted soldiers of the Tung Law and the city guards. In fact, every time a gaze looked over, he was always hidden by some obstacle, a wall, an awning like this. He arrived at the gate of the Ministry of War safely and soundly. He raised his head to look at the signboard. Half of his bruised face was exposed from under the scarf. The corner of his mouth was crooked, forming a crazy smile. The guard at the gate had just noticed the man in black, and hurriedly drew his sword and shouted, "Who's there?" The man in black raised his blood-soaked right arm under the cloak. The bulging veins on the arm were like the arm of a demon. He raised his palm towards the guard. Boom! The guard was instantly shattered. In the mansion of the Minister of War, there was an immediate cry of horror. With no more obstacles, the man walked straight into the minister's mansion. But as soon as he stepped in, the surroundings suddenly changed. He looked around and saw that he was in a desolate mountain range. Not a blade of grass at this moment. A cold voice said, "I have set up a teleportation array in the minister's mansion." The hoarse voice asked, "Who are you?" The other voice replied, "In the capital. Who doesn't know who I am? You have caught my attention." He turned around and saw that a dozen or so feet away, a man in white clothes was fluttering in the wind. Standing with his back to him, the man exuded an extraordinary aura. He coldly snorted, HMPH. He raised his right hand, clenched it. There was a bang in front of him. In the swirling mist, the white figure dissipated like a water droplet. The man in white appeared in another direction, still standing with his back to him. "Did you think I was there? In fact, I'm here." The man in black frowned. "Rank 4, is that all you have to dare to look down on me?" The other man repeated, "That's all you have?" And then praised, "Well said. It gives me great inspiration. Is that all you have and you dare to look at me from afar?" The man in black was stunned and didn't understand what he meant until he saw 4 figures appear in the east, west, south, and north, each with a crossbowman. The sound of bowstrings being drawn rang out one after another. At some point, a large number of repeating crossbows had appeared, automatically loading arrows. On the right were small cannons. Arrows and cannonballs shot out at the same time, attacking the man in black. The cannonballs exploded beside the man in black, obscuring him in smoke. As the smoke cleared, he slowly raised his right arm. The cloak had disintegrated into pieces, revealing his true form. The man in white was shocked, iron-skinned bones. The 4 Tongue-Law attacked him with countless seal of spears and sword intent. He folded his hands and recited the mantra, "Buddha teaches compassion." The 4 Tongue-Law hesitated for a moment, but immediately returned to normal. Seizing the moment, he continuously slapped his right hand, breaking the seal of spears and sword intent that could not be avoided. The man in white stood far away and sighed continuously, "A bunch of useless martial artists. We have to rely on me. I, the white-robed mage, will release the killing aura at ease." From the soles of his feet, the killing aura spread out around him, enveloping the warriors who were fighting. The ground, which was full of scars, suddenly shook, and gathered into a terrifying stream of air. The man in white pointed to the sky, and shouted, "Heaven releases the killing aura." The sky was pitch black. Lightning flashed finally. "Man releases the killing aura." Along with that sentence, heaven, earth and man combined into a stream of air that pressed down on the man in black. His monstrous right arm seemed to be stimulated, automatically resisting the bulging veins. Suddenly lit up, forming a strange halo. He sneered, clenched his fist. Boom! There was a loud bang, and a shockwave spread out around him. The 4 crossbowmen used different methods to disperse the force of the bullet, staying away from the center of the explosion. When everything settled down, the man had disappeared. The man in white still had his back to everyone, and asked, "What kind of monster is this guy?" "I'm asking that guy." The crossbowman holding the sword asked back, "What do you think?" The man in white replied, "In my opinion, that arm is not his demonic energy, but something terrifying that we've never seen before." Zhang Lu Zhang looked at the man in white. "In your opinion?" From beginning to end, Mr. Yang always had his back to everyone. Yang Tianhuan was smug. "I have discerning eyes behind my back." Before he left, I took a peek. Zhang Lu Zhang was helpless. "Can you turn around and face everyone? You weren't like this before." Yang Tianhuan was arrogant. "I refuse." Yang does things at his own pace, and doesn't care about the eyes of the world. He explained, "I've been observing Supervisor Master and Wei Yuan. Did you guys notice anything? One likes to stand on the tower, turning his back to you. One likes to sit on the stone platform, turning his back to us, but we can still feel their extraordinary aura." The 4 crossbowmen turned green in the face and wanted to beat someone up. Zhang Lu Zhang shook his head. Returning to the main topic, "So, based on the information we have now, that arm is the thing that was sealed under Tang Bo." Yang Tianhuan frowned. "The thing that was sealed under Tang Bo? Just the day before yesterday, you returned to the capital, representing heaven and earth to help capture the madman. You only know that the Yongjun temple was bombed not long ago, but you don't know much about it." The Tongue-Law holding the sword said, "That monk is definitely Hang Wei." Zhang Lu Zhang said, "If we can catch him, we may be able to find some clues about the Princess of Pingyang." Yang Tianhuan opened his eyes wide and asked, "The Princess of Pingyang?" Listening to the crossbowman talk about the old story, Yang Tianhuan became more and more curious. The Princess of Pingyang, the girl who disappeared more than a year ago. He recalled that when Pingyang disappeared, the Tai Thien GM mobilized almost all of its forces, causing a great commotion. Hearing this, he could not help but ask, still with his back turned, the Tang Bo incident happened just a few days ago. How did you crossbowmen investigate it so clearly? Wait a minute, why didn't I see the Tai Thien GM disciples mention it? Don't tell me you guys didn't ask them to help with the investigation. Your abilities are not that strong. Logically speaking, with a major case like Tang Bo, the Tai Thien GM mages could not have not known about it. The two sides often exchange information in cases of assisting the imperial court, but Yang Tian Huan had heard nothing about Hangwei or Pingyang. Zhang Lu Zhang spoke up in particular, we did not mobilize the crossbowmen. Only a normal Tongla was in charge of the case. Yang Tian Huan thought to himself, why should I tell you?
Then he asked again, which Tongla, tell me about it.
Zhang Lu Zhang said, you must know this Tongla, because he is famous in Tai Thien GM.
His name is Shu Qi, and Yang Tian Huan's voice rose, Shu Qian.
I know this person. As soon as I returned to Tai Thien GM, I heard my fellow disciples mention him. It turns out that Tang Bo was also investigated by him. It seems that he is quite capable and also famous.
Formidable opponent Nam Kung Kam Nhu muttered, what is that arm? Yang Tian Huan shook his head, I don't know.
But its owner is at least at the second rank or above. I'm not very familiar with the martial arts world, but I have discovered a few things. His voice dropped like a lone, undefeated swordsman. The crossbowmen thought to themselves, this person has been isolated for a few months and his illness has become more severe. At the Shu mansion, as soon as Shu Qian stepped into the front yard, he heard Ling Yin's cries. Shu Ling Yu's eyes lit up,
and she turned her head and said, is big brother off today? Shu Qian scratched his cheek in embarrassment, I overslept.
At this moment, Ling Yin ran over and hugged his leg, and complained, big brother, they took all my chicken. Shu Qian looked at his aunt and sister, you two are being too hard on a little child. His aunt giggled and seemed too lazy to explain.
Shu Ling Yu had no choice but to say, last night, Ling Yin left a chicken leg.
It was a pity that she didn't eat it, so she brought it back to her room. When I woke up this morning, it was gone. I thought my mother and sister had stolen it. Shu Qian bent down to comfort her. I am very good at solving cases. I will get justice for you. Ling Yin was very happy to hear this, thinking that her eldest brother was the best, except for the fact that he liked to take her food. Shu Ling Yu said, I asked the maids, and they said that Ling Yin woke up in the middle of the night and ate it all. But the little girl didn't believe it. Shu Qian bent down and asked, then let me ask you, did you eat it? Ling Yin shouted, I didn't eat it. Shu Ling Yu continued, the maid said that the little girl ate it while she was sleeping, so she found the gnawed chicken bones under the pillow. That's exactly how Ling Yin eats. Ling Yin couldn't accept that she had eaten the food she had been trying to save. Shu Qian had no choice but to say, I know who the culprit is now. It was your mouth that ate it, but your brain didn't know it. Thinking about it, Shu Qian continued, it was a ghost that ate it. Ling Yin was frightened and said inarticulately, a ghost ate it. Her aunt was a little annoyed, don't scare the child. Then she turned to the little girl, ghosts like to eat salt, and they taste better than chicken when fried in oil. Ling Yin was both scared and curious. After breakfast, Shu Qian rode his horse to the crossbowman's mansion. Song Ting Feng said, Ning Yan, Lord Wei just sent someone to tell you to go to Hao Qi Lu. Shu Qian asked, you didn't say that I was late, did you?
Song Ting Feng lowered his head, avoiding Shu Qian's gaze. I said that you were relieving yourself in the outhouse.
Shu Qian nodded and then turned and went straight to Hao Qi Lu. As soon as he stepped upstairs and was about to greet them, he was startled by the scene before him.
In the tea room, besides Wei Yuan, there were 4 other crossbowmen.
All of them were injured. This strange and funny scene made Shu Qian laugh out loud. The mighty masters looked like a bunch of hooligans after losing a fight. One of them even hung his head in frustration. Shu Qian tried to hold back his laughter, but Nam Kung Kam Nhu was furious. What are you laughing at? Shu Qian tried to hold back, refusing to admit that he had laughed. At this moment, Wei Yuan called him over, saying that Hang Wei had appeared, and that his target was the Ministry of War's mansion. Shu Qian immediately became serious. Wei Yuan nodded. They were all defeated by Hang Wei. Last night at the Ministry of War's mansion and the Prime Minister's mansion, along with the 4 crossbowmen and Yang Tian Huan, 5 fourth-rank masters still failed to capture Hang Wei. Shu Qian was both surprised and unsurprised by this result. Surprised because he didn't expect there to be 5 fourth-rank masters, but unsurprised because he believed that the thing sealed under Tang Bo must have such strength. He asked, What is that? Can you see it clearly? Zhang Lu Zhang replied, it's a severed arm. Shu Qian was taken aback. It was indeed that strange arm. He looked at Wei Yuan. Lord Wei. This is a top-notch item. Wei Yuan nodded, at least second rank. Shu Qian thought just an arm had such strength, so what realm must its owner be in? At least second rank, but very likely first rank. Otherwise, it would have been destroyed, not sealed. He guessed he had to figure out what was sealed, and whether it had anything to do with demons or not. But Wei Yuan refused to reveal it.
This is a big secret. I really don't know the exact situation.
Thinking of the severed arm and a master, related to the Imperial Observatory,
the royal family, and the Buddhist sect, and also related to the history of 500 years ago.
Shu Qian glanced at the crossbowmen, hoping to find some clues in their eyes, but the crossbowmen were completely oblivious to Shu Qian's observation. Wei Yuan said calmly, Hang Wei has a magic weapon that can hide his aura, and he must still be in the city. This morning, I have already reported the situation to His Majesty. You continue to investigate. Shu Qian understood the Grand Minister's hint, and asked, how is the Minister of War? Wei Yuan said, he is under house arrest on the grounds of protection. Shu Qian nodded, I will investigate immediately.
Wei Yuan reminded, Minister Zhang is a second-rank official.
You must be careful when interrogating him. Those below the fourth rank are not allowed to use the spirit vision technique. That's the rule, but you can still bring a warlock with you. Shu Qian immediately understood Wei Yuan's meaning. It meant that although the warlock's accusation could not be used as evidence, it could still be used as a reference. Before leaving, he glanced at the crossbowman in disappointment, then burst out laughing. Then he fled the tea room before the angry gold threaders could catch him. Zhang Lu Zhang sighed. This kid is getting bolder and bolder. The sword-wielding crossbowman laughed. If he didn't have the guts, how could he dare to cut his superiors? Zhang Lu Zhang looked at him. It's a pity that he let that cheapskate Yang Yan get away. I don't know his real strength. Before he could finish speaking, Wei Yuan interrupted him. You talk too much. Zhang Lu Zhang immediately fell silent. The sword-wielding crossbowman snorted, and asked, how is his aptitude? Zhang Lu Zhang ignored him, his voice suddenly rising, no. Then he turned to stare at Wei Yuan. Wei Yuan continued to sip his tea, his attitude making Tongla even more curious. He reasoned, if he really didn't have a grade talent, he couldn't have hidden it from us. Could it be that he really was above A? Impossible, there hasn't been an aptitude above A for decades. But their attitude isn't that proof enough. If that's the case, we have no reason not to fight for it. Tongla, Shu Qian is just a security guard. The concealment must be to avoid conflicts among the crossbowmen over the competition for talent. We can approach him secretly and entice him. What do young people desire besides money and beauty?
Yang Yan indifferently changed the subject. How is the foster father going to deal with it?
Wei Yuan sighed. Collect clues about Hang Wei as soon as possible. During the investigation we must also be careful. Even I can't withstand a lot of grudges. The four gold threaders looked grim, understanding the seriousness of the situation when they heard Wei Yuan say this. We will definitely do our best. Wei Yuan nodded. Don't just talk the talk. Recently, there have been rumors in the court, saying that the gold threaders are useless and that only Tongla does everything. Yang Yan and Nan Gong Chin Ru looked at each other. Understanding each other's intentions, the emperor has his eyes on Shu Qian. This matter must be handled well, and Hang Wei must be caught soon. Fortunately, Shu Qian is not capable of doing this, so there is no fear of him getting in the way. Shu Qian led the team investigating Tang Bo to the Ministry of War's mansion. After presenting the gold medallion, he, together with Chu Tai Wei, Li Yu Chun, and 3 crossbowmen, and Lu Qing, the commander-in-chief of Lu Sang Men, entered. As soon as he entered Lu Qing's mansion, he whispered, the minister's mansion is so magnificent. This mansion must be worth more than 10,000 taels of silver. The guide laughed. 10,000 taels of silver can buy my master's mansion. You country bumpkin don't know the world. Shu Qian kicked him in the butt, and shouted, lead the way, you rude slave. The guard bowed his head and hurriedly walked faster. In the guest room, Shu Qian met with the Minister of War, Zhang Feng, who sat in silence, exuding the aura of a high-ranking official. Shu Qian bowed. Your humble servant, Shu Qian, greets your excellency.
Zhang Feng said, I heard the eunuch in the palace praise.
Lord Shu is a quick-witted detective. With extraordinary talent, not only did the Tang Bo case progress rapidly, but he also found the culprit of the Ping Yuan Mansion massacre. Shu Qian sensed the meaning in his words, and said modestly, Your Excellency, you are too kind. Zhang Feng nodded. You want to ask me what my relationship is with that brother of yours. That's why he came to me at night. Shu Qian didn't expect him to be so cooperative. But Zhang Feng suddenly became angry, and slammed the table, shouting, I want to know too. I want to know even more. Why has it been 10 days since the Ping Yuan incident and the crossbowmen still haven't caught the culprit? I also want to know why the crossbowmen let that great villain commit crimes. Shu Qian frowned. This person was not easy to provoke. He was caught off guard. He had no choice but to bow his head. I hope your excellency will calm down. Zhang Feng regained his composure and sighed. Today, although I did not attend the court meeting, I also know what happened last night. I didn't expect that even with 5 masters working together, they still couldn't catch him. And even the 4 gold threaders were injured. Crossbowmen are loyal to the court. I know that it's a pity that the supervisor is seriously ill and cannot take action.
Which makes me worried and makes you all suffer.
He exuded the aura of a high-ranking official, but his tone was very gentle, and his understanding of his subordinates made others feel good. Shu Qian was silent, feeling a little fondness with the Minister of War, but he quickly regained his senses. The starting point was to intimidate first. A moment later, his attitude reversed to evoke sympathy and create empathy, making the other party feel grateful without even realizing it. Playing politics with a second-rank official was really not easy. Shu Qian coughed and said, the one who killed Marquis Ping Yuan and the one who broke into the minister's mansion last night was a monk from the Qinglong temple. His dharma name is Hang Wei. Zhang Feng cursed. I don't know this guy. Why did he attack my mansion? If he is a monk from the Qinglong temple, why didn't you investigate the Qinglong temple and come here instead? Shu Qian explained. Monk Hang Wei is just an ordinary monk, not worth the minister's attention. But a little over a year ago, he ran away with a female devotee, and his whereabouts are unknown. That woman is Princess Ping Yang. Zhang Feng was stunned. He seemed to find it hard to believe that Ping Yang would elope with a monk. Shu Qian observed his expression carefully, trying to find clues in the subtle expressions. But he failed. He couldn't find any weakness.
Shu Qian intended to move on to Zhang Yi.
But when Zhang Feng sent someone to call him, Zhang Yi appeared with dark circles under his eyes, and a pale complexion. Shu Qian thought to himself, you're still far behind Song Qing in terms of dark circles. He asked, young master, do you know a monk named Hang Wei? Zhang Yi sat down heavily on the chair, and raised his head with an arrogant attitude. He shook his head, not bothering to answer Shu Qian. Shu Qian asked again, then do you know Hang Wei? Zhang Yi didn't bother to reply either, just shook his head. Shu Qian asked again, then do you know Princess Ping Yang? Zhang Yi was about to shake his head, but suddenly reacted. Princess Ping Yang. He nodded, of course I know her. Shu Qian realized with displeasure that Zhang Yi was completely acting up, but he still smiled politely. I'm done with my questions. Thank you for your cooperation, minister and young master. Leaving the minister's mansion, Shu Qian asked Chu Tai Wei, in the interrogation just now, which sentences were true and which were false. Chu Tai Wei said coldly, none of them were true. Shu Qian was stunned. Who are you talking about? Chu Tai Wei shrugged. Both father and son. The young man said he knew Princess Ping Yang. Shu Qian was startled. It was understandable that Zhang Feng would lie. But why would Zhang Yi also lie? There was only one possibility. Zhang Yi was involved in Hang Wei and Ping Yang's elopement. Assuming that Zhang Yi didn't know anything, Zhang Feng had no reason to reveal the secret to his son. Sometimes, not knowing was the safest. Zhang Feng was clearly untrustworthy.
If I were Minister Zhang,
I would never mention a case that could lead to the extermination of a clan to someone untrustworthy. Even if it was my own son. What's more interesting? And Hang Wei declared, I have come to collect a debt. The target was the son of the Ping Yuan family. Shu Qian became excited. The case was getting more and more complicated and interesting. He felt that he was about to uncover the truth about Hang Wei and Ping Yang's elopement.
As long as he could clarify this,
the Tang Bo case could proceed. After a busy day, at the end of work, Shu Qian bid farewell to Chu Tai Wei and Lu Qing. After the two left, he secretly went to the court of imperial entertainers, on the pretext of needing to relax due to work stress. After all, it was just sleeping in the court of imperial entertainers or sleeping at home. What was the difference? Moreover, Fu Shang had repeatedly sent people to tell him that she missed him very much. She wanted to invite him to drink tea at the Shadow Plum Pavilion. Well then, Shu Qian decided to accept. At this time, Song Tingfeng said that he wanted to go to bed with a virgin. Shu Qian advised him sincerely, sleeping with a virgin is very expensive. Not worth it. Some expensive virgin courtesans don't necessarily sell art but not their bodies. Virgin courtesans are usually just a form of advertising. The court of imperial entertainers has not only older women, but also many young girls. The girls are taught singing and dancing. costumes, and the art of serving men. Those with mediocre looks and skills will become singers. Low-level courtesans, those with beautiful looks and talents, will become virgin courtesans. After a period of fame, these courtesans will be auctioned off at sky-high prices. Song Tingfeng said bluntly, I'm not fit to get married and have children. Money is also meaningless when it's just left there. Song Tingfeng's thoughts had their reasons, but sleeping with a good girl would be expensive, and the dancing girls were already Xu Qian's lovers. He could only sleep with the maids if he stayed at the Shadow Plum Pavilion. Chu Guangxiao said briefly, I'm planning to get married. The three of them eventually parted ways. As Xu Qian stepped into the court of imperial entertainers, he suddenly heard someone calling his name from behind. He was startled, afraid that he would be recognized by an acquaintance while he was out having fun. He cursed himself inwardly, then turned around. A young man said with a smile, Young Master Xu, my lady wishes to invite you to have tea. Xu Qian thought for a moment and realized who this girl was. A famous dancing girl on the same level as Fu Shang. He smiled and said, Oh, you study dance. I hear that dance and yoga are both good for the body. The young man smiled brightly. Please come this way, young master. At this moment, the young man guarding the door of the court of imperial entertainers was about to go out to greet Xu Qian. Seeing this, he widened his eyes and was about to stop Xu Qian and scold his colleague for cutting in line. But on second thought, he realized that with his status, he could not interfere. For fear of offending young Master Xu, he gritted his teeth, closed the door, and ran into the courtyard. Sisters, something terrible has happened. Young Master Xu has been abducted. Right in front of the courtyard he was taken away by Ming Yan's servants. Maid servants panicked. That little slut dares to steal our master's man. In Fu Zhang's room, a maidservant was kneeling by the bed, massaging her feet. The master had been in a daze recently, and she didn't seem very happy. You thinking about young Master Xu? Fu Shang shook her head. He's just a disgusting man. Why would I think about him? The maid giggled. Then why does the master ask me to go out every afternoon to ask if young Master Xu has come? Fu Shang frowned and pointed at the plate of fruit. All men in the world are like this. Like sugar cane at first, it's sweet. Sweet enough to melt your heart, but the more you eat, the more you realize. In the end, there's only pulp left. The maid laughed. Even if it's pulp, it's still really sweet when it's sweet. Every night with the young master, the master enjoys it very much. Fu Shang snorted softly and asked, What do you think of Xu Lang? The maid smiled broadly. He's very strong. He makes the master tired every night. She has to hold on to the wall to walk. Fu Shang blushed and tapped the maid's forehead lightly. Can't you see that he's different from other men? The maid thought for a moment. He's gentler. He doesn't look down on us, but when he looks at the master's chest, he's just as greedy as the others. Fu Shang didn't mind that. All men are greedy for beauty. Recently, a shocking 7-character poem has been circulating in the court of imperial entertainers. The calligraphy is slanted. The water is shallow. I heard it came from the palace. The maid nodded. I heard from a guest that it was written by the princes. The princesses got drunk and did it. I wonder who is so talented. At this moment, a maid ran in, breathlessly said, Master, young Master Xu has just come to see you. Fu Shang nodded. Don't pay attention to him. Tell him to wait outside. I haven't seen him for almost a month. When the flowers were blooming and the moon was bright, he called me his little sweetheart. When he was tired of me, he left me alone. He's just a man. Why should I suffer for him? But the maid shook her head. Young Master Xu was taken away by Ming Yan's people. Now they have followed them into the courtyard. Fu Shang jumped up. Not believing her ears, frowning, she ordered, Change my clothes quickly. I'm going to the clear pond courtyard. In the elegant guest room, Xu Qian smiled and admired the beauty of the flowers. She wore a goose yellow lace dress. Her makeup was not too revealing but not vulgar either. Her eyes were clear, her chin was pointed. Because of her martial arts training, she had a different temperament than the other pure and elegant girls. Her voice was gentle. I have noticed you for a long time, but you only go to the court of imperial entertainers, and you don't pay attention to me. I'm lucky to have this opportunity today. Xu Qian smiled and said, I'm sorry to have bothered you. In his heart, he calculated that this top courtesan was on the same level as Fu Shang. At that time, Fu Shang cost 30 taels of silver, so one night of spring with this girl would be similar. Not to mention the tea and snacks. He didn't bring much silver with him today, and he only had gold, which he couldn't use. At this moment, a little servant ran in, said intermittently, Master Fu Shang is here. We can't stop her. Ming Yan smiled. It seems that Fu Shang is very devoted to the young master. She raised an eyebrow. This is called competition, right? At first glance, this sentence seemed like a compliment, but in fact it was a provocation. To be considered a competitor by a prostitute, in the eyes of men of this era, was not a good thing. Xu Qian took a sip of wine, not feeling uncomfortable or disgusted. In this place, pretending and acting is a normal thing. If you're not good at lying, how can you survive in this place? Speaking of acting, the place with the most acting is the palace. The harem is truly the leader in this industry. While he was thinking, Fu Shang arrived with her maid servants. She smiled, I heard that young Master Shu is here. This slave also wants to come and watch the excitement, and serve the young master with Miss Ming Yan. Shu Qian thought to himself, what a wonderful tone. She didn't come to cause trouble, but to say that she would serve him together, both asserting her ownership, and also pleasing him. Which man wouldn't want to be served by two beauties at the same time? Ming Yan smiled gently, you're bothering me too much. The young master and I are having a private conversation. If you come, I won't be able to talk anymore. But Fu Shang pretended not to hear her, and sat down beside Shu Qian with a loud laugh. Shu Qian saw that the top courtesan was leaning in close, and naturally put his arm around her waist. Fu Shang whispered softly, come to the Shadow Plum Pavilion tonight. This slave will massage your shoulders and acupuncture points. Ming Yan gritted her teeth, wanting to chase this bitch out with a broom. Shu Qian was very grateful, and once again became the topic of discussion everywhere. He should know when to stop. He shouldn't tie down a man. The sound of footsteps rang out again in a hurry. It was still the same little servant from before. His face looked strange. He whispered, Master, the other top courtesans have all arrived.
Ming Yan and Fu Shang shouted in unison, what?
At this moment, a group of gorgeously dressed girls appeared. Not too vulgar but still very sexy. Some were gentle and charming, some were strong and independent, some were as reserved as young ladies from wealthy families, and some were weak. There were 7 of them in total, and whether it was their figure or their appearance, they were all outstanding. In Shu Qian's mind, there were only 4 words, absolutely beautiful. He really wanted to take a picture and post it on social media. Fu Shang and Ming Yan were so angry that they wanted to die.
They wanted to rush forward and scratch the faces of these bitches.
But because of their status, they had to pretend to be friendly and welcoming. The guest room couldn't hold so many people. Ming Yan invited everyone to the grand hall outside. She ordered someone to serve wine and delicious food. Shu Qian sat down heavily, and watched the 9 beauties chatting easily and comfortably, as if they were close friends. In fact, everyone was acting, occasionally glancing at him, revealing their hidden competition. They all wanted to win him over. At this moment, a talented woman giggled, do you know the poem, in the end, I don't know if the sky is in the water. The beautiful dream is gently pressed against my heart. The girl said excitedly, of course we know. It's such a beautiful poem. I heard it came from the palace. The talented woman said shyly, then do you know who wrote it? The girl's eyes lit up and they stared at her. Does a ya know? The talented woman shook her head, I don't know. But I know some other things that no one in the court of imperial entertainers knows. Fu Zhang's attention was also drawn. Her eyes sparkled and the corners of her mouth unconsciously curled up. Shu Qian recognized this expression. In the previous life, it was the same when my girlfriend and best friend were gossiping about designer handbags. Aya was very satisfied with their attitude. So she said, this poem was also composed in a drunken riddle. The ones attending the banquet at that time were the princesses. The girls guessed, perhaps it was Princess Hoi Khan. Among the princes and princesses, only she was so talented. Aya shook her head, that's not clear. Although it's only half a poem, it's not inferior to young Master Shu's talent. But the young master's genius is truly unique. That poem must have been created fluently. Not as good as the young master's abundant talent. Everyone nodded in agreement. Yes, has the young master written any good works recently? This concubine has admired the young master for a long time. Shu Qian drank some wine and said reluctantly, recently, my inspiration has run dry. In the end, I'm just an ordinary civil servant. I can't write poems every 3 or 4 days. The girls were disappointed when they heard this, looking sad, but then they realized that there was a problem with what he said. A new poem every 3 or 4 days isn't that the poem appreciating the plum blossoms that was given to Fu Shang. Before that, there was also Zi Yang's poem about the king. The 2 poems have been around for a while, but gradually forgotten. Mentioning 3-4 days implies that there has been a new work recently. It turns out that the half of the 7-character poem that was passed down from the palace a few days ago. The time is quite right. The girl's eyes lit up, even trembling with excitement. Fu Shang was the quickest to react. She turned her head, her eyes filled with tears, reflecting Shu Qian's figure. It was the excitement of discovering that the thing you love is always by your side. Shu Qian took a sip of wine, and slowly said, that day, I accompanied Princess Hoi Khan to a banquet, and I was so moved that I wrote this half of the poem. His voice was gentle and natural. Not beating around the bush, he spoke as if it were something insignificant. But the girls' hearts felt like they were going to jump out of their chests. They had guessed correctly at this moment. Aya felt that everything had become very natural. Feng hadn't had any good works for a long time. Princess Ho-I Khan had no poems passed down before. The sudden appearance of a good poem was unusual. But when they heard the news, they didn't immediately associate it with Shu Qian, until they heard him speak. Knowing his identity as a night watchman and his extraordinary talent, they ventured a guess unexpectedly. They guessed correctly.
In addition to being amazed and admiring Shu Qian's talent,
the girls were also moved by one thing. He had even entered the palace, and attended a banquet with the princes. Princesses that meant he was a confidant of a certain prince, or a princess otherwise, he wouldn't have been invited to the banquet. Thus, his value was not limited to poetry. His appearance was also quite handsome. He was a night watchman and held power. All these factors made him much more attractive than those old men. He couldn't be left to Fu Shang. They had to seize him before it was too late. Fu Shang was already the #1 courtesan in the court of imperial entertainers. If she had another of his poems, the other sisters would have no chance at all. As night fell, more and more guests came to the court of imperial entertainers. Everyone suddenly realized something strange today. Many courtesans were closed and not receiving guests. When someone asked out of curiosity, they found out that the girls who had turned away guests had all gone to the Qingqi Academy. A total of 8 people. That meant that there were 9 courtesans in the Qingqi Academy. And the sound of laughter and chatter was very lively. Who were they entertaining that there were so many people? How dare they have fun at this time? Who could be so foolish as to bring harm upon themselves like this? Someone knocked on the door of the Qingqi Academy. A doorman opened the gate, and a young man dressed in fine clothes asked, "What are the young ladies doing in there?" The young man replied, "They are entertaining guests." The young man with the strange face asked, "Who are the guests in there? If it's not convenient to say, then forget it." The young man thought for a moment, saw no reason to hide it, and said bluntly, "It's not what you think. There's only young Master Shu inside." Everyone pondered in silence. No one recognized this person. Someone said, "Shu Qi and the author of the poem for Fu Shang." Several well-read people's eyes lit up. "Let's wait here. Maybe we'll hear a masterpiece that will be passed down through the ages." Hearing this, those who were angry calmed down a little. They were all people of status. Although they were jealous, they still had a love for literature. How graceful would it be to be served by 9 beauties? Even the top scholars of all time might not have received such treatment. They would not dare to be so extravagant and dissolute. Shu Qian pushed the 2 of them away. "All right, no more playing. Too bad." The girls behind him called out, "Young master, come back soon." Shu Qian walked outside, under the faint moonlight. He took the book from the base of the tree. Divined for a while, then he held the qi sensing technique and tried to sniff. Immediately, a cool feeling spread throughout his eyes. Another purpose of Shu Qian's visit to the court of imperial entertainers was to observe the qi here. To search for demonic qi. Hang Wei had appeared twice, killing everywhere in the city. It was impossible to say that there were no demons hiding in the city. It was clear that Hang Wei was a puppet of the demons, who were using him to achieve some goal. The demons must have been trying to free the sealed object. They couldn't let Hang Wei run amok. If it were me, I would definitely follow Hang Wei closely. The last time I observed the court of imperial entertainers, I detected demonic qi. If that was just a coincidence, then fine. But if not, the court of imperial entertainers could very well be one of the demon's bases. Shu Qian's eyes flashed, looking towards the nearby Qingqi Academy,
where the courtesans were drinking.
A faint green qi like smoke appeared, causing Shu Qian to almost gasp. His heart sank. The demons were in the room. Just now, they had been drinking with them.
He didn't know if it was a courtesan or a maid.
It definitely wasn't Fu Shang. I had checked her last time. After all those nights of making love, Shu Qian quietly scaled the wall. The door of the room was not closed tightly, and he peeked through the crack. The person emitting the faint green demonic qi was not a courtesan, but Ming Yan's personal maid. Shu Qian immediately thought, why didn't I detect demonic qi when I took Song Tingfeng to the orgy last time? What method had she used to hide her demonic qi at that time? And what was her purpose in staying by Ming Yan's side? Ming Yan might not be clean. She might also be in cahoots with the demons. Thinking this, Shu Qian made up his mind. He climbed over the wall and left the Qingqi Academy, going straight to Song Tingfeng's small courtyard. Shu Qian rushed straight to the door of the bedroom, and hearing the strange noise, the movement inside suddenly stopped. Then Song Tingfeng's wary voice, "Who is it?" Shu Qian knocked on the door. "It's me, come out quickly." It's urgent. Song Tingfeng cursed under his breath, and opened the door, his clothes disheveled. Shu Qian said hurriedly, "Old Song, Go back to the yamen right now, and report to the officer on duty, and order him to come to the court of imperial entertainers in person. Tell him that there are demons in the Qingqi Academy. Remember that, bring the officer at all costs. I don't know how strong the qi sensing technique can't be used on demons. There are 9 courtesans in the Qingqi Academy. All of them are defenseless and can't protect themselves. Oh, if the person who comes is Zhou, tell him to look for Song Qing. Song Tingfeng's expression became increasingly serious, no longer as annoyed as he had been a moment ago. Shu Qian quickly returned to the Qingqi Academy.
I'm back. He glanced quickly at the female demon who was pouring wine for Ming Yan.
Bowing her head obediently like a servant, her strength was unknown for now. Shu Qian did not dare to act rashly, lest she escape or injure the innocent courtesans. Then he ate and drank and joked as if nothing had happened. Whose buttocks were rounder, whose breasts were softer, whose waist was slimmer, who looked the most delicious. It was all clear at this moment. The female demon looked up at Shu Qian. It's late. You should all go back early, young master. Do you intend to stay the night with this humble servant? The pleasant atmosphere dissipated in an instant. The smiles on the girls' faces faded. A moment ago, they had been like close sisters. Now they were like soldiers preparing for battle. Ming Yan said sweetly, "Sisters, please let the young master to me tonight." Would the courtesans give in to each other? Sisterhood in the court of imperial entertainers was not real. If there was any, it was fake, but this was an opportunity for Shu Qian. If they stayed, all it would take was a single attack and they would all die from the force of the qi shock. To be honest, Shu Qian quite liked this feeling. It was as if the goddesses of his previous life were nurturing him. He coughed. Miss Ming Yan is so sincere. It's hard for me to refuse. Then I will stay here tonight. You all go back first. I will visit each of you another day. No sooner said than done. The courtesans were not happy, muttering that what men said when they were drinking was the same as what they said in bed. Neither could be trusted, but since it was their master's will, what could they do? Only Fu Shang looked at Shu Qian with a pained expression. Wanting to say something, Shu Qian said, "You go back first. I will come to you tomorrow." Fu Shang looked at him deeply, then turned away, tears welling up in her eyes. Ming Yan said happily, "It's late. Please come to my room." Young master entering Ming Yan's room. The air was filled with the sweet scent of incense. The candlelight was soft. The female demon said, "This servant will help the young master bathe." Shu Qian thought to himself, "You should just go to sleep. I wouldn't dare ask you to serve me." He looked at Ming Yan. In the court of imperial entertainers, Fu Shang always serves me. Ming Yan blushed and had to wash herself. As a courtesan who had never had this experience before, she was both shy and embarrassed. Ming Yan bit her lip. "Then let me bathe you, young master. If you don't like it, brothers, skip this part." Shu Qian cursed under his breath. Damn it, Song Tingfeng still hasn't arrived. Ming Yan lay on her side on the bed, a little unhappy. "What are you waiting for, young master?" As a girl, she couldn't say it directly. Otherwise she would be considered a lustful woman. But it couldn't be helped. She had never seen anyone come to her room to drink tea for an hour and still not make a move. The bed was ready. If she didn't do it, she would fall asleep. Shu Qian pretended to be profound. "The night is long. There's no rush. I'm thinking about a few things." He glanced at the female demon, determined not to make the first move. "If the enemy doesn't move, I won't move. If the enemy dares to move, I'll give them a blow." As he thought, Shu Qian suddenly felt a wave of dizziness. As tired as if he hadn't slept in 3 days. His eyelids were heavy as lead. He knew he had been poisoned. Shu Qian looked at Ming Yan, and saw that she was already fast asleep. The maid who had bowed her head and obeyed his orders earlier, now seemed to have transformed into a different person, asking, "What are you waiting for, young master?" Shu Qian pretended to be shocked. "Who are you? Why did you poison me? I have no grudge against you. This is a serious crime, poisoning a court official. A crime punishable by beheading the entire family." The maid giggled. "Of course I'm waiting for the young master." Shu Qian tried to circulate his qi, but the qi force in his dantian was like thick honey. Unable to move, his whole body was limp. Without any strength. "Damn that Song Tingfeng. He's ruined me." But because he trusted the golden teeth of the Nha Mon, he decided to stay, not to miss the opportunity to capture this demoness. Now it was clear what had happened to Song Tingfeng. Otherwise he would have arrived long ago. The maid walked towards him step by step, taking off a layer of clothing with each step. "The night is long. The master is asleep. Let this humble servant serve the young master instead." Shu Qian was startled. This was not good. Many female demons were good at absorbing vitality, turning men into walking corpses, usually ending in a tragic death. When she was 3 feet away from him, Shu Qian's eyes suddenly lit up. His gaze sharp. He drew the black gold broadsword. A thin beam of light flashed and then disappeared. Shu Qian didn't pay attention to the result, gathering his strength to break through and run straight to the window. But his foot got caught on something, and he fell to the ground. When he looked back, the maid had disappeared, leaving only a paper effigy that had been cut in half. Suddenly, a wet tongue licked Shu Qian's face. The demon maid giggled. Your blood is so rich. Just smelling it makes me lose control. Shu Qian froze, feeling disgusted by a woman for the first time. Half of the strength he had just exploded was real, and the other half was from the strength pill he had hidden under his tongue. He wanted to launch a surprise attack and strike the demoness, but Shu Qian had underestimated his opponent. What should he do now? If he screamed, he would definitely be killed. Rolling around would be difficult, even a saint would find it difficult. Or maybe drag in a pile of fragrant shit to disgust her. At this moment, his expression suddenly changed, and he looked to the side. Who are you?
A dark figure had appeared in the room at some unknown time.
It's back to the two of them. You don't need to know who I am, because those who know my name are all dead.
The demoness let out a low growl
and lunged at the Taoist. The demoness decided to rush out the window, but was slammed back. Crashing hard into an invisible wall, the Taoist shook his head and sighed, pity. Then he snapped his fingers and drew a circle at his feet. The circle expanded, enveloping the demoness. Within the circle appeared illusory chains, which wrapped tightly around her limbs and locked her in place, no matter how much she thrashed. Shu Qian was afraid that this person would kill the demoness, so he stopped him. Please spare her life. The Taoist turned and asked, Are you Shu Qian? Shu Qian nodded. Yes, I don't know your esteemed name, senior. The other person replied coldly, I am Yang Tianhua of the Bureau of Heavenly Inspection. You must have heard of me. Shu Qian cursed in his heart. Excuse me. I've really never heard of you, but he still pretended to be surprised. Oh, so it's Senior Yang. I've heard of your reputation for a long time. Yang Tianhua seemed very pleased. Did Chu Taiwei tell you? Or that fanatic Song Qing? Shu Qian said, both. But it was my colleagues who told me about you first. Yang Tianhua nodded. Those two informed the Bureau of Heavenly Inspection about this, so I've been waiting outside since just now. Shu Qian opened his mouth wide in astonishment. Then why didn't you show up sooner? Yang Tianhua said haughtily, a true hero always appears at the last minute. What do you think? Shu Qian wanted to curse, but he still forced a smile and nodded, very well. Yang Tianhua was also satisfied. Just ask, and I will answer. Shu Qian sighed, and turned to the demoness. Are you an evil spirit from the myriad demon nation or a northern demon race? The demoness sneered and did not reply. The illusory chains tightened, and the chi force coursing through her body made her cry out in pain. Yang Tianhua said smugly, this is a torture array that I created. It can tear apart both body and soul. Very few demons can withstand such pain. The demoness's amber eyes showed extreme horror. I am a fox demon from the myriad demon nation. Shu Qian asked again. The Tang Bai case was caused by you. The demoness nodded. It was useless to deny it now. Shu Qian continued. Hang Wei was also sent by you. The demoness sighed and nodded. Shu Qian asked, then what is your purpose? The demoness replied, to destroy Tang Bai. Release what's inside. I really don't know what's in there. Shu Qian continued, I have 3 more questions. First, why did you still control Hang Wei after releasing him? Second, who colluded with you? Third, why target me? The demoness hesitated for a moment. I don't know the first 2. I only hid in the capital and completed my mission. I don't know anything about the rest. As for targeting you, I received an order not long ago, saying that I should kill you as soon as you arrived at the Gao Fuang division. Shu Qian frowned. So that means the demon race hiding in the Gao Fuang division is her. And she was ordered to kill me to silence me because I was getting close to the truth. They wanted to eliminate the threat at its source. Fortunately, this time at least I got a clue. Hang Wei really is the key to solving the case. Shu Qian asked his last question, is Mingan one of your accomplices? The demoness sneered and replied, at first I was going to say yes, but her chi force suddenly exploded, causing her expression to change, and she quickly shook her head. She doesn't know anything about it. Shu Qian chuckled. Alright, I'm done asking. Can I have her as my credit? Yang Tianhua nodded. Alright, this demoness is my credit. I'll take her away. Shu Qian was a little amused. Aren't you an expert? Why are you answering differently from what I expected? He asked another question. Are there any other demon races hiding around here? Yang Tianhua said arrogantly, as long as I am here, even a fiery hell will become a paradise. The Gao Fuang division is already very safe. Shu Qian nodded in reassurance. Although he felt a little crazy, his strength was still impressive. Yang Tianhua suddenly said, lower your head. Shu Qian did as he was told. He lowered his head and then looked up again. but young Tianhua was nowhere to be seen. Leaving the Clear Pond Institute, he walked wearily into the Shadow Plum Pavilion. As soon as he entered the room, he saw Fuxiang sitting by the bed. Her eyes were swollen. She turned her face away, not looking at him. Shu Qian glanced at her. Too tired to explain, he silently climbed into bed and went to sleep, not wanting to stay at the Clear Pond Institute any longer, and unable to return home now. He had no choice but to stay at the Shadow Plum Pavilion. The next morning, Shu Qian woke up in good spirits. There was no one else in the bed, only the faint scent of the girl from last night. The demoness from yesterday was a remnant of the myriad demon nation, meaning that this matter had nothing to do with the northern demon race. Suspicions about the northern border king almost completely disappeared. The goal of the remnants of the myriad demon nation was the sealed object, or something else that needed to be thought about. If their goal was only the sealed object, then they should be packing up and leaving by now, not staying in the city causing trouble. It is possible that the demon race is aiming for something bigger, and the sealed object is just a means to an end. The Tang Bai case is now clear. The mastermind is a traitor in the court, and the remnants of the myriad demon nation. The target is the sealed object, which is the arm of some unknown expert. The elements and characters involved include the myriad demon nation, the Marquis of Pingyuan and the Minister of War, the Imperial Observatory and the royal family, Princess Pingyang and Hang Wei, Captain of the Jinwu Guard, Zhu Shihong. Now the important clues are the unknown expert who had his arm cut off, Hang Wei and Princess Pingyang. Once we know the identity of the expert, we can guess the real purpose of the demon race. Catching Hang Wei or Princess Pingyang could also shed light on the case. The door to the room opened and Fuxiang walked in with a few maids. Her beautiful black hair was a little messy, her fair face was somewhat haggard, and her eyes were still red. Shu Qian sighed. Pretending to be relaxed, he said with a smile, "Are you angry?" Fuxiang smiled and said, "Please don't tease me, young master. I'm just an ordinary woman. How can I compare myself to you, young master?" Shu Qian was a little annoyed. "Alright, Shu Lang has become young master Shu," he said unintentionally. "Prepare some hot water. I want to take a bath." Fuxiang smiled and nodded. Fuxiang arranged for a maid to serve Shu Qian's bath, while she took a few people out to relax. Walking along the alley of the Gao Fuang division, the little maid said softly, "Master seems to be a little cold to young master Shu." Fuxiang shook her head. "You don't understand. I once begged him to redeem my body, but he refused." The maid was silent for a moment, then said, "Perhaps young master Shu doesn't have the money. The price to redeem master is at least 3,000–4,000 taels of silver. Now it may be double." Fuxiang's eyes were a little sad. "Over the years, I have also saved up a lot of money. In fact, I can redeem myself." She smiled bitterly, but in his heart, "I'm no different from the others. I didn't believe it before. Kept comforting myself, but last night showed me clearly. I'm just a silly one-sided love." Walking along, Fuxiang accidentally arrived at the Clear Pond Institute. The noise attracted her attention. The two constables dragged Mingan out. Their faces stern. Fuxiang frowned, and stepped forward to ask, "What crime has Miss Mingan committed?" Song Tingfeng stopped and said, "Mingan secretly colluded with the demon race, and sheltered them last night. Master Shu secretly investigated, and caught the demoness who was pretending to be her maid. The demoness has been executed. Now we have to take Mingan for interrogation." The old woman was shocked and denied. "How can you falsely accuse such a weak girl? Do you know how much effort and money I have spent to train Mingan? I will report this to the 6 ministries and the officials will judge fairly." Zhu Guanghu said coldly, "I suspect that you are also an accomplice." The old woman was startled and took a few steps back. Song Tingfeng spat and left. Fuxiang looked after them in a daze. Mingan colluded with the demon race, and young master Shu investigated secretly last night. He decided to stay at the Clear Pond Institute. It's not that he's tired of the old and likes the new, but because I kept nagging him for nothing. Last night, he came back exhausted, and I saw it at that time. I thought that he and Mingan had. So I wronged him this morning. I still put on a cold face to vent my anger. But why didn't he explain? Oh, he couldn't explain. Because it was a secret mission of the Yamen. Even though he knew that he was being misunderstood, he still endured it in silence. Fuxiang suddenly ran back to the Shadow Plum Pavilion, and pushed open the door to Shu Lang's bedroom. But the room was empty. He was gone. She suddenly felt like she had lost something precious, and her heart was empty. The maid followed her, and seeing that her master had lost her soul, helped her to sit down on the bed. She looked at her and sighed in her heart. Suddenly, Fuxiang saw ink on the table, paper and a brush. She exclaimed, "Master, there's a poem. Maybe it was left by young master Shu." Fuxiang ran over and snatched it from the maid's hand, and hurriedly read, "The beauty rolls up the Chu Lian. Her body is as soft as the Ping Na eyebrows. Her ears are wet with tears. I don't know if the water is from her heart." She read it and tears fell down on the paper. Fu Xiang hugged the poem to her chest, and said while crying, "I have to go find him." The maid was shocked and held her soft waist tightly. Master is the top courtesan of the Gao Fuang division, and the most famous one. If this gets out, Master's reputation will be ruined. I've never heard of a top courtesan acting like this. Fu Xiang said angrily, "Let go of me." Shu Qi and bought some meat buns and sat on his horse eating them, and leisurely walked back to the yamen. The top courtesan of the Gao Fuang division is really beautiful. Each has its own charm, each has its own style. When the Tang Bo case is over, I'll go and talk to each of them in the future. I'll write a book called The Great Phoenix Courtesan Sword Ranking. The only problem is that I don't have enough money. I only earn 3 taels of silver a day, and the price of sleeping with a top courtesan for one night is at least 30 taels. Thank goodness the 9 years of studying poetry were not in vain, and the vows were not in vain. I am truly the shame of transmigrators. Others study to become officials, but I just want to enjoy the benefits for free. They are after fame, but I am only after food and clothing. Speaking of which, I am almost 20 years old. Fortunately, my aunt is not my birth mother and does not force me to get married. I can make my own decisions. Tai Wei is the disciple of the inspector. Too important. Marrying Tai Wei is like marrying half a princess. It will be difficult to go out and play around in the future. Well, no hurry, I can play for a few more years. Thinking of this, Shu Qi and smiled bitterly. What the hell am I thinking? Tai Wei may not see my value. In a quiet small mansion, the door of the room opened. Hang Wei walked out silently. He went straight to the well in the yard, looked down for a few seconds and then waved his hand. The mouth of the well lit up with a golden light. The seal was broken. After breaking the seal, Hang Wei jumped down. The bottom of the well was dark. A middle-aged monk was meditating. Leaning against the wall of the well, Hang Hui's hoarse voice rang out, "Senior brother, I am badly injured. My hand has been cut off." Hang Yuan opened his eyes and asked Hang Wei with concern, "There's still time to turn back?" Hang Wei shook his head. "Senior brother, I have been with you at the Qinglong temple since I was 6 years old. You taught me meditation, chanting scriptures and taking care of my food and drink. You are like a father to me. Now I want to ask you for this favor." Hang Yuan sighed and nodded. Hang Wei raised his head. His crimson eyes without pupils laughed maniacally. "I want to eat you." Under his black cloak his hands waved, creating a vortex that sucked at the monk's head. The vortex of death energy began to wrap tightly around Hang Yuan's head, causing him to open his eyes in pain. His skin wrinkled and his flesh and blood were quickly drained. His face withered visibly. Seeing this, the cruel expression on Hang Hui's face softened slightly. His blood-red eyes were no longer cold and hard. Bang! Hang Wei was pushed hard and hit the wall of the well. He gritted his teeth. "Don't kill my senior brother. Don't kill my senior brother." His face became cruel again. Hang Yuan was a martial monk with abundant blood energy, which was exactly what he needed to heal his wounds. He said coldly, "Or you don't want revenge?" Then the cruel expression disappeared, replaced by a heart-wrenching pain. "No, I can't kill my senior brother. He is my elder brother. I can kill everyone. Why can't I kill my senior brother? I can kill everyone but only my senior brother. He is the one I respect the most." What about Ping Yang? Hang Hui's main personality has been suppressed, and the cruel personality is gradually becoming dominant. Hang Yuan's tired voice rang out, "Hang Wei, remember you taught me the first mantra." Hang Wei paused for a moment and then replied, "The mantra of tranquility." He sat down, folded his hands and chanted silently. After a while, he gradually calmed down again. "Senior brother, I will tell you what happened to me a year ago." In the interrogation room, Shu Qi and took a sip of tea, and looked at the courtesan opposite him who was sitting restlessly. "What is the name of that maid?" Ming Yan replied obediently, "Yes, her name is He." Shu Qi and asked sternly, "How long has she been serving you?" Ming Yan replied, "About 3 or 4 years. Don't remember exactly." She glanced at Shu Qian in fear. Why has he changed so much? Last night he was still so arrogant and dissolute. Shu Qian nodded, "It's been 3 or 4 years. Then later asked someone to check if anyone else entered the Jiaofeng division during that time. He asked a few more questions and then turned to the recording official, "Have you recorded enough?" The official nodded. Shu Qian suddenly smiled and said, "Thank you Miss Ming Yan for your cooperation. You can go now." Ming Yan was stunned for a moment. Happiness came so suddenly like a whirlwind. She couldn't believe it was true. Shu Qian stood up and gestured, "Let me take you back to the Jiaofeng division." Ming Yan followed him out of the door with worry, until she saw the carriage waiting outside the gate of the yamen. She breathed a sigh of relief. She believed that she would really be taken back to the Jiaofeng division, and not be imprisoned in the yamen. Ming Yan regained her composure, bowed and said, Thank you, Lord Shu. Shu Qian patted her plump buttocks. My benefactor, there's no need for thanks. Just express it with your actions. Ming Yan was a little embarrassed and a little scared. She glanced at Shu Qian secretly. This man is really unpredictable. Sometimes he's a hooligan, sometimes he's serious. Shu Qian watched the carriage, lost in thought. The carriage stopped in front of the Jiaofeng division, and Ming Yan hurriedly got out of the carriage. She whispered to Shu Qian, young master, if you have time, please visit the Qingqi Institute for tea. After she finished speaking, she hurriedly left, walking quickly as if she was afraid of Shu Qian. Shu Qian got back in the carriage and returned to the yamen, and summoned the key members for a meeting. He said, you all know about the situation at the Jiaofeng division last night. Li Yuxuan and the others nodded, having heard Song Tingfeng's account, and knowing that Yang Tianhua had eventually resolved the incident. As to why Song Tingfeng had not reported it to the yamen, they all kept silent, understanding each other. Shu Qian said solemnly, during a night patrol, I used my qi mechanism to observe the Jiaofeng division and detected demonic energy. Speaking of this, he quickly changed the subject. Enough. You all know what to do. You investigate the people on the list who have had a lot of contact with the demoness. Also check who joined the Jiaofeng division 4 years ago, or became famous all of a sudden. Captain Lu led people to search every house to find Hangwei. Remember to be careful. Suddenly a strange feeling came over him. Shu Qian knew that the Heaven and Earth Society had sent a message, so he left the meeting room and went to the toilet. Number 5. I've come to collect the debt from number 3. We've finished exploring the abyss. I've discovered a big secret. Shu Qian, what secret? Number 5 didn't say it directly, but asked, have you all decided to owe me a favor? Immediately, 1, 2 and 4 agreed. When they all agreed, number 5 wrote, the 7 clans of the ancient clan are united, and have overcome countless difficulties and dangers, and finally reached the deep warehouse. Number 2 was impatient. Enough, get to the point. Number 5 stopped dragging it out. We found a statue of a Confucian sage. He is looking down into the abyss. The members of the Heaven and Earth Society were astonished, and then they thought of number 3 as an outstanding student of the Yunlu Academy. Perhaps he knows something, but he probably won't say it, and there's still a debt to be paid. Number 5. Number 3, you are a student of Yunlu. You must know something, right? Shu Qian said sarcastically, how would I know? I'm also very surprised he didn't answer directly. Shu Qian asked, is there anything else in the abyss besides the statue of the sage? Describe the statue in detail. Number 5. There is only a statue of the sage and various insects. Oh, there is a crack on the forehead of the sage statue. The elders of the clan are very worried. Number 2 suddenly thought, you said, is the statue of the sage suppressing the ancient god? Normally, there is nothing unusual in the deep abyss. Why is there a statue of the sage? Number 4 agreed, that's not impossible. Using stone statues, bronze statues or bronze objects as a means of sealing is very common. In ancient times, the human emperor used 9 cauldrons to suppress the 9 continents. Refining the human race's luck is the most typical example. Number 1 said, so the crack on the forehead of the sage statue means that the seal is shaking. Therefore, the ancient god is gradually recovering. Number 4, it's possible, but the conversation quickly passed, because the ancient god is on a level that is too far removed from everyone else. Shu Qian sent a message to number 1. You haven't asked me about the Tang Bo case recently. Have you found any clues in the ancient books? Number 1 replied, no clues. Shu Qian found it strange. Number 1 used to be very interested in the Tang Bo case, but for many days, he had not asked about the progress of the case. Shu Qian sent a message to number 2. Any clues about Zhou Shanghong? Number 2 no, but I'll keep an eye out for you. Shu Qian was both disappointed and relieved. In a sea of people it is indeed not easy to find. Suddenly, Taoist Jinlian sent a message. Number 3. Come and see me. Shu Qian was startled, and then took the earth book and left the toilet, and quickly walked to the gate of the yamen. On the wall was an orange cat with its tail standing up. Staring silently at the gate, the orange cat said, I found number 6. Shu Qian asked immediately, really? The orange cat replied, not long ago, I sensed number 6 a piece of the earth book, but when I ran to find you, I lost contact. Shu Qian's expression changed. The orange cat shook its head. I don't know the specific situation, but the previous guess was correct. Number 6 has been sealed just now. The seal must have been shaken for some reason. Shu Qian was startled. Why was the seal suddenly broken? There are only 2 possibilities. Number 6 was either moved or destroyed. The orange cat said hurriedly, quickly inform Wei Wuyuan. Shu Qian nodded, turned and ran straight to Haoqi Tower. Watching his figure, the orange cat sighed, thinking about Luo Yuhang's intentions. With her cultivation and age, she should have made her move long ago. There must be a reason why she hasn't made her move yet. She wants to be the national teacher but doesn't want to double cultivate with the emperor. I wonder what her goal is. While thinking, Taoist Jinlian heard a cat's meow. Turned around suddenly, he saw a large gray tomcat walking over and lying on him. Taoist Jinlian was furious, turned around and slapped the tomcat a few times. Shu Qian ran up to the 7th floor of Haoqi Tower, went to the tea room. Wei Wuyuan asked proactively, "What's the matter?" Shu Qian went straight to the point. "Your Excellency, do you have any news about Hangwei?" Taoist Jinlian of the Heaven and Earth Society finally discovered the location of number 6 through the induction of the Earth Book. Number 6 of the Heaven and Earth Society is Hang Yuan, the master of the Qinglong Temple. When investigating the disappearance of his junior brother Hang Wei, he also disappeared. I suspect that he was sealed by Hang Wei or the demons. Wei Wuyuan went back to his room to search, wrote a sealed letter and gave it to Shu Qian. Take this imperial decree to find Yang Yan. Tell him to mobilize all the night watchmen, and gather in front of the yamen within 15 minutes. Don't worry about the rest, I'll take care of it, Shu Qian said, but Taoist Jinlian is still waiting outside the gate of the yamen to lead the way. Wei Wuyuan nodded. I know. Shu Qian hesitated. There's one more problem. If Hang Wei fights in the city, ordinary people will be at risk of being killed.
But if we evacuate them on a large scale, it will definitely be discovered.
Although the tyrant's heaven formation is very powerful, but if it can't be arranged in advance, it will be useless. Wei Wuyuan looked at him and explained, that's inevitable. This is also what I have always wanted to tell you. I also used to despise life, but sometimes we have to know how to choose. Hang Wei is related to the Tang Bo case, related to the sealed object,
related to the conspiracy of the demons.
As long as there is a chance, regardless of the difficulties and dangers, we must capture or kill. Don't miss the opportunity because of momentary compassion. That will only make the consequences worse. I have read the case file of Marquis Pingyuan. The sealed object likes to absorb blood to strengthen itself. Hang Wei has not yet committed any crimes, but there is no guarantee that he will remain silent. The power of the sealed object, if it is let loose to suck the blood of ordinary people, the consequences will be catastrophic. Shu Qian understood the reasoning. Wei Wuyuan was warning him not to make the same mistake as before. He did not say anything, but he did not agree with his approach. Wei Wuyuan was a strategist while he was a policeman, although he liked to comfort the sisters in the brothel. Of course, it was not out of malice. He just wanted to create a home for them. Thinking of this, Shu Qian bowed and left. He brought the imperial decree to the Divine Palace Hall, met Yang Yan after reading it. Yang Yan asked, his face stiff and moved, "What's the matter? Why did your father summon all the night watchmen?" Shu Qian said, "We have discovered Hang Hui's hiding place." Yang Yan's eyes immediately sharpened. He raised his hand and the silver spear on the rack flew into his hand.
Shu Qian asked curiously, "Without the night watchman,
will Lord Wei be in danger?" Yang Yan shook his head. "I don't know. But don't worry, no one knows how many guards are beside your father and how strong they are." Shu Qian swallowed his saliva. The secret security was really terrifying. So mysterious that it was hard to fathom. It was truly the scheming Wei Wuyuan. The yamen, the night watchmen were summoned, gathered in the front yard of the yamen. Shu Qian ran to the gate and looked around. There was a noodle shop nearby. He saw the orange tomcat and called out to Taoist Jinlian, "Come here quickly." But the orange cat didn't pay attention, its eyes fixed on the noodles. Smelling the fragrant smell, Shu Qian was stunned.
Suddenly heard a familiar voice, "I'm here." Turning around, Shu Qian was surprised. "Why did you change the cat?"
The big gray cat replied, "That one is a female cat." After saying that, Taoist Jinlian seemed to be unwilling to say more. He asked, "How is Wei Wuyuan?" Shu Qian replied, "Lord Wei agreed to cooperate with you." The gray cat nodded. "Lord Wei, perhaps you value him more than Emperor Yuanjing," Shu Qian said softly. "Up to now, I have not seen any disgusting shortcomings in Lord Wei." Number 6 occupied the Yongsheng Hall in the eastern suburbs, which was already in ruins. The court owed money. The old men and women in the hall were about to run out of food. I revealed the information about number 6 to Lord Wei, but he didn't touch number 6 at all, and even paid compensation. But Yongsheng Hall is not under the jurisdiction of the yamen. Taoist Jinlian said sarcastically, "Sure enough, you have disclosed the internal information of the Heaven and Earth Society to him." Shu Qian's expression did not change, feeling like a schemer caught by his boss on the spot. It was really embarrassing, but Shu Qian quickly calmed down. I gained Lord Wei's trust in order to obtain more information, to enrich the intelligence system of the Heaven and Earth Society. Why are you silent, Taoist? Soon they arrived at the place Taoist Jinlian sensed the piece of Earth book. Night watchmen appeared around the small mansion. Cutting off all escape routes, the silver bells surrounded the outermost. Shu Qian waited in silence. Seeing that the silver bells did not act, he climbed onto the roof of the house next door. From this perspective he could see into the courtyard. In the courtyard 2 monks were meditating. One of them had his hands folded together and was muttering. The other wore a black robe, and had his head bowed low. It was Hang Wei and his senior brother Hang Yuan. Shu Qian felt that something was wrong. At this moment, the night watchman rushed into the gate. Hang Yuan's voice rang out empty but sorrowful. You are too late. My junior brother has already gone to the Western Paradise. Hang Hui's face was pale. His eyes were closed and he was no longer breathing. This result surprised Shu Qian. He suspected that this was a conspiracy, an illusion to buy time.
Yang Yan coldly used the tip of his spear to push Hang Hui's hand away.
The demonic arm had disappeared. Hang Yuan uttered a dharma name, lamenting that between life and death, his junior brother had chosen the latter. Shu Qian's eyes twitched. Feeling that there was danger all around, Hang Yuan said, My junior brother has passed away. I will stay here and wait for all of you. Shu Qian wondered. Number 6 is very sure that we will come. Because Taoist Jinlian can sense the Earth book, so he is waiting for the Taoist. Hang Yuan continued, My junior brother did not give up on revenge. He only handed over the responsibility to me. I want to tell you a story. That happened 1 year ago. Shu Qian's mood turned from disappointment to excitement. The story from 1 year ago, there was no doubt about it. Hang Yuan wanted to tell was the story of Hang Wei and Princess Pingyang. What the two of them went through was the key to solving the Tang Yin case. Up until now, the demon race had not yet appeared. Only Hang Wei relied on the sealed object to cause trouble. That makes one wonder. In the end, what do the remnants of the myriad demon nation want to do? They seem to want to wreak havoc, but up to now, there has only been the Pingyuan clan massacre, which, although influential, did not cause serious damage, while Hang Wei could have killed everywhere, causing great casualties in the capital. But he didn't. If the target was only the sealed object, Hang Wei would have left the city long ago. The story of Hang Wei and Princess Pingyang has now overshadowed the Tang Yin case. It feels like someone is deliberately pushing Hang Wei into the light. Hang Yuan's eyes were filled with swirling dark clouds. Hang Wei really died a year ago. All that remains is a living corpse. He has been liberated. This is not a conspiracy. A love that is not accepted by the world. May be very beautiful at first, but the ending is always tragic. You still believe in love. At the age of 6, Hang Wei was sent to the Qinglong temple by his parents. The boy had intelligent eyes, and was immediately noticed by the abbot, Panshu, who took him as a disciple. Hang Hui's initial education was carried out by his elder brother, Hang Yuan. This strong but resentful elder brother taught him to read and write, meditate, chant sutras, and also taught him about the principles of being a human being. Hang Wei respected his elder brother like a father. Years passed and the intelligent boy gradually grew into a handsome monk. He thought that he would be like his master and his elder brother, spending his life in ascetic cultivation, until one day he met a young woman. It was a warm and sunny spring day. He was washing clothes in the stream, and he suddenly saw a handkerchief floating down the stream. Unconsciously he picked it up immediately. A voice as clear as an oriole sounded out, Venerable Master, that is my handkerchief, can you please return it to me? Hang Wei looked up and saw on the rock bank upstream a graceful young woman. She was wearing a light-colored dress. Her long hair was not tied up, her face was delicate. She looked very beautiful in the sunlight, her eyes always smiling. Are you a pilgrim at the temple? If I say no, you will not return the handkerchief to me. No, the little monk just feels that he has not met the benefactor. Oh, you only know how to bow your head and work all day long. How do you know whether I am a pilgrim or not? Hang Wei wondered how the female benefactor knew. Princess Pingyang blushed, and replied shyly, because I have been paying attention to you for a long time. Under the warm spring sunlight the stream babbled. Their first meeting was very natural. When Hang Wei meditated, the girl would sit beside him and read the forbidden books he hid or watch him intently. Occasionally, she would tickle him with a tickle grass, making it impossible for him to concentrate on his meditation. This made the monk very annoyed. If you keep doing this, the little monk will go into seclusion, but she always apologized perfunctorily. Insincerely, sometimes they would go for walks in the mountains. The scenery of Feng Mountain was beautiful, and in the spring, flowers bloomed everywhere. He smiled and said, I don't know if the flowers are more beautiful or the people. Gradually rumors about the two of them spread throughout the Qinglong temple. They said that he had not escaped desire, had broken the precept of lust, and was a false Buddhist master. Panshu asked him 3 questions before the statue of Buddha. Are you still devout? Do you have feelings for the girl? Do you want to return to secular life? He resolutely declared that he still revered Buddha, had no feelings for the girl, and wished to follow Buddha for the rest of his life, and would not return to secular life. The master only asked him not to see her again. Hang Wei later learned that the reason he was not allowed to see her, rather than being forbidden to see her, was because she was the legitimate daughter and princess of Pingyang. From then on he really did not pay any more attention to her. When he met her he would close his eyes and meditate, ignoring all her jokes and harassment. She still waited anxiously every day, and then left disappointed. Monk, isn't this flower beautiful? It suits me well, doesn't it? Monk, play the zither for me. I brought it specially from home. Monk, I'm dizzy and uncomfortable. Why don't you care about me? Monk, why do you always shut yourself in solitude? Finally she stopped coming. For a whole month, she did not set foot in the Qinglong temple, completely disappearing from his life. As if she had never existed, he breathed a sigh of relief. He could continue to stay with Buddha without anyone bothering him. He thought that his sincerity had touched Buddha, until one day she appeared again. Her face haggard and emaciated, her face was visibly thinner, and her eyes were filled with sorrow. Monk, I'm going to be married to someone else soon. The rosary fell to the ground at that moment. Hang Wei realized that his heart had truly been moved by the girl. Elder brother, will you run away with me? Hang Wei agreed without hesitation. He had finally realized his true feelings, and accepted his true self. They began to plan their escape. Princess Pingyang was always accompanied by guards, and if she went missing for more than half an hour the guards would search the entire mountain. News would quickly reach the prince's mansion. Therefore, in order to succeed they needed a magic weapon to conceal their aura, in order to avoid being tracked by the Heavenly Masters Division. Finally, they needed someone to prepare new household registrations and help them leave the capital. So the princess looked for a trustworthy friend, hoping that he would help her. Shu Qian interrupted Hang Yuan's story. As the eldest son of the Pingyuan Marquis, that friend was the eldest son of the Pingyuan Marquis. Everything was clear now. The Pingyuan Marquis had an organization under his command that specialized in making fake documents and helping people escape. Although Princess Pingyang did not know about this organization, the two families were quite close, so she knew some of the Pingyuan Marquis's methods. The prince had once said the Pingyuan Marquis was originally close to the civil servants, but gradually distanced himself from the nobles. The Pingyuan Marquis must have had a motive to harm Pingyang. That was the reason for the massacre of the Pingyuan Marquis's mansion later on. It was just not clear what role the Minister of War's mansion played. Shu Qian looked at Hang Yuan. He only knows that they had contact with the NHAZ organization, so he thinks they were kidnapped. Hang Yuan nodded. That's right. Princess Pingyang was too naive. She didn't understand anything about the complexities of politics, and she couldn't recognize the evil in people's hearts. A young girl, a monk chanting sutras and praying to Buddha. As soon as they decided to run away, their tragic end was already sealed. At that time, the Pingyuan Marquis and the nobles had already fallen out. When he learned of the matter, he immediately discussed a plan with Zhang Feng and Sun Mingzong of the Ministry of Revenue to expel the princess from the capital, thereby harming the Prince of Pingyang. Hang Yuan asked where Princess Pingyang was now. Hang Yuan seemed not to hear him, and continued, "People are as venomous as snakes and scorpions." After taking the princess out of the city, the eldest son of the Pingyuan Marquis, and the two sons of Zhang Feng and Sun Mingzong, attempted to rape the princess. The two of them fought back with all their might, and in the end, one of them was killed, and the other committed suicide to cover up their crime. They buried Hang Wei and the princess's body on a desolate mountain, along with the magic weapon that concealed their aura. The world only knew that Princess Pingyang had disappeared under unusual circumstances. Even if they went to the Qinglong temple, no one would suspect the truth. Everyone just thought that the two of them had run away. Who could have guessed that they had already died a year ago? The faces of the golden armored guards were full of astonishment. Princess Pingyang was dead. She was the legitimate daughter of the Prince of Pingyang, and the granddaughter of Emperor Yuanjing. Killing a princess was a crime punishable by extermination of the entire clan. Nan Gong Chinru asked, if Hang Wei is dead, then how did he appear here a year later? That was also what everyone else was wondering. The dead cannot come back to life. Hang Yuan said something that everyone else did not understand. He died a year ago. His soul was sealed in his body, turning it into a mindless corpse. For the past year, the only thing that kept him going was his deep hatred. The the blood debt owed to Princess Pingyang. If you don't believe me, take him back to the yamen and examine him. One of the golden armored guards asked, who revived him? Hang Yuan shook his head, no one. At this time, Shu Qian ordered the soldiers to carry Hang Hui's body back to the yamen. The soldiers obeyed and carefully placed the body on a stretcher. Hang Yuan couldn't help but watch after them. His younger brother, who was as close as his own flesh and blood, had left him forever. Shu Qian asked, where is the princess's body? Lead us there. The guards escorted Hang Yuan out of the mansion, gave him a horse, and the large group headed out of the city. Sitting on horseback, Shu Qian's mood was quite heavy. The gray cat on his shoulder said lazily, that's Hang Yuan. No mistake about it, although I can't remember everything. I still have a way to tell the real from the fake. Shu Qian did not believe it. Is Hang Wei really dead? The gray cat said softly, Hang Hui's life or death is not important. He is just a puppet now that the devil's hand is gone. His life or death is of no consequence to the one behind the scenes. You should be happy. This case is much easier than you thought. But Shu Qian frowned. He really couldn't be happy. Hang Wei and Princess Pingyang were truly pitiful. There was something wrong with Hang Hui's case. It was as if it had been deliberately pushed to the forefront by the person behind the scenes. In the desolate mountains between Taikong and Changhua counties, Hang Yuan followed the traces, appearing to be searching for something. The process was slow. Inefficient. He told the guards that Hang Wei had only given him a general location,
saying that Princess Pingyang was buried at the foot of a 3-person wide banyan tree on the side of a mountain.
Half an hour later, they found the ancient banyan tree. Shu Qian ordered, dig it up. The soldiers immediately began digging with enthusiasm. Princess Pingyang's bones gradually came into view. After more than a year, she finally saw the light of day again. Between her ribs and chest, a golden hairpin that had faded in color was discovered. Just as Hang Yuan had said, she had committed suicide by swallowing the hairpin. Hang Yuan could not bear to look, and uttered a few painful Buddhist prayers. Zhang Luzhang frowned. There is no other evidence to prove that these are the remains of Princess Pingyang. Shu Qian said, that is normal. The princess had to disguise herself when she ran away, and would not have brought any valuables with her to avoid attracting attention. First, take the remains back to the yamen, and then send someone to inform the Prince of Pingyang. The Prince of Pingyang will be able to recognize this hairpin. After taking the remains, everyone left the mountain. Zhang Luzhang patted Shu Qian on the shoulder. Well done. You deserve all the credit for this case. Even if we don't find out the truth about the Tongbo case in the end, His Majesty will still pardon you. Shu Qian was about to say something when he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his back. And without turning around, he knew that it was the golden armored guard, Zhou, glaring at him. The results of Hang Hui's autopsy revealed that the cause of death was a stab wound to the heart, an old injury caused by severed meridians. The flesh and blood were black and purple, and the internal organs were rotten. There was a catalyst in the body. This helped preserve the body from decomposing for over a year. The unidentified body was 1.7 meters tall. Female, well-proportioned, no broken bones, no signs of poisoning, well-proportioned hands, no calluses from labor. In the yamen, Shu Qian finished reading the autopsy report. The Princess Pingyang case can be considered preliminarily closed. We probably won't be able to participate in the follow-up investigation. This is the murder of a princess, not something trivial that we can get involved in. But the Tongbo case is still unsolved. I wonder if my contribution to the Princess Pingyang case is enough to redeem my crime of beheading. If it's not enough, then so be it. Let Emperor Yuanjing be. While he was thinking, a steward reported, Lord Wei, the Prince of Pingyang has arrived. Wei Yuan put down his teacup, sighed, and stood up, and walked into the banquet hall. Everyone followed. When they reached the door of the banquet hall, the golden armored guards did not enter, but stood on either side of the door. The Prince of Pingyang appeared, a haggard man walking towards them. His expressionless face seemed to contain a mixture of emotions. His pace was neither fast nor slow. His footsteps heavy. He paused for a few seconds at the door of the examination room, a hint of pain crossing his face. But then he walked in the room. Sunlight streamed in through the windows, creating streaks of light on the floor. The Prince of Pingyang glanced at the object on the wooden bed, his eyes wanting to run away, but his fatherly love made him slowly approach. Wei Yuan took out the hairpin, and said softly, this is what was found on the victim. And it was also the object used to commit suicide. See if you recognize it. The Prince of Pingyang's eyes froze, and his face became as numb as a stone statue that had gradually weathered over the years. His hands clenched so tightly that his fingernails almost dug into his skin. But that pain was nothing compared to the pain in his heart. The Prince of Pingyang's pupils immediately filled with blood. His voice was hoarse as he asked, Who did this? Wei Yuan replied softly, we only found 3 people. King Yuan Bo, Minister of War Zhang Feng, and a low-ranking official in the Ministry of Revenue. At first, they probably only intended to trick the girl out of the capital, but the young masters were aroused by her beauty, and so they had no intention of letting the princess escape and have a chance to return alive. The Prince of Pingyang's voice was terrifyingly calm. Was she humiliated? Wei Yuan shook his head. The princess committed suicide by swallowing a hairpin. But we still can't confirm that this is the princess. A hairpin alone doesn't prove anything. I think you know what to do. The Prince of Pingyang left without looking at the body again since entering the examination room, as if it were something horrifying. I don't know if it was an illusion, but as he watched his back as he left, Shu Qian felt that the Prince of Pingyang had aged a lot in that moment. He carried with him the lonely despair of old age. Shu Qian later learned that the Prince of Pingyang had entered the palace with the blood letter in hand. Not long after, Shu Qian was summoned by the eldest princess. Shu Qian stood outside the porch and bowed. Your servant pays his respects to your highnesses. Princess Linan said happily, come and sit. You dogslave. Shu Qian was a little confused. Since when did the name dogslave become my favorite nickname? Princess Weijing said, no need to stand on ceremony. Come in. Today, the Prince of Pingyang brought a blood letter into the palace, and after meeting with His Majesty, he has yet to come out. I remember that you were investigating the case of Princess Pingyang. Have you made any progress? Shu Qian understood that he had been summoned because of this. Princess Pingyang was the cousin of the princesses, and they had been close since childhood. He took a breath and began to recount. This is a simple but extraordinary love story. Because the female protagonist in the story is a princess of high status, she shouldn't, and even more so, she couldn't, fall in love with a monk. But love was so sweet that she was willing to give up everything. To give up her wealth and glory, to give up her royal status, to go with him and be together forever. But not all love has a happy ending. In comics, the hero and the beauty always end up together. Because it's a comic, reality is always full of unforeseen changes. In the end, they became sacrifices in the power struggle. Perhaps before the misfortune struck, the lovers were still dreaming of a future together. Shu Qian told the story calmly, and suddenly remembered a song he had heard many years ago. Mandarin ducks in pairs. Butterflies flying in pairs. The spring garden is so beautiful that it makes people drunk. Secretly ask the Zen master, is the girl beautiful? The girl is beautiful, high-ranking and powerful. And the rules are strict. I'm not afraid of anything. I only hope that the heavens and the earth will last forever, so that I can live with my beloved forever. Although he had never met Princess Pingyang, he could see in his mind's eye a beautiful young woman, her eyes always smiling, standing by the riverbank, a wildflower in her hair, asking him if the flower was more beautiful or she was. Shu Qian suddenly came to his senses and realized that he had been singing unconsciously. He hurriedly stood up and bowed his head. Forgive me, my lord. I couldn't control my emotions, and I offended your highness. Princess Weiqing looked at him intently, hesitated for a moment before speaking, her voice calm. I understand everything. You may leave. Shu Qian hurriedly left, and could hear Princess Linan's cries of emotion. A speeding carriage came to a stop at the foot of the stargazing tower. The old eunuch, the emperor's eunuch, dismounted from his horse and, without waiting for a servant to help him, ran straight into the tower, holding an imperial edict in his hand. The emperor has issued a decree. He shouted it 3 times in a row. Beside the old eunuch, a voice suddenly said, stop shouting. The master has already entered the palace. The old man was startled. Yang Tianwan. When did you return to the capital? Yang Tianwan said smugly, when the capital needs me, I will return. The old eunuch curled his lips. You talk nonsense all day long, and you can't speak properly. That, he left. Yang Tianwan was taken aback, and his enthusiasm waned. Shu Qian was meditating when he suddenly felt uneasy, like waiting anxiously for a message or a phone call after a sleepless night. Taoist Jinlian said, Number 6 has been found, and is currently in the Yamen. Rest assured. Shu Qian frowned. Taoist. Do you mean to say that there is a spy from the Heaven and Earth Society in the Yamen? Number 5 said that he had found number 6. But number 6 is in the Yamen, which is even more dangerous. I heard that the executioners there are all ruthless and merciless. Number 1 said, don't believe the rumors. The Taoist said that he found number 6. Jinlian replied, as I guessed. Number 6 is sealed. The one who sealed him is a master in black, and he exudes a dangerous aura, which made me not dare to act rashly. So I reported this to the Yamen. Shu Qian smiled. That's a good explanation, Taoist. Thus, our source of information can be explained. If number 1 is holding a high position in the court, he must have known about the case of Princess Pingyang. By reasoning backwards, we, who found the clue about Hang Wei, will be very suspicious. The Taoist's words just now helped me change my mind. If anyone asks, I will say that it was the people who reported it. This will conceal the relationship between me and number 3. Number 1 said, I have new information. The Tang Bo case is related to the disappearance of Princess Pingyang a year ago. Sooner or later, the capital will be in a storm. Number 4 asked curiously, what's going on? Number 1 summarized the case of Princess Pingyang for the members of the Heaven and Earth Society. Everyone discussed it for a while and then imagined a bloodless power struggle. Number 5 said, the Da Feng army is really dark, cunning and despicable. Number 4 asked, who investigated this case? Seeing that question, Shu Qian typed, I heard that it was an executioner named Shu Qian from the Yamen. Number 4 was a little startled. Shu Qian. This name sounds familiar. Shu Qian added. Number 1 had mentioned him before when investigating the laboratory explosion at the Imperial Observatory. I have been observing him. My conclusion is quite shocking. The members of the Heaven and Earth Society expressed similar doubts one after another. What is the conclusion that is so shocking? Shu Qian smiled slyly. This guy is extremely intelligent. A rare talent, not ordinary. Everyone quietly remembered the name that number 3 praised so much. Shu Qian, the executioner, must be a very formidable character. At this moment, Taoist Jinlian was a little embarrassed. Number 4 also had no intention of continuing. Suddenly, number 2 spoke up. Number 3, we found Zhu Qihong. Number 1 immediately asked, where is he? Number 2 replied, my disciple saw him in a camp, and it just so happens that I am about to attack that camp. When I have taken down the camp, I will hand him over to you. Shu Qian was a little surprised. Has number 2 really found Zhu Qihong in the vast Yunzhou? Although he had a certain influence in Yunzhou, it was not so easy to find him. Maybe it was a coincidence, or maybe I underestimated number 2's ability. But as long as we catch Zhu Qihong, we can find out who the power behind the scenes is, who is colluding with the demons. Shu Qian sincerely thanked him. Thank you very much. Number 2 said, it's a small matter. Friends everywhere are always willing to give me a hand. Finding people with me is not difficult. Everyone thought to themselves, your reputation is really not ordinary. After the internal exchange of the Heaven and Earth Society, Shu Qian felt much better. Zhu Qihong was his trump card. If he could catch him, then even if the Pingyang case did not help him avoid the crime, he would have nothing to fear. In the afternoon, Shu Qian waited for Wei Yuan to return from the palace. He crept closer and asked softly, Master Wei, has the Prince of Yu written a blood letter? Wei Yuan glanced at him, walked away, and said, the Prince of Yu has accused the Marquis of Pingyuan, the Minister of Revenue, and Zhang Feng, the Minister of War, of plotting to assassinate the imperial family. Shu Qian nodded. His Majesty will surely send someone to investigate. Wei Yuan shook his head. His Majesty's anger is no less than that of the Prince of Yu. He did not wait long, and immediately issued an edict summoning the 3 men to the palace to confront each other in front of him. At that time, there were also high-ranking officials present as witnesses. Shu Qian already knew the outcome, but still asked, what was the result? Wei Yuan sighed. Plotting to assassinate the imperial family. At the latest by tomorrow morning, there will be an edict of extermination. The 2 factions have completely collapsed. Shu Qian was a little moved. Extermination means killing the whole family for 3 generations. Second only to treason as the most severe punishment. Although the Marquis of Pingyuan was exterminated, but compared to the extermination of the 9 clans, there were still dozens to hundreds of relatives missing. Those relatives within 3 generations will not be spared. Shu Qian asked suspiciously, what about the other 2? Wei Yuan nodded. The other 2 belong to the Prince's party. Shu Qian understood. The Prince's party is the faction that benefited the most after the Prince of Yu left the power struggle. The leaders are Zhang Feng, the Minister of War, and Sun Mingzong, the Minister of Revenue. The Marquis of Pingyuan joined the Prince's party last year. Too far removed from the factions in the court, Shu Qian was not interested in politics. He was only concerned with his own future and life. He asked softly, what about my case? Wei Yuan shook his head. No. His Majesty is furious. Mentioning it now will only make it worse. Shu Qian nodded and bid farewell to Wei Yuan. He understood the reason why, but he didn't know what else to do. In a room at dusk, a white hand was holding a pen and writing a letter. Dear Sir, the Tongbo case has come to a temporary end. The Minister of Rights once said that he would cooperate with us, but the final result was a complete failure. The Minister of Rights guessed very correctly. A year ago, we accidentally witnessed the fate of the Princess of Pingyang and Hang Wei. After Hang Wei died without being able to transcend, his soul condensed into a grudge, and I refined him into a puppet and raised him by my side. I reported this matter to you. You said that the time had come. The 5 years of the Imperial Police were the beginning of our 500-year plan. Please forgive my grave error. At first, I was not very optimistic. The Imperial Observatory and the Taoist Master of the Human Sect are both top experts in the world. But in this incident, both of them chose to remain indifferent, not intervening at all. Once again, I am in awe of your unparalleled wisdom. Emperor Yuan Jing was not very active in this case. Otherwise, why would he send an idiot to be in charge of the investigation? It was all within your expectations. However, that idiot was extremely formidable, and his intuition was very sharp. During the investigation, he discovered your presence. He deliberately went to the Gao Fuang Tai many times to investigate the evil energy. Let me ask you directly, did you do it on purpose? In addition, the Imperial Police also investigated many other places. Helplessly, I had to use the planchette to mislead them. I know that she is your clanswoman. Please forgive me for acting without authorization. But please rest assured, the item has been given to the person who needs it. Unfortunately, all the clues about the silver tax case are dead ends. I have contacted Chu Li many times. He is really just a naughty child, and knows nothing about his father's conspiracy, Chu Shilong. Here, I would like to ask you 4 questions. First, on the way to escort the silver tax, Chu Shilong had many opportunities to act. That would have been safer. But he chose to swallow 150,000 taels of silver when he returned to the capital. This is very puzzling. Chu Shilong is a smart man, but he made such a foolish move. I feel that there must be a reason, but unfortunately he died on the way to exile. And no one can answer me. Second, according to reliable sources, Chu Shilong has embezzled more than 1 million taels of silver in the past 20 years. But when the Chu family was searched, the court only confiscated a few thousand taels. So where did the rest of the money go? Third, through the secret investigation of the Imperial Observatory, we discovered that the youngest disciple is named Chu Taiwei, a beautiful and interesting little girl. Of course, she cannot compare to your noble beauty. What I want to say is that the disciples of the Imperial Observatory call her little junior sister, or 6th senior sister, while the supervisor only has 5 direct disciples. Fourth, the people of the Shaman God sect who killed the county magistrate of Chaikong were the ones who discovered the lime quarry. The Shaman God sect mages intervened in this case, but they could have killed people more subtly, more quietly. Instead, they chose to kill people in their dreams. It is not difficult to guess that they deliberately misled the court, framed the king of Zhenbei, and alienated the relationship between Emperor Yuan Jing and the king of Zhenbei. Finally, there is a small matter that is difficult to say. I love a man I should not love. I beg you to be merciful and help me recreate my body, so that I can be loyal to you forever. In another secret room, my lord, the silver tax conspiracy has failed, and I must take full responsibility. Chu Shilang's death was entirely due to his own stupidity. His self-proclaimed intelligent son has led to the successive failure of the plans. Just as you predicted, the conspiracy of the 10,000 Demons Kingdom succeeded. They released the sealed object at the bottom of Lake Tongbo. I will describe in detail in the letter the information collected over the past year. About a year ago, the struggle between the aristocratic and the literati factions entered a fierce stage. Representing the entire aristocratic forces, Prince Yushin served as Minister of War with the consent of Emperor Yuan Jing, and was only one step away from entering the inner cabinet. During that time, his eldest daughter, the Princess of Pingyang, fell in love with a monk in the Qinglong Temple. The two decided to elope and asked the son of the Marquis of Pingyuan for help. Because of the social relationship between the two families, but because of the beauty of the Princess of Pingyang, 3 sons of noble families intended to humiliate her and then kill her to silence her. However, both of them fought back fiercely. The Princess of Pingyang committed suicide by swallowing a hairpin. A special agent of the 10,000 Demons Kingdom who was secretly stationed in the Great Phoenix witnessed this scene by accident. He took advantage of the corpse, trained Hang Wei to become a puppet assassin, and kept this secret. Then the Great Phoenix began a new investigation, and the factions fought more fiercely in secret. It cannot be denied that Emperor Yuan Jing is a fearsome emperor. His art of governing is sophisticated, but he is not a good and wise monarch. In his eyes, there is only power and immortality. The special agent of the 10,000 Demons Kingdom holds this secret, secretly seeking allies in the court. Finally, he targeted the Minister of Rights and the forces behind him, because at the same time, the lime quarry in the Great Phoenix Mountain, Chaikong County was discovered. This is exactly what the remnants of the 10,000 Demons Kingdom need. No one can sneak into Lake Tongbo quietly right before the supervisor and the Taoist master of the human sect. and destroy the Temple of Eternal Peace and Prosperity, but explosives can help them complete the task. The Minister of Rights and the forces behind him have always longed to monopolize the power of the court. As one of the obstructive forces, the King's Party is naturally also on their list of targets. The two sides quickly reached an agreement. The Minister of Rights would help the remnants of the 10,000 Demons Kingdom destroy the Temple of Eternal Peace and Prosperity, and release the sealed object below. In return, the 10,000 Demons Kingdom would push Hangwei to the front, leading the City Watch to investigate the disappearance of the Princess of Pingyang. In order to remove the suspicion from the Minister of Rights, the Imperial Guard, Zhou Qihong, has brought the explosives into the palace, and buried them under the Temple of Eternal Peace and Prosperity. He also killed 9 people working in the Dali Temple and the Ministry of Rights,
in order to cause confusion and deceive the commander-in-chiefs.
They even wanted to use the explosives to frame the Minister of War, but unfortunately they did not succeed because they underestimated Xu Qianshan, the spy. I assassinated the magistrate of Chaikong in Taikong, deliberately misleading him into focusing on the king of Zhenbei, but unfortunately, he is too smart, and did not fall into Zhou Qihong's trap. Deliberately killed a petty officer to attract the attention of the City Watch and the Yamen. During the interrogation, he used a magic weapon to hide his aura, leading the City Watch to the Qinglong Temple, and discovered Hang Hui's escape. This cleverly led the investigation to the factional dispute a year ago. This move is so subtle that I think it is definitely not something that an ordinary Imperial Guard can do. It must have been done by the Demon Queen herself. In short, this is the development of the case, but I still don't understand two things. Firstly, despite all my efforts, I still don't know what the sealed object under Lake Tongbo is, but it can be said that it is closely related to Buddhism. The purpose of the remnants of the 10,000 Demons Kingdom to release it is also to learn about this object. Secondly, the attitude of the supervisor is still unpredictable. If we say that Emperor Yuan Jing's purpose is to expand his power, I can still guess, but the supervisor's thoughts are impossible to predict. Although he did nothing, I always feel that everything is within his expectations and control. After dinner, Xu Qianshan recounted the development of the Lake Tongbo case and the truth about the Princess of Pingyang to his second uncle, Xu. He listened carefully and then said, "You scholars are really vicious, even more than me. In the past, although I killed many people, compared to you, I am still very innocent and forthright. Remember my words in the future, don't argue with scholars. If you know how to use a knife, just keep quiet. Otherwise you won't know when you will fall." Xu Qianshan was a little impatient. "Uncle, have you forgotten that you have a son who is a good student?" After dinner, Xu Qianshan was about to go home when his aunt pretended to cough, and looked away. "I asked someone to make you a set of clothes, and Ling Yue will bring them later. I don't care if they fit or not. It's up to you whether you want to wear them or not." Xu Qianshan was surprised. "Is the sun rising from the west today?" His aunt gritted her teeth and ordered, "Get lost." Xu Qianshan immediately went back to his house. When he opened the door, he suddenly became anxious. Not the kind of anxiety of waiting for a message, but the kind of anxiety that makes every hair on his body stand on end, and every dandruff on his skin twitch. He turned his head stiffly and looked towards the bed, and saw a severed, bloody hand lying there motionless. Immediately, his head went numb, and his adrenaline surged, and cold sweat poured down. The severed, dark red hand lay quietly on the bed, and the blue veins under the skin were clearly visible. Xu Qianshan felt as if he had just watched a horror movie. Fear exploded, and every nerve urged him to run away. At this moment, he saw the thumb of the severed hand twitch slightly. In the next moment, the air seemed to thicken. Xu Qianshan felt like an old buffalo stuck in the mud, with a huge body but unable to move. The 5 fingers of the severed hand moved, and then it crawled down the bed and crawled along the floor towards Xu Qianshan. The scene was so terrifying, like watching a horror movie. Xu Qianshan froze, only able to roll his eyes. He watched in despair as it crawled to his feet, and then climbed up his trousers. "It wanted to parasitize me, just like it parasitized Hangwei. But why me? I'm just an ordinary donkey." Xu Qianshan couldn't resist. His eyes widened in horror. Then his mouth was pulled open violently. The severed hand penetrated it, and its palm pushed deep into his throat. It all happened so quickly. Because the severed hand didn't care about Xu Qianshan's tolerance, it invaded violently, as simple as an alien. Through the mouth, through the throat. Shu Qianqian screamed miserably, feeling like he was being crushed. In a daze, he didn't know how long it had been. He saw a temple. There was no Buddha statue inside, only a young monk meditating on a straw mat. Shu Qianqian tried to get a clear look at the monk's face, but the monk's face was shrouded in fog, and he couldn't see clearly. Why am I here? Am I dead and have arrived in the Western paradise? Impossible. Buddha cast me out of heaven long ago. Shu Qianqian thought self-deprecatingly. Suddenly, he heard the young monk's gentle voice. Little monk wants to borrow the donor's body to heal his severed arm. I hope the donor will understand. Shu Qianqian was suspicious. He was the monster with the severed hand. He asked, what if I don't agree? The young monk remained silent. Indifferent. Shu Qianqian asked, who are you? Why were you sealed at the bottom of Lake Tongbo? The young monk replied, little monk's dharma name is Shen Shu. Then he paused, his tone somewhat hesitant. I don't remember why I was under Lake Tongbo. Why was I sealed there? Where did I come from? I am Shen Shu. But why was I down there? Where did I come from? Gradually, with each question he asked himself, the monk's emotions began to spiral out of control. His serene and peaceful demeanor vanished. The entire space trembled, and an indescribable, terrifying aura enveloped them. A stream of aura rose from the monk's body, like the aura of hell, making Shu Qianqian shudder. His heart pounding, the young monk regained his composure, and the terrifying aura receded. He said gently, little monk has realized. Little monk's primordial spirit is damaged, so I can't remember the past. I only know my dharma name, but I don't remember where I came from or what happened before. Shu Qianqian guessed that the primordial spirit was damaged because there was only one severed arm. The crippled body led to a crippled primordial spirit. It made sense. The monk was truly pitiful. I have a few clues. I don't know if they will be of any help to you. The young monk's aura fluctuated slightly. In the misty light, his eyes seemed to be fixed on Shu Qianqian. Shu Qianqian continued, your seal was done by the royal family of the Great Phoenix, the Heavenly Observation Division, and the Western Paradise Buddhist sect together. Since you are a member of the Buddhist sect, you must have come from the Western regions. After saying that, he himself also made an association. The owner of the severed hand was a monk, and the three forces that sealed him were the royal family of the Great Phoenix, the Western Paradise, and the Heavenly Observation Division. According to the information from the Azure Dragon Temple, the Buddhist sect clearly attached more importance to the sealed object under Lake Tongbo. Wait a minute. Shu Qianqian suddenly realized. He recalled some details from when he investigated the Tongbo case. On the third day after the explosion at the Yangjun Mountain River Temple, Wei Yuan said that Emperor Yuanjing had sealed off the city. On the second day after the explosion, the old supervisory censor announced that he was ill, and the entire city stayed out of it. Abbot Banshu of the Azure Dragon Temple, after witnessing the severed arm, immediately went west. From these details, it could be inferred that the Buddhist sect was the one who took the initiative to seal it. The young monk who was sealed was definitely from the Western Paradise. So that's it. Emperor Yuanjing sealed off the city because of this. The old supervisory censor pretended to be sick because he wanted to stay away from the incident. It was none of his business anyway, and Wei Yuan had repeatedly told him, telling him not to pay attention to the sealed object. His mission was only to investigate the spies in the court. Wei Yuan must have also known Shen Shu's identity, at least that he was from the Buddhist sect. That's why the high-ranking officials didn't care about the sealed object, and focused on finding the spies. Fortunately, I'm smart. Thanks to the assassination attempt on Shaoqi Pass and Zhu Qishang's concealment artifact, I was able to find clues at the Azure Dragon Temple, and gradually uncover the mystery. At this moment, the young monk sighed. Poor monk has a favor to ask of the donor. Shu Qianqian was worried. Monk. I'm just a guard who practices Qigong. He wanted to refuse tactfully. Wei Yuan had once said that the sealed object was at least of the second rank, or even the first rank. At that level, he was just a small fry and had no ability at all. Moreover, Shu Qianqian did not forget the original purpose of Jinlian's establishment of the Heaven and Earth Society, which was to attack the humane sect. Getting his hands on a second-rank artifact would be almost as difficult as making him the emperor. He would rather ascend to the throne than get involved in the feud between the Buddhist sect. The young monk didn't pay attention to him and said to himself, help poor monk find his memories, and return poor monk's memories. During that process, poor monk will assist the donor to a certain extent. Shu Qianqian pondered. assist to a certain extent. He thought of the 4 Vajras that Hang Wei had defeated with this hand. It meant that he would have a trump card. In this world dominated by force, he would have a better chance of survival. At least he wouldn't have to worry about his family being exterminated. If anyone dared to touch his family, he would smash their heads in. But before he agreed, there were 2 things he needed to clarify. Shu Qianshan tried to speak in a gentle tone. Monk, do you need to absorb qi and blood regularly? Shen Shu replied calmly, as long as I am in your body, I don't need to replenish qi and blood from the outside. Of course, if you want to use my power, then you need to replenish essence blood, preferably from masters. Shu Qianshan nodded. Such a fair exchange was in line with his thinking. That is to say, normally, as long as you are in my body, it will be fine. Nothing will happen. But if I want to ask for your help, then I have to feed you. Shu Qianshan asked again, why did you choose me? The young monk replied, someone brought me to you. Because we are the same kind of people. Shu Qianshan hurriedly asked, what do you mean by the same kind of people? Please enlighten this little disciple, monk. The young monk said, I only feel it intuitively, and I can't remember anything else. Shu Qianshan's mouth twitched. Then who brought you here? But the monk only showed him an image. In the image, a person dressed in black, wearing a beanie, carefully opened a brocade bag, and put the severed hand in it. Shu Qianshan frowned. Judging from the figure, it was clearly a woman. On the brocade bag was embroidered a white animal, shaped like a fox, agile and beautiful. The fox's tail was as graceful as a screen. Could it be the 9-tailed heavenly fox? According to the testimony of the gray fox in the court of imperial entertainers, the culprit of the Tongbo case was a remnant of the 10,000 demons, and the last female leader of the 10,000 demons was the 9-tailed heavenly fox. Shu Qianshan exclaimed, it was someone from the 10,000 demons who brought the severed hand to me. But why? He was deeply worried. They've set their eyes on me. Shu Qianshan opened his eyes, and saw that he was lying on the cold floor. He wiped away the dried blood around his mouth. The wound caused by Shen Shu had disappeared. But the urgent question was how he should deal with the severed hand. Should he report it to Prime Minister Wei? He valued me very much, but I was not his son after all. There was a limit to his favor. If he could remove the hand from my body, that would be good. But if he couldn't, would he protect me? Or would he be sealed at the bottom of Tongbo Lake with me? But I was just a copper coin who practiced Qigong, and I couldn't go without food and water for 500 years and not die. The censor could definitely remove the hand from me. After all, he was a first-rank master. The problem was that he and I were not very close. Shu Qianshan, you've fallen again. Intoxicated by Fushang's heart, forgetting that Chu Taiwei is waiting for you to conquer her. Soon, you will become the son-in-law of the censor of the heavenly supervisor, and the censor will be your family. But I can't trust him completely, because the censor is definitely plotting something in secret. Moreover, there was a more distant problem. The 10,000 demons couldn't have worked so hard to release the sealed object just to make a wedding dress for me. Anyone could figure that out. Whether that purpose is good or bad for me is hard to predict. Shen Shu said that he could cultivate his arm and primordial spirit through me. Was that why the 10,000 demons had brought him to me? So in the future, would they come to claim the hand back? At that time, what would my fate be? Life or death? No one knew. At this moment, he heard Shen Shu's gentle voice in his head, keep it a secret. Next morning, Shu Qianshan immediately called out in his head, Master Shen Shu, are you there? Last night, you said that you and I are the same kind of people, so I want to ask, do you also pick up silver every day like me? But after waiting for a long time, there was still no response. Shu Qianshan comforted himself that he was a noble after all, and usually lived a pure life. He would try calling again later. If he still remained silent, then he would reluctantly accept using his soft and warm body to warm his cold body. Shu Qianshan suddenly thought of something. The black gold broadsword was given to him by the censor, and the Heaven and Earth #1 blade was sent by the censor of the heavenly supervisor. The black gold broadsword and the Heaven and Earth #1 blade were very compatible with each other, and yet the censor knew that I had strange luck. In the cold morning breeze, Shu Qianshan shivered. At this moment, he felt like he had fallen into a deep trap, and wanted to return to Earth immediately. Shu Qianshan had to accept it and take it one step at a time. First, he would increase his strength and status, and think about the future later. After adjusting his mood, Shu Qianshan went to the front hall. His aunt and uncle were having breakfast. Beside them was his nephew who called him Big Brother. The little boy greeted his big brother in a friendly voice. Then he secretly stuffed a meat bun into his mouth. Shu Qianshan wanted to complain that their brotherhood was too superficial. Do I look like I'm going to steal your food? He sat down and glanced at his aunt. Aunt, you're up so early? His aunt was in a bad mood, and rarely paid attention to her nephew. Ling Yue is sick, and I just came back from her room. Shu Qianqian frowned with concern. What's wrong, aunt? His aunt muttered, not wanting to explain about her daughter. Shu Qianqian immediately understood. So it's dysmenorrhea. Detective Shu Qianqian concluded. After breakfast, Shu Qianqian said, let me go and visit Ling Yue. At this moment, the little boy cried out, Brother Shu, I'm going to visit my sister too. In Ling Yu's room, she lay on the bed, her brows furrowed in pain, her face pale. Shu Qianqian asked, is it that time of the month again? Have you taken any medicine? Ling Yue was surprised, and a faint blush appeared on her pale face. She shook her head. Mother said that if I just bear with it, it will go away. Shu Qianqian's expression was one of concern. Dysmenorrhea is a common problem, but how can it go away if you just bear with it? I'll go ask Chu Taiwei later. I think red ginger tea can cure dysmenorrhea, right? The little boy ran to the bed and rubbed the wrinkles on his sister's forehead with his chubby fingers. Is sister going to die? Shu Qianqian lost his patience a little. Your sister is not going to die. The little boy asked in fear. Then what's wrong with her, brother? Shu Qianqian felt a toothache. You're too young, so don't ask so many questions. You don't understand dysmenorrhea, and you understand menstruation even less. He thought for a moment, then explained in simple terms, your sister is too good, and she doesn't know how to be naughty, so she has a stomachache. In the future, you must be more naughty, and your stomach will not hurt anymore. The little boy nodded, his face very serious. I will also become a naughty child, so that my stomach will not hurt. Shu Qianqian instructed, you should rest now, and I will take the little boy outside. Then he took the little boy's hand and led him outside. On the way back to the front hall, Shu Qianqian did not pay attention, and let the little boy run away. A moment later, the little boy ran back, his little feet pattering on the ground. Shu Qianqian saw that the child was holding a handful of dirt, and he hid it in his palm, scheming something. When they arrived at the front hall, his aunt and uncle were still eating. The little boy climbed onto a chair and threw the black lump of dirt into the pot of porridge in front of his parents. Then he stood on the chair, as if a burden had been lifted, and sighed in relief. That way, my stomach won't hurt anymore. I've been naughty, and I'll be even more naughty in the future. Unlike my sister, who always bothers her parents. Li Ru was stunned, and then she suddenly remembered the time when her daughter had fed her cockroaches, and her heart was filled with hatred. She grabbed the little boy and put him on her lap, and slapped his buttocks repeatedly. The little boy cried, and explained, why are you hitting me, mother? I was just following Big Brother's orders. At this point, she slapped him again. You threw dirt into the porridge and you still have the nerve to be defiant? The little boy cried and accused. Big Brother told me that I had to be naughty so that my stomach wouldn't hurt. Mrs. Shu's eyes flashed with anger, and she shouted at Shu Ningen, what did you just teach him? Shu Qianqian hurriedly ran away. The weather is so nice today. Second uncle, I'm going to work first. At the Nha Mon prison. Shu Qianqian lowered his head to drink tea, and asked, name, origin, age? Hang Veen clasped his hands together and said, a monk does not speak his name. I am 30 years old and my dharma name is Hang Veen. Shu Qianqian looked up at him in surprise. Hang Veen looked closer to 50 than 30. He asked again, what is your level of martial arts? Hang Veen replied, 8th rank martial monk. Shu Qianqian frowned and tapped his fingers on the table. Don't joke with me. How could an 8th rank monk break into the Pingyuan mansion, kill people, injure 2 qi refining realm guards, and leave without a scratch? Hang Veen said, I am truly only an 8th rank martial monk. Shu Qianqian was a little impatient. He recalled that in the Buddhist cultivation system, there was a strange thing. After the 9th rank acolyte was the 7th rank dharma master, skipping the 8th rank martial monk. Did Buddhism have 2 systems? If there were 2 systems, why were they merged together? He asked the doubt in his heart, what is the next level for a martial monk? Hang Veen shook his head. Qinglong Temple does not have the corresponding secret technique. Only the Western Paradise knows. The doubt in Shu Qianqian's heart grew deeper. Only the Western Paradise knows. Then the secret letter repository of the Nha Mon prison probably did not have any related records either. Well, these are just minor issues that are not important. He continued, Venerable Sir, the bodies of Princess Pingyang and the Venerable Master have been found. Today, His Majesty has issued an imperial edict, that Pingyuan Bo, together with Minister of War Zhang Feng and Minister of Revenue Sun Mingzong, conspired to murder members of the imperial family, and will be executed along with their entire families. You can rest assured now. Hang Veen closed his eyes and recited sutras. Shu Qianshan spoke up, "Venerable Sir, please explain. You were only accidentally involved in the case at first. The night watchman will not pursue your responsibility." With that, he took a letter of safe passage from his pocket, and pretended to accidentally drop it on the table. "Can you explain? What is this? This mirror-like object was found at the bottom of the well. Does it belong to you?" Hang Veen stared at the letter of safe passage. It was the piece of his letter of safe passage that had fallen into the well during his fight with Hang Wei. After hearing Hang Hui's story and witnessing the death of his disciple, he was so grief-stricken that he forgot about the talisman. Then the night watchman arrived, and he knew that he would be arrested. In order to prevent the talisman from being confiscated, he had to leave it at the bottom of the well. At first, he intended to retrieve it if he escaped, or ask Taoist Master Jin Lian to retrieve it for him. Unexpectedly, he ended up in the hands of the night watchman after all. Shu Qianshan stared at Hang Veen, waiting for an explanation. The letter of safe passage had been delivered by Wei Yuan this morning, without any further instructions. But Shu Qianshan sensed that Wei Yuan's intention was for him to return the letter of safe passage to Hang Veen. He said softly, "The mirror found at the bottom of the well. If it's not yours, then it must belong to Hang Wei. And its real name is the letter of safe passage." Hang Veen looked up at him intently. Shu Qianshan smiled, his tone confident. "There are few things in this world that can deceive the night watchman." Hang Veen lowered his head and said in a low voice, "It is indeed mine." But Shu Qianshan said, "From what I understand, this is a treasure of the Taoist Earth sect. How did it end up in the hands of a monk?" Hang Veen replied, "By a fortunate coincidence, I came into possession of this magical artifact. I beg you to return it to me." Shu Qianshan shook his head. "Venerable Master, I feel that it's definitely not as simple as that. A treasure of the Taoist Earth sect, how could it be obtained with just a coincidental encounter? If you tell the truth, I will let you go immediately. If not, you will spend the rest of your life in the Manhwa prison." Hang Veen was silent for a moment, then stood up and started to leave. Shu Qianshan called out, "Where are you going?" Hang Veen said coldly, "I am returning to my cell." Shu Qianshan smiled. "Number 6 has good morals, and has not betrayed the Heaven and Earth Society. Of course, it could be because we haven't dug deep enough, but that's not what we want." Thinking of this, he said, "It's just a magical artifact. It's not worth it. Is there anything in the world more precious than freedom?" Hang Veen did not turn back. "I beg you to help me return the magical artifact to the temple." Shu Qianshan signaled for the clerk to leave, then took Hang Veen's hand and bowed respectfully. "Venerable Master, please sit down." His tone became gentle. "I know nothing. The magical artifact was really just a coincidental encounter." Shu Qianshan thought to himself, "This excuse is too lame. Don't make such excuses. You'll be embarrassed later." He said softly, "You are number 6 of the Heaven and Earth Society, aren't you?" Hang Veen's eyes widened in surprise, and he looked at him sharply and fiercely. The calm expression on his face disappeared. If Shu Qianshan gave any signal that was unfavorable to the Heaven and Earth Society, he would kill this night watchman. A life for a life. But Shu Qianshan lowered his voice, and spoke like a secret agent. "I, Shu Qianshan, am a spy from the Cloud Deer Library. I am a spy planted in the Manhwa prison by order of number 3. The talisman was not found by the Manhwa, but by me at the bottom of the well. I was also the one who found you. It was all by order of number 3. He is my superior." Hang Veen was in a state of shock. He did not immediately deny or doubt the night watchman's words, because he thought of something. Number 3 was a student of the Cloud Deer Library. He had once revealed to the members of the Heaven and Earth Society that the library had people in every agency of the court. As an orthodox Confucian academy that had once held power in the court, this behavior was reasonable. After the Tang Bo incident, number 3 had also mentioned it in an internal letter. He had mentioned the details of the Tang Bo incident. It was true that the Manhwa had spies from the Cloud Deer, but how did number 3 know his location? Taoist Master Jin Lian knew the identities of each of them. At that time, Hang Wei and he had avoided conflict with her, so it could only be someone else. The night watchmen were investigating the Tang Bo case, and there were spies from number 3 within the Manhwa. Number 3 was the best choice to ask for help. Moreover, he owed number 3 his life. Number 3 was truly worthy of being called a gentleman, brave, kind, and trustworthy. This debt would be difficult to repay in the future. Thinking this, Hang Veen sighed, and his gaze at Shu Qianshan was no longer wary or hostile. Hang Veen said. Did number 3 say anything else? He said that because he is busy with work, he cannot leave the Cloud Deer Library. In the future, if there is a similar problem, it will be difficult for him to provide timely assistance. Therefore, he sent me to inform you that if you need any help in the future, you can come to me. In his heart, he added, I can also come to you, without revealing number 3's identity. At least not for the time being, because he did not want to reveal his identity now. He had overplayed his hand before, making the members of the Heaven and Earth Society think that he was an elite from the Cloud Deer Library, an outstanding talent. As a result, number 3 was just an ordinary night watchman. Hang Veen nodded. In the future, if you need my help, just say so. Shu Qianshan smiled and led him out of the prison. Back in the Chungfang Hall, Shu Qianshan saw Li Yuxuan tidying up, arranging everything in an orderly manner. He smiled and said, let me help you. Li Yuxuan hurriedly stopped him. Don't touch it, I can do it myself. Shu Qianshan waited leisurely. When the case is closed, he will invite everyone to the Jiaofeng division for a drink. Li Yuxuan hesitated. To the Jiaofeng division? Shu Qianshan realized that Li Yuxuan had never been there. You've never been to the Jiaofeng division? In these times, it was rare for a man of social standing to have never been to the Jiaofeng division. Li Yuxuan shook his head. Those filthy places. What's the point of going? Today, those 3 were executed. Did you go to watch the execution? Shu Qianshan shook his head. I can't stand that kind of scene. Li Yuxuan looked at him suspiciously. Beheadings are so common. They're not a big deal. Not to mention this purge. Even officials are occasionally dragged out to the market to be beheaded. Even criminals who are executed in the autumn are numerous. The people are used to watching it. Shu Qianshan said, I won't go anyway. The sight of a few hundred people being beheaded is still too shocking for me. I'll lose sleep over it. At noon in the market, more than 100 people knelt on the execution platform. After checking the time, the chief supervisor gave the order. Death descended. The family of the Minister of War, Zhang Feng, broke the silence, cursing him for bringing disaster to their family. Even as a ghost, they would not forgive him. The executioner raised his sword high, and a head rolled, blood splattering everywhere. The strong smell of blood wafted all the way to the crowd. Then 2 more groups of criminals were executed, relatives of the Marquis of Pingyuan and son Zhangming. Finally, it was the turn of the main culprits, Zhang Feng and son Zhangming. Standing outside the crowd, Hang Veen quietly left. He had come to watch the execution for 2 reasons. One was to avenge his disciple, Hang Wei, and the other was to erase the grudge in his heart, to avoid creating a demonic obstacle in the future. Hang Wei was a disciple he had taught, like a son or a younger brother. Murder must be paid for. This matter could be considered closed. In the guest room of the Chungfang Hall, Shu Qianshan breathed a sigh of relief and at the same time summoned the Divine Tree in his mind. Grand Master Divine Tree, are you awake? But he waited a long time and still there was no response from the Grand Master. It seemed that he could sense Shu Qianshan's thoughts. That is a Buddhist supernatural ability, but I'm afraid it cannot read memories. After all, most of the time he is fast asleep. This is good. Shu Qianshan was thinking when he suddenly became excited. When he opened his eyes, he saw that his 2 colleagues were still meditating. He took out the jade talisman with peace of mind to read the message. Hang Veen wrote, Gentlemen, this humble monk is fine. Thank you for your concern. Number 5 suspects. Number 6. Is number 6 really number 6? Or is he a fake night watchman? Number 4 replied, if he is fake, then Taoist Jinlian would have told us in advance. Number 5. You should consider whether number 6 has been betrayed by the night watchman. Shu Qianshan smiled to himself. Number 4 is worthy of being a scholar. He used to be a high-ranking official, so his thinking is very delicate. Number 5 asked, so number 6, have you been betrayed? Hang Veen replied, this humble monk is very well. I just want to thank number 3 and Taoist Jinlian for saving my life. Jinlian replied, no need to thank me. Your younger brother did not intend to kill you. At this time, number 4 asked directly, how is the Tangbo case going? Shu Qianshan waited for a while, but did not see number 1 reply. He then entered the message, the Tangbo case is over. But it's not really over. The real purpose of the Tangbo case is to lead to the Princess Pingyang case. The extermination of the entire Pingyuan mansion is the clearest proof. Today, the 3 officials involved were all executed in the market along with their entire families. The Princess Pingyang case is over. The purpose of the person behind the scenes has been achieved. He will probably leave the capital with the sealed object. This storm can be considered to have subsided. But the Tangbo case is not completely over. Number 5 suddenly realized, so that's how it is. Then he sent a message cursing number 3, you liar. You're the one who picks up the money every day. Shu Qianshan was shocked and surprised. When have I ever lied to anyone? If we're talking about lying, then it's the characters in the Yunlu library. Or have my characters collapsed without me knowing it? No, that's not right. It shouldn't be number 5 who said this. It would make more sense. Why would it be a girl from the distant southern border? Number 4 began to analyze. Number 3 is a liar. He's the one who picked up the money. How did number 5 know about this? The two of them did not communicate much during the transmission of the message. This means that number 5 discovered number 3's flaw from something he said in the past. No, that's not right. If there was a flaw, someone else should have discovered it, not number 5. Number 2 was envious. I'm so envious of number 3. He picks up money every day when he goes out. I'm here, my throat is dry from shouting. Hang Veen also did not know how to react. So it turns out that number 3 is the one who picks up money every day. If this humble monk could also pick up money every day, then I could save many more people who are suffering. Number 1 was silent, quietly assessing the situation. At this time, Taoist Jinlian was sleeping soundly on the roof, sunbathing. Shu Qianshan pursed his lips and breathed a sigh of relief. Well, I lied. But that's not important. Just like Song Tingfeng often says, I have a friend who is in poor health. Everyone knows that he is talking about himself. But who would blame him for lying? At this time, number 4 began to analyze the second part. Is number 3 really the one who picked up the money? How can this abnormal phenomenon be explained according to the Confucianism of Yunlu? Number 4 suddenly thought of a possibility, and quickly sent a message to number 3. When did your strange phenomenon start? Shu Qianshan hesitated for a moment, then replied, about a month ago. He deliberately kept it short, lest people later find out that he started acting strangely after the silver tax case ended. Number 4's heart was pounding like a drum. More than a month ago. If I'm not mistaken, someone close to the Yunlu library was killed. At that time, number 3 had not yet joined the Heaven and Earth Society. Taoist Jinlian personally asked number 1 to investigate. Everyone knows that number 3 is a Confucian scholar in the library. But there is one very unusual thing. That is, number 3's strength is not strong, but he receives a lot of favor from the library. He knows too many secrets that even the higher-ups of Yunlu do not know. This is very puzzling. As a Taoist, number 4 had noticed this little anomaly long ago. It's not that he doubts number 3's status in Yunlu, but rather that the way he is treated is a bit too much. But if number 3 is related to the incident where a member of the library was killed, then it makes sense that he would be so highly regarded. However, the connection between picking up money and the murdered relative, number 4 still doesn't know. It seems that he needs to go to the capital to meet with Curator Zhao. Thinking about this, number 4 smiled slightly. Interesting. I underestimated number 3 before. I need to reassess his value and potential. Except for number 5, everyone realized the abnormality in number 4's words. Number 4 knows the reason why number 3 often picks up money. Behind that reason lies some big secret. Otherwise, number 4 wouldn't have such a high opinion of him. Shu Qianshan frowned and sent a message. I have a suspicion. Number 5, you know how I pick up money. With number 5's level, he can't guess it. That means he really knows the reason why I pick up money, at least part of the secret. This is exactly what I want to know. I'm very interested in my own strange luck. Number 5 refused very firmly. I can't say. I promised that person that I wouldn't tell anyone, including you. Shu Qianshan cursed in his heart. What a stupid girl. Believe it or not, if you continue to ruin my plans, I will block you, and then completely ignore you, denying any acquaintance. But on second thought, Taoist Jinlian, this network does not support private messaging. Now is not the right time to ask. Wait until after the private messaging feature is available, and I will talk to number 5, the silly girl from Nongguang, about life and ideals. There are many ways to manipulate her. In the small council chamber, Emperor Yuanjing read the memorials from the officials with an indifferent face. As they debated heatedly over the 2 vacant positions of Deputy Minister of the Ministry of Revenue and Minister of State, everyone wanted to pick each other's brains out of their skulls. After a while, Emperor Yuanjing knocked on the table, ordering silence. Minister of Personnel, Shang Jian, what is your opinion? Shang Jian stepped forward, glancing at Wang Wenjing. Seeing him shake his head, he said, I am afraid that there are no suitable candidates for the time being. I ask your majesty for instructions. Emperor Yuanjing nodded in satisfaction. At this time, Wei Yuan spoke up loudly, Your Majesty, I have something to say. The night watchman Shu Qianshan has made great contributions to the case of Princess Pingyang. I ask your majesty to reward him. Emperor Yuanjing hesitated slightly. He didn't like that night watchman. For no reason at all. It was just a gut feeling that he hated him deeply. Ever since he had met him in the city and witnessed him cleave the ground with a single saber, he had been unable to control the feeling of disgust in his heart. The Minister of Justice, Sun, immediately shouted, Your Majesty, I have a clue. I was ordered to investigate the silver tax case, and I spared no effort. According to my investigation, Chang Yan, the secretary of the Dali Temple, has close ties to the demon race, and is the culprit who destroyed the silver tax. I ask your majesty to allow me to continue to investigate and apprehend him. Chang Yan, the secretary of the Dali Temple, looked at him. He was one of the key figures in the 7 sects. Because of the gunpowder, another key figure. I will let Night Watchman Shu Qianshan continue the investigation. Half a month is almost up. If he can't figure it out by then, I'll have his head. Wei Yuan frowned. Your Majesty, even if he fails in this case, Shu Qianshan still made great contributions in the case of Princess Pingyang. Why execute him? As the leader of the Wang faction, Minister of Justice Sun immediately shot a cold arrow at Wei Yuan. As long as the silver tax case is still unresolved, the night watchman in charge will not be able to stay out of it, and will be dragged into the water. The secretary of the Dali Temple will also be tainted with suspicion. If the case is not solved, it will be difficult to clear the suspicion. As the investigation drags on, the small stain will be easily magnified, causing him to be kicked out of office. It's not enough to lose his position, but he will also be demoted. Although they are colleagues in the Wang faction, the Minister of Rights is also implicated, but only to a moderate extent. The shrewd officials understood this, so they were even more supportive of Minister of Justice Sun's move, because anything that made Wei Yuan angry, they would be happy to do. Wei Yuan is the #1 enemy of the civil servants. Emperor Yuanjing waved his hand. All right, you may leave. The officials left in high spirits. As soon as they stepped out of the Meridian Gate, the atmosphere changed completely. Wang Shufu smiled. Minister Wei seems to be very concerned about that little night watchman. He is indeed a rare talent. It's a pity he doesn't know how to behave, provoking those he shouldn't. Wei Yuan was surprised. Minister Wang, what do you mean? We should protect rare talents, and not let him be snuffed out halfway. If Minister Wei can't protect him, then let me do it. Wei Yuan looked at him deeply, his expression still gentle, not revealing any joy or anger. No need to trouble you, Minister. Shu Qianshan is currently practicing saber techniques with Zhou Guangxiao and Song Tingfeng. Old Song, have you been to the Ministry of Music recently? His breath is even longer than before. Zhou Guangxiao replied calmly. Most of his energy has been sucked away by the girls in the Ministry of Music. He doesn't know how to control himself and is infatuated with the pleasures of the world. Ying Yan, today, consider him as your future. You should learn from him. Of the 3 young men, Zhou Guangxiao was the most diligent, not because he was not lustful, but because he wanted to save money to marry a wife. Shu Qianshan and Song Tingfeng, on the other hand, were very fond of women. One was addicted to exploitation, the other was promiscuous and romantic. At this moment, a young servant ran over in a hurry. Master Shu, Minister Wei summons you. Shu Qianshan frowned. What does he want me for? At Haoqi Tower, Shu Qianshan bowed to Wei Yuan. Wei Yuan nodded absent-mindedly. Shu Qianshan sat down obediently, and took a sip of tea. You called me here, probably because of Princess Pingyang's case. Sure enough, Wei Yuan said, the Princess Pingyang case is over, but the silver tax case still needs to be investigated. His Majesty has rejected my proposal. Shu Qianshan's face darkened. That means we have to keep investigating, and if we can't solve the case, we'll still be executed. You said that Minister of Justice Sun and Minister of Revenue Zhou hated me in the first place. Wei Yuan waved his hand to interrupt him. That's just a small matter. The big problem is that His Majesty doesn't like you. Shu Qianshan blurted out. That's great. I don't like him either. The first time I met Emperor Yuanjing, he was wearing a sacrificial robe. I felt disgusted in my heart. At that time, I thought it was because he represented the feudal power. After the Linglong incident, when I met him in person, I realized that I hated Emperor Yuanjing in a very simple way. For no reason at all, it was just pure disgust from the heart. Perhaps my birth sign and the Emperor's birth sign are incompatible. I am a monkey, he is a goat. Thinking of this, Shu Qianshan said, I really don't know what makes the Emperor so dissatisfied. Wei Yuan sighed. Maybe it's just because there's no fate. For now, wait patiently. There's no need to investigate anymore. By now, all the clues have been erased. You won't be able to find anything. But if the Emperor insists on beheading you, I will arrange for a death row prisoner to take your place. Rest assured, no one will care about the identity of a small night watchman like you. Shu Qianshan felt very uncomfortable in his heart. So I've become your lackey, doing dirty work for you. But what if we catch Zhu Shanghong? Wei Yuan looked at him with some surprise. If you can catch him, your merit can be considered. But it's not easy. Shu Qianshan left Haoqi Tower, and returned to Chengfeng Street to tell his friends about it. Song Tingfeng's expression changed, and he cursed repeatedly. Li Yuxuan said, the Princess Pingyang case has wasted too much time. It will be difficult for you to solve the silver tax case. The Qi observing technique of the Heavenly Observatory cannot be used to interrogate officials of the 4th rank or above, unless you ask the supervisor. Shu Qianqian also felt very difficult. Moreover, not to mention whether the old man would help or not. Even if he did, would Emperor Yuanjing believe it? Me? Asking that old man for help? Forget it. At Guangxing Tower, Shu Qianqian flattered Chu Chu Taiwei with a smile and offered her some pastries. Sister Taiwei, I have something to discuss with the supervisor. Can you find a way to get me to the octagon platform? Chu Chu Taiwei licked her lips and stared at the food, as if she was afraid it would disappear. But her mouth said, no way. Master is in seclusion and has already entered the path connecting to the octagon platform. No one can go up. Then she grabbed a handful of pastries and stuffed them into her mouth. Shu Qianqian was a little impatient. Can you eat more slowly? But he was more concerned about his life. Really, is there no way? When will our master come out of seclusion? Chu Chu Taiwei glanced at him. Who are you calling our master? He suppressed his discomfort, thought for a moment, and said, at least a few months in there, at most half a month. Maybe he's doing astrology on the octagon platform. Shu Qianqian almost vomited blood. This is the retribution for him always freeloading. Finally, it's his turn to be freeloaded. He gritted his teeth. No, I can't take this lying down. Then he flattered her again. My younger sister has dysmenorrhea. Do you have any way to help her? Chu Chu Taiwei hurriedly took out a bottle of medicine. Take 1 pill when it hurts. It will be effective immediately. Shu Qianqian took it, and felt a little more at ease in his heart. This girl was greedy, but she was also very generous in helping others. Whether the things were expensive or cheap, she was willing to give them away. In Yunzhou, more than 1,000 miles away, the situation of robbery was very serious. The number of bandits and robbers who robbed and stole was countless. The common people have been suffering for a long time, and the government has been having a headache for decades. There is a robbers' camp on a mountain with 2 camps. The terrain is rugged and difficult to attack. At first, the government sent troops to besiege and attack, but after several failures, they turned a blind eye to it. As soon as it got dark, a strong wind blew on the mountain, and soon after, there was a loud thunder and lightning, and heavy rain. The robber on guard on the tower was eager. Have you heard that today our camp robbed a large caravan? Thanks to the newly arrived 6th master, who has great martial arts, is intelligent and resourceful, and is also good at training soldiers. I heard that he used to work in the great Phoenix city, and now he has fled to the mountains. Later, because he couldn't stand the corrupt court, he became a robber. At this moment, the camp must be celebrating. In the warm room where coal was burned, the 6th master and some small leaders were eating and drinking to their heart's content, talking obscenely and peeping at the captured women. Among them, Zhu Shanghong, whom Shu Qianqian had been thinking about, was also present. After becoming a robber, Zhu Shanghong did not bring his wife and children up the mountain, but arranged for them to live in Baidi City, the largest city in Yunzhou. It is one of the few peaceful places in Yunzhou where there is no worry of robbery. The 6th master laughed cheerfully. Brother Zhu, the women here to your liking. I heard that there is a beautiful woman in this group, as beautiful as a flower. She is locked in a cage. A robber said, yes, big brother. That beauty is very charming. Another robber added, compared to the women in the camp, she is like rouge and mud. The 6th master laughed generously. Bring her up quickly. Tonight, I will hand her over to Brother Zhu to deal with. As the 6th master, I will have my share later. A moment later, a woman was escorted up. Her skin was rosy and smooth, her beauty was impeccable, her big round eyes sparkled, and she looked a little scared, like a trembling fawn. Everyone was silent. Zhu Shanghong swallowed his saliva, feeling his desire burning all over his body. He hugged her tightly, groping and biting her like a madman. He hugged her tightly, groping and biting her like a madman. In her panic, she revealed her pitiful and vulnerable feminine side, which made Zhu Shanghong unable to control himself, and wanted to take her right there and then. At this moment, her gentle voice rang in his ear. Are you Zhu Shanghong? Zhu Shanghong was startled, his desire extinguished like smoke. She knows his name at the same time. He realized that the beautiful face in his arms was gradually turning pale. In the blink of an eye, she stopped breathing. Strangely enough, she turned into a paper figure as tall as a real person, and fell to the floor. At this moment, the woman's cold laughter echoed through the room. causing the hair on the back of their necks to stand on end. The candles in the room also went out. The sixth master jumped up and shouted, "Which monster dares to come here and cause trouble?" Zhu Shanghong said, "Is it a ghost? She is not strong, but she is good at using her beauty to seduce others, and draining the life force of those who fall into her trap." At this moment, the sound of drums reverberated throughout the camp, and outside there was the sound of robbers shouting in alarm that there was an attack. At the same time, tens of thousands of arrows flew in from the sky. Then, robbers fell down one after another, and the sound of screams filled the air. The sixth master shouted, "Prepare to roll the rocks down." But before he could finish, the night sky suddenly flashed with lightning. The sixth master cursed under his breath, "Weak swordsmanship." But in the dark, where visibility is limited, it's easy to get hit. At this moment, a flash of lightning. The robbers at the foot of the mountain saw a figure standing on a silver spear. He was wearing scale armor and a bright red cloak. And although he was not wearing a helmet, he was still very majestic. Like a war goddess from Lingnan, the war goddess held a magic formula, and a bolt of lightning struck down with a thunderclap, and the two watchtowers in front of the camp were destroyed. The robbers were thrown dozens of feet away, and fell to the ground motionless. At this moment, Zhu Shanghong felt as if half of his heart had gone cold, and his whole body collapsed. To let her use the Taoist technique, hand grenade, and to lead the team himself. In just an hour, the robbers' camp was destroyed. This army was not large. None of them were weak. The lowest level was more than 50 refining essence, and there were more than 10 refining qi. There were also more than 10 refining essence realm, and there were 4 bronze skin iron bone. As for the female war god who led them, her realm was unfathomable. An army like this, even if it were to attack Baidi City, would be enough to terrify the governor of Yunzhou. The sixth master said, "There is no military flag, and it is led by a woman. Are you the heroine Feiyan?" The female warrior frowned. "Who is the heroine Feiyan? It sounds so awful." At this moment, the girl from before said, "Master, did I do well?" The female warrior nodded. "You passed on the message in time. Well done." The demoness whispered, "Can you give me a man? I have been hungry for so many days." The female warrior secretly scolded the men there, and said, "Go and suck their spiritual energy." But she still nodded her head, "Just choose a few robbers at will." At this moment, the sixth master was sure that the female warrior was the legendary heroine Feiyan. A few years ago, a brave and upright female warrior suddenly appeared in the martial world, and wherever she went, she always upheld justice and integrity. Within a few years, she became famous throughout the martial world, and became a great hero known to all. Because of her rapid achievements, she was also nicknamed the heroine Feiyan. At the beginning of this year, she came to Yunzhou, and seeing the serious situation of robbery, she immediately recruited soldiers, bought horses, and formed a private army, and began a relentless pursuit, and was strongly supported by upright officials. The female warrior's cold voice rang out, "I ask, and you answer. That way you will die more easily. Otherwise, I will turn you into an undead ghost." The sixth master coldly said, "Don't even think about it." A look of displeasure crossed the female warrior's face, and then a flash of light pierced through the sixth master's head. Blood and internal organs splattered everywhere. The female warrior sheathed her sword and said coldly, "It doesn't matter whether you talk or not." Zhu Shanghong was so frightened that his legs went limp. "She can't do that. Don't you see he's bargaining? She has to give him a chance." The guards beside her seemed to be used to the female warrior style. They all grinned at the sight. Zhu Shanghong felt the female warrior glance at him coldly and without emotion. He immediately begged, "Heroine, spare my life. I'll tell you everything." The female warrior laughed coldly, "I won't kill you. I'll take you to see someone." In Shu Qianshan's courtyard, he was breathing his last, and suddenly he felt excited. The communication talisman had a message. Shu Qianshan hurriedly pulled it out to read. Number 2 sent a message to number 3. "I have captured Zhu Shanghong. Tomorrow, I will send someone to take him to the capital and hand him over to you." Shu Qianshan's pupils constricted, and his face was filled with disbelief. "Zhu Shanghong has been captured? The efficiency is really scary. Number 2 is really my bright moon. I love you so much. Following Wei Yuan was the worst choice. Besides, I'm only in the qi refining realm now. If I stay in the capital, in the Yamen, both the resources and the living environment are much better than wandering around the world. If life were peaceful, who would want to travel far and wide? If you leave, your uncle and aunt and your 2 younger sisters will be very lonely." Shu Qianshan asked again, "Can you get to the capital within 6 days?" Number 2 replied, "If you ride the fire beast, you will be able to reach the capital in 6 days. But you have to pay me 300 taels of silver. Can't let my brothers run errands for nothing. You will also pay for the expenses along the way." Shu Qianqian nodded and agreed immediately. Compared to his own life, 300 taels of silver was nothing. If he died and still had money left, that would be the saddest thing. After saying that, Shu Qianqian thought again. Zhu Shanghong certainly could not be taken directly to the capital. The capital was too dangerous. If Zhu Shanghong entered the city, he would definitely be discovered by someone with ulterior motives. After all, he was still the court's most wanted criminal. Now there were two choices, either to inform Wei Yuan in advance, or to think of another way to get Zhu Shanghong into the city. Shu Qianqian thought for a moment. Wei Yuan may be powerful, but I have a better plan. Shu Qianqian sent a message to number 2. "Please take Zhu Shanghong to the Yunlu library. Someone will receive him there. When it comes to important officials in the court, we must be careful that they do not become desperate and harm the Yamen. The Yamen is full of martial artists, which is not suitable. The Confucian scholars of the Yunlu library are capable of sealing techniques, and are very suitable for escorting criminals. Just tell them that within 3 zhang is the territory of the capital, but they probably won't be able to enter the imperial palace. Otherwise, those grand masters of the Yunlu library could easily put a spell on Emperor Yuanjing." Shu Qianqian decided, "Tomorrow, I will go to the Yunlu library and visit my 3 masters." The members of the Heaven and Earth Society who were spying on him did not find this strange. Number 3 was originally a student of the Yunlu library. Time passed quickly, and during this time, Shu Qianqian traveled to many places, visited his 3 masters, met Princess Watching and Princess Linan, hoping that the 2 of them could help him. Although Princess Linan was stubborn, she quickly agreed to Shu Qianqian's request. Princess Watching was more reasonable and objective. "It seems that Father Emperor does not like you. I can save you from the death penalty, but it will be difficult to avoid life imprisonment." But strangely enough, Watching was indifferent to the Tang Bo case, and was also very calm about the fate that was about to befall me, as if she did not care at all. 5 days passed in the blink of an eye. On the last day of the deadline for the investigation of the Tang Bo case, Wei Yuan sent someone to summon Shu Qianqian to the Haoqi Tower. He said, "I just received news from the palace. Tomorrow the emperor will hold an early court. Of course, the Tang Bo case will be mentioned. I will try to keep you in the Yamen, not in the Ministry of Justice or the 6 ministries." At this time, Shu Qianqian said, "Lord Wei, I have already captured Zhu Shanghong." Wei Yuan was stunned and looked at him in silence. The next day, the last day of the deadline for the investigation of the Tang Bo case, early in the morning, Shu Qianqian rode his horse into the imperial city. When he arrived here, Shu Qianqian felt a sense of relief. He clasped his hands and thanked the servants. "The Tang Bo case will end today. I will put an end to this case, and at the same time, I will put an end to the conflict and cut off the silver." After the normal court ceremony, Emperor Yuanjing asked, "How is the Tang Bo case progressing?" The Minister of Rights stepped forward. "I beg your majesty to be wise and restore justice to me." Wei Yuan stepped forward and said, "Your Majesty, the Tang Bo case has been solved." As soon as he finished speaking, the entire court erupted in a buzz. Emperor Yuanjing narrowed his eyes and asked, "Who is the culprit?" Wei Yuan smiled his usual gentle smile. "It would be meaningless for me to say it. Your Majesty can summon the 100 households of the Jinwu guards, Zhu Shanghong, to answer." The Minister of Rights sneered. "Zhu Shanghong has long since fled the capital. How can he be summoned?" Wei Yuan smiled at him. "Zhu Shanghong is outside the palace. Your Majesty can summon him immediately." At this time, outside the hall, 3 Dang Kanren and a Grand Master of the Yunlu Library led Shu Qianqian into the imperial city, escorting a horse-drawn carriage. In the carriage, the man who was tied up like a package was Zhu Shanghong, a key figure in the Tang Bo case. He was still unconscious. For fear that he would commit suicide, Shu Qianqian had taken a large dose of anesthetic from Chu Taiwei. The reason for choosing Yunlu to receive him, and not to lock him in the talisman, is firstly, Lu Yanqian's strength is higher than Shu Qianqian's. He did not dare to take the risk. Secondly, the existence of the land deed fragment is a secret, and cannot be used openly, nor is it possible to enter the Jinluan Hall and, in front of the emperor and the officials, take out the land deed fragment. Moreover, now that he has enough connections, he can avoid using the land deed fragment. Shu Qianqian and Song Qing chatted idly. Senior brother Song, what is senior brother Yang's position among the disciples of the supervisor? Song Qing replied simply, he is the senior brother of me and Chu Taiwei, the third disciple of my master. That senior brother has a problem with his head. Shu Qianqian whispered, who among the true disciples has a normal head? He put his hands behind his back, imitating Yang Tianwan's appearance. Song Qing nodded enthusiastically. Yes, yes, yes. He likes to stand with his back to everyone. And he doesn't speak clearly. All the junior brothers find him very annoying. Only he himself is proud. Shu Qianqian was puzzled. Why is that? Song Qing replied helplessly. He said that standing with his back to all living beings would show his noble demeanor. Shu Qianqian leaned in close and whispered, Senior brother Song, help me pass on a message to him. He who holds the moon in his hand, and plucks the stars from the sky, is unmatched in the world. At this time, Yang Yan and Zhang Luzhang, the two golden armored guards, turned their heads subconsciously. At the same time, a very uncomfortable feeling arose in their hearts. This arrogant brat, Song Qing, was also infected. If he were to talk nonsense like this, senior brother Yang would definitely like it very much, but he would be beaten. One could imagine the scene of him being beaten. Song Qing immediately said enthusiastically, I will definitely pass on the message. As they were talking, a eunuch led a group of eunuchs out, and shouted at the palace gate, Dang Ren, come and see the emperor. Shu Qianqian said, please wait a moment. Yang Yan immediately pulled Zhu Shanghong, who was blindfolded, and followed behind. The eunuch asked curiously, who is this person? Why is he still blindfolded? Let me see his face. Shu Qianqian clasped his hands and replied, this is the wanted criminal, Zhu Shanghong. The eunuch seemed very concerned. Why is he still wrapped in a turban? Let me see his face. Zhang Luzhang immediately stepped forward and blocked him, before seeing the emperor. No one is allowed to contact the criminal. The eunuch cursed inwardly, before seeing the emperor, we need to check his identity. How do we know that he is not a bad guy who disguised himself as Zhu Shanghong, and sneaked into the palace to assassinate the emperor? We suspect his identity and need to check it carefully. Shu Qianqian's face darkened. These words sounded reasonable, but he knew that there were many ways to kill someone without leaving a trace. He was sure that the two Dang Ren knew even more. But as bodyguards, they had almost no ability to stop it. Bodyguards were only good at attacking with force. If Zhu Shanghong suddenly died in a coma, no one would know. Of course, the murderer would not be this eunuch, because checking the criminal was a normal procedure. But he belonged to a certain faction, probably the faction of the Minister of Rights. Thinking of this, Shu Qianqian smiled. You should think carefully. When I see the emperor, I will say that you intended to kill Zhu Shanghong to silence him. The eunuch was furious. How dare you slander me? Arrest him. Shu Qianqian said coldly, you should consider carefully. Do you want to cause a conflict here? The emperor is not a fool. Neither are the officials. Have you thought about the consequences? The eunuch sneered, you brat. Have you thought about the consequences? Shu Qianqian was unyielding. You should not provoke a desperate criminal like me. Do your duty. He took a step closer and whispered in his ear, you are not a key figure in the Wang party. Don't think you are important. The eunuch's expression changed. He turned around and said coldly, I don't care about you. Don't delay the time to see the emperor. Not long after, a eunuch entered the Jinluan hall and reported everything. And Emperor Yuanjing summoned Shu Qianqian and the others. Shu Qianqian met again the people who stood at the pinnacle of power in the Great Phoenix, especially the dignified middle-aged man, wearing a dragon robe and sitting on the dragon throne. Shu Qianqian was a little nervous. The stage of supreme power in the Great Phoenix made him anxious. He gradually controlled his nervousness. Wei Yuan was involved in this case. Wei Yuan's gentle gaze made him lose his fear. He stepped forward and took off the cloth covering Zhu Shanghong's face. He pressed on several acupoints on Zhu Shanghong's body. Zhu Shanghong groaned in pain, and then slowly opened his eyes. Shu Qianqian calmly said, Your Majesty, this is the wanted criminal, Zhu Shanghong. Zhu Shanghong was shocked and stared at Emperor Yuanjing and the two sides of the court. Why do I see the emperor? What is going on, or am I dreaming? Shu Qianqian slapped him hard in the face. You treacherous robber. Now that you are back in the capital, Zhu Shanghong was sure that this was not a dream, but that he was really in the palace of the Great Phoenix. Emperor Yuanjing looked down at Zhu Shanghong sternly, who instructed you to collude with the demons, and smuggle gunpowder at this time. Zhu Xianghong could only cry and beg for mercy. He did not hear what Emperor Yuanjing said at all. Emperor Yuanjing looked at this subordinate with displeasure, and then looked at Zhang Shen, and said gently, "Mr. Zhang, you have worked hard." Zhang Shen smiled indifferently, put his hands behind his back and stepped forward, a loyal gentleman. So are the common people. A fresh breeze blew over Zhu Xianghong. In an instant, only 2 words remained in his mind: be honest. Zhang Shen asked coldly, "Who instructed you to collude with the demons and smuggle gunpowder?" Sweat poured down Zhu Xianghong's face. He was still struggling with his conscience, but his mouth seemed to disobey his control. "It is the Minister of Rites, Li Yulong." The Minister of Rites immediately stepped out and protested, "Your Majesty, this is absurd. He is slandering me." Song Qing interrupted him coldly, "He is not lying." Chu Taiwei repeated like a tape recorder, "Not lying." Li Yulong turned pale. He knew that he had no way to defend himself. Emperor Yuanjing looked at him coldly as if he were looking at a corpse. Wei Yuan said, "Your Majesty, I request that you hand this man over to me for interrogation, to find out his accomplices." The Minister of Justice also spoke up, "Your Majesty, this case should be handled by the Ministry of Justice." Emperor Yuanjing did not answer, but silently observed the officials. Everyone waited in silence. After a while, Emperor Yuanjing said loudly, "Hand this case over to the Ministry of Justice." After the court session, Li Yulong was stripped of his official robes and hat, and was escorted out of the palace. At this time, Shu Qianqian ran after him, and said, "Those things in the court before. I heard Lord Wei say that if the Wang party had stopped earlier, it would not have come to this." Yang Yan saw him from afar. He wanted to call Shu Qianqian back, but Wei Yuan shook his head. "It is inevitable that he bears a grudge. If he doesn't vent now, when will he? You follow him and don't let him provoke a conflict." Wei Yuan smiled and said, "I also want to hear what he has to say." The Minister of Justice said disdainfully, "Let this brat talk nonsense here." Shu Qianqian was not angry at all, and said, "My lords, I have some literary talent, and I do not dare to talk nonsense. I just want to give you 2 poems. The Minister of Justice's expression changed. Although he had heard that this brat was talented in poetry and composition, and had written many good poems, why did he have a bad feeling now? The surrounding officials gathered around out of curiosity, not afraid of big things or losing the minister's face. Wei Yuan's eyes lit up. Is this brat going to recite poetry? He walked over quickly. As long as he did not recite another half a poem, he would not beat him to death. The Minister of Justice's expression changed. Is he going to recite a poem for me? My intuition tells me that something bad is going to happen. Sure enough, Shu Qianqian took a deep breath, and recited, "Everyone praises those who die young and intelligent. I have been intelligent and have suffered all my life. I only hope that my children will live in the countryside. Without disasters or hardships, they will become high officials." The poem means that everyone praises those who die young and intelligent, saying that I have been intelligent and have wasted my whole life. I only hope that my children will live in the countryside. Without disasters or hardships, they will become high officials. Wei Yuan sighed after listening. This poem means that the author laments that he is too intelligent and has wasted his whole life, and that he would rather be an ignorant person in the countryside. This is satirizing all the civil and military officials of the court as fools. The officials looked at each other, their faces strange. They had come to laugh at the Minister of Justice, but they did not expect Shu Qianqian to turn around and stab them in the back. The Minister of Justice gritted his teeth and stared at Shu Qianqian. He is satirizing me as a fool. Satirizing me as slapping myself in the face. He wants to hang my name upside down on the pillar of shame. Shu Qianqian looked at the minister coldly. He understood his anger. For a Confucian scholar, the most noble thing is to leave a name for posterity. That is even more appealing than teaching and cultivating people. It is also for this reason that they crave an immortal reputation, and are afraid of being humiliated by future generations. This is unbearable and unacceptable. The Minister of Justice could not control his anger, and roared, "Arrest this man and drag him down." Wei Yuan calmly stepped forward, and stood in front of Shu Qianqian, and bowed his head to the Minister of Justice. "My lord, calm down." The Minister of Justice said, "Wei Yuan, this brat has openly slandered my officials, insulted a ministry. Even you cannot protect him." Wei Yuan smiled gently. It is true that falsely accusing an official is a serious crime, but speaking the truth is not false accusation. The Minister of Justice's body trembled, and he pointed at Wei Yuan with trembling hands. Too angry to speak, Wei Yuan chuckled, turned around and led Shu Qianqian away. But after taking a few steps, he stopped, turned around and called out, "Congratulations on leaving your name for eternity." Hearing this, the Minister of Justice trembled, and his breath stopped. causing him to faint on the spot. Returning to the Yamen, Shu Qianqian followed Wei Yuan into the Haoqi Tower. Shu Qianqian asked, Lord Wei, there is something that this official does not understand. Why did the emperor hand over the case to the Ministry of Justice? Shu Qianqian immediately flattered him, if Lord Wei, who has the wisdom of the world, can answer this question for me. Wei Yuan accepted this flattery with ease. Zhang Luzhang spat out a mouthful of tea when he heard this. Shu Qianqian immediately understood that the Minister of Rights was a member of the Wang party. If it were handed over to the Yamen, many members of the Wang party would be implicated. At that time, the balance of power between the factions in the court would be broken. Whether it was one faction dominating completely, two factions dominating, neither was what Emperor Yuanjing wanted. That would affect his control of the situation. Moreover, he often cultivated. So even if the Wang party colluded with demons to bomb and destroy Tongbo, and destroy the ancestral incense burner, compared to his own power, his ancestors were nothing. In Shu Qianqian's eyes, Emperor Yuanjing was an unjust king. Because as an emperor, he only cared about his own interests and status. The chaos in the court caused by the struggle between the factions was entirely caused by Emperor Yuanjing. He did not manage state affairs in order to cultivate, so he needed the chaotic situation in the court to consolidate his position. Otherwise, it would be easy for the courtiers to overthrow him. Shu Qianqian continued to think, there is another thing that I do not understand. Why did the Minister of Rights not kill Zhu Shanghong to silence him? Wei Yuan shook his head. Don't worry about such trivial matters. The Tongbo case is over. The emperor did not mention you, which means that the matter has been settled. Shu Qianqian smiled with satisfaction. I would like to invite my colleagues who investigated the Tongbo case to the Gao Fuangtai for a drink, but I have no money. Please ask Lord Wei to provide the funds. Wei Yuan glared at him, and then chased him out. After Shu Qianqian ran away, Wei Yuan said, Yang Yan, give him 200 taels of silver, as a reward from the Yamen, then added, you two should go too. Zhang Luzhang shook his head repeatedly, Lord Wei, I will not go to a romantic place like the Gao Fuangtai. Wei Yuan did not force him, but said softly, with him there will surely be many courtesans following. In the middle of the night, the Gao Fuangtai was brightly lit, and the sound of melodious music filled the air. Beside Yang Yan and Li Yuxuan, there was a beautiful woman serving them wine, but both of them seemed shy, not like they were out having fun. Zhang Luzhang laughed and said, the two of you are really worthy of being superiors and subordinates. Your virtues are the same. A drunken Shu Qianqian said, Brother Zhang, you are wrong. Brother Yang pretends to be serious, and Brother Li is not interested in women. The two of you are still different. Everyone laughed out loud, and the atmosphere was filled with joy. They drank until midnight before dispersing. Li Yuxuan also wanted to leave, but was stopped by Shu Qianqian, Song Tingfeng and Zhou Guangxiao, and pushed into a room with a girl. After arranging everyone, Shu Qianqian entered Fushang's room. Fuxiang had just finished bathing and was sitting by the bed, drying her jet black hair. Why are there so many people today? Shu Qianqian smiled and said, of course it is to make all the girls happy. He said, and opened the door to go out. I'll come back later. He sneaked to Li Yuxuan's room, and saw that Song Tingfeng and Zhou Guangxiao were also sneaking over. Shu Qianqian signaled with his eyes, are you guys here to eavesdrop too? The two nodded, and their eyes asked back, is the leader at the divine refining realm? Hold your breath. A moment later, the three of them did not hear any movement on the bed, only the sound of a conversation. Master, this servant has bathed. Master, go and bathe too. Li Yuxuan replied in a low voice, A long time later, a woman's voice sounded, Master, bed is ready. Why are you still walking around the room? Li Yuxuan was embarrassed. This room is too messy. It's a mess. I feel like I'm sitting on pins and needles in here. The girl was surprised, but the room is very tidy. The maids clean it every day. The teacups on the table should be arranged in a circle around the teapot. The teacups should be kept at a certain distance from each other. The potted plant by the window should be moved back 2 inches. The chairs are placed in a mess. They should be arranged in a circle around the teapot like the teacups. The painting on the wall, how come it's not hung in the middle? The curtain is crooked. I just straightened it out. Your embroidered shoes are not arranged properly either. The gentle woman said, how can those things be considered tidy? Who can do that, master? I have been waiting for you for a long time. Li Yuxuan was not happy to hear that. Who says it can't be done? Just watch me teach you how to clean a room. The woman stared blankly. Master, are you here to clean up or to have fun? Under the window, Shu Qianqian and the other two were stunned. They no longer had any intention of eavesdropping, and each of them sneaked away. Shu Qianqian was in pain. Damn, I'm not even married yet, but I'm already like an old man. Could it be that this is my first time at the Gao Fuangtai? Shu Qianqian thought, when we get back to the room, we'll make more noise. Song Tingfeng thought it was a good plan. So that night, the sounds of the beds in the rooms of the Gao Fuang Tai suddenly shook more violently than usual. The next day, Zhang Luzhong was unexpectedly satisfied with sleeping with the courtesan. It was rare for a guard like him to be so privileged. He regarded Xu Qianchen as a brother. It was not for nothing that he was known outside as the courtesan killer. You are truly impressive. Xu Qianchen asked vaguely. What? Zhang Luzhong laughed out loud. The story of 9 women and 1 man that is famous throughout the capital. Xu Qianchen thought to himself, the heavens are so unfair. My reputation is ruined. But it is better to be a courtesan killer than to be rumored to be a freeloader. At this time, Song Tingfeng smiled and asked Li Yuxuan, Brother Li, did you sleep well? Li Yuxuan replied awkwardly, it was okay. It was just a little noisy. In Fushang's room, the maid said, Miss Mingan just sent someone to invite you to have tea at the Qingqi courtyard at noon. Fuxiang said uncomfortably, there's no need to flatter me like that. If it's not flattery, then it's theft. But Fuxiang still went to the party. After all, she shouldn't lose face with Mingan. A beautiful woman said, I heard that young Master Shu wrote a poem criticizing the Minister of Justice in the Imperial City. Have you sisters heard about this? The girls immediately became interested. Young Master Shu has written another poem. Young Master is not only talented, but also very brave. He dared to criticize the Minister of Justice directly in the Imperial Palace. Not only did he criticize him, this poem will surely destroy his reputation. The conversation continued, and then turned to gossip about Xu Qianchen. Sister Fuxiang, how was young Master Shu last night? Fuxiang frowned. Did you invite me here just to ask me that? How can I talk about such a private matter? If I tell the truth, they will surely say that I am a vulgar woman. Just then, a leaf fell in front of Fuxiang. She picked up the chopsticks and placed 7 fish bones on the leaf. Fuxiang smiled, and the courtesans around her were all envious. When he got home, Xu Qianchen immediately picked up his pen and wrote in his diary, December 29th. It's been a long time since I wrote in my diary. I burned all my previous diaries, because now I am no longer the ordinary Xu Qianchen. I call the Emperor Yuanjing Emperor. I can't leave any evidence that I have offended him, although I will burn it as soon as I finish writing. The Emperor has already spared my life. I heard that the Minister of Rights committed suicide in the dungeon of the Ministry of Justice. That was the outcome everyone wanted. However, Wang Shufu was still kind. He saved his whole family from being exiled, and they were not executed. I asked Wei Wuyuan why he didn't just wipe out his family line. Wei Wuyuan said that genocide is not the act of a gentleman. When you're dead, what does it matter if you're a gentleman or not? Really? December 30th. Today I visited Erlang at the Yunlu Library. I'll summarize the main points. These damn scholars. Today they're testing essays. Tomorrow they're testing poetry. The day after that they're testing the 4 books. Either this or that. What the hell else are they testing? It seems that the pressure to study is really great. Even Erlang can't stand it. I feel like he's in the same state as I was in the 2nd semester of my senior year of high school. I can't remember, that was the shadow in my life. Every day they test something or other. December 31st. I feel that Fuxiang is becoming more and more gentle and considerate towards me. Is this the feeling of love that grows over time? No, I have to be cold to her for a few days. I have to change to a different courtesan tomorrow. January 1st. Mingan is really wonderful. Her body is flexible from dancing, suitable for any position. As long as I think of it, I can do it. I'm a little addicted to it. January 2nd. Today I started writing a novel. Because I promised Ling Yue that I would write a really good one for her to read. I remember that the beginning was once upon a time. There were 2 close friends since childhood. January 3rd. Today Princess Linan invited me to play. The princess is a bit arrogant and willful, but easy to fool. She has no schemes, and trusts me very much. I successfully tricked her out of 20 taels of gold in exchange for a famous painting, then turned around and gave it to Wei Wuyuan. January 4th. Today I talked to Princess Weiqing about the impact of the Tang Bo case on the court situation. Then she invited me to her private quarters. It turns out that she is at the peak of qi refining. It seems that I have discovered something. Of course, for both men and women, qi refining cannot break the body. I'm not saying that Princess Weiqing is still a virgin. The princess is not breaking the law, so she is definitely still a virgin. What I mean is that with her talent, she shouldn't stop at qi refining. Perhaps she is doing this on purpose so that she doesn't have to get married. I can see the princess's ambition. If only she had been born in my time, she would definitely be an assertive female CEO. January 5th. I heard that I was looking for Princess Weiqing yesterday. Princess Linan was as angry as if her boyfriend had cheated on her. Even though I only scolded her as an ungrateful slave, I said that the princess had given me a famous painting before. I said she gave me 200 taels of silver. When she heard that, she agreed right away. She's really smart. I didn't lie to her either. I made her a seesaw. There is no such toy in the palace. Linan was so happy that she dragged me to play until dusk. What a wasted day. January 6th. Today I took Lingyan and Chu Taiwei to eat at the Guayui restaurant. The two of them ate like crazy. They ate up 5 taels of my silver. I was so hurt. After getting to know her for a while, I discovered something unpleasant. Chu Taiwei is 18 years old this year, but she doesn't seem to have ever been in love. She is very slow in love. I flirt with her and she blushes, but then she forgets about it right away. Either I'm not handsome enough, or she just hasn't opened her heart yet. I think it's the latter, because I've never seen anyone more handsome than me. Nam Kung Qingnu and Erlang are pretty, but they're not handsome. I still have to try. My previous experience tells me that if I had seduced Chu Taiwei into bed earlier, there wouldn't have been so much trouble. Of course, the princess is the same. It's just that the consequences are too great. Princess Weiqing is too high-ranking. It would be a bit difficult. Linan could be a possibility, but the result would probably be that my entire family would be executed. January 7th. Grandmaster Hengyuan came to borrow money from me again. I really like the saying that if you have any difficulties, come to me, and I will pay you back. The damn monk lives in a nursing home. Where does he get the money to pay me back? Oh well, just think of it as charity. Well, recently, the situation in the court has become increasingly chaotic and unpredictable. The infighting between the factions is becoming increasingly fierce. Perhaps that is exactly what His Majesty wants. January 8th. Shu Qian, you are about to reach the peak of qi refining. With such good talent, you shouldn't be infatuated with sensual pleasures. Focus on your cultivation. Take heaven and earth as your witness. Today I have decided that I will not go out with the two princesses. Nor will I go with Chu Taiwei or Shu Lingyue. Nor will I go to the Jiaofeng division to sleep with any courtesan. If you miss an opportunity because of this, please blame me. January 9th. The folk song is still true. Men and women are equal. This morning, Shu Qian was summoned to the Divine Spear Hall by Yang Yan. Yang Yan said directly, "The commander intends to promote you to Yinla." Shu Qian was surprised. Why would Lord Wei promote me to Yinla? Then he thought about the promotion and salary increase, and about reaching the peak of his career, and marrying a beautiful woman. Yinla gets a salary of 10 taels per month, not to mention some other income. Secondly, Yinla has a lot of power, and can directly command the Tongla under him, and his position is also more secure, because even Jinla cannot appoint and dismiss Yinla casually. Finally, Yinla is in charge of the night watch in the imperial city, which means that Shu Qian will be able to enter and leave the imperial city freely in the future, making it more convenient for him to meet with Princesses Weiqing and Linan, which is beneficial for developing relationships and hugging the jade thighs of the princesses. Yang Yan continued, "We have to wait for the results of the examination, because the Yamen also has an examination. This is the commander who is directly in charge of the examination. Promotions and demotions within the Yamen are all during the examination period. I'm telling you this in advance." After dinner, Shu Qian went home and coughed. "I have something to announce. After the examination, I will be a Yinla." Of course, that's not the main point. The main point is that I'm planning to buy a mansion in the inner city. Shu Lingyue and Madame Shu's eyes lit up when they heard this. Living in the inner city means a better security environment, and less women being robbed. Moreover, the shops in the inner city are very different from those in the outer city. The food and goods in the inner city are much more upscale. Madame Shu patted him on the shoulder as if her youngest son had finally grown up. That night, lying in bed, Shu Qian thought to himself, I got promoted and a raise. Not only because of my contributions to solving the Tang Bo case and the Princess Pingyang case, but also because of my good flattery. The famous painting that Linan gave me. Wei Yuan likes that painting very much. When he sees me giving it to him, he will definitely notice me and train me. Therefore, no matter how outstanding one's talent is, if one has a leader to guide one must still know how to behave. Tomorrow, I will write a list of houses to buy, and visit each place to see each house. Currently, I have more than 7,400 taels of silver in savings, so it shouldn't be difficult to buy a 3-room mansion. With that thought, he drifted off to sleep. The next morning, Shu Qian rode his favorite little horse, and quickly arrived at Chu Taiwei's Heavenly Supervisor Division. I want to buy a mansion in the inner city. I know that you are proficient in feng shui, so I hope you can help me find a good location. Song Qing said, said, I will call a disciple to go with you. Shu Qian was disappointed, thinking to himself, what do I need a disciple for? It has to be a female disciple to be meaningful. Who likes to go shopping with a man? He declined Song Qing's kind offer, and asked, why are you so determined today? Chu Taiwei explained, I have been stuck at the 7th rank of Feng Shui Master for more than a year, and I have been able to advance to the Spirit Refinement Realm Master, but the Spirit Refinement Realm is too difficult and boring. Shu Qian expressed his understanding in classical Chinese, indeed, science and technology is the nightmare of women. Chu Taiwei continued, furthermore, in order to advance to the 6th rank of Spirit Refinement Realm, one needs to complete a completely new Spirit Refinement Realm method, and popularize it widely and receive positive feedback from the people. Only then can one successfully advance in rank. It was clear that Shu Qian did not understand the meaning of receiving feedback from the people, so Taiwei did not explain and continued to ask, do you know who invented gunpowder? Shu Qian scratched his cheek. How would I know? Song Qing explained, gunpowder was created by a Feng Shui master of the Heavenly Supervisor Division 300 years ago. After he popularized gunpowder, it was recognized by the people, so he advanced to the rank of Spirit Refinement Realm Master. Chu Taiwei added, of course, there is no need to create something earth-shatteringly groundbreaking. As long as it is useful to life, that is enough. Senior brother Song advanced to the rank of Spirit Refinement Realm Master because he created glass. The main point is the feedback from the people. Shu Qian thought to himself, so Song Qing ruined my plan to get rich. Damn it. He continued to ask, why do we need feedback from the people? Chu Taiwei looked at Song Qing. Song Qing coughed. This is a secret of the Heavenly Supervisor Division, but I can tell you. Just don't tell anyone else in your opinion. How is the Heavenly Supervisor Division different from other sects? Shu Qian replied with a serious expression, for the people. Selfless dedication, especially noble. The white-robed teachers next to him could not help but stop in their tracks, standing still for a long time to absorb Shu Qian's words. Then Song Qing said happily, you really have a very deep and accurate insight, which makes me admire you very much among the sects. The 9th rank is the foundation. The 9th rank unique to each sect represents the core of that sect. Bodyguards have the Spirit Refinement Realm. Confucian scholars have the Enlightenment Realm. Buddhists have the Novice Monk Realm. The Spirit Refinement Realm of bodyguards takes the body as its core, and the body is the foundation of martial artists. The Enlightenment Realm of Confucian scholars symbolizes wisdom. It means that if you don't have a brain, don't study Confucianism. The Novice Monk Realm of Buddhism. Novice monks need a staff and an alms bowl, which is the foundation for monks to study Buddhism. Shu Qian asked suspiciously, what about doctors? They don't seem to have much to do with sorcerers. Song Tingfeng pointed out that the 9th rank of doctors is not essentially young, but follows the path of humanity. Therefore, the achievements of a 6th rank Spirit Refinement Realm Master need to be recognized by the people. Therefore, the Heavenly Supervisor Division needs to rely on the Imperial Court. Shu Qian suddenly seemed to understand. Aha! I suddenly understand why these people in white are so proud, but their work is to serve the people. It's no wonder that the governors of all dynasties are the protectors of the capital. It turns out that they have to rely on the imperial court. This reminded him of the Confucian scholars, who also need to rely on the imperial court. Up to now, the Confucian scholars still do not have a 2nd rank master. According to Erlang, perhaps their path of advancement has been cut off. Similar to a 7th rank Feng Shui master, if he is not recognized by the people, he will not be able to advance. Perhaps there is also a hidden discrimination behind this. In addition to the difference in the external system, Shu Qian asked again, do you have any ideas for a completely new Spirit Refinement Realm method? Song Tingfeng said helplessly, my little sister is not very smart, and she doesn't like to study, so I'm afraid it will be difficult. The other white-robed teachers shook their heads continuously, indicating that they did not expect Chu Taiwei to be able to advance. Chu Taiwei pouted and grimaced, like a bad student being sighed at with regret by his elders. Shu Qian thought to himself, this world doesn't have investment funds. I wonder if creating an investment fund would be considered completing a Spirit Refinement Realm method. He pondered for a moment and then said, I have a way to solve this problem. Hearing this, the entire building almost erupted. All the white-robed men looked at him. Shu Qian was a little embarrassed. Why do you all look like you've just had a stroke of good luck? It's like you old fathers have just solved some big worry. Shu Qian smiled wryly. let me think about it some more, and I'll give you an answer later. Chu Taiwei, are you free today? Song Ching immediately helped Chu Taiwei to stand up, of course. Mr. Shu is a distinguished guest of our Heavenly Supervisor Division, more important than 100 times the Spirit Refinement Realm method. Today, you should go for a walk in the inner city with him. Not long after, Shu Qian led Chu Taiwei to the dental office. An old man enthusiastically greeted the old master. Madam, do you want to buy or rent? Shu Qian thought to himself, in my previous life, it was all busty girls with big butts who went to meet the guests. Now I guess I have to use an old man. He sat down on the chair with a wild tycoon's posture. I want to buy a house. The old man asked with a smile. What size? Shu Qian replied simply, about 3 rooms. The smile on the old man's face was no longer warm, but rather stunned. In the inner city, depending on the location, not to mention ordinary houses, even 3-room houses cost between 5,000 and 10,000 taels. Since the opening of the store, it has never sold such a large house. If it can sell one now, it can eat for the whole year. The old man asked modestly, Master, have you chosen any houses? Shu Qian said, list the houses from 5,000 to 7,000 taels for me. A moment later, a few lists were brought out. Shu Qian took them, skimmed through them, and threw aside all the houses he didn't like or couldn't afford. Chu Taiwei was surprised. Why did you only choose this one? Shu Qian raised an eyebrow and smiled. Because the others are too far from the music department. Hey, old man, why is this one so cheap? The old man glanced around and whispered, there's a reason why it's cheap, of course. That house is very evil, it's best for you to choose another one. Shu Qian thought to himself, evil. As a good Samaritan, I have to go and see what's going on. He asked cautiously, old man, what exactly happened to that house? The old man said, that mansion started to be haunted about 2 years ago. It was originally the home of a high-ranking official. One night, the sound of a woman crying suddenly came from the courtyard. The crying was very eerie. The servant took a lantern to look and saw a woman in white sitting by the well. Covering her face and crying, the servant asked her who she was, but she didn't answer, she just sat there crying. The servant thought that it was a woman from the mansion who had been bullied and ran out to the courtyard to cry. So he took a lantern and approached her. The old man's voice became lower and lower, as if he was witnessing the horror himself. Chu Taiwei clenched her fists. Both scared and curious, she asked, what happened then? The old man's voice became mysterious. At that moment, the woman suddenly looked up. Her face was wrinkled and her flesh was peeling off. Her eyes bulged out like 2 black holes, with many insects crawling inside. Her mouth was purple black and black blood was flowing out of her mouth. The servant ran out in panic. After that, 2 or 3 other buyers also had similar experiences. Even more terrifying, from then on, they were as if cursed by bad luck. Unlucky things happened one after another. Either someone in the family had an accident, or they got sick, or their business declined, and their wealth gradually dwindled. They had to sell the house and move out. Shu Qian asked, did you report it to the authorities? The old man sighed. Why wouldn't we? Because no one has died yet. The government has come a few times and then ignored it. At first, a sorcerer was invited to exorcise the evil spirits, and it was really peaceful for a while. But not long after, it relapsed. And at night, the sound of mournful crying could still be heard, terrifying the whole family. The bad luck didn't get any better, it was still as unlucky as usual. Shu Qian said lightly, that sounds interesting. You want to go and have a look first? The old man was shocked. Are these 2 young people stupid? Young and reckless, don't know the immensity of heaven and earth, thinking that they are special, will be treated as an exception. The old man had no choice but to say, all right, this old man will take you 2 to see. We can take our time choosing. There are many houses. The house is only 3 miles away from the music department, and there is still noise during the day, so it is also a good place. The old man unlocked the padlock on the door, and pushed open the heavy door. Please come in and have a look, sir and madam. Sir and madam are respectful forms of address, similar to the way people address their elders on formal occasions. Shu Qian nodded and led Chu Taiwei in to take a look. This house is spacious in both architecture and layout, much more airy than his second uncle's house. Suddenly, the old man said, just look up to here. It's very dark inside, you shouldn't go in. Shu Qian thought to himself, just go. You're just getting in my way. Shu Qian said gently, you wait outside. We'll be out later, I'll take my wife to have a look. The old man said nothing more, knowing that good advice was useless. Just go to hell with the ghosts. At this moment, Chu Taiwei asked, who is your wife? Nonsense. Shu Qian smiled at her, isn't that a matter of time? Chu Taiwei said, you're so strange. If you have savings, you should buy land. Why buy a mansion? Shu Qian thought to himself, Wait until she feels the terror of being manipulated by house prices. She'll be just like me. He immediately changed the subject, and gently pulled out a long black saber from the stone path. I know that apart from the Taoist sect, those who cultivate after death, their souls will remain in the world for a while, depending on their strength. Does this house still have the spiritual energy of some expert? Chu Taiwei jumped onto the roof of the house, her blue eyes glowing brightly. She carefully scanned the mansion, hopping on the roof to change positions, not missing a single corner. Finally, her blue eyes stopped at the mouth of the well in the courtyard. Chu Taiwei thought to herself, that's right, it's this well. There is a resentment that can feed ghosts, but it's very weak. It must be a weak, vengeful spirit. I can handle it myself. With that, she took out strange objects from her leather bag that Shu Qian didn't recognize. Then she took a dry branch, and drew lines on the ground with the well as the center, which seemed to be the 8 trigrams. Shu Qian watched with interest. Is this a formation? Chu Taiwei replied softly, to be more precise, it's a feng shui formation, not a formation. I arranged it according to the 8 trigrams. In the center is this well. The area covered by the 8 trigrams will become extremely young, which will suppress the resentment. Shu Qian understood roughly. That is, a simplified version of the formation. Feng Shui masters are the predecessors of formation masters, or the foundation. A moment later, Chu Taiwei opened her blue eyes and looked down the well, and saw that the resentment had dissipated. Shu Qian smiled and said, thank you, Chu Taiwei. Chu Taiwei bowed and said proudly, let me accompany you to Feng Shui the other mansions. And tonight, I have to go to the Cinnamon Moon Pavilion. Speaking of which, Chu Taiwei suddenly stopped. She turned her head and looked back, her pupils glowing. In her line of sight, the resentment rose from the well again. This time, the black energy was weaker and had not completely disappeared. There is something strange at the bottom of the well, Chu Taiwei thought. The simplest and most effective way is to invite a priest from the Azure Dragon Temple to exorcise the evil spirits. Before she could finish her sentence, Shu Qian had already run to the mouth of the well. He pressed his handprint on it and muttered, evil spirits, pretending to be gods and ghosts, I will exorcise you with the great Luo Dharma incantation created by the world-honored one, Tianlong. Bodhisattva and Buddha bear witness. 8 Ma tigers, dragons flying in the sky. However, after this strange exorcism, nothing happened. The wind didn't even blow. Chu Taiwei looked at him, and asked in bewilderment, what are you doing? Shu Qian replied in embarrassment, that's the exorcism spell in my hometown. I was just trying it out. Chu Taiwei said, I haven't finished yet. I suspect something. Let's come back tonight. On the watchtower, the warm sunlight shone on Wei Yuan, who was sunbathing in his green robe. Nan Gongqin Nu said in a cold voice, foster father is using the Jing Guard to purge those who stand in his way. He can hold on to power. Wei Yuan was about to continue speaking when he heard footsteps from the stairs. The subordinate reported, Lord Wei, His Majesty summons you to the study. Wei Yuan bowed his head, Your Majesty, I bow to you. Emperor Yuan Jing said indifferently, I handed the yamen over to you. You said you would protect me, protect the capital. You said it very well. Immediately after, he angrily threw a piece of paper at Wei Yuan. Is this how you protect me? I trusted you. Is this how you repay me? Wei Yuan calmly picked up the piece of paper and read it. It accused the yamen of embezzlement from Jinla to Yinla over the past few years. There was convincing evidence. Whether there was a false accusation among them, a Tongla who had just joined the profession had embezzled thousands of taels of silver, and went to the Gao Fuang Tai every day. Without hesitation, Wei Yuan said, he deserves to die for betraying the emperor's trust. I only ask for death. Emperor Yuan Jing said coldly, you are really honest. Wei Yuan, if you make excuses today, I will throw you into the heavenly prison. Emperor Yuan Jing pondered for a moment and then said, the one who accused you is Jinla Zhou Yang of the yamen. Wei Yuan remained silent at this time. A minister of the Ministry of Justice spoke up, Your Majesty, the yamen has abused its power and committed crimes. Punishing Wei Yuan will deter the yamen's evils and purify the air. Emperor Yuan Jing ordered, hand this case over to the Ministry of Justice. The Dali Temple and the Prefecture Office will work together to handle it within the next 3 days. After the court session, Wei Yuan had only walked a few steps when he heard someone calling after him, Lord Wei, I want to ask about the people on your accusation list. Wei Yuan's expression did not change, and he nodded, I'll have someone bring the list to the Dali Temple. The official from the Dali Temple said with satisfaction, there's one more thing. I think Zhou Jinla is a talent, and I want to transfer him to the Dali Temple. I will report it to the emperor later. First, let me greet Lord Wei. Seeing that Wei Yuan was not moved, the Dali Temple official sighed for a moment and then said with a smile, Lord Wei knows what I want. Wei Yuan also smiled and replied, it's not a bad deal. In the carriage, Nan Gongqin Nu was furious. he has already damaged the military force. Foster father knew that he could betray him, but he still remembered the old feelings. What about now? You are not just simply losing military power. In the Yamen, apart from the stubborn Li Yuxuan and the rigid Yang Yan, everyone else is greedy for money and lust. And Gongqin Nu said with hatred, should I kill him? Wei Yuan said calmly, we'll settle the score in the autumn. Nan Gongqin Nu did not understand. Even if this matter is not that brat's fault, he is your shadow. You could have avoided it. Is that brat worth you cherishing him so much? Wei Yuan said, there are many Jin-Los, but there is only one who is as interesting as him. I am looking forward to his growth. He changed the subject. This emperor of ours will not let me grow stronger. Nan Gongqin Nu asked about the Dali Temple, asking for the list in exchange for Wei Yuan's secret manual. Why did Wei Yuan refuse? You know that Wei Yuan's words, it's not a bad deal, do not mean that he agreed to exchange with the Dali Temple, but decided to sacrifice Zhou Jinla and lose together. Nan Gongqin Nu sighed. This year is really full of events in the autumn. Every inspection always causes a big shock. The team that foster father has worked so hard to build up over the years will be severely damaged this time. Every inspection always has a winner and a loser. The Wang party was the one who came out on top in the last inspection. But there is one thing that is inevitable. That is, after the inspection, all factions will suffer heavy losses. Even the winner will win in a bitter way. When Shu Qian returned to the Yamen, go find Shu Qian and tell him to hide for a few days. We'll find a way to get him out. At the Cinnamon Moon Pavilion, Shu Qian had spent hours walking around the streets with Chu Tai Wei. Finally, Chu Tai Wei chose a 3-story mansion with a large courtyard, priced at 7,000 taels. Shu Qian happily said, that's great. I'll make a deposit tomorrow. Thank you, Chu Tai Wei, for your help. Chu Tai Wei smiled, you're welcome. I'm glad to be of some help to you. I wish you a speedy move into your new home and a fulfilling life. She bought whatever she found delicious, which made Shu Qian truly feel that going out and shopping was more tiring than fighting. The tiredness here is not physical but mental, but as long as it makes her happy, it's worth being a little tired. In my previous life, I once heard that there are 70 ways to please women, one of which is to go shopping, and I haven't had the opportunity to verify the other 69 ways, but it is true that shopping has a good effect. At this moment, the geographical book responded. He quietly took it out to check the information. Number 1 said that the Yamen is in trouble. Zhou Jinla accused Wei Yuan of corruption. The case involves 4 Jin loss, 12 Yin loss and 30 Tong loss. This case is being handled by the prefecture, the Ministry of Justice and the Dali Temple together. It means that Wei Yuan is about to lose power in this inspection. Shu Qian's heart was filled with turmoil. That pig Zhou Yang has accused so many people. Recently, the factional struggle in the court has been very fierce. Each side has its own wins and losses. I thought that the Yamen's special position would help it to remain stable amidst this storm, and not be affected, but it seems that I am too naive, and do not understand the situation in the court and the factional struggle. As a Jinla, that pig Zhou Yang must have a lot of dark evidence about the Yamen. Now that he has suddenly betrayed them, it will definitely cause great damage. Perhaps the reason is because of me. I heard that Zhou Yinla was injured in the internal organs by a knife at that time, and his martial arts were ruined while I was not only fine, but also promoted and given a raise. Indeed, if I were Emperor Yuan Jing, I would not let Wei Yuan grow stronger either. From the silver tax case to the Tang Bo case, for the recent period, the officials have been tearing each other apart. The aristocratic faction is still intact for the time being, because they do not yet have enough power to fight. Father Wei told me that currently in the court, the two most powerful forces are the Wang party and the Da Ren. Now the Wang party has suffered heavy losses. The Da Ren faction represented by Wei Yuan will definitely take action. I myself am just a small Tongla, and I will definitely be targeted by that pig Zhou Yang. At this moment, number 4 said, the crime of embezzlement is just an excuse. When it comes to embezzlement, the Da Ren is not like the greedy officials in the court. Emperor Yuan Jing is just taking advantage of this opportunity to suppress Wei Yuan. Shu Qian thought that number 4 deserved to be called an old man in the officialdom. Analyzing the situation so deeply even from such a distance, his views are very close to mine. But with number 1's level, how could he not see such a simple thing? Shu Qian logged in. If it is really Emperor Yuan Jing's intention, then Wei Yuan is also helpless. In any case, some subordinates must be sacrificed. Number 4 continued, we still have to see the attitude of Emperor Yuan Jing and Wei Yuan. If it's just embezzlement, the punishment won't be too severe, but there will definitely be some people who will be expelled from the Yamen. Shu Qian was worried about his future. Will he be fired? At this moment, Chu Tai Wei asked, "Why are you talking to the mirror?" Writing something, Shu Qian smiled and replied, "It's nothing. After we finish eating, let's go and see the haunted mansion. After all, we have to buy a house first. Having real estate is the most important thing." With that, he handed the geographical book to Chu Tai Wei. "Please keep it for me for a few days." As night fell, the two of them arrived at the haunted mansion again. Shu Qian asked, "Can you tell me now why we had to come at night?" Chu Tai Wei explained, "During the day, there is a lot of yang energy, and that female ghost won't be able to appear. If we want to eliminate it, we have to wait for it to come out. Furthermore, I suspect that there is something strange at the bottom of the well. I'm going to go down and have a look with that." The two of them jumped into the well. The well water was cold, and after swimming for about 10 minutes, the two of them suddenly saw a woman in a white dress lying face down at the bottom of the well. The woman seemed to sense them as well, and slowly raised her head to look at the two of them. It was a wrinkled face. With peeling skin, her eye sockets were black, and there were insects crawling inside. Shu Qian shuddered and thought to himself, the old man did not lie. The female ghost really looks like this. The female ghost seemed to sense the threat, and screamed and charged at the two of them. Shu Qian gripped the handle of his saber. "I don't know how to deal with vengeful spirits. Let's just kill it at this moment." A feng shui disc in Chu Tai Wei's hand suddenly lit up with a golden light, and enveloped the female ghost, trapping it inside the disc. After retrieving the feng shui disc, Chu Tai Wei immediately swam to the surface of the water. Shu Qian climbed onto the edge of the well, and turned around to say, "Grab my leg and I'll pull you up." After climbing out of the well, Chu Tai Wei said, "This is just an ordinary vengeful spirit." Shu Qian frowned. "It's just an ordinary vengeful spirit, but it has been able to sustain itself for so long." Chu Tai Wei explained, "The bottom of the well is connected to the underground water flow. The resentment in the well comes from that. Guess there is some yin energy underground." Shu Qian nodded. "So your cleansing spell didn't work. The same goes for the previous sorcerers, because they are not sorcerers." Chu Tai Wei nodded vigorously. "We shouldn't buy this house. The yin energy underground is very bad, and staying here for a long time will bring bad luck." Shu Qian smiled. "Why not buy it? It's cheap. Do you think I invited you to see it just for that? You have to help me improve the feng shui." Chu Tai Wei grimaced. "I'm already very tired from studying the Luyen tin gun every day." She jumped onto the roof in a huff, and shouted, "Bring me up there to have a look." Shu Qian clasped his hands together to form a platform. Chu Tai Wei jumped up and her feet landed lightly in the palm of his hand. Thanks to her light body and the 5 pieces of magical silk, she flew straight into the night sky. Her blue eyes lit up, and Chu Tai Wei looked around the entire mansion. "It's strange, the feng shui in this area is good. It shouldn't create resentment." Shu Qian thought to himself, could it be that her skills are not good enough? Shu Qian asked, "Or you can take another look. Or go to the Tiangjian department and ask your senior brothers for help." Chu Tai Wei shook her head. "No need to be so complicated. Let's communicate directly with the female vengeful spirit and see how she died. But the female ghost's resentment is too strong, and communicating with her will absorb the resentment into our bodies, which is not good for women. That's why I need you. Her blood energy is abundant, so there will be no consequences." With that, Chu Tai Wei took out a thin stream of black smoke from the feng shui disc, and waved her hand to push it towards Shu Qian. The black smoke went straight into Shu Qian's mind. He felt a chill all over his body, and then he felt thoughts full of resentment, madness and fear. Those violent thoughts attacked his soul, trying to take over his body. Suddenly, the vengeful spirit became silent. Perhaps out of fear, it had discovered the presence of the divine beast and its future demise. Otherwise she might have been destroyed already, because in the future we're fast asleep. Next, strange images appeared in Shu Qian's mind as if he was watching a movie. "I was just the daughter of a wealthy family in Taikang County. Because of my beauty, many people came to ask for my hand in marriage. In the normal course of events, I would have married a good man and lived a peaceful life. But one time, going out changed my life. In a deserted alley, I was kidnapped by traffickers. When I woke up, I found myself in a large mansion in the capital. There were many girls there like me, doing the same thing, that is, every night, they served the guests who came and went from the mansion, slept with them and entertained them. They called each other Your Excellency, obviously officials. The excellencies in their official robes were more cruel than beasts, casually abusing the girls in the mansion. I served many excellencies, although my heart was filled with pain and resentment. But I was afraid of death, so I just endured it. I just endured it like this. After a few years, I was chosen by a guest named Mangacap to become his personal servant. My situation began to improve. but because I overheard a conversation between Mangacap and a big shot. They mentioned Yunjo explosives, weapons, so I was killed by him. Behind the mansion was a lotus pond, which was where many girls who committed suicide or were killed by guests were buried. After I was killed, I was also thrown into the well. I became an evil demon but was trapped in the well. Due to fate, I followed the underground water flow from the bottom of the well to get here, and absorbed the underground resentment to sustain myself until now. Chu Tai Wei looked at Shu Qian's face as it constantly changed. Sometimes in pain, sometimes in anger. She didn't know what a woman had gone through to have so many negative emotions. Chu Tai Wei hurriedly withdrew the vengeful spirit into the feng shui disc. Shu Qian opened his eyes and sighed. It's really not something that humans should do. Fortunately, I meditate and cultivate my soul every day. Otherwise, I'm afraid I would have gotten depression or schizophrenia. But I have to say there are too many familiar faces. Among them, the big shot who talked to Mangacap was the Minister of Works, and that Mangacap is not from the Central Plains. He looks more like a member of the shamanic cult. But how is the shamanic cult involved with Yunjo, which is located in the southeast of the Great Phoenix? Although it's just a rumor, but it seems that the Minister of Works has been continuously supplying advanced weapons to the shamanic cult or Yunjo. Shu Qian briefly told Chu Tai Wei the whole story. This matter involves the enemy, and treason. I will report it to Wei Yuan. Chu Tai Wei was very surprised after hearing it. In her life, she had suffered a lot of pain, and if she died unjustly, she would definitely become an evil demon full of resentment. But how did she know about Yunjo, the shamanic cult? That doesn't make sense at all. Chu Tai Wei wondered, but if the number of accumulations is large, it will become an overwhelming resentment. If there is such a place in the inner city, I'm sure the Nhmon would have discovered it long ago. Shu Qian said, "Let's talk about this later. Hey, return the mirror to me. I'm about to make a great contribution. And I'm not afraid of any corruption case, of course. I don't need you to keep the mirror." Just kidding, there are more than 900 taels of gold in it. Shu Qian led Chu Tai Wei to the Nhmon. On the way, they met two patrolling Tong Luo, who stopped them and asked them questions. Shu Qian showed them his badge. "It's me." The Tong Luo didn't dare to delay, and asked, "Your Excellency, why are you still outside? Today is very noisy. The government office and the Dali temple have mobilized many people to enter the Nhmon, and have already arrested many guards. I heard that your name is on the list. Fortunately, you were not in the Nhmon, so you escaped. Or maybe you can't return to the government office." Shu Qian asked who did they arrest. He asked and found out that among the 4 Jin Luo who were arrested were Zhang Lu Zhang, and among the Yin Luo was Li Yu Chun, Min Shan and Yang Feng. All of them were Tang Bo's trusted subordinates. The Jin Luo all behaved relatively uprightly, and their corruption was only minor. Why were they also arrested? It must be because they had a good relationship with me that they were retaliated against by that pig. Brother Chun is really pitiful. He hasn't even had time to engage in corruption before he was thrown in jail. Sure enough, that guy surnamed Joe has a clear goal of revenge, targeting those who are close to me, weakening the Nhmon while taking revenge on his enemies. The two Tong Luo were angry. Wei Gong will definitely save them. Those officials think we are easy to bully. I heard that it was the emperor himself who ordered the investigation. Even if Wei Gong wants to, it will be difficult for him to turn things around. What should we do now? The atmosphere in the Nhmon today is particularly anxious. Silent Shu Qian said confidently, "There is a way. Don't worry, brothers." The two Tong Luo shook their heads pessimistically, sighed and went on patrol. Shu Qian returned to the Nhmon, and went straight to the Hao Qi building, but before he could enter, he was stopped by a guard. "My lord, don't go in. The commander has given orders to prohibit everyone from entering or leaving the Hao Qi building. Wei Gong has already retired and will not receive anyone. That is the rule." Shu Qian shouted, "I have urgent business. Go and call him now." The guard was very firm. "My lord, please come back tomorrow." Shu Qian was furious, took a step forward and slapped him in the face. Seeing that it was not enough, he continued to slap him a few more times. "I'll ask you one last time. Will you call him?" The guard begged. "My lord, please don't make things difficult for me. What if the commander blames me later?" Shu Qian took a tael of silver out of his pocket. "This is worth your life. If not, I'll replace you." The guard immediately nodded yes. Yes. About 10 minutes later, Wei Yuan appeared, wearing a blue robe, and ordered Shu Qian to burn some charcoal, boil some hot water and light some candles. Shu Qian obeyed immediately. Wei Fu seemed to be somewhat fearful. Although he was cunning, he had no talent in martial arts. Shu Qian secretly sighed that heaven had created man so fairly. In no time at all, the candles had lit up the large room. The glowing charcoal was placed next to Wei Yuan. Wei Yuan said, "Today, I asked Thien Nhu to find you and hide. But I didn't see you in the Nha Mon. I asked at the Tu mansion and found out that you didn't go back. Then I asked at the Jiao Fuang Tai, but you weren't there either. You came to find me so late at night, could it be because of the embezzlement case?" After saying that, Wei Yuan looked at Chu Tai Wei as this Tong Luo, the man of Chu Tai Wei's dreams. Chu Tai Wei blushed. No, but he's a slow-witted person. He blushed and then passed out at this time. Shu Qi and quickly changed the subject. Wei Gong, we have discovered a major case today. I asked for leave to go buy a house, and found a haunted mansion. After Chu Tai Wei and I had dealt with it, we communicated with the female vengeful spirit Shu Qi and recounted the details of the communication. Wei Yuan looked at him. The accomplices really do have close ties with Yunzhou. This information is very important. Shu Qi and thought to himself, that's it. You have accepted me as your adopted son. I no longer want to work hard. But Shu Qian was a man who could hold his face. No matter what, he could not say that. Shu Qian was embarrassed. Wei Gong, Zhou Yang betrayed me completely. Wei Yuan replied, even without you, there would have been other troubles. This time, it's the Qi party that is against us. Of course, there are other factions secretly instigating. Shu Qian was startled. This time's embezzlement case, the force behind it was the Qi party. Although number one told me that the pig Zhou Yang betrayed the guards, but number one didn't say who was behind it. I thought it was the Wang party that caused the trouble. But it's such a coincidence. The day the Nha Mon was embezzled and I was involved, he immediately made such a big discovery. Is it because I am about to reach the transcendent realm that my luck has changed? Otherwise, there is no way to explain it. Chu Tai Wei teased. That's interesting. The Wang party colluded with the demon race. The Qi party colluded with the shaman god sect. Who are they? Has your majesty's brain cultivation gone bad? Chu Qian immediately used his elbow to push the unruly and sharp-tongued girl. Even a female cultivator of the heavenly observatory is like this. Wei Yuan smiled. Your majesty does not manage state affairs. Although he still holds great power, he cannot avoid raising some monsters. You are too concerned with your cultivation. The officials in the court are not fools. But for those who have great influence but no power in their hands, you are always magnanimous and compassionate. Although Yang Tianwan's working style is a bit strange, but when he meets your majesty, he is always humble. And you are not angry either. Shu Qian said with a smile. Confucian dragon slaying technique. The goal is that big dragon. As soon as he finished speaking, Chu Tai Wei pushed him with her elbow again. Shu Qian thought to himself, Emperor Yuan Jing controlled the court, and the officials also acted according to him. When an emperor is only concerned with his own power and does not care about honor and image, then the criteria for selecting talents will also change accordingly. The criteria for evaluating people are increasingly revolving around whether they are obedient and easy to control. Personality and ability are not very important, unless they are outstanding people like Wei Yuan. Thinking of this, Shu Qian teased Wei Gong. That's why you remove obstacles. At this time, Wei Yuan took out a paper and wrote an official document, and then stamped it. He handed it to Shu Qian and said, take this document and find Jin La Zhang Kai Tai, who is on duty, and tell him to lead people to arrest the Nhaz organization. Zhang Kai Tai laughed 3 times after reading it. This time, we will teach the Qi party a lesson. Then he looked at Shu Qian. This time, the guards can get through the storm thanks to your efforts. Zhang Kai Tai had a good impression of Shu Qian. This little Tong Luo always brings surprises. Not only did he solve the Tang Bo case, but he also discovered the Qi party's conspiracy. He is indeed a talent who deserves to be valued. Only an hour later, Zhang Kai Tai's army took only half an hour to arrive. A Yinla broke the door and rushed in. The guards rushed in. The whole mansion was in chaos. But as time went on, the shouting gradually died down in the silent night. Shu Qian rushed into the inner courtyard with a knife. According to his memory, he kicked open the door of a room in the inner courtyard. Immediately, he saw about 10 guests and women in the warm room wearing disheveled clothes. With horrified expressions, Shu Qian waved his black saber. Everyone kneel down. Hold your heads with both hands. Those who resist will be killed. After saying that, he left the room, leading several Tong Luos into the other rooms. Finally, all the guests were led to the yard. At this time, a Yinla coldly talked to the officials. Oh, Lord Cao and Lord Wang. Lord Tang is small but fierce. In the warm room, the guards were filled with indignation. These bastards also kidnapped children. Feng severely punishes child molestation. But the number of officials and villains who are addicted to this is not small. Many brothels deliberately raise some young children to serve customers with such hobbies. They will take turns sleeping with the guests. In the front room, Zhang Kai-tai asked sternly who is the person behind this. The owner of the mansion knelt down and begged, I just wanted to make friends with some dignitaries. There is no one behind this at this time. Shu Qian said there is a well behind the courtyard, used to dump the bodies of the girls. Zhang Kai-tai looked deeply at the middle-aged man. Everyone keep a close eye on him. Don't let him commit suicide when you enter the Nha men prison. Make him confess everything quickly. Shu Qian led Zhang Kai-tai to the back of the courtyard, and found the well. The well water was dark. The slight stench, the rotten corpses would sink to the bottom, leaving only skeletons. Perhaps we have to dive down to find it at this time. Chu Tai Wei jumped to the roof, observed the entire backyard, and then said there is a sealing formation in the yard. Resentment in the well is sealed. Shu Qian was in a daze. A sealing spell. That's why the Nha men didn't find it all these years. Then he asked, wait, isn't the spell supposed to be cast by sorcerers like you? At the same time, he thought if you have the ability to seal the resentment, why not destroy it once and for all? You must know even Chu Tai Wei can do it. Just set up an extremely yang and extremely yin feng shui formation and you can eliminate the future troubles. Chu Tai Wei frowned. These hooligans always have a place to hide. Behind the dozens of times of silver tax, isn't there a Lu Yen Tin gun master playing tricks? At this time, Zhang Kai-tai looked down at the well, and said there is something carved on the wall of the well. It seems to be the method of the shaman god sect. Perhaps it is a kind of seal and its specific function is still unknown. Let someone take the fingerprints and take them for investigation. Shu Qian said, so this case is even more clear. The Qi party colluded with the shaman god sect, and set up this business to make a profit. They also used the magic of the shaman god sect. According to the information we collected from the vengeful spirits, it is true that this place is related to the shaman god sect. In his heart, Shu Qian teased that damn Thap Mao Lapcap has pressed me down to do that countless times. If I have the chance to meet him, I will let him know what it means to sweat profusely. At this time, there was a loud noise and a scream in front. Zhang Kai-tai took the lead and ran back to the front room. Shu Qian and Chu Tai Wei quickly followed. When they entered the room, they saw the guards using swords to cut the last paper ghost in half. Shu Qian was surprised what happened. The Yinla guarding the prisoners explained these two suddenly crawled out of many paper figures, wanting to kill people to silence them. Fortunately, we stopped them in time. Zhang Kai-tai asked what about the trafficker. The Yinla replied he's fine. Then a Tong Luo next to him kicked the middle-aged man hard, but he just lay there motionless, with his arms and legs straight. Everyone was horrified. The Yinla guarding him ran over, felt his nose and neck, and then his face changed color. I didn't protect him well. Please punish me, my lord. Zhang Kai-tai was silent for a few seconds, and then sighed, it's not your fault. He went to the corpse, grabbed one of the man's legs, and shook it gently. A series of sharp thorns burst out of the body. The tattered clothes revealed his naked body. There was a crimson mark on his chest. Zhang Kai-tai said this is a spell-killing method of a sorcerer, using hair, blood, or the victim's life data. Combined with the 8 characters, one can kill people from a distance. Shu Qian felt a chill down his spine. This way of killing people is impossible to guard against, especially for martial artists who are only good at brute force. Shu Qian asked, what about those paper ghosts? Zhang Kai-tai pondered for a while. These paper ghosts remind me of some things. The shaman god sect's methods are unpredictable. There is a spell to kill from a distance to kill people in their dreams, and they can also control ghosts and corpses. These paper figures may be possessed by vengeful spirits, forced to work for the sorcerer. Shu Qian said the well behind the courtyard is where the shaman god sect sorcerer raises ghosts. This also explains why it was only sealed and not completely destroyed. The sorcerer may be nearby. Zhang Kai-tai sighed. Our raid caught him by surprise, so he must be hiding nearby, and then used a spell to kill from a distance. The victim is dead and he will no longer stay here. Shu Qian asked, but Jinla Zhang, why couldn't you sense those paper ghosts? At that time, they were hiding in those teenagers. Zhang Kai-tai explained, first of all, the martial artist's divine sense reaction only warns of threats to themselves. Secondly, the paper ghosts are a shield for the vengeful spirits, and also a layer of seal that can prevent perception. Thirdly, the paper ghosts do not have a strong attack power, and are usually used to do things, not to kill enemies. Suddenly, Shu Qian got angry, swore a few words, and drew out the black blade and swung it. The blade of the magic power cut through the beam. On the roof of a dark room, a figure hidden in the darkness laughed coldly and disappeared. At the mansion of the minister of the Ministry of Works, he was sleeping soundly with his concubine. A paper ghost flew down into the room with the night wind. A few seconds later, the paper ghost used a gentle wind to lift itself onto the bed, and then swooped towards the minister of the Ministry of Works' forehead. He woke up with a start and took the thing off his his face to look at it. Recognizing that it was a paper ghost, his expression became serious. He looked at the concubine beside him and saw that she was still sleeping soundly, and then opened the paper ghost to read the small print. But after reading it for a while, his expression suddenly changed. After reading it all, he breathed a sigh of relief. Regaining his composure after a moment of thought, he slowly took a pillow and pressed it over the concubine's face. The girl suffocated and immediately woke up, but her life ended here. The next day, at the Ministry of Justice, all the yamen from Jinla to Tong Luo involved in the case, a total of 46 people, were detained at the Ministry of Justice. According to the regulations, they had to be detained separately in 3 different agencies for interrogation. But after the 2 cases of silver tax and Tang Bai, which caused heavy losses to the Wang party, this party became increasingly hostile to Wei Yuan. The Ministry of Justice is even more enthusiastic than the Dali Temple of the Qi party in persecuting the yamen. The minister of the Ministry of Justice said, "We must do things with the heavens watching, and the earth as witness. Do you think that cunning can escape the law? I have checked your assets, and prepared a memorial to submit to the emperor. After the emperor approves it, none of you will be able to escape. Of course, this official is still willing to give you a chance. Tell me, who ordered you to embezzle? To persecute the people, was it Wei Yuan?" Li Yu Chun sneered. "Embezzlement. Minister, please tell me how much silver I have embezzled. I have been in the yamen for more than 10 years, and I have never embezzled a single copper coin." The minister of the Ministry of Justice said indifferently, "You still know how to talk nonsense." But he suddenly froze, his eyes not stopping on Li Yu Chun but being attracted by the clean prison cell. The spider webs in the corners of the walls had been cleaned. The straw mat, though torn, was neatly folded on the bed. Every detail was in order. The minister of the Ministry of Justice was moved. Why was it so clean? Just looking at the room made him feel strangely comfortable. The minister of the Ministry of Justice turned back and asked, "What is this man's name? How much silver did he embezzle? How many houses does he have in the inner city?" The official replied his name is Li Yu Chun. He has a small house in the inner city. His family has an old mother and a pregnant wife. As for money, the Ministry of Justice only found 50 taels of silver in his house. The minister of the Ministry of Justice was shocked. Only 50 taels. A silverla with only 50 taels of assets. He thought it was the Ministry of Justice's negligence, and reprimanded them for their sloppy work. He scolded, "How do you guys do things?" The official whispered a few words in his ear. After listening, the minister of the Ministry of Justice fell silent and then left indifferently. At this time, a Jinla asked old Zhang, "Do you have a plan?" Zhang Lu Zhang sighed. "What plan? Or is it to find another way to make a living? My wife and children are all in the capital. I will not do anything to rob." The Jinla said, "I have no wife or children. I can go out and wander around for a while. The capital is so boring." Zhang Lu Zhang sneered, "You used to say that you wanted to marry a wife and have children, and settle down in the capital. I only regret that I didn't take more bribes over the years, and only took a few small favors. Otherwise, I wouldn't be so wronged now." The Jinla said, "Then after you get out of prison, you can just go and rob." Zhang Lu Zhang was so angry that he spat out a mouthful of saliva. They knew in their hearts that the worst outcome would be to be dismissed from office. At least their lives would not be threatened. As long as a martial arts master did not make a serious mistake, the court would not sentence him to death, because when they go berserk, their destructive power is hard to predict. After leaving the cell, the minister of the Ministry of Justice asked, "Why didn't you see that little bastard surnamed Shu?" The official replied, "It seems that he has escaped. The arrest warrant has been drafted, and we are just waiting for the seal to be stamped and issued." The minister of the Ministry of Justice asked again, "How much silver did that kid embezzle?" The official looked through the file yesterday. "I sent someone to check, and only found a few hundred pieces of silk and brocade in the Shu mansion, and not much silver." The minister of the Ministry of Justice was surprised. "Confiscate all the silk and brocade, and distribute it to the officials in the yamen after you are done." The official hesitated and said hesitantly, "We dare not take those things." The minister of the Ministry of Justice looked stern. "Why?" The official hurriedly explained, "Those are items bestowed by the emperor, and no one dares to touch them. What if Xu Pingji sues the emperor later?" The minister of the Ministry of Justice immediately remembered the old story, so he did not pursue the matter. He continued, "I heard that the little bastard often goes to the Jiaofeng division." The official nodded. "Yes, we have sent people to the Jiaofeng division to inquire. In just 2 months there, Xu Qian slept with 8 outstanding courtesans, and had a romantic relationship with a girl named Fu Shang from the Ying Mei Shao Pavilion." The minister of the Ministry of Justice was excited. "That's it. His silver has all gone into the bellies of women. The testimonies of those women can also serve as evidence. The official was very embarrassed, but the testimonies of those girls are very consistent, that they voluntarily served Xu Qian, and did not take any money. The minister of the Ministry of Justice stared at him. The official was angry. These bastards. If there is no loophole, then create one. If there is no money, then give them money. I will definitely not spare that little bastard. At this moment, a palace maid hurriedly ran in. Minister, the emperor summons you. The minister of the Ministry of Justice's face twitched a few times. Why is the emperor so diligent in summoning his officials? In the prime minister's office, Wei Yuan and Wang Shoufu had arrived early. The minister of the Ministry of Justice frowned. What are they plotting again? Emperor Yuan Jing looked at Wei Yuan. Lord Wei, please recount the events of last night. Wei Yuan stepped forward and reported. Last night,
the watchman discovered a place where underage children were being kept as sex slaves in a mansion in the inner city.
The initial victims were children from good families, who were kidnapped by traffickers and brought here, and forced to serve the guests who came at night. Last night, the watchman raided this place, and arrested 13 guests who were buying prostitutes, including 3 officials. This is a serious crime. Moreover, the watchman dug up 40 skeletons in the well behind the courtyard, all of whom were murdered victims. Wei Yuan's words caused a stir in the prime minister's office. The ministers discussed heatedly kidnapping, raising underage children, prostitution. Any of these crimes is enough to subject the officials involved to severe punishment. In particular, during the investigation, clues were found linking the owner of the mansion to the sorcerer of the shaman sect. The fingerprints carved on the wall of the well are the evidence. According to the owner of the mansion, he worked for the minister of the Ministry of Works. The mansion was used as a place of pleasure for the Eastern Palace faction, and also as a secret contact point with the shaman sect. Upon hearing this, the ministers were in an uproar. Some cursed Wei Yuan for making false accusations, and others suggested beheading Wei Yuan. Emperor Yuan Jing slammed his fist on the table, and the entire room fell silent. His sharp gaze fell upon Wang Shoufu. Lord Wang, what do you think? Wang Shoufu stepped forward. This matter must be thoroughly investigated. But it cannot be ignored. He knew in his heart that this was the emperor's intention. His words were only meant to save face for Wei Yuan, and at the same time, to slap the minister of the Ministry of Works in the face. If Wei Yuan's words were true, then the minister of the Ministry of Works would lose his life. The Qi faction would lose a leader in the Tang Bo case. The Wang faction had tried to force the minister of the Ministry of Works to confess in order to damage the Qi faction. Although they had failed, now was their chance. Emperor Yuan Jing asked Wei Yuan, where are the witnesses? Wei Yuan shook his head. The witnesses were killed by sorcery last night, and there is no evidence. The prime minister's office fell into silence. The officials looked at Wei Yuan with strange eyes. The minister of the Ministry of Works smiled slightly, and stepped forward to say, Your Majesty, Wei Yuan has falsely accused this subject. Beg Your Majesty to investigate. Wei Yuan remained calm, and said, Your Majesty, I request that you summon the Tunglaw Xu Qian. Emperor Yuan Jing frowned. That Tunglaw, is it? But after a moment of thought, he ordered him to be summoned. A dozen or so minutes later, Xu Qian entered with Chu Tai Wei. He knelt down and greeted the emperor. The female vengeful spirit was imprisoned in Chu Tai Wei's feng shui plate. Xu Qian said, If Your Majesty wishes to verify this, you can have someone communicate with the female vengeful spirit. In his heart, he thought, I have troubled Your Majesty, and I only hope to be rewarded. We must find a man to communicate with her. Emperor Yuan Jing looked at the eunuch beside him. The one he trusted the most was the Grand Eunuch, who had served him since he was a child. The Grand Eunuch said, This servant obeys Your Majesty's orders. Xu Qian saw that he was a little scared, so he comforted him. Don't worry, eunuch. Nothing will happen for you, eunuch. This is a great favor. It's just like playing a female role once. Rest assured, it's like watching a movie. It doesn't feel real. Chu Tai Wei gently pushed the feng shui plate, pushing a stream of black smoke into the Grand Eunuch's forehead. The smoke invaded his soul, causing the Grand Eunuch's expression to change constantly, from fear, to struggle, to despair, to pain. The process lasted for about a stick of incense. Then Chu Tai Wei withdrew the black smoke, and imprisoned it back in the plate. The Grand Eunuch knelt down and wept. Your Majesty, please investigate this servant. Emperor Yuan Jing asked, What did you see? The Grand Eunuch wept and recounted the vengeful spirit's experience. Finally, there was an important detail. One night, she accidentally overheard a secret conversation, and heard the words explosives and weapons. The person who was talking with Tower Mother La Cap was none other than the minister of the Ministry of Works, Wang. Emperor Yuan Jing's expression changed immediately. A while later, Xu Qian rode out of the palace on horseback, and returned in Wei Yuan's carriage. Shu Qian said Sir Wei. The minister of the Ministry of Works is one of the leaders of the Qi faction. If we can capture him, we can eradicate the Qi faction. Wei Yuan replied, now is not the time to eliminate the Qi faction. Without the Qi faction, the ones who would benefit the most would not be us. Shu Qian did not discuss this topic any further, and turned to ask, so, I can consider this a meritorious deed. I will no longer be hunted. Wei Yuan said, all right. We will no longer pursue you. As for the other tongue law, we will have to see what His Majesty says. Tonight, I will submit a memorial to the palace, so you can rest assured Lord Wei will take care of the lobbying. My promotion to Yinluo is certain. I should go home and visit my family first. Comforting his parents, his aunt was sitting in the living room, playing with the spirit chime when she saw Shu Qian return. Her expression changed slightly. What are you doing back? Uncle Wei told me that there are Ministry of Justice soldiers everywhere lately. You should run away quickly at this moment. The spirit chime ran over happily. Big brother, did you bring back any delicious food? Shu Qian coldly dashed his younger sister's hopes. The spirit chime was also a practical child, and immediately abandoned her brother and waddled away to play. Shu Qian said indifferently, the matter is settled. I've come to report. His aunt's expression improved slightly upon hearing this, but quickly turned into a frown as she scolded him, you're always causing trouble. You can't live peacefully with your family. Shu Qian ignored her and continued, I've already chosen a mansion, and I'd like to take you and uncle to see it. Would you like to go? His aunt's greedy eyes lit up. She had been looking for a mansion in the inner city for many years, but because her family had 2 mouths to feed, she had not been able to do so. His aunt immediately abandoned all pretense, and said, well, since we're free, let's go and have a look. When they arrived, his aunt was quite satisfied. The location is also good, close to the city center, and there's a river nearby, but it looks a bit old.
Shu Qian scoffed inwardly, of course it's old.
This is a haunted house, but he couldn't say that out loud. This mansion has been vacant for many years, and no one has even rented it. At first, the owner wanted to sell it for 4,000 taels, but no one would buy it. His aunt squinted and asked, how much is this mansion? The old man held up 5 fingers, 5,000 taels. His aunt immediately began to haggle, but the old real estate agent was a seasoned veteran, and had a thick skin. He let her haggle as she pleased. Seeing the 2 beautiful women, one young and one mature, walking into the inner courtyard, Shu Qian was startled. He glanced at Shu Qian, but seeing that he was calm, he relaxed. The old man had done his best, and asked, who are these 2? Shu Qian asked back, what do you think? The question left the old man silent for a moment. Feeling embarrassed, they can't be mother and daughter. The younger one is too young, nor do they have the appearance of a mother and daughter-in-law. Husband and wife. The younger woman could be this man's wife. The beautiful woman is the mother-in-law. Then what about the girl in yellow yesterday? At this moment, Shu Qian said, the older one is my aunt, and the younger one is my younger sister. The old man was very surprised. He had never seen anyone bring both their younger sister and aunt when looking at a house, because his aunt was definitely his uncle's wife, a relative by marriage, not a blood relative. Although his aunt scolded him constantly, she was still very pleased in her heart. Compared to the Shu family's mansion in the outskirts of the city, this 3-room mansion was much larger, and the structure was also quite different. His aunt asked, this location is 5,000 taels. I can't afford it. Shu Qian pointed to the well nearby. There used to be a ghost in the well. Zhu Taiwei and I have verified it. 2 screams and a gulp were heard at the same time. The gulp came from the spirit chime, who must have remembered the ghost story from that day. Shu Lingyue and his aunt were so frightened that they retreated behind Shu Qian. The spirit chime was also very scared, seeing that her sister and mother were both hiding behind her brother. She also ran over the spirit chime, quickly walked to Shu Qian's feet, then turned her head to look at the well. Both scared and gulping, his aunt turned pale, and took her 2 daughters by the hand and pulled them out of the gate. Forget it, we're not buying it. Let's go. The old real estate agent frowned. Are you making fun of me? Shu Qian waved his hand. All right, shut up, and go pay the deposit. The carriage stopped outside the stationery store. In the carriage, his aunt and 2 younger sisters sat, and when they heard that Shu Qian had gone to pay the deposit, his aunt was very angry. I'm not staying anywhere. Leave him alone in that haunted house. Little devil, he doesn't want us to take advantage of him. Shu Lingyue smiled wryly. Big brother is not that kind of person. At this moment, Shu Qian walked over and said, it's almost noon, let's go eat at Guiyue Tower. His aunt turned her face away and coldly snorted. Shu Qian explained, actually, the vengeful spirit in the mansion has already been dealt with. If you don't believe me, you should at least believe Zhu Taiwei. The female Taoist priest from the Thai heavenly monastery. His aunt looked at Shu Qian hesitantly. Really? Shu Qian smiled and said, why would I lie to you? The carriage arrived at Guayui Tower, and they booked a private room. Shu Qian took out his communicator and sent a message to number 2. I remember you saying that you were investigating the forces behind the Yunzhou bandits. A moment later, number 2 replied, that's right. During our sweep, we discovered that the camps had a lot of weapons, which is not something that bandits would have. We suspect that there is a force behind them. Number 4 said we can look for clues from the local officials in Yunzhou. Oh, I remember that there is a prince in Yunzhou, Prince Fan. Number 2 replied, Prince Fan is just a prince with no real power. I've investigated him, and there's nothing wrong with him. Shu Qian asked, how did you investigate him? Number 2 sent someone to follow him around. Shu Qian scoffed in his heart. Is that what you call an investigation? That's too crude. Send a message. I know who the force behind the Yunzhou bandits is. A series of question marks appeared in the minds of number 2 and number 4. Number 3 has gotten some news again. How come he always knows so much? The rest of the news is from the capital. After all, that's his territory. But what does Yunzhou have to do with him? Number 2 was even more astonished. I've been investigating for so long and haven't found anything. How does he know who the force behind the Yunzhou bandits is? Number 2 sent a message, hey, what's going on? Tell me what's going on, and I'll owe you a favor. Shu Qian smiled, no need. I respect your way of life. Consider this a free tip. The force behind it is the shamanic cult in the northeast. The shamanic cult is the mastermind behind the Yunzhou bandits. My information is not very certain. You can just take it as a reference. Shu Qian originally intended to let number 2 investigate, so he revealed the shamanic cult to him. Even if they are not the force behind the Yunzhou bandits, it would be hard for them not to be involved. Number 2 stared at the message on the communicator, and was silent for a long time. The shamanic cult is the mastermind behind the Yunzhou bandits. Then he asked again, how did you know that? From which channel? I'm not testing you. I just want to know the authenticity of the news. Shu Qian said, it's okay. Last night, the Yamen found a shamanic cult base in the capital. They have a close relationship with the Minister of Works, Wang. Then he summarized the case for number 2. Number 2 clenched his fists and said excitedly, so that's it. This news is very important to me, and it confirms a previous conjecture of mine. Thank you very much. I really regret not bringing you into the Heaven and Earth Society sooner. Jin Lian teased, when you talk seriously, talk seriously. Don't talk nonsense. But the shamanic cult support for the Yunzhou bandits doesn't mean much to them. Number 4 agreed, that's right. Yunzhou is in the southeast, and the shamanic cult's territory is in the northeast. Thousands of miles apart. Shu Qian frowned. That's exactly what I doubt. Whether it's a military alliance or trade, it's not practical. Shu Qian sent a message to number 2. You can try to find out. I believe that with your ability, you will definitely find out the truth. At this time, number 1 spoke up. The Minister of Works reminds me of a detail in the Tang Bo case. If I were the Minister of Rights, I would use my relationship with Minister Chu to secretly put explosives in the Yangzhen Mountain Temple. Then who put the explosives in there? Number 2 guessed it was the Imperial Guards. Shu Qian denied it wasn't the Imperial Guards. If it was the Imperial Guards, the patrol would have found out long ago. All the patrolmen on duty that night died, and those who were not on patrol had alibis. Moreover, the Minister of Rights cannot command the Imperial Guards. Number 2 asked why not. Number 1 replied, that's a court secret. Shu Qian was a little impatient. What's the secret? Doesn't Emperor Yuanjing let the sorcerers of the Heavenly Supervisor interrogate the Imperial Guards every month? Suddenly he thought of it. Number 1's idea is, shamanic cult detonated the explosives in the Yangzhen Mountain Temple. Number 1 quickly confirmed, that's right. Jin Lian said it must be paper figurines. Number 1 asked, how can you be sure? Taoist master. Jin Lian despised paper figurines. The technique of controlling corpses was also spread out by evil cults. Of course I know paper figurines are weak, only slightly stronger than birds and beasts. They can sneak into the Yangzhen Mountain Temple, avoiding the perception of martial artists, and then detonate the explosives. Number 1 nodded awe. That means that in the Tang Bo case, both the demon clan and the shamanic cult were involved. So that means that the Qi party also knows about this. Shu Qian said, I don't think so. The Qi party and the shamanic cult are just in a cooperative relationship, not a superior subordinate relationship. The shamanic cult will not reveal everything to the Qi party. Number 1 replied, but one thing is for sure. The shamanic cult is connected to the demon clan. Shu Qian muttered and thought.
The demon clan destroyed Tang Bo to seal some kind of object.
So what is the purpose of the shamanic cult? It can't be the arm of the god of vengeance. Otherwise the two sides would have conflicting interests and would have fought each other. But after thinking about it, Shu Qian found that his meager savings had been eaten up by the three mothers and children. Ling Yin ate so much that her face turned red. Shu Qian cursed in his heart just like Chu Taiwei. In the prison of the Ministry of Justice, a prison officer opened the door and called, "Gentlemen, you have been released." The first reaction of the patrolman was that the emperor had issued an edict to pardon them, because the opponent had achieved their goal. There was no need to keep them in prison, but after leaving the prison, they were told that they could go to the warehouse to get back their patrol uniforms. This procedure is very familiar to the Yamen.
That means they are released and reinstated.
Someone muttered, could it be that the emperor has forgiven us? It doesn't seem possible. This prison torture case is obviously the result of factional fighting. The ruthlessness and viciousness of factional fighting. As long as there is an opportunity, they will harm their opponents to the end. Absolutely not easy to compromise.
Zhang Luzhang quickly guessed what Duke Wei had sacrificed to get us out of jail.
Reclaim uniforms, weapons and badges. The patrolman left the prison in silence.
Song Tingfeng said, it's amazing to see the sun.
For tonight let's go out and have fun. Adongla was indignant. Have you just been released from prison and are you already eager to make another mistake? Song Tingfeng glanced at him. You guys don't understand. I'm just Adongla, but I was also arrested. Which shows that corruption is not important. It depends on whether the superiors want to harm you or not. Zhang Luzhang nodded. I admire you for having that understanding. Adongla said it would be great if Shu Qian could go too. Zhang Luzhang's eyes lit up. He smiled and said to the Jinla beside him, Shu Qian is the favorite of the Gao Fuang Tai. The prostitutes are fighting to pursue him. Last time, I went to the Gao Fuang Tai to drink with Yang Yan and a few other kids. Oh my god, besides Fu Hong, there were 4 other prostitutes. The Gao Fuang Tai really deserves its name. It reminds me of my youth. Returning to the Yamen, the 3 Jinla first went to the Haoqi Tower to listen to Wei Yuan's teachings and express their loyalty to him. Wei Yuan said softly, this is a good opportunity for you to deter your subordinates and stop them from acting rashly. You were able to get out of prison, you have to thank someone else. That is Shu Qian. The answer surprised and shocked the 4 Jinla. Zhang Luzhang bowed his head. Duke Wei, what happened when we were in prison? Wei Yuan immediately told about the Minister of Works contacting the shamanic cult, and emphasized the important role of Shu Qian. The 3 Jinla left the Haoqi Tower. Zhang Luzhang looked depressed. We should fight Yang Yan to the end, and pull Shu Qian to our side. Jinla joked, are you jealous of the other Dongla's achievements? Zhang Luzhang shook his head. Another Jinla said, Shu Dongla is really precious. Only his strength is a little weak. Zhang Luzhang subconsciously retorted, what do you guys know? You guys don't know anything. But in the middle of the sentence, he fell silent. Duke Wei had warned him not to reveal Shu Qian's strength. The 3 Jinla looked at him with dissatisfaction. Why did you stop talking halfway? Zhang Luzhang shook his head. I can't say. I can't say. A Jinla was angry. Brother Zhang, your mouth is crooked like a mahjong tile and you only know how to take off your clothes. Flirt with men. Tell me quickly, what is that Dongla like? I also find him strange. Duke Wei favors a Dongla too much. Zhang Luzhang waved his hand. If you want to know, go and ask Duke Wei yourself. In the evening, Shu Qian returned home, and reported that he had bought a haunted mansion for his uncle. His uncle said the mansion has been abandoned for many years. It needs to be thoroughly repaired. I took your aunt and sisters to see it. The structure of the house is still good, only some of the windows are rotten. Shu Binqiji thought if we repair it, half a month will be enough. Shu Qian said, what can you do in half a month? It's just normal repairs. It won't take that long. Then he continued, or we could hire carpenters from the suburbs. Make them work 12 hours without rest. It will be done in 7 days. Shu Binqiji wondered why from the suburbs. The carpenters in the city have better skills. Shu Qian said with a smile, because the carpenters in the suburbs are cheaper. And they don't know that the mansion was haunted. That way they will feel at ease working there. The whole family was silent. His uncle sighed. This nephew is really dark. He is no longer the lovely nephew of the past. On a day off, Shu Qian, who had not been to the Gao Fuang Tai for almost a week, prepared to fulfill his 2 promises. One was to help Chu Taiwei get promoted. The other was to feed Chu Taiwei. Shu Qian's goal was very clear, which was to make a simplified version of MSG. He remembered watching a video of a food blogger. He collected many ancient recipes, and then cooked according to the steps in the recipe. The result was that the ancient dishes were not as delicious as he had imagined. After summarizing, he realized that the biggest difference between modern and ancient cuisine is not the change in form, but the improvement in seasonings coming to this world. Xu Qian completely agreed with that statement. Although the chefs of Guiyue Tower were very good, the home-cooked dishes were still quite bland. Even the Xu family only had broth, not MSG. The emergence of MSG was a major breakthrough in human cuisine. I only know that the main ingredient of MSG is sodium glutamate, which can be extracted from fermented grains or seaweed, but fermenting grains produces alcohol. The method of extracting from seaweed was erased from my brain. I did not choose this method. The reason is very simple. That is, the cost is too high. The capital city in the Central Plains, far from the coast, even with waterways, seafood is still a luxury that only nobles in the capital can afford. To extract enough MSG from seaweed, a huge amount is needed. Even if you sell all your property, you will only get a little. Therefore, I decided to use refined chicken fat instead. Thanks to a bout of diarrhea when I was a child, I read the ingredients on the box carefully, and learned that chicken fat contains inosinic acid, a substance that creates a similar umami taste to MSG. Inosinic acid is also abundant in shiitake mushrooms. Xu Qian caught a fat hen in the backyard, and cooked it with shiitake mushrooms. He boiled it until the water was almost gone, then added water and boiled it again, repeating this process 3 times to extract the essence of the chicken and mushrooms. He then filtered out the dregs, leaving only the liquid. He placed the pot in a cool place outside, and waited for the water to evaporate naturally, forming a solid. He took out the concentrated block and crushed it into a fine powder, thus successfully creating a simple chicken essence. Xu Qian chuckled. The quality was crude, but he had a feeling that Ling Yin would eat 10 bowls of rice today. He took the chicken essence into the kitchen, and the female chefs were surprised. Why did the young master come to this dirty place? Xu Qian said, I have successfully developed a secret recipe. I have come to help you cook. The chef looked curiously at the bowl in his hand, and reached out to take it. What is this? Xu Qian hurriedly slapped her hand away. A secret recipe cannot be viewed casually. This is an exclusive recipe, he said, and then he scooped some powder into the soup pot, tasted it, and nodded. It greatly enhances digestion, but it's still not as good as real chicken essence. Inosinic acid and sodium glutamate have a synergistic effect. To achieve the same flavor as in my previous life, I still have to research and develop MSG. The chef also scooped up a spoonful to try, and her eyes widened. Immediately she forgot about cooking. Both familiar and unfamiliar with this flavor. It tasted like meat, but it definitely couldn't be so savory with just meat. Just a little bit of it enhanced the flavor of the soup by several levels. It was impossible to achieve with the traditional broth. At this time, Xu Lingyue arrived just in time for lunch, and asked the housekeeper where her elder brother was. Usually at this time, he would be sitting waiting for dinner. Teasing her, Xu Binqiji said, today is Sunday. Maybe he went to the Gao Fuang Tai. Xu Lingyue looked displeased. Father, you just like to talk nonsense. Elder brother doesn't go to the Gao Fuang Tai anymore. Xu Binqiji sighed. I used to think the same as you. But now that my elder brother is in the qi refining stage, he doesn't need to restrain himself anymore. He is also someone who is sought after by courtesans. Xu Binqiji sighed in his heart. Now that he has cultivated qi, there is no need to restrain himself anymore. Going to the Gao Fuang Tai is not a normal thing to do. What man doesn't seek pleasure? Suddenly feeling the murderous intent from beside him, he quickly corrected himself. Your father and elder brother have never been there, only when forced, and not at all interested in pleasure. We, the Xu men, are not interested in the flashy world. Xu Lingyue believed her father's words. Thinking of her talented elder brother and her gentle elder brother, they were indeed not people who were interested in the flashy world. Suddenly, Ling Yin sniffed her nose. Why is it so fragrant? At this moment, the chefs brought up the food. The smell of stir-fried pork with winter bamboo shoots, boiled pickled vegetables, turnip soup with coconut water, scrambled eggs with chives, stewed taro with spare ribs, and crispy fried pork knuckles made by Xu Qian. Xu Binqiji was surprised. Why is today's food so fragrant? Madame Xu glanced at him. Don't exaggerate, old master, she said, and then she also picked up a chopstick to try it. Chewing deliciously, Madame Xu was stunned. Today's food was completely different from usual. How did you make it so delicious? The chef replied, this is the young master's own recipe. Madame Xu was surprised. Where did you get the recipe? Xu Qian explained, I found that the food at home was too bland, and the food at Guiyuelo was too expensive. So I took some ingredients and tried to cook it myself. It looks delicious. At this moment, Ling Yin had climbed onto the table, and used her 2 tiny hands to pull the plates of food towards her and shouted, it's all mine. Everyone hurriedly pulled her down. It's true that because the food is delicious, I can do anything. The next morning Shu Qian returned to the yamen to fight the plague. His colleagues knew that if it weren't for him, the fate of many people would have changed. After finishing the treatment he hung the bamboo tube on his shoulder, and began his afternoon duties. Song Tingfeng asked, "It's been a long time since you've been to the Gao Fuang Tai." Shu Qian said, "Because I have a wrong feeling. It's no longer me going to have fun with the girls, but they are having fun with me." Shu Qian sighed, "I feel that I am about to reach the peak of qi cultivation, and I plan to try to break through to divine cultivation." Zhou Guanghu and Song Tingfeng stared at him. The peak of qi cultivation. We've been there too, it's not that difficult. The difficult part is accumulating merit to exchange for the map. Song Tingfeng said sourly, "You try to accumulate merit. With the amount you have now since the Tang Bo incident, I'm afraid it's enough." Shu Qian casually changed the subject. "I plan to accumulate merit for another 2 weeks before going to the Gao Fuang Tai." Zhou Guanghu said, "Miss Fuxiang will have to wait a long time." The three of them walked and chatted, and suddenly their attention was drawn to a giant monk approaching. It was monk Hangyuan. Hangyuan hurried over Lord Shu. Shu Qian frowned. "Are you here to borrow money again?" He quickly interrupted, "Master Hangyuan, I'm on official business, speak your mind. My salary is only 5 taels a month. My purse is very tight." Song Tingfeng and Zhou Guanghu looked at Hangyuan with unfriendly eyes. It turned out that he was looking for Shu Qian to borrow money. Seeing that Shu Qian refused flatly, Hangyuan was silent for a while, then bowed his head and said, "I understand." Looking at the lonely back of the monk leaving, Shu Qian suddenly remembered the image of his father running to school to bring him lunch when he was in elementary school. At that time, he only knew how to make a disgusted face. Blaming his father for not knowing the time it was also such a lonely back, Shu Qian immediately called out, "Wait, how much silver do you want to borrow? Speak clearly, I won't give you too much. I really don't have much money lately." Hangyuan stopped, turned around and bowed to Shu Qian without saying anything. Shu Qian said, "Before lending, I have a request. I want to go to the Yangsheng Hall to have a look." Hangyuan immediately agreed. "Okay, you can." Shu Qian said to the 2 plague fighters, "You two come with me." Song Tingfeng glanced at him. "Why do you need to follow? Or do you not have any money?" Shu Qian smiled and said nothing. After walking a few steps he suddenly stepped on something hard under his feet, bent down to pick it up and proudly raised it in the palm of his hand. "Look at this. Here's the money." Song Tingfeng and Zhou Guanghu were filled with question marks in their heads. The 3 of them left the inner city with Hangyuan, heading towards the Yangsheng Hall in the east of the city. This is a slum. People are wearing old and ragged clothes. Their faces are sallow and their eyes are lifeless. At this time, Hangyuan said, "Be careful with your money. Although they dare not and do not have the ability to steal, but you should not give alms here. That will put you in an awkward position." Shu Qian nodded. "I understand. As long as I show goodwill, I will be a fat prey to them." Shu Qian asked, "I seldom come to this place. Why don't they go to work for a living?" Hangyuan explained, "Most of the people living here are migrants who have no land. They may have had it before but they could not bear the heavy taxes, so they left to find a way to make a living in the city. But there is no living space for them here either. Sometimes people come here to find victims. However, in order to survive there is no shortage of criminals among them." While talking and walking the 4 of them arrived at the Yangsheng Hall. Hangyuan said, "Before, the government came to repair the hospital, but I changed it back to the old sign. It would not be good for the Yangsheng Hall to be too luxurious." As soon as they entered, Hangyuan led them deep inside, and said, "Master Shu, I know you are in trouble. I beg your pardon not to lend. I heard that you are acquainted with the sorcerers of the Tai Thien Geum. I hope you can help me find the white sorcerers to save a child." Then he opened the back door of the hospital, and what caught their eyes was a thin black dog curled up on the ground. Hearing the noise it moved but could not stand up. The dog struggled to raise its head. Seeing the strangers, its gray eyes unconsciously showed a look of pleading. Pathetic. Shu Qian was struck by lightning, remembering what Hangyuan had said to number 6. "This is the child," Hangyuan said. With a loving look, "It can only say these 8 words: blessings like the East Sea. Great fortune. I saved it when I was looking for my disciple Hang Wei. Because it has suffered too much pain, it will not live long. I use my internal energy to warm it and keep it alive. But it can't last, it's in such bad health. It will die in 3 days at most. Doctors usually can't save it. Only the sorcerers of the Tai Thien Geum can. I have to ask Master Shu for help." Song Tingfeng opened his mouth. "Perhaps death is the best place for it." Hangyuan whispered, "Every time the sun rises, its eyes light up again. I can read the innocent desire to live in its eyes. In your eyes it may be just like the weeds in the yard, insignificant, but even the smallest plant wants to live strongly." Shu Qian looked deeply at the black dog. "I understand. I will ask the sorcerers of the Tai Thien Geum to come and treat it. If you need money in the future, come to me. but I will only give you 3 taels at most per day. Song Tingfeng and Zhou Guanghu were a little angry. 3 taels a day, so it's only 1 tael in 3 days. If you don't count the bonus. The amount of silver Shu Qian gets each month is only 4 or 5 taels. How can you have so much money? Oh, is it because of the 1,000 taels of gold that the emperor rewarded you? Well then, Hang Yuan shook his head, intending to refuse, but Shu Qian said, don't worry. I won't give you the dirty money, but the money I find on the road is okay. Hang Yuan nodded and patted the black dog before leading the 3 men to the front yard. You two wait a moment, I have some private matters with Master Shu. Song Tingfeng and Zhou Guanghu nodded and walked away. The 2 of them entered a simple room. Hang Yuan closed the door and clasped his hands. Master Shu, your bearing is unyielding. Are you about to enter the divine refining realm? Shu Qian was a little surprised that he could observe so accurately. I only know that number 6 is an 8th rank martial master, but I don't know what his real strength is. I don't even know his strengths, weaknesses, and he guessed me. Shu Qian kept a serious face. Does the great master have any advice? Hang Yuan nodded. I am a monk. I can't pay you back. I originally planned to give you a map of the inn when you reach the peak of Qi Gong, but now that you have your own method, I will teach you another Buddhist martial art. I am an 8th rank martial master in Buddhism. I don't know any mysterious Buddhist magic. I only know a few martial arts. My best skill is the Buddhist lion's roar. This is a martial art that is both imaginary and unique. Shu Qian was a little disappointed when he heard this. It's all based on shouting. Lion's roar sounds like a hooligan's martial art. A bit lacking in class. Hang Yuan noticed the disappointment in Shu Qian's eyes, and said with a smile, I can show you the power of the lion's roar. Shu Qian sneered in his heart, as long as you don't make me deaf. But he still nodded and then reminded, will it not affect the elderly and children in the hospital? Hang Yuan shook his head. I will control the power in this room. Then Shu Qian saw number 6 take a deep breath, and threw a normal punch. Shu Qian sneered, this fist is too ordinary. It has no power over me. But as soon as the thought flashed through his mind, he heard a terrifying roar. His brain shook and he fell into a state of dizziness. When he came to, he saw a fist as big as an iron pot pressing against his nose. Hang Yuan said, this is the technique of shocking the enemy's spirit. When it is cultivated to a high level, even the gods of the underworld will find it hard to escape. Shu Qian was overjoyed. This move is perfect when combined with my Heaven and Earth One blade. My biggest worry is that the Heaven and Earth One sword move will miss. Now with the effect of the lion's roar, I'm not afraid of missing anymore. But having said that, is this really just a martial art of an 8th rank martial master? Hang Yuan pulled out a thick book from his bosom, and handed it to Shu Qian. This book records my own method of qi refining and cultivation experience. Shu Qian was just about to reach out when Hang Yuan said, remember to return it. Shu Qian cursed in his heart, why did you have to say that? He has heard of my reputation for not paying. Leaving the room, he met the 2 guards, and collected 1 or 2 taels of silver to donate to the Yongsheng Hall. The 3 of them bid farewell to Hang Yuan and walked out of the gate. Suddenly, Tong Din Fong turned around, staring fiercely at the servant and grinding his teeth. The servant was slightly afraid and looked at him. Tong Din Fong clenched his teeth, decided to pull out his wallet and threw it to the damned Wathaden. I swear from now on I will never come to this place with you again. Wathaden grinned. I don't need you to carry my name either. In the future, it's enough if your son carries my name. After the 3 men left, the servant opened the wallet to check. Inside were 5 taels of silver Tong Din Fong had set aside for pleasure tonight, which was also the amount to support his parents for a month. Back in the inner city, Wathaden delegated the patrol duties to 2 watchmen, and he himself went to Quan Tin Tower. Wathaden searched everywhere but could not find Chu Tai Vy. He stopped a Taoist priest to ask where Tai Vy was. The priest replied, the princess has come. Sister Tai Vy is at the Bagua platform with Supervisor Lao Su. Wathaden secretly rejoiced, so both my first and second wives are here. He asked again, where is Brother Tong? The priest said, Brother Tong borrowed a death row prisoner from the Tiger prison, currently researching in the secret room. Shu Qian's back was covered in goosebumps, and he immediately gave up the idea of meeting Song Tingfeng. Then he asked the Taoist priest to lead him to the kitchen, where he would cook something for Chu Taiwei. At this moment 2 graceful footsteps rang out. The princess asked, how did you find out about that haunted mansion? Shu Qian bought a house and I went to see the feng shui with him. The princess said, I know that. I'm asking how you found out about that mansion. The princess's question is strange. Chu Taiwei replied that it was Lao Jingqi who led us there. Lao Jingqi is very conscientious. The princess shook her head and asked, why do you say he is conscientious? Chu Taiwei said while eating, because Shu Qian thought the mansion was cheap. He even tried to stop us. Afraid that it would cause a big problem, the princess's face turned black when she heard this. I was really thoughtless. And I tried to get information from her again. At this moment Chu Taiwei was still immersed in her own world. Hoai Khan is the easiest to get along with. She doesn't share her delicious food with me. Unlike that hateful Shu Qian. If I flatter him a little he will share it with me right away. Princess Hoai Khan realized that asking Chu Taiwei was like winking at a blind man. Thinking of this she frowned. You've been too close to Shu Qian lately. Are you seeing other men? Chu Taiwei changed her attitude, and said slowly, he keeps coming to see me. Princess Hoai Khan pondered. Suddenly she smelled a delicious fragrance, which made her mouth water. Chu Taiwei swallowed her saliva. Her eyes filled with desire. Why does it smell so good in the kitchen? In the kitchen Shu Qian was kneading the dough. Rubbing, squeezing, focusing and kneading. Soon after he threw the noodles into boiling water to cook. Then he took a jar of sauce and added chicken oil. Suddenly the sound from the kitchen resounded throughout the workshop. Then came the loud voice of young Tianwan. Grasp the moon. Pluck the stars. There is no one in the world like me. Shu Qian was almost scared to death. Damn it. It almost made my heart stop. Suddenly Shu Qian regained his composure. If you want to play, I'll play with you. He calmly said, you're here. The monotonous voice was low but full of the affection of confidants who had met each other for half a lifetime. The figure was stunned and then replied in a low voice, I have arrived. Shu Qian sighed, his voice hoarse with emotion. 20 years without seeing each other. Who would have thought we would meet again here? You still like to turn your back on the world. White clothes, a lonely back. The figure trembled. The 5 words turning your back on the world created a strong sense of empathy in him. The feeling of being at the top of the world, indifferent and inviolable. He pondered, but even so I am still attracted to you. Shu Qian sneered in his heart, damn, this guy's acting is so natural. It's very good. Shu Qian said, I know. When you have cultivated the 9 transmissions golden elixir, that will be the time for you to make your move. You still won't let me go. A cold laugh rang out. Shu Qian taunted young Tianwan. Have you been defeated? The atmosphere in the room was as tense as a bowstring about to snap. But at this moment Chu Taiwei's cheerful voice interrupted. What are you two doing? Shu Qian immediately bowed his head, hiding the shame that was welling up. But young Tianwan still stood upright, turning his back on everyone. Even if my sister pleads for mercy, I will never let him go. Chu Taiwei asked, senior brother, what are you doing here? Young Tianwan smiled wryly, I came to eat noodles. Chu Taiwei happily ran back to the kitchen. How did you know I hadn't eaten yet? Shu Qian said with a smile, I promised to cook noodles for you. Then he looked at Princess Hoai Khan, and asked, Princess, would you like to try a bowl too? Hoai Khan hesitated, but her eyes couldn't help but look towards the bowl of noodles. Finally she nodded, all right. Shu Qian looked at young Tianwan, senior brother, come and try it too, so you can see what senior brother looks like. But before he could finish his thought he saw a halo spreading under young Tianwan's feet. Then he disappeared along with a bowl of noodles. Chu Taiwei took a bite and her eyes lit up. She felt an unprecedented onslaught on her taste buds. Every cell in her body was screaming with delight. The princess ate with relish. Although she ate very elegantly, she ate quickly. In another quiet room, young Tianwan was still turning his back on the world, hiding in the corner eating hot noodles. This kid is really interesting. He talks well and cooks good noodles. Thinking of this, young Tianwan suddenly stopped. The attention of 10,000 people like this, isn't that what I wanted? This kid is a formidable opponent. Chu Taiwei looked at Shu Qian eagerly, and asked, the noodles are so delicious, how did you make them? Shu Qian said proudly, this is my own recipe, extracted through alchemy. This is also what I will teach you to upgrade to an alchemy Taoist. But it's very difficult, I'm only halfway there. If you can't practice it you won't be able to eat these noodles anymore, as well as other delicacies. Chu Taiwei's eyes lit up with determination. Suddenly Princess Hoai Khan asked, is this your own creation? Shu Qian nodded, yes, I made it for Taiwei. Princess Hoai Khan glanced at Chu Taiwei meaningfully. You are really considerate of Taiwei. Shu Qian regretted his slip of the tongue. How could he say such words in front of his wife? He hurriedly explained, Taiwei is my benefactor. Of course I have to be considerate. Chu Taiwei sat up straight. Feeling quite happy, Shu Qian said calmly, if you need anything, I will do my best. Then he remembered that Princess Hoai Khan was also a benefactor. So he added, I will always be willing to help the princess. Princess Hoai Khan had other things to do, so she had to say goodbye after a while. Shu Qian took out the alchemy manual that he had prepared, and wrote down the process of making MSG and the basic concepts. He discussed it with Chu Taiwei for a long time. Shu Qian said, "Oh right, I have something I want to ask the Tai Tianjian senior brothers." Before he could finish, a wave of magic power spread through the hall. Then an arrogant voice rang out, "Holding the moon in my hand, plucking the stars, there is no one in the world like me. What do you need help with?" Shu Qian's face suddenly darkened, and his tone became stern. "We don't talk to strangers from Tai Tianjian." Then he told about the child's pitiful situation, that he would not live past 3 days. He begged the Tai Tianjian senior brothers to help. Shu Qian did not look for Song Qing because he was afraid that he would be driven mad by his nerves. By then the child would not be saved. And what if there was another madman? Yang Tianwan quickly agreed to help, but on second thought he asked, "Why are you avoiding junior sister Taiwei?" Shu Qian shook his head. Why should he tell him? Yang Tianwan said and couldn't answer. He could only smile wryly and praise himself. "You have noble qualities like me." Late at night in the Yangshang Tang, Hang Yuan was meditating when he suddenly felt a spiritual shock. He opened his eyes full of alertness. "Someone is here." He left the room and quickly went to the backyard to the firewood storage room. The door was ajar. Hang Yuan's heart skipped a beat, and he hurriedly went inside. Suddenly he saw a figure in white standing in the room. Yang Tianwan said coldly, "Holding the moon in my hand, plucking the stars, there is no one in the world like me." Hearing these words, even Hang Yuan couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. Feeling a little eager to fight, Yang Tianwan continued to laugh coldly. "It seems that you don't know me. In the capital, is there anyone who doesn't know me?" With that he disappeared suddenly in a flash of light at his feet. Hang Yuan immediately went over to check on the child. His breathing was steady, his pulse was normal, and his health was much better than during the day. At this moment he noticed a bottle of medicine and a prescription beside the child. Hang Yuan finally understood. It turned out that he had come to treat the child. He is a Tai Tianjian sorcerer, and even a 4th rank one. Hang Yuan was slightly moved. He didn't expect that Lord Shu would be able to invite a 4th rank female cultivator to treat the child. That night Song Qing had just sent the soul of a condemned prisoner to reincarnation, and was preparing to go down to find something to eat with dark circles under his eyes. The male disciple guarding the door said, "That's the soul of the condemned prisoner." Senior brother Song, are there any more souls to exploit? Song Qing thought as he walked. In fact, grafting can also be applied to the human body. For example, damaged organs can be replaced. So can it be more refined? Like limb regeneration, this is the unique ability of a 3rd rank martial warrior. If I can research the secrets of alchemy, it will definitely shock the world. But Shu Qian once said, creatures that use alchemy should be on a lower level. Have it, I can make a device similar to a microscope to observe very small objects like dust particles. Suddenly Song Qing smelled a strange fragrance. He followed the fragrance downstairs and saw Chu Taiwei instructing a man in white to cook something in a pot. Song Qing immediately climbed up to Taiwei's face as their food. Chu Taiwei told him to get lost. "This is the alchemy that Shu Qian gave me. If it succeeds, it can turn the whole world into a delicacy." Song Qing examined it and asked, "What kind of alchemy is this?" Chu Taiwei then explained the principles of MSG and glutamic acid. Song Qing realized that Shu Qian was truly a master. From medicinal herbs he extracts the essence to make pills. From minerals he refines steel. And now from mushrooms he extracts the umami flavor. The knowledge is completely consistent with his lecture on the opening day. Alchemy involves countless mysterious areas. The key is to extract invisible things. Chu Taiwei said helplessly. He only talked about the principles of MSG but didn't provide the process. He only said that it was extracted from mushrooms. Song Qing rubbed Chu Taiwei's head. "Let me help you." The next morning the renovation of the mansion was completed. Madame Shu was as meticulous as a general commanding soldiers, ordering the servants to clean up the furniture. This demeanor made the ugly wife even more rustic. Not beautiful at all, but if she was a 36-year-old woman who took good care of herself, with a complexion as fresh as a 30-year-old and a soft and charming figure, then she would be a beauty. Shu Qian wondered, in 20 years, would his younger sister Ling Yu be as charming as her mother, or even more attractive? Thinking of this, Shu Qian sighed. Ling Yu was also old enough to get married. I wonder who will be lucky enough to marry such a beautiful girl. Because they had rented enough carriages, it took only 2 trips to move all the furniture from the old mansion. Although the mansion was bought by Shu Qian, his uncle and aunt were the elders, so they lived in the main hall. According to his mother's wishes, the adjoining rooms in the west wing were for Shu Qian. Because he would get married in the future, Ling Yu and Shu Xinian lived in the east wing. but Xu Lingyue insisted on living near her elder brother. Madame Xu objected that such a grown-up girl should still live next to him. It's really annoying, Xu Lingyue suddenly retorted, and even yelled at her mother. Madame Xu had to give in, so that she and Xu Xinian could also live in the West Wing.
She also said that when Xu Qian got married in the future, she would let Ling Yu and Xinian move to the North Wing.
Xu Qian was a little reluctant. Living too close together made it difficult to keep secrets. He often stayed overnight at the Gao Fuang Tai, and it was easy for his sister to find out. She would then nag him endlessly. The spirit child was arranged in his uncle and aunt's room. Because children didn't demand much in terms of accommodation, his uncle was afraid that his daughter would have nightmares if she didn't sleep well at night. Xu Qian quickly cleaned up his room. The old house didn't have many decorations, so there was no need to add anything. He went out into the yard to bask in the sun and suddenly saw the spirit child sitting alone by the well. "What are you doing?" The spirit child was relieved to see her elder brother. "Big brother, is there a ghost here?" Xu Qian was puzzled. "Then why are you sitting by the well?" The spirit child frowned. "Sister said that ghosts eat children." Xu Qian was even more confused. "What then?" At this moment, the spirit child raised her hand high to signal a promotion, and then whispered, "I'm going to lure it out. Keep your voice down, don't let it hear you." Xu Qian felt a chill down his spine. It turned out that the little brat even dreamed of frying ghosts. He gave her a thumbs up. "You're really talented. At such a young age you've already found your ideal. There's nothing in this world that can't be eaten. It's just a matter of whether you want to eat it or not. Because delicious food can make its own bait. Such determination and willpower in a sense is genius." Xu Qian turned away. "Come on. When you catch the ghost, I'll make it into a delicacy for you." Time passed quickly, and night fell. Xu Qian lay on his comfortable bed, looked up at the fine wooden ceiling and suddenly thought of something. "Oh, I forgot to write a letter to Erlang to tell him about the move. Oh well, it's none of my business. I'm sure second uncle will let him know. Let's go to sleep in the main room of the East Wing." His aunt cradled the spirit child to sleep and then looked at her husband. "Worried, master, when Ningen gets married in the future, will she fight me for control of the household? I wonder if she'll tell us to move to the West Wing. I heard that daughters-in-law are all very cruel, always trying to harm their mothers-in-law." His aunt was lucky when she married Xu Pingzi. Her in-laws had already passed away, so she wasn't bullied. Xu Pingzi was indifferent with her temper. "No one will be able to beat her." His aunt was silent and then she snorted. Her husband comforted her. "Who knows, maybe Qian will marry a useless bride in the future." Hearing this, his aunt felt that it made sense. She secretly prayed that her nephew would marry a stupid wife in the future, so that she could bully her. Suddenly his aunt remembered her son. "That's right, I haven't written to Xu Erlang yet. He probably doesn't even know about the move. What if he goes looking for us and can't find us?" Xu Pingzi said, "Don't worry about it. You don't need to worry about that. You only know a few words, you can't write a letter. Go to sleep, I'll be on night watch tonight." His aunt nodded with peace of mind. Although her son argued with her day and night, everything he did was very reliable. She no longer worried about whether her son would find the new house, but went to sleep with peace of mind. Late at night, Xu Qian was suddenly awakened by a scream. He immediately jumped out of bed, grabbed the sword next to him and ran out into the yard. He saw Ling Yu's maid sitting motionless on the ground, her face pale, her eyes staring at the well. Trembling and unable to speak at this moment, his aunt and Ling Yu also ran out. Although they didn't know what had happened, they all felt a chill down their spines. Xu Qian went to the maid and asked, "What did you see?" The maid trembled and pointed to the well. "There's a head in the well." His aunt was horrified. "Didn't you say that the Tai Tianjian had already dealt with it?" Xu Qian motioned for everyone to calm down. He slowly approached the well. Sure enough, the vengeful spirit in the well had been pacified. The well that had been used to raise ghosts by the bandits had also been cleansed, and no more vengeful spirits could appear. Xu Qian walked quickly, circled behind the well. Sure enough, he saw the spirit child sitting by the well, already fast asleep. Xu Qian had a toothache. "Bet it's her." He tapped the spirit child on the head with the hilt of his sword. "Why are you here?" The spirit child opened her sleepy eyes. "Big brother, I'm hungry, so I came out to find something to eat." Then she looked down the well, her face beaming. It hid very well, bringing food to its doorstep and still refusing to come out. Xu Qian had no choice but to carry her inside. Nothing happened. The spirit child was just sitting by the well. His aunt scolded, "You little brat, running out in the middle of the night and scaring people to death." Xu Qian interrupted his aunt's anger. "She's just hungry. Tell the kitchen to get her something sweet to eat." After Xu Qian had calmed everyone down, He went back to the kitchen to get some pastries for the spirit child to fill her up and then planned to go back to his bedroom. But before he could lie down he heard a knock at the door, followed by Xu Ling Yu's clear voice, "Big brother, I can't sleep, it's not good to knock on your door in the middle of the night." Xu Ling Yu paused for a moment and then continued, "I can't sleep. Neither can my mother. Just now Ling Yu asked me about it, and my mother told me about the haunted house, but as they talked about it, they both became frightened. Father is not at home. No one dares to sleep." Xu Qian found it ridiculous. He said patiently, "Don't be afraid, there are no ghosts in the house." Xu Ling Yu was silent for a moment and then said, her voice full of melancholy, "Can you stay with me?" Xu Qian thought to himself that it was impossible. "If it were just you I could make an exception, but not with that cruel stepmother of yours." Xu Ling Yu was not very cunning. She was just blaming her mother because she was afraid and couldn't sleep. She knew it was unreasonable because he had to go to work at the government office tomorrow. But her mother insisted that she beg him to stay and guard the door. In the end Xu Qian still sat down to guard the door. Second uncle must be having fun at the Gao Fuang Tai, while I'm stuck guarding the door for his wife and children. His aunt whispered, "I wonder if it can fly in through the window. What if Qian falls asleep?" Xu Ling Yu curled up in her blanket in fear. "Mother, don't talk nonsense. He has his sword with him." Hearing that her nephew was guarding the door outside with his sword, his aunt was immediately reassured. "Qian, can you hear your aunt?" Xu Qian replied impatiently, "I'm here." So Xu Qian had to cough a few times after a while to show that he was still awake. Hearing his somewhat feminine cough, everyone in the room was no longer afraid. After a while his aunt's nagging voice rang out, "Ling Yu, don't cling to your mother so tightly, it's hot." Xu Ling Yu complained mother, but his aunt still doted on her daughter. Suddenly she lowered her voice, "You're really all grown up now, old enough to get married." Xu Qian was startled when he heard that. At first he didn't pay any attention, but combined with his aunt's strange tone of voice, he understood immediately. His aunt continued, "You live next door to your eldest brother, so be careful when you take a bath. Men's eyes are very sharp in the dark." Xu Ling Yu asked innocently, "Mother, are you saying that brother Xu will peek at me while I'm taking a bath?" Xu Qian spat blood and shouted, "No, would never do that, don't slander me. I take baths with the courtesans all the time at the Gao Fuang Tai, so I don't need to peek." Unfortunately, his aunt couldn't confront him directly, so she could only sabotage him secretly. She deliberately sowed seeds of suspicion in the pure sibling relationship between him and Ling Yu. His aunt wished her daughter well. "If your eldest brother doesn't peek at you, then don't worry about anything." After saying that, she glanced at the door of his room. Hearing her nephew's steady cough, his aunt went back to sleep reassured. The next morning at breakfast, Xu Pingji returned seeing that he was not carrying a wedding invitation. Xu Qian believed that his uncle had really been on duty the previous night and not out womanizing. His aunt then recounted the events of the previous night to Xu Pingji. "Last night the baby ghost ran out to sleep by the well. Thank goodness Xu Qian was there, or else it would have been really haunted." Xu Pingji turned to ask his nephew why was it sleeping by the well in the middle of the night. Xu Qian pointed at his aunt sarcastically, "Because you said that ghosts fried in cooking oil are the tastiest, so it got hungry." Xu Erlao nodded. Indeed, only a baby ghost would do something like that. After breakfast Xu Qian went to the government office, confirming that there were no duties today. He planned to invite Song Ting Feng and Zhou Guangxiao to the Duang Xin Tang, but his two comrades refused to go. He had no choice but to visit number 6 alone. Hang Yuan and the black dog, hearing that the child's health had improved, Xu Qian was relieved. It felt like a weight had been lifted from his shoulders. At this time Hang Yuan recalled the first time he met the child. Master Xu said something, as if Master Xu knew him, but the poor monk remembers that the two of you have never met. Xu Qian was startled. He had been so shocked that day that he had accidentally let something slip. But thinking back, he had also picked up money in front of it that day. Although picking up money is nothing major, everyone has a little bit of luck, but number 6 will definitely suspect. Even think that I have some connection with number 3. Outwardly Xu Qian was as calm as an old lion, saying, "I heard number 3 say that he wouldn't explain any further. As for the rest, I'll leave it to Grandmaster Hang to deduce." First of all, Grandmaster Hang will definitely deduce the superior-subordinate relationship. Grandmaster Hang will have doubts about the Heaven and Earth Society. The Heaven and Earth Society is led by Taoist Jin Lian on the outside, and is a public organization, but the real Heaven and Earth Society, consisting of those who hold the Earth Book, is a secret force. How could number 3 reveal that to an outsider? Next, number 6 will investigate with those suspicions. Then Grandmaster Hang will discover that I am a fellow disciple of the Confucian scholars in the library. At that time he will think that he has found a clue. Hang Yuan said nothing but silently looked at Shu Qian. His hands trembling slightly. Shu Qian saw it clearly. Just as I predicted. In fact, it doesn't matter whether it's exposed or not. The problem is that I've been bragging too much online. If it gets exposed it will be so embarrassing. Thinking of this, he didn't want to stay there a minute longer. So he said goodbye and left. After leaving the Duang Xin Tang, Shu Qian immediately went to meet Song Qing and Chu Tai Wei in the alchemy room. Looking at their dark circles, Shu Qian joked, "You two have also become masters of time management." Then looking at Chu Tai Wei, he told her to make sure to get more rest. Chu Tai Wei said with blurry eyes, "I haven't slept in 3 days." At this time Song Qing took out a bottle of medicine from his sleeve and gave it to Shu Qian. "I called you over because Tai Wei has made a major breakthrough in alchemy. Take a look at this." Shu Qian took the bottle, opened the lid and smelled it. He was still a little suspicious, so he licked a little bit on his hand. Suddenly a spicy taste spread over his tongue. Burning hot. Shu Qian was shocked. "How did you make this?" Song Qing didn't want to explain. "If you want to know the process, tell Tai Wei to write it down for you later. See if this is what you're looking for." Shu Qian nodded. "The taste is very similar. Now we just need to confirm that it's non-toxic and it's the right one." Song Qing nodded. "This thing is indeed non-toxic, but it's more precious than salt. If it were to be widely distributed, the imperial court would definitely monopolize it. The products of the Taithene Geum were previously developed and managed by the imperial court. Each year the profits were divided into 3 parts. 1 part for the Taithene Geum. I've discussed it with senior brother Yang, and we'll give you a share." Shu Qian was a little dizzy. "I only came up with the concept of glutamic acid and some theoretical steps. In this new alchemy, Tai Wei and senior brother contributed the most. Of course Shu Qian's name is not for nothing. The distribution is very fair. So how much silver can I get in a year?" Song Qing thought. "It depends on how the imperial court sells this. If it's a share, then it's several thousand to tens of thousands of taels of silver." Shu Qian almost fainted. Several thousand to tens of thousands of taels of silver. He just said that's just the share for the capital. What if it's distributed throughout the country? He didn't dare to imagine anymore. Shu Qian clasped Song Qing's hand and sincerely said, "May our friendship last forever, until the end of time." In the palace garden, Wei Yuan took a walk with Emperor Yuan Jing. Emperor Yuan Jing pointed. "Inside the grass and trees are withered. The flowers have faded. This desolate scene, if you look at it carefully, has its own beauty." Wei Yuan replied, "Your Majesty, desolation has never been a beautiful sight." Emperor Yuan Jing just smiled. "When spring comes, the flowers and leaves will naturally bloom." Wei Yuan seemed to argue, "When spring comes next year, how long will this desolate scene last?" Emperor Yuan Jing glanced at him and asked, "What do you think should be done?" Wei Yuan replied, "The sight of flowers in full bloom is beautiful. But when spring turns to summer they will wither. Your Majesty, look at those evergreen trees. They exist through spring, summer, autumn and winter. Get rid of the flashy grass and trees, and only the constant and unchanging will remain. Only the trees that remain green all year round are the way to go." Emperor Yuan Jing's smile immediately disappeared. His face as cold as ice as he looked askance at Wei Yuan. Wei Yuan kept a respectful expression, but did not retreat half a step. Emperor Yuan Jing said coldly, "A few days ago the empress caught a cold, and after recovering from her illness she lost her appetite, and has not eaten for several days. What did the Taithene Geum sorcerer say?" Emperor Yuan Jing shook his head. "Although she has lost her appetite, her health is normal. But I see that the empress has lost a lot of weight, and I want you to go and see her." Wei Yuan bowed his head and replied, "I will obey." Then he turned and left, leaving Emperor Yuan Jing looking after him with an indifferent expression. Wei Yuan was familiar with the way to the back palace, and only after entering the palace did he perform the ritual. Wei Yuan heard that the empress was ill and came to visit. The empress smiled. "Duke, why are you here?" Wei Yuan politely said, "I heard that the empress was ill, so I came to visit on His Majesty's orders." The smile on the empress's face disappeared. She looked at Wei Yuan fixedly. "Did the emperor send you here? Don't you know that I'm sick?" Wei Yuan looked at the empress, a gentle expression flashing in his eyes. After a moment he shook his head. "I was busy with government affairs, so I did not know that the empress was ill." The empress turned her face away, her voice flat. "I'm tired seeing her discomfort." Wei Yuan hurriedly said, "The empress should drink less tea. It's not good for your stomach." The empress ignored Wei Yuan and stood up and walked into the inner room with the help of a maid. Wei Yuan watched her in silence. His heart torn, he sighed slowly, and then bowed his head and asked permission to leave. Suddenly the empress called out to Wei Yuan, but Wei Yuan did not turn back. The empress opened her mouth to say something, but in the end, for many reasons, she could not utter a word. Wei Yuan did not stop walking, leaving behind a lonely, sad figure. Wei Yuan really did not know that the empress was ill. because he had been sent on a mission by the emperor recently, and had not seen the empress for some time, so Wei Yuan could only let her misunderstand. At this moment Princess Hoai Khan arrived with a tall and imposing figure accompanied by maids and guards. Wei Yuan saluted and explained the emperor said that the empress had lost her appetite, and that her health was poor, so he sent me to visit her. Hoai Khan nodded and said nothing. For many years now the imperial father has not visited the harem, only caring about cultivating immortality. Only when the empress or a concubine falls ill does he show a little concern. But usually he will just send someone to visit and that's it. Hoai Khan said the maid said that mother has been eating less recently. Wei Yuan frowned. Fasting after a long illness will damage your health. Hoai Khan smiled. Hoai Khan is not too worried. It just so happens that I was planning to summon Shu Qian. Fortunately I met the duke here so I don't have to send someone to do it. Wei Yuan asked sternly what is the princess planning to do. Hoai Khan explained Shu Qian has a secret recipe, which can increase the flavor of food by 100 times, making it unforgettable. Mother has lost her appetite, so we can try that recipe. Wei Yuan was silent. Damn, that brat has made something strange again. Returning to Hao Qi Tower, Wei Yuan asked Shu Qian, I hear you have a secret recipe to enhance the flavor of food. In his mind Shu Qian cursed Princess Hoai Khan for talking nonsense. She even talks nonsense about such trivial matters. Shu Qian laughed bitterly. It's just an ordinary recipe, not worth mentioning. Wei Yuan said gently, the empress has lost her appetite recently, and her health is poor. I would like to try that recipe. Shu Qian nodded. I understand. Hoai Khan asked Wei Yuan to come and ask for some MSG for her mother. He took out the jade token from his sleeve, and tapped it lightly on the back. A medicine bottle the size of a fist fell out. Then he handed it to Wei Yuan. Wei Yuan opened the bottle and smelled it, and then frowned. He could smell a slightly spicy smell. Closing the lid, Wei Yuan said to Shu Qian, go and tell the chef to cook a bowl of noodles. A moment later Shu Qian returned with a bowl of minced pork and egg noodles. He placed it on the table in front of Wei Yuan. Wei Yuan nodded. You try it first to see if it's poisonous. Shu Qian's eyes widened. There's only one pair of chopsticks. He had no choice but to use the other end of the chopsticks to try it. After waiting for a while, Wei Yuan was relieved to see that Dongla had not poisoned him. He calmly picked up the chopsticks. Wei Yuan was just about to enjoy it when Shu Qian said casually, I wonder if the poison was applied to the chopsticks. Wei Yuan shouted angrily, get out of here. Shu Qian did not leave but stayed there to eat noodles with Wei Yuan. He was a little surprised by the toughness and deliciousness of the noodles. Obviously the flavor had been enhanced by the MSG. When he tasted the soup, Wei Yuan's eyes lit up. Shu Qian asked, how is it? Wei Yuan nodded with satisfaction. Not many good chefs can make this kind of flavor. After the meal, Wei Yuan took a small bottle out of his pocket, and handed it to Shu Qian. Put some of your seasoning powder in here. Shu Qian took it and shook it vigorously like a kitchen manager. Although he shook it vigorously, there was very little powder. He weighed the two bottles and gave the one with the least powder to Wei Yuan. But Wei Yuan shook his head and refused to take it. Keep that one. Your right hand is mine. Shu Qian was stunned by this attitude. In the harem, the maids served up delicious delicacies. The fragrance filled the room. But the empress frowned in annoyance. I said I just wanted a bowl of plain porridge. The maid whispered, Duke Wei has just sent a secret recipe. The other maid said, Your Majesty, Duke Wei ordered that delicious food be cooked for the empress. Please enjoy it. The empress sighed, seeming reluctant as she tried a spoonful. Frowning, she tasted it. A spicy flavor exploded on her tongue. Her throat swallowed involuntarily. Then the empress held the bowl and drank it all. There was no more reluctance or discomfort. She suddenly felt hungry. Get some rice. The next morning, a eunuch from the empress's palace came to Duke Wei's mansion. Where did you find that secret recipe? The empress enjoyed it very much last night. Wei Yuan asked tentatively, has the empress stopped losing her appetite? Has she eaten a lot? The eunuch replied, she ate a lot more than usual. This morning the empress even asked what was for lunch. Wei Yuan was really happy to hear that. That afternoon Shu Qian was summoned to the palace by Hoai Khan. Hoai Khan asked, I used your recipe for mother today. It seems to have been improved, right? Shu Qian replied, it's all thanks to Tong Khan and Tai Vy. Hoai Khan nodded, I miss the taste of it a little. But mother won't let me. Do you have any more? Shu Qian shook his head, I'm all out. The whole bottle was sent to Duke Wei. In fact, there was still a small bottle left, which had to be kept for his second uncle or else he would make a fuss. Hoai Khan raised an eyebrow, but I heard that Duke Wei only sent half an ounce to mother. Shu Qian was shocked when he heard that. He looked at Hoai Khan, her clear eyes filled with doubt. Shu Qian was speechless at this blow from Wei Yuan. So Duke Wei also likes to joke like this. The middleman's profit is too greedy. Shu Qian was helpless at the way Wei Yuan was taking a cut. but judging from everyone's eagerness, it was clear that if MSG was produced in bulk a lot of money could be made. Ho-I Khan took a sip of tea, moistened her lips and said in a very calm voice recently, "The struggle between the factions in the court has suddenly quieted down because Duke Wei and Prime Minister Wang have formed an alliance, intending to clean up the major and minor forces." Xu Qian's eyes lit up. This is good news. Ho-I Khan shook her head, but Father Emperor has stopped it. The chaos in the court is beneficial to him. The more the factions fight, the more at ease he is in his cultivation. If one or two factions dominate, the situation will get out of Father Emperor's control. Xu Qian thought to himself, she can tell me these things. She must think of me as one of her own. But why do I feel like she trusts me too much? Although I am devoted to her, we are not that close yet. Xu Qian pondered. Factional strife is a double-edged sword. It can protect Father Emperor's position, but it can also disrupt the court. The more factions there are, the more intense the fighting, and in the long run no one will care about state affairs. Their minds will be focused only on scheming to destroy their opponents. If Princess Ho-I Khan were to ban the factions outright, it would be possible to eliminate future troubles. Xu Qian shook his head. A court without factions would be too dull. Princess Ho-I Khan pondered that statement. Xu Qian then said, I have some shallow opinions. I wonder if the princess would be interested in hearing them. Ho-I Khan silently sat up straight. But go on. Xu Qian considered the emperor's method of controlling the court as somewhat flawed. To control the court, you don't need too many factions. Just 3 balanced factions are enough. Because in any field, a triangle is the most stable shape. Of course, marriage is an exception. Ho-I Khan heard a strange word. Ho-I Khan frowned and asked, what is a triangle? Xu Qian used his hand to form a triangle. Ho-I Khan nodded. This shape often appears in palace architecture. Xu Qian replied, if there are only 2 factions, they can form a secret alliance, fighting on the surface but colluding on the inside to manipulate. But if it is a 3-way balance of power, it is very difficult to reach a mutually beneficial agreement, so the situation will be relatively more stable, easier to control. Ho-I Khan pondered. After a moment, as if she had understood something, she looked at Xu Qian with eyes full of admiration. The great scholars at the Yunlu Library said that you are a talented scholar. This palace thought that you were only good at poetry, but I never expected you to be so knowledgeable. Few young people can compare to you. Indeed, the Yunlu Library has great foresight. I have underestimated you. Xu Qian waved his hand and laughed bitterly. That's not true. They only praised me for being good at writing poetry. The princess doesn't look down on me either. I'm just a keyboard warrior, only pretending to be knowledgeable online. But when it comes to writing, I'm a nobody. Xu Qian thought for a moment and then continued, in fact, apart from the competition between the factions, the court has another very serious problem. At this point, Xu Qian came to his senses. I apologize. My words were careless and disrespectful. Ho-I Khan smiled gently. At home, just be yourself. No need to think so much. Xu Qian was immediately reassured. The rise and fall of officials in the court, the emperor can easily control. But he cannot control the lower-level officials and the military forces. Especially the latter, they are the ones who are causing the moral decay. In fact, the accumulation of wealth by the military forces has 2 causes. One is that the factions are competing fiercely, neglecting management. To put it bluntly, they only fight and don't work. Secondly, His Majesty has been in seclusion for 21 years. The court's control over its subordinates has seriously weakened. That is the reason why the military forces have escalated, becoming immoral. Ho-I Khan nodded. You share my views. This palace has pondered this problem many times, but I have come to a dead end. There is no way out. Xu Qian said, as for the military forces, my proposal is to centralize power. Ho-I Khan paused for a moment. Centralize power? She asked again, unconsciously with curiosity. Xu Qian nodded. At present, His Majesty holds the overall situation in his hands but still maintains the chaotic state of the factions, so he has to make concessions of corresponding power. His Majesty's power is too dispersed. At this point, Xu Qian stopped. To say more would be to touch on taboos, such as how to change the current situation. Obviously, to solve this problem, Emperor Nguyen Gun must either wake up and return to state affairs, or abdicate. Seeing that the princess had been silent for a long time, Xu Qian decided to take his leave. Ho-I Khan finally came back to her senses and nodded in agreement. Xu Qian, may I leave now? But there was still a hint of regret in her eyes. Xu Qian left the palace, and immediately ran to find Laman and complained, didn't you say that you wouldn't bother me again after you finished your business? Laman chuckled, it's not like I can enter the palace whenever I want. Xu Qian glanced at him, of course I wouldn't go. Laman was furious, damn you slave. The 2 of them started their usual teasing. Laman tried to use his charming eyes to subdue Xu Qian, but Xu Qian met his gaze with dead eyes. Finally Laman gave up, her pretty round face slightly flushed. pouting if it were Hoai Khan, he would definitely obey right. Shu Qian was helpless. Hoai Khan would never ask me to do something so suicidal. To appease her, he took a small bottle out of his pocket. I just got something. Adding it to the food will enhance the flavor. It's called MSG lamb, and took the bottle of powder. Muttering what a strange name, Lamb smiled again. Oh, by the way, I'm out of money, but I'll reward you with a painting. It is an ivory pen which is said to be very valuable. I don't like writing very much, so I'll give it to you. Shu Qian immediately said, seriously, Your Highness, you misunderstand. I did not come here for a reward. I am willing to be a workhorse for the princess. Lamb loved to hear sweet words, and asked cheerfully, then what do you want? Shu Qian replied solemnly, I ask Your Highness to reward me with money. Lamb wanted to joke around like before, but her dreamy eyes were devoid of any murderous intent, only looking at him like a lover. Lamb turned her face away and said, you can have money. I'm so bored, I'm tired of those slaves. Tell me a story. Continue the journey to the west from before. Shu Qian immediately agreed, yes. This time I will tell Your Highness about the three realms whisk. He took a sip of tea and began the story where he had left off. An hour passed quickly. Shu Qian did not dare to stay too long, because he still had to go on patrol in the afternoon. So he asked to leave, but Lamon seemed to be reluctant to let Shu Qian go. I can tell father to let you work in the palace. To be my guard. Shu Qian's eyes widened. What future is there in being your guard? Do you really want me to be your workhorse? He had no choice but to say, Your Highness, I still have some money. Moreover, I am just a humble guard. It was obvious that Shu Qian did not want to work for Lamon. Compared to serving Wei Wuyan, this had no future. Lamon pouted, everyone else is boring. Always trembling when they talk to me. Don't like reading and I'm not good at poetry. Literature, all I do is wander around the palace bored. When I was young, the crown prince would still play with me. Now when he sees me, he frowns, always saying he has important business. Shu Qian felt quite sorry for her. She was indeed a pitiful princess, like a moth trapped in a gilded cage. He thought, this is actually simple. The princess just needs to move back to her own mansion. The city is always more interesting than the palace. Lamon's eyes lit up. Then come and see me at the Lamon mansion tomorrow. That evening, Lamon returned to the palace in her sedan chair. At dinner, the crown prince was enjoying the delicacies prepared by concubine Tran, when he suddenly said, I heard the guards talking. That Wei Wuyan has a secret recipe that can cure the empress's anorexia. Concubine Tran replied with a smile, that's right. I heard it's called MSG. Add a little bit when cooking and it will create an unforgettable flavor. The crown prince recognized the craving in the concubine's eyes, and said, if mother wants to try it, just ask the empress for some. Concubine Tran replied, I heard that Hoai Khan also asked for some, but the empress refused. Lamon took out a porcelain jar. Shu Qian gave me something today, also called MSG. The crown prince quickly took the jar, opened the lid and sniffed. A slightly pungent smell emerged. This must be it. Tell the kitchen to reheat these dishes, and then add the powder and try it out. Not long after, the palace maid brought out the hot dishes. The crown prince happily added the powder to his dish. He chewed a few times and his eyes lit up. Concubine Tran and Lamon also praised it continuously after tasting it. The crown prince held the jar and exclaimed, this is wonderful. Just a little bit of this and even the best chefs can't do it. He calmly put the jar in his sleeve. Lamon's eyes widened and she grabbed the crown prince's sleeve. That's mine. The crown prince said sternly, isn't Shu Qian your man? If you need it, ask him for it. Concubine Tran said with a half smile and half laugh, you're so old but you're still like a child. I think we should leave it here to be fair. In the carriage, Lamon held the jar of MSG which was still 1/3 full. So the thing Shu Qian gave me is so precious. But this tongla is too soft. I have to go and confirm it. Lamon immediately turned the carriage around and headed towards Hoai Khan's place. Soon after she arrived at Hoai Khan's mansion, the guards stopped her but Lamon barged in. In the main hall she met the hateful Hoai Khan. Hoai Khan frowned slightly. Why are you here? Lamon said loudly as she walked in, I heard that Wei Wuyan has a secret recipe that can cure mother's anorexia. The rumor has spread throughout the palace. She stopped and said jokingly, Sister Hoai Khan, is it true? Lamon found it hard to believe. Is it really not true? Hoai Khan replied coldly, why would I lie to you? Lamon burst out laughing, it's not true. I'm relieved. She then took out the porcelain jar and shook it happily in front of Hoai Khan. What a pity. I have it. Hoai Khan's face immediately darkened. She was so angry that the book in her hand was crumpled. Seeing Hoai Khan's expression, Lamon became even more amused, but to avoid being beaten, she ran away after showing off enough. However, as she reached the door, Lamon turned her head and continued to tease, oh, I forgot to say, this was given to me by Shu Qian. After saying that, she ran away. In Hoai Khan's hand the book had been crumpled. Her face was completely dark. And she gritted her teeth. Shu Qian the next morning. Shu Qian received another summons from Wei Wuyan. He happily ran to the Hao Qi Tower. It seems that Minister Wei likes me more and more. Called you right after lunch. You're really affectionate. Wei Wuyan complained. You only have a little bit of conscience. The rest is all bad, indisciplined, always going to taverns. If I were your enemy, you would have been dead a long time ago. Shu Qian told himself that he was a child. That way he would feel better. I'm sorry, Wei Wuyan continued. All right then. It's hard to change a person's nature. If people could change that easily, then there wouldn't be millions of people in the world. He took a sip of tea, and then pushed a scroll towards Shu Qian. With a serious expression, you have to go to Yunzhou. Shu Qian solemnly opened the scroll and read it. Wei Wuyan said a few days ago, we received a secret letter from the bombing case. The letter said that the Yunzhou commander Yang Zhannan was secretly colluding with the bandits, smuggling military supplies for profit, and also protecting the bandits. As soon as he received the letter, Wei Wuyan immediately plotted to arrest Xiang Nan on charges of embezzlement, and used gold and silver as bait to force me to give in. Shu Qian frowned. The Yunzhou commander as a member of the clique. There's no doubt about it, there's no reason for the clique to frame me. If I hadn't been lucky, Wei Wuyan would have traded a pile of gold and silver for the position of Yunzhou commander. You're so dark. Oh, I remember. Number 2 said that the reason why the bandits in Yunzhou are difficult to eliminate is because they have the advantage of the terrain, and also have good military supplies. They're not ordinary bandits, so there must be someone behind the clique. They can't be controlled remotely from the capital. There must be a local high-ranking official cooperating. Wei Wuyan continued. After the letter was sent to the capital, the person who delivered the secret letter died. Silently, his real identity was a guard of Commander Xiang Nan. He died and all the evidence disappeared. I have reported to His Majesty, and he will send a provincial governor to Yunzhou to investigate this matter. Your job is to protect the provincial governor, and to find evidence. Shu Qian was surprised. Why do I have to go to Yunzhou? Wei Wuyan replied, Zhang Luzhang is in charge of this matter. You're just going along to gain experience. Shu Qian was relieved. There's one more thing. Don't eat too much MSG. It makes you thirsty. Tell the chef to put less in when cooking. Shu Qian thought to himself that he was really kind. Wei Gong scolded him, but he didn't hold a grudge, and even gave him a gentle reminder, but Wei Wuyan didn't say anything. He just pointed to the door before Shu Qian could react. Wei Wuyan shouted, get out. Shu Qian immediately ran away. Tomorrow he had to leave the capital, and travel far to Yunzhou. He left the mansion and went home to pack. His younger sister Shu Lingyue looked at him worriedly, because she wouldn't see him for a while. Even his aunt couldn't help but ask, I heard that Yunzhou has a lot of colds, and it often rains. Remember to dress warmly and bring the chef's antidote. After she finished speaking, his aunt slapped the table. Shu Qian, you listening to me? Shu Qian interrupted her irritably. I know, you don't need to remind me. In fact, in my previous life I was from the south, and I'm used to the cold. What's the cold in the south? I'm not afraid of those damp and cold winds. The fire of the hearth is enough to warm me up. Shu Qian pressed down on Fuxiang, and looked at the beauty's flushed face. Tomorrow I have to leave the capital, and go to Yunzhou. It may be many days before I return. Hearing this, Fuxiang's white legs immediately clamped around his waist. She was worried. I heard that Yunzhou is very dangerous. Bandits and robbers everywhere. Shu Qian reassured her, even if it's dangerous, it's still under the jurisdiction of the court, so there's no need to worry. The two of them whispered words of encouragement to each other. After leaving the Gao Fuang Tai, Shu Qian stopped by the Guangxing Tower to tell them that he was going to Yunzhou. Chu Taiwei and Song Qing both expressed their desire to go with him, but because he was in the process of perfecting the MSG formula, and would have to promote it widely in the future, and then take the opportunity to be promoted to the 6th rank, he couldn't leave the capital. Shu Qi originally wanted to go on a business trip with the intention of secretly taking Chu Taiwei with him for a trip. Many couples in ambiguous relationships often travel together, and then accidentally get pregnant, but he couldn't take Chu Taiwei with him, so Shu Qian had to take the MSG that he had worked so hard to make. Song Qing was angry and chased Shu Qian to the door of the Guangxing Tower, and shouted, Shu Qian, you're really shameless. Next, Shu Qian went to the palace to see Princess Weiqing, but the guard relayed the message, the princess doesn't want to see you. Please go back. Shu Qian was bewildered. She doesn't want to see me. We were talking happily yesterday. Then he decided to go and find Princess and to say goodbye. Tomorrow I will leave the capital for Yunzhou and it will be a long time before I return. But then I remembered that I had an appointment with the princess tomorrow, so I came here to say goodbye. Your servant asks to retire. Lin and absently watched Shu Qian's back. Then wouldn't it be a waste of time for me to return to the princess's mansion? My imperial mother only allows me to stay out for 3 days at most. I wanted this young servant to take me around the inner city to play. But suddenly Shu Qian's eyes moved, and he felt a sense of regret in his heart. Then he turned back to Princess N.